Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of advanced evolution right here on GMT Recap. This young man was a high school student, the one who always ranked at the bottom of his class and had never stood out in any way. Even the ability granted to him by the heavens turned out to be the most worthless of all. Despite that, Mingi had always lived carefree. He carried within him only one burning dream: to become a transcendent being and successfully pass the qualification exam. That day, the entrance examination of the Transcendent Academy was crowded with countless participants. They were the elite candidates who had already passed the written test. Today, they were gathered here to take the next round, a test to measure innate talent. To give some context, transcendent talents in this world were divided into 5 ranks: Mortal Dust, Tranquil Blue, Soul of Violet, Crimson Lord, and Dark Saint. The Transcendent Academy where Mingi was applying only recruited those who achieved at least the Tranquil Blue level. Anyone below that was deemed unqualified. Mingi arrived at the academy early, just as eager as all the other participants. After a long wait, his turn finally came. One by one, the candidates stepped up before a crystal orb to test their abilities. The results of the others were all decent, yet for some inexplicable reason, Mingi alone became the laughingstock of the entire crowd. "No wonder he's the most notorious misfit in high school," someone in the crowd remarked. "His test result shows nothing more than a mortal dust talent, the lowest rank there is." The crowd erupted, and thousands of eyes turned toward him, scrutinizing him as though he were some strange creature. Mingi felt ashamed and utterly hopeless with himself. Even the high school beauty standing below showed an expression of regret on his behalf. For she knew that Mingi had spent all of his youth merely dreaming of passing the qualification exam. At that moment, Mingi only wished he had a few extra layers of shame-proof cream on his face, so he could slip away in humiliation as quickly as possible. Sitting on his motorcycle, he twisted the throttle without hesitation. After all, he was said to have talent. But what good was this heaven-forsaken kind of talent? How could it possibly stand against a monster capable of wiping out an entire building with a single strike? Unwilling to accept defeat, Mingi sped along the road like a true racer. Suddenly, he caught sight of a stream of shooting stars across the sky. His heart eased, and an involuntary smile spread across his lips. Racing forward at rocket speed, he tried to reassure himself with the thought that perhaps they would spare him. But just then, a blazing meteor shot directly toward him. The earth-shattering impact left behind an enormous abyss in the ground. Because of it, Mingi fell straight into unconsciousness. In his dream, he seemed to hear the voice of a mysterious system whispering in his ear hidden supernatural abilities, luck. Along with it appeared the fleeting silhouette of a woman, faint and elusive within his slumber. At that moment, his entire body felt as light as a doll, reduced to something impossibly small within the palm of her hand. This goddess was in fact the very shooting star that had just collided with him. After glancing him over once, she found this mortal somewhat interesting, but unfortunately his cultivation was not high. The divine maiden smiled gently, then used her power to grant Mingi a great fruit, bestowing upon him the evaluation of innate talent, the rank of Crimson Lord. In truth, everything was only happening within a dream. In the real world, Mingi still lay in deep unconsciousness. After the accident, he had been taken to the hospital, his body battered and covered in injuries. According to Dr. Xiao, his health condition was not too bad, only that his head had suffered a severe impact, which led to a coma. In the days that followed, Mingi remained bedridden, breathing faintly through an oxygen tube like a caged bird. His classmates constantly came to visit his hospital room. One blonde-haired thug happened to notice a bouquet on the table, within it a letter accepting Mingi's confession of love from the school beauty Lu Qian. Enraged, he tore it to pieces on the spot. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a moonless, starless night, a monster that looked like a mutant cockroach crawled up viciously from beneath the sewers. Across every television channel, news of this grotesque emergence spread at a frightening speed. The hospital where Mingi lay was located in the southern outskirts of Lanyang City. At that moment, it fell into utter chaos as crowds of people surged frantically to escape. While everyone else was desperately trying to escape, there was a nurse who went against the flow of the crowd. Her compassion and professional ethics would not allow her to abandon the student Mingi, who was still lying there unconscious. She hurriedly ran down the corridor, and just as she flung the door open and rushed toward the hospital bed, she suddenly felt something slimy creeping up behind her. Catching a glimpse of the reflection in the mirror, she was utterly horrified to see a mutant cockroach with a revolting appearance standing right behind her. Its thorn-covered legs clamped tightly onto her shoulders, and its saliva-drenched tongue slowly traced across her fair face as it began to lick downward. Believing she was about to become its appetizer, the nurse shut her eyes tightly and prayed to the heavens. All of a sudden, she sensed a faint movement from the patient's hand before her. Immediately after came a deafening blast accompanied by a blinding flash of light that shattered the monster beside her into nothingness. Stunned and bewildered, the nurse looked back and saw that the patient, Mingi, who had moments ago been lying weak and motionless on the stretcher, was now sitting upright, revealing a distinctly defined six-pack. Outside the building, hordes of mutated creatures were actively climbing their way up, while their kin inside that fateful ward had just been torn apart. Terrified beyond measure, the nurse collapsed to her knees, sobbing soundlessly. Fortunately, the young man beside her had arrived in time and gently helped her to her feet. Looking at the young man before her, so strikingly handsome and vigorous, she simply couldn't imagine that just a few minutes ago, she had feared he would lose his life under the claws of those cockroaches. As for Mingi, who had been unconscious for a long time, the moment he awoke he found himself lying in a hospital. What shocked him even more was that out of nowhere, the place was swarming with cockroaches everywhere. According to Nurse Song, the government explained that polluted water had flowed into the underground sewers, unintentionally creating a perfect environment for the mutated cockroaches to thrive and multiply. Everyone in the city was desperately evacuating. Nurse Song, assigned to care for him, simply couldn't bring herself to abandon him. While tying the strings of his gown to cover his 8-pack abs, Mingi forced a faint, half-hearted smile as he listened to the nurse question how someone who was merely a high school boy, barely surviving an accident that nearly cost him his life, could deliver a single punch that obliterated the monster's lifeline. Who on earth would believe him? Outwardly, he might have seemed comatose, but in truth, he had been secretly training in martial arts throughout the entire year he lay confined to that hospital bed. To stop the nurse's incessant questioning, Mingi hastily changed the subject, preparing to leave this place together with Nurse Song. By then, in the hospital corridor, the horde of mutant cockroaches had already swarmed in. Each one hideous, vile, and vicious. Yet faced with these snake-tongued, tiger-fanged cockroaches, Mingi remained strangely calm. He clenched his fist into a punch, and each strike sent the cockroach's bones cracking, the sound crisp like a crunchy snack between teeth. Suddenly, Nurse Song let out a sharp scream. Mingi immediately rushed over and saw a massive cockroach about to sink its jaws into her head. With a swift kick, he sent a vial of H2SO4 flying off the stretcher, then smashed the creature to pieces with his fist. Part of the acid seeped into his hand, while the rest splattered across the cockroach's body, melting it into a foul, mushy sludge. So this was the very prop he had secretly longed for in his dreams, and now, awake at last, he finally had the chance to put it to use. Having just been snatched from death, Nurse Song stared at him wide-eyed in utter shock. Which admissions teacher was blind enough to pass over such a formidable talent? Faced with such a question, Mingi could only give a helpless smile, unable to come up with an explanation. Only now did he truly understand the feeling of being superhuman. The finest delicacy at this moment was not rice, but sulfuric acid itself. Pitch-black wastewater kept pouring into the canal from the massive pipes. The group of evacuees suddenly found themselves blocked by gargantuan cockroaches. Distress signals were being sent out non-stop. At that very moment, a man dressed like a Western cowboy appeared, wielding his gun. With a single shot, he brought down a colossal cockroach that had been about to smash through a car window to rip its victims apart. He was a superhuman of starshine rank with the ability to fire unlimited bullets. At first, every cockroach targeted by his gun was struck down instantly, leaving nothing but casualties. The situation was heading toward its conclusion when suddenly, something even more terrifying appeared behind him. A giant rat with a mangled head and razor-sharp claws lunged forward, seizing the man in its forelimbs. The climax came when it cruelly sank its sharp teeth across his body with a single bite. The people on the bus who witnessed this scene felt nauseated. Their insides twisted in horror, and all they could do was scream in utter despair. At that moment, Mingi and the beautiful nurse had managed to break free from the encirclement. Just as they left the hospital grounds, they saw the bridge collapsing right before their eyes. A dropped walkie-talkie nearby began broadcasting reports about the appearance of a swarm of giant mutated rats. Mingi gently picked it up and asked the person on the other end for more information about the rats. As soon as he introduced himself as a high school student who had failed the entrance assessment, the other side cursed at him so furiously that he couldn't even get a word in. A snot-nosed kid still wet behind the ears dares to challenge a beast that seizes generals? Absolutely absurd. The last bus carrying doctors to evacuate was about to be knocked off the bridge by a massive sewer rat. The rat was busily grinding its teeth, while the people inside were so terrified that their hearts leapt into their throats. Ignoring the messenger's warning, Mingi could not stand by and watch them die. Together with Nurse Song, he rushed to the scene. When patients are in distress, doctors and nurses are their lifelines. Now that they themselves were in danger, only someone like him could step in to save them. If you don't try, how would you ever know whether it's possible or not? Mingi once again unleashed his ultimate move, the acid punch, charging forward and landing a resounding blow on the giant rat's snout. The disgusting cockroaches, once no bigger than a toe, had now grown to the height of an adult. And these rats had surpassed the size of a house. With such monstrous proportions, even a casual swipe of their claws could leave him without a single tooth to eat porridge. Rats are creatures of incredible agility. To stay alive, one must never let them make contact. With that thought in mind, Mingi first tried to lure the beast away from the bus. The rat, hot-tempered and furious, immediately gave chase. Each step it took left behind massive craters like those of an elephant's tread. Seeing a sliver of opportunity, Mingi suddenly turned and delivered his thunderous punch, shattering its teeth. The rat toppled into a deep pit, its eyes squeezed shut, as though it had lost all consciousness. Mingi moved closer, intending to deliver a fatal blow, but suddenly remembered that rats were masters of this deceitful trick of playing dead. As expected, the creature had only been biding its time. The moment it saw Mingi approach, it sprang back to life, lunging forward with its razor-sharp teeth, tearing wildly in all directions. This is bad, I've fallen into its trap. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best choice. After lying in bed for an entire month, his body had grown soft, his punch truly lacked the strength to kill a beast of general rank. In that case, he would have to show it the sharpness of his wit. Catching sight of a fuel-leaking car by the roadside, Mingi immediately vaulted over the obstacle, luring the rat straight to the spot. The moment it stepped into the danger zone, Mingi calmly flicked the lighter in his hand. A deafening explosion screamed out, shaking the very air. The rat burned helplessly like Sun Wukong falling into the 8-trigram furnace. It could only stare in despair at Mingi standing tall amidst the sea of flames. So, you had already awakened the power of symbiosis, able to borrow fire itself to magnify your strength even further. At last, he finished off the misguided beast with a blazing punch of his own. The team of doctors and nurses standing to the side all widened their eyes in terror. Who would have thought that a patient who seemed on the verge of death, not yet 20 years of age, could possess such extraordinary power? The news of a general rank beast being slain in the blink of an eye sent shockwaves through the command post. The girl with the round, glossy hips was at that very moment using the radio to contact her fellow disciples, none other than Lu Qian, the belle of the academy. Neither of them knew anything about the identity of the one who had performed such a miracle. They only thought it must have been a hero passing through from somewhere else, or perhaps an unregistered mutant who had never filed their record in the relief station system. After that clash, Mingi was now having his wounds dressed by Nurse Song, overflowing with gratitude. At the gate appeared a young woman with a stunningly perfect figure, shouting at the top of her lungs. She's Mingi's older sister. Thinking her brother was still unconscious, she was determined to rush in and rescue him. My little brother, he's never even held a girl's hand once, and now he's already going to die. Hearing his own name, Mingi froze and turned his head. Just by looking at that earnest expression of hers, one could tell that a year of slumber was enough to make a man temporarily forget he even had an elder sister. The moment they met again, the brash sister threw herself at him, hugging him as she sobbed uncontrollably. Mingi's face turned pale. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, he remembered the past year while he lay unconscious. He had often faintly heard his sister confide about having to work overtime just to afford his treatment. This beautiful sister of his had likely exhausted herself countless times during that long stretch. Back in their beloved home, Mingi finally let himself collapse onto the bed and drift into an utterly restful sleep. The next morning, as he startled awake, he saw on the table a bottle of milk and a bowl of food waiting for him. Mingi suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Life's struggle for food and clothing weighed people down too heavily. To pay for a full year of telecommunication fees, his sister had to juggle 3 jobs at once, looking even more haggard than a patient like him. Mingi then resolved to earn money with his own hands to take care of his sister's life. While eating, he noticed the news on TV. The government was offering a reward of 500,000 coins to anyone who could provide clues about the source of pollution. The bounty for exterminating a single cockroach was 3,000 coins, and for a mutant rat, it soared up to 50,000. Mingi almost swallowed his chopsticks along with the food. This government reward would not only be enough for him to pay off all his debts, but also to move into a new place and even buy luxury cosmetics for his sister. Helping people by eliminating pests while also earning money to make ends meet. No matter how he calculated it, there was no loss. Mingi decided he would personally go there to investigate. First, he chose to head to the reward hall. The receptionist at the counter greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him. Mingi didn't beat around the bush. He stated directly that he was here to join the beast extermination squad. The receptionist then led him to a training ground. There, apprentice extraordinaries like him were allowed to demonstrate their abilities for consideration. Since his power lay in martial fists, he was brought before a training dummy to test his attack strength. Mingi rolled his wrists, gathered all his strength, and delivered a punch, pouring all his pent-up emotions into the mechanical figure. The sound of the punch echoed so loudly that it could still be heard as far as the horizon. Watching the numbers flash on the electronic board, Mingi smiled with temporary satisfaction, while the crowd around him all stared wide-eyed in shock. A result of 1,000 kg had just broken the record of those so-called apprentices. Holding the voucher he had just been rewarded with, Mingi immediately imagined a glorious future together with his sister. In front of the quarantine gate at that moment, there were many participants gathered, all drawn here by the enticing scent of a delicious opportunity, the government's massive rewards. Looking around, everyone possessed some sort of special ability, making a boy like Mingi suddenly feel incredibly small. "Hey kid, you're alone? Want to join our Scarlet Eagle hunting party?" Just as he was feeling lost and unsure where to go, a chubby man came over to recruit him. It turned out that the government did not allow players to go solo, so everyone here was looking for a team. The chubby man's name was Luo Kai Quan, and he seemed to be the leader of a small group. But when they learned that Mingi was only an intern at the Starshine rank, their interest quickly faded. "Kid, as a brotherly piece of advice, I suggest you head back and train some more. Sorry, we don't take newbies." Hearing this, Mingi finally realized. With his level being this low, there was simply no group that would want him. He scratched his head in frustration, not knowing how he could possibly get a heart to qualify for the hunt, when suddenly he heard someone call his name. What a relief, a lifeline had arrived. It was a group of his old classmates from before he fell into a coma. Now, all of them had successfully enrolled in the academy. Looking Mingi up and down, from his shabby appearance to his thin, frail body, the moment he mentioned hunting monsters, his friends burst out laughing. "Even someone as poor as you wouldn't go so far as to risk your life just for a few coins of hospital fees, right? Your ability is luck's blessing. How could that possibly be used to kill monsters? At most, it might win you another bottle of soda after drinking one, don't you think?" Among the group was a girl named Lin Yu. No matter how much the others mocked, she seemed more compassionate. Seeing Mingi's determination to join, she even took the initiative to persuade the blockheads to let him in. Although he wasn't very pleased with these so-called friends, due to the rules, Mingi had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept their offer. In truth, his friends weren't eager to participate either, they were only there because the academy required volunteer activities in their profiles. From their chatter, he also learned more about his old crush. The campus belle, Lu Qian, was still an exceptionally outstanding and famous student. They all laughed at him, a poor boy who did not know his place yet dared to dream and yearn. How could a blade of grass by the roadside ever reach the clouds? Although Mingi had once been the student who always achieved perfect scores in theoretical exams, that one assessment had revealed that his true ability was nothing more than bottom of the barrel. Unlike his peers, who were still in the carefree years of growing up, Mingi's thoughts often resembled those of an old man. According to the reports so far, there were mainly 3 types of mutated creatures: cockroaches, rats, and maggots. Since they were all animals living in the sewers, there was a high possibility that something had contaminated the water source. As he was lost in thought, wondering what a mutated maggot might look like, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from behind, startling him and his friends. Billions of maggots clung together into a grotesque mass, yet it could move freely like a living being. Cold sweat ran down Mingi's back. So this was why they were so terrifying? The swarm of maggots quickly locked onto its target, hurling themselves at the humans before them as if intent on devouring them alive. Mingi and his friend Lin Yu immediately ran for their lives. He had thought that a single maggot could easily be crushed underfoot, but how could one possibly deal with an entire horde? The anguished screams directly alerted everyone nearby. The moment they saw the maggots, their faces turned pale, and without a word, they scattered in terror. It should have been mentioned in the high school biology curriculum that maggots are living organisms that feed and survive in colonies. The blue-haired boy who was on the same team as Mingi was timid at first, but after seeing everything with his own eyes, he immediately turned tail and ran even faster than his teammates. The whole group sprinted at full speed toward a building with reinforced glass on the outside. But after glancing around, Mingi suddenly realized that Lin Yu was nowhere to be seen. So this girly girl had tripped and fallen during the escape. Seeing the swarm of maggots closing in, Mingi didn't think twice. He rushed to her side, swung his fist, and struck a fire hydrant on the street. Water gushed out, and Mingi used his special ability to strengthen the torrent. This time even the ancestors of those maggots will know what it feels like to be surrounded by water. The great flood that burst forth wasn't enough to wipe them all out. While they were still choking and sputtering, Mingi quickly lifted Lin Yu and carried her toward a safe hiding spot. Lin Yu had no idea why she was suddenly struck by Cupid's arrow. Mingi was clearly just a student who couldn't even get into the academy, yet why did she suddenly find him so handsome? That scene of a hero rescuing a beauty completely changed the way everyone looked at Mingi. They were supposed to be an elite group of students, with 2 boys among them, yet for some reason they could only stand there awkwardly smiling while a newbie stepped up to save a classmate. Mingi paid no attention to their empty words. He told Lin Yu to bandage her wound, then instructed everyone else to stay put. It felt as if he were cursed, since everything eventually fell into his hands. Mingi went alone to inspect the building, making sure there was no corner left for the vermin to sneak through. He walked to the front of the laboratory and circled around. Suddenly, he noticed that the glass panel of ecological cage number 9 had shattered. The insect inside had gone missing half a year ago. And an even more terrifying truth emerged: the missing creature from cage number 9 was a centipede. After a long while without finding any further clues, Mingi stepped away to check elsewhere. The doors were tightly locked. Around the building there was no possible entry point. In theory, the mutated larvae shouldn't have been able to get in. Just as he was about to leave in relief, his gaze suddenly swept across a glass door. Looking through it, he caught sight of a figure that seemed strangely familiar. Dr. Xiao, the very one who had treated him, was somehow inside the quarantine zone. Watching him sneak about, Mingi sensed that something was terribly wrong. At that moment, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. On the other end, a sweet, syrupy female voice made goosebumps prickle across his skin. Nurse Son, having shed her uniform, was now in fishnet stockings, high heels, with cherry red lips and a tight outfit that made her look irresistibly sexy. She was calling to invite Mingi to dinner as a way of repaying him for saving her life, reminding him not to forget to call her by her real name, Song Lan. This beauty trap did not shake Mingi in the slightest. He rejected her outright, telling her that he was currently occupied in the quarantine zone. The moment she heard that, Song Lan was taken aback, for everyone knew that place was fraught with danger. She pouted and quickly changed the subject, saying she hadn't expected Mingi to be so thoughtful that for the sake of a sister not even related by blood, he would willingly plunge himself into peril. It's a pity she went to all that trouble to dress up, only to run into a straight-laced man. Her attempts at seduction were doomed from the start. After some conversation, Mingi learned that Dr. Zhao had lately been showing strange behavior. Once diligent and hard-working, now he seemed desperate to leave early each day. His mental state was poor, as if he hadn't slept for nights, and at times he even made mistakes during surgery. From what Song Lan described, Mingi immediately sensed something was wrong. She also mentioned an incident where Dr. Zhao inexplicably lost a vial of monster blood. Could it be that this contamination is his doing? Following Dr. Zhao's trail, Mingi arrived at an abandoned building. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed a large pit beneath the structure. Descending by rope ladder, he discovered Dr. Zhao sneaking into what looked like a research chamber. Mingi caught him in the act as he was climbing onto a containment tank and pressed him. "Dr. Zhao, did you ever truly purify that vial of serum from a year ago? How do you know about that? Answer me, now." Dr. Zhao's shoulders suddenly trembled, tears streaming down his face as he confessed that he had made an enormous mistake. Adjusting his glasses, he slowly climbed down, approached Mingi, and began to lament in search of pity. At this moment, faint traces of ferocity had already begun to show on his face, yet the honest Mingi failed to notice. He advised Dr. Zhao to leave quickly and report everything to the government, since someone as ordinary as him could not possibly handle the matter alone. Dr. Zhao, of course, was stubborn. He brought up excuses about his aging mother and young children, begging so desperately for help that he nearly collapsed to his knees. Mingi tried explaining in every possible way, but his words were like water poured on a duck's back. Appearing pitiful just moments before, Dr. Zhao suddenly shifted his demeanor. His eyes lit up like headlights when he realized Mingi had come here alone and had told no one about it. When he heard Mingi say he would take him before the government, he pushed himself up with his hands, his voice changing into a hoarse growl as though possessed. "Mingi, you are still just a student. There are so many things you cannot possibly understand." Seeing this change in attitude, Mingi instinctively sensed that something was about to happen. It turned out that out of hatred for humanity's destruction of the environment, someone like Dr. Zhao could harbor such malice. He was the one who intended to unleash the mutated cockroaches to wipe out mankind and return purification to the earth. His arguments seemed absurd, yet strangely convincing. He claimed that human beings, living as air breathers on Earth while constantly destroying it, were no different from cancer cells. Since ancient times, humans have never stopped reproducing, and on top of that, they are endlessly greedy. As long as humankind continues to exist, no planet can ever remain beautiful and peaceful. Dr. Zhao, do you even know what you are saying? Hearing these destructive arguments from Dr. Zhao, Mingi was momentarily at a loss as to how to knock some sense into him. But Dr. Zhao went on rambling about his so-called ideals. His eyes burned with a fierce glare, crimson veins stood out across his face, as though he wished he could wipe out humanity that very instant. Dr. Zhao has gone mad. Mingi repeatedly reminded him that because of his own carelessness, countless lives had already been lost. Yet Dr. Zhao seemed utterly indifferent. As a physician, as long as there were patients, he believed he must give his all to heal them, whether that patient was an ordinary human being or even Mother Nature herself. By now, Dr. Zhao had been completely consumed by darkness. He revealed a vicious expression, crushed his glasses bare-handed, and unabashedly admitted that the source of the mutation had been caused by him. His ambition was laid bare. He intended to begin the slaughter with Lanyang City. And those who stood in his way, extraordinary individuals like Mingi, were given the special privilege of being placed on his blacklist. When Mingi heard him speak of his plan to dissolve the pathogen into the water supply, he was suddenly dumbstruck. So he had already prepared everything. Talking to this psychiatrist was nothing but a waste of time. Mingi immediately thought about slipping away quietly. Dr. Xiao was quite surprised that someone so righteous seemed unwilling to stop him. But Mingi said to him, "You're nothing more than a student who couldn't even get into the academy, clinging to life and fearing death. What's so hard to understand about that?" Having said this, he hurried off, thinking that since the man wasn't a mutant, he wouldn't be able to harm him. But midway, Dr. Xiao suddenly discovered that the vial of serum in his pocket had vanished into thin air. This drove him into a frenzy. There was no doubt Mingi had taken it while he was busy preaching. Dr. Xiao was so furious he could no longer control himself. Clutching his head in agony, he collapsed, and when he raised his face again, he had become a white-haired demon with long fangs and glowing eyes. "You bastard, how dare you trick me?" It turned out that Dr. Xiao had used his own body to test the mutagen, and now he had become just like those cockroaches. The man had gone completely insane. Seeing him giving chase right behind, Mingi pushed himself to run faster. He strained with both hands to grab hold of the rope ladder, thinking he was about to escape. But unexpectedly, Dr. Zhao's monstrous limbs were even quicker. They leapt up, bit clean through the rope, and sent Mingi plunging down. Looking at the cunning beasts before him, Mingi realized he had underestimated this mad doctor. But what a pity, for he himself was no ordinary man. With a light spring, Mingi's body soared upward. As he reached the edge of the pit, he noticed some cement nearby that someone had left half-mixed. Lucky break! Mingi immediately unleashed his power of enhancement, sealing the pit shut with cement. The monsters trapped below had no time to escape and were doomed. Each one was writhing in agony, some even fainting, yet their master seemed unwilling to give up. He licked his lips cruelly. "Mingi, even if you run to the ends of the earth, don't think you can escape from me." Having snatched back his life, Mingi instantly left the pit's edge. As he ran, he put his 200 IQ to full use, racking his brain for ways to deal with the mutated creatures. Among these monsters, maggots were the weakest, followed by the cockroaches, while the rats had grown so strong that even he alone struggled to withstand them. So if the mutation were a living human, what kind of horror would that be? Not wanting Lin Yuyu's group to get dragged into this after all, they were nothing but novices. Mingi chose to run in circles, doing his best to stall for time until the government's people arrived. To the west of a crumbling building, a band of extraordinary fighters were engaged in fierce battle, flashing skill after skill. This was the very team whose chubby leader had once rejected Mingi's request to join them. They were all brimming with excitement, completely unaware of the looming danger right beneath their feet. Less than a second later, the manhole cover popped open, sending the man standing on it shooting up into the sky. The super monster Dr. Xiao now stood towering right before them, yet somehow none of the people in the group showed a trace of fear. They even laughed out loud with glee. How could a mutated monster suddenly drop in from nowhere? So smart, if it doesn't die young it'd be a shame. The monster eyed the people and licked its lips hungrily. It began to move its limbs, first targeting a young man. At first he quickly dodged the blow and sneered, with that slow speed, how could it ever catch prey? But he could never have guessed the monster could not only move faster but also extend its arms. In the blink of an eye it had crushed him in its grip, then with a tentacle stabbed him through to death. Another poor girl, naive and wanting to avenge her friend, leaped forward, only to have its claws slice across her chest. She died without time to utter a last word. Only then did the crowd begin to grasp a little of the ways of the world. Thinking it an easy meal, they found their numbers instantly reduced. But contrary to what Fatty had thought, the monster now seemed to have lost interest in them. Shuhua took a running start and surged forward with her resolve. "Mingi, I will tear you to pieces." At that moment, Kai Quan was bowing his head, crying bitterly, trembling as he asked, "What on earth is this monster?" Xiao Hong held her friend's body tightly in her arms, shivering, affirming, "Lord Tyr, it must be Lord Tyr. The fact that we survived is already more than just luck." At the same time, a figure suddenly shot down from above. Mingi, while fleeing, turned his head and muttered, "I clearly shook them off just now." He glanced around and saw a horde of monsters still chasing after him. Doubt filled Mingi's heart. How could they still track him in such a tangled street? He recalled their fierce, battle-worn faces and speculated, could it be they were following his scent? Luckily, Dr. Zhao's speed wasn't as fast as these bloodthirsty creatures. Mingi looked down at the vial tucked inside his clothes and reminded himself, under no circumstances can I let this fall into Dr. Zhao's hands. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward a nearby shop. Mingi froze for a moment, considered it carefully, then caught the scent of gasoline. In that instant, he devised a plan for himself and slowly stepped forward. Without hesitation, Mingi poured gasoline onto his arm. He didn't know whether this would draw the government agents over, but perhaps it could at least mask his scent. Once done, he immediately entered the rest area of the gas station. Rubbing the gasoline over his arm, Mingi cast a glance toward the monster, contemplating. Sure enough, it was as he thought. A bloodstream fiend, in the middle of its stride, suddenly turned its head to look back. It seemed to catch the lingering trace of Mingi's scent and, with a mad rush, bolted straight toward the gas station. Bloodstream fiend pushed the door open, one clawed foot stepping inside. It had been stalking its prey from this spot while he was hiding in a nearby stall. Mingi had already raised his knife, ready to strike, but what startled him most was that the footsteps suddenly stopped. Bloodstream fiend was incredibly cunning, as if it had foreseen his intentions, suddenly appearing atop the stall and casting its gaze downward. At that very moment, Mingi sensed something strange behind him. His eyes widened as, through the mirror in front of him, he could see Bloodstream fiend leaping down, jaws gaping wide, filled with razor-sharp teeth. Mingi reacted instantly, swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly beam that had just been fired from it. His hand shot out, gripping the stall's frame. Timing it perfectly, he yanked it down, and the shelf came crashing onto Bloodstream fiend, pinning it beneath. Without hesitation, Mingi dashed straight toward the exit. His hand gripped the doorknob, wavering. Clearly, those other three monsters had gone the wrong way. Only this one, with its keenest sense of smell, had managed to track me down. Which means it's the stray one. Mingi slowly pushed the door open, mind racing. Running endlessly was useless. Unless he eliminated the beast with the sharpest nose, no matter where he hid, it would always find him. His entire body radiated a commanding aura. Mingi turned back, eyes blazing with resolve. It must be destroyed. Just then, from the collapsed stall, a thick cloud of dust began to billow out. In just the blink of an eye, Bloodstream fiend broke free from its confinement. Clenching his fist tightly, he muttered, "My hand needs to come into contact with some special substance in order to activate the Mystic Fist Spirit artifact with the corresponding attribute." Mingi recalled the previous battle. Flowing Acid Fist had required contact with sulfuric acid, then Blazing Flame Fist had required contact with blazing fire, and finally Violent Soaring Fist had required contact with water. Mingi raised his hand, searching around, but could only sigh in frustration. In this supermarket, there wasn't a single effective substance, and stepping outside now would risk being immediately discovered by other monsters. He sank deeper into his thoughts, resigned to fighting barehanded against it here. Meanwhile, Bloodstream fiend had already leapt forward to attack without him realizing it. Thanks to his agile reflexes, Mingi managed to dodge to the side just as danger closed in. Wasting no time, he struck a straight punch into Bloodstream fiend's stomach. The sheer force of the blow sent the creature hurtling backward. A violent collision between Bloodstream fiend and the unfortunate wall erupted, and dust immediately billowed into the air. Mingi grimaced, waving his hand to disperse the haze around him. But Bloodstream fiend was not the type to die so easily. It attacked again, catching him completely off guard. In that split second, Mingi was nearly crushed as its forelegs clamped tightly onto his arms. Just as Bloodstream fiend pressed its body down on him, a can of water suddenly fell from above. Bloodstream fiend still knew nothing, its mouth wide open, ready to devour the human before it. Yet before it could take even a single bite, a can of soda came crashing down onto its neck. For a moment, it loosened its grip with its foot, and seizing the chance, he clenched his fist tight and unleashed a vicious uppercut. Mingi sprang up with the momentum, landing firmly on both feet. He shifted into a battle-ready stance, while the entire body of Bloodstream Fiend was hurled backward. With blazing eyes, Mingi surged forward, relentlessly striking at his foe. He drew his arm back to build force, the power within him swelling greater and greater. With a single punch, the wall of the lounge cracked apart, erupting with a thunderous crash. Mingi held his stance, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. Blood seeped from his hand before the ferocity of Bloodstream Fiend. Seeing that even the wall had been shattered yet the creature made no further move, he finally withdrew his hand. Before him was the body of Bloodstream Fiend slumped against the wall, its head blasted clean off, driven straight through a section of it. At that very moment, outside, the twilight glow was fading. Shuhua happened to glance downward, only to realize one of his arms was bleeding, a grim omen of the ill fate that had just unfolded. Clutching his wound, Shuhua gritted his teeth and cursed, "That brat Mingi." Seething with hatred, he stormed toward the gas station from earlier. Shuhua swung his fist, shattering the glass door of the lounge. He strode in furiously, only to witness the sight of his own underling lying there in a pool of blood. Shuhua's face darkened completely. It seemed those creatures still needed to evolve further before they could properly deal with that cunning rat. He pointed forward and gave the order, "Eat it." The others immediately lunged in, ravenously devouring the flesh of their own comrade. At that moment, the bodies of the Bloodstream Fiends suddenly erupted with power from within. Shuhua turned around, one hand gripping the remaining door while facing outward, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "After evolving, your sense of smell has become sharper, hasn't it?" Excited, he jabbed a finger forward and shouted, "Find it for me, keep it alive." Meanwhile, Mingi was sprinting outside. He brushed a hand against the side of a car and used the momentum to leap over it. He glanced around, puzzled. Didn't I already kill the one with the keenest nose? In just a moment, 3 Bloodstream Fiends crashed fiercely into that very car, making him wonder how the remaining 3 could still be chasing him all the way here. Mingi frowned, looking back with a strange realization. Their cries. They sound different, more terrifying than before. Suddenly, he froze, eyes widening at the scene before him. His gaze swept across the tranquil playground, and he thought to himself, "This place will do. The terrain is complex. Even if they keep chasing, I can throw these monsters off." He stepped inside slowly, analyzing the situation. As long as there was a catalyst for the Mystic Fist spirit artifact within, his strength would grow. Mingi bent down, grabbed a nearby piece of cloth, dipped it in water, and wiped the gasoline off his arm. Since he had already been tracked by scent, there was no need to keep torturing himself like this. If fire appeared, before he could even absorb it, he would be burned alive. Once finished, he cast his eyes around, reminding himself, taking detours or hiding won't make any difference. In the end, they'll still find me. But I'd better not linger here for too long. Mingi let out a weary sigh, devising a plan to widen the distance first, then create a gap in time. As he walked, he muttered under his breath, "Once I kill those monsters, Dr. Zhao won't be able to do anything to me anymore." Not long after, the razor-sharp claws of the Bloodstream Fiend appeared again. As if sensing it, Mingi froze and turned his head. This time, it was no longer a small beast. It had evolved into a colossal monster, now armed with an additional sharp appendage jutting from its left leg. Startled, he cried out, "What the hell? How did it grow this big?" Having locked onto its prey, the Bloodstream Fiend swiftly hurled itself down from the rooftop. Without hesitation, it raised its left leg, aiming for a head-on strike. With the power of its muscular limb, it slammed down a devastating blow. But fortune had yet to smile. Its sharp weapon pierced straight into the barren ground. Fortunately, Mingi had retreated just in time. He speculated, "Looks like this Bloodstream Fiend has evolved. Its strength has increased far more than before." After its missed strike, it only grew more determined to launch another attack. Bloodstream Fiend slashed in a hurry, but he simply leaned back to dodge the blow. And so, the two clashed again and again, neither able to claim victory. A moment later, it swung its arm in fury. Mingi seized the chance to leap upward, spinning gracefully before retreating back. He landed with flair, eyes fixed on his foe. Though his speed had slowed still, he barely managed to evade its attacks. No one knew what Mingi was thinking, but he was bold enough to wave his hand in provocation. "Come at me if you dare, monster." This time, Bloodstream Fiend seemed wiser. With a few guttural growls, it summoned its allies. In the blink of an eye, 2 more appeared, blocking off 3 different paths. Naturally, Mingi was displeased. He glanced back, clicked his tongue. "So that's all?" Out of the 36 stratagems, retreat remains the best of them. He quickly spun around to flee, not forgetting to throw out a parting line, "Farewell." Thus began another chase between man and 3 fiends. He raced up the Golden Ridgeway, climbing while calculating his next move. The path was narrow, an ideal place to fight them. Step by step, Mingi ascended, muttering to himself, "This way, it'll be one-on-one. Once I reach the highest point, I'll take them all down in a single strike." Meanwhile, the creatures crept upward as well. Then, at a certain spot, he suddenly stopped. The hand clenched tightly onto the rail, making the energy blaze forth, the mystic fist extracting elemental force. Then, Mingi turned around, frowning, preparing for a true battle. Naturally, the Bloodstream Fiend leapt up, pointing its 2 sharp appendages at him. His fists blazed with fire as Mingi roared, "You think I don't dare to fight you?" With that, a terrifying surge of energy shot through the air. He struck directly at the grotesque weapon on its leg. One side shattered instantly. Mingi held his stance, cursing, "Die, monster." He swung his mighty fist upward, driving a blow straight into the Bloodstream Fiend's stomach. In a flash, all Mingi saw before him was a shred of flesh and fur as the creature, pierced clean through its abdomen, plunged helplessly through the air. He stood upon the rail, looking down in astonishment at his own power. This was the might of the mystic fist after absorbing the metallic attribute. How could it possibly smash through a monster of this tier outright? Not long after, another one arrived to meet its doom. Mingi tilted his head slightly, comparing, an evolved Bloodstream Fiend should at least reach the rank of battle commander, shouldn't it? He began cracking his knuckles, ready for combat. Come then. These things were indeed different after another stage of evolution. The second one swiftly twisted its body, climbing up from the vines behind. Mingi was pinned between them like meat in a hamburger. He wondered, trying to circle behind me, "Are you?" There was no other way. Mingi could only take things as they came. If he managed to get through, he would think about what came next. The Bloodstream Fiend above opened its maw again, saliva spraying everywhere. It leapt forward, blood-red eyes blazing, intending to end him on the spot. Those 2 razor-sharp weapons slashed downward, yet Mingi raised his arm to block them with ease. Seizing the momentum, he swung his fist high. Mingi instantly moved his arm. The Bloodstream Fiend's eyes bulged wide as it stared at his incoming strike. In the blink of an eye, Mingi's fist smashed into a pale, bony skeleton. He jolted in surprise. Bone armor? With that punch, it was strange the creature hadn't been sent flying. What truly unsettled him was how quickly these monsters could evolve. Mingi remained rooted in place, while the Bloodstream Fiend below had already reached him. Just as it raised its head to bite, he kicked it back hard. Mingi's foot struck directly against its jagged skeleton. He was about to throw a punch when he noticed several sharp bones protruding outward. Mingi froze in exasperation. Why are there even bones sprouting from the back of its head? This structure is just too chaotic. Lost in thought, he suddenly found himself surrounded. 2 of them lunged together, attacking from both sides. Alone, Mingi braved every kind of onslaught. After felling the one behind with a punch, he swung again, striking the ribs of the one in front with 2 blows. But they were as strong as oxen. His quick attacks landed squarely against their hardened arms. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, neither side willing to yield. Suddenly, one of them let out a deafening roar and opened its gaping maw wide right in front of Mingi. With one hand, he delivered an uppercut to its jaw, while with the other elbow he struck at the creature coming from behind. One was knocked down, but the one in front of him still stood stubbornly in place. Mingi stomped his foot on the tracks to gain momentum. Gritting his teeth, he hurled himself straight toward the bloodstream fiend. Mingi summoned every ounce of strength he had, punching it hard enough to drive it backward. Seething with rage, he called upon his energy and smashed it again, sending it skidding even farther. The bloodstream fiend quickly dug its claws into the ground to keep from being flung away. Is that all compared to these mutants? It sneered, unfazed, even laughing coldly. Mingi stood firm, clenching his fists tightly, ready to continue the fight. Suddenly, from behind, a train was barreling toward him. Before he could dodge, it slammed right into him. He swiftly ducked down off the tracks, gripping the rail with both hands, his whole body dangling in midair. Just minutes earlier in the surveillance room, it had been revealed that Mingi himself had devised this strategy. The power was still running here perfect. Then this was the place to eliminate the 3 remaining creatures. Back to the present, he glanced downward, swallowed hard, and muttered under his breath. From this height, if I fall, even if I don't die, I'll break a leg. Mingi shifted his gaze and spotted one creature advancing toward him. He murmured, "The last one." Mingi quickly retreated backward. With every step he took back, the bloodstream fiend advanced one step forward. It no longer wanted to play this game of chase. The bloodstream fiend let out a growl, deciding to leap forward, aiming to pounce on Mingi. Luckily, his reflexes were fast enough that he managed to grab hold of its 2 razor-sharp weapons from its legs. Risking everything, he dragged the bloodstream fiend down with him. Mingi shouted loudly, "Come down here. This beast is nothing more than a parasite on Dr. Zhao's body. If it dies, Zhao will only lose a few scraps of flesh. No matter who hits the ground first, both will fall to their deaths." As he plummeted, Mingi strained his muscles, lifted his body upward, and growled through clenched teeth, "Even if you die together with me, you will still claim victory, won't you?" Indeed, Mingi possessed boundless strength. Before long, he had already climbed onto its body, forcing the monster's arms across each other while bellowing, "If one of us must serve as the flesh cushion, the result will remain the same." At that moment, Mingi had seized the upper hand. The bloodstream fiend realized its fate was sealed, tears welled in its eyes and its whole body trembled. In the blink of an eye, its body crashed heavily to the ground. Standing amidst the billowing dust, he lamented, "That blow really did hit me hard." Mingi lowered his face, brushed the dust from his clothes, and cursed, "That damned beast thought itself righteous." By then, night had already fallen, and the scene grew peaceful. In a short while, he found a washroom to cleanse himself of the filth clinging to his body. On this side, Song Lan, dressed in seductive pajamas, was anxiously making a phone call. Mingi, why won't you pick up no matter how many times I call? Are you all right?" Only then did Mingi finally have time to answer. "My phone was on silent." She hurriedly relayed the news. "The government has already located the building you mentioned. They're now in the process of securing the entire place. Inside, they discovered several creatures that have been severely poisoned. They're currently carrying out a purge, but they said they still haven't seen you or Dr. Zhao." He pinned the phone between his shoulder and ear while shaking water off his hands, then spoke, "I'm at the amusement park right now. Dr. Zhao is the one behind this poisoning incident. He even planned to dump the toxic serum into the sewers, so that the entire underground system beneath Lanyang City would be contaminated." Song Lan could hardly believe what she heard, and pressed back, "How is that possible? How could Dr. Zhao do something so cruel?" Mingi explained, "I've already gotten hold of the serum. This serum may be the very cause of the poisoning. Most of the creatures exposed to it mutated while simultaneously developing antibodies." Holding it in his hand, he said pensively, "Some of our experts might be able to use the serum to formulate an antidote. That way, all the creatures poisoned in Nanchang City could recover. That makes this vial of serum extremely important, doesn't it?" Song Lan suddenly leapt to her feet and shouted, "Yes. You're at the amusement park right now, aren't you? I'll immediately call the government forces to come and back you up." Mingi glanced over the map once before stopping immediately. No, call them to the Nansheng Tower. I'm being hunted by Dr. Xiao, I can't stay here any longer. He frowned and reported, Dr. Xiao has mutated as well. Tell the government to send a top expert, otherwise he'll kill every last one of us. The only reply was a long buzzing tone from the phone. Mingi was left alone, running through the night. Suddenly, a figure in the distance caught sight of him sprinting desperately. In human form, Shuhua folded his arms with smug satisfaction and said, Mingi, so you really did come here. With his razor-sharp sixth sense, Mingi cast a quick glance, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Dr. Zhao had been right after all. Leaning lazily against a pillar, he greeted, Hello there, Mingi. Shuhua lifted a finger in a casual reminder. Aren't you going to take a look at who's up above? At that very moment, the people trapped in the high-rise game screamed loudly, Mingi, save us. Lives he treated as nothing, yet he put on the pretense of benevolence. I happened to run into them on the way. I was going to kill them right then, but they claimed to know you, so I let them keep their miserable lives. They clung in panic to their seats, crying out, Save us, Mingi. Some pitied him, others blamed him. This monster is after you, we're innocent. I don't want to die yet. Yu accepted her fate, eyes brimming with tears as she urged. Mingi, run quickly, you're no match for him, he's a master-level monster. Cries for help echoed through the air. Save me, Mom. Mingi stood below, hesitating in his heart. What should I do? I can't defeat Dr. Zhao after his mutation. He glanced sideways, calculating silently. I could abandon those 3 useless ones, but I can't leave Lin Yu behind. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. I have to stall for time, just hold on until the government forces arrive. That way, everyone can survive. With a wild look on his face, Shuhua spoke out, Well? Among these 4, is there anyone you care about? He tilted his head back, muttering to himself, A girlfriend, let me guess who it is. Do I even need to guess? Of course, it's the girl who told you to run. At those words, Yu froze, lowering her face. Her cheeks flushed red, sweat pouring down as she stammered in denial, No, it's not like that, we're just friends looking out for each other. Shuhua burst into laughter, pressing further, If you're just friends, is it really worth risking your life like this? Mingi shot him a glance and cut him off, There's a difference between humans and beasts, something you'll never understand. He walked slowly toward the game barricade, questioning in return, Are you calling me a beast? Mingi rubbed his chin mockingly, Back in the sewers, you rambled on about so many ridiculous things I found them utterly laughable. Mingi casually picked up a small leaf and continued, But as I see it, because there is life, because there are humans, the universe, though venomous, gains vitality. Life is the seedling of the universe's evolution. Suddenly, he burst into wild, frenzied laughter, screaming, Seedling of evolution, how exactly have humans evolved? Mingi clenched the leaf in his hand, explaining, Civilization and thought are both evolving, including ourselves, thus, humans have given rise to the extraordinary. Shuhua waved his hand dismissively, believing that the extraordinary was nothing more than a resilient virus with resistance. He frowned, stating his stance, It cannot be denied that some viruses are extremely difficult to kill, some even possess the ability to mutate and grow stronger. Hearing this, Mingi was dumbfounded, utterly speechless at the man. Shuhua, in turn, fixed his gaze on Mingi, waiting for the next words. Out of options, Mingi had no choice but to make a proposal, The 2 of us each have our own viewpoint, yet neither can prove it true, so it's very simple. Whoever is stronger is right, isn't that so? He scratched his chin, closed his eyes, and said with a foolish smile, However, I am human, I am the extraordinary while what exactly do you represent? At this, Shuhua roared in fury, The Heavenly Fist Universe will annihilate humankind. Mingi nodded, sighed, and replied, Very well then. He pulled a vial from his shirt and proposed, This is serum. If you beat me, this serum is yours. Shuhua curled his lip in a sneer, openly contemptuous, clearly underestimating his opponent. Mingi thrust his thumb at himself in provocation. If even a failed student from the supernatural academy like me can't beat you, then stop brainwashing yourself with that ridiculous red faith. He couldn't hold back and spat the words to his face. You're nothing but a petty, contemptible, useless beast among us humans. The man's face darkened, he raised his thumb as if bargaining. Must you make this so troublesome? If you don't hand them over, I'll kill all 4 of them. Mingi did not hesitate and answered defiantly, then kill them. Du broke into a cold sweat, pressing his lips together as he listened. The 4 of them were students of the Supernatural Academy. Xiao also gritted his teeth and trembled at the words. On their very first day at the academy they were already forced to stake their lives. While Mingi went on and on about protecting the country, the city, and its people at any cost, Showdown gaped, crying and inwardly protesting that it was all just talk. Xinghong shut his eyes tight, bracing for the tragic outcome despite his bold declaration. Trading their lives for the safety of all the people of Luanyang City was worth it. Xu Hua smirked, and several razor-sharp bony protrusions sprouted from his arm. Agreed. I'll kill them now. He felt no pain as he snapped one off to use as a weapon. Xu Hua swung his arm up high in excitement. The onlookers' eyes went wide and their mouths hung open when they saw it plunge straight into Xiao's thigh. He froze on the spot as well. Seconds later Xiao reacted. Tears fell as a plaintive cry escaped him. Why me? At that moment Mingi turned his back, holding up a sharp bone, his tone full of malice. This time I'll smash your pretty classmate's face to pieces. No sooner said than done. Xu Hua hurled it straight at Yu. As luck would have it, it struck the back of the chair, right beside her face. He exclaimed, "Oh my, how polite." His palm began to clench. Mingi tried to run straight ahead. His brows knitted, his eyes gone ashen. Xu Hua, frantic, gripped 4 bones in his hands and frowned in warning, "If you keep running, I'll stab every one of them into a honeycomb." As he ran he heard shouts ringing in his ears. Help! Mingi, run, I don't want to die. He no longer bothered to attack them, he ground his teeth and swore. Damn it, if he runs it'll be a real pain to chase him. Xu Hua suddenly smirked, a self-satisfied sneer, thinking to himself, although it'll take some time, it's the perfect way to torment him and swallow this grudge. Moments later, several sharp objects shot up from the ground, blocking Mingi's path. He stopped. Turn back, I agree with you. Just as planned, only then did he let out a light sigh of relief. Mingi turned to face that arrogant man. Xu Hua lifted his arm high, summoned that strange, ominous energy, and snarled, "Everything's finished." Then, stretching out his long arm, he thrust it forward. In an instant a terrible blast erupted. He had to raise his hand, eyes squinting, to shield himself from the swirling smoke and dust. Xu Hua reverted to his evolved form, his voice even, "We can fight, but if you run again this battle will be meaningless." He bluntly taunted, "This is our arena from now on, it's a shame you're so weak." Xu Hua spun the weapon in his hand with practiced skill and began to recount, "I heard you were hospitalized because you failed the Hero Academy entrance exam." He recalled Mingi in the emergency room, the accident that followed, and how he was finally brought to my hospital. Swinging his weapon in mockery, he added, "By the way, I was the one who performed your surgery. You're nothing but an anonymous pawn of failure who couldn't even pass the hero selection." The blade hovered close to his face as those heart-rending words were spat out. "No one came to visit you, even your classmates only felt sorry for you." Even more laughable, Xu Hua glanced at the sharp spikes jutting up in challenge. "Step outside the line once, and I'll kill one of your friends. I mean it, say it and I'll do it." Mingi slowly walked toward him, agreeing, "All right." Xu Hua cracked his knuckles and continued, "If you can defeat me, of course you can save them." From beneath his arm, a sharp crimson bone suddenly jutted out. Xu Hua sneered, "And of course, you could even become the hero who saved the entire city of Luanyang." He picked at his teeth with a toothpick and muttered, "No one ever cared to visit you, except for that one time they forced you to deliver flowers." The next second, Xu Hua furiously slashed apart something nearby. Several razor-sharp bones shot toward Mingi under his control, but Mingi immediately leapt up, dodging them with ease. Charging forward, he swung his arm mockingly. In that whole year, the number of people who came to see you could be counted on one hand. In the blink of an eye, Shu Hua's towering figure appeared right before Mingi. He was instantly struck by a fierce blow, his body hurled backward. Mingi bent forward, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Yu was not as fortunate as before. A bone pierced straight into her arm. She cried out in desperation, "Run, hurry!" Dropping to one knee, blood streamed from the center of his chest. Mingi trembled as he forced himself to stand, hearing Shu Hua's curse, "You should have died a year ago, Mingi. Why won't you wake up?" Immortal Shu Hua lightly licked his hand, asserting coldly, "Even if you've awakened now, nothing will change." Though gravely wounded, each of his steps still carried a majestic force of power. He seized the momentum and charged forward, while Mingi could only retreat, in just an instant reaching the boundary Shu Hua had drawn. His pupils flared crimson, a warning: "You step out of this boundary once, I'll kill one of your friends. My word is law." Shu Hua burst into mocking laughter, scornful. "To this world, you are nothing more than a mere grain of sand." His hand pressed against the bleeding wound. Exhilarated, he raised his arm and bellowed, "So go and die." At that very moment, Mingi swung out his blood-soaked hand. Droplets of blood shot forward with his motion, and in the blink of an eye, they splashed into Shu Hua's eyes. Taking advantage, Mingi leapt ahead while Shu Hua was still clutching his face, cursing that hateful rat. Mingi scraped his foot against the ground to steady himself. At the sound of that hiss, Shu Hua instinctively turned his head. Mingi, with a blazing fist, hurled himself toward him, retorting, "You make me sick. You're the truly pitiful one." Only then did Mingi realize that his own blood was the catalyst for the strongest form of mystic fist. Unleashed was a supreme technique blood slaughter fist. In the very next moment, smoke and dust erupted thick in the air. He gazed at Shu Hua lying unconscious before him, when a voice shouted, "Mingi, this is a rare chance kill that mutated monster now." Xiao was crying and begging Mingi, save us first, I'm about to bleed to death." Zidan turned over with a frown and reminded him, "Mingi, he's lost even more blood than you. You two really are weaklings." Yu is more worried about Mingi than anyone else. "Mingi, treat your wound first, you've already lost too much blood." Suddenly, two bones were thrown to the ground, and Shu Hua's voice rose, "You guys are doing just fine." He clutched the two bones stuck in his chest and promised, "Once I'm done here, Mingi, I'll send the rest of you down to reunite with him." The others froze at that, their faces stiff, and no one said another word. Shu Hua sprang up, yanking them out one by one, and snarled, "Your talent is fists, isn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than he took a punch straight to the cheek. His head whipped to the side, yet he still found the words to flatter, "Your fists are strong." Shu Hua twisted his head back disdainfully, "But useless against me." He recalled the time at the hospital, when Mingi had used the infernal flame fist to kill the mutant rat. A series of battle scenes against the mutant rats replayed in his mind. By then, Mingi's arm was bulging with veins, crimson spiritual energy flaring all around it. He said nothing, only dealt out punishment with a barrage of punches. It wasn't enough. Mingi lifted his leg and kicked Shu Hua with a sweeping strike. The next instant, he landed on the ground, his foot grinding against it for balance. That blow made Shu Hua clutch his chest and stumble backward a long distance. The mottled marks on his chest began to smoke, and Shu Hua grew even more delighted, absorbing various catalysts. "Your power manifests in different effects. What an intriguing gift." He lifted his head, brushed lightly a few times, and those wounds vanished. Shu Hua affirmed smugly, "But to deal with a master like me, that's still not enough." Xing Hong cast a glance over. "Showdown, stir up the past." "That's right, Mingi's innate ability is only gray level, something like luck, I think." "Nothing with combat use," she answered offhandedly, grimacing. "How should I know for sure? Anyway, he's a lot stronger than us right now." A second later, Showdown shouted, "Mingi, put in a little more strength and kill this monster." By then Shu Hua was standing before Mingi, crimson pupils glaring with scorn. My strength now is master level, not the cockroaches and maggots you're used to killing. Your silly little tranquil blue scrolls can't possibly beat me. He narrowed his eyes, grinning slyly. Do you enjoy the feeling of using all your power yet still being toyed with at someone else's whim? Shu Hua raised his face to the sky, spreading his arms wide in self-exaltation. In the end, you're nothing but weak. The Transcendents are the same. How could the likes of you ever compare to me? His gaze dropped down at him, sharp claws slowly emerging. Shu Hua reminded, and another thing, you're not the only one who can wield power. The moment the words left his mouth, the fist in his hand had already formed. And moment the words fell, a fist had already formed in his hand. Mingi narrowed his eyes, observing every single movement. When Shu Hua swung his fist down was the very moment he raised his own to meet it head-on. His power was so overwhelming that Mingi was knocked backward. Shu Hua sneered, leaping forward and lunging straight at him. The two of them exchanged relentless blows, equally matched in strength and skill. The battle was far from over. Mingi retreated step by step, his mind racing. After the man switched to pure fists, his speed had become even faster. In just a blink, thick clouds of dust and smoke blanketed the area. Shu Hua, still brimming with energy, summoned power into his fists once more. He thrust his muscular arm straight toward him. Mingi took a direct hit to the chest, his entire body flung upward into the air by sheer force. Seeing this, Shu Hua smirked in triumph and said, "A little gift for you." 8 bones from both sides of his ribs shot outward like sharp spikes. Under Shu Hua's control, they fired into the air. Mingi, still unable to regain his composure, could only raise his arms to shield his face. Shu Hua tilted his head back, muttering arrogantly to himself, with so many bone spikes, how could I possibly miss? Moments later, Mingi, clutching his battered body, crashed back down to the ground. He looked down at the crimson wound blooming on his chest. Shu Hua, unwilling to relent, pressed the advantage, drawing yet another bone from beneath his wrist. Almost forgot you've got that hidden talent of luck. Yet all it takes is one of these spikes. If it doesn't kill you, it'll cripple you. Looks like that lucky ability of yours still has some use. Shu Hua pulled it out mercilessly, a sharp snap echoing as he aimed straight toward the dangerous game and shouted. But your friend isn't so lucky. At that moment, Mingi finally raised his voice to stop him. What are you trying to do? Didn't we already make an agreement? A streak of violet flashed across his pupils. Shu Hua burst into laughter, declaring with certainty. I've always followed the conditions. Just take a look at where you're standing right now. In that critical instant, he realized he had crossed the barrier. Mingi was seized by an overwhelming sense of dread. This is bad, I've been thrown out of the boundary. Without hesitation, the bone spike shot through the wind, carrying with it a deathly decree. Because of your uselessness, one of your friends will die. Xiao Xinghong and showdown cried out in despair. No, no. Suddenly, Yu's pupils dilated to their fullest. The unlucky one struck by that loathsome spike was her. Yu froze, staring down at the weapon lodged in her chest, coughing up blood on the spot. In the blink of an eye, she collapsed after the 2 piercing wounds. Mingi stood there, shaken to the core. His eyes widened as he watched the one he loved being harmed. Lowering his head, his voice dripped with venom. You beast! At that moment, the terrifying energy within him was finally unleashed. He lifted his face, screaming in agony, his pupils burning red. Shu Hua still casually raised his hand to dodge, squinting as he judged. Don't be so tense. From the perspective of a professional doctor like me, as long as that bone isn't pulled out, she won't die immediately. He sneered devilishly as he announced, yet of course, if she wasn't treated within 5 minutes, she would certainly die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Mingi was steadily advancing toward the barricade bristling with bone spikes. Without hesitation, he pressed his palms against those razor-sharp points. Without pain, Mingi crushed them outright. He ferociously carved open a path, his hatred surging to its peak. Then within 5 minutes, I will definitely. Mingi's eyes blazed with light, the words kill you reverberating like the voice of death itself. Shuhua showed not the slightest hint of fear at his warning, instead, his aura only grew fiercer as he lunged forward. The two of them clashed once more like ravenous tigers pouncing on their prey. Mingi swung his fist straight into Shuhua's chest, but it did no damage. Shuhua mocked arrogantly. In the end, it's still nothing more than a mere tranquil blue talent. He drove his fist hard into Mingi's face, knocking it sharply to one side. Shuhua gloated with a smug reminder. Your power goes only this far. Even if you drained every drop of blood in your body, it still wouldn't be enough. But Mingi refused to yield, throwing punch after punch. Yet he only had to raise his veiny arm to block, his face openly scornful. If I don't even bother to strike back and just let you hit me, you'll bleed out and die soon enough. Shuhua countered with a straight blow to Mingi's head while sneering, that pitiful look of you going all out is truly pathetic. He clicked his tongue, baring his sharp teeth and striking at her psyche. How pathetic, just like when you were sent to the hospital. You know what? Doctors like us despise people like you the most, those who can't even succeed at destroying themselves. The two of them were locked in a life and death struggle. Shuhua screamed, if even destroying yourself is that easy and you can't manage it, what's the point of living? Obviously you want to die. Yet you still have to crawl into the hospital for us to save you, wasting so much of our precious effort. Now he was like a demon from hell, raising his sharp claws, aiming to stab straight into Mingi's head, his voice a snarl, you're nothing but a pitiful worm. No one cares about you at all. You're weak, useless, you failed even at self-destruction. Mocking words rang in her ears, do you know how much trouble your failure has brought your family? Because of you, she had to throw away her dignity. When it came time to pay the medical bills, she knelt before me, crying and begging me not to drag you out of that hospital room. With it came the image of Chinyu kneeling, weeping, and then selling herself to capitalists. Shuhua's voice grew more and more venomous, you and your sister clearly live at the very bottom of this city, slaving away for those with power. So why do you still have to put on that facade of grandeur? He crouched down, lowered his head and glanced back as he declared, let me end this miserable life of yours. Immediately Shuhua took a running leap and sprang upward. He pressed his hands together and licked his lips like a starving demon. But his words came out as if doing the other a favor, you don't need to be a burden to others anymore. Shuhua shot up into the air, craning his neck to look at the bone spikes sprouting on the backs of his hands as he spat, you're such an insignificant thing, not worth anyone's attention. A moment later, both his eyes flared with a savage purple light. Shuhua unleashed his secret move. He let out a roar that made the ground tremble violently as the oppressive technique NHNP took effect, and bone spikes immediately surged up from the earth at his command. Not long after, Shuhua slammed back down to the ground with a thud. He suddenly lifted his head, his pupils contracted as though something were amiss. Tilting his head, he smacked his lips in approval, not bad, but unfortunately, you've stepped outside the boundary. Before him were rings of bone spikes, and the other was driven to the brink, forced to stand outside the limit. Shuhua casually snapped one off, shifted his aim, and said, if you survive that hit of mine, it simply means another person will have to die. Then he finally spoke, first, I did not self-destruct. I value my life just as much as anyone else. He was no longer someone who understood such reasoning. Shuhua licked the weapon in her hand lightly, then brushed it aside, dismissing it as unimportant. You've let another one of your friends die. Mingi's face darkened as he presented his argument. Second, the one who isn't cared for isn't me, but you, Dr. Xiao. My sister cast aside her dignity to beg you, because she cared about this younger brother of hers. He recalled the moment Chinyu's eyes welled with tears out of worry for him. It's all right. Even if you never wake up for the rest of your life, I'll still come to visit you. Mingi then spoke of Song Lan. When the mutation broke out, the entire hospital staff scattered in panic, each scrambling for their life. Only Nurse Song refused to abandon the patient who had lain unconscious for a year. Her voice was etched into his mind. The unconscious trainee in room 409 has been left behind. Even if he never wakes up, I can't just abandon him. Even you urged her friends. Everyone, help Mingi. Mingi continued, his voice heavy with pain. I didn't abandon my classmate because Lin Yu rallied everyone in the dorm to pool together a considerable sum on my behalf. Shu Hua sneered, the corner of her lips curling as she glanced at the slumped face before her and asked. So what? That friend who raised donations for you is about to die right before your eyes. He lifted his head, his voice brimming with resolve. Lastly, my talent isn't just at the level of tranquil blue. Mingi's two fists erupted with their own energy. He explained, even if your body can heal itself, every punch I land on you leaves behind a fist mark. Mingi looked at the glowing little holes on his opponent's body and continued, in total, I've left behind 49 fist marks. Not long after, a vision of emerald fists was summoned in the sky, the ultimate profundity, his pupils glimmered with a green light. Mingi instantly leapt upward, charging straight at Shu Hua with countless fists. In that very moment, though sweat poured down, he refused to give up. Shu Hua's eyes were filled only with the streaks of fists flying toward him. He roared, I am the dignified representative of the heavenly fist, yet I'm being defeated by a worthless wretch who couldn't even pass the entrance exam of the Supernatural Academy. The moment he finished, a downpour of punches rained straight toward him, overwhelming in every way. The friends watching from above were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the sight. Mingi landed, gazing at the massive crater that had just formed, and said, Indeed, right now I am small and unworthy of notice. He stood upright, his clothes in tatters, but still declared fiercely. But I am still 10,000 times greater than a nauseating man like you. Having dealt with that bastard, Mingi rushed to the control panel and pressed the button to lower the Ferris wheel. A person had just set foot on the ground when they shouted, Death tier. Mingi's talent is a death tier. Everyone was in awe. Not only that, he even managed to unleash Central Soul. So strong. Showdown cried gratefully, Mingi, you're so strong. Thank you so much. Xinghong wondered aloud, has the academy gone blind? How could they fail to detect someone as powerful as you? There's something wrong with their testing system. She agreed, surely the exam proctor had made a mistake. But he paid them no mind and quietly walked toward you. She slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak, Mingi, I'm going to die. Zidan turned to look over and said, No, you won't. Mingi gently placed his hand on Du's shoulder, reassuring her, the government people are on their way. She softly praised him, Mingi, you're amazing. We didn't even know. Xiaozhan could only give a wry smile after everything that had happened. Suddenly Zidan shouted, the government people are here. Xinghong turned his head, eyes wide as he scanned the area. He spun around to warn, stop talking. Seeing this, they all raised their hands together and waved, we're here, we're here. Seeing the signal, the others hurried over. Commander Luo Lin instructed Qingwu, I'll go handle the wounded. You deal with the monster. The medics shouted to one another, over here, quick, there's a wounded student. Xinghong pointed toward Du, urging, hurry. She raised her voice to remind Mingi. Step aside and let the medical staff handle this. Hearing that, he backed away, and the doctor began examining Du's condition. This bone spur hasn't been removed yet. If treated in time, it shouldn't pose a life-threatening risk. Luo Lin, panicked at the sight of the wounds covering Mingi's body, shouted, your injuries are also very serious. Let us help you treat them. Meanwhile, as the nurse urged those behind to prepare for a blood transfusion and hurry with the arrangements, she reported the situation. When we arrived here, we detected the energy waves of a master-class mutant creature. The fact that all of you are still alive is already a great stroke of luck. A doctor quickly came to administer first aid to him. Luo Lin folded her arms and questioned, that's right, where did that master-class mutant creature go? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Lin Changwu, Sunblaze rank, reassured, it's safe now. Seeing this, she warned, carrying out a mission cannot be taken so lightly. Luo Lin turned her head to the side, frowning suspiciously. That monster might still be lurking nearby. He pointed his thumb toward the massive hole and reported, "That monster is already dead. White smoke is still rising from there." Qingwu added, "Its corpse is lying inside that pit." He gave his report. It was a mutant human, most likely using the source of pollution to transform and mutate itself. It was like a bolt from the blue. Luo Lin gasped and asked again, "Dead?" She glanced around in disbelief and pressed, "How could it be dead? Who killed it?" The three of them all pointed at Mingi. She followed their gaze, then stepped toward him, half in doubt. "It was you." Mingi calmly produced a vial of purple liquid to confirm. "Yes, it was me. I was the one who reported this to you. My name is Mingi. This is the source of contamination I stole from Dr. Xiao. Don't move." He held it out. He intended to pour this into the drainage system. Luo Lin stared at it for a long moment, her expression puzzled. Then, gripping it tightly in her hand, she asked, "But how did you manage it?" Leaning forward slightly, he hesitated before answering. "When he wasn't paying attention, I slipped my hand into his coat pocket and took it." The doctor, seeing this, warned, "Don't move." Luo Lin's voice grew more urgent. "What I'm asking is, how could you possibly kill a master-level mutant creature?" Mingi raised his fist in reply. "With fists. My extraordinary power is fists." Again the doctor warned, "Don't move." She had a headache, holding her forehead, frowning in curiosity. "Wait, let me ask you this, what rank of superhuman are you? Which squad do you belong to?" He calmly presented the information of an elite trainee rank. Luo Lin brushed it aside and said, "Nonsense, do you even know that not long ago this monster killed several moonlight-level superhumans?" Showdown cut in to testify, "Commander, Mingi really just became a superhuman." The doctor had only just finished the procedure and wrapped him up. Mingi turned and softly said, "Thank you." Zidan pointed out a crucial fact that he hadn't even managed to qualify for the Superhuman Academy entrance. Luo Lin's pupils suddenly widened to the fullest. She furrowed her brow, turned to the person beside her, and said, "So it was him. What exactly was he puzzled about me?" Amid Qingwu's doubt, Luo Lin pointed accusingly, "You're that arrogant student who refused to follow my command on the other end of the phone that day." The doctor approached and suddenly recognized him. "Aren't you the hero who saved all the doctors at our hospital? Your name is Mingi, isn't it? Earlier your face was covered in blood, so I didn't recognize you." Cheng Wu suddenly placed a hand on Mingi's shoulder. "He just spoke so highly of you. Looks like this time you really are the hero who resolved the great threat to Lanyang City." Cheng Wu smiled with self-reproach. "We high-level superhumans truly had no place to put our skills to use." Mingi cast a glance over and humbly replied, "I only tried my best to buy time. Just protecting my classmate well, that's all." Luo Lin let out a little sound of surprise as a hint. "Are you interested in joining our government organization, Superhuman? The benefits are excellent, the salary is sky-high, and every colleague looks like a celestial beauty." Hearing that, Changwu cast a sideways glance and muttered, "Where did your shame go?" She gnashed her teeth and asked again, "What did you just say?" He quickly waved his hand, teasing, "How could your commander possibly compare with them? TSK. Luo Lin didn't bother to care. Resting one hand on her hip, she winked and repeated, "Just think it over. Your name is Mingi, right? You live in the Southern District. The Superhuman Academy may not need you, but our government organization always welcomes you to join." Mingi gave a wry smile and replied vaguely, "I'll think about it." Suddenly, his whole body swayed, and his voice grew fainter, "I'll think about it." Luo Lin and Shang Wu looked at this in confusion. Everyone rushed over to support him. The doctor checked his heartbeat and concluded, "He's probably just overexerted himself. With such serious injuries and so much blood loss, he's fallen unconscious." She immediately gave the order, "Quick, move him to the hospital. You, go get the reporters ready for a press conference." The next day, the anchorwoman of the newsflash reported, thanks to the tireless efforts of the Superhuman Academy, the Hunters Association, and the government organization, all mutant creatures in the southern district outskirts of Lanyang City have been completely eradicated. Among them, one superhuman made outstanding contributions. He discovered the source of the contamination and stopped it from spreading in time. This hero is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. Once he regains consciousness, we will proceed with the interview. Scene shifts to Lanyang City Hospital, where Song Lan is still sitting by the bedside, gazing at Mingi's unconscious face. Not long after, his eyes slowly opened. She exclaimed with joy, "You've finally woken up." Song Lan hurriedly added, "You've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. We thought you might never wake up again." Still not fully aware of his situation, he raised his hand to rub his head and asked, "Dr. Song, why are you here?" Lowering her face, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "I was assigned here to take care of you." Standing up, Song Lan bent slightly forward with a bright smile and announced, "You are now the hero of Lanyang City. There are many reporters outside waiting to interview you." But Mingi paid no attention to that and only asked about his friend. "By the way, where's Lin Yu? How is she doing?" Song Lanjin comforted him, "She's still receiving treatment in the intensive care unit. I've already spoken to her attending doctor on your behalf. She has successfully made it through the critical stage." She placed a pillow behind his back, helping him lean against it, then continued, "From now on, all you need to do is focus on recovering well." Relieved, Mingi let out a happy sigh. "That's good to hear." Suddenly, the door to the ward opened, and a voice followed. "How is everything?" General Li of the government organization entered with Luo Lin. He asked with concern, "Are you feeling any better?" He turned his face politely and replied, "Much better now, it wasn't really a big deal at all." Song Lan cut in, "His constitution is very good, and his recovery rate is much faster than that of ordinary people." Luo Lin clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Excellent, that makes you even more suited to our government organization. What we need most are superhumans with such extraordinary physiques like yours." General Li's heels clicked together as he stood straight and solemnly called out Mingi's name. His face was taut like a drawn bowstring as he said, "You uncovered Zhao Shuhua's conspiracy and promptly stopped the threat of the pollutant from spreading across the city." He bowed his head, speaking with genuine gratitude. "First of all, on behalf of the government organization of Gulanyang City, I thank you for your tremendous contributions." Mingi bowed in return and answered, "It was simply my duty." Suddenly, General Li clicked his tongue as if signaling something. Mingi froze for a moment, trying to guess his next move. Luo Lin caught on immediately and suggested, "Song Lan, as it happens I have the day off today, why don't we go out and get something to eat?" Song Lan chimed in cheerfully, "Sure, it's been a while since I last took a stroll with you." As they walked, she playfully coaxed, "Bubble tea, seafood, sweets, not a single one can be left out." The commander gently placed his hand on Song Lan's back and readily agreed, "All right, today it's my treat." After they had left, General Li slowly pulled out a chair and sat down. Mingi asked curiously, "Do you have something important you wish to discuss privately with me?" He retorted, "How do you know I have something important to say to you?" He quickly pointed out Luo Lin's sharp observation. "Didn't that female officer just find an excuse to take Nurse Song away?" General Li smiled in praise. "Your power of observation is impressive." He recounted, "I've already asked Nurse Song and your friend about your situation with Dr. Zhao. In terms of true strength, you're far from being able to defeat Zhao Shuhua." A pensive tone followed. "But you actually did defeat him. It must have been difficult for you." Many superhumans still believe that the higher the superhuman level, the stronger the person. Kai Quan had once scoffed, "Sorry, we don't take rookies." General Li sternly refuted those words, but in truth, that wasn't the case. Superhumans not only had to make good use of their extraordinary abilities but also needed to wield their intellect. "You did that exceptionally well." He reflected, "Maybe it's just that my hidden gift is luck. I'm a bit luckier than ordinary people." He immediately rejected that. Don't be modest. Luck can only protect your life for a short while. You fought Zhao Shuhua for that long, there's no way it was just luck. Mingi closed his eyes, sighing as he cut in, you overpraise me. At that moment, General Li brought up another story. Mingi, I wonder if Zhao Shuhua ever said anything to you. He's always spouting twisted nonsense, like how humanity is nothing more than cancer cells. Shuhua's voice still seemed to echo faintly somewhere. This universe was never meant to give birth to life. Those creatures invading Earth are nothing more than the immune system of the host, the heavenly fist universe. Their duty is to wipe out all of humankind. If there were no life, how quiet the universe would be. But suddenly, one day, life appeared. That was no different from bacteria multiplying inside this universe. Humanity is the king of bacteria, like cancer cells. He spoke half in riddles, half in truth, about Heavenly Fist. What he said was not entirely madness. Mingi seemed rather indifferent, glanced over, and let out a casual exclamation. General Li bent forward, clasped his palms together, and began to explain, according to our research, the monsters invading our world all come from meteors. Each meteor harbors a species of life that poses a threat to the survival of mankind. All living beings are driven by instinct, and the foremost instinct of all life on Earth is survival. But do you know what the greatest instinct of those creatures from meteors flying through the cosmos is? He bluntly released two words, slaughter. The general rose to his feet and affirmed, yes, their instinct is slaughter. Slaughter until humanity is utterly annihilated. Mingi suddenly raised a great question, General Li, could it be that humankind truly is the cancer of this universe? General Li turned away, reached for his plain water flask, and replied, survival is the greatest instinct of humankind, and our second greatest instinct is exploration. I cannot answer this question of yours, because humanity is still in the stage of exploring the universe. He slowly poured the water, speaking a sentence that seemed nonsensical. What is the ultimate truth? Even the most advanced superhumans or cosmologists have no way to answer this question of yours. Mingi lightly grasped the bedsheet as he replied. If this universe truly no longer needed us, if it wanted us to perish, then it wouldn't have granted us superhuman powers, wouldn't have allowed humanity's superhumans to possess the strength to stand against those monsters. What would be the point otherwise? He reached out to take the cup of water while pouring out his thoughts in a rush. Indeed, you're right. Humanity having superhumans is the most compelling evidence to refute that assumption. Perhaps humanity itself is the living cell of this universe, and those monsters are merely the bacteria part of the process in the search for the ultimate truth. Mingi affirmed one thing, we absolutely cannot be defeated by these monsters. General Li clenched his fist, his voice full of determination. The superhumans will be our guardians, ensuring that the flame of human civilization continues to flow on. He suddenly realized his own duty. I am now also a superhuman, yet I am still not strong enough to protect all of humanity. Mingi looked down at the reflection of the three people he loved most in the glass of water, murmuring, but at the very least, I will protect the ones closest to me. He let out a sigh, slipped his hand inside his coat, and continued. That's enough talk for now. I have two matters to confirm with you, and I hope you'll cooperate. General Li pulled out a stack of papers as he spoke. First, a year ago, our astronomy division detected a meteor that was hailed as the goddess. After it entered our atmosphere, it suddenly altered its trajectory. Once it crossed into our skies, it exploded. And you, by sheer chance, happened to be right near the crater of that meteor, which left you unconscious for an entire year. Mingi tightened his grip on the stack of papers in his hand and murmured, so that's how it was. General Li frowned, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What did you see back then? Mingi answered, recalling only the blinding radiance that engulfed the heavens. Images from the past surged through his mind. At the very moment danger drew near, he had been struck off his motorbike. After that, nothing but darkness. His voice sank lower as he added, very soon after, I lost consciousness. But General Li pressed on, are you certain you saw nothing else? After the meteor fell, nothing unusual appeared? He shook his head, doubtful. No. At least, nothing I could see. Could it be that this meteor brought forth some kind of monstrously dangerous creature? General Lee rose to his feet, stepped over to draw back the curtain, and recounted, "We classify disasters into 12 levels, from 1 to 12. A level 1 disaster carries destructive force akin to a tornado." He turned back, raising a hand as he explained, "And the mutated monster incident in the southern outskirts of Lanyang City has been designated a level 3 disaster. Zhao Shuhua originally intended to exploit the contamination of the water pipes to ascend to a level 6 calamity, but fortunately, you managed to stop him in time." Mingi jolted in shock, shouting, "This aberration is this severe, and all it did was kidnap an old woman?" He lifted his face, pensive, and continued, "The celestial maiden meteor we have been monitoring after preliminary inspection, we have decided to classify it. A level 9 calamity was mentioned as a kind of supernatural force poised to descend upon the entire city." Panic-stricken, his pupils dilated as he repeated, "Level 9. General Lee turned his back toward Mingi and confirmed, "Yes, it has the power to destroy an entire province, even this whole Huanan region." The meteor itself was not frightening. What was terrifying was the thing it carried with it. Mingi, somewhat apprehensive, exclaimed, "Far too terrifying." He narrated further, continuing, "Last year, in our Huanan region, there appeared a level 8 calamity. Inside that meteor was an emperor-class monster." "That's right," he went on, "the source of contamination this time is in fact the blood of that very emperor-class monster. That vial of blood was hoarded in secret by a merchant back then." You interjected, saying, "The blood of an emperor-class monster alone could bring such devastation upon a city." General Lee waited out and said, "Which is why whatever lies within the celestial maiden is just as terrifying, perhaps even a threat to all of humanity." With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked toward the window and offered his reasoning, "Our government organization has been searching at that meteorite crater for a long time, yet still has found nothing. You were not only the closest witness, but also the one struck by the meteor. I just want to ask you for a few important clues." Mingi blamed himself. "I'm terribly sorry, but there truly isn't any valuable clue on me at all." General Lee turned back and replied, "It's fine, I only came to ask just to be sure. The object from that meteor could very well be on another meteor, fallen in another place, or even in another country." He suddenly wondered, then what about the second matter General Lee wanted to mention? The general repeated Luo Lin's request. Luo Lin kept insisting, "I recommend you, hoping that you could join our government organization." General Lee bent down, gripping the edge of the sickbed, and sighed in admiration, "Your lucky ability truly has brought you fortune. After being in a coma for an entire year, you awakened an ability of the Dominion type, what's more, at the Deathfatch level. Truly, a blessing in disguise." Mingi gave a wry smile and admitted, "Yes, indeed a blessing in disguise." He solemnly proposed, "So, what do you think? Join us." He did not rush, giving a reason, "I need to discuss it with my sister first." General Lee nodded in affirmation, "Very well, our government organization will always welcome you." Then he walked toward the door, bidding farewell, "In that case, I won't disturb your rest any further." Suddenly, Mingi shouted loudly, "General Lee, wait!" Startled, General Lee turned his head back and hastily asked if he had recalled some crucial clue, but instead, Mingi scratched his head awkwardly and brought up the matter of the reward. "Finding the source of the pollution, doesn't that mean receiving a reward worth 200,000 stars?" He burst out laughing, firmly assuring, "Rest easy, not a single coin of yours will be missing." Mingi replied awkwardly, "Thank you." Then General Lee also left, leaving him alone in the vast hospital room. Mingi closed his eyes, murmured, and entered meditation cultivation. Within his heart at that moment stood a grand statue placed in the middle of an arena. He slowly stepped forward and spoke, "What General Lee said just now, you must have heard as well, right?" The statue gradually cracked apart, its eyes glancing down toward Mingi as spiritual energy seeped through the fractures. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant surge of emerald energy shot up into the sky. Mingi had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the terrifying force. Alone, he stared at the woman suspended in midair and asked himself, "You are the ninth-level calamity, aren't you?" The image of Xiao grew clearer and clearer until she appeared before Mingi. With anger in her voice, she snapped, "Who do you think I am?" Her body floated high above as she continued, "At the very least, I am level 11. Mingi lifted his face to look at her and asked, "Are you truly here to annihilate humanity?" Xiao furrowed her brows and answered, "And what if I am?" "You heard what that doctor said. Everything he told you was the truth. It's your kind's greed that has driven the universe into such resentment." He stepped back onto the stair behind him, his voice carrying sorrow, "Then all the more reason I cannot let you out." Seeing Mingi sit down firmly on the ground, refusing even to look at her face, Xiao gritted her teeth, "Damn it, who was it that granted you such an extraordinary, overpowered gift? You just teleport and suddenly appear right in front of me?" She furrowed her brows in frustration and snapped, "Who let you enter the meditation space to cultivate while unconscious for an entire year? If it weren't for me, how could you have defeated that mutated doctor?" Mingi replied sorrowfully, "We're in a state of symbiosis now. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Xiao narrowed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "If it hadn't been for that accident during my descent, this goddess wouldn't have had to stay inside your body. A host like you isn't worthy of me." He raised his head to look at her floating before him and said slowly, "General Lee once said, the greatest instinct of your kind is killing. But you're the opposite. Your greatest instinct is survival. No matter how weak I am, for the sake of survival you had no choice but to choose me as your host." Xiao glared at him and shouted, "Don't lump me together with those lowly creatures. I am a being of supreme intellect. In human terms, I am a goddess." She floated closer and closer to Mingi's face, her voice unable to hide its impatience. "And another thing, do you think it's easy to find a suitable host? Out of hundreds of millions of people, not even one. Even though you needed a long adaptation period after birth, you still took an entire year to adjust, which is ridiculous." He stared straight into Xiao's eyes and said calmly, "You kept me unconscious for a whole year, so just think of the extraordinary gift you granted me as compensation." Knowing that arguing now was pointless, she waved her hand to make peace. "All right then, let's call a truce." Mingi clicked his tongue. "Your greatest instinct is survival, then you're no different from the human life forms on our Earth." Curious, Xiao bent down so her eyes were level with his. "What do you mean by that?" Mingi lifted his gaze to the sky and replied, "You probably don't even know the true nature of the universe, do you? You're only following its will." Extending his hand before her as an invitation, he smiled lightly and spoke with sincerity, "Then let me show you around our world. Perhaps you might change your mind? I won't deny that our world has its flaws, some parts that aren't pleasant to look at, but overall, it's still beautiful. Besides, you are also very beautiful. I'm glad to have met you. Let's work together happily, shall we?" Xiao snorted coldly and brushed his hand aside. "The prerequisite for happy cooperation is that you must train diligently for me. To nearly lose your life just dealing with a pseudo-master level creature? This goddess has no intention of being buried alongside you." Puzzled, Mingi repeated, "Pseudo-master level?" "Yes." With a flick of her hand, a glowing blue screen floated in the air. Arching an eyebrow proudly, she declared, "Come now, let me create a few formidable opponents for you to practice against." Stretching his body with an exaggerated yawn, he flopped onto the stone floor, his drowsy voice tinged with laziness. "Don't. I'm exhausted. I need rest too." Mingi closed his eyes. Xiao's voice echoed faintly in his ears, but he paid it no mind, not even within meditation. His eyes remained tightly shut for a long while, then suddenly Mingi's eyes flew open, a thought of a level 9 catastrophe flashing across his mind. His brows and gaze unconsciously sharpened as he realized he had truly awakened from a strange dream. Placing a hand on his left chest, Mingi silently pondered how his body could actually be harboring such a dangerous nuclear warhead. If he were to tell others about her, she would probably explode, and the consequences afterward would be unpredictable. He let out a quiet sigh and lifted his face, staring distantly out the window. If I can change her, then I will have resolved a level 9 catastrophe for humanity. For now, I should cooperate with her first. After that, at a towering skyscraper, a swarm of reporters appeared from nowhere, surrounding the place. They pushed and shoved, no one giving way to anyone else. A girl holding a microphone shouted loudly, "The hero who stopped this mutation crisis is about to be discharged. We're finally going to meet him." An annoyed young man with a camera asked the person next to him, "Weren't we told our station was the only one allowed to interview him? Why are the other stations here too?" The man beside him pointed forward and shouted, "He's out, there he is." As Mingi walked out wearing a tightly fitted mask, the reporters instantly swarmed around him. One of them, thrilled, exclaimed, "Hero, why are you wearing a mask? You're going to be on TV." The cameraman squeezed in as well, "Quick, take off the mask and let everyone see your face." The others clamored noisily, "Hero, say a few words." Seeing that he did not respond, those people pressed on even harder, closing in on him. "They're noisy, say something, hero, just say a few words." Mingi closed his eyes, let out a long breath, then looked straight ahead, not the least bit flustered. His resolute voice rang out, "I only did my best to protect the people beside me. As for eliminating that master-level monster, the credit belongs to the government, the academy, and the guilds." Every word Mingi spoke was being broadcast live on the major television stations. Each and every person who sacrificed themselves for the Southern District was a hero of the city of Lanyang. Lying in the hospital, Linyu listened to those words, her heart brimming with joy until tears welled up in her eyes. The cameras shifted steadily across the screen to those around them, and people could go interview them. Even Xing Hong, in the middle of eating, had to stop and exclaim, "Mingi said it so well." Xiao nodded in approval, "Mingi is really cool." Everyone holding a phone was listening to Mingi's interview. Even in the desolate cemetery, his voice lingered in the air. Each and every person who sacrificed themselves for the Southern District was a hero of the city of Lanyang. It made Kai Quan bite his lip, his eyes brimming with tears. At last, he reached out and touched 2 gravestones. Kai Quan's voice trembled, choked with sobs. "Huang Feng, Shaolan, did you hear that? Our squad is a hero of the city too." In the park, Mingi lifted what he wore around his neck and analyzed, "With the situation as it is, it's best not to appear before the public. If not, one day I might end up being taken into a lab and dissected. By then, my youth would already be gone." Seeing the bank account notification that he had received 200,000 coins, he burst out laughing gleefully, "I've struck it rich. Come on, sis, let me take you out to spend it big this time." As Mingi walked toward his sister's nearby ice cream truck, he thought to himself, luckily, he had asked Nurse Song not to tell her. If she knew he'd been hospitalized again, she would worry herself sick. Xinyu looked up, startled, when she saw him running over. "Mingi, why are you here already?" He raised his phone excitedly and said, "Sis, the government rewarded me for doing a good deed. Let's take the day off, I'll treat you to a restaurant." She shook her head slightly, "No, if this batch of ice cream doesn't sell out, it'll be a waste. Keep the money, save it for later when you really need it." Grinning brightly, he dashed into the ice cream stand. Mingi said with confident determination, "Then let me help you. Once we sell everything, we'll go eat at a restaurant." Xinyu scolded softly, "You don't study diligently at home to prepare for next year's exam, and instead you come here wasting time like this?" She looked at him, her voice gentler now. "This morning the news reported that a young hero helped the Southern District resolve the mutation incident. Look at how incredible he is. Why don't you learn from him? Don't you want to become a superhuman and protect this city? You must take him as your example and keep striving. I believe you'll definitely pass the Superhuman Academy exam." Hearing this, Mingi immediately thought, "Sister, I'm the one," but he didn't dare to say it aloud, only scratched his head shyly. "The doctor said I need to exercise more and breathe fresh air, so let me help you." Placing both hands near his mouth, he began shouting loudly, "Ice cream cones here. Come buy ice cream cones, any flavor you like." Seeing Mingi's antics, Xinyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seemed that because of his shouting, more people were beginning to gather in by. From a distance, Luolin leaned against a tree, watching the ice cream cart, murmuring softly, "This fool could clearly become the center of the entire city, admired by everyone, yet he refused and came here to help his sister. After all, he truly is a good man." From the cart came Mingi's voice, "Strawberry, banana, mango, any flavor you want." While he kept calling out to customers, suddenly the sound of a ringing phone broke in. Walking a bit farther away from his sister, he finally dared to answer. "Hello." On the other end came a woman's voice. "This is Luolin, combat commander of the Nanchung district." Mingi glanced nervously at Xinyu, then replied, "It's you." Still watching him from afar, Luolin asked, "That invitation to join our organization last time, have you thought it over carefully?" Mingi slowly stepped away from the ice cream stand and answered, "I've thought about it. My sister has raised me and supported my studies for so many years." He spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "She really hopes I'll enter the Academy of the Extraordinary. I also plan to review this summer, and when the term begins, I'll take the exam." Luolin nodded. "That's fine, you're still young, there's no need to join such high-intensity security work so soon." Mingi continued, "After graduation, I'll join the organization." Her calm voice came through from the other end of the line to explain, "Actually, our organization also has a special unit, called Dragon's Tooth. The members of Dragon's Tooth are very free, not restricted at all. Normally, there isn't much to do, and they're also free to join other legal superhuman organizations as they wish." Before the gleaming dragon emblem, Luolin spoke slowly, "As long as, when the organization is in danger, you lend a hand. Not only will you receive the authority of an officer, but you'll also be given an annual salary. You're short on money, aren't you? The tuition fees at the Superhuman Academy aren't cheap." Mingi hesitated. Luolin quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't restrict your freedom. You'll decide which missions to take on. All you need to do is help us at least twice a year, and your salary is guaranteed." He said earnestly, "In truth, if needed, anyone can reach out to me. Contributing to the nation is the duty and responsibility of every superhuman." She replied with satisfaction, "You said it yourself. From this day forward, you are officially a member of our Dragon's Tooth team. Let's work well together." Mingi smiled brightly, "Let's work well together." A gentle breeze rustled the trees, sending leaves drifting through the air. At that moment, Mingi was standing there, waiting for his sister to finish her work. Xinyu stretched as she walked over to him, finally done with the selling. "Who was calling you?" Mingi replied, "It was someone from the government organization." His eyes lit up with joy. "They've already arranged a side job for you, with a very high salary. Now you'll be earning too. You won't have to work from morning till night anymore. We can even move to another house." She exclaimed, "Really?" Mingi nodded firmly. "Really?" Xinyu spoke with pride, "Then we must celebrate. Let's go eat at a restaurant. I've never had seafood before." He shouted excitedly, "Let's go, we're going to a seafood restaurant." At the seafood restaurant, a table full of shrimp and crabs was served, looking incredibly appetizing. Laughter and chatter filled the air. As soon as Mingi placed a huge crab claw in Xinyu's mouth, he immediately brought her another dish. "Try this one." After eating to their heart's content, the two went shopping together. Pretty dresses were draped over her, and she was still holding two outfits in her hands. He kept praising her, "You look beautiful." At last, they arrived at their new home. Mingi bowed his head respectfully, inviting her inside. Xinyu couldn't hide her amazement, letting out a gasp. The two of them walked out to the balcony to admire the beautiful scenery in the distance. He spoke with determination, "Even though it's just rented for now, I'm really happy. Very soon, I'll be able to buy this house." Xinyu leaned forward slightly and softly replied, "It's already wonderful now." He said seriously, "It will be even better." She gently said, "I've always believed in you. As if suddenly remembering something, Xinyu happily turned to Mingi and said, "Oh right, you're a superhuman now too. If you ever happen to meet that mysterious hero, don't forget to thank him on my behalf." He stared blankly and asked, "Huh?" Her gaze drifted into the distance, the wind tossing her hair as her tone softened. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "You must thank him. I heard that hero risked his life to protect our Lanyang city, fighting against someone far, far stronger than himself. He could have run away, but instead chose to stand and fight until the very end." Recalling the image of that man desperately battling the villain, Xinyu continued, his whole body drenched in blood, wounds everywhere, he nearly got killed by that monster. And yet, thinking of the children laughing and running excitedly to my ice cream truck, her voice leveled, the kids in the park able to enjoy their ice pops, and us able to live in our new home. The beautiful scenes unfolding before Xinyu's eyes only deepened her admiration for that hero. Everyone can live peacefully in this city all thanks to the superhumans. Resting a hand gently on Minghi's shoulder, Xinyu said softly, "So if you ever get the chance to meet him, you must thank him, understand?" But she had no idea that the very person she spoke of was her own younger brother. He obediently replied, "Sister, I'll be sure to pass your words on to him." Warm water streamed down over Minghi's body, tracing across the scars both large and small. He smiled faintly, "No need to thank me, because everyone deserves for me to fight until the very last drop of blood." After that, Mingi elevated every aspect of himself. From muscles honed by daily training to raw strength, lifting weights that must have weighed several tons. He also built endurance by running and practicing martial arts tirelessly every single day. In addition, he went to the library to supplement his theoretical knowledge, for actual combat was his ultimate destination. Closing the book, Mingi shut his eyes and took a deep breath, and then his body was transported to another dimension. At that moment, Xiao, with her green screen, sat cross-legged, floating in midair. She spoke, "Dr. Zhao's data, after the mutation was completed, has simulated 90% of his fighting style. For now, you should just train against his phantom." The moment the tall man appeared before him, Mingi immediately assumed a stance. "If it's him, then I won't be holding back." Xiao nodded in agreement. "Of course. What's important now is to strengthen your physique. Your brain processes information very well, it's mainly that your body can't keep up with your reaction speed." As she spoke, she glanced at the data that had just appeared before her, which read, Mingi, Moonwine rank, height 181 cm, weight 70 kg, innate ability, 1. Extraordinary passive ability, luck. Grants basic abilities a tendency to develop in a favorable direction, making it easier to encounter rare items. Innate talent 2, the superhuman combat type ability Mystic Fist Grey grants the basic power-up Tranquil Blue, erupting into the Spirit Art Violent Soul Fist Soul of Violet Central Soul Star Scar Fist Toon Crimson Lord Absolute Domain still unknown. Xiao's voice softly rang out, "If we classify according to the human power scale, then right now you're probably at Moon Brew level. The Solar Corona rank realm is very close. With such strength already, it won't be easy for you to die anymore." A precise strike was unleashed, fist driving straight into the belly of the phantom before him. Mingi simultaneously replied, "Does it mean that once I reach the Solar Corona rank, I'll be able to unleash the Absolute Domain?" She nodded, "Yes, because your Mystic Fist is a superhuman talent at the Crimson Lord level." Xiao continued to analyze, "If you can unleash the Absolute Domain, then even Dr. Zhao would be nothing more than an ant." Recalling what the teacher once taught, the man before him was poised to counterattack, yet he did not waver. Mingi remembered the lessons from before, abilities are divided into many types. Gray grade talents grant speed, strength, and reflex categories. Mingi recalled the time when the robot exploded, losing part of its body, while his ability belonged to the fist type. Xiao explained, Tranquil Blue grade talents possess all the powers of gray grade talents, but they also grant a superhuman the ability to erupt with spirit arts, such as controlling fire or controlling wind, just like Huang Feng. Mingi's fist tore through the air as it surged forward. In his mind, a thought resounded. "And mine is the storm unleashed through Mystic Fist." She continued speaking, "The innate gift of seizing the soul of Violet grants the power of a Grey Tier endowment, bestowing upon a superhuman the ability to explosively unleash spirit arts in central soul, such as summoning raging flames, calling forth heavenly thunder, controlling waterspouts. Streams of fire and storms of lightning manifest vividly and unmistakably. Then think of my strikes, like thousands of ice blocks hurtling forward. What I wield is the Star Scarfist tomb. In the past, Mingi had raised his hand to ask the teacher, what about the Crimson Lord Tier endowment? The teacher only gave a faint smile and replied, you must first enter the Superhuman Academy to have a chance to learn about it. Xiao closed his eyes, pointing a finger toward the sky as he said, the Crimson Lord Tier endowment not only possesses the power of the Grey Tier, the explosive spirit arts of the tranquil blue central soul of the soul of Violet, but also grants a superhuman the ability of absolute domain. With absolute domain, your power grows stronger while your opponent's is suppressed. At that moment, they will be forced to play by your rules, as though in a game where all the regulations are entirely in your favor. Nimbly retreating to dodge the man's strike, Mingi asked, can I try it? I want to give it a try. She crossed her arms, eyeing him with suspicion, and replied, dream on. You'd better focus on properly training your central soul. You haven't even mastered the soul of Violet Tier techniques, yet you already dare to ask for Crimson Lord Tier skills. Breathing heavily, Mingi said nothing. Before him, Xiao conjured once more those rock-hard punches from earlier and began to explain. Central soul must accumulate enough imprint seals before it can be unleashed. Luckily, you managed to stack 49 seals on Dr. Xiao, otherwise you'd be dead for sure. His true self spoke up and asked, the more seals accumulated, the stronger the power of the soul grave imprint, right? She crossed her arms, nodding in agreement, correct, 49 seals is merely the lowest threshold for activation. Xiao said, your strikes were fast and precise, and with Mystic Fist layered over the seals, you had already mastered Central Soul to its highest level. An illusion appeared before Mingi's eyes, and his gaze turned cold without realizing it. A month later, at the train station, the whole terminal echoed with announcements. The train is preparing to depart, passengers please be ready. Standing near one of the train cars was Chinyu, who had come to see Mingi off. Pulling his suitcase along, he turned back to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm just going to take the entrance exam, not heading to a battlefield or anything. At the same time, in Nandu, within the THSN industrial zone, a haze of ghostly mist covered the area, and blood-red lights illuminated an entire desolate city devoid of a single soul. Everything, from houses to schools, seemed swallowed whole. Inside a dimly lit room glowing with vague yellow light, a man's voice rang out. I've lived here for over 10 years, yet I've never seen fog this thick before. The voice came from one of the 2 guards on duty that day. Mr. Wang spoke to his captain. Why don't we just skip the inspection? Night has just fallen, and this fog is way too dense. I can't see anything at all. The captain sneezed and then nodded. Strange, it's already September, yet it's still this cold. The 2 of them walked back together. Let's go home. They had no idea that behind them, an abominable monster was emerging, each step forward stirring a sense that something was terribly wrong. Mr. Wang muttered, no, this isn't right. With the distance we've walked, we should have been back by now. The other man asked blankly, could it be that we took the wrong path? Losing his patience, he snapped, impossible. I've walked this road for over 10 years. Even with my eyes closed, I could never get lost. The flashlight from one of them cast onto a familiar wall with its doorway. The captain asked, why have we ended up here again? Mr. Wang barked in frustration, I told you, you took the wrong way. Where is he? And what's that sound? What appeared before his eyes made him freeze in utter shock. A monstrous spider loomed there, with 4 pairs of enormous eyes and a mouth filled with long, grotesque fangs, opening hideously wide. It had already wrapped itself around the guard, who groaned in despair, pleading for help. Help me, Mr. Wang. Please save me. Seeing such a horrifying sight, Mr. Wang screamed in terror, his face drained of all color. He spun around and bolted without a second thought. Later, inside the control room, Mr. Wang collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath after fleeing frantically from the monstrous creature. His trembling hands fumbled to dial for help. Suddenly, a shadow appeared by the window, startling him. Turning his head, Mr. Wang rushed to fling the door wide open, shouting in panic, "Girl, this place is far too dangerous." The words he had meant to say were suddenly caught in his throat when he stood before the figure. It was no human, but a monster with blazing pupils, long disheveled hair, a mouth dripping blood that bared eerie fangs. Its tendrils lashed out, wrapping around Mr. Wang, lifting him high, one thrusting into his mouth to drain his vital essence and fuel its strength. After his life force had been completely consumed, Mr. Wang's face collapsed against his bones, and the creature hurled him mercilessly to the ground. It turned away, leaving his body to be swallowed by a shroud of gray smoke. Outside, dust surged in thick clouds, ashes scattered wildly in the air. From within the haze, something began to emerge, a massive foot rising as the being strode away. Left behind was a towering stone pillar. In a hollow, a figure crouched, watching the giant retreat slowly. The person in the hollow clamped a hand over their mouth in terror, hardly daring to breathe, tears streaming uncontrollably from sheer fear. Amid the rolling mountains, a railway line stretched across, and a train seemed to be carrying passengers somewhere. Inside one of the carriages, Mingi spoke softly into the phone. "Sis, I have enough money to get by. I already asked a classmate to help me find a room." In the row beside her, as the attendant passed, a middle-aged woman raised her hand slightly. "Could I have a bottle of water, please?" "That's right. May I ask how much longer until we reach Nandu?" Tan the attendant, handed the woman her water as she replied, "About an hour more." "It's the start of the school season. Are you taking your daughter to Nandu for enrollment?" She nodded happily. "That's right. This year my daughter took the entrance exam to the Superhuman Academy with the highest score in the entire Lanyang city." The one sitting next to her was her daughter, named Fong Yuan Rong. Tan praised, "Nandu Superhuman Academy? That's amazing. I didn't expect your daughter to be this outstanding." A passenger on the train, after overhearing their conversation, immediately sat up in surprise. "So she's a future superhuman. Such a pretty girl, and on top of that so brilliant. Meanwhile, my own daughter is still washing dishes for other people." The white-haired woman sitting nearby also chimed in. "I took the exam before too, but the score requirement was too high, and they even demanded tranquil blue-level superhuman talent. Girl, you're really remarkable. Truly." A little child in the row ahead turned around. The child handed pen and paper to Ren Rong and spoke with admiration. "Big sister, can you write me a blessing? One day I also want to take the Superhuman Academy exam and become a superhuman to protect the city." She replied cheerfully, "Of course." Ming Heg, sitting across from Ren Rong, looked at her and thought to himself, passing on her own strength and even becoming the top scorer, that's truly impressive. Unlike me, who had to rely on connections just to get into the Superhuman Academy. She smiled warmly as she handed the pen and paper back to the child. "Here you go, you must work hard in the future." The child answered obediently, "Yes." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside the explosion of the track ahead. The driver immediately slammed the brakes, and the sudden accident startled everyone in the carriage, throwing them forward. Just as it seemed the child was about to bump his head against the seat, a hand suddenly reached out to catch him. It was none other than Mingi, with his lightning-fast reflexes. The mother clutched her child, utterly astonished. The young woman exclaimed joyfully, "Such quick reflexes!" This immediately drew Ren Rong's attention. Everyone present was startled, and someone cried out in pain, "My head!" Another person was equally puzzled. Just moments ago everything had been clear, so why was the place now suddenly shrouded in fog? How strange. The middle-aged woman sitting beside Ren Rong spoke out anxiously, "Why has it stopped? My daughter is in a rush to report to the academy." The noise and commotion grew non-stop. "Oh no, I've lost signal on my phone." "Me too." The train stopped, the fog rolled in, and the signal's gone as well. Everyone was losing patience, and someone even shouted, "These weather forecasts are nonsense, fog everywhere, yet they said it would be clear skies?" Looking down at his phone showing no signal, Mingi calmly raised it high to check the situation. Sure enough, the signal bars gradually flickered back. He thought to himself, it wasn't completely gone. At that very moment, a tall figure appeared outside the window, slowly approaching through the veil of fog. The little boy from earlier glanced outside and said nervously, "Mom, I think there's something out there." His mother scolded sharply, "Children shouldn't talk nonsense," but the boy stubbornly insisted, "It's true, I saw it. Whatever it is, it's huge." Mingi lowered himself into his seat, his gaze also shifting outside to see for himself. Outside, dust billowed thick and hazy, making it impossible to determine whether something was there or not. At that moment, the train's loudspeaker suddenly blared, "Dear passengers, along the way, the train has encountered an unforeseen and unavoidable situation. We are conducting inspections to ensure your safety. Please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts." Mingi frowned, thinking, an unforeseen and unavoidable situation? The other passengers, after hearing the announcement, grew even more restless. Can someone go ask what exactly is going on? They can't just leave us sitting here, anxious like this. A man spoke up loudly in agreement. That's right. Something about this just feels strange. He was the first to react, immediately standing up and saying, "Let me go check." But before he could leave the compartment, Tanxian stepped in front of Mingi, reminding him, "Please remain in your seat and do not wander around. Don't cause us any unnecessary trouble." He asked anxiously, "What happened? Why has the train stopped?" She calmly replied, "The train staff are investigating. Could you please return to your seat?" With no other choice, Mingi pulled a card from his pocket and introduced himself, "I am a superhuman. If there's anything unusual, it would be best to tell me the truth." A figure appeared behind him. Upon hearing his introduction, Tanxian brightened and said, "So, you're a superhuman. In that case, please come with us to the front carriage for a discussion." The figure behind Mingi was none other than Renrong. She was still reaching out to the two people in front of her. "I can also be considered half a superhuman. At critical moments, I can still be of help." The middle-aged man let out a sigh. "We've investigated the service staff, but unfortunately, there are no superhumans on this train. What should we do now?" Just when we were in confusion, Tanxian suddenly appeared. She introduced herself with a bright smile. "I found these two, perhaps they can help us solve the immediate problem." As if grabbing onto a lifeline, the man was overjoyed. "Are they superhumans? What rank?" Mingi and Renrong both produced proof at the same time, one with a notification letter, the other with a medal. Yet the flicker of hope was instantly extinguished. The two men looked at them with eyes full of critical judgment. The security officer named Qiming said, "One is an apprentice candidate, and the other is just a student registering for the academy. I'm afraid they can't handle this matter, especially since we don't even know whether there's danger outside." Mingi replied firmly, "At the very least, it's better than stopping the train here. The longer we stay stranded in this desolate place, the more dangerous it becomes. We should at least move until we reach an area with a signal and call for rescue." The captain patted Qiming's shoulder and replied with a smile, "This young man is absolutely right. Then we'll have Qiming go with the two of you. In any case, once you're outside, you must be cautious." He nodded, then turned to Renrong. "You should stay inside the carriage." She frowned and questioned him. "Why?" Mingi calmly explained, "You haven't even enrolled yet. You can't be considered a superhuman." She herself could also fall into a dangerous situation. Renrong immediately retorted, "Aren't you just an intern too? If you can go, then I can go as well." Seeing that he couldn't shake her determination, he finally had to compromise. "All right then, just stay close to me no matter what." This fog seemed a little unusual. The three of them stepped outside, merging into the hazy mist. Mingi sternly instructed Tanxian, "Unless we're the ones calling, you must not open the door. Remember this, only if we call you are you allowed to open it." She instantly slammed the door shut upon hearing his words. The three Rin Rong, and Qi Ming set off to uncover the cause. After walking for a while, Qi Ming suddenly asked, "Why are you being so overly cautious, my friend? How old are you anyway?" "She's a service staff member who's undergone special training. Does she really need you teaching her how to act?" Mingi turned his face slightly and replied, "It's just a precaution, in case of the unexpected." "That's right, but when trains encounter fog, do they stop operating?" He shook his head. "Of course not. It's not like an airplane or anything. Trains all run on tracks. As long as the tracks aren't compromised, the train won't stop." Qi Ming let out a soft "oh." "So that means the detection system must have picked up some kind of obstruction ahead on the tracks, which is why it braked so suddenly." While Rin Rong was still glancing around nervously, Qi Ming casually laced his hands behind his head and said in a nonchalant tone, "Honestly, there's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. From my experience, it's probably just some wild animal out there." Although we had set up barriers against wild beasts, it was still difficult to prevent some animals from slipping through. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and before long, the three of them had melted into the mist and vanished. Those drifting layers of fog lingered around the entrance of the great ship, showing no sign of dispersing. Tan Xian stood behind the door, clutching nervously at her neck, hoping everything would go smoothly. Suddenly, the shadow of a strange girl appeared reflected outside the door. Tan Xian wondered, why has a girl shown up outside like this? Knowing that it could be extremely dangerous beyond the door, she hastily shouted, while readying herself to pull it open, "Why did you come running out here? It's dangerous outside, hurry in." Yet just as she was about to open the door, Tan Xian froze. She recalled what Mingi had just warned her, and she locked the door tightly again. Unless it was them calling, she must never open it. "I understand now, it has to be the two of them calling before I can open the door." Her hand, which had been gripping the door, unconsciously let go. The person outside gently knocked. At that moment, a man walked by. Seeing the shadow of a girl beyond the door, he exclaimed, "Why is there a girl outside? Let her in quickly. She must have gone out through another door." Tan Xian pressed her eyes to the glass, thinking to herself that she could not see clearly. The fat old man, still picking at his teeth, scolded her, "I say, what's wrong with you, girl? She's been standing there waiting all this time, why won't you let her in? That young woman outside must be scared half to death already." She snapped, "It can't be opened. That superhuman already gave strict instructions, no one but them is allowed to enter. And ever since our train came to a halt, every single door has been locked tight, there's no way anyone could have gotten out." The old man, furious, jabbed a finger straight at Tan Xian's face and roared, "Even if that's true, it could still be someone from a nearby village, here seeking help. Why are you being so cold? Can't you hear how hard she's crying out there? Just listen." Indeed, there were strange noises echoing outside, yet she stood unmoved. Tan Xian braced herself firmly before the door, resolved to wait until that superhuman returned before saying anything more. Blinded, it seemed, by her beauty, the old man shoved her aside. He barked loudly, "What a selfish woman you are! If you won't open it, then I will. She's crying her heart out, what harm is there in letting her in?" Tan Xian clung to his shoulders, trying to stop him. "No." Her resistance only fueled his rage further. With a violent sweep of his arm, he flung her down to the floor. He bellowed, "Out of my way." She had brought this upon herself. A servant who doesn't know how to please others is one thing, but to act so obstinate and selfish on top of that? The old man yanked the carriage door wide open, then stepped outside himself. His voice turned coaxing, "Come in, girl, don't be shy. I've got a kind heart." Reaching out, he brushed his fingers against a strand of her hair as he added, "At last, we meet." However, before he could even finish his sentence, the old man's eyes bulged wide open as he let out a thunderous scream, his pupils straining with veins from sheer terror. The monster's tentacles wrapped tightly around his body, yanking him backward. Though he desperately clung to the doorframe, it was useless. The moment his hand slipped free was the moment his body was dragged away.
Sitting just inside, Tan trembled violently in fear as she witnessed the scene.
She tried to force herself up, intending to turn and flee, but suddenly froze in place. She recalled the conversation she had overheard earlier from the male passenger.
So she's a superhuman, huh? This girl's quite pretty too.
And her achievements are so outstanding. Meanwhile, my brat at home can barely wash the dishes.
What a difference!
The voice of the blonde-haired woman echoed in her mind.
I once tried to apply to that academy too. But the requirements were far too high, I couldn't make it in.
At the very least, you need to have an extraordinary talent at the level of tranquil blue.
This girl really is remarkable. At that thought, Tan steeled herself and spun around.
She rushed toward the door with the intent to slam it shut, to ensure the safety of the passengers inside. Yet, the blackened tentacles had already coiled around one of her legs. Looking down, she screamed in horror as more of the vile appendages shot forward, dragging her helpless body outside. Her face was etched with shock and disbelief. But just as one of the tentacles wound around her mouth, her eyes suddenly hardened with unyielding resolve. Summoning the last of her strength, she pulled the door shut with a resounding bang.
At that very instant, her body was mercilessly dragged away by the grotesque abomination.
That thing was gradually devouring her.
Tan tears streamed down in sheer terror.
And then, all around fell back into silence as if nothing had ever happened. The monster and the two unlucky people it had taken away, no one knew where they had gone. At that very moment, inside the carriage, there were passengers who felt no fear at all but were happily playing cards. The little girl with pigtails slammed a card down and burst out laughing. Just ripped. The man sitting by the aisle grew a bit impatient and asked, "How much longer must we wait?"
"We're in a hurry." The attendant replied, "Please wait a moment, we are still checking."
She walked over to the door where the chaos had just erupted, glanced around once, and wondered, where did Tan go? She reached out to lock the door, clicking her tongue in reproach. That girl really has no sense of responsibility, leaving door number 2 unlocked like this. She had no idea that, right outside on the ground, lay poor Tan hat. A tentacle was gripping the door handle, about to twist it open, but luckily the attendant quickly turned the lock. Realizing it couldn't break in, that hideous thing withdrew its hand and slithered away. Meanwhile, where Mingi stood, he gazed at the deep cracks on the ground and thought to himself, these are the traces left by some enormous creature. But then, all of a sudden, he shouted, "No, it's a monster!" Dropping down on one knee to examine the suspicious fissures closely, he imagined a gigantic beast passing through, causing the earth and rocks around to collapse onto the railway tracks. Mingi's eyes hardened. Looking at the phone that had just rung, the caller was none other than Luo Lin. He thought to himself, so there's actually signal here. The moment Mingi picked up on his end, Luo Lin joyfully exclaimed, "I finally managed to reach you." Mingi hastily said, "Hello, I've run into some troublesome matters here." She immediately replied, "I've already pinpointed your location. You're currently near a small village in Nandu." He glanced around at the desolate surroundings and reported the situation to Luo Lin. "I took the train to Nandu, but it suddenly made an emergency stop. A thick fog has risen all around here, and the phone signal is extremely weak. The train staff can't get through to headquarters." On the other end came the question, can the train still move? Mingi cast his eyes toward where Renrong and Chi Ming were straining to push aside the massive rocks blocking the tracks, then answered, "There's nothing wrong with the train itself, it's just that something is obstructing the tracks. Once it's cleared away, it should be able to run normally again. Because there's no signal and the fog is too heavy, the staff don't dare to restart the train and move forward." Luo Lin let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Now listen to me, once you've cleared away that obstruction, urge the staff to drive the train out of that fog-covered area as quickly as possible." He asked in return, "Did something happen? Do you need my help?" She furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with worry. "Your current location is already very close to the edge of the fog. If you leave now, you'll still make it in time. But if you linger any longer, you'll run into serious trouble." Mingi frowned, his voice cold.
Just what exactly is this fog?
On the other end of the line came Luo Lin's urgent voice, stop asking questions.
With your current strength, if you stay here, it'll be almost impossible to survive. Right now, you need to protect the safety of everyone on the ship. Leave the fog-covered area immediately, understood? Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Mingi slid down along the cliffside, saying at the same time, is it really that serious? I understand. He replied as he reached solid ground. Seeing him, Shi Ming clicked his tongue and scolded, you weakling, you got to stay up there nearly half a day while leaving all the grunt work to the two of us. This girl was the top student of the Transcendent Academy, the future pillar of the Transcendent organization. And him just a mere little intern. Mingi cut her off with a cold voice, we need to leave immediately. I just received a call from the government's command center. They ordered us to withdraw at once. Renrong asked, how did you even get a signal? Mingi replied, there are spots on the mountain where the signal comes through, though it's weak. Up there, I also found traces left behind by a massive creature. She questioned suspiciously, is that true? He fell silent for a moment before answering, why would I lie to you? We need to leave right now. There's likely a powerful monster lurking in this fog. We have to get back to the ship and protect everyone on board. Hearing this, Renrong panicked. My mother is still on the ship. The three of them immediately sprinted back toward the vessel. Mingi shouted loudly, we must hurry back and start the ship to get out of here. Because he wasn't paying attention, Shi Ming's foot caught on a large rock, and he immediately fell hard to the ground, pain shooting through him. Shi Ming whipped around and roared angrily, what kind of joke is this? You made me fall so damn hard. But what he had stumbled on wasn't a rock at all, it was the head of that old man from earlier. Worse still, one of his eyes had been gouged out, leaving an empty socket. Shi Ming froze in shock and screamed in terror. Mingi and Renrong both turned to look, but something suddenly appeared right behind them. He was sharp enough to notice it at once. Mingi instantly yanked Renrong back, dodging the tentacle that lashed out toward them. Careful! Standing before them was a terrifying monster with green hair and long, writhing tentacles. Shan Yuyao twisted its body, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Shi Ming trembled so violently he forgot that the man beside him was already dead. Clutching the corpse, he shrieked, Monster! Monster! At that moment, a hand reached out. He stepped in front of Shi Ming and said, find somewhere to hide. He nodded frantically in fear. Renrong gathered her extraordinary power into her hands, her eyes resolute as she declared, let me lend a hand. Shan Yuyao glared and let out a piercing shriek. Its strands of hair whipped forward like tentacles, lashing toward the two of them. Mingi darted out of the way with ease, but Renrong wasn't so fortunate. The monster's strike slammed into her stomach with bone-crushing force. Landing firmly on his feet, he shouted, you should go find a place to hide as well. Mingi's eyes were full of determination, and I could handle that. But then, a tentacle wrapped around his waist the moment he was distracted. Renrong clutched the wound on her abdomen and said, you're just a trainee star warrior, how much stronger could you possibly be than me? Yet, even while restrained, Mingi calmly said to the monster, seizing my body is useless. Shan Yuyao smirked and yanked his hand back violently. Mingi's body was pulled with tremendous force. Knowing the chance had come, he immediately steadied himself and, brimming with confidence, unleashed the departing mystic flying fist. The mighty strike crashed down upon its head, shaking the ground around them. Shan Yuyao was hurled a great distance. Renrong raised her hand to shield herself from the gust following Mingi's punch. In astonishment, she exclaimed, that punch is overwhelming. Is this really just starshine rank? Though it managed to stay upright, it clutched its stomach in agony after taking the blow. Shan Yuyao's green hair suddenly turned blood red, and its face twisted into something terrifying. Its eyes glared wide, and scarlet tentacles shot straight at Mingi, trying to seize him. His pupils flashed with a gleam, as if locking onto prey. Instantly, Mingi launched a storm of punches at the incoming tentacles.
Ron's eyes went wide in disbelief, she couldn't even tell how many strikes had landed. Mingi leapt from the ground, his body swift as lightning, appearing right before Shan Yuyao. He faced it head-on without the slightest fear, forcing it to grit its teeth and take an involuntary step back. But you were too fast. A precise punch was unleashed, striking straight into Shan Yuyao's stomach, forcing it to vomit blood in agony. Mingi's eyes, cold and sharp just a moment ago, suddenly widened in shock. Shan Yuyao's body split apart, revealing inside a human figure, completely unclothed. He cried out in astonishment, "Why is there a person inside?" Looking more closely, Mingi realized it was the waitress. Rushing forward, he seized one of Tan Xian's arms and forcefully pulled her out of the monster, one hand supporting her head as his foot pressed against Shan Yuyao's body. Gazing at Tan Xian in his arms, Mingi thought to himself, "Why does this feel like saving someone from drowning?" He landed, gently laying her down, then asked aloud, "Still alive?" Renrong pointed ahead and shouted, "That monster ran away." He replied calmly, "Forget it, saving her comes first." "She's still alive." Tan Xian's body exuded a foul stench that made Renrong wrinkle his face and cover his nose. So filthy, utterly disgusting. Mingi only cast him a brief glance before lowering his head to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation without the slightest hesitation. The mist gradually dissipated. Inside the ship, people were in an uproar, their curiosity overflowing. "What's going on? Why is my daughter outside? Quick, look out there. The bones have thinned out." Outside, Mingi was doing everything he could to bring Tan Xian back to life. At that moment, Shi Ming came rushing in, flustered. "Someone's dead already. Where did the monster go?" She coughed once, spewing out all the foul, pitch-black water. The train door burst open, accompanied by the shriek of the attendant. "Tan Xian, get on the train, what's wrong with you?" Hearing that, Mingi swiftly lifted her limp body into his arms and rushed inside the train. Tan Xian slowly opened her eyes, her voice trembling, "I won't let that monster in." The attendant snapped, "Get on the train first, then talk." Mingi and the others hurried inside, and he shouted back, "Close the door quickly, there's a monster in the mist." The carriage door slammed shut. Outside, on the corpse of the fat old man, slimy tentacles began to sprout, coiling tightly around his body. The mist had completely dissipated. Mingi cleared his throat. "Start the train." The train set off again, gliding past the edge of the fog. Meanwhile, in Shaobai village, the fog was spreading, slowly covering the entire countryside. From within the dense mist emerged a lone figure, Chengwu. He walked while speaking on the phone, and from the other end came a voice. A month ago, the government discovered a comet that had crashed in the mountainous outskirts west of Nandu. At that time, the astronomy division found no trace of extraterrestrial life on that comet. Luo Lin calmly relayed the information he had gathered to Chengwu. According to the on-site investigation report, aside from producing a large amount of white vapor, there were no other unusual phenomena around the crater. However, the Western Mountain Industrial Zone was severely affected. Therefore, the astronomy division speculated that this may be a kind of disaster we have never encountered before. Now the higher-ups have named it the bewildering mist. Chengwu furrowed his brows and replied, "Understood." This mist wandered aimlessly, often appearing near forests and mountains. Within the areas shrouded by it, strange monsters would emerge. At the same time, the moment the mist dispersed, all the creatures rampaging inside it would vanish without a trace. He walked through the dense fog, his sharp eyes scanning for anything unusual. From the phone, Luo Lin's voice continued steadily. "According to the accounts of those who got lost inside, there are colossal monsters within the mist, even king-devouring beasts. The situation with the one you're tracking is somewhat special. Not long ago, it passed by the small mountain where the railway runs, so your current direction isn't wrong." Chang Wu's gaze hardened. Dropping to one knee, he touched the strange claw marks on the ground, nodding in agreement. "You're right, it did appear here. And I fear it's terribly ravenous. The village's livestock have all been devoured." Luo Lin let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, we managed to warn the people of Xiao village in time to evacuate. In silence, Chengwu thought to himself, looks like the shed shell of some insect. She went on, the passengers on the train have also departed safely. As if remembering something, Chengwu rose to his feet and asked, by the way, was there really no one who survived at the West Mountain Industrial Zone? Luo Lin answered softly, no. The mist ahead suddenly thinned, and he spoke in a low voice, we must investigate thoroughly what exactly this bewildering mist is and what lies within it, otherwise, the next time it appears, perhaps no one will survive. Luo Lin reminded, outsiders who enter the area covered by the mist will lose their way, as if they were in an entirely different world. Looking down at the sheet of paper in her hand, she continued, and all kinds of monsters vanished along with the mist. This made our investigation extremely difficult. If not for that unexpected incident giving us a breakthrough, we might still be completely helpless against this mist. Chengwu frowned in puzzlement. What unexpected incident? Luo Lin sent a photo of a giant centipede to his device. Chengwu hesitated. What is this? She explained, this is a clue provided by staff working in entomological research. They had a living experimental specimen called the giant golden-legged killer, which went missing about half a year ago. Luo Lin looked up at the data chart and continued, based on the tracking device implanted in its body, we discovered that this centipede had gone into a cavern near Mount Shi. Chengwu broke into a cold sweat. You're calling this thing an insect? It's massive. She let out a soft sigh. Because inside that cavern, the research staff couldn't capture it, they simply abandoned it in Mount Shi. That cavern is also very close to the Mount Shi industrial zone. He furrowed his brows and asked again, so that means this giant golden-legged centipede isn't a native creature of the mist? Luo Lin nodded. Correct. What's more, it is the only creature to have come out from within the mist. After noticing the change in the tracker's position, that staff member immediately reported it to us. Chengwu replied, I understand. It is both the attacker and the survivor. Capturing it for analysis might help us figure out what exactly lies within the labyrinth mist. Her voice still echoed from the other end of the line. That's right. For now, we only know a few details about the outside of the labyrinth, but nothing about its depths, as if it were sealed off. So perhaps that little centipede that escaped from this laboratory could provide us with an important clue. At some point, Chengwu had stopped before an iron gate blown wide open by the wind. He drew a razor-sharp sword from his side and spoke firmly, don't worry, I will definitely capture it. Remembering something left unsaid, Luo Lin clicked her tongue, oh, right, inside the labyrinth it had already undergone some changes. Chengwu widened his eyes and stared ahead in silence. Before him was the image of a monstrous centipede with razor-sharp fangs. It flung a pig into the air, causing the animal to squeal pitifully. Luo Lin asked anxiously, what's going on? I heard noises on your end. And then those fangs snapped shut, blood spraying violently from the unlucky pig. Chengwu was stunned. You call this thing a little centipede? He gripped his sword tightly, staring at the terrifying creature at least 10 times his size, his legs frozen to the ground. The next morning, at a bustling train station, seated inside a modern carriage, Ming praised, my friend Mingi, thank you for defeating that monster. If not, we would have been in danger already. I never expected that a superhuman trainee like you could be this powerful. The captain hurriedly nodded. That's right, this young man has great potential. Mingi replied quietly. Not at all, I only chased that monster away. He looked at Tan Xin, still unconscious and frowning in discomfort, then continued, the one who truly protected everyone was this stewardess. If that monster had gotten inside the train, the consequences would have been devastating. She may not be a superhuman, but she far surpasses us superhumans. Ning immediately agreed. That's true. Tan Xin was indeed incredibly brave. She is the real hero among us and deserves to be commended. Captain, you must make sure she is honored. Sometime later, Mingi slowly walked out of the hospital where he had just brought Tan Xin, clicking his tongue. I really do have an unbreakable bond with hospitals.
His phone kept vibrating.
He glanced at the screen and muttered, an unknown number. In the end, Mingi decided to answer.
Hello. A woman's voice came through the line. Is this Mingi? He hesitated before replying, yes, it's me. And you are? The woman interrupted in a machinoid tone, don't you recognize my voice?
Mingi's face flushed as he exclaimed, Lu Qian. The girl with the pretty black hair giggled in response.
That's right, it's me.
Her white dress fluttered in the wind, enhancing her beauty so much that passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare. Realizing it was truly his friend, Mingi became even more cheerful and asked, how did you know my number?
Lu Qian smiled and explained, Lin you told me. She said you had come to Nandu, apparently today. By the way, why couldn't I reach you when I called earlier? Were you covering the sun with one hand or something?
He answered honestly, I ran into a bit of trouble on the way.
Startled, she asked, did you run into the mist? Mingi nodded knowingly. You know about that?
It was just driving past the edge of the mist. Someone walking alongside you wasn't paying attention and crashed straight into the wall ahead.
Lu Qian chuckled softly over the phone, where are you? I'll come find you. Mingi waved down a taxi and replied, do you want to meet?
I was planning to head to Nandu's Supernatural Academy.
Why don't we meet outside the academy? She answered, all right, I'll wait for you. Settling into the taxi, Mingi grew silent, the name Lu Qian echoing in his mind.
He recalled their school days, when he and she were inseparable best friends, always helping each other with their studies. They were like shadows of one another, never apart. Until one day, Mingi gathered all his courage to confess to Lu Qian. She blushed as she looked at the bouquet he offered and whispered, that's a bit sudden.
Can I think about it for a few days? He nodded gently and replied, of course. The memory ended, and a faint sadness crossed Mingi's face.
It's been a year already, and she still hasn't answered. I suppose that means it was a rejection.
At the same time, in another place, there was a voice full of astonishment, almost shouting, what?
That classmate of yours who has been in a coma for more than a year has woken up, and on top of that, he even came to Nandu? Lu Qian smoothed her hair and nodded lightly. After he woke up, he must have seen the letter I left for him.
Back then I had agreed.
I said once he woke up, I would befriend him.
Lu Qian's friend clicked her tongue.
I think you're just sympathizing with his misfortune. To encourage him to recover, you left him that letter. If that's the case, you could simply tell him the truth. She furrowed her brows, advising earnestly. You should know that at Nandu Academy right now, the people who want to pursue you are lined up all the way to the school gates. He's just an ordinary high school graduate from Lanyang City. How could he possibly compare to the young masters in Nando? Sitting down on the bench, Lu Qian refuted seriously.
It's not as you think. In the beginning, I really did like him.
She snapped softly.
The beginning is the beginning.
A year ago, he was still an unremarkable high school student, but now you've become the Academy's goddess, blessed with both talent and beauty. There's no need to force yourself into being his girlfriend just because of that promise of sympathy. Lowering her gaze, her voice turned gentle, tinged with expectation.
Actually, he's very nice too. No matter what, he has woken up and even came especially to find me.
I should meet him directly, try to get to know him.
If it truly doesn't work out, I'll tell him openly. I won't keep him waiting.
The friend protested loudly, clearly disapproving. She looked at her with determined persuasion. Lu Qian, oh my great goddess Qian Shen, do you realize that your foolish decision will break the hearts of so many young talents in Nandu?
Nandu has so many outstanding people, yet you didn't choose them. Instead, you chose someone who couldn't even pass the entrance exam for Nandu Academy. Lu Qian frowned in anger, don't say that. No matter what, I've already agreed.
I'll stay with him for a while.
If we can't find common ground, I'll make things clear with him.
Knowing she couldn't shake her resolve, the friend sighed and advised, "All right then, but remember not to let him take advantage of you. You just want to try being someone's girlfriend, so don't let yourself get too deep into it."
Lu Qian smiled, "I know."
She stood up and said to her friend, "He's coming soon, I'll go first."
"Actually, he's a really good person, you should get to know him a little too."
Her friend waved her hand dismissively, "No need, I'm only interested in guys who are outstanding and handsome. Ordinary boys look no different from toads to me."
After that, at the extraordinary Nandu Academy, Mingi stepped onto the campus, silently thinking to himself, "So this is the extraordinary Nandu Academy?
It's even more magnificent than I imagined. Looking at the students laughing and chatting so eagerly, I swear to myself I must pass this year. The feeling of studying here will definitely be incredible." A cheerful female student looked at Mingi and said to her friend, "There's a handsome guy looking at us." The other girl giggled and replied, "Just look at the way he dresses, kind of shabby, isn't it? He must be some visitor from the countryside here to tour our Nandu Transcendent Academy." A figure darted past, and one of the two schoolgirls widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "It's Lu Qian." The other gushed with admiration, "She's so beautiful, even a girl like me is practically drooling over her." Looking at Lu Qian, whose flawless beauty had no weak angle, they buzzed with excitement again. "No wonder she's ranked as the goddess on our school's list of most influential figures. I heard young master he bought an insanely expensive bouquet to confess to her in public, but she coldly rejected him." The other girl chuckled and added, "I think maybe he's just playing hard to get. Xiao is so handsome and elegant, and he's the young master of one of the 3 biggest corporations in Nandu. What girl could possibly turn him down?" Lu Qian paid no attention to their guessing and gossip. With a cheerful smile, she raised her hand and loudly called out the name Mingi, startling the 2 girls. He walked over to her, his face faintly blushing with shyness. "Lu Qian, long time no see, I almost didn't recognize you." She smiled, "You too, you've changed a lot."
Mingi grinned and asked, "Changed into being more handsome, right?" Lu Qian answered honestly, "Changed into being more charismatic." Hearing this, he thought, "Are girls' compliments always this sweet?"
Since Mingi said nothing for a while, Lu Qian broke the silence, "Come on, let me treat you to coffee." He nodded in agreement.
"All right."
The 2 of them walked along, talking, unaware that the 2 schoolgirls standing nearby had overheard everything.
One of them blurted out, "They're having coffee together? Is Lu Qian actually dating a man?"
The other dismissed it.
"They're probably just friends." Walking beside her, Mingi thought sadly, "Should I bring that up? Forget it, it's already been a year."
He glanced at Lu Qian, his heart tangled with thoughts no one could untangle. She probably invited him for coffee just so he wouldn't feel awkward, as if she had been handing him a good guy card for more than a year now. But he never expected Lu Qian to be blushing as she looked at him, wondering, when people are in love, don't they hold hands? But shouldn't he be the one to take the first step? Seeing Mingi staring at her, she turned her face away in embarrassment.
"Could it be he wants to kiss me? But there are so many people around." He smiled, making up his mind.
If they couldn't be a couple, then staying as ordinary friends like this was good enough, just like back in high school. After a short walk, they arrived at the CAF. The moment Lu Qian stepped inside, everyone stirred and began whispering about her. She paid them no attention, but Mingi noticed. Pulling out a chair for her, he asked, "It seems everyone here knows you. I heard Lin Yu mention it before you've become the Academy's shining star." Lu Qian waved her hand shyly. "It's nothing, just a few times being recognized, so people remember my face. By the way, did you come all the way to Nandu just to see me?" Mingi replied honestly, "Actually, I came here to take part in the special admission exam. Even though I didn't pass the regular one, I still want to enter the extraordinary academy."
She nodded. "The special admission exam, huh? That seems a bit difficult."
He smiled faintly, "It's fine, I just came to give it a try, and at the same time take a look at the biggest city in the south."
Lu Qian asked softly, "So, where are you staying?"
Her spoon stirred the coffee a little faster without her realizing it. Her face flushed as she thought to herself, my place is big enough, but moving in together on the very first day of dating doesn't feel quite right. What should I do? This is my first time being in love too. Seeing Lu Qian's face burning red, Mingi grew a little worried and asked, I haven't found a place yet, but I'm planning to rent a room nearby. I heard the special admission requires many procedures and evaluations. I'll just take it slow. Lu Qian, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? She asked gently. It's nothing. I can help you find out more about the admission process. If you pass, then we can even become schoolmates, and it'll be more convenient for us to spend time together. His eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered to himself, did I mishear her say spend time together? She probably meant studying together would be easier. Back in high school, we often read books together in the library. Now, Lu Qian is so beautiful and outstanding. At the academy, there must be plenty of boys chasing after her. Maybe she already has a boyfriend by now. I really envy that guy. Remembering something left unsaid, Lu Qian asked anxiously, all right, Mingi, when you were outside the mist labyrinth, did you encounter anything? He nodded and replied, a creature with tentacles on its head, and that female demon was completely pale, with tremendous aggression. The terrifying image of Shang Yuyao rose in Mingi's mind. As he recalled, he said, moreover, it seemed to be very skilled at disguising itself. From a certain distance within that labyrinth, it looked very much like a long-haired woman. Lu Qian wondered, a creature inside the labyrinth? Mingi nodded, perhaps so. She then asked, how did you manage to escape? That creature must have been very dangerous. He answered, I'm now an extraordinary person too. This is my badge. Lu Qian, surprised, received the hunter's badge. They talked on, unaware that a stranger had appeared outside the door. Mingi began recounting everything. These months after I woke up, I've also been training my abilities under the identity of a hunter. I hope this year I can start over and apply to Non-Do Extraordinary Academy. We had agreed to study there together. Even though I failed the entrance exam my first year, this year there will definitely be no regrets. Lu Qian thought happily, so it turned out the reason he hadn't come to find her for months after waking up was because he had been quietly working hard. He even remembered the promise from back then. Behind her, a voice rang out. Mingi. The person snatched the badge from Lu Qian's hand and sneered. Old classmate, you're getting more and more ridiculous. His eyes narrowed in amusement as he continued, do you know what the lowest rank was for first-year students admitted into the Extraordinary Academy? Lunar Radiance rank. The one speaking was Fan Kai. He burst into arrogant laughter. You're still stuck at Starshine rank, and not even a full rank, just an intern. Stop making yourself a joke in front of others. Honestly, it embarrasses me to even call you my old classmate. Glancing to the side, Fan Kai asked Lu Qian, so Mingi's here, and you didn't say a word to us? He leaned closer to her, grinning brightly. I could throw a class reunion, invite our high school friends, wouldn't it be much more fun to gather like that? Lu Qian frowned in irritation. But I only want to talk with Mingi. Taking a sip of steaming coffee, he waved his hand lightly. We have important matters to discuss. It's best if you don't interfere. Fan Kai ground his teeth. The device on his ear gave a faint vibration. She lifted her hand to her lips in a gesture for silence and added, someone just called for order. Lu Qian spoke softly, yes, go ahead, you're not welcome here. With a loud slam, Fan Kai threw the badge onto the table, turned on his heel, and left without another word. Pushing his sunglasses up to cover his twisted, furious face, Fan Kai roared, damned Mingi, how dare you look down on me again? You're nothing but a worthless toad. And yet you still dare to follow all the way to the Non-Do Extraordinary Academy. Now that Lu Qian has become the great star of Non-Do Academy, how could you possibly be worthy? I am the true genius meant for Lu Qian. After a pause, listening to what was said on the other end, she nodded lightly in response. Alright, I'm at the CAF, come pick me up. With that, Lu Qian hung up the call and hurriedly stood up. Mingi, I've got something urgent to take care of right now, I can't stay with you any longer, I'm sorry. He smiled and replied, It's fine, I'll make an appointment with you later. She turned to leave, but did not forget to promise, I'll come to cheer for you during the exam. Mingi waved cheerfully, okay. Stepping outside, seeing a well-dressed man who had been standing there for some time, Lu Qian asked sternly, Brother, what happened? Gently plucking a leaf from her hair, he said in a deep voice, The situation is urgent, they need your power to control electricity. Get in the car and I'll explain. We must get there quickly. Lu Qian nodded, all right. Looking out from inside, seeing the two appearing so close, Mingi thought sorrowfully, is that Lu Qian's boyfriend? From now on, I'd better trouble her less. Later, at the special enrollment site, a man asked in confusion, didn't the selection exams end a few months ago? Why is there still enrollment happening here? The person explained, this is a special entrance exam, and it's only held every year after the new students have been enrolled. It's called a special entrance exam, but really, it's just a backdoor deal. If someone truly had the ability, they would have passed the regular entrance exam already. He nodded upon hearing this, so that's how it is. Mingi looked up at the sign, and suddenly someone appeared beside him and said, Hey, buddy, you're here for the special entrance exam too? Let's go together. He was slightly startled but agreed to go along. The guy introduced himself as Pang Linghui, and as they walked, he asked, So, buddy, you're pretty low-key, huh? Mingi furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Linghui said, The clothes you're wearing, from head to toe, probably don't even add up to 300 coins, right? He shook his head, indeed, it wasn't even close. Upon hearing this, Linghui clicked his tongue, You're something else. So, how much did your family donate to the school? Mingi looked confused, Donate? Linghui clicked his tongue again, You're not getting it, huh? We're all special students here, and everyone knows that the special entrance exam is a backdoor deal. He grinned widely and boasted, Look, let me tell you up front. My family donated 70 million yuan to the school to secure my spot. I'm only here today to go through the motions. Mingi was stunned, That really happens? Linghui shook his head slightly, So you didn't know about this? Bro, you really are thick-headed. Without making a donation, no one gets through Nandu's special entrance exam. Mingi honestly said, I only heard about this special admission exam, so I came to give it a try. Linghui chuckled, You're such an innocent person. The Nandu Academy never lacks talent, so there's no need for special admissions. But for students with financial difficulties, the Academy has set up a large number of scholarships. In reality, the donations from society don't amount to much and are far from enough to support these poor students. Mingi responded firmly, So, this special admission exam is just for show, the real purpose is to make it easier for the donors to go through the process. Linghui smiled, You're not stupid. For people like me, 70 million coins for one admission spot is not a bad deal for Nandu Academy. He sighed, his voice dropping, Then, I have no hope left. But then, he encouraged him, This year, give it a try. Even if you don't pass, don't lose heart. Work hard next year, earn the 70 million needed to get here, and donate to the school. One hard effort, and you'll have an easy life forever. Just as Linghui finished speaking, someone called out loudly, All right? The old man cleared his throat and introduced himself, I am the admissions officer for all of you Yen Xin. These two are assistant instructors Xia and Shi. Let's begin the roll call. He started calling out names. Xiezhi, here, Xiai Dongsu, here. One after another, the students responded with here. Yen Xin called out loudly, Pang Linghui, and he happily raised his hand in response, here. He lowered his voice. All right, that's enough people. The content of today's special test is. Suddenly, Linghui spoke up, interrupting Yen Xin. He shouted loudly and pointed towards Mingi. Teacher, there's still one more person here. His name is Mingi, it seems you missed calling his name.
Yen Xin let out a soft "oh," but couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is there still one more page? The only line on the next page was information about Mingi, recommended by the government, Mystic Fist. He frowned and called out the name, Mingi. Mingi answered confidently, yes. Pointing towards the robot, teaching assistant sure cleared his throat. Alright, this special recruitment evaluation has a total of 5 categories. The first 4 categories are for special physical fitness tests and actual combat confrontation. Press the buttons on the controller to activate, he explained. This is the Muzhang Force. Based on the extraordinary talent you all filled out earlier, we have different standards. Yen Xin pointed to the Muzhang Force and said, Mingi, you go first. Your talent is Mystic Fist, which falls under the explosive power type. Therefore, you need to reach 1,500 pounds. If you can't reach that, you can leave directly. Ling Hui whispered, they're already trying to get you to back out. Mingi stepped forward without fear, thinking to himself that this was similar to the trials at the Hunter Association. He took a deep breath and recalled that last time the requirement was 1,000 pounds. He got into position and forcefully swung his arm to gain momentum, launching a powerful punch that created a gust of wind. And then, with a single strike, Mingi poured all his strength into his hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent the obstruction flying backward, shattering into countless pieces. Everyone around him gasped in astonishment. Ling Hui exclaimed, this strength is incredible. The 3 recruiters were equally stunned. The force gauge on Muzhang registered a weight of 2,200 pounds, and the people around them began to panic. It exploded, Yen Xin muttered, his face drained of color. Mingi, superhuman ability, the first to achieve this in the basic category, he added. He then turned to the group of students, raising his voice, due to the damage to the equipment, others are also considered to have passed. Let's move on to the next category. He shook his head, still in disbelief, his hands still smoking, mouth agape. It can really be like this? While Mingi was still bewildered, Ling Hui struck a pose and grinned broadly. That's our superpower. Assistant Instructor Sha leaned in, whispering urgently, this Mingi seems very capable. Do you think we could consider recruiting him? Yen Xin spoke in a deep voice, every year, we turn down countless candidates with perfect scores on the written test. Are we really going to take them all now? Assistant Instructor Sure agreed, exactly. Our Nangdu Academy already has people with abilities like his, but if they lack intelligence, they'll easily die in battle. She nodded in agreement, true, if it weren't for the official recommendation letter, he wouldn't even have the right to register. Assistant Instructor Sha glanced down at the enrollment paper in his hand. Yen Xin stood at the front, hands in his pockets, his cold voice rang out, the back section is set at a high difficulty level. Just drive them out. The crowd moved toward the large training ground. He cleared his throat and continued, the second category is speed. This place is spacious, you may run and dodge as you wish. Yen Xin announced the rules, within the given time, if you are knocked down by this crimson-patterned hunting leopard of the warlord class, you are deemed unqualified. The thin man gently stroked the leopard and curved his lips into a smile, these are this year's candidates? He turned and spoke to the 2 teaching assistants, you 2, head out to the field and prepare the timers. Both responded in unison, yes, sir. As he passed the man, Yen Xin said coldly, first, let your tamed beast drive that boy named Mingi out of this trial. The man frowned and asked, and after that? Yen Xin narrowed his eyes and replied, after that, it depends on the situation. Give the others some leeway. If we really let them go at it, not a single one would pass even one test. The man nodded at once, understood. Turning away from the wide field, Yen Xin waved his hand and growled, enough. The examination begins. The man lightly struck the leopard's side. At his signal, the trainees bolted, legs pumping furiously. Ling Hui clenched his teeth, straining to run faster. Behind him loomed the leopard with its razor-sharp claws. Fear surged through Ling Hui's mind, what's going on here?
Standing off to the side, suddenly, lecturer Sure coughed lightly a few times, at the same time raising a board with the number 700 before his chest. The man turned around, looked at him, and thought to himself, has this guy donated this much? I was planning to use the small cat to warm up. He silently told himself, this guy is no good. Then he raised 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled. The leopard, which had just sprung off the ground, was ready to pounce on Ling Hui. Its face drained of color, but suddenly it stopped midair. It curled its lips in disdain, intentionally missing its target, its face showing clear signs of frustration. Then, it fell to the ground, allowing the boy to successfully escape. Looking at the crimson-patterned fur on the leopard, Mingi quietly assessed the crimson-patterned hunting leopard. Despite its rank as a battle commander, it didn't seem that strong. He happily turned and ran, feeling confident that he could pass this challenge. The leopard's owner whistled again, this time sending a command to the leopard as if to say, this one might work. The fur along its back flared up in a fiery blaze. The leopard dug its sharp claws into the ground and let out a growl. Mingi glanced behind him slightly, thinking to himself, why does it suddenly feel cold on my back? The leopard lunged at him in a flash, but he managed to duck just in time to avoid its attack. The leopard's paws hit the ground with force, and it spun around. Its eyes glowed red with aggression. Mingi finally felt that something was off. He shouted loudly, what's going on? Wasn't it just a sick cat earlier? The leopard opened its mouth, letting out a shrill, piercing growl. It continued to chase after Mingi. As he ran, he muttered, has this emergency brake system and 100-meter acceleration turned this insane? Watching the other contestants calmly going about their business, he quickly ran towards them, silently thinking to himself that he should lead it toward the other contestants so it would chase after them. Mingi swiftly darted past. Yet, the contestant didn't make a move, which puzzled him. This kid still has time to take selfies? He had thought the leopard would change its target, but no. It shot past the previous contestant and continued chasing Mingi. He frowned and cursed. With so many contestants, why is it only chasing me? Is there blood on me or something? Mingi's gaze suddenly hardened. Alright, you want to follow me, huh? Fine, let me show you what real speed is like. With that, he crouched and shot forward even faster than before, doubling his speed. Mingi secretly rejoiced. It seemed the physical training was paying off after all. The blinding dust cloud obscured the leopard's view, causing it to hesitate and reassess its target. Now, his speed was faster than lightning. Everywhere he passed, the sand was kicked up in a frenzy. Dong Su stepped back in fear. Is this even human? This speed is unreal. The assistant adjusted his glasses, fear evident in his voice. This speed surpasses that of most extraordinary beings, even those at the lunar wine level. Yen Xin countered. Speed doesn't mean endurance. There are still 15 minutes left. After 15 minutes, the leopard won't be able to maintain its initial speed. It took slow, labored steps, its breath heavy, as it continued to chase him. Mingi's face was beaded with sweat, yet he didn't seem the least bit tired. He curled his lips into a mocking smile. So what now? Already too exhausted to keep running? I've only just warmed up my body. His hands cracked loudly as he clenched them together. Mingi ground his teeth. You've been chasing me all this time. Now it's my turn to chase you. Once I catch you, I'll knock every single tooth out of your mouth. At those words, the leopard jolted in fear. It quickly tucked its tail and bolted away, with none other than him in hot pursuit. At this point, Yen Xin could only gape, speechless. 15 minutes later, Mingi braced himself against the cold and chuckled. Let's play a little longer. I've just learned a speed boost technique from this guy. The man clutched the leopard, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his face twisted in distress as he pleaded. Classmate, please spare my little beast. Yen Xin hastily turned around to leave, announcing at the same time.
No one has been defeated. All participants have passed this trial. He quickly wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead and exhaled in frustration. I knew it would turn out this way.
Assistant Instructor Xiao's voice rang out clearly.
Third test, reaction.
Assistant Instructor Xiao swept her gaze over the participants, then pointed at a withered tree as she spoke.
The third test is reaction.
This is a dead species of tree tainted by the radiation of catastrophic stars, known as the demon tree.
One of its branches had already been broken off. She explained. My uncle has pruned some of this demon tree. Assistant Instructor Shi was slowly approaching the tree. You will not face any danger to your life, but if you get struck, you may still be injured. He cut a line across his finger with a knife, while Assistant Instructor Shi's steady voice continued to echo. Just a few drops of blood on the trunk will awaken it, and it will furiously attack all living beings around it. Blood welled from the cut, and he quickly pressed his finger against the base of the tree. Instantly, a mysterious seal-like circle appeared there. The demon tree opened its eyes wide, awakening.
It rose to its feet slowly. Yen Xin continued, from here on, when I call a name, that person will step into the red zone. After passing the test, proceed to the blue zone behind me.
The candidate named Xiao shouted loudly and strode forward without fear. After many events, Assistant Instructor Xia tried to persuade the other two.
This Mingi boy is really not bad, stronger than the majority of the other candidates, worth considering for recruitment.
Although most special admissions require donations, we should still reserve a few spots for society's true talents like Mingi. Yen Xin frowned coldly. I've already said it, standing out in the basic segment doesn't mean anything.
Assistant Instructor Shi curled his lips into an agreeing smile. Exactly.
Special admissions must be exceedingly strict. Though no one knew why, the teacher seemed to harbor a strong dislike for Mingi.
Yen Xin recalled that just a few days earlier, a man had handed him a suitcase full of money.
That person even reminded, although the donation quota had already passed, wasn't there still the social quota left?
Just a few days ago my son returned to the country. He missed the official exam, also missed donating for the special exam, but he is an exceptionally rare talent. Consider this money as my sponsorship for you. In addition, I am donating another 60 million to the academy.
The man ground his teeth, determined to drag that Mingi down. Blinded by money, he immediately agreed. Yes, special admissions must indeed be strict.
Back at the place where the candidates were competing, a branch suddenly whipped down toward where Xiao was standing, but he lifted his foot and dodged.
It didn't seem too fast, yet he had avoided it.
5 minutes later, Assistant Instructor Xia announced the next candidate had passed.
Xiao smirked proudly. Indeed, the power of money is easy to use. And so it went. With each call for the next candidate, they would step forward, cut their palm, dodge the branch with ease, and then receive Assistant Instructor Xia's approval to pass. Mingi rested his chin on his hand in irritation. Could the favoritism be any more obvious?
At that moment, Assistant Instructor Xia suddenly called his name.
Yen Xin pushed down his glasses, his sharp gaze slicing through. Assistant Instructor Shi held the knife as though understanding his intent.
Unlike before, this time the blade cut straight across the center of his palm. Assistant Instructor Shi pressed his bloodied hand against the tree root and shouted loudly, "The more blood it drinks, the stronger the devil tree becomes. Slowly savor the taste of being ruthlessly beaten. The more blood the tree devours, the more madly it laughs." A branch shot forward, crashing straight down where Mingi was standing, but he leaned back and dodged it. Seeing the rocks and soil around him shatter under its strike, he sighed, as if to say he had expected this all along. The demon tree did not stop, swinging another branch upward. It lashed across at his waist, and Mingi leapt aside to evade. He remained utterly unshaken, for even bullets could not touch him.
What followed was a storm of relentless, lightning-fast blows.
Yet Mingi avoided them all, not a single scratch marring his body.
He clenched his teeth in mockery. Do you think my innate talent is just for show? Assistant Instructor Shi clutched his head in shock as he witnessed the scene. Why can't it land a single hit? Yen Xin roared in anger. Why is the demon tree attacking so sluggishly? Assistant, are you favoring him on purpose? Glancing fearfully at him, the assistant trembled as he answered, I'll tighten control over it right now.
Gripping a knife, assistant instructor sure gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and slashed 2 deep cuts into his palm, muttering to himself, I'll stake everything on this.
He pressed his bleeding hand against the tree's trunk, letting it drain him dry.
The demon tree's eyes flared, and it let out a roar that shook the ground around them.
Its rough, jagged branches suddenly morphed into hands tipped with razor-sharp claws.
Brimming with power, the demon tree launched its attack with both arms, its claws slashing forward in a frenzy. Mingi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and murmured to himself, perfect time to hone my auditory reflexes. Its strikes came so fast they could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Yet all of it was useless, for Mingi could dodge everything as lightly as a feather.
The crowd around could hardly believe their eyes, while Xin was trembling with rage. One contestant clutched his head and cried out, why do the demon tree's attacks keep falling right beside him? Why can't they strike directly at his body?
The instructor snapped back harshly, if you're not convinced, then get up there and try it yourself.
At that, the contestant shuddered, waving his hands frantically. I was just joking.
Meanwhile, with his secret technique, Mingi was still performing exceptionally well. His speed grew faster and faster, and he moved like a phantom, never giving anyone the chance to catch sight of him.
5 minutes later, Xiao's mouth hung open in astonishment. Such reflexes were downright terrifying. Dong Su was equally shaken. Was this even still human? After a long bout, the demon tree was utterly exhausted. It halted, trembling and gasping for breath, unable to continue any longer.
Mingi, on the other hand, stretched with satisfaction and praised, not bad, this demon tree's training for reflexes is truly effective. Off to the side, assistant instructor Sher had long since fainted from excessive blood loss.
Assistant instructor Sha declared that due to the health issue of the assistant, the bout was concluded. Mingi passed.
At this point, she could no longer hold herself back and shouted straight at Xin, these reflexes have already surpassed the vast majority of people in the school. All 3 categories exceed the standards.
A talent like this is extremely rare.
I believe we can admit him into the academy already. He was not to be outdone and shouted, how many students with outstanding achievements in previous evaluations have lost contact in real combat?
Since this is a special recruitment, it requires an even more comprehensive assessment. No aspect can be neglected.
Students nowadays are spoiled from childhood, lacking courage, resourcefulness, and real combat experience.
Real combat is the best test of all. Xin stormed off in fury.
The next item followed, and later in the infirmary, the doctor shook his head in exasperation while giving assistant instructor Sher a blood transfusion. Assistant instructor Sher, there's nothing in life you can't overcome.
So your girlfriend cheated on you with your uncle. Does it really warrant you courting death like this?
He replied in a pitiful, tearful voice, that's not it. I was conducting the special admission evaluation, feeding the bloodthirsty demon plant until I became anemic.
And besides, wasn't it made clear that this matter should never be brought up again?
Placing a potted cactus on the windowsill, the other person gave a faint smile.
Do you think I believe you?
Anyway, you'd better take my advice, brother. If you want a good life, your head should be able to bear a few horns. The more he listened, the more assistant instructor Sher wailed.
Can you not bring it up anymore?
The other finally relented, but warned, just don't go doing anything stupid again. Sniffling, he let out a weary sigh.
I didn't.
Soon after, the second round was about to begin. A large crowd surged toward the crystal sphere above. Behind the sphere, a voice slowly echoed.
The final test is very simple. It is to measure your extraordinary innate talent level. Based on the records we possess, Mingi's innate talent is mortal dust.
As soon as the words fell, Mingi asked in bewilderment, Teacher, why don't we put this test first? What if I pass all the other rounds, but then fail this one? Wouldn't that make the previous 3 tests a complete waste?
Hearing this, Xin grew slightly annoyed. He frowned and replied, rules are rules. Mingi showed no courtesy, provoking, you are the rules. Immediately, Yen Xin spun around in fury and barked, what did you just say? Seeing he had successfully angered his teacher, Mingi lowered his voice with smug satisfaction, nothing. So does that mean I'll be the first one again this time? At this point, Yen Xin shouted straight into his face, you are last. Then he turned toward the teaching assistants, his tone full of irritation as he gave instructions, the others will follow the order. Assistant Instructor Xia, take notes. She pulled a long face and answered gloomily, yes. This time, Ling Hui stepped forward eagerly, striding confidently toward the orb as he said, then let me go first. Without the slightest hesitation, he calmly placed his hand upon the orb, which instantly glimmered with mysterious violet sparks. In a moment, the glow from the orb grew stronger, accompanied by a voice announcing, Ling Hui, soul of violet level. Mingi lifted a thumb in front of him, lavishing praise, didn't see that coming you turned out to be a soul type. Another person also stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal sphere, its violet glow continuing to flare brightly. Then, yet another person pressed his hand against the crystal orb, and the color seemed to remain completely unchanged. Seeing this, Mingi was astonished to realize that they were all at the soul of violet level. Suddenly, the teacher beside him lifted a hand to adjust his glasses. I've already looked through your records, Mingi. He turned around, his face full of confusion. Ha? Yen Xin continued slowly, just last year, you participated in the assessment exam of our Nandu Academy. His mind drifted back to that old memory, when Mingi was still just a Na'vi boy. Thinking of it now, the man allowed himself a hint of mockery. Perfect scores in theory, yet his innate talent was mortal dust, moreover, a hidden transcendent gift with no combat value whatsoever. The memory stirred a trace of discomfort in Mingi. He looked back at the man, puzzled. What are you trying to say, teacher? Yen Xin frowned slightly, his eyes gleaming with conceit. Everything you've studied is nothing more than high school level theory, but you've missed one crucial piece of knowledge. Spreading his arms, he spoke with arrogant pride. In university, the very first lesson you'll learn is that transcendent talents can be changed. At this, he mentioned a peculiar substance with a unique green hue, a substance called Lifeform, extracted from the bodies of monsters. Sinister smiles surfaced alongside the crystal sphere's distinctive violet glow. From his words, it became clear, a transcendent could use Lifeform to alter their original transcendent gift and gain entirely new powers. Speaking at great length like a memorial, in the end he still aimed at only one goal. Mortal dust, tranquil blue, even soul of violet could all be altered, as long as one had enough money, one could make their extraordinary talent stronger. Looking at the people on the platform, all of whom were at the soul of violet level, he calmly asked him, do you now understand why these people possess extraordinary talent at the soul of violet level? That series of truths left Mingi unable to believe his own ears. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. The fact that extraordinary talent could be changed did not end there. Yen Xin pressed his provocation further. Yes, you are outstanding, in the previous 3 rounds you far surpassed them, but in this round how could you possibly surpass again? Behind the dignified facade of scholarly glasses, his filthy gaze slid toward him. Do you know what the minimum requirement is for our special admissions? It is precisely that one must at least possess extraordinary talent at the soul of violet level. Yen Xin recalled his punches, remarking on the strength of his blows. Remembering the moment he ran, he had to nod in approval, speed like lightning. Not only that, Yen Xin mentioned every instance of his counters and sighed in admiration, perfect reflexes. Not allowing Mingi a moment to compose himself, he continued his questioning, do you know what kind of terrifying destruction the central soul brings to an extraordinary being? In his subconscious, it was precisely commanding raging fire, summoning rain and thunder, wielding control over storm and wind. Yen Xin cleared his throat. He sneered and said, how could you possibly stand against the central soul unless you possessed the transcendent talent of a soul of violet? But after all those seemingly concise and logical words, he only answered calmly, I know. Yen Xin looked down on his strength, but he could never have imagined that his power was 100 times greater than what he thought.
The central soul could help a transcendent being unleash destructive force many times beyond the limits of the body, even to the point of threatening creatures above their own rank.
Hearing him speak so boldly, Yen Xian let out a satisfied laugh.
So, at least you have some sense of your own limits. No matter how flawless your basic attributes may be, they can never compare with the central soul of any candidate present here. Mingi turned away in disdain and stepped toward the stairs. Ignoring his arrogance, he only replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but if a person's fundamentals are already strong enough." Mingi ascended slowly, each step firm and resolute. Standing before the sphere, his sharp gaze locked on Yen Xian. Overlooking the rudeness in his words, he continued, "Then when that person unleashes the ultimate soul, the destructive force they can generate will only become all the more formidable." On the sphere's polished surface, the fear and despair of his past resurfaced like a silent reminder. But this time, he had truly grown. Without the slightest hesitation, Mingi placed his hand on the sphere, a gesture of affirmation and a sweeping away of the darkness of his past. Below, Yen Xian continued to provoke, bringing upon himself humiliation. Mingi remained unfazed, and the orb in his hand began to glow with a fresh shade of blue. The teaching assistant's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She exclaimed, "That was his hidden extraordinary talent earlier, and now it's his manifested extraordinary talent. It seems to be his fist." However, the assistant instructor beside her appeared completely unfazed. With a tone full of disdain, he spoke, "It's just tranquil blue." Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, assistant instructor Xia questioned, "I thought you'd be in the infirmary." Above, Mingi's orb began to radiate a strong purple light. Instantly, someone below recognized the soul of Violet. Yen Xian gaped, putting on an expression of disbelief, and uttered, "How is this possible? Didn't the documents say he was just mortal dust?" Ling Hui quickly seized the opportunity, moving closer to whisper in his ear with sarcasm, "Teacher, didn't you just give a lesson on this? Extraordinary talents can be altered and changed. Just because he was mortal dust last year doesn't mean he still is this year." With a slight sense of revenge, he gave Mingi a thumbs up, praising him, "You're awesome, bro." Yet, there was something in his gaze that seemed a little different, almost as if a change was beginning to sneak its way through. Sure enough, from the heart of the crystal orb, a bright red light gradually intensified. Immediately, Mingi lifted his hand away from the orb. That light quickly vanished, and then he calmly stepped down below. His action made Xiao extremely satisfied. She praised him, "Well done, concealing your true strength is the #1 rule of survival. There's no need to let these foolish, ignorant people know that you are at the level of Crimson Lord." Facing the judgmental stares of those below, he questioned, "So, does this mean I've met the standard?" Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, the man could only stammer in reply, "You've met the standard." At this moment, Mingi had already assumed a new stance. With arrogance, he crossed his arms before his chest and said, "Thank you for the recognition you once gave me, teacher. If everyone here is at the level of Soul of Violet, then perhaps my score on the first exam is the highest, isn't it?" Assistant Instructor Xia seemed unaware of the tense atmosphere. She lavishly praised him despite the scowl on Yen Xian's face beside her. "Of course, Mingi, you are outstanding." Unable to endure his provocation, Yen Xian shouted, "Don't get too full of yourself, there's still the final round." With that, he stormed off together with Assistant Instructor Xia. Meanwhile, Assistant Instructor Xia approached him with concern, "Why didn't you directly participate in the official entrance examination? With your performance, you would surely have reached great heights." Before leaving, Assistant Instructor Xia did not forget to instruct everyone, "Head to the next room to rest. Later, we will proceed with the combat test." At the entrance of a room, a notice was carefully posted, "Today, a special entrance examination will be held, requiring the voluntary assistance of advanced level students for the combat test. We hope you will actively participate." Inside, Yen Xian uncomfortably clutched his head, cursing nonstop, "Damn it, is that brat deliberately here to cause trouble?" Across from him, Assistant Instructor Xia leaned forward, even fanning the flames, "Maybe he's a top student from another academy, purposely coming to stir up problems for our Nandu Academy."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a few knocks sounded outside, followed by a loud voice, "Come in." It was Fan Kai. With arrogance, he pushed up the sunglasses resting on his head before speaking. "Teacher, I heard today there's a special enrollment event, and high-level students like us are needed to volunteer as sparring opponents for the practical exam. Would you consider letting me do it?" Assistant Instructor Sha opened the notebook in her hand and slowly explained, "Fan Kai, I remember when you enrolled last year, you ranked third in the entire Lanyang city. On top of that, you've already trained here at the academy for a year. If you become the practical combat opponent for the candidates, it would seem rather unfair to them." With his pale, haggard face from overwork, Assistant Instructor Sha also offered his opinion. "If it's a special enrollment, then it has to be strict." Fan Kai's gaze gradually grew more arrogant, the corner of his mouth lifted as he voiced his disdain. "Besides, I'm already ranked in the top 10 of the second-year practical combat leaderboard at our academy." Ignoring all the reasons they gave, Yen Xin abruptly stood up, a suffocating aura instantly filling the surroundings. He declared firmly, "I choose you." The scene shifted, revealing a vast new arena. It is truly the arena of real combat. In the stands, Mingi and Ling Hui had already settled into their seats. He turned his head to scan the surroundings, then sighed in emotion. "So many students have come to watch the actual combat round, yet I don't see the one I hoped for." He murmured to himself, "Lu Qian, forget it, she already has a boyfriend." Taking his place at the supervisor's seat, Assistant Instructor Sha announced loudly, "The combat round is open. Students of the academy may come and watch the battles." Still holding a grudge against Mingi, Yen Xin raised his voice mockingly, "Open and fair, so that no one can claim we are abusing our authority." Assistant Instructor Sha stepped forward first. Holding a sheet of paper in his hand, he began calling out the names one by one. "Now I will read the list of participants. Mingi vs. Fan Kai, Ling Hui vs. Jiang Tinghe, Dong Su vs. Ben Long." As soon as the matchups were announced, the spectators below immediately erupted in chatter. "Isn't Fan Kai ranked among the top 10 of our year's combat board? That's right, he's really formidable." When Fan Kai appeared with arrogance, waves of cheers and praise resounded one after another. "It's really Fan Kai, he's so handsome. Go Fan Kai, you're the best." As he stepped into the arena, he spoke to Mingi with full confidence. "Old classmate, we meet again." Not to be outdone, Mingi replied, "What a coincidence indeed." Right after, Fan Kai lowered his voice in threat, "The academy arranged it this way, so I have no choice. Though we were high school classmates, don't expect me to show you any mercy now." His heart was full of contempt as he said, "Today, I'll definitely punch your teeth out. Following Lu Qian all the way from Lanyang to here, just like a pesky fly. A thing like you thinks you're worthy?" Mingi remained unfazed. He cast a threatening glance at Fan Kai and responded, "I won't go easy on you either." In his heart, he silently cursed, "I've had enough of your face for a long time, you fake." When their verbal sparring ended, the announcement sounded, and the battle began. As the words left his mouth, a surge of energy surrounded Fan Kai's hand. The raging tempest grew fiercer, and his voice became cold. "You still don't know, do you? I control the breath of the storm." With that, he sprang forward, charging at Mingi to initiate the fight. Fan Kai used the Tempest Barrage technique. A tornado formed right on the arena floor, rushing towards Mingi with terrifying speed. At that moment, Mingi raised his hand and struck forward, locking his gaze on the vortex. Without hesitation, he charged straight into it. Mingi delivered a decisive punch right into the heart of the storm, and with a powerful force, he immediately stopped its madness. The tornado vanished, and Fan Kai staggered backward. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Mingi, his eyes began to show signs of caution. As the dust cleared, Mingi's cold face was revealed. He slowly provoked, "Just when those 4 rounds were enough to warm me up, now I'll play with you seriously." Not only that, Mingi boldly revealed, "To be honest, I've hated two-faced people like you since high school." His provoking words immediately had an effect. Fan Kai angrily pointed at Mingi and shouted, "I'm two-faced? What right do you have to act all high and mighty? You're just a worthless guy who couldn't even get into the superhuman academy."
Mingi stopped pretending and began listing the wrongs Fan Kai had done to him. When I was with Lu Qian, you made things difficult for me, causing all kinds of trouble, laughing at me behind my back. The clear evidence was in a memory where Fan Kai had ridiculed him in front of a crowd. How could he still have the nerve to confess to the soul of Violet, the most talented beauty in the academy? Just thinking about it, Mingi subconsciously furrowed his brows. He continued, Xiao and Xinghong told me about all the times you teamed up with other classmates to play tricks on me. Fan Kai's face showed no sign of regret after hearing this. He even smirked and retorted, still can't handle me? Isn't that ridiculous? Look at you now, just some wandering guy who's lifted a bit of weight and thinks you're all that? You think you can pass the Nandu Academy exams? Do you really think I'd waste my time with you? I couldn't care less about you. Seeing him still so arrogant, Mingi pressed, then why are you here? That unexpected question immediately made Fan Kai hesitate. I'm just here following the school's instructions. That answer made him let out a self-mocking laugh. Oh really? The assistant instructor feels falsely accused. Assistant instructor Xia immediately defended herself. He volunteered on his own, and even went so far as to name you specifically as the opponent he wanted to spar with. Her words instantly left Fan Kai speechless. At that moment, he could no longer maintain the arrogance he had shown at first. Instead, his face darkened with anger. Unable to find a reason to refute, Fan Kai began to lose his temper. So what if I came here on my own? Right now is the special entrance exam, and I'm your sparring examiner. If I say you don't meet the standard, then you don't meet the standard. You're not worthy of the Superhuman Academy, and even less worthy of Lu Qian. Seeing his true intentions exposed, Mingi calmly recalled, back then, wherever Lu Qian and I went, you would show up to ruin the atmosphere. Just a few days ago it was the same. Clearly the one I invited was Lu Qian, yet you showed up instead. Unwilling to tolerate such absurdity, he slowly took off his coat and confronted him. If you like Lu Qian, then pursue her openly and honorably. If you manage to win her over, that's your own ability. But what's the point of stirring up trouble with me everywhere? Or is it that you already confessed to her and got coldly rejected? To cover up the failure festering inside, you have to trample on me just to make yourself feel superior. Fan Kai completely lost control. Unable to hold back any longer, he erupted in a furious outburst of curses. So what if that's true? You're an eyesore to me. Who the hell do you think you are? A sacred place like the Superhuman Academy, do you really think someone like you can just walk in? There are special admissions too. Ridiculous. You're only fit for hauling cement at construction sites, delivering on those filthy streets, or washing dishes at shabby restaurants. The stench of you low-class scum seeps from your bones. You think you can reach this fake, extraordinary profession? Mingi faintly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He had successfully ripped the mask off that man's face. So that's it. This is your true face. It actually makes people feel more comfortable than your two-faced expression before. Holding the jacket in his hand, he continued to taunt. But his appetite for a beating only grew. At that moment, Fan Kai's tone dropped. He spoke with haughty admonition, you still don't get it, do you? Now is when you should kneel and beg me. I'm your judge. Mingi decisively threw off his outer coat, surged with energy and said to Fan Kai, perfect. I've wanted to beat you for a long time, but I'm a bit poor and I don't want to cover your medical bills. In the stands, Ling Hui deftly grabbed his jacket and cried out excitedly, so it's finally a fight? Mingi began warming up his muscles, looked at his opponent with a cold glare and said, if it's an actual match, then I certainly won't have to pay medical fees and it'll give me a perfectly legitimate reason to beat you. Fan Kai sneered, still calmly boasting, ridiculous. Do you know I'm in the top 10 of the real combat rankings for this cohort? Because of you. Mingi was tired of listening to his useless words. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with a clenched fist. A powerful force slammed straight into Fan Kai's body. He quickly raised his hand to block the attack, but the impact was so intense that his body couldn't withstand it and was thrown backwards. With the principle of not wasting any opportunity, Mingi sprang forward again with his second high-speed move. His momentum was so strong that his footprints were deeply imprinted into the ground, and there were even dense streaks of water around him. In an instant, with that force, Mingi was already in front of Fan Kai, who was still in mid-air from being knocked backward, leaving him no chance for a counterattack. A punch, like a thunderbolt, slammed into Fan Kai's chin, and a deep crimson stream of blood immediately poured from his mouth. The force Mingi generated at that moment was stronger than the violent gale Fan Kai had initially used. It directly knocked out one of Fan Kai's front teeth and sent him flying into the air in excruciating pain. In the air, a vortex began to form. Fan Kai summoned small whirlwinds around his legs and back, which helped stabilize his body. Once he regained balance, he wiped the blood from his nose, his eyes burning with fury. Fan Kai fixed his glare on Mingi, his eyes wide, with veins clearly visible in his sclera. Then he began to summon the tornadoes. This time, the technique he chose was the spirit skill. A tornado, several meters long, was quickly created by Fan Kai. He called it Tempest Whip and struck it straight at Mingi. He quickly dodged. The force of it slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. His wind whip grew longer and longer. It twisted and writhed in the sky above the arena. Soon after, continuous attacks from Fan Kai caused the ground to explode. Mingi's figure disappeared in the thick dust. When his rage reached its peak, he shouted furiously, "Even if you get close, you won't be able to touch me. What's the use of a powerful punch? Nothing compares to my extraordinary abilities." Taking advantage of the situation, Fan Kai launched a relentless attack, using an intermediate-level spirit skill. This time, Raging Tempest was truly different. It was as wild as Fan Kai's current mood. He named it Wind Veil, as it resembled a snake lunging forward with its mouth wide open. Seeing that power, Mingi was a little surprised. Spirit skill? But his heart remained unmoved. Mingi knelt on one knee, his hand touching the ground, beginning the fusion process. Once he felt the soft movement of the earth beneath him, he slowly used the Mystic Fist technique, clenching his fist tightly as an earth tornado rose up under his control. Before him, the wind veil was charging with bared fangs and cold eyes, ready to strike. Fan Kai stood behind it, watching smugly. Perhaps he was very confident in his strike. Suddenly, the fierce whirlwind was dissipated by a mound of earth right before his eyes. Fan Kai's face immediately showed clear astonishment. Before he could recover, he was struck by the massive fist of the colossal pillar. His small body was instantly sent flying into the air. The strike immediately sparked doubt among the students in the stands. They continuously whispered in disbelief. Fan Kai is one of the top 10 second-year students? He's been knocked down by a contestant who hasn't even enrolled yet. The students in the stands were also wide-eyed in amazement. One of them exclaimed, "This person is incredibly powerful, no wonder they're the one dating Lu Qian." Below, Fan Kai slowly rose from the cloud of dust. His face was lowered, and his body exuded an unfamiliar, strange force. "I forgot to tell you, my ultimate talent has another hidden ability." He leaned back, screaming crazily. "That is, the angrier I get, the more I can control the breath of the gale." Fan Kai's hair stood on end from the fierce wind, and with the rage and fury boiling within him, his palms began to draw in the gusts of wind. Mingi, his eyes wide open, his pupils filled with a chilling, crazy aura, and veins visibly bulging on his tense face. "You've helped me reach my strongest state successfully." He gritted his teeth and used the technique. The Central Soul's explosive dragon wheel was immediately formed. Looking at the massive whirlwind on the arena, the students in the stands were stunned and exclaimed in amazement. "Heavens, this is Central Soul, only someone with the soul of Violet's innate talent can use it." Even from this far away, it still instills fear. Fan Kai really made his move. Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Assistant Instructor Sha immediately reminded, "Master Yen, this is an entrance exam, how can the judges use Central Soul? This is forbidden."
In response, Yen Xin only showed indifference.
Perhaps, at that moment, he just wanted Fan Kai to teach him a lesson. Fan Kai soared into the air, the raging whirlwind spinning without end.
He arrogantly taunted, "What's the use of your brute strength?"
"It's over, Mingi, feel the despair." Mingi's face was slightly dazed.
He silently wondered, is this really someone else's central soul?
But then he smiled, a mocking grin. It was far inferior to his own. This not only made Assistant Instructor Sha anxious, but even Assistant Instructor Sher frowned. There were differences in innate talent with the soul of Violet, and Fan Kai's battle intent in the form of a storm was relatively strong within the soul of Violet level. This kid is asking for trouble, he doesn't know his own limits. She anxiously pointed at the storm and kept reminding, "Master Yen, Mingi is in danger." In the stands, Ling Hui also sensed the peril in this battle. He shouted frantically, "Mingi, run!" As the whirlwind charged forward, everyone immediately panicked, realizing that Mingi had been swallowed up by it.
Yen Xin curled his lips.
He began to feel anxious, the urging voice still ringing in his ears. Amidst the dust and smoke, Master Yen, Mingi, stood firmly on the ground.
Not only that, he even boldly taunted.
Mingi said, "If you really want to defeat someone, you should focus all your mind on unleashing your central soul." His gaze flashed with a dim purple hue in the dark space. Mingi continued to mock, "All your rambling only makes you resemble a crazy, incompetent fool even more."
He successfully enraged Fan Kai once again.
At this moment, his eyes blazed with a furious green fire. Fan Kai shouted loudly, "I'm incompetent, and I was actually trying to spare your face, but it seems now you'll have to return to the hospital and stay bedridden." The students in the stands quickly covered their faces from the overwhelming power of the storm. Amidst their astonished gazes, Fan Kai unleashed the furious dragon fist, fully utilizing its 100% power. Mingi remained incredibly calm as the whirlwind rushed toward him, slowly gathering his spiritual energy into his fist. He pivoted his foot, creating a graceful arc as the purple energy slowly merged. He bent his body slightly, gathering strength. Mingi rushed forward with a punch, his eyes glowing with a cold gleam. Gale Fist. In an instant, his punch shattered Fan Kai's furious dragon fist, and not only that, it sent him flying into the air. Through the heart of the storm, Fan Kai widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Mingi, his expression immediately turning to fear and panic. A purple hue reflected off his face. In front of all the students, Mingi's martial authority pierced through the violent whirlwind. When it reached its peak, it immediately triggered a massive explosion. After the chaos, a thick cloud of dust covered the entire arena. As it dissipated, Mingi's cold face gradually emerged. On one of the walls, Fan Kai was beaten and bruised, his gaze empty. The imprint of Mingi's handprint still lingered on his chest. At this moment, the power in Mingi's hands slowly faded away. Witnessing this scene, the students were left dumbfounded. Beside them, only Ling Hui smiled, looking towards him. Unsurprisingly, the three judges also stood up, unable to believe their eyes. A moment later, Fan Kai slid off the wall, clearly in a pitiful state. His once slicked-back hair was now disheveled, and his body had lost all strength. Fan Kai immediately collapsed onto the ground. In the most humiliating position, he still tried to force himself to question. "How did you do it?" Seeing his pitiful state, Mingi patiently explained. "Mystic Fist can absorb the surrounding solvents and transform them into its own strength. These solvents include the very breath of your wind." Upon hearing this, Fan Kai shakily pushed himself up. He exclaimed in disbelief. "Spirit technique, how could it be a spirit technique?" Struggling to lift his head to look at him, Fan Kai asked in astonishment. "How could you use a spirit technique to defeat my central soul?" Mingi looked at him with eyes blazing with sparks, a chilling coldness enveloping his body from deep within his gaze. "If I used central soul, you'd probably be reduced to bones and ashes by now. But since you're an old classmate, I'll spare you some face." Upon hearing this, Fan Kai gasped in shock. "Central soul, you can actually use central soul?"
At that moment, Ling Hui walked over, followed by medical staff. He tossed the coat back to him and scolded directly, "Idiot." Mingi had just passed the talent test, his extraordinary talent being at the Soul of Violet level. Yet, even without using Central Soul, he had already defeated him. A series of facts completely triggered his anger. Fan Kai struggled to prop himself up, his trembling body barely lifting his head to question, "How could you have the talent of Soul of Violet? Clearly, during the test ceremony, you were just mortal dust level." The medical staff urged, "Stop talking, hurry up and get on the stretcher." Mingi casually put on his coat and replied, "People grow, just lie still in the hospital for a few months, your injuries are no small matter." After that pointless conversation, Ling Hui walked over, slung an arm around his shoulders, and mocked him. "So this is the real strength of someone in the top 10? Pathetically weak. Looks like it won't be too hard for us to call the shots in Nandu in the future, right, Mingi?" He didn't hesitate to continue his words, causing Fan Kai to nearly spit blood in rage. Knowing that Nandu Academy still had many geniuses, he realized not everyone would crumble under a single blow like Fan Kai. On the stands, the students continuously shouted loudly, "Accept him, accept him." Seeing this, Assistant Instructor Xia also spoke up to advise Yen Xan, "Master Yen, Minghi's abilities are already quite clear. If you still refuse to accept him, it may stir up quite a bit of criticism." Mingi, full of confidence, replied, "Master, I suppose I have already become an honored student of the Nandu Super Academy, right?" His attitude made Yen Xin furrow his brows tightly. Yen Xin snapped, "Don't get too proud. The Super Academy has never lacked geniuses who are more talented than you." Hearing this, Mingi remained expressionless, his face still proud as he responded, "In the future, when you are recruiting students, you should be stricter. For example, students like Fan Kai. If someone didn't know better, they'd think the top 10 students of our Nandu Super Academy were admitted through backdoor means. That's not good for the reputation of the Nandu Super Academy. If you need strict examiners in the future, you can come find me. I guarantee you won't want to admit anyone. That person will never get in, not in this lifetime." His remark infuriated Yen Xin. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Suppressing his rising anger, Yen Xin loudly declared, "Congratulations on becoming a student of the Nandu Super Academy. After entering the academy, don't be arrogant and proud. Be humble and learn more, and show greater respect to your teachers." As soon as he finished speaking, Assistant Instructor Xia beside him quickly covered his mouth and chuckled at Minghi's response. Yen Xin, on the other hand, angrily shouted, "Don't go too far." When Fan Kai was being carried over, she immediately asked, "Do you need help paying the medical fees for this student?" Yen Xin replied with obvious disgust, "Students fighting each other are forbidden from using noble intentions. He violated the rules and brought this upon himself. Why should we pay for him?" Fan Kai, lying on the stretcher, tried to speak up, "I don't need money." As he passed by, Ling Hui immediately sneered, "I've seen people use their power to bully others, but I've never seen someone try to use their influence to pay their own medical bills." His words made Fan Kai spit blood again. The medical staff exclaimed in surprise, "Not again?" Then, other competitions were smoothly completed. When the contest ended, Ling Hui waved to say goodbye. "Goodbye, my dad wants to congratulate me, so I'm heading back first." As Ling Hui left, an older girl ran up and waved to her younger brother. Smiling, she took out her phone and stood in front of him, excitedly saying, "You just arrived at Nandu Academy, so you're probably not familiar with the place, right? Let's be friends, I can be your guide." Mingi scratched his head and awkwardly spoke up, "Thank you, but I wanted to ask how to get to the Dong building?" Hearing this, the girl smiled and replied cheerfully, "You want to go to Dong building? I was planning to go there too. Let's go together." Behind them, Luo stared in shock. Minghi, not noticing her, casually responded, "What a coincidence." Before Lu Qian could finish her sentence, she was interrupted as the girl approached and spoke up. "Hey, I'm a high school classmate of Minghi. Let me be his guide instead." Thanks for your enthusiasm, though.
The girl was taken aback, her face showing clear discomfort, but she didn't seem to notice Lu Qian's irritation. She still gently held out her phone in front of him and said, "Then let's be friends." Lu Qian immediately responded. "His phone's broken, it's being repaired." She wasn't giving up, and with a certain persistence, she replied, "Then give me your phone number." At this point, Lu Qian began to feel annoyed. She squinted at the older girl, then bluntly said, "It's really broken, it needs to be replaced." Seeing her firm attitude, the older girl responded regretfully, "Well then, never mind." A moment later, as they walked together, Mingi innocently asked, "How did you know I had to replace my phone?" It's true that the old one had problems. She walked ahead of him, her tone tinged with sulkiness. "Other girls are actively trying to get to know you like that. Looks like you must have passed the test with outstanding results, huh?" Mingi looked at her in confusion, humbly replying, "It was actually our old classmate Fan Kai who helped. He gave way to me." Her words surprised Lu Qian. She turned her head back and curiously asked, "Wasn't he the one who used to pick on you everywhere?" His comment made Fan Kai in the infirmary sneeze. Mingi said, "Some people may seem like petty individuals on the outside, but in reality, they are just coded figures." At this point, Lu Qian turned to him with a gentle gaze and said, "No matter what, I still want to congratulate you. Mingi, we become classmates again." Mingi smiled back and replied, "Yes, we are classmates again." The wide road was shaded by trees, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a picturesque and peaceful scene. At last, Mingi was living the college life he had long desired. The scenic road was like a vast field for all the students to gather, where they could practice together. The training ground stretched out endlessly. The lively atmosphere unfolded as everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. The student walkway bustled with activity. A modern, multi-story building stood on the left, its tilted design catching the eye, while the lecture halls and library maintained a classical style. In a small classroom, a projector displayed the fundamental content of the combat training course for extraordinary practitioners. Master Zhong stood at the podium, lecturing the students in front of him about the innate combat abilities of extraordinary beings. Every extraordinary practitioner will master a set of core abilities. As everyone knows, we categorize extraordinary abilities into 5 levels: Mortal Dust, Tranquil Blue, Soul of Violet, Crimson Lord, and Dark Saint. He looked at them and posed a question. Master Zhong raised his hand and called on a female student. "Now, may I ask, what core ability does the Mortal Dust level possess?" Let the young lady answer. Mingi immediately glanced at Renrome, who was sitting next to her. When called upon, she stood up, holding the book in her hands, and responded to the person possessing the extraordinary talent of Mortal Dust. Their physical qualities will differ from ordinary people, and if they also engage in rigorous training, they might be able to break through some of the limits of regular athletes. Master Zhong agreed with her answer and presented an image of a weightlifter. Exactly, in the past, we recognized that certain qualities of athletes, such as strength. Then came the images of other athletes, like sprinters, archers, along with some other distinguishing traits. Speed, accuracy, these are the limits of the human body. Master Zhong stepped away from the table, waved his hand forward, and said, "But in the era of superhumans, most of the superhumans are far superior to them. This is the primary ability of a Mortal Dust superhuman, we call it the superhuman physique." His expression was now extremely serious, and his finger pointed upward as he continued to give examples. Of course, those at the Mortal Dust level will have different attributes. For example, some might possess extremely fast speed, while others might have immense strength. Normally, the admission standards for our Nan-Du Academy require only one of 4 qualities: strength, speed, reflexes, or combat ability. Zhang Yuan, who was behind, raised his hand and stood up to voice his opinion. Mingi was startled and glanced back. "Teacher, I have a friend. He has tested and found that he possesses Mortal Dust talent, with both strength and reflexes meeting the standards.
So why was he not accepted?
Master Zhong heard his question and immediately responded.
Renrong attentively took notes in his small notebook. This is the next topic we will discuss, the tranquil blue level. What is the primary ability of someone at the tranquil blue level? Perhaps those of you who have entered Nandu Academy are already well aware.
He looked towards the students present, his gaze growing more serious as he spoke. However, even so, I must explain it in detail once again. A person at the tranquil blue level not only possesses the extraordinary qualities of the mortal dust level but also has a unique ability.
Is there anyone here who would like to demonstrate it for us?
Of course, you mustn't damage any equipment in the classroom. Chun-Chun stood up eagerly and raised her hand, saying, "Teacher, I have the extraordinary talent of phantom light. My tranquil blue skill is blindness, but everyone can feel it a little." Everyone in the room turned to look at her, and Master Zhang extended his hand, signaling for quiet.
All right, everyone, please close your eyes.
If you close your eyes, you won't be able to see my skill, she replied.
I'll just release a faint light, is that okay? She answered loudly, okay.
The surroundings gradually darkened as Chun-Chun raised her hand high, creating a small light, and declared,
I can control the intensity of the phantom light.
Suddenly, Chun-Chun clenched her hand into a fist, and the light vanished. After a moment, she opened her hand again, revealing a bright sphere of light inside. The light illuminated the entire room, its strength forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Mingi squeezed both eyes shut, raising her hand to cover them, the light startling everyone. Master Zhong quickly spoke to reassure them, "Everyone, don't panic.
Just close your eyes for now, it will take 1 or 2 minutes for your vision to fully recover."
He slowly lowered his hand, one eye slightly opening to listen to him. "Everyone, this is the burst of spiritual technique." When Mingi opened her eyes, the image of Master Zhong was still blurry. Those with the extraordinary talent of tranquil blue not only possessed superior physical strength, but also had special spiritual techniques like this. The power that bursts forth at crucial moments during combat could cause significant damage to the enemy and also create effects that one might not expect.
After hearing his detailed analysis, she awkwardly lowered her head and scratched it, realizing that those with the tranquil blue talent must master the spiritual techniques.
Vivid images of grueling practice appeared.
Master Zhong continued his explanation. The burst of spiritual technique consumes a large amount of physical energy and mental strength.
Therefore, although those with tranquil blue talent are inherently stronger than those with mortal dust talent, training in extraordinary physical strength is still very important.
Renrong, who had been listening attentively, spoke up with a question, "What about Soul of Violet, Master?"
He leaned forward, pointing ahead as he replied, "Those with Soul of Violet not only have the extraordinary physical strength of mortal dust but also the burst spiritual technique of tranquil blue." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately stood up, a curious expression on his face as he asked, "Isn't it true that only a few people in the whole school have the Soul of Violet talent, Master?" He walked closer to the table where his computer was placed. Master Zhong turned the computer on and said, "As for Central Soul, it's difficult to explain clearly in just a few words. Different Central Souls will have different conditions for activation. For example, some Central Souls can only be activated when a person's life is at risk or when a soul is in danger. The meaning is related to their spiritual techniques, which can be understood as the power of their spiritual techniques being increased tenfold." He picked up the remote, glanced around the room, and exclaimed, "Not long ago, I obtained a real combat video from the special entrance exam."
Coincidentally, a Central Soul appeared.
Of course, I'm not showing this video to prove how powerful the Central Soul is. Please, watch carefully. Master Zhong then asked the students nearby to help pull down the curtains and turn off the lights.
They quickly complied.
The projector screen started to unfold, revealing the image of a man whose face was blurred. He explained that the face had been intentionally obscured. For all such video materials, if they are used without the person's consent, we will blur their faces. Mingi recognized who it was immediately. When he saw the face was blurred, he sighed with relief.
Thankfully, he didn't want to become famous so soon. The sound from the video began to play. All the students in the room were stunned and began discussing excitedly, Central Soul Furious Dragon Fist. Is this the central soul of the soul of Violet? Just watching the video gives me the feeling that the wind is going to tear me apart. This is terrifying. It feels like a small-scale natural disaster. Renrong kept holding the notebook tightly in her hand, bringing the pen close to her lips, glancing at him with suspicion. Why does that person's figure look so much like Mingi? After a moment, he continued speaking. Master Zhang pressed a button on the computer and said, "Everyone, pay attention. This student's extraordinary talent is Zhang Feng." Images of immense, white, swirling power like waves appeared. Master Zhang introduced to everyone that the wind spirit technique and the spirit artifact wind veil the student had used earlier were actually the result of gathering wind elements from the surroundings. This is a prerequisite for the student to perform Central Soul. The wind must reach a certain strength. When Mingi heard this, he froze, his gaze fixed as if he had figured something out. He raised his hand to his chin, thinking deeply, his eyes shifting elsewhere as he muttered, "So that's how it is. That means when I broke apart those wind veils with my fist, Fan Kai wouldn't have been able to perform Central Soul, making it easier to defeat him." Chun Chun widened her eyes, pointing at the screen and shouting, "That person is about to be torn apart by the wind." Everyone was shocked by the sight, exclaiming, "Who could possibly withstand this Central Soul?" Powerful forces were continuously being unleashed, and the students there couldn't believe their eyes. Worried exclamations filled the air, "He's not human. Just one punch shattered someone's Central Soul. That tornado is huge." Ranron leaned over and glanced at Ming Xia. At this moment, his expression remained calm as he didn't even look at the screen. Master Zhang noticed the class starting to get noisy and spoke up. He raised his hand and pointed at the large screen, saying, "Pay attention, the student in our materials only uses spontaneous soul techniques. From her previous battle process, we can infer that her soul technique can absorb the surrounding solvents. The stronger the solvent, the more powerful the soul technique she manifests." Zhang Yuan immediately stood up, raising his hand with a puzzled expression. "Isn't the soul of Violet's Central Soul 10 times stronger than the tranquil blue soul technique? How can that be possible?" Master Zhong quickly responded to the question. He raised 2 fingers and said, "There are 2 factors." Different images of Ming He's intense training flashed through his mind. Master Zhong exclaimed, "First, the basic mortal dust physical targets of the student in this material are quite solid. I've heard that she scored perfect points in all 3 targets." He placed both hands on the table, looking at the students who were still in shock, and continued, "We've mentioned before that mortal dust's talent is an extraordinary physical potential that can be strengthened through training. The stronger the extraordinary physical foundation, the more powerful the soul technique and Central Soul that one can manifest." Master Zhong continued to organize these sources of power into groups and explained in detail. This is why the true strength of an extraordinary individual isn't just assessed by the standard mortal dust tranquil blue from the Crimson Lord in Dark Saint Souls, as is often theorized. A mortal dust talent who has trained their extraordinary physical body to the highest level can still defeat someone with a Dark Saint talent. Hearing what he said, the students couldn't help but feel excited. They turned to each other, chatting loudly. "Who is the person in the document? He's so powerful. It feels like he could take on the whole classroom by himself." The excited girl turned to Zhang Yuan beside her and spoke. "That's right, the power of that punch." He now looked extremely admiring, raising his hand into a fist and exclaiming. And that was just his martial technique. If he used Central Soul, wouldn't he be able to knock over an entire small mountain? Once everything was finished, Master Zhang stopped. He closed his laptop, stood up, and addressed the students. "You've heard a lot and watched the real combat video. By now, you should understand the main purpose of this lesson. This class had successfully motivated everyone. They all looked forward with determination. Your limits are not determined by how talented you are.
Whether it's mortal dust or tranquil blue, true combat requires you to utilize every bit of your strength perfectly. Master Zhong stepped away from his teaching desk and moved closer. He raised his hand toward the sky and affirmed, "Without greater talent, you'll be easily defeated." When the class ended, the sky outside the building was clear and blue, and the lesson had concluded. Renrong tightly held her notebook and followed behind, her eyes never leaving the front. She had been thinking ever since, and finally spoke up, calling out, "Mingi." Mingi heard someone calling his name and immediately stopped, turning around with a confused expression. Fang Renrong approached him and asked, "The person using their fist in the video, that was you, right?" He put his hands in his pockets and continued walking. Mingi raised his other hand towards her, puzzled. It was a dream. "How did you recognize it was me with such a blurry appearance?" Renrong, smiling brightly, walked beside him and said, "When we were on the ship, you weren't yet a student of Nandu Academy." She tilted her head and glanced up at his face, emphasizing, "Now, you're sitting in the same classroom as me. The only possibility is that you passed the special entrance exam." Mingi quickly retorted, "There were quite a few people taking the special exam, though." Renrong recalled his action of defeating the monster. As she remembered, she said seriously, "I remember when you knocked that monster out of the fog, you used a fist that was unbeatable." Mingi came up with another example as a shield. With a look of denial, he said, "Many people use their fists. Didn't Saitama also use his fists?" Just as Renrong was about to respond, a loudspeaker suddenly blared. He immediately raised his hand to signal for silence. The residents took notice as the astronomy division reported that a small meteor had entered the atmosphere. The announcement was loud and echoed throughout the area. Based on preliminary calculations, its fall trajectory was expected to land in the Shaoling Nandu region. The Shaoling villagers were advised to evacuate immediately, and the frontline commanders were instructed to prepare for battle. She nervously glanced around. Mingi, one hand in his pocket, silently listened to the loudspeaker announcements. The rear support had been alerted, and the reinforcements were being organized. At that moment, the phone in her pocket vibrated. It caught her attention. She fumbled for the phone, took it out, and answered the call, holding it to her ear. "Renrong, when you entered the school, you were selected to be a member of the reinforcement combat team. Have you heard the forecast just released by the astronomy division?" Renrong furrowed her brow and asked, "What's the directive?" Mingi, who was also on a call, glanced at his phone, picked it up, and spoke. "Luo Lin." On the other end of the line, Luo Lin stood with one hand on his hip, the other adjusting the earpiece, relaying the information to Mingi. "This time at Shaoling, it's a cluster formation, likely no less than 1,000 creatures. While the frontline will handle them, the Dragon's Tooth organization needs you on standby at any moment to deal with any sudden situations that might arise." He glanced at the phone held to his ear and responded without hesitation. "Understood. Where do I need to go?" Luo Lin gave the instructions on the other end. "You're a member of Dragon's Tooth, and you're only responsible for emergency plans. In the coming days, don't get injured during combat, don't leave Nandu without authorization, and don't take on any other missions." Mingi calmly continued listening as he walked away, leaving Renrong standing there, somewhat confused. He quickly made his way toward the dormitory area where he was staying. The dormitory area gradually came into view. Mingi had just stepped into the door of the room when he suddenly noticed the conversation between his friends. "Li Mian, what's there to be proud of?" Zhang Yuan sat dejectedly on the chair, his hands raised in a dismissive gesture. "Isn't he just a member of the support team?" Your Highness lay back on the sofa, pouting as he said, "Well, he's our roommate. The government has already made it clear that preparatory students will be given priority." Zhang Yuan spoke up as soon as he saw Mingi. "You're back, Mingi?" He had been listening to the conversation all along. Mingi, with a slightly curious expression, asked, "I've been away for a few days, what exactly does preparatory student mean?" Your Highness sat up abruptly from the sofa, counting off with his fingers as if calculating.
Don't disasters always get reported by the astronomy division? When something happens, the government, the hunters, the authorities, and the citizens will all start taking action. If a level 5 or higher calamity falls, the four sides will send out some personnel to investigate and prepare for combat. Mingi moved closer to Your Highness and sat down beside him, exclaiming, "Back in the small city I lived in, disasters didn't occur often. Of course, this is Nandu, after all the calamities for the entire southern region are dealt with by Nandu." He glanced at Mingi and continued explaining, "Our Nandu Supernatural Academy is a leader among the academies. If you can become a preparatory combat student, it's a huge honor." Zhang Yuan had been silent for a while, but suddenly, as if stirred, he stamped his foot hard on the floor with a soft sound. He jumped up from his seat, craned his neck, and shouted loudly, "They're just backup personnel, what are they boasting about? Do they even see the shadow of the monster? Not even sure about that." He stopped yelling, his face confident as he pointed his thumb behind him and said, "My brother is on the front lines, he's the one directly killing the monsters. That little Bradley Neon is just in the backup team, running errands for the frontline personnel." Mingi, sitting with one arm draped over his chair, legs crossed, looked over at him. Your Highness, excited by Zhang Yuan's words, exclaimed, "Your brother is that amazing? I heard that frontline personnel get VIP treatment, they get to live in one bedroom, one living room apartments, and have a butler to help with cleaning and laundry." Zhang Yuan stood with his hand on the desk, but pointed out the window and shouted, "Of course. You see that VIP building over there? The one by the lake? That's where the frontline personnel live." Both of them turned to look in the direction he pointed and said, "So that's how it is." It was a vast lake, and in the middle of the lake, there was a large area. Zhang Yuan looked out and exclaimed, "I saw our goddess Nandu walking over there this afternoon when I was out for a stroll. She seems to be a frontline fighter too. So that's where she lives." Mingi, hearing the mention of a stranger, was curious and asked, "Who's this goddess Nandu you're talking about?" He immediately turned around, furrowing his brows and replying, "Even outsiders know that Nandu has 3 goddesses, and you don't?" He smiled slightly, resting his hand on his thigh, and looked at Your Highness as he began his little lesson. He raised 3 fingers in a gesture. "All right, come here, let me introduce the 3 goddesses of Nandu Academy." He then recalled the image of Tang Ning. Your Highness introduced her by her nickname, the Ice Princess, Tang Ning. Next came the powerful image of Fengling, the martial saint, Fengling, and the last one was Lu Qian. Mingi froze for a moment when he heard Your Highness's introduction, and soon started sweating in confusion, asking why everyone's titles sounded so exaggerated. He crossed his legs, one hand pointing upward, the other adjusting his glasses, grinning and saying, "These are titles given to them by the students in the school, based on their extraordinary talents. I heard that those who have seen them use their powers don't find these titles problematic at all. In fact, they think they're quite fitting." He smiled brightly, glancing at Your Highness, and with a hint of pride in his tone, he said, "So, I've got some fame by association. Lu Qian is a classmate of mine from high school." He placed his hand on Mingi's shoulder and exclaimed, "Why don't you just say Lu Qian is your girlfriend?" Zhang Yuan, still standing with his hand on his waist, staring out the window, turned his head, raised his voice, and said, "That's right." The male students of the academy all called them wife, but he was still trying to explain, "She's really just my friend." You turned around completely, your hand still on your hip in a threatening gesture. Don't even think about using that excuse to claim the room facing the girls' dormitory. Your Highness also raised a hand to intervene, saying, "That's right, you're already familiar with Lu Qian. Isn't she more than enough to rival the girls' dormitory?" He immediately stood up from the sofa and replied, "Fine then." Mingi walked to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave his hand in farewell, "I'll head to my room now." A while later, he was back in his room. Mingi sat quietly in meditation on the bed, calmly and silently closing his eyes to relax his mind. Suddenly, due to his intense focus, his mind was transported to a strange shrine. In front of him, Xiao was floating in midair, dozing off. Mingi stood before her and asked, "What's today's opponent?" Hearing the sound,
she opened her eyes. Xiao stretched her hand up, yawning as she spoke. Dr. Zhao's mutation is no longer a suitable virtual opponent for you. She quickly became serious, sweeping her hand across the air, and data charts instantly appeared in front of her. But since you haven't had much contact, the data we have is too limited. You'll need to interact with more monster species, then I'll be able to simulate more virtual opponents. Mingi, with his hands in his pockets, looked up at her and said, "Perfect timing. There's an invasion of monsters lately, and there are even 7 of them near Shaoling." He gently lowered his head, closed his eyes, but his mouth still spoke. "You might want to consider that. I'm still waiting for orders." Xiao was still floating in the air, closing her eyes just like him, her tone full of insinuation. "Then you can just wander around like a lazy person. In the near future, you don't need to come to me. Without new data, new opponents, training would be pointless." Mingi walked closer to her, looking up, and said, "Anyway, this place is an academy, right? It seems you have to join the reserve team to have a chance of encountering monsters." Xiao crossed her legs, her hands still tapping away at the screen, replying, "Aren't you a hunter? You could take on some private jobs to gain more experience." He nodded in agreement as he listened to her, lowering his head slightly and placing a hand on his mouth. "Right, I'll wait until the Dragon's Tooth order waiting period ends first." On the screen was all his information. Xiao tapped on it, informing Mingi, "Your second heavenly talent form, Wooden Heavenly Talent, has opened. If you find a life core, you could unlock your second supernatural ability." He was stunned, his eyes wide, shouting, "The second heavenly talent form? Life core, is that the life core that grants supernatural abilities?" At this point, Xiao didn't even glance at him. She kept focusing on the screen and remarked, "You can get it from a mature monster in a monster's den. Of course, if you have the money, you could buy it too." At this, Mingi felt a deep sense of disillusionment. He glanced away and said, "I don't have any money." Upon hearing this, she secretly laughed and confidently pointed to herself, saying, "The rich rely on skill, while the poor depend on luck. You're lucky to have met someone as unique as me." Mingi then imagined other superheroes who were fortunate enough to be granted powers. He raised his hand with a slightly complaining tone. "Some people get bitten by spiders, struck by lightning, and immediately fly up into the sky, able to disregard the entire universe. I got hit by a star as big as that, and still have to level up one step at a time. Can't you just give me the full level reward right away?" Hearing his complaints, Xiao quickly extinguished his hopes with a disdainful look. "That's in the movies, idiot." After going back and forth, Mingi still insisted on having her create some opponents for him. He raised his fist and gave it a few taps with his other hand, saying, "Well, since we're both free, why don't you just whip up a few opponents for me to punch a few times?" She no longer sat idly but straightened up, hands on her hips, and scolded him, "Are you obsessed with training? Why aren't you going on a date? Aren't you supposed to be enjoying the beautiful college life? You just arrived, there are still many things you're not familiar with, right?" Mingi seemed to have taken in some of her words and responded, "That's true." His gaze slightly darkened, as if he had come to some realization, his tone turning somewhat expectant. "If it's the school." Seeing the black face mask lying on the ground, Mingi bent down and picked it up. He put it on his face, using the mask to cover half of his face, then said, "I've wanted to visit that place for a long time." Mingi quickly left his dormitory and walked towards the training ground. There were many people practicing there. It was an open training field, and as he looked at it, he murmured, "There are opponents here I can practice with." Xiao, seeing this, could only helplessly slap his forehead and exclaim, "This guy's a hopeless training addict." At a small section of the training ground, his jacket was draped over a nearby sign, "Field Number 1, Preserve the Plants, Central Soul is Prohibited." At this moment, he was fighting against a student. The young man stood opposite him and said, "Watch closely my blind punches and kicks." Mingi, unafraid, responded, "Come at me." The student gritted his teeth and quickly charged towards him.
He continuously launched attacks at Mingi. All of those attacks were evaded by him. Not only that, he even dodged the strikes with his eyes closed, silently thinking, this is even worse than fighting a virtual opponent. While thinking, his mouth murmured, let's just consider this as warming up. After all, I'm free anyway. At that very moment, on another small section of the training ground, on field number 3, shadows were fighting fiercely, with neither side willing to yield. Fengling was in a battle with someone who had the form of a spirit beast. She was holding her ground against the opponent's attacks. Suddenly, she forcefully lifted her leg, clenched her fist, kicked the person away, and then, as fast as a flash of lightning, Fengling jumped upwards. As the opponent was descending, she jumped higher and raised her leg. With immense strength, she delivered a powerful strike to him. The entire body of the opponent was sent flying down toward the ground. Upon impact, it caused an explosion. The spirit beast's body was emitting smoke, and with tears in his eyes, he lamented, is this really necessary, just for practice? After resolving the situation, Fengling gently landed on the ground. Her expression was fierce and full of energy. She slowly walked over and said, next. When no one responded, Fengling turned around and called out to someone behind her, startling them, you, come here. The person quickly disappeared in fear. She turned to call someone else, and it was the same reaction. Then come over here. Everyone at the training ground quickly ran away out of fear, leaving only her standing alone in the middle of the field. Fengling felt sad when she saw everyone leave. She glanced around. There was no one left, so she didn't need to stay. With her hands in her pockets, Fengling slowly walked towards someone. The person handed her a towel, and Fengling waved her hand, sighing, today, not even a drop of sweat fell. Uncle Yuan smiled at her tired expression, gripping the towel firmly and said, with your abilities, you're on a whole other level here. Do you know what people outside call you? Fighting Phoenix Dancer. Fengling closed her eyes, slightly lifting her head, continuing her previous lament. What special nickname they give me is their business. I used to come here to warm up, but now, even that effect is no longer achieved. He raised his hand and pointed in a direction, saying, it's because you've gotten stronger. By the way, I saw a kid over at Court 1 who also seems pretty impressive. Do you want to give it a try? Fengling shoved her hands into her jacket pockets, turned around, and replied, forget it, I'm not interested. Seeing this, Uncle Yuan stopped mentioning it. All right then. As she passed by Mingi, who was still sparring with someone, she couldn't help but be drawn in and turned her head. At that moment, he was intensely engaged in the match. Mingi raised his hand to block an attack, then used force to pull his opponent backward, sweeping his leg to trip the other, leaving the opponent no time to react. Immediately, the man didn't have time to react, and his body was sent crashing face first into the ground. He lay flat, his tears flowing uncontrollably at that moment. Fengling stood with her arms crossed, observing the scene with quite a bit of amusement, then spoke to Uncle Yuan, who was standing behind her, I've changed my mind. She swiftly removed her outer jacket, revealing her stunning figure underneath. The person's body technique wasn't bad, he might be able to last 2 or 3 minutes. Uncle Yuan walked over to her, took the jacket from her hands, and smiled, saying, I'm not so sure about that. I watched just now, and I think he could last even longer. Fengling cracked her knuckles and slowly stepped into the arena, turning her head to challenge him, you don't believe in me, do you? Let's make a bet. 3 minutes. If I can't defeat him in 3 minutes, I'll follow your training plan. He replied, all right. Mingi was currently pointing to another opponent to fight with. Fengling moved forward to catch his attention. I'll fight you. The two stood facing each other. Mingi raised both hands, staring straight at her, and said, those who come are not refused. Hearing his words, Fengling propelled herself toward Mingi with great speed. Seeing her extraordinary stamina, he hesitated for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. She closed the distance and leapt high to kick him in the head, but Mingi managed to dodge. As her kick was still in motion, he quickly shifted and avoided it.
Mingi dodged, leaving a long trail of dust behind him on the arena floor.
She was thrown off balance by his evasion, flying off far.
Fengling's expression at that moment turned toward him, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she said, "Not a bad reaction." Mingi also looked straight at her, his face growing more serious as he replied, "You're not bad yourself."
Now it was his turn to counterattack.
Mingi lunged forward, throwing a punch toward her, but like him, Fengling easily dodged. She quickly propelled herself to the side, her legs spread wide to keep her balance.
Now, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Fengling looked toward him and complimented, "Very good."
The massive force of his attack came crashing down, the impact leaving a noticeable mark on the ground. Her eyes gradually took on a more determined expression. Fengling raised her leg high, shouting, "It's over." Mingi's eyes also glinted with light, his hand swinging back to take a strong punch. She swung her leg down toward him, and Mingi responded with all the strength of their battle to counter, Moonfall Rising Dragon.
The fierce battle continued relentlessly, neither of them willing to yield. The crowd watching from the sidelines was stunned, some even feeling a sense of fear.
These two are ridiculously strong.
Are they even human?
After a while, their punches collided, the force of the blow shaking through the air. Being a man, Mingi had the advantage, putting all his strength into the strike.
Fengling quickly flipped backward to avoid it.
After dodging the blow, she jumped back to the ground. At this point, her legs were starting to shake. The crowd outside was cheering them on, and Uncle Yuan, standing among them, said smugly, 3 minutes have already passed. She straightened up, her hands tightly clenched into defensive fists, complimenting him, "You're really strong, I underestimated you." His hand was now continuously swishing back and forth, responding to her praise, "Same here."
She then said, "All right, one more time."
This time, it was his turn to advance. Mingi leapt forward with a strong jump towards her. He charged quickly, raising his hand with a smug expression, "Now it's my turn to attack." His punches came in rapid succession, too fast to follow.
Fengling's wind-style fists were equally formidable, and she quickly dodged his dangerous strikes.
Shadow shift, she swiftly leapt back, keeping her eyes fixed on him, silently thinking, "I need to extend the distance first, gain the initiative." Both of them quickly switched to other moves, running at full speed. The second stage of their berserk speed began, and the battle between them became intense, with no one daring to intervene. The force of their strikes created a lot of smoke. A student who had been watching the battle intently analyzed it seriously. He couldn't clearly see their movements, but they managed to counter each other's moves. Their speed, strength, and reflexes were flawless. Suddenly, the phone in Uncle Yuan's pocket vibrated, drawing his attention. He picked up the phone and listened quietly. Looking at the intense battle before him, Uncle Yuan stepped in to stop them. He raised his hand towards her and called out, "Fengling, there's an urgent mission." Hearing his voice from a distance, Fengling ground her foot firmly into the ground and said, "Stop." She turned her head and looked towards Uncle Yuan. At that moment, the people standing there watching the match began to stir.
"Fengling, that's the fighting phoenix dancer. Fengling, it's really her. Oh my god, she's my goddess."
Fengling turned to him, one hand on her hip, and said, "I have something urgent to take care of, I'll continue next time."
"I'll be here every Wednesday morning." Mingi quickly agreed, "Okay."
She walked over to Uncle Yuan, took her coat and phone from his hands.
"All right, I'll head over right now."
Fengling hurriedly grabbed her coat and rushed off, but not forgetting to remind Uncle Yuan, "Uncle Yuan, I forgot to ask the name of that classmate earlier."
"Could you ask for me? I have to go to the front lines now."
Soon, the two of them disappeared from the scene.
Everyone who witnessed it was left in shock and amazement.
Mingi, with both hands in his pockets, casually walked towards the building, muttering in admiration, as expected of Nandu Academy.
"Just a random girl, yet she's that strong. Looks like I have to work harder."
The sky was clear, and English voices echoed through the space.
"What was the name of that girl again?" There were so many people around, I couldn't hear clearly. I think it was something like phonely.
At that moment, on the TV, the host was delivering a news update. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the red-eyed monster has been eliminated, allowing the residents of Xiaoling to return to their homes. A reporter was interviewing the students present. Every face was bright with smiles. Special thanks were given to the 13 students from Nangdu Academy. Their team had earned great merit by breaking down the monster's lair. Watching the TV, Zhang Yuan leaned forward, pointing at the person being interviewed, and proudly said, "See that? That's my older brother, Zhang Tu. He's the one being interviewed." Your Highness, hearing this, became excited and quickly wanted to take a look.
Where? Let me see.
In the living room, the four of them were watching TV together.
Your Highness stood up and walked over, expressing his admiration. That's amazing. I also want to be on TV. Now the whole school is talking about those 13 people.
Zhang Yuan stood, laughing and holding his stomach.
After a moment, he glanced down and said in a steady tone, "Li Jin, do you even have the qualifications to go to the front lines? How's your performance in the rear?"
Li Jin sat indifferently on the chair, flipping through the pages of the book on his lap as he responded.
What's so impressive about it?
It's your brother who's being praised, not me.
As if hit where it hurt, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and snapped, "You."
He pointed directly at Li Jin. Seeing the situation escalating, Your Highness quickly intervened.
"Don't get angry, we're all roommates here," he said, walking over to the angry Zhang Yuan.
Holding his belongings, he asked, "By the way, have you guys packed your stuff?"
Zhang Yuan turned to him, confused, and asked in return, "Packed what?"
Hearing his confused question, Your Highness became worried and quickly explained, "For you.
Outdoor training.
It's like the military training in college. It's mandatory for all first-year students."
"Is it possible that you guys are already back home?"
He raised his hand to tap his forehead, quickly turning to go into the room to prepare his things. It was a mess, he had truly forgotten.
"I needed to get some necessary items ready." "Your Highness, you're asking him. What about you?"
Mingi. Mingi was sitting comfortably in his chair, his face smiling, eyes fixed on the TV as he answered, "I'm fully prepared."
The TV was currently showing an image of Lu Qian.
The voice on the TV was still ringing out, "Finally, let's thank the students once again." At this moment, the outside of the classroom building was quiet, the weather serene, when a sudden voice echoed.
"Class, the training plan has been set."
Master Zhang was still standing at the familiar table, his face serious as he asked, "Everyone must listen carefully, understood?" All the students seated below nodded in unison. He continued to talk about this training session. "We've discussed with the authorities and decided to use Xiaoling as the location for this field training." A blonde-haired female student, looking displeased, raised her hand to her chin and complained, Why go there? It's full of mosquitoes, insects, and we'll have to live in a farmhouse." The female student sitting next to her also spoke out in opposition. "Wasn't there a battle just recently there?" Master Zhang leaned both hands on the table, his face darkening in anger as he said, "Don't treat this training like a leisurely autumn vacation." He then began to tell everyone about an area filled with large and small eggs. According to information from the Hunters Association, the red demons in Xiaoling had the ability to reproduce. Moreover, its speed of hatching and maturing is incredibly fast. He immediately pictured the scene in that place, a lush green meadow, yet beneath the ground lurked hidden dangers. Although the fully grown crimson demons had been completely eradicated, the leftover monstrous eggs in Xiaoling remained a grave hidden threat to the local people. He stood with solemn dignity and stated the main purpose of this journey. Therefore, freshmen who have not yet stepped into society, like you all, will be the ones to clear them out. The students sitting there, upon hearing this, immediately began to complain and grumble. "Seriously? You're dumping such dirty and exhausting work on us?" "That's right. Wouldn't it be better to get some adults to clean it up?" "Then what?" Master Zhang placed his hand on the table, his gaze sweeping over the chattering students, and reassured them.
Xiaoling must be thoroughly cleansed and made 100% safe.
As people who are already extraordinary, you should not take lightly the responsibility of protecting civilians. Besides, if any crimson demons are left behind in Xiaoling, you will need to report it to the school administration and the authorities. Zhang Yuan bent down, leaned close to Wang with an excited look, and smirked. If we can find a stray crimson demon and eliminate it, that would definitely count as earning merit.
He immediately agreed, looking up.
That's right. Freshmen like us, who haven't faced true catastrophic demons yet, are supposed to start with this kind of hard work. Master Zhong suddenly seemed to recall something, cast his eyes over the entire class, and said,
Our class still hasn't elected a class monitor. I've heard that Fong Renrong from the rear reserves has shown outstanding performance. Upon receiving the compliment above, the whole class turned to look at Renrong. She was still surprised and hadn't quite processed everything happening around her. Then, Fong Renrong will take the position of class monitor. Is there any objection?
The other positions will be decided later based on future performance.
Soon, the class ended.
All the students left the classroom. The session was over, and everyone went to prepare for the trip to Shaoling. Mingi, along with his group of friends, walked out of the classroom. He looked at his phone and noticed a missed call from Lu Qian. He quickly called back, and just as he put the phone to his ear, she answered.
Sorry, I just finished class. Before he could say more, Lu Qian interrupted, saying, I'm at the same CAF as last time. Are you coming?
Mingi tucked his hands into his pockets, busy replying to her, unaware of the curiosity from Zhang Yuan and Your Highness behind him. Just as he hung up the phone, Your Highness jumped in front of him, excitedly exclaiming, a girl's voice. I didn't realize Mingi already has a girlfriend.
He quickly explained, not a girlfriend, just a classmate.
Zhang Yuan then moved over to his other side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and teased, she talks to you so gently, their relationship must be something special. Mingi helplessly turned to him, continuing his explanation, there's nothing going on, I've already been given the good person card. Your Highness still wouldn't give up, following him closely, he keeps questioning you like that, yet she still calls to invite you for coffee.
He replied, we can still be friends.
Mingi quietly considered leaving, but Zhang Yuan and Your Highness wouldn't let him go. They kept following him, nagging that they thought he already had a girlfriend, but it turned out he was just a simp for someone.
Right, who is she? Could it be the imagined classmate Lu Qian of yours?
He turned to hand the book to Your Highness, responding to their endless chatter.
That's her.
I won't talk to you guys anymore, I'm going to see what she wants from me. Mingi turned and started walking away, but not before waving back and asking a favor.
Please take my book back to my room.
Your Highness, one hand holding the book, the other draping over Zhang Yuan's shoulder, started planning to follow Mingi.
There's nothing to do back in the room anyway, want to go see?
He grinned, a knowing smile on his face.
Sure, I also want to see what my simp looks like. He didn't forget his other friend, turning to Li Jin with a question. You coming, Li Jin? He couldn't care less.
Useless.
Li Jin walked past them, stopping only to provoke. I'm going back to read.
I don't want to spend another semester in that shabby room with you guys. In the midst of their playful mood, Zhang Yuan suddenly became furious upon hearing that.
He shouted loudly, what did you say?
He angrily charged forward, pointing his finger straight at Li Jin's face.
You're a ragged sack, aren't you?
Your Highness tried his best to grab his arm and stop him.
Let it go, let's not lose track of Mingi. He's still eagerly shouting, truly a fake.
Your Highness, after a moment of struggling, finally managed to interrupt the argument.
He draped his arm over Zhang Yuan's shoulder and pulled him away. Let's go. Don't you want to avoid seeing Mingi's pitiful state in front of the woman?
Zhang Yuan was still fuming after the argument earlier.
I'm so pissed off.
At a spot on the second floor of a large CAF, Mingi and Lu Qian sat facing each other.
He looked at her and said, "I've seen you being praised already." Lu Qian hurriedly, a bit embarrassed, explained to him. "The seniors in the group are really impressive, I just joined in to make up the numbers." He leaned forward slightly, eyes fixed on her, asking, "Did you get hurt?" Lu Qian responded calmly, "No, I'm fine." Hearing her say that, Mingi felt somewhat reassured. He smiled widely, a bit foolishly, and said, "That's good." He picked up his coffee cup, then remembering something, asked, making her startle, "So, did you come to see me for something urgent?" Lu Qian, holding the small spoon in one hand, gently brushed her hair with the other, her face turning red. She stammered, "It's nothing special." Her expression was full of frustration, a little upset inside, thinking, after starting school, not even bothering to call and check in, why is he talking like this? Are we really dating, though? Not wanting to answer, Lu Qian smiled brightly and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, aren't you new students supposed to be going for training? The hospital hopes I'll be a teaching assistant for your new batch." "I've already agreed." The two people in the distance were hiding behind a book. They jumped in surprise when they overheard his conversation. By then, they would be joining the new students' team to Shaoling. The two of them immediately had the same thought. Lu Qian really is Mingi's classmate. They continued talking, unaware that they were being watched. This was the moment. Mingi's face lit up with joy when he heard her words, and he happily exclaimed, "That's great. We can meet up often." Lu Qian suddenly became shy. She ran her fingers through her hair, hesitated for a moment, then asked him, "Can we go see a movie?" "After 10 days on the front lines, my roommate said my nerves were a bit stretched, so he suggested I go watch a movie to relax." At this moment, Zhang Yu and Your Highness were extremely angry when they saw that he had been invited to the movies by her. Their eyes turned dark, and they clenched their books tightly, grinding their teeth. The goddess had actively invited him to watch a movie. Mingi picked up his coffee cup, but smiled slightly while looking thoughtful. "That's the way it should be, work with rest. I can recommend a comedy for you. I heard it has a very high rating." At this point, her face had turned red. Seeing that he seemed to not understand her hint, Lu Qian hesitantly asked him, "Are you busy with something else?" He brought the coffee cup to his lips and glanced away as he replied, "Only training, nothing particularly special." Lu Qian, feeling embarrassed, glanced to the left, lightly rubbing her wrist with her fingers, and asked, "Then, would you like to go watch it with me?" He found the suggestion amusing and agreed. "That's fine." At this point, the two people were so enraged that they were about to spit blood, their eyes filled with red veins as they thought, "Fine, how could my goddess be so humble in front of men?" Mingi stood up from the chair, looked around without realizing that her two friends were sitting not far away, trembling with anger. "I have a friend who also said that I'm about to become a mad cultivator ghost, so I should go watch a movie to relax." "Let's go," she quickly and happily responded. "All right." He and Lu Qian walked side by side, slowly moving away. The two of them left the CAF together. At this moment, Zhang Yuan lowered his head, burying his face in the book, while Your Highness bit the book tightly, crying uncontrollably, tears filled with resentment. Zhang Yuan suddenly exploded. He tore the book in half, crying loudly. Your Highness lowered his head, repeatedly pounding his chest with his hands. "Oh my God, this is unbearable." Both of them, their faces covered in tears, raised their heads high, refusing to accept the truth, and actively called, "Let's go for coffee, and even go to the movies." Why do I feel like my goddess is flirting with Mingi? Their heartbreaking, anguished screams echoed throughout the second floor of the CAF. No, on Mount Shaoling, along the path at the foot of the mountain, many people were gathering and vomiting water. The villagers there were happily bringing out fruits to send off those who had helped them. "Thank you for exterminating the monsters for us. You all must be students from the academy, right? These fruits are from my husband's farm. Please take some and try them." Everyone at the academy was also very friendly, waving their hands to decline. We can't take it. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Rinrong turned around, pointing ahead and saying, Mingi, the teacher is looking for you, he wants you to go there. Mingi responded indifferently. He quickly stepped forward, trying to catch up. Up ahead, 3 students were walking slowly. They were the head of the combat department, the academy director Meng, and the deputy director Rong. Mingi rushed ahead, greeting them, Hello, director, someone from the teacher's team is looking for me. He replied, Go ahead. Mingi cheerfully responded, Yes, sir. He bowed slightly and ran past another row of people. Luo Lin stood in the distance, smiling and waving at Mingi. Mingi smiled brightly when he saw her, and asked cheerfully, Commander Luo Lin, you're here too? Without hesitation, she turned forward but glanced back to reply, I come here every year to teach at your Nandu Academy, guiding the new students. For me, it's a break, being a combat commander is exhausting. Mingi walked alongside her, asking as they went, Is there anything special you want to tell me? Luo Lin replied, Nothing in particular. When I come here, besides leading the field combat and survival training, my team and I also have another very important task, ensuring the safety of all of you, the new students. Then it must be tough for you. She immediately called him out without hesitation, Tough? What do you mean tough? It's not like I don't know your abilities as a member of the Dragon's Tooth team. You being a coach for these new freshmen is more than enough. He scratched his head, avoiding eye contact. Luo Lin winked at Mingi and said, half jokingly, Alright, I know you want to enjoy university life, so I won't expose you. Then she added, But you left in such a rush before, and with all the recent tasks on my plate, I didn't have time to properly explain things to you. He was puzzled and asked, What situation? Luo Lin explained the situation regarding the Dragon's Tooth organization. Although every member of Dragon's Tooth is independent, I still need to make sure you understand your authority. Mingi was surprised. Authority? Luo Lin leaned on the table, her face showing discomfort as she said, Do you think I just made you join the team as some kind of filler? Do you know how many elite, extraordinary warriors are fighting to get into Dragon's Tooth? Even Tian Shu has no idea where to apply to join. Mingi let out an O and then said, So, tell me, do I have authority level B? Luo Lin raised her hand, her expression serious as she explained, You have the authority to command a specific area. Both the school and the government reserve members have to follow your orders. If combat members on the front lines fall within your area of command, they must prioritize your arrangements. He was still confused and asked, What does area of command mean? She immediately answered, It's the area where you're carrying out your mission. For example, right now, Shaoling is his area of responsibility. Mingi asked, But I haven't been assigned a mission? Luo Lin responded, Am I not assigning a mission to you right now? Luo Lin held up 2 fingers, his face serious as he said, This time, you will have 2 missions. The safety of the students is always the top priority. It's extremely important, and since you're a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization, and also part of the new student team, of course, you'll need to help out and take responsibility for this along with us. Mingi immediately replied without hesitation, No problem, even if I weren't a member of Dragon's Tooth, I would still do this well. He then asked, So what's the second mission? Luo Lin's expression suddenly changed slightly, tilting his head as he said, You don't need to know about the second mission just yet. When the time comes, I'll give you the details. Mingi didn't ask anything further after that. Alright, then I'll head back to my post. She nodded, saying, Go ahead, for now, I'll keep your identity as a Dragon's Tooth member a secret. That's great, I prefer to be humble anyway. On the cliffside, everyone had stopped to rest. Some were setting up camp, some were surveying the terrain, and others were just enjoying themselves. The atmosphere was very lively. Assistant Instructor Xia, holding up an unassembled tent, complained, I thought we'd be staying at a local's house. Turns out, we're out here in this desolate, remote area. Who can sleep in this shabby tent? The curly-haired blonde student beside her, who was trying to get a signal, chimed in, Yeah, the signal here is incredibly weak. How are we supposed to survive here?
Master Zhong's face showed an expression of displeasure as he raised his voice and shouted, "Camping is a basic skill in outdoor activities.
Everyone must learn it seriously from the instructors. Understood?" A voice responded, "Yes, sir."
The female student, who was helping assistant instructor Xia set up the tent, noticed that a group of boys was drawn to something and running in the same direction. It turned out they were surrounding the campus beauty, Lu Qian. Some were taking photos, some were asking for her contact number, and others were helping her set up the tent. Mingi had just finished setting up his own small tent and was now analyzing the next steps. Now that the tent was set up, the next task was to prepare the insect repellent powder. Nearby, someone else was also preparing something. It was teacher Zhou Qi. As he worked, he explained, "This is the animal trail. Most wild animals have a keen sense of smell. They are very afraid of forest fires, so if they catch the scent of something burning, they will avoid the area. Of course, you should also be careful, as if the fire hasn't completely burned out, it could easily reignite." Hearing this, the female student arrogantly spoke up, her tone smug, "We are all superhumans. How could we possibly be afraid of wild animals?" Zhou Qi continued preparing while saying, "Wild animals that eat the flesh of mutated monsters also have the potential for mutation." He reminisced for a moment and slowly explained, "We once encountered a mutated bear that was over 10 meters tall." At that moment, Zhou Qi finished preparing as well. "For now, since you're camping together, it's not so bad." He looked up and spoke loudly, "When it's time to carry out missions, you'll have to go alone or split into small teams, and the number of people will be quite limited. You have to prepare carefully for these small things. When the crucial moment comes, it might just save your life." After that, Zhou Qi left. "I'm going to burn some incense for this," he said. Someone quickly responded, "Teacher, burn a lot of it, I want to take some too." In the evening, the tents had been set up. Everyone gathered around a bonfire in front of the tents and sat around it. Luo Lin, sitting with her arms propped up, looked very relaxed, when one of the students asked, "Teacher, do you have any scary memories?" "The scariest memory, huh? That would definitely be the time I encountered the Emperor Beast." The fire crackled fiercely, and with it, Luo Lin began her story. At that time, she was still a student. Young Luo Lin, with a terrified face, wide, shocked eyes, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Far off, behind the tall buildings, there was a huge monster. It was several hundred times the size of the tallest buildings combined. Even from over 10 kilometers away, the creature stood tall like a mountain range. The people of the entire city could feel the mountain range slowly moving towards them. The once grand city, pure white and magnificent, now collapsed into heaps of rubble scattered everywhere. That city was abandoned now. It had almost become a monster's lair. Fortunately, most of the residents had been evacuated safely. The girl asked, "What level is the Emperor Beast, teacher?" With a solemn face, Luo Lin replied, "King level." Another student followed up, "Can humans defeat it?" She closed her eyes, reminiscing for a moment before answering, "During that campaign, we lost several superhuman leaders. Including the dean of Nandu Academy, you all." Suddenly, Master Zhong spoke with a stern expression, "Students, rest early tonight. Starting tomorrow, you will begin cleaning the battlefield." And so, the story ends here, left unfinished. In the early morning, a voice called out loudly, "All right, time to get up." All the students were divided into 10 teams according to their classes. Everyone slowly awoke from their long sleep. Milan stood in front of the students, instructing the teachers who would lead them on a 1-hour morning jog in the mountains to warm up, before returning here for breakfast. She stood above them, saying, "The boys below are all salivating over her beauty." Mingi stood below, carefully listening to Miao Lan's words. "I'm in charge of your team," she said, raising her hand, with a sharp look and a sly smile, adding, "You all need to stick with me. Anyone who falls behind the team today will only get steamed buns." The boys around her were very confident, feeling smug. How hard can this be? Indeed, they were all superhumans, with no lack of physical strength. Milan gave one more reminder before leaving: your instructor or teaching assistant will run at the back of the team. If you get separated, follow them for the rest of the way. She wore high-heeled shoes with square heels, lightly stepping as she spoke. Then Milan darted ahead, leaving the students behind in astonishment. Let's begin. The light filtered through the stone walls of the forest at the foot of the mountain. In that forest, two groups were chasing each other. Miao Lan ran ahead, with the accelerated students struggling to catch up behind her. She was too fast. Their figures darted ahead swiftly, too quick to even glimpse the path clearly. They had to run, jump, and climb over obstacles and towering cliffs. Milan gracefully leaped over a cliff, with Mingi and the students trailing behind her. She landed lightly on the ground, her hands touching down just in time. Without a moment to rest, Milan quickly gathered momentum and surged forward again. Some students behind managed to land successfully, while others fell, tumbling down, or lost their balance. Milan skillfully jumped over the rough terrain with finesse. For students at the back were still close behind, trying calmly to overcome the difficult terrain. Those further behind were less fortunate. Many stumbled and fell, while others couldn't keep up due to exhaustion. On the cliffside, with the first rays of the early sun just beginning to shine, four figures continued running along the rocky edge. The pace of everyone began to slow, matching the rhythm of Miao Lan's high heels. Li Jin, drenched in sweat, asked between breaths, "Why aren't you moving ahead anymore?" "No need to wait for us. We can follow behind," Miao Lan replied with a pleased expression, glancing back at them. "You four might be able to keep up, but most of the students can't, so let's wait for them. You can rest for a bit." The four who had kept up were Liang Tong, Li Jin, Mingi, and Rin Rong. While the three others panted heavily, Mingi remained unfazed. "This guy never sweats, huh?" After a short rest, a few unsteady footsteps approached. "Isn't this just like the students running one after another, complaining? Haven't they caught up with us yet?" Liang Tong said sarcastically, hands on her hips. "We've been waiting here for you guys for 5 minutes." Everyone was exhausted, gasping for breath. "We can't go on. We can't run anymore. It's too tiring." Miao Lan looked around and then continued, "Everyone's almost here, right? Let's continue." The sound of complaints and pleas echoed in the clear sky. "Are we still running? Wait, give us a little more time to rest." "Hold on, teacher." After they finished running, Miao Lan led everyone towards the tents. Many people were busy cooking. "Breakfast isn't ready yet. Everyone, take a rest first." Ren Rong observed the bustling atmosphere and said, "It looks like every class has a few outstanding students who easily adapt to this intense morning training." Li Jin pushed his glasses up and said, "That's normal. They're all top scorers from their cities." A chubby hand rested on a nearby rock, as those who had made it to Nandu Academy gathered. Liang Tong sat down on a nearby rock, smiling naturally, and said, "Who isn't a top scorer, or at least in the top 3? I'm from the city. Where are you guys from?" Li Jin spoke first. "I'm from Nandu." "Oh wow, how about you, class president?" Ren Rong replied, "I'm from Lanyang Mingi, joining in too." "Me too." Upon hearing that, Liang Tong asked, "You two are from the same hometown?" Both of them replied in unison, "Yes, we are." "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, he raised his nose and sniffed the air. Liang Tong hugged his stomach, drooling and laughing loudly. "We've got food, let's go eat." The smell of food wafted up strongly, and someone couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm starving, it's my little brother already." After breakfast, Luo Lin cheerfully asked loudly and assigned tasks, "Do you all remember your morning jogging route? Next, I need you to increase your search within a 1 km radius along the route you've jogged." She started conducting a review for the students, following the plan as previously outlined, carrying out the task of cleaning up the monster eggs without missing any tree stumps, mud ponds, or stone caves. If you find any red-eyed mutants trying to escape, don't take action on your own. Once you reach the designated location,
fire a signal shot to notify the teachers and teaching assistants. She stood with her arms crossed next to the vice principal and asked, "Do you all understand?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, we understand."
Vice Principal Meng then spoke up, reminding them, "The results of this training will be recorded in your scores.
You all better perform well." Everyone eagerly responded in chorus, "Yes, sir." "All right, let's go."
Under the scorching sun, everyone was gathering in one spot.
Liang Tong spoke up, "We'll form a team and determine the direction first."
Li Jin pushed up his glasses and appeared as if he was holding a meeting.
"During the morning jog, I noticed a place downstream by the river where the grass is overgrown. I've studied that the red-eyed monsters like wet places with dense vegetation. It might be similar to the behavior of snakes."
A female student spoke up, "Li Jin, you're really impressive. While we were running, we were all so exhausted we could hardly breathe, yet you were still able to observe everything so carefully."
Liang Tong chimed in, "Exactly, aimless searching won't yield any results.
Let's follow Li Jin's advice and head down to search the lower stream for the trees."
Everyone replied in unison, "Okay."
The group was searching through the bushes. Someone complained aloud, "The bushes here are both tall and dense, they're really a hassle. I can use my spiritual skills to clear them away."
Ren Rong quickly intervened, "There's no need. Just bend down and move them aside a little. When we're out on an expedition, we shouldn't rely on spiritual skills unless necessary, especially since." Li Jin pointed ahead and said, "It's fine. I'll clear the way. If there's danger, the others will handle it."
The young man laughed triumphantly upon hearing this. Doing it this way feels so refreshing.
Ren Rong turned to Mingi and asked, "You didn't finish what you were saying earlier, what were you going to say?" Mingi answered, "Didn't the teacher say there might still be remnants of the red-eyed monsters?
Doing it this way might disturb the area, expose our position, and cause the monsters to scatter."
Ren Rong agreed upon hearing this, "That's true." Mingi continued, "But it's fine. The likelihood of encountering any remaining monsters is very small. The teacher must have already cleared the area before letting us come here." He continued his work while speaking, "Clearing the area first? How do you know that?"
The teachers had also just arrived here for the first time. Mingi recalled the image of Ms. Miaolan from this morning, but they had already guided us for our morning jog early on, and even led us back without having to take any detours. He then made an educated guess, suggesting that after everyone had fallen asleep last night, the teacher's team must have run through this path and also surveyed the area throughout the night.
Ren Rong, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, "So what do we need to do now?"
Mingi answered without hesitation, "The monster's symptoms are very subtle, so either we rely on machinery, or we need to search with a large group using a sweeping method." As he searched, he explained to her, "The eggs of the red-eyed monsters resemble snake eggs.
Perhaps the machinery won't be able to detect them."
Suddenly, his steps froze for a moment, but perhaps the teachers had not checked this area last night.
Ren Rong, surprised and curious, asked, "Why?"
Unconsciously, she felt something and quickly turned around. There it was, a red-eyed monster.
It was wrapped around a tree trunk, slowly lifting its head.
Mingi had already mentally prepared himself for a fight, while Ren Rong was terrified. Out of nowhere, the creature swiftly slithered down from the tree. Mingi tiptoed, muttering to himself, "Don't even think about running."
Suddenly, both of them heard someone screaming loudly.
Mingi and Ren Rong quickly rushed over to assess the situation.
"What's going on?"
The blonde-haired student pointed ahead.
"It's the monster's symptom, there are so many of them." Everyone was focused on collecting the monster's symptoms.
In a panic, Ren Rong pointed toward the other side.
"A red-eyed monster just appeared earlier. It wanted to ambush me and Mingi."
"Where?"
"It ran away."
"It was supposed to attack me, but for some reason, it suddenly turned and fled."
Hearing this, Li Jin's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Which direction did it run? Let's hurry and chase after it. This is a big opportunity to score points."
At this moment, Mingi stepped forward and spoke from the side. It's already run too far, and it has the cover of some bushes.
It's going to be really hard to find it now.
We should notify the teacher first, so the assistants and teachers can focus their search here.
That way, we'll have a better chance.
Li Jin, in a panic, countered, it's just one monster left. Why are you so scared?
Others chimed in, agreeing, yeah, finding and killing it will give us different points.
However, Mingi remained firm, the monster is dangerous and cunning.
In a place like this, we're not in a good position to act. It could escape at any time. It's better to call in more people to ensure everything's handled properly.
At that point, Li Jin, frustrated, pointed at Mingi and snapped, you're so scared of dying.
How are you ever going to make it to the front lines?
Seeing the situation escalating, Renrong intervened, saying, let's listen to Mingi. Seeing Renrong defend him, Li Jin, now even angrier, retorted, fine, you're fast.
Go notify the teaching assistants. Don't let that monster get away.
Mingi quickly replied, I'll go right away. He climbed onto a high stone ledge and fired a signal flare into the sky. Just as it went off, a figure rushed toward him.
In a panic, Mingi asked, did you spot the monster?
Mingi quickly responded, no, we found a monster still hiding in the bushes.
The person asked again, a red-eyed monster?
Right, where are your other classmates?
Before he could answer, a shrill scream echoed, help me.
Without thinking, Mingi jumped down and left behind a quick command, hurry up and call for reinforcements. The teacher, confused, chased after him, saying, hey, what are you doing? Go call someone so I can save them. Then, the teacher stopped and alerted the nearby instructors and teachers, telling them to gather at the red signal point, as a red-eyed monster had been spotted and a student was injured. Mingi, swift as lightning, dashed toward the shadow of the monster. Just as he lunged forward, he was suddenly attacked by the red-eyed beast.
Enraged, Mingi punched it, sending it flying backward.
Suddenly, another red-eyed monster appeared, growling angrily. With one hand, Mingi tightly grabbed the first one, while his other hand swung down to strike the second one. The monster he was holding tried to bite into his hand. He realized too late that there wasn't just one monster here. He used all his strength to slam the monster down to the ground. Mingi's expression grew more serious, it was likely an undiscovered nest that the frontline team hadn't noticed. In the distance, another scream pierced the air, help! Leaving the two monsters behind, he quickly ran toward the sound of the cry. Help me! Upon arriving at the location, he looked around but saw no one, though the cries of distress still echoed. Help me! The cry came from the mouth of a mutated monster with red eyes. Help! Mingi immediately felt uneasy. It could mimic a human scream for help. He was surrounded by many red-eyed monsters. It was over, he had to deal with them quickly. Perhaps Fong Renrong and Li Jin had also been tricked by this scream. But these monsters didn't attack him, instead, they started biting the vines. This left him stunned. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to collapse. This is bad. Mingi fell into a deep pit. He struggled to land when he fell. At the bottom of the pit, there were eggs being incubated. He looked around for a while, and realized that there was a cave like this. Ah, they must have hidden in this mine pit to escape the previous sweep. The scene shifted suddenly. The sky darkened, black clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Raindrops began to fall, and the air was filled with a faint scent of purple petals. Luo Lin stood on high ground, her left hand gently touching the radio, her bones almost visible. Qinghe stood solemnly behind her, one hand on her chest, the other behind her to announce, Commander, a student has discovered the hidden lair of the red-eyed monsters. She slowly stepped forward, her gaze turned far off. The rain fell, and the mountains were damp. Mist during the day was a very normal occurrence. Luo Lin stretched out her hand to feel, but then stopped, sensing something was wrong. This fog. Luo Lin was startled, her eyes wide open. She couldn't help but shout, this is not normal fog. In this desolate mountain wilderness, the rain still falls incessantly, and the sound of thunder echoes through the rain-filled sky.
Ha! Luo Lin was extremely serious and anxious.
She urgently shouted, quickly evacuating all the students.
The endless rain always brings an ominous and frightening gloom. Cheng He quickly acknowledged the order, understood.
Over on Miao Lan's side, she was hurriedly leading the group ahead.
The red spot was ahead.
In her heart, Miao Lan also sensed something suspicious. Suddenly, from the cliff ahead, a person appeared to deliver a message. Mingi, Fong Renrong, and Li Jin are still inside. I'm afraid you won't be able to find them, so I had to stay here and assist. Lu Qian was startled when she heard familiar names, and shouted loudly, Mingi.
Miao Lan calmly took over, stabilizing the chaotic situation.
The others will arrive one by one, we need to evacuate the students first. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on her ear crackled with noise. A voice came through the radio. The person on the other end quickly ordered, leave Shaoling immediately.
Miao Lan wasted no time and went straight to the point.
Some students are stuck in the thicket, and there's still a red-eyed beast inside. The voice on the other end spoke sternly, follow orders, she has no other choice but to accept it clearly. Master Zhong, standing next to her, pointed urgently to the side. He hurriedly urged Miao Lan.
Teacher, come and rescue the people with me.
She furrowed her brows and explained, the situation right now is that an unknown disaster is approaching Shaoling, the commander has ordered a retreat. Master Zhong was slightly stunned.
The disaster is not clear yet?
Miao Lan, pressing the radio with one hand, explained clearly to him. The level of the disaster exceeds level 6, we need to retreat immediately, or it will cause even greater tragedy.
Lu Qian spoke up, cutting in, you go ahead, I'll go save them.
Teacher, everyone else, find the other student groups and get them to leave.
Miao Lan immediately approved the request, all right.
Lu Qian's voice echoed in the space, the sound even reaching the bottom of the pit, which was full of tangled vines. Mingi, you're down there, surrounded by snakes and a pile of hatching eggs. Mingi, alone, was fighting off the whole swarm. Her voice was still shouting loudly, trying to find someone.
Mingi, where are you? He stood below, his eyes shining as he shouted as loud as he could, Lu Qian, can you hear me?
Lu Qian anxiously tried to determine the direction. Mingi, it's full of frost here, I can't find where you are you alright? From the bottom of the pit, his voice called back, don't come over yet, the vines under my feet have some red spots, don't fall into the pit. Lu Qian bent down, trying her best to shout as loud as possible, Shaoling is covered in frost, Commander Luo Lin has ordered all teachers and students to evacuate immediately.
The fog might be the disaster, the one that caused everyone in the West Mountain Industrial Zone to disappear, it's extremely dangerous.
Mingi coldly moved his eyes, calmly considering the current situation, I'm fine.
But maybe the other students have been lured into the lair by the red-eyed beasts.
Heads up, I'll go rescue them, and once I'm done here, I'll head over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian slightly furrowed his brow but didn't respond. She raised her head, her mind already made up. Mingi, you must be careful. Just as he was about to say goodbye, the leader of the red-eyed beasts appeared inside their den. You too.
He focused intently on every detail of its body.
Mingi confidently made his case, mimicking human sounds, setting up pits to lure the enemy. It was clear just by looking at you that you were the leader of this pack. Turning around, he suddenly emitted a green aura, standing alone, facing an entire group of red-eyed monsters, hiding behind his subordinates, preparing to wait for them.
So you plan to drain all my stamina before attacking me? What a crafty beast. With lightning speed, he swiftly dodged between the minions. Do you think hiding behind them will help you?
Mingi looked up, startled.
Another beast had taken this moment to swoop in and bite him. It wasn't easy for the beast either, as it was knocked down in the blink of an eye.
He powerfully leaped up, using one hand to push off and aimed directly at the leader.
Take this punch.
Mingi decisively delivered a powerful blow. The red-eyed monster leader was lucky enough to block the strike, but not long after, it couldn't withstand the force, flying backward and crashing into the wall. The leader looked at the obstacles scattered around, clearly enraged, its face darkened. The beast leader opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. It was determined to have a life and death fight, charging straight at him. Its underlings, who were connected to the leader, were equally furious, their faces turning more sinister and enraged. Mingi stood ready, provocatively taunting, "You really think they can stop me?" Mingi lowered his hand and grasped a vine. A burst of green smoke emanated from his arm, activating his spiritual technique. Coldly, Mingi continued with the punch, but this time, it was infused with added strength. He didn't aim at anyone in particular, instead, he struck the ground with full force. The shockwave was tremendous, and with a single move, he easily dealt with the underlings in the blink of an eye using the ascending spirit fist. Each of them was thrown into panic, helpless as the vines wrapped around their bodies. Mingi knelt down, gently placing the vine back down. He raised his hand high and slowly controlled the vine, wrapping it around each of them one by one. "I pretended to be weak before just to catch all of you in one go." Mingi decisively tightened his grip, forcefully removing their strength. The red-eyed underlings were affected as well, their bodies tightening and bleeding profusely. The leader, frightened, hesitated and dared not move forward, only retreating further. It locked its gaze with the human before it, its body trembling with barely contained rage. The leader, furious and terrifying, lunged at Mingi, its serpentine body striking towards him. He effortlessly leaped up, delivering a punch straight to its body. The beast, considering itself clever, was powerless, coughing up blood from the force of the punch as it crashed into the wall. Mingi continued to grip the serpent's body, unleashing his strength at close range. In the pit, mist was rising, accompanied by eerie sounds. He felt no emotion as he turned and walked away. Behind him, the body of the leader lay in a pool of its own blood, hung on the wall. Mingi didn't forget to clean himself, moving toward the vines to wash his hands with the rainwater. He made use of the vines, throwing them up. This missed. Mingi tightened his grip on the vine. Everywhere on the path upwards, there were piles of eggs. These eggs weren't for the next generation. Inside the strange eggs was a gas from a foreign planet. It would react with the rain, turning into a disaster. The sky had grown darker, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. He mumbled to himself, thinking. There were still a large number of strange eggs left in Shaoling. Once the rain fell, a disaster would ensue. These red-eyed monsters were just pawns, their real purpose and function were to lay eggs, and when it rained, they would create a truly terrifying disaster. Mingi finally climbed out of the pit, and he thought anxiously, "This is bad. Once Shaoling is covered by this disaster, no one here will survive." Outside, the fog thickened, and the sound of the rain continued relentlessly. A group of people hurriedly ran through the rain. "Your Highness!" Someone panted while running, "The safety barrier is just ahead." The wooden fence was wrapped in black steel wire, giving off a gloomy, forbidding vibe. Zhang Yuan was out of breath, running behind, struggling to say a few coherent words. "We've been running for nearly 200 meters, why haven't we reached it yet?" The person beside him, His Highness, encouraged him with words of support. "It's almost here, it's fine, just run a bit more." Suddenly, countless thick white mists rushed in, weaving through the rows of trees. In front of the group, there was no longer any fence, just a dark forest. Zhang Yuan stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? Did we run the wrong way? Your Highness, you believe in all that spiritual stuff. We're being led by spirits now, this fog is guiding us like that. Zhang Yuan was terrified, his face pale. We're doomed, maybe we won't get out of here. I once heard my brother talk about the white mist. Your Highness, don't be so frightened, she said, grabbing his hand. Don't scare me. A few friends who were with them chimed in to confirm. It's true, once you're careless enough to step into this fog, it's like being cut off from the real world, trapped in some strange space. I've heard about it too, the West Mountain Industrial Zone is the same way. When the mist dispersed, all the survivors inside were gone without a trace. Beneath the light rain and the thick fog, they cried out for help in desperation. No one knew what had happened inside the mist. They thought they were still young and didn't want to die. "Someone, please save us. Teachers, help us." At the fence, a rescue worker stepped forward, looking at the thick fog in front of him, puzzled. "The students were running towards us just a moment ago, but why isn't anyone coming through?" A few more rescue workers arrived behind him. "How could they have run the wrong way, so close?" "That's impossible." One of them shouted loudly. "Hey, can you hear me? Get to the safety line now." Xiao stepped forward, pointing outside, volunteering to go and search. "How about I go in and take a look?" The team member beside him didn't stop him, only reminding him with concern, "Okay, but this fog is very strange. Let's tie a rope to you, so you won't get lost once you go in." He smiled broadly, clearly approving, good idea." Another team member also spoke up with a reminder, "If there's any danger, call out or pull the rope." Xiao bid everyone farewell and securely tied the rope around his waist. "All right, I'm off now." He turned and left, while the others, still uneasy, shouted after him once more, "Be careful. If anything goes wrong, pull the rope." He gave a thumbs up as a signal and the rope was gradually unwound, with the person holding the coil carefully measuring and watching. Other rescue team members came over to ask how far the rope had gone. The one holding the rope estimated it to be over 200 meters. Hearing this, the guy urgently called out, "Hey, Xiao, do you hear anything?" But there was no response from ahead, only the rain and fog surrounding them. The rescue worker, panicking, shouted anxiously, 200 meters and still no response? "Something's wrong, pull the rope." The rope was pulled back forcefully, its movement unnaturally fast, as though nothing was attached to it. When it was fully reeled in, there was no one to be found. The whole rescue team stood there, stunned and speechless. Those who witnessed the scene could only stare in disbelief, sweat pouring down their faces. On the Mingi side, he was still feeling his way through the rain, gathering with the others. Liang Tong was delighted to see him and said, "Why does your bone structure look so thick? You nearly got lost." Lu Qian and Rin Rong both spoke up with joy, "Mingi." He raised his hand in a somewhat puzzled greeting, "Why didn't you all follow me outside?" Ren Rong, representing the group, explained, "Sorry, we heard a female student screaming, so we thought someone was calling for help." Mingi paused, recalling the leader of the red-eyed monster, and said, "The red-eyed monster leader can mimic or record our voices. One of you must have screamed, right?" The female student in the group shrank back, hesitantly stammering, I was the one who screamed. My foot half sank into the vines." He said with a serious expression, reminding everyone, "That's right. The red-eyed monster must have imitated his scream. From now on, if you hear a similar cry, be careful." Li Jin, not believing it, shouted back loudly, "How is that possible? Why isn't this mentioned in the books? Besides, why didn't the frontline operational staff notice this before?" At this point, Lu Qian also chimed in, rubbing her chin thoughtfully, "Actually, I've heard about this at the front lines. But there was no solid evidence." Liang Tong pulled out his phone and interrupted the explanation, deciding to contact the instructors and teachers first. He stared at the glowing phone screen in the rain side and said, "Well, there's no signal at all." Mingi was startled, raised his hand, and rummaged through his belongings, trying to block the signal. He took out something resembling a headset, but much more modern and larger. Li Jin gasped, eyes wide open, slowly approaching in astonishment. This was a special communication device from the government, something only the teachers had. "How do you have one too?" The voice from the other end spoke. "Mingi, can you hear me?" He lifted the device to his ear and replied, "Yes." "Speak." Near the fences, large tents had appeared, and a settlement was there. The person was hiding inside. "We have lost contact with the outside." Luo Lin on the other end was contacting Mingi. "Haven't you gone outside yet?"
What about the other students? She is a little uncertain, difficult to say.
I've evacuated more than half, but there are still many teachers and students trapped in the fog. He glanced behind, observing the situation and coming up with a plan. If you are at a base point, when the fog rolls in, you might still be able to run out.
Are you staying behind voluntarily?
Luo Lin leaned on the table, his body slightly bent forward.
Yes, I will find a way out for everyone.
Please trust me. Ming he asked with certainty.
The communication devices of the other teachers are working fine, right? She gave him some good news.
Yes, but they only work within the fog-covered area, unable to reach the outside. He frowned, rested his chin on his hand, and informed her of a few things.
I have an important discovery. However, it may not be of much use given the current situation. Luo Lin grimly flipped through the pages of a document. Tell me, we can't afford to overlook any clue now.
Ming he reported everything he had carefully observed on the way. This white fog was created by the miasma of the red-eyed monster. After coming into contact with rainwater, it releases a stream of gas. With his knowledge of basic physics and chemistry, he could deduce that the gas rises, and when it meets the moist air, it forms widespread harm. Luo Lin widened her eyes, extremely excited, and shouted, I understand now. Luo Lin quickly reported back to him with enthusiasm, Ming He, this clue of yours is very important.
We now have hope of getting out.
Ming He was just as anxious, urging, tell me.
She recalled the giant black centipede, the missing giant golden-legged centipede from the insect experiment lab. Luo Lin remembered the intense battle that had taken place.
It was the only living creature that could move through the fog. We had tracked it before, but ultimately lost it. At that moment, a report about the centipede appeared on her desk. The researchers had once said that the giant golden-legged centipede loved to eat insect eggs. Luo Lin trusted her hypothesis, and her analysis was very clear. I'm sure it must have consumed a large amount of the miasma. After mutating, it gained the ability to pass through the fog. Mingi scoffed, a creepy feeling suddenly rising.
So do we have to eat those monster eggs too?
Luo Lin gritted her teeth in anger, utterly disgusted by his short-sightedness.
The miasma is poisonous.
Only creatures like centipedes that are immune to the poison can digest it. She made the announcement based on the current situation. According to the clue she gathered, the giant golden-legged centipede was in Shaoling, and it was highly likely that it was inside the fog.
Mingi asked again, if we find the giant golden-legged centipede, does that mean we have a chance to leave?
Luo Lin replied confidently, yes, I've prepared everything and am ready to inform you about the situation.
Alright, then let's begin our action. From afar, in the thick fog, a familiar voice echoed. Is that Mingi's voice? He heard it faintly and made a guess. Master Zhong.
Liang Tong saw him and squinted his eyes in joy.
It really is Master Zhong. Master, what should we do next?
Teacher Zhong stepped forward, his hand covering his face, and said, perhaps we won't be able to escape. This is a calamity, and even now, the astronomy division hasn't figured out the strange appearance and isolation properties of it. He looked a bit confused.
Is that true? We're really stuck in the fog. I heard this fog is terrifying.
Master Zhong did not hide anything and poured cold water on them, yes, and the people outside don't know about the situation inside, so don't place too much hope on external rescue. Mingi spoke loudly to reassure them, Master, don't worry. He happily shared the good news he had just received.
Commander Luo Lin has come up with a way to leave. As long as everyone is united in one heart and effort, we can get out.
The good news came so suddenly that Master Zhong couldn't process it in time.
Are you serious? Lu Qian stepped forward to start a conversation.
Earlier, Mingi had already contacted Commander Luo Lin.
Mingi reminded everyone of their tasks.
Everyone must make use of the time, while the fog hasn't appeared yet, and try to gather the monster's eggs that haven't been dissolved again.
Li Jin, dissatisfied and unwilling to cooperate, said, "What are we still gathering those things for, at a time like this?" The blonde-haired student beside him also joined in, adding, "That's right, we don't even know if we'll survive, who still cares about the scores?" Mingi patiently explained, "The monster's eggs are the prerequisite for us to leave. We need to use them to lure an animal, and only that animal can bring us out." After some time passed, Mingi conveyed the battle plan to everyone. Master Zhong pondered, rubbing his chin in thought, and asked, "Is what you're saying true?" Mingi raised his fist, his face showing determination, and replied, "Yes, this is our only option. Although this fog village is terrifying, we can't give up easily." He praised them with joy, his fighting spirit rising, saying, "Well done, we cannot give up." He began to implement the plan, and everyone split into teams to take action. Mingi looked towards Master Zhong and Lu Qian, assigning and giving orders. "Lu Qian, you and everyone else try to find the students still trapped in the fog, tell them to gather at the campsite and not wander around in the mist." Next, he turned to Li Jin's group and said, "Li Jin, you know the location of the monster's nests well, you and Fong Renron lead the others to continue searching for the monster eggs." Mingi could already imagine the scene of luring the enemies in, the more the better, so that the giant golden leg could be drawn out to strike. Master Zhong coldly glared at him, "What about you?" Mingi coolly pointed behind him, "The things inside the fog, I'll take care of them." Hearing this, Liang Tong nervously looked around. "Mingi, don't scare me, I'm already really scared." Renrong added, speaking in a serious tone, "Mingi is telling the truth, there's something extremely terrifying inside the fog." She recalled the scene of the fat man struggling to escape from the large chains. On the way to school, the starship stopped near the fog. Then, we encountered the monsters within the fog, and some people were killed. Mingi summarized, reminding everyone once more. In short, everyone must be careful. If you see anything inside the fog, avoid it. The group was united in their resolve, all of them shouting together, "Understood." Lu Qian ran ahead, asking Master Zhang while running, "You haven't checked this direction, right?" He confidently replied, "Correct." "Over here," Li Jin cautiously instructed, "You guys, check over there." Renrong also spoke seriously, "Everyone be careful, don't get lost." On the other side, Mingi silently moved quickly toward a different direction. His face was tense, and his eyes were focused straight ahead. Luo Lin looked at the report below and quietly announced, "I've converted the information into a video now." She was stern, her eyes glancing over the communication device as she continued, "I ask all members of the organization to respond." Zhou Qi quickly received the signal and immediately replied, "Instructor Team Zhou Qi reporting in." Soon after, Cheng He also responded, "Instructor Team Cheng He reporting in." Then came Miao Lan's voice, "Instructor Team Miao Lan reporting in." Jing Jing did not hesitate to answer, "Instructor Team Jing Jing reporting in." Next was Feng Qin, "Instructor Team Feng Qin reporting in." Finally, Guomin spoke in a deep voice, "Instructor Team Guomin reporting in." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but grit his teeth for reasons he couldn't explain. Meanwhile, Mingi slowly responded, "Dragon's Tooth Organization member Mingi reporting in." At that moment, a quick shadow suddenly darted through the forest. The figure landed on a nearby tree branch and spoke, "Dragon's Tooth Organization." Miaolan suddenly asked, "Mingi, are you the student who runs every morning without breaking a sweat?" Luo Lin unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting they use the anomaly distribution machine. She pointed at the screen on the table and said, "I can monitor the movements of the anomaly within a 3-kilometer radius inside the mist." Luo Lin briefly scanned her surroundings and then spoke with a serious tone, "The anomaly has not appeared yet." However, her voice was broken, which made Mingi worry and ask, "What's going on?" Luo Lin exclaimed in panic, "The valley." Her voice, filled with astonishment, rose again, "The upstream." Luo Lin screamed in terror. At the summit of the mountain, alien creatures of mist appeared everywhere. She seemed unable to believe her eyes. But clearly, just a few seconds ago, there were no such creatures within a 3 km radius. No matter what kind of creature they were, they couldn't have moved that fast. Mingi immediately asked in a flurry and,
without hesitation, rushed forward.
From which direction did they come? Luo Lin, in panic, replied, "They didn't come, it's like they just appeared."
They appeared from the sky, out of nowhere. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds, her face turning pale as she screamed, "Wait, Fangqin, Zhouqi, the summit."
Luo Lin shouted frantically, "Fangqin is near. There's a monster, get out of there."
At that moment, a giant spider suddenly appeared behind Fangqin. She immediately spun around, her gaze filled with fury as she stared at it. The spider opened its mouth and spat out venomous streams directly at her.
The venom shot through the air, as fast as arrows aimed to kill Fangqin.
Right after, its sharp claws rose high, aiming precisely at her position.
Fangqin anxiously muttered, "It's ineffective."
Just then, the spider suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. It let out a roar and lunged straight at Fangqin, causing a massive tremor. She immediately leaped into the air, dodging the strike while speaking into the combs, "Your analysis is absolutely correct." Without rest, Fangqin rushed off, shouting as she ran, "These aberrations appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the sky." Her gaze briefly swept over the dense fog-covered forest next to her and she said, "There might be some kind of eerie door hidden within this maze of fog." Luo Lin urgently gave orders, "Get out of the forest, I've already sent Zhou Qi to support you." Upon hearing this, Fangqin hesitated for a moment, then thought, "Beyond the forest lies the camp." Suddenly, she looked back at the massive spider still chasing her and yelled, "This aberration has the shape of a spider, higher than a master-level creature."
Fangqin tried to dodge, narrowly avoiding its sharp claws. "I can't defeat it," she muttered. Luo Lin, staring at the map, turned pale and anxiously said, "Then get out of the forest, you've taken the wrong direction." But Fangqin calmly replied, "I know.
Everyone, take care of yourselves." Luo Lin, in desperation, called out, "Fangqin." At that moment, Fangqin's icon on the map was swallowed by the spider, disappearing without a trace. Luo Lin broke down, crying uncontrollably, the pain of losing a comrade making her body tremble with grief. However, Luo Lin quickly forced herself to regain composure, her hoarse voice ringing out, "Captain Fangqin lured the giant monster away, fulfilling her mission. All other members, proceed to the designated area immediately and monitor the aberration in the maze." Her eyes gleamed with a cold, vengeful light. A sharp voice rang out, "Once a alien species is detected approaching the student assembly point, it must be killed without hesitation." At that moment, in the valley, where the mist had enveloped everything, obscuring all sight, Mingi sat quietly on a rock and slowly spoke, "For now, our understanding of the mist beast is extremely limited." He paused briefly, reflecting on the beasts he had encountered before, some of which could disguise themselves as women. Mingi fell silent for a few seconds before continuing, "There are also some that can mimic human sounds." Finally, he recalled Fangqin's earlier words. "I fear I am no match for it." There were also beasts that, in their forms, surpassed the strength of the average leader. It was possible that teacher Fangqin had sacrificed himself to lure the terrifying beast away. He then seriously voiced his conjecture, "These creatures are born to slaughter. What makes them terrifying is that they possess intelligence, and it seems they are capable of learning as well." Just then, Luo Lin suddenly spoke up in warning. Mingi focused on his hand. Immediately after, he turned his gaze and saw a shadowy figure materializing from the mist, approaching without making a sound. The figure was drawing closer and closer. A beast appeared, its sharp teeth bared, flying rapidly toward Mingi. Luo Lin, panicked, shouted, "It's a scorpion-tailed fly of a lower rank, soldier level." At that moment, she looked at the map, her eyes widening in fear, and her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Call." Mingi. Luo Lin was in a state of panic, trying to speak quickly, "They appeared out of nowhere, there are so many of them, and there's even some behind you." Mingi furrowed his brows and said, "How could that be? I clearly just checked behind me." Without waiting for a response, he turned around. To his surprise, countless monsters had appeared behind Mingi, so many that they were impossible to count. Mingi glanced sideways, his voice a little low, and exhaled, "Level B, huh?" Surrounded by the swarm of monsters, he threw a punch towards them and shouted, For everyone that comes, I'll kill it. The swarm of scorpion-tailed flies roared, tearing through the atmosphere, their wings filling the sky. Mingi swiped his hand downward, releasing a burst of energy that struck the leader. Immediately after, thousands of beams of light shot from him, piercing through the creatures' bodies. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as his whole body was surrounded by radiant light as he launched his attacks. While continuing his onslaught, Mingi moved forward, knocking the scorpion-tailed flies away. Finally, his eyes lit up, his body lowering as he unleashed a swift, powerful punch, sending the swarm of monsters flying back. The scorpion-tailed flies quickly recovered, crazed and furious, charging toward him once more. They flew in a circular formation, ready to dive in. Mingi glared at them with eyes sharp as blades, showing no sign of hesitation. Again, they surged forward, their sharp scorpion tails aimed directly at him. Mingi clenched his fist tightly and punched the ground with all his strength. The sound reverberated throughout the space, and the flies that had been flying toward him were sent flying backward. Their wings lost all strength, and they were tossed freely into the air, carried by the dust. When the punch ended, the muscles in his arm bulged beneath his skin. Mingi stood up, raised his hand, and smoke even rose from the spot where his fist had struck. However, the silence lasted only a short while before another swarm of scorpion-tail flies came rushing toward him. Mingi stood upright, looking around at the flies, then shouted helplessly. "Did I just stumble into a fly nest?" A voice echoed from the space, reminding him. "Mingi, you probably won't be able to kill all those scorpion-tail flies." While trying to escape from the swarm, Mingi asked. "So what should I do? It seems like they can smell my scent, so they keep coming toward me." Luo Lin, observing from the control room, analyzed the situation. "I've been paying close attention to how they appear. All those flies come from one fixed location." She glanced at the Gata panel, noticing the dead zone, and reported. "It seems there's an insect nest to the south of you. They're coming toward you from there." Mingi, defending himself against the dozens of flies advancing toward him, replied. "There are already dozens of them here with me. Doesn't that mean the nest could have hundreds of them?" Luo Lin followed the red dots on the screen and tried to explain. "No, the red dots on my end show only a few dozen as well. But it felt as if there was an insect factory near him, with scorpion-tailed flies continuously being produced." She looked at Mingi's location on the map and said, "After you kill the turtle in front of you, that insect factory will spawn a new batch." Mingi, while focusing on defending himself and taking down the flies, asked, "Is it really that short of a time? And no matter how many I kill, there are still so many of them." He watched the flies buzzing toward him, then came up with a grim theory, asking her, "If we ignore them, how many hours before these flies fill this entire valley?" Luo Lin furrowed her brows and spoke seriously. "Yes, once they form into a massive swarm, don't even think about the living, not to mention the trees and plants, they'll be devoured completely." Mingi looked at the vicious flies flying in the air, replying helplessly, "I really underestimated them." Indeed, these monsters were far from simple. The system signal flashed on the screen, and Luo Lin informed him, "Behind you, not far from the valley, is our camp." After helping him for a while, Luo Lin said her goodbyes so he could assist the others. "Luo Lin, I'm leaving the valley in your hands. The other teachers are in danger just like you. I need to direct them." Mingi dodged an incoming attack in a flash and replied, "Don't worry, leave this place to me." Before moving on to assist the others, Luo Lin called out to Mingi with some hesitation, "Although you're a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization. But you are still a student, just like the others." She closed her eyes to suppress the emotions rising within her, then continued, "Having you shoulder such a responsibility, being the representative of the government, I truly feel so guilty." Luo Lin placed one hand over her chest, the other tightly clenched into a fist, cheering him on. "Mingi, you are truly outstanding." Her eyes glistened as she stared at the screen, her voice trembling, "Promise me, you have to survive." While focusing on swatting away the swarming flies, Mingi responded, "Commander, you and the teachers stayed behind for our sake, for us students. I'm already very grateful." He accelerated, moving into the thick of the swarm, relentlessly striking, knocking down hundreds of flies. As he moved forward, a flash of light caught his eye. Mingi vaguely guessed it was something like the insect factory the commander, Luo Lin, had mentioned. From the glowing hole, dozens of scorpion-tailed flies pushed and shoved their way out. Mingi struggled to keep his balance in the maelstrom of flies. They continued pouring out in an unbroken stream. He gritted his teeth and hissed. There was wind, a powerful gust of wind. Then, he forced his hand up, executing a move while saying, "Thanks to my friend Fan Kai, I learned this technique." Mingi stomped his foot hard on the ground and shouted, "Then you better hold on tight, swing your body for the force and yell out. You little pests, go die." Mingi used the ancient wind fist, his fist slamming down. The ground trembled, sending shockwaves that blew the flies away. Several of the flies were sent flying far off. A few of them were slammed into the rocks near him. The flies that emerged from the bright hole were swept along by his punch. Then, following the gust of wind, his hand flicked them away. Mingi walked calmly. A few tiny flies fell around him. After a while, a group of larger flies fell, their sharp bodies scattered across the ground. Mingi decided to walk straight ahead, coming to stand before the bright hole and observing it. After a moment of inspection, he decided to step through the bright door. As his whole body flew into another world, Mingi wondered to himself, is this a door connecting to another space? He paused, then turned back to the bright hole, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at it thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sound whooshed through the air, something sharp was about to rush out. Mingi quickly darted to the side. When he saw a fly flying toward him, he exclaimed, "I understand now." The giant scorpion-tailed fly was preparing to attack him, its sharp tail raised, charging back toward him. Mingi didn't turn his back but instead swung his hand backward, sending the creature flying. And then he realized, exclaiming, "This isn't an insect factory, it's a door leading from an unidentified space into this fog." Mingi stood there, carefully observing the door between the two spaces and muttering to himself. Strange monsters appeared within the fog. Through this, he bent forward, his hand reaching out as if to touch it, then wondered aloud, "So what is on the other side?" Mingi's eyes gleamed with the orange light of the door, and his voice softly echoed. On the other side of this insect's nest, Mingi hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to step through the gate once again. This door had swallowed him in the past, and now it continuously flashed with lightning all around. Mingi slowly poked his head into another space, his face blank as he looked around. When his whole body crossed into this new world, another flash of light appeared ahead of him from a distance. Mingi's eyes widened, his gaze trembling as he could hardly believe the beam of light before him. Inside, there was an entirely new universe, with skull-shaped creatures growing spider legs that scuttled across floating rocks. Suddenly, a monster emerged from somewhere, a fierce dragon with sharp teeth, flying toward him, its eyes and head spewing fire. It circled through the floating rocks, and as it flew, fire breathed from its nostrils. The dragon, soaring in mid-air, suddenly froze, its eyes widening as if disturbed by something. Mingi stood still in the space, observing what was happening when something shot down from the air toward the ground near where he stood. Hundreds of scorpion-tailed flies appeared again. This time, they were even more aggressive. One of them suddenly screeched, its eyes flashing a beam of light before charging forward. Mingi immediately ran toward the glowing hole. As the flies behind him surged with power, chasing him, Xiao suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? Why did you come here? Get out of here now." Mingi opened his eyes wide, looking around in a daze, then stammered. Where exactly is this place? Why?" Seeing that he was still standing there blankly, unwilling to leave, she screamed again. "Hurry up! Do you want to die without even a place to be buried?" Hearing her second shout, he suddenly realized what he was doing. Then, Mingi quickly turned his head and rushed back into the glowing hole that had brought him here. As Mingi escaped from that space, a swarm of scorpion-tailed flies chased after him. He kept running without looking back, a streak of light bursting out behind him. Xiao appeared and said, "Get out of here quickly.
I'm going to destroy this insect nest. She crossed her arms and unleashed the move Faith Crown Violent Flame. Light flared around Xiao's body before shooting outward. The door was gradually shrinking, but luckily Mingi managed to leap out just in time. The moment he jumped through, the portal through space vanished. A heap of debris appeared, within which a monster writhed and struggled. Shan Yuyao wrapped itself around the body and grinned wickedly. Let's become one. It tightened its coils around the corpse, slowly lifting the body up, preparing to merge. Shan Yuyao had completely wrapped Feng Qin's body. Meanwhile, everyone else was searching for something together. Teacher Su grumbled as they walked. Damn this fog. Which direction are we supposed to go? Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared through the mist, and everyone rushed forward to see. A man in the crowd dashed up and said, "It's the teacher, it's Miss Feng Qin, this is great." The others who were with him also stepped forward, excitedly saying, "We've finally been saved." Miss Feng Qin said, "Earlier, we encountered many terrifying monsters. One of us ran and kept running until we got here." A young man stepped up in front of Feng Qin and asked, "Miss, why are you saying nothing?" At that moment, Shan Yuyao had taken over her body, so when she opened her mouth, blood-soaked fangs were revealed. Then, Shan Yuyao erupted, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth toward everyone. It viciously lunged at the young man, biting into his neck. The young man's body weakened as he was bitten to death. Shan Yuyao released him, and he lay motionless on the ground, his hands still clutching his neck, soaked in blood. The people behind them screamed and backed away, shouting, "This is not the teacher who came to save us." Terrified, everyone turned and fled, but it used magical ropes to trap them. Some people close by couldn't escape, though 2 girls were lucky enough to break free. While running, Jing Jing tripped over a tree and fell to the ground. Her friend, hearing the noise, stopped and looked back. Seeing Jing Jing sprawled out on the ground, she anxiously urged, "Jing Jing, get up quickly." Jing Jing looked at her bleeding ankle, groaning, "My foot." Jing Jing's friend quickly helped her up and supported her. Jing Jing, struggling to move step by step, cried out, "I can't hold on much longer." It seemed that the 2 tendrils of Shan Yuyao had ignored them, but they suddenly sprang back to life and charged toward them once more. The 2 girls, trying to escape, were caught by the tendrils that wrapped around them. Shan Yuyao stood behind, holding the 2 tendrils and pulling them closer. Jing Jing was entangled around her legs, while her friend was completely wrapped around the waist. Shan Yuyao pulled the girls closer, one of its eyes glowing with a purple light as it looked at them savagely. At this moment, the friend had her mouth covered by the tendrils, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. After dealing with the 2 girls, Shan Yu turned its back and walked away through the fog. The mist now rose, swirling in a dense purple haze, spreading everywhere. Meanwhile, at the camp, someone was trying to push through the dark fog to enter. In the observation room, Luo Lin, who was monitoring everyone, suddenly froze. She saw a flicker of Feng Qin moving toward them, and Mingi immediately called out, "Feng Qin, is that really Feng Qin?" When she didn't respond, Luo Lin hurriedly pressed the button, calling urgently, "Feng Qin, please respond if you can hear me. Are you injured and unable to speak? Keep going forward, you'll meet Mingi soon. He'll help you." Lu Zi walked in and, seeing this, asked confusedly, "Feng Qin isn't dead? But we clearly saw her green light fade earlier, didn't we? That's the sign of life disappearing. Could the machine have malfunctioned?" Luo Lin was briefly shaken, then said, "I don't know, but anyway, Feng Qin is one of us. If she's still alive, we can't abandon her." After seriously thinking for a moment, Luo Lin raised her hand, her voice slightly hesitant, "But I feel like something's off. The likelihood of the machine malfunctioning isn't very high." From my experience, Lu Zi's suddenly rushing up and shouting, "It can't be. How could there be something like that in the fog?" Given the urgency of the situation, Luo Lin quickly made up her mind, "Anyway, it's better to be cautious. I'll remind Mingi to be more alert." A moment later, the green dot on Mingi's screen disappeared, and both of them shouted in unison, "How is that possible?" Lu Zi, panicked, exclaimed, "Could it be that Mingi He's gone too?
The green dot of Mingi reappeared, standing still, but Fang Qin's dot was still moving.
Realizing the danger, Luo Lin's eyes widened in fear.
She hurriedly pressed the intercom to contact Mingi. Mingi, if you can hear me, please respond. Lu Zi held up the screen to show Luo Lin, and the communication device displayed that the signal from the other side was being blocked, possibly due to some interfering object.
Damn it, at a time like this.
In this critical moment, a student rushed in, breathless, calling for the instructor.
Lu Zi immediately asked, "What's wrong?"
The student, crying, reported, Fang Qin, the instructor. She killed several of our classmates. Hearing this earth-shattering news left Luo Lin stunned, her eyes wide open in disbelief. She quickly turned around and hurriedly reconnected with Mingi. As soon as Mingi heard the call, he immediately responded. She spoke into the intercom with all her might, sweat beads forming on her forehead.
The person heading toward you is not teacher Fang Qin.
She's been controlled by something.
That's not Fang Qin. Mingi, do you hear me?
What's approaching you is extremely dangerous.
Mingi had just woken up.
He was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. His face looked dazed, and his body was trembling. Xiao, with her arms crossed arrogantly, said, "Good thing I woke you up in time. If you'd looked any longer, your soul would have left your body."
There are many mysteries in this world, it's not just the human form that you see.
Mingi bent over, muttering in a low voice, "To me, it felt like carelessly glancing into real hell." She sat with her legs crossed, her voice calm as she comforted him, "It's all right.
Cheer up. Once you're strong enough, those things won't be anything at all."
He took a deep breath and exhaled to calm himself. Finally, Mingi propped himself up on his knee, struggled to stand, and said, "All right, I admit I was scared." Mingi clenched his fist, bracing himself as he declared, "But that still won't scare me."
His intercom suddenly blared with a noise.
Mingi noticed its abnormality and raised his hand to check. It seemed that because I acted impulsively, even the communication device was broken. Behind the tree trunk, a footstep was approaching him. Fang Qin, possessed, was standing behind him at that moment. Mingi felt a bit suspicious and called out, "Commander Fang Qin." Seeing that she was still alive, he exclaimed, "You're not dead, thank God." But she only moved her lips. To take advantage of him, she groaned and said, "I'm injured.
Help me a bit."
Without any hesitation, he responded, "Okay." Seeing the blood vessels in Fang Qin's eyes, Mingi asked with concern, "Commander, what's wrong with your eyes?"
"It looks like they're bleeding."
She quickly raised her hand to cover them and said, "It's nothing, just an injury, just an injury."
"Help me a bit, I'm exhausted."
Mingi glanced down at her shoes and became slightly puzzled. Strange, why are the commander's shoes wet? He recalled the places they had passed and muttered to himself, "From the forest to here, we definitely had to cross that river." With the current condition of Commander Fang Qin, it must be very difficult for her to step on the rocks to cross the river. At that moment, his mind suddenly realized the danger. When he looked up, he saw Shangyu revealing its true form and charging at him. It used sharp tentacles to try to grab him, but they kept slipping. Mingi was lucky enough to dodge inside, saying, "There's definitely something wrong." At this point, Shangyu reverted to its true form, a monstrous creature with tentacles all over its body. Mingi immediately recognized it, it's the creature from outside the train before. He pieced the events together and guessed. So that's how it was. It had swallowed a crewman on the train and transformed into that crewman, then taken on the crewman's appearance to blend in with the train. Stringing the facts together, he finally realized and blurted, "Inspector Fang Qin is dead." From Shangyu's method of operation, Mingi concluded that it had certainly swallowed Inspector Fang Qin's corpse and then assumed her form. He watched it warily and thought to himself, "This monster is vicious through and through, I didn't expect it to be such a master of deception. If I hadn't seen its blood-red eyes earlier, I would have been caught off guard just now." Shangyu smiled a gruesome smile and murmured, "Your inspector tastes so sweet." The voice it used was also Fang Qin's. Mingi frowned at it, a little puzzled. That's Inspector Fong Qin's voice. Has it learned human speech? Then he looked at it and shouted, "Beast, I won't spare you." Shan Yu's expression blackened, it lashed out and screamed, "No, I'm the one who won't spare you." It used its fingers to fling Mingi away, then cursed like filth and scum. Shan Yu came closer and said, "Last time you ruined my fun." Now it shot out its long tentacles to seize Mingi, howling, "I'll eat you clean, not leaving a bone." He swiftly dodged each strike, feeling a surge of pride. The way it attacks is so much like the demon tree in the training chamber. Luckily, I've been practicing diligently these days. While trying not to let it latch onto me, I must also find its weakness to strike back. A tendril smashed violently near where he stood. Mingi's evasive steps grew faster and faster. He slipped behind a tree, observing the surroundings and weighing his options. He also needed to find the proper mystic fist medium. Ordinary techniques alone would not be enough to kill it. Suddenly, a foot stomped down right before him. He looked up to see Shan Yu transforming into a long climbing vine, coiling around him. Fusion. Thank your instructor. It viciously lashed at the trees, roaring ceaselessly, feeding itself with even greater strength. Shan Yu struck the tree Mingi was hiding behind, forcing him to leap out. Its long dangling arms smashed nearby boulders into clouds of dust. It delivered another heavy blow, then declared, "I will grow even stronger." After a flurry of attacks, Mingi, by sheer luck, had managed to avoid being struck. Shan Yu, enraged, bellowed, "Once I devour you, I'll become stronger." Mingi said nothing. His hand scooped up a fistful of sand as he leapt. Shan Yu sprang after him, lunging fiercely, while Mingi pulled at the earth. He hurled the sand from his hand and unleashed the technique flying sand, shattering stone. A surging wave of earth erupted, blasting Shan Yu far away. Mingi's eyes narrowed, sharp and cold, as he spoke, "The mystic fist mediums are still too few. The power unleashed is too weak, there's no way to kill it." Shan Yu stood up, smirking and challenging, "Is that all you've got?" Without waiting for a response, it charged forward, taunting, "Your instructor will be very disappointed in you." Mingi lowered both hands to the ground, gathering energy that made his body glow. Mud and dirt began to cling to his arms, forming a protective layer that allowed him to block Shan Yu's strikes. Each blow from it was easily deflected by his arms. Shan Yu sneered and called out, "Now I know your human fighting style inside out." It recoiled, preparing to lash out, and spoke beforehand, for example, "Now you will." Shan Yu slammed one long arm into the ground and shouted, "Move back." Mingi leaned sideways to dodge, using his foot as a brake to prevent himself from sliding too far, evading the attack. Suddenly, something shot up from under Mingi's feet. He didn't have time to react as a tentacle jabbed upwards, knocking him off balance. The tentacle missed, and Mingi quickly pulled back. Shan Yu retracted the tentacle, praising, "Lucky for you, you avoided it." There was a bit of Mingi's blood on the tentacle from where it had scraped his foot. Shan Yu raised it, licked it, and praised, "Your blood is strong, much tastier than your instructor's." Mingi glared at its actions, angrily cursing, "You make me sick." He tried to stay calm, recalculating his strikes. Earlier, he had only landed 13 punches. The distance to the 49 distant presses was still too far, and using the central soul technique was impossible. Moreover, it seemed to have the ability to see through his evasion techniques. His eyes were sharp as blades, flashing with coldness and determination. He continued to approach, engaging in close combat, but just like before, it was too dangerous. Mingi turned back to look at the hole and sighed in relief. "If it weren't for my lucky talent, I'd probably have been gutted by now." His gaze turned cold as he focused on Shan Yu, deep in thought. "Luck can't save me every time. I need to find a strong enough mystic fist agent to kill it. Ordinary sand and mud are completely useless against it." He hadn't noticed the tentacle had crossed the dirt road and was closing in on him. Mingi suddenly jolted as it rose right in front of him. He leaned back, easily dodging the attack. But it wasn't over.
With unyielding determination, it continued charging towards Mingi. At that moment, he performed a somersault, once again escaping the power of his opponent. The energy from its strike hit the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. Now, Mingi curled his body, returning to a defensive stance. He calmly raised his hand to block the incoming blows, watching as the fragments of stone flew toward him. He silently thought, bottle glass, this type of bottle glass is 10 times harder than normal basalt. Amid the thick mist, he began to run. Memories flooded Mingi's mind. During the morning training session with the instructors, he had seen a bottle glass quarry on a cliff face in the valley. At that moment, Mingi's gaze was focused ahead, continuously searching. The fog was too thick, and he couldn't see where the mining cave was. Then, he delivered a blow that caused the ground to crack. As the earth erupted and surged violently, Mingi seized the opportunity to fly upward and observe. I remember there was a solitary tree. After a while of searching, Mingi finally discovered the spot. Great! It was right next to it. At the same time, it caught up with him, standing above and questioning, trying to run? Unbothered by it, Mingi glanced around, focusing on his task as the earth continued to erupt furiously. In the vast space, it screamed as if trying to draw attention, "You can't escape, let me devour you." Ignoring the taunts, Mingi kept his eyes fixed on the tree, searching intently. Upon spotting the cave entrance, he quietly rejoiced, found it. Mingi landed on the ground, ready to strike. Then, he launched a powerful punch, aimed directly at the stone shell, causing everything to descend into chaos. It stepped forward, smiling smugly. Mingi shot a sharp glance at it, his entire body enveloped in a mysterious green energy. Behind him, it was unshaken, even smirking in triumph. "Your punch is useless against me." Mingi coldly stared at it, completely dismissive. "Is that so?" With that, he raised his glowing fist, powered by immense strength, and challenged it. "Then, try this punch." Mingi then swung his fist down with a devastating force, causing the ground to crack in two. It was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. A massive explosion formed. The aftershock from Mingi's strike sent dust billowing, blinding the area as earth and rock cascaded like torrential rain. That energy didn't cease, it howled on, ripping through even the bottle shell rock. Mingi strode toward it, and at the same time repeated his words. "I told you." He faced it more calmly than ever. "I won't let you get away with this." Clutching the bottle shell rock in a trembling, hesitant grip, it tried to muster a counterattack. How can you do this?" Mingi stared at it, his voice cold and contemptuous. "No matter what you are, no matter how fearsome your monster kingdom is for daring to invade our human lands, we will wipe you out." Though driven into a defensive corner, it still brimmed with arrogance and bluster. "You won't escape this place." Nearly losing control, it screamed again and again. "You will all die, you won't get away from this fog, not one of you." A sudden wave of pain washed over its body, even tightening its face with strain. But almost immediately it snapped back into a feral posture, mouth stretched wide to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Refusing to accept the truth and desperate to keep fighting, it bent over the bottle shell rock as if drawing strength from it. Watching its frantic stubbornness, Mingi sighed in disgust. At that moment it could no longer hold itself up and almost fell, collapsing onto the fractured bottle shell rock. And then it truly crashed down hard, sending stones scattering everywhere. Now it lay motionless, with something seeping out from its body. Mingi observed and could not help but wonder, "What is that?" The question drew Xiao's attention. She was utterly astonished. "It's a life core." Mingi's gaze remained fixed on the life core. He was a bit doubtful that life core can grant and even alter extraordinary talent. While checking the information panel, Xiao responded, "That's right, this Shang Yuya was of quite a high rank, but it was still in its growth stage when you slaughtered it." Mingi reached out for the glowing life core and explained, "The first time I encountered it, I didn't feel it was that formidable, but this time it had grown far stronger, nearly taking my life." At that moment, Xiao was about to descend the steps. She added further explanation, "A maturing beast with such intelligence is terrifying. If left to grow without limit, it would eventually become a Shan Yu Yao king.
Holding the life core in his hand, Mingi's eyes flickered with contemplation. No wonder such a precious life core has appeared.
Hand it to me first, I will purify it for you. Right now, it still carries the taint of a strange beast's aura, you cannot use it yet.
Hearing this, Mingi immediately held out the life core toward Xiao without hesitation.
All right, but you must quickly return it.
Mingi felt doubtful. Wait a minute.
Xiao, aren't you using me to grow stronger?
I think you're much stronger than that Shan Yu Yao.
Xiao was displeased with Mingi's attitude, she appeared arrogant and authoritative. It's not even worth comparing to me. Didn't we make an agreement beforehand? If you convince me, I'll help you.
Saying this, Xiao ran a hand through her hair, giving a subtle smile full of meaning.
You said you wanted me to feel the greatness and the significance of human existence.
Though I've had some sympathy lately, there's still a long way to go before I change my stance.
A moment later, the two of them looked in the same direction.
Mingi expressed his gratitude to Xiao. You helped me become strong enough to face all the cosmic beings that descend upon this earth.
Xiao smiled faintly, responding in a soft voice, that's right, aren't we betting on this? I rely on you to grow, and you rely on me to become stronger.
A not-so-pleasant memory surged in Mingi's mind, causing his mood to dip. But when he saw the scene inside the monster's lair earlier, Xiao glanced at him and asked sternly, "Don't you believe in yourself?" That question snapped Mingi back, and he regained his confidence.
I do believe.
Xiao placed her hand on the stair railing, sending Mingi a message, then forget what you saw in the cave. She then sat down, her gaze briefly filled with sorrow as if remembering something.
I also hate that place. Compared to your world, it's incredibly ugly and primitive.
While Xiao was lost in thought, Mingi confirmed the information. She was right, we had already agreed on this. After that, Mingi happened to encounter Fangqin. At that time, she was lying among the rubble. Then, he carried Fangqin away through the thick fog, a look of worry lingering on Mingi's face. Suddenly, the intercom crackled, and a voice called out to him, "Mingi." Upon hearing it, he responded. The voice seemed to snap Mingi back to a serious, focused state.
I hear you.
Please issue your orders. On the other end of the intercom, a faceless voice asked after receiving a signal from Ming Xia.
Ah, you met Fangqin, right?
As he carried Fangqin, he replied, "Yes, I'm carrying her back to the camp."
The voice from the intercom asked again, "She's dead, right?"
At that moment, Mingi's gaze was resolute, and his tone carried a sense of responsibility tinged with defiance. "Yes, but I don't want to leave her here to be trampled on by those beasts." The person on the other end was now clearly Luo Lin. She sounded extremely worried.
Are you okay?
The beast took control of Fangqin.
Mingi's voice echoed back. I bring good news.
Shan Yu Yao has the ability to devour others.
I've killed it.
Luo Lin's anxiety lessened a bit, and she let out a sigh of relief.
That's good.
Mingi was eager to know the situation on Luo Lin's side because things were becoming more and more complicated.
Have you found all the eggs yet?
We should leave this foggy village as soon as possible.
I've seen some. Suddenly, the image of strange objects surrounding the entire space, glowing brightly, appeared.
Along with it was Mingi's anxiety as he saw some terrifying things.
Once they get here, we'll be dead for sure. Luo Lin was very determined.
She also reminded Mingi.
Just a little more, you should head back to the camp now. It seems there are no monsters in your direction.
Amidst the fog, the sound of rocks and soil clattering echoed through the space, and Mingi's reply resonated.
Okay.
Under the stifling atmosphere created by the thick fog layers, among the tall grass fields, the farmers, carrying baskets of eggs, walked in a row.
In the middle, Farmer Ching Tian asked, Su brother, we've been walking for so long, but we still haven't returned to the village?
As soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch from old Su.
After striking, old Su scolded angrily. If it weren't for your stupid suggestion, we wouldn't have gone this far to steal the red-eyed monster eggs to sell for money. The unfortunate brother, holding his head, cried out in explanation. It wasn't that far. I didn't know the fog would come in, and we wouldn't be able to find our way home. Old Su turned his face to look at the basket of eggs on his shoulder, still grumbling as he warned. Carrying a big basket of red-eyed monster eggs and not getting back would be a real hassle. The three farmers continued walking for a while. Holly, walking at the back, felt something unusual and immediately asked, "By the way, do you guys feel like something's following us?" Incredibly annoyed, old Su turned around and scolded, "You're kid, stop acting like you're some kind of god or demon all the time." From that moment, blurry figures began to appear behind him. Cheng Tian pointed, trembling, and exclaimed, "It's here." The three young farmers jumped, clutching each other in fear. On the opposite side, Master Zhong froze for a moment upon seeing them. His group slowly walked over, and he recognized them right away, immediately asking, "Are you farmers from the village?" Lu Zi, the assistant, also had questions. "What are you doing here?" Behind the two of them, Cheng Tian and Holly were stumbling on the ground. Old Su, panting, said, "You scared the life out of us. We thought we were meeting some kind of monster." Lu Zi, still not getting an answer, asked again, "Didn't we announce that no one was supposed to enter the mountains?" Holly gave a sinister smile and answered, "Actually, we were just trying to make a bit of money." At this point, old Su scratched his head and laughed heartily, then explained, "I heard that red-eyed monster eggs are worth 100 times more than chicken eggs. We figured since the monsters have already been wiped out, it would be fine to come here and look for some red-eyed monster eggs." Master Zhong immediately responded, "Do you have a lot of red-eyed monster eggs?" The three of them placed their baskets down, and old Su introduced, "That's right, these 3 big baskets are all full of monster eggs." Master Zhong was overjoyed upon hearing this. "That's great, with this evidence from you all, it's enough. Let's quickly bring it back to the camp." He then turned to Lu Zi and asked, "How is Lu Qian doing on her side?" She pulled out her tablet and quickly responded, "I saw the signal Lu Qian left, marking that she's searching for the last group of students. She informed us with the signal, perhaps she'll meet up with us at the foot of the mountain in about an hour." After hearing the update, he made a suggestion, "It'll take us some time to get there from here, so let's meet up with Lu Qian first, then return to the camp afterward." Once the next course of action was decided, Lu Zi waved her hand and shouted to remind the others to stick close. At that moment, Cheng Tian awkwardly stepped forward and asked, "Teachers, you two are superhumans, could you please check behind us first?" Master Zhong glanced over his shoulder and, in a serious tone, asked, "What's wrong?" He nervously shared his feelings. "Earlier, we felt like something was following us. It was really strange." Lu Zi, who had been listening, spoke up, "I already checked once, and I didn't find anything. If there was something, I probably wouldn't be able to return either." Master Zhong thought for a moment and then instructed, "Check again, it's better to be cautious." She agrees, she can follow through as well. The scene shifted to an abandoned house deep in the forest, where someone was currently present. The figure moved steadily toward the door. The atmosphere around the house was unusually gloomy and tense. As Lu Qian opened the door and stepped inside, she was taken aback by the scene before her. In front, the group of students had already assumed battle stances. Upon seeing her, they excitedly called out in unison, "Sister Lu Qian." She quickly stepped inside, immediately inquiring about the student's condition. "Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?" One by one, they recounted the terrifying experience they had just faced. "No, but earlier, something was chasing us." "That's right, it was extremely frightening." Hearing this, Lu Qian felt a sense of relief. She swiftly turned around and instructed the students, "All right, it's fine now. Follow me, we need to return to the camp. Only then can we leave this foggy area." At her words, the students responded in unison with gratitude, "Yes, thank you, Sister Lu Qian." Under Lu Qian's guidance, the group of students smoothly navigated through the mountain cave. When they reached the stream, things were still going quite well as they found a few more students.
The bamboo forest path also helped rescue some of their peers who had been trapped. At this point, Lu Qian carved an arrow symbol pointing forward onto the bamboo tree. As she directed the group, she reminded herself, "We've gathered all the lost students around here. Now, we just need to follow these markers and meet up with Master Zhong." She called for everyone to raise their hands high and loudly reminded them, "Everyone stay close, don't get separated." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the bamboo forest. With her keen senses, Lu Qian immediately pinpointed the direction from which the sound was coming. Suddenly, she raised both hands high, and a blinding bolt of lightning was unleashed, completely paralyzing the monster above her head. Then, she withdrew the lightning back into her hands, her eyes fixed upward, and she loudly shouted a warning, "Everyone, look out above." Everyone immediately turned their gaze upward, and the sight of the monstrous red-eyed spider hanging densely above them struck their eyes. At that moment, a red-eyed spider opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar. Without hesitating for even a second, Lu Qian stepped onto the bodies of the spikes and leapt up. Floating in mid-air, she placed her hands together, and a surge of lightning began to form from the palms of her hands. A second later, she spread her arms wide, her hair transforming into streaks of lightning, and her entire body erupted in a violent surge of electricity that radiated throughout the forest. After a while, Lu Qian gently landed on the ground. She stood confidently with her hands on her hips amidst the monsters that were gradually falling. Nearby, voices of admiration could be heard, "Sister Lu Qian is amazing." The students watched the red-eyed spiders that had been miserably slain and began to discuss among themselves, "Sister Lu Qian is really something. We have trouble dealing with just one red-eyed spider, yet she single-handedly took down dozens of them." "That's true. When will we ever reach her level? She must have reached Solar Corona rank by now, right? She's definitely someone we can rely on." Indeed, the group led by Master Zhong had entered the forest. Wherever they went, strange shadows immediately followed them. As soon as they saw Master Zhong, the students following Lu Qian eagerly ran over to call out to him. "Master Zhong, teacher." A female student quickly asked a question. "Master Zhong, what exactly is this fog? There are so many terrifying things inside it." Another boy, also stunned with questions, spoke up. "I saw some classmates being dragged away. Are they monsters? Haven't all the monsters from Shaolin been eradicated?" He answered briefly before reminding everyone. "The things inside the fog came here by another method. We can't stay here long. More terrifying monsters will appear." Lu Qian placed his hand on the shoulder of the boy who had spoken earlier and continued. "We've figured out how to leave this fog. In short, everyone must be united in one heart and effort." Then, Master Zhong raised his fist and shouted loudly to motivate everyone. "That's right, everyone, remember, you are students, but you are also superhumans. What you are facing now is something that every superhuman has to deal with on the front lines. You must keep your spirits up. Once we set off, overcoming this mountain path will lead us straight to the camp." As soon as he finished speaking, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and each person regained their strength. Not long after, the students who were leading reached the mountaintop. Upon seeing the scene before them, their jaws dropped. The ground was covered with the corpses of terrifying monsters, ranging from small to large. The students looked around in all directions. Such many monster corpses like this, if we run into them, we're definitely dead. Who killed them? One person nervously spoke to the others. Suddenly, one of the boys pointed forward and shouted, "Look quickly." In front of Master Zhong, everyone gasped as they followed Lu Qian's gaze, stuttering as they called out to Instructor Miaolan. Right ahead, she was swaying, barely standing, leaning on her staff. Her weak voice rose, "Hurry back to the camp, everyone is waiting for your group." Lu Qian anxiously asked about her condition. "Instructor Miao, are you all right? You're badly injured." She panted heavily, her voice growing fainter. "It's fine, just a bit tired. A little rest and I'll be fine." But just as she finished speaking, a sharp spike suddenly pierced through Miao Lan's body from somewhere. She didn't have time to react, and blood gushed from her throat.
At that moment, the dry fruit father monster on the tree branch dragged Miaolon and her staff up, and in the air was the sound of a shrill scream. The staff was suddenly released and fell to the ground, as the monster opened its slimy mouth wide, slowly drawing the trembling Miaolon inside. The staff stabbed violently into the ground, and everyone was faced with the horrifying scene. A man, overcome with pain, had tears beginning to form in his eyes, his whole body trembling with fear. Some people, in a panic, ran away at full speed, and Brother Cheng Tian, carrying the egg, collapsed to the ground in shock. They had just desperately fled. The monster shot out a series of pitch-black threads. The threads raced directly toward the two brothers who were running away. Their entire bodies began to be bound tightly. In just one strike, it succeeded in restraining a large number of students who intended to leave. The threads spread across the entire foggy mountain. In this situation, everyone could only scream in despair, "We can't get out anymore, we're trapped here." At this moment, Cheng Tian began to cry. He shakily pointed ahead and said with certainty, "I told you, there's something following us, and that's it." Lu Zi also had tears in his eyes, his voice choked as he asked, "If it's always been following us, why didn't it attack us from the beginning?" Master Zhang was now also in great difficulty, gritting his teeth as he explained that the monster had been waiting for them to gather together before striking all at once, just like the behavior of an anteater. Lu Qian immediately realized this was the behavior of an anteater. She then began explaining this habit. When an anteater finds an ant colony, no matter how hungry it is, it won't eat them right away. It will hide and closely follow the ants. Only when the ants return to their nest will the anteater wait for them to reach their home. Then, the anteater swallows the entire ant colony, including the queen. Giant ants have a special way of communicating. If one ant is attacked, it will warn its companions to leave the area. She became angry as the following words escaped her lips, "So that monster has been toying with us like ants, deliberately waiting until we were gathered in large numbers before wiping us all out right here." Master Zhong nodded in agreement. "That's right." Lu Qian gritted her teeth, glaring at the beast. Her fury was rising, but it hadn't chosen to wait until we returned to camp to strike. Instead, it blocked our path right here on this mountain. It was aware that there would be more capable people guarding our camp. She stepped forward decisively, confidently declaring, "It's afraid too, which means that monster is not invincible." As she moved forward, she didn't forget to delegate responsibility to everyone else. "Master Zhong, Assistant Teacher Lu, please help those students." "I'll handle this monster myself." Lu Zi reminded her, "I know you're very strong, but still, be careful." At this moment, Dry Fruit Father lifted its sharp legs high, then tilted its head to the sky, opening its mouth wide and letting out ear-piercing roars. The strange sights before her did not stop Lu Qian. Her steps remained determined as she ran forward. Just then, sharp stone pillars rose from the ground in front of Lu Qian. She gracefully maneuvered her body, dodging each of the jagged spikes. Even when a massive stone pillar suddenly shot up, Lu Qian easily overcame it. These events sparked a question in her mind: what is it trying to do? As for Dry Fruit Father, it was now leaping high, its mouth still wide open, with a swirling energy emanating from it. It slammed its foot down with a violent strike, and the ground surface shattered into chunks immediately afterward. A series of sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground simultaneously. Lu Qian began to accelerate, attempting to escape the danger zone. In the blink of an eye, she stood firm on the ground where no sharp spikes were present. However, before she could feel any sense of relief, a bead of sweat trickled down her face as she saw something. At that moment, Lu Qian had unfortunately stepped into the monster's matrix. The ground beneath her began to crack. Then, in just a few short seconds, a series of sharp stone pillars erupted from the earth, crowding around her. At Dry Fruit Father's location, other stone pillars had also started appearing around him. These long stone columns then moved directly toward Lu Qian, who was fleeing. Meanwhile, Master Zhong hurriedly worked to free each student, his heart silently praying, just as he hoped for Lu Qian, the second-ranked student of her year. "She is the pride of our school. If it were any other student, we wouldn't feel as assured. I hope she can buy us more time."
Suddenly, Lu Zi covered her mouth with both hands, so shocked that she couldn't choose her words. Lu Qian.
Is that really Lu Qian? Upon witnessing the current scene, even Master Zhong couldn't help but be startled.
The sharp stone pillars had now grown much larger. The distance between everyone and the area where the monster was battling Lu Qian had widened. Without thinking any further, he immediately raised his hand.
Hurry, we must hurry. Lu Zi beside her let out a loud, confused exclamation.
Seeing the scene of her valiantly fighting, he insisted on one thing: we need to trust Lu Qian. At that moment, the monster was suddenly spun around in place. Lu Qian leapt high into the air, with Dry Fruit Father lying knocked over beneath her. Seizing the rare opportunity, she unleashed her ultimate move, the thunderous eagle strike, delivering a powerful kick directly to its body. After executing the fatal blow, she jumped back, her hands planted on the ground. Just a few seconds later, the spot where the monster had been struck was punctured, smoke billowing out. Not stopping there, Lu Qian spread her arms wide. A bolt of lightning unexpectedly appeared from afar. In the blink of an eye, Miao Lan's spear, crackling with surging thunder, was firmly in her grasp. After channeling enough energy, she spun around and hurled the spear forward. Instead of flying straight ahead, the spear changed direction and plunged into the ground right before the monster. At that very moment, the spear's tip began to surge with intense electric currents. In the blink of an eye, the electricity from the spear shot through the monster, causing it to convulse, its mouth gaping wide open. Seizing the opportunity while Dry Fruit Father was at a disadvantage, Lu Qian leapt forward. Her pupils flashed with determination as she carefully aimed at the monster's critical spot, then unleashed a fierce palm strike to its leg. Its massive leg was instantly split in two. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth wide, beginning to absorb streams of purple mist. Lu Qian stared up, her expression filled with astonishment. Just as she was still dazed, Master Zhong, who had been behind her, quickly called out, "Lu Qian, this way, hurry up." She turned and ran toward Master Zhong. He began to use his special techniques to help. However, before he could do anything, Lu Qian uttered a sentence, "I will figure something out." He was taken aback, but at that moment, she turned her scratched face back to look at him, still in the mood to smile, and said, "Professor, this is my choice, and it's my duty. I believe that one day, when they grow up, they will follow in my footsteps when they face danger." Having said that, she decisively moved toward the monster once again. Knowing that everyone was uneasy, she reassured them, "It's fine. This is also my duty to protect my people." From the place where the students were trapped by spider webs, a horde of spiders suddenly appeared on the strands of silk. They scattered everywhere, and the students shouted in panic, "Damn, where did these vile spiders come from?" Everyone screamed in terror, but the spiders seemed unconcerned, focused solely on devouring the other monsters. One student raised a hand to cover his mouth, a wave of nausea washing over him as he asked in horror, "What the hell are they doing?" In a nearby corner, Lu Zi was also left speechless as he suddenly realized, why are they eating their own kind? After the small spiders devoured the other monsters, they began moving towards the Dry Fruit Father, which was gradually swelling up. It opened its mouth, and the obedient little spiders quickly scurried inside. After one round, it snapped its jaws shut, quickly gnawing down on the little spiders inside its mouth. The scene before everyone left them with a shared sense of shock. At the leg of the Dry Fruit Father, which had been severed by a punch earlier, after finishing off the small spiders, the leg had grown back, strong and intact, as if it had never been harmed. The hole on its back was also beginning to heal. Everything that was happening caused everyone to scream in terror, eating its own kind to heal. This damn monster is using its own kind to heal. Doesn't this mean our fight is pointless? It'll take so much effort and energy to take it down. Hearing these words, Master Zhong immediately turned his head. Seeing all the students clutching their heads in horror, he tried to calm them down. "Students, remember, you are evolved hunters too. You have abilities. We must act together to escape from this spider." Lu Zi also added a few words, "How can you let Lu Qian fight alone? She has helped us so much, hasn't she? In the midst of the chaos, Lu Qian spoke up, "It's not your fault. The dry fruit father is a creature of the master tier.
It has its own domain.
It will instill fear into our minds and bury our fighting spirit, making everyone terrified, so that its seeds can sprout. When it sprouts, it will be able to control the minds of everyone. Those who have not reached the sun's level will be unable to resist."
Lu Zi immediately asked, "So what do we need to do now?"
Lu Qian came up with an idea and turned to ask Master Zhong, "Master Zhong, do you have a way to melt this spider web?" He answered reluctantly, "I can, but there are still some students trapped.
We cannot abandon them."
Upon hearing this, she immediately entrusted the responsibility to both of them. This mutated spider had the ability to regenerate, making it almost impossible to kill. Professor Zhong and Assistant Lu would take the students out of here.
As for me, I will hold off the monster. The two of them immediately asked, "What about you?"
Once we leave, they will surround and attack you. It will be very hard to escape when that happens. At that moment, the mutated spider started releasing an acid rain. Master Zhong quickly created a large, solid shield to protect everyone.
The raindrops, as soon as they touched, could rotting flesh.
It was a truly terrifying acid rain. While holding the shield high, Master Zhong announced, "Half of the students have been saved." Lu Qian moved to stand beneath the shield and said, "I have heavily injured the mutated spider. We have a chance to escape." He turned to look at her and blamed himself, "How shameful. All I can do is create a shield. I cannot confront this disaster spider head-on." At this moment, Dry Fruit Father glared fiercely, his mouth wide open. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Lu Qian stood alone, facing off against Dry Fruit Father and the surrounding swarm of baby spiders. Not far off, Lu Zi was freeing students from their restraints, but her mind was more focused on the monstrous creature. Dry Fruit Father had consumed over half of the spirit beasts, not only healing its wounds but seemingly growing even stronger. Without saying a word, Lu Qian slowly ascended into the air, silently gathering energy. Below, everyone was doing whatever they could to free each other. At that moment, Master Feng placed both his palms, which were glowing with energy, onto the strands of silk to destroy them. The others quickly tore apart the webs to free the students still trapped in the trees. Just then, a spider that was clinging to a tree trunk was suddenly struck by a powerful palm strike. A student, tears welling up in his eyes, shouted as he smashed the spider to bits, "Damn it! Even though we're scared out of our wits, we're still students of the extraordinary academy. I won't cower and wait for death." Around Lu Qian, streaks of lightning crackled and flickered. This scene was caught by Lu Zi. At that moment, she brought her hands together and raised them high, the energy in her palms converging in her ultimate skill, Central Soul. After a long while, the chaotic thunderstorm technique was finally perfected. The bolt of lightning shot out, roaring toward Dry Fruit Father like a wild beast, engulfing its massive form entirely.
The monster stood still in place, preparing to unleash a devastating blow from her.
Just like that, it sank into the violent sea of thunder and lightning, its form appearing as if it were about to be scorched black.
A moment later, Lu Qian's footsteps, still tinged with faint traces of electricity, landed on the ground.
She bent low, panting heavily after the recent strike. Then, she lifted her gaze, waiting for the vague silhouette to appear through the thick smoke. A massive, pitch-black figure gradually emerged from behind the smoke. The most horrifying thing had happened. Dry Fruit Father was not only unscathed, but its appearance was even more menacing. At this moment, it seemed as though the gleaming pieces on its nose were beginning to shine. Lu Qian's small form was reflected within them like a mirror, and her eyes suddenly became lifeless. While Lu Qian was still dazed, black and red strands of spider silk appeared. They clung to her mind, as if intending to trap her forever in the so-called blood web of heaven. Lu Qian's petite figure was surrounded by thick currents of air, with Dry Fruit Father in front and massive spiders surrounding her. Each step of those spiders echoed ominously. The giant spider web drew closer to her, and the words "and" were repeated over and over. Lu Qian's hand was firmly held by the spider web, unable to pull it free. Sweat dripped down her cheek, and she was stunned as she realized it was an illusion technique. As she was trapped in the spider's web, numerous red pupils from all directions stared at her, and a ghostly voice whispered, "The delicious little ant." At this point, she could no longer hold it in and shouted loudly, "We are not ants." Lu Qian was still trapped in the suffocating air. Dry Fruit Father looked up at the sky and continued speaking, "You are pests. The pests of the universe. We only eat pests." From Master Zhong's position, he just released a sheet of paper to make my threads move, while reassuring me. "It's fine now." Everyone happily squeezed out to the outside. He immediately reminded them, one by one, no pushing. A student, excited, exclaimed, "We're finally out." Once they were outside, Master Zhong immediately called out Lu Qian's name. Lu Zi noticed something and said to him, "It seems like she's been soul-seized. No matter how you call her, she won't wake up." He kept calling her name, but her body remained stiff, unmoving. At that moment, a red-eyed spider began to appear. A swarm of baby spiders continued to surround the group. Master Zhong stayed where he was, calling her name. Lu Zi, while punching and kicking, said, "Not again, too many spider monsters." The baby spiders had started shooting webs at each other to block the group. She urgently suggested to him, "The net cage is starting to get patched up. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Seeing that he didn't respond and was still staring at Lu Qian in the distance, Lu Zi shouted, "Master Zhong, the students still need your protection, we can't stay here." Sweat was now pouring down Teacher Zhong's face. At this point, he finally spoke up, "If her soul has been captured, only Lu Qian can save herself." He once again looked at her lifeless face in the distance, silently wishing, hoping that the girl's willpower was strong enough. Afterward, he and Lu Zi immediately turned and ran, his heart heavy with guilt. "I'm sorry, Lu Qian, you must be safe." Master Zhong and Instructor Lu had barely taken a few steps when a thread on the web suddenly snapped. Up ahead, Lu Qian, with her unyielding will, had finally regained her consciousness and shouted out a loud cry, "No! We're not the pests of the universe." Her eyes remained empty, and her mouth kept cursing, "Don't you think it's ridiculous? A lowly monster that bites and devours its teammates to heal itself dares to mock humanity as pests?" At this point, she looked down at the spider web beneath her feet, continuing to mock Dry Fruit Father. "At least, in this regard, humanity is 100,000 times more noble than you. I can sacrifice myself for my teammates, while you devour the flesh and blood of your own kind. Don't you find that disgusting?" After hearing these words, Dry Fruit Father raised his head and sneered in disdain, "Your teammates? Your teammates abandoned you." She immediately retorted, "This is my choice, and they didn't give up on me." She then added, "But it was also their choice. They chose to leave me." The image of everyone crying with joy appeared, accompanied by mocking words. They could continue laughing and living peacefully. They didn't know that you were stuck here. A wave of eyes turned to Lu Qian, and she grew suspicious as she listened to the next words. "Your body will be torn apart by my children, not leaving a single bone intact, and your soul will be forever trapped here, enduring the endless cycle of torment." Those words had no effect at all. She roared out in frustration, "I know your whole trick now, you can't imprison me." Dry Fruit Father, of course, did not stop, and continued to manipulate her mind. "I know that your will is probably strong, and your faith is firm, but loneliness is your fatal weakness." Lu Qian struggled to free herself from the web of traps, as it relentlessly pushed the thing that humans fear the most, loneliness. The so-called belief and will were nothing more than things that others had instilled and imposed upon her. When no one remained by your side, and the only thing left in this world was you, suffering the punishment alone here, what meaning would your belief have? With enough time here, you'll have plenty of time to reflect. Lu Qian's eyes widened as fragments of memories began to surface, accompanied by Dry Fruit Father's words of pity. "Actually, you are very pitiful. Search through your memories, think carefully. You seem like a child of destiny, always in the spotlight, but you've never felt true affection. The male students around you just silently mock you with twisted smiles. With a chest this large, you must have had boyfriends in previous lives. casually chatting with a short-haired female student gradually revealed itself, not without some explanations. They flatter you, they brush you off, they pretend to butter you up but remain distant. They feel you're not approachable enough, they feel you're far out of reach, they feel you're maintaining a perfect, untouchable image in a fake manner. This was proven by the image of her grandparents, smiling contentedly as they boasted about their achievements. This time, Lu Qian of ours has made another contribution. Yet, inside the room, she was struggling alone to wrap bandages around herself. Despite the difficulty, no one bothered to help. The unanswered calls to Mingi were also a reality. A fragment of a mirror, showing her and him conversing, appeared afterward. At this moment, Lu Qian was standing in front of the fierce face of Dryfruit Father, who put on a look of sympathy and said, "Time passes very slowly here, you can take your time to think things through." Just then, a long stride was heading straight for Lu Qian. The person was none other than Mingi. He dashed over, while Master Zhong gruffly asked, "Has everyone left? Is there anyone still inside?" He was quickly spotted, a hand reaching out to grab him. Right before the spider web gate, Lu Zi was pulling Mingi back and advising, "It's hard to get out, don't let Lu Qian down." Master Zhong, standing beside them, was astonished. "Mingi, why are you here?" With a serious expression, he cautiously spoke about the current situation. "Mingi, don't go in there. That dry fruit father has the power of a lord. Your strength hasn't reached the solar corona rank yet, and even moving your legs inside will be difficult, let alone using your extraordinary abilities. You'll just be overwhelmed by fear." Lu Zi also agreed, adding, "That's right, doing that will only cause more trouble for Lu Qian." As soon as she finished speaking, he angrily shouted, his pain over losing someone far outweighing his fear, "That little bit of fear is nothing." Without hesitation, Mingi tore through the spider web and dashed out. Inside the web cage, everyone was stunned for a moment. Lu Zi initially stood there, pointing at her. She hurriedly fumbled around when she heard the 3 words "please respond" come through. After raising her communication device, Commander Luolin's voice immediately came through, "Lu Instructor, Master Zhong, I can hear you. Please respond." Master Zhong quickly stepped forward and answered in a hurried tone, "Commander Luolin, we can hear you. Teacher Miaolan has been killed by Dry Fruit Father." Lu Instructor had taken out her communicator. The current situation. Before she could finish, she was interrupted with an update. "I understand the situation. The communicator is always on. As soon as the incident occurred, I immediately sent a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization there. They should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Master Zhong immediately asked, "A member of the Dragon's Tooth organization? They're even stronger than the instructors, right? But we only saw Mingi running there, where is the Dragon's Tooth member?" He and his assistant were both left wide-mouthed at the thought of the possibility. Could it be Mingi? But isn't she just a new student? It can't be Mingi. Are you kidding me? How could a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization be a newly enrolled student? Luolin didn't have time to explain and quickly issued an order. "All right, Master Zhong, you two take the students back to the camp." They both replied in unison, "Yes." At the same time, outside the web barrier, Mingi was running desperately toward Lu Qian, shouting her name at the top of his lungs. After running a bit further, he jumped up. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind her. The impact of his landing caused the ground to crack, and several spider demons were sent flying. Mingi rushed in front of her, swiftly knocking away the writhing creatures and roaring, "All of you, die." A few seconds after dealing with the spider demons, he raised his fist with full power, charging straight toward Dryfruit Father, shouting loudly, "And you too." Mingi leapt up, his body suspended in mid-air with one leg extended and the other bent. His strike came out as he screamed, "And you too, how dare you touch her?" In an instant, his energy-infused palm shot straight toward Dryfruit Father. A few red eyes on its face disappeared in a cloud of dust. In his overwhelming rage, Mingi continued to charge forward with unstoppable momentum. His teeth ground together with a grating sound as he readied himself to concentrate his strength for this strike. Both hands shot out two palms that pierced straight through the sturdy body of Dry Fruit Father and shattered it. Wasting not a single second, Mingi continued to unleash one fierce blow after another at it. As he hammered relentlessly, he opened his mouth wide and roared with each strike. In just a few short seconds, the number of blows he had thrown became impossible to count. Now Dry Fruit Father lay exhausted, collapsing, its body plastered with nothing but the green bruises his fists had left. It hurtled to the ground, stones and earth flew out from within the dust cloud as a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. Suddenly, from the choking smoke a white silk thread emerged. At the spot in the forest where Dry Fruit Father had fallen, a strand of silk was shot straight up into the web above. Seizing the moment while the dust was still thick, it surged upward along the thread. As it leapt high into the air, it spat out a venomous line, "I'll kill you." Mingi calmly extended a palm brimming with energy, then raised his arm high. The air around him whistled as if to ask, "Trying to run?" At that instant, a multitude of gigantic fists infused with Mingi's power appeared above. This was his ultimate move, Silver Nature's mad enlightenment. Those deadly fists, at his command, lunged together in a single direction. Die for me. Where the fists struck, the earth and rock were heavily devastated. The scene was grotesquely savage. Moments after the dust had gradually settled, a large hole appeared on the ground, within which lay the tragic form of Dry Fruit Father, crushed and motionless. Mingi stood before it, waiting for the next movement. Quickly, Dry Fruit Father's head crawled towards the rest of its body, its mouth wide open, preparing to gnaw and heal itself. However, the plan completely failed as Mingi's foot slammed down heavily, sending the other half of its body flying far away. He looked at it with eyes burning with energy, his fist raised high, ready to unleash the final strike with the Silver Nature's mad enlightenment technique. Once he had gathered enough energy, he charged towards it, filled with the fury of his tribe. One blow successfully dealt with two difficult obstacles. The silk shield above was pierced, and below, the ground trembled violently from the immense energy surge. After delivering the fatal blow, Mingi slowly glanced at Dry Fruit Father. Before him was now a deep hole, from which faint, misty currents of air rose, and spider silk clung to the edges of the pit. As the monster was slain, Lu Qian regained her senses and immediately awoke. Above her, the spider silk shield was slowly disintegrating, while below, her body lost its balance and swayed backward. Just then, Mingi rushed over in time to grab her hand. He supported Lu Qian, and her eyes were closed. Upon hearing him urgently call out her name, Lu Qian, she groggily opened her weary eyes. Her whole body felt as if it were falling into an abyss, with the frantic sound of her name still ringing in her ears. Deep down, she was wondering, what is happening to me? While her consciousness was gradually fading, Lu Qian seemed to be sinking into a deep, dark abyss. At that moment, a light appeared just below. Mingi, unsure, stretched out his hand and called, "Lu Qian, do you have a question? Who am I?" He immediately grabbed Lu Qian's weak hands. She felt restless inside, wondering who had saved her. Her head was throbbing with pain. After a while, Mingi began making his way back to the camp, carrying Lu Qian on his back. Just then, someone appeared in front of them. He immediately called out to the instructor, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi scanned the surroundings before speaking. All the students have made it to the camp safely. Fortunately, you dealt with Dry Fruit Father, otherwise, the casualties would have been even worse. Mingi looked at the unconscious Lu Qian on his back, dejectedly recounting, Lu Qian defeated the dying Dry Fruit Father. I only handled the final blow. She was hit by a soul-binding spell, the situation isn't looking good. Zhou Qi examined Lu Qian's condition briefly before replying, I hope she doesn't fall into a spiritual coma, or she could end up in a vegetative state. Mingi, trying to remain optimistic, responded, I think she'll be fine. Before losing consciousness, she said a few words. Zhou Qi smiled with relief and gave the order. That's good. Let's head back to base for now. As they walked along the trail, Zhou Qi asked, perhaps Commander Luolin has already mentioned the second mission to you? Mingi recalled the scene and responded, that's right, when we first entered the mountain, she said that she would tell me when the time came.
He continued asking another question. Earlier, when you saved Lu Qian, did anyone see you fighting?
Those words made Mingi a little curious.
Probably not. They only saw me coming in. Why do you ask?
Zhou chuckled softly before starting to explain. When Officer Luolin introduced you to the Dragon's Tooth organization, I wasn't very fond of it, but now I feel lucky that Cold Su agreed to let you join. The implication in his words made Mingi even more curious.
What do you mean by that, officer?
At this moment, Zhou placed one hand on his chest and proudly spoke about himself. Let me introduce myself again. I am the leader of the southern branch of the Dragon's Tooth organization.
Of course, you can still call me officer.
Mingi's eyes widened in shock, and he murmured the words to himself, Dragon's Tooth organization.
Leader?
He quickly turned his face away, continuing to walk, but not forgetting to explain, the identity of a Dragon's Tooth member is always kept confidential. Just like you, on the surface, you're a first-year student at Nandu Academy, but you're also a member of Dragon's Tooth.
I apologize for that.
His expression darkened slightly as he spoke the next words. Sorry, I have to conserve my strength. Clearly, you're exhausted, but you still couldn't make it in time to offer help, and I even forced you to come here.
You won't hold it against me, will you?
Even now, I still have to maintain my strength. The question just now from Zhou made Mingi pause for a moment to reflect, and then he respectfully provided his answer. You have your duties, and that giant centipede is the key to helping us escape this white mist, but we can't just expect it to obediently follow our commands. I trust Captain Luo Lin's coordination abilities on the battlefield. His words greatly pleased Zhou. The young man was very clever and performed admirably. Afterward, he shared some personal thoughts. If I expend my energy on dry fruit father, there may be a chance of making a mistake when dealing with the mutated human-faced centipede later. This giant human-faced centipede has undergone 2 mutations, once in a pipe in Lanyang City and another in the mist at West Mountain. Its strength has now reached a military level. Upon hearing this, Mingi immediately voiced his deduction, a monster, so there can't be any mistakes. If the team leader faces any issues, all the search and rescue efforts will become meaningless. Your choice and Captain Luo Lin's are correct. Zhou nodded slightly and smiled in response. I'm glad you understand that. As Mingi carried Lu Qian on his back, he asked, so, what's the second mission? Zhou quickly announced, we need you to continue concealing your identity as a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization. He was puzzled. Why is that? He turned his head back and explained. We received intelligence that there are members of the Heavenly Fist organization at Nandu Academy. Mingi was stunned, repeating the hateful words, Heavenly Fist. Is it those Heavenly Fist people again? Zhou emphasized. The main task of Dragon's Tooth is to root out the poisonous seeds of Heavenly Fist. This is the reason why he was accepted into the Dragon's Tooth organization. Dr. Zhao Shuhua, whom he encountered in Lanyang, was just a freelancer on the outskirts of the Heavenly Fist's influence. He was using his creations to try to join the sect, hoping to gain the organization's recognition. His hesitation caused a disaster, leading to risks and upheavals in the city that were dubbed his works to join the sect. He sighed and confirmed, that's right, they take it as an honor. Shu Hua's face resurfaced in Mingi's mind as he listened to Zhou say, you've had contact with Zhao Shu Hua, so you must know how crazy he is. It's just another experiment. He furrowed his brows and questioned, is there someone like that at Nandu Academy too? He softly probed, what do you think about this fog disaster? Mingi lowered his head, sweat pouring down, and bluntly responded without showing any signs of human involvement. He began analyzing, stating that there were no signs of human interference in the disaster, and everything seemed like a natural catastrophe. However, if they took advantage of this new student training period, then a natural disaster, which would usually have minimal casualties, could turn into a massacre in the birthplace of the superhuman. The image of a pair of blood-red eyes and several mutated creatures lurking, waiting for the people inside the dark cave, appeared. Zhou hypothesized, powerful superhumans will be on extreme alert, even the Heavenly Fist will find it very difficult to kill them. But if superhumans are killed while they are still maturing, then over the next 10 years there will be an imbalance in the forces confronting our heavenly fist realm. Each year Nandu Academy produces a large number of superhumans for Society Nandu's Superhuman Academy. People like you and Lu Qian will surely become solid pillars for humanity in the future. He leaned forward and affirmed, if the two of you die in this mysterious incident, they will win. In the previous exchange, Mingi stammered, I thought sorry, I didn't think that deeply. Zhou Qi's tone grew darker, this is a long war. We fight for our instinct to survive, while they fight for their instinct to slaughter. He kept walking and spoke tirelessly. They can use any means, humans are not the only intelligent beings in this war. Mingi frowned, her voice full of resolve, if someone really is behind manipulating this incident, I will drag that person out. Zhou Qi immediately pointed out, they are hiding very deep, it could be an instructor, it could be a student, it might even be one of us. I need you to maintain suspicion toward every person you interact with at Nandu Academy. He immediately shouted, I know already. He directed his gaze at Lu Qian and instructed, you must conceal your identity as a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization, including from your little girlfriend. You should never mention it. Mingi hesitated and said, it's not her. Yes, she's in a coma, so she probably won't see you at all. Zhou Qi raised a finger to remind him, earlier, those students and professors didn't see you fight, so you'll have to bear some disadvantages. I'll take the credit for killing Dry Fruit Father and saving Lu Qian on your behalf. He immediately agreed, I'll follow the organization's arrangements. Then he suddenly said something everyone wanted to hear. Don't worry, we'll make it up to you even more. Mingi's eyes lit up with curiosity, a reward? Zhou Qi nodded, half-jokingly adding, of course, money is just part of it. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the gathering point. Master Zhong saw them and loudly asked, Mingi, did you save Lu Qian? As he lowered Lu Qian for the others to tend to, he answered, it wasn't me. I only went there to buy some time. It was instructor Zhou Qi who killed Dry Fruit Father. He still had some doubts. Really? Mingi insisted, of course. I was just impulsively acting recklessly. After all, Lu Qian was my high school friend. He lied without batting an eye, how could I possibly defeat Dry Fruit Father? Ren Rong recounted that they even said he was a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization. Mingi dismissed it immediately. How could that be? The Dragon's Tooth organization is the elite of the elite in the government. You and I both just enrolled. Li Jin, who was standing beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder and teased him. I'm rooming with him. He doesn't fit the Dragon's Tooth organization at all. Mingi turned his head, puzzled. Have you collected all the demon evidence? Was it vaporized by the rain? He pointed ahead in response. Yeah, the pile's over there, just waiting for that mutated monster to show up. Not far away, there were a few puddles and a frame set up, inside which were baskets containing demon eggs. A tarp covered them, and in the distance, a dark figure appeared at the top of the mountain. Li Jin suddenly froze for about 5 seconds, his mind full of question marks. The ground suddenly shook violently, causing the two puddles to swirl. He vaguely sensed that it was coming. While everyone was still in confusion, Mingi spoke. What's happening? Be careful. Mingi recalled the scene when he was running down the road and instantly recognized the monster that had caused the train to stop earlier. His eyes darted around, feeling the mountain tremble. It was indeed a giant monster. Only Zhou Qi remained, hands clasped behind his back, silently standing on the cliff. His lips moved. Has it come? As soon as the words left his mouth, two sharp horns emerged from the abyss below, and in an instant, its long, serpentine body rose up. Its body, resembling that of a centipede, shot up high into the sky. Amidst the illusory smoke, 3 blood-red eyes and its sharp, jagged teeth slowly emerged. The colossal creature exuded an overwhelming aura of death. It gazed down directly at Zhou Qi below. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous growl to assert its dominance. The crowd behind it had no choice but to step back in the face of its oppressive force. Just that single growl was enough to send a terrifying gust of wind toward everyone.
You can't even stand properly,
they muttered, crowding together.
What level is that beast?
It's even more terrifying than Dry Fruit Father. Mingi, in front, was still trying to run toward the cliffside. But suddenly, his body froze. Mingi panicked inside.
Damn, why can't I move?
He looked at Zhou Qi, who was facing the monster in the distance, feeling conflicted.
Am I afraid? Is this a beast on the verge of reaching the military rank?
If it attacks me, I wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Zhou Qi, on the other side, raised his hand to pull down his hood and glasses, muttering, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Qi stomped his foot on the ground and cursed, You beast.
His pupils immediately lit up, veins bulging across his face.
Zhou Qi's voice deepened as he yelled. His face was covered in yellowish lines, and his pupils constricted, giving him a slightly terrifying appearance.
Zhou Qi screamed, I command you to submit.
The monster continued to open its massive mouth, while the energy released from the previous roar started attacking it.
The giant snake remained motionless, not a single movement. Its pupils once again turned a bright golden yellow.
Zhou Qi took a deep breath, then shouted fiercely, his command of subjugation filling the air, and immediately several glowing golden circles of sound radiated outwards. In the next moment, the entire body of the monster was thrown back by the force of this sound. It let out a pained, desperate scream.
Its body began to stagger, crashing into everything around it.
Zhou Qi continued to roar the two words subjugation with every ounce of his being.
Instantly, the giant monster's 3 golden lights appeared in its 3 eyes.
The creature also growled a few times, then collapsed to the ground in an instant. At that moment, a red energy began to emanate from Zhou Qi's entire body. He stood still, unmoved, as the monster fell heavily behind him.
Mingi, wide-eyed, suddenly realized that Instructor Zhou Qi's extraordinary ability was psychic control.
He hurried over to the spot, thinking to himself, so strong. That monster was nearly at the military-level power, yet Instructor Zhou Qi was able to overpower and subdue it.
Then Mingi yelled, Instructor Zhou.
Zhou Qi, standing in front, glanced at Mingi rushing toward him, and softly spoke, Mingi, I'm sorry, but I couldn't bring you a bright and peaceful future like the previous generation. Zhou Qi's words were perplexing, instead forcing them to grit their teeth and fight for their own survival. Mingi, standing behind, wondered, Instructor Zhou Qi, why are you saying all this all of a sudden? He then turned around, his face covered in blood, continuing his words. But at least I have used this humble body to protect the glorious future of superhuman for the next 10 years. Mingi widened his eyes and shouted. Professor Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi began to stagger, unable to stand any longer.
He anxiously shouted out.
Professor. Mingi hurriedly rushed over, reaching out his hand, shouting loudly. Professor Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's pupils slowly opened, and before him was the small figure of Mingi, extending his hand as if trying to hold him back. Mingi didn't give up, desperately calling out louder. However, Zhou Qi's eyes gradually became hazy, while the voice still echoed in his ears. Professor! And just like that, his body fell into the deep, bottomless abyss. Mingi tightly shut his eyes, his palms curling in pain as he whispered a single word. Rare tears began to roll down his face. Suddenly, the foot of the giant centipede touched Mingi's head. By then, the enormous creature had been tamed, and it turned around, letting out a loud roar in front of him. Golden pupils appeared on the creature's monstrous face. Mingi stood up, reached out, and touched one of its horns, lost in thought. Professor Zhou Qi, is this the path to survival you left for us? He recalled Zhou Qi's face and muttered. Along the way, you told me so much, and yet I, Mingi, trembled in fear.
I didn't even realize it. I'm sorry.
At that moment, Luo Lin slowly walked up from behind him. She reached out, gently placing her hand on Mingi's shoulder to comfort him.
The sorrow and pain of loss were clearly etched on Luo Lin's face. he whispered, Commander Luo Lin.
Mingi, sorrowful, affirmed, I will definitely catch that bastard.
I will make it happen.
While Luo Lin extended her other arm, she embraced him and soothed, we all believe in you. Mingi continued to shout, I will definitely make it happen. With tears in her eyes, Luo Lin whispered in his ear, we all believe in you. Tears streamed down his face, but he remained resolute in his will.
I will definitely make it happen. Mingi's shout echoed in the air. I will definitely make it happen.
At that moment, the giant creature also began to move. Soon after, at the camp, everyone mounted the creature.
They all sighed in awe, wow, this is so cool, so terrifying, while some urged, hurry up and get on.
Master Zhong raised his hand to signal, all right, everyone is on.
Let's go.
Mingi bent down, giving orders on its head, all right, now take us out of this fog.
The giant beast growled loudly.
Then, its body shifted, causing some confusion among the group as they struggled to keep their balance. At the foot of the mountain, someone was on the radio, the control center contacted, we need to quickly get an update on the situation inside. Stay alert, don't let anyone enter the fog. Suddenly, they saw the giant creature emerge from above, and the soldiers shouted in response. The monster appeared, and they raised their guns to warn each other. Be careful. Luo Lin stood on its head, extending her hand to stop them. I am Luo Lin, the commander of this military training. She quickly explained, this giant mutated creature has been tamed.
The people below couldn't help but cheer excitedly, they're still alive, that's great. They've overcome the fog.
The guard Nandu also happily spoke up, they're still alive. After the giant fell to the ground, everyone slid down. Luo Lin raised her hand to her forehead in salute. Commander Bang has safely escorted 346 students out. He looked at her with admiration, in such a sudden, explosive accident like this, you did very well.
What about the members of your training team?
Luo Lin read out the names one by one, Qing Su, Jing Jing, women from the training team have returned to the group. Others were also called out, but their tone was full of sorrow. Fang Qin, Niaolan, Zhou Qixi lowered her head, sadly announcing that they had sacrificed their lives during the mission. They fell into silence for a moment, each one simultaneously raising their hand to their forehead in salute.
Commander Bang shouted loudly, thank you to the soldiers who sacrificed for the country. The Vice President of Nandu Academy, Vice President Meng, also spoke, Nandu Academy will forever remember their contributions.
The scene shifted to Nandu Academy. There, they were holding a memorial service for the heroes. Vice President Meng stood on the podium, his palm facing three people holding three photos. They are the benefactors of Nandu Academy, as well as heroes and shining stars worthy of our respect and emulation. They bowed their heads in reverence, holding the three photographs of Fang Qin, Miaolan, and Zhou Qi in their hands. The dean continued, please look here and send them off on their final journey. Afterward, the three slowly walked forward with the three portraits in hand, passing by the thousands of people present. Among the attendees, one person suddenly lowered their head and smirked sarcastically. Then, Vice Dean Meng spoke up, next, we will honor the students who performed excellently during this sudden crisis. First class merit, anonymous student. His words echoed in everyone's ears. Thank you for your wonderful contributions to the academy. Everyone was filled with curiosity, who could that be? First class merit, second only to the three teachers who sacrificed their lives. The crowd murmured. I heard one of the students is a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization, it must be them. Wait, do we have a member of Dragon's Tooth among the students here? They must have made a significant contribution. Who could it be? It's so mysterious. Does anyone know? I'm more curious than you are. A huge honor like that, and they won't even accept it? If it were me, I'd want the whole school to know. Everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly. First class merit, 9 times over. Vice Dean Meng pointed out, second class merit, student Lu Qian, class 2.
The students behind immediately raised their thumbs in admiration for her. Wow, it's Lu Qian again.
Lu Qian is truly the pride of Class 21.
We, the students, are all in awe.
I heard she single-handedly killed the monster that was attacking the leader and saved nearly 100 freshmen.
Sister Lu Qian will always be our goddess. We're lucky she saved our lives. I was there at the scene. Sister Lu Qian is just too strong.
I would be willing to protect her for life.
She saves your life and you want to protect her. Aren't you ashamed?
The next person called out was the third-class rescue awardee, Lu Zi from Class 21.
The teaching assistant follows the group, Assistant Lu. Freshman Li Jin from Class 22, an important rescuer.
Freshman Mingi from Class 22, an important rescuer.
Freshman Fong Renrong from Class 22, an important rescuer.
Vice Dean Meng explained, after this accident, I believe everyone has realized the harsh reality of the world outside.
In fact, the emergency you experienced is just a daily occurrence for every superhuman.
He raised his hand high to make a statement. They used their bodies and willpower to build a peaceful city for you, so that we can have the precious peace in this era. However, I am confident that in the future, you will certainly not disappoint the hopes of everyone. From the top of their heads, the students stood up straight, courageously stepping through the dangers. I have seen a very different future, and I'm sure that future will be full of vitality, just like you all.
As the speech ended, a loud round of applause echoed.
Shortly after, someone appeared holding a bouquet entirely made of white flowers. At that moment, Lu Qian was holding it in her hands and bent down to take off her shoes. As she entered the house, her phone rang.
Lu Qian quickly opened it to check.
She stared thoughtfully at the phone screen. Suddenly, the ringtone startled Lu Qian.
She eagerly answered the call.
Mingi, on the other end, hesitated and said, I'm downstairs, near your place.
Blushing slightly, Mingi asked, I want to see you. Can I come up? Lu Qian immediately agreed, of course. Ring the doorbell, I'll open it for you.
In no time, he was there, knocking quickly on the door.
She moved swiftly inside and opened it. As soon as the door swung open, a light breeze blew in. The white bouquet swayed gently with the wind.
Lu Qian happily looked at Mingi standing before her, smiling brightly like a flower and softly calling, Mingi.
He scratched his head and glanced sideways, offering an excuse, I came to visit you, is your head still hurting?
She reassured him, much better now. Lu Qian gestured for him to come inside. Oh, come in and sit. A moment later, she went to the fridge to get some water.
Lu Qian handed a glass to Mingi and asked, Mingi, was that anonymous student you? He was drinking water while answering. No.
She was confused. But a lot of people saw you rush into the spiderweb cage.
I didn't think much at the time.
Once I got in, I almost got eaten by dry fruit father. Mingi continued, looking downcast. Luckily, Instructor Zhou Qi arrived just in time, he was the one who saved us.
Lu Qian looked doubtful. But why do I remember someone pulling me out of the deep abyss slowly?
He held the cup of water in his hand and rebutted. You were mesmerized by dry fruit father, so you must have seen an illusion.
I'm not that powerful. Have you forgotten?
I'm a failure who once took the exam poorly. It's only now that I had to work hard, like 3 bulls and 9 tigers, to pass Nandu's special admissions exam. She decided to let it go, but no matter what, she thanked him for bravely stepping forward. Then, with quick movement, she kissed Mingi on the cheek, leaving him stunned. After the kiss, both of them were embarrassed, and Lu Qian sat back, lowering her head to make an excuse. I was just expressing my gratitude, nothing else. He also turned his face away and cleared his throat. The scene shifted to the training ground, where a shout echoed, but no one appeared. Fong Ling gritted her teeth, cracking her knuckles in frustration. He didn't come last Wednesday, and he hasn't come this Wednesday either.
Does that guy have no intention of keeping his promise?
Uncle Yuan, standing nearby, slipped his hands into his pockets and teased her. This is the first time someone has stood up our dear Miss Fengling. She frowned and snapped. I hate people who don't keep their word. It's clear we haven't even determined the winner yet. He rubbed his chin, muttering. Well, today is the new student recognition event. Last week, some strange things happened when the new students came to Shaoling for training. Fengling's eyes widened. She asked curiously. Uncle Yuan, do you know what happened? Uncle Yuan hesitated and said he wasn't sure yet. I'm wondering if that kid who fought with you might be a first-year new student. If that's the case, it could explain why he hasn't shown up both Wednesdays. Fengling jumped in surprise, refuting. How could that be? Have you not seen his strength? If he were a first-year student, I would have danced with a fan in the middle of the courtyard. He stood in the middle of the road, looking at her as she fidgeted, and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. The last time you fought him, you lost. Fengling shouted loudly. If he doesn't show up next Wednesday, I'll check all the surveillance cameras, and I'll make sure to find his name. Uncle Yuan was at a loss for words and could only try to comfort her. All right, just find another opponent. Although the boy was indeed a suitable training partner, she brushed it off, uninterested. Meanwhile, Mingi was standing under a tall building, rubbing his cheek. Inside the house, Lu Chanshe was leaning against the wall, holding her face, berating herself. What am I doing? This is so embarrassing. Her cheeks were flushed, and Lu Chan tried to justify herself. But we've already started dating. This isn't really over the top, right? On the other side, Mingi also had a gloomy expression, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Mingi shook his head and sighed dejectedly, thinking, what am I thinking? She already has a boyfriend. Maybe he's just thanking me. Not long after, at the training ground, he walked while glancing at the others playing basketball. Suddenly, Fengling's face flashed through his mind. Mingi froze, remembering, right, I promised to meet that girl. The next person to show up on Wednesday will have a one-on-one training session with her. Realizing this, he immediately put on a black mask, turned around, and left, muttering to himself, this is bad, today is Wednesday, I completely forgot. I wonder if it's too late to go now. Just as he thought of it, she appeared before him. Uncle Yuan spoke up immediately. Ha? So the little guy of yours finally showed up? Mingi scratched his head and explained, sorry. I was at the awards ceremony earlier, so I couldn't make it on time. She suddenly fell back in surprise. What? Are you really a freshman? His eyes widened, and he unabashedly admitted, yes, that's right. He got a good laugh from behind, and told Fengling, you've lost again. I remember you said you'd go to the center of the practice field to dance with a fan or something. Fengling trembled violently. Her pupils went completely white. She stormed past Mingi, yelling, damn it, this is driving me crazy. As she walked away, he still stood there, puzzled, raising his hand to shout, so, are we fighting today or not? She angrily replied, not fighting anymore, I don't want to see you again. Uncle Yuan stayed where he was and explained, she thought you were an upperclassman, which is why she could fight you evenly like that. Didn't expect you to be 2 years younger than her. Mingi asked in confusion, she's a third year? Uncle Yuan confirmed, yes, that's right. Uncle Yuan sounded a bit surprised. Ha? Don't tell me you don't know who she is? He slowly took something out of his suit pocket and said, well, it's rare these days for someone in the Super Academy not to know Fengling. Uncle Yuan handed him a business card and said, this is my contact number. If you find practicing in the training field boring, you can join Fengling for practice. The girl is also lacking an opponent with strong abilities like yours. Mingi received the reply with a confused expression. Oh, yes. He asked a very difficult to understand question. How do you intend to charge? He looked down at the card, curious. Charge for what?
Uncle Yuan raised a finger and answered bluntly. Charge for the training. The fee is per minute, 100 per minute, is that okay? Mingi jumped, exclaiming. Ha!
He rubbed his chin, calculating.
Is it too little?
I suppose, given your abilities, you deserve a higher price.
How about 10,000 coins for one session each week with phoneling, is that acceptable?
Mingi's eyes widened again. Surprised beyond belief, he swallowed and immediately replied.
Of course that's fine. Uncle Yuan patted Mingi's shoulder and said. Then we'll meet again next week. He politely answered.
Yes, sir. After Uncle Yuan left, Mingi took off his mask, muttering to himself.
10,000 each time.
The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, repeating the phrase 10,000 each time. Mingi's eyes sparkled like stars, his mouth watering as he thought about the money.
10,000 each time. That's it, I'm getting rich.
The scene shifted to the dormitory, where he was now sitting absent-mindedly in his room. The image of the dry widow crashing straight into him appeared in Mingi's mind. Then, he fell backward without any resistance. The next moment, it surged up, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Mingi raised his hand to shield himself, a viscous, green substance appearing before him. Suddenly, a hand stretched out and shouted, "Don't, it turns out you are practicing cultivation." Xiao pointed out, "You need to increase your cultivation."
She floated in mid-air and reported, "According to the ranking system of the transcendent beings of humanity, you are currently only at solar corona rank."
Ming Han leaned back and sighed, "I know I am not strong enough yet."
The dried-up corpse dragon, it seized the dried widow as food. He imagined the scene, its entire body glowing with a miraculous golden light.
Terrifying details appeared in Ming Heng's mind, and above the dried corpse dragon, there was a colossal sky beast, as vast as the entire sky. The flaked skin falling from its body would turn into a breeding ground.
Scorpion tail widow dry fruit.
Ming Hong recalled its continuous attacks, his voice filled with fear. If Lu Qian hadn't wounded the dried widow beforehand, with my current strength, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. He clenched his palm tightly and shouted loudly, "That's why I am still not strong enough." Ming Hong stood up, turned his wrist, and yelled, facing that monster, "It is truly terrifying.
I wouldn't even be worthy to be their food."
He closed his eyes, saw Zhou Qi's blood-covered face, and gritted his teeth, making a decision. "I want to become stronger. I don't want to see others die before my eyes anymore."
Xiao, from above, didn't know what more to do.
She just crossed her arms, glanced over, and sighed. She crossed her legs in a 5-shaped position and analyzed, "Although you have been recovering through training over the past 6 months, the recovery of physical strength and human sturdiness has its limits. If you want your body to break through even more powerfully, it's best for you to rely on some kind of support medicine," Xiao said.
Mingi asked in confusion, "Support medicine?"
Xiao confirmed, "That's right.
I've always been studying the technology of your people. You humans are very intelligent. After killing me and the monster, you always dissect and research it.
The laboratories filled with demon corpses are proof of this." She summoned a green droplet-shaped object and continued, "The life core is the strongest weapon your people have researched and invented, capable of turning an ordinary person into a superhuman, granting them extraordinary power." She handed it to him, saying, "However, a low-level life core wouldn't be effective for you."
Mingi, curious, asked, "Has the life core been purified?"
She looked at the object in his hand and explained, "Yes, this life core has been purified to the soul of violet level, so it might grant a human the ability to disguise themselves." Ming Hung examined it for a moment and sighed, "Its function is pretty strong, but it's not suitable for a warrior like me." Xiao frowned, agreeing, "That's true. Moreover, the superhuman abilities you'd gain from the life core would require training and development from scratch."
He proposed his plan: "I should focus on improving my current strength instead. Besides, isn't my Crimson Lord power still dormant?"
She smiled faintly, denying, "Your soul of violet power isn't even stabilized yet, let alone your Crimson Lord level. The power of each stage requires diligent training."
However, one cannot blame him.
The ultimate soul will of the soul of Violet corresponds to the Sunblaze rank. Right now, his physical strength has not yet reached the solar corona rank, and being able to unleash it is already impressive.
Mingi raised his head and asked, "So what should I do to quickly reach the solar corona rank?" Xiao half replied, half hinted, "Didn't I already say that earlier?" She repeated her earlier words, "Humankind has invented many things that can enhance extraordinary strength.
Besides the life core, humans have also invented a type of stardust elixir."
Xiao leaned in close to him and whispered, "It is concocted from the fluids, blood, and bones of magical beasts." Mingi puzzledly said, "Why haven't I heard of this before?"
She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "You've just entered university, you're only in your first year, and you haven't been here long enough."
He nodded in understanding. "Ah, that's true. There's still a lot I don't know, especially about things that require money."
Mingi looked at the vial of liquid sketched out before him, and judging by the description, it was clear that this was something only those with money could afford.
Xiao confirmed immediately, "That's right, this thing is very precious."
She smiled and revealed, "Compared to your self-training, I think your level of effort is enough, but your body can't absorb more power. Relying on meat products, dairy products, or muscle-enhancing nutritional foods is really too slow. Only the spiritual liquids made from magical beasts are suitable for a training fanatic like you." Mingi seemed to be enlightened, his spirits lifted significantly.
He shouted loudly, "I understand now.
I'll go find out right away and take the chance to buy a potion to help me break through to solar corona rank."
Xiao suggested, "You could sell the soul of Violet Life Core." He smiled brightly and replied, "Okay."
Just then, the sound of a phone ringing made Mingi return to his dorm room. The call was from Ping Linghui. As soon as he picked up, Linghui excitedly spoke, "What's up, bro?
What are you doing?"
Mingi looked at the bag of items in his hand and said, "I was just looking for you.
If I have something good I want to sell, where would I go to get the best price?" Linghui, getting out of his car, suggested, "For that?
If you want to keep things simple, just go straight to the hunter's hall and ask one of the female hunters there to help you sell it." As he put on his jacket, he continued, "Oh, but what if I'm selling some valuable items?" Linghui waved to a girl from afar before responding, "In that case, I still recommend the hunter's hall.
Hire a personal receptionist and have her keep an eye out for you.
Once something's ready to sell, just have her do it at the right price." Mingi shrugged, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear, and sighed, "That sounds really convenient.
It works for me."
He quickly got to the point, "I've invited a few friends from the special enrollment program to the school to grab a drink.
Are you coming?"
Linghui outright refused, "Maybe next time.
I've been a bit busy lately."
Linghui just chuckled and said, "Alright, if anything troublesome comes up, just let me know." "In Nandu, I also have a few acquaintances," Mingi replied politely, "Thank you." The man then transitioned to a modern, high-rise building. In the lobby, a hunter and a receptionist were sitting, sighing in frustration, "So boring, there haven't been any rich clients recently." The other person whispered, "We've only had a few transient clients, the rent is too low, and we can barely cover the rent soon." Suddenly, the girl next to them noticed Mingi entering with a mask on and quietly asked, "It looks like a young hunter has arrived, should we go on with him?" She noticed the pin on his coat, "I saw from afar that he's wearing a trainee hunter badge." The two of them continued to silently criticize, taking in hunters like him is no different than providing public service.
"Let Xiao handle him, we'll just pretend we didn't see him."
At that moment, Mei passed through the lobby and approached Mingi, greeting him, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?"
Mei raised her hand and smiled, introducing herself, "I'm hunter receptionist Mei, would you mind giving me your hunter ID number? This way, I can serve you better."
He quickly provided a series of numbers, ID 5209. She politely typed the number into her tablet, responding, "Understood." As the information appeared, Mei spoke enthusiastically, "You are a trainee hunter at the elite level, but based on your previous reward completion status, you already qualify to become a starlight hunter." She excitedly suggested, "Would you like me to help you level up?" If that's the case, you could receive a commission with a higher premium. Mingi reached into his jacket to respond.
Yes. He looked down at his coat and continued, but I didn't come here today to take on a commission.
Mingi pulled out what he intended to sell and said, I want to sell a life core of the soul of violet grade.
Meiyu was shocked and shouted.
A life core of the soul of violet grade? Are you sure it's the soul of violet grade?
Even the receptionist cast a glance in their direction.
The blue crystal in his hand sparkled.
She covered her mouth in awe.
My goodness, it really is a life core of the soul of violet. The two other receptionists now looked completely stunned. One of them, with long hair, rushed over and eagerly stretched out her arms to greet him. Honored Hunter, Xiao is a newcomer here, she just arrived not long ago. She placed her hand on her chest, competing.
I'm the veteran receptionist, and handling high-grade items like these requires a professional. Let me assist you, is that all right?
Mingi glanced at Meiyu and immediately refused.
No need, she's doing just fine.
Upon hearing this, the receptionist became upset and turned to leave, forgetting something.
Meiyu held it in her hands, grateful, and thanked him.
He crossed his arms and gave the receptionist a side glance.
I'm not blind. I've been standing here for quite a while, and they treated me like I was invisible? Meiyu excitedly announced, I'll contact the appraiser for you now.
They will conduct a more thorough analysis of the life course functionality, and then calculate the starting price.
Once that's done, we will put it up for auction in the public hall. All right?
Mingi nodded and made an additional request.
All right, but there's one more thing I'd like you to pay attention to.
I want to buy a portion of Stardust Elixir.
She asked in confusion, what level of purity do you need?
He simply replied with 2 words, the purest.
Meiyu quickly invited him, please follow me to the VIP room. I'll explain everything to you in detail.
Mingi nodded slightly and murmured,
In the VIP room, Meiyu's voice echoed, the appraiser is currently evaluating your life core. She handed him a cup of tea and said, the baseline price will be calculated soon. If you feel it's too low, you can always increase it. He firmly replied, it's fine, just go with your price.
Meiyu took a tablet and sat down, reading the information. Recently, there have been some batches of Stardust Elixir, and the prices range around 900,000.
Mingi widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, 900,000?
She raised her hand to explain, yes, the higher the purity, the higher the price. The purity of Stardust Elixir is related to your metabolic rate.
After all, Stardust Elixir is made from demons and rare beasts. With our current techniques, no matter how much we purify it, there will always be a certain level of toxins left in the elixir. Therefore, you must not exceed the recommended dosage. If your body accumulates too much toxin, it will affect the health of any extraordinary being. He could only sigh inwardly, lamenting, at such a high price, even if I wanted to overuse it, I couldn't afford it. Meiyu continued, the higher the purity, the lower the toxins, and the metabolic rate for detoxification will also be faster. The detoxification time of Stardust Elixir, priced at 900,000, for an ordinary person is about 1.5 years. She concluded, meaning that the Stardust Elixir could be used once every 1.5 years. Mingi then realized, so that's how it works. Meiyu proposed a hypothesis, of course, if you train and engage in high-intensity combat, the increased metabolism would shorten this detoxification period. He instinctively asked, what about if the purity is lower? She muttered, lower purity. Then looked down at her tablet. Meiyu calculated, for example, if you buy a 400,000 dose, the detoxification time for an ordinary person would be around 3-4 years. If the purity is even lower, with a price range of 1-200,000, it would take more than 10 years to completely detoxify. She confirmed that there is still a certain level of risk that could affect one's health. Mingi recalled his training and thought to himself, because I've overtrained, my body has suffered from a lack of proper nutrition. If I want to increase my strength quickly, I'll need to buy the highest purity one. That way, each time I use it, I can gain more strength.
A moment later, he looked up and made his request. Alright, please pay attention to the highest purity stardust elixir for me. Mayu smiled brightly, yes, of course, and handed him her business card, saying, this is my card. From now on, I'll be your personal hunter receptionist. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Suddenly, the door was opened, and the other person spoke, hello, sorry to trouble you. The inspector carrying the box containing the life core gemstone came to report, we have finished appraising the life core. Your soul of violet life core is of the highest grade and can grant others the ability to disguise themselves. He bowed his head and gave the price. I recommend the starting price should be 2 million. Mingi felt like he was about to strike it rich 2 million, and that's just the starting price. Rich again, really rich this time. Mayu added, if there are no other issues, I will begin posting the information. He agreed immediately, sure. She glanced down at the tablet and assessed, your transaction will also increase your hunter's accumulation points if both of these go through. Your points might be enough to level up. All you need is to complete a strength assessment, and you can become a solar corona rank hunter. Mingi looked at his palm, his heart swelling with excitement. My strength hasn't reached solar corona rank yet, but it should be soon. Mayu then understood why. No wonder you needed the stardust elixir. He suddenly remembered, and quickly added, right. If there are any high-paying commissions, you can send the details my way. She responded quickly, yes, I'll keep an eye out for you. The scene shifted to Nandu Academy, where students bustled in and out in front of the school gates. Mingi looked up, sighed, and reflected. Phew, after everything that's happened, I can finally return to a peaceful student life. Meanwhile, everyone in the stadium was diligently practicing with all their might. His day begins with attending classes in the morning. By dusk, Mingi immerses himself in practice. In the evening, he diligently sits at his desk, studying various kinds of knowledge. Cut to a classroom lecture, the professor's voice echoes. Most meteorite fragments emit radiation. Feng Jing stands at the lectern and announces. They will alter the structure of certain minerals. Professor Feng, with his silver hair, continues. For example, ordinary black lava, after being exposed to meteorite radiation, may crystallize into a rare lava crystal in a very short period. He opens a small box, revealing a fragment that is translucent green, resembling a miniature block of ice. Its hardness could even surpass that of steel. Feng Jing introduces. What I'm holding is condensed lava crystal. Suddenly, Mingi's phone vibrates next to him. He quickly checks it, and a notification pops up. Your sale of the life core has been successfully processed. The transaction fee is 3 million, with a 5% administrative charge. Account 8C190 has been credited 2,500,000. Mingi, in a daze, thinks of a pile of gold and internally marvels. I'm rich, I've struck it big overnight. At that moment, the professor is still holding the condensed lava crystal and asks the class monitor. Is there any superhuman with a strength-based ability in the class? Would you be willing to come up and demonstrate for us? Ranrong stretches out his hand toward Mingi and says. Yes, Mingi is a superhuman with a punch-based talent. Feng Jing smiles and calls on him. Oh, now let's invite Mingi to perform for everyone. Mingi, embarrassed, cleared his throat and walked forward, accompanied by a few claps and whispers. Is this Mingi from the pharmaceutical industry? He raised it and said, now, use all your strength to try to crush this piece of meteorite. He looked at it in his hand, puzzled. Use all my strength? Feng Jing confirmed, yes, all the strength you can muster. He raised a finger to remind them, don't underestimate this tiny piece of meteorite. While one of Mingi's arms was trying to crush it, he clenched his hand tighter, and suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Mingi's pupils suddenly brightened, and a green light emanated from the palm of his hand. Feng Jing was still turning around, so he didn't notice. He firmly stated, 99% of you won't be able to do anything to it. Mingi stared in awe as shards flew up in front of him. While the crowd watched the spectacle and listened to his words, the material, irradiated by the meteor fragment, began to change its structure. Feng Jing pointed at the screen, which displayed a cold blue light that seemed to emanate from ice crystals, and continued, "It will even absorb. It condenses surrounding similar elements, then transforms into an alien substance in a crystalline state." After saying this, he turned back to say, "All right, thank you very much to this student for demonstrating for us." Suddenly, a scream echoed. "Good heavens!" Feng Jing, wide-eyed with shock, stared at the pile of fragments in his hand, shouting, "My alien substance teaching materials! How did you do that?" Mingi scratched his head and repeated, "The teacher told me to give it my all." He looked at him with doubt. "Are you a student from a higher grade sneaking in to learn?" Ren Rong quickly clarified. "Teacher Mingi is a student in our class." The other girls immediately praised him. "Mingi is so handsome." "That's right, and he's really impressive too." Li Jin snorted coldly, thinking that this strange, jagged crystal must have been decaying for a long time. Feng Jing held out the box for him to drop the fragments into. He muttered to himself, "This is a failure, a failure. I should have brought a higher grade crystal." Then, Feng Jing cleared his throat and explained, "In short, this crystal is a rather valuable mineral. I advise you all to gather them if you come across them in the future. They will be very helpful to you." As Mingi sat down and took his seat, he noticed a few small pieces of jagged crystals still in his hand. He raised his arm in surprise, muttering to himself, "What's going on here? Such small jagged crystals are causing my mystic fist to react and absorb them." Soon after, the school bell rang. Feng Jing ordered, "All right, class dismissed." As everyone left the classroom chatting, "Where should we go to play later? Play a game?" However, earlier, Mingi had really been impressive, and only Mingi was left, embarrassed, still staying behind with a question. "Professor Feng, can I ask you some questions about the crystals?" He responded immediately, "Of course." Mingi quickly rolled up his sleeve to show Feng Jing the pieces of the crystal. "Teacher, look." Mingi explained. "This is the absorption reaction of the medium caused after you touched the foreign crystal." He lightly touched it and asked, "What is your extraordinary talent?" Mingi clenched his hand and honestly confessed, "My mystic fist can absorb the surrounding medium, and when it erupts, it will release spiritual power with the corresponding attributes." Feng Jing adjusted his glasses and explained, "I see. This is a normal phenomenon. Logically speaking, with a small piece of this rock, your arm shouldn't react so noticeably." He frowned slightly and chided, "You clearly weren't paying attention to the lecture earlier." "Didn't I tell you?" Feng Jing continued, "The Nan-stone residue will absorb the corresponding elements and crystallize into a substance with a concentration hundreds of thousands of times greater than the original material. So don't underestimate this small stone. The material it contains could be equivalent to a small regular magma mine." Ming Hong was slightly confused. "So, does that mean the power of my mystic fist is related to the concentration, not the volume of the medium?" He reorganized his notes and suggested, "We can do an experiment to find out. Come with me." As Feng Jing turned to leave, he said, "There are higher-level foreign crystals in the lab. I'll show you." Ming Hung hesitated and asked, "Would it be troubling you, sir? After all, class has already ended." Feng Jing smiled and asked back, "If you saw me outside the school, would you still call me sir?" Ming Hung obediently responded, "Of course I would." Feng Jing explained, "Then that's right, I am always your teacher. Clarifying doubts for students is my responsibility, so how could it be considered a nuisance?" He responded with a grateful smile, "Thank you, Professor Feng, thank you, sir." Not long after, in the third-level laboratory, he gestured, "Come in." The two of them pushed open the door and entered. Inside, a series of items were placed in boxes for protection, alongside various colorful solutions. Suddenly, Mingi rolled up his sleeves and saw some strange pieces of metal and stone. He clenched his fists and looked at his arms in astonishment. Feng Jing handed him a pair of gloves and reminded him, these are material separation gloves.
Put them on first. Mingi immediately complied, yes, sir. Feng Jing watched him put on the gloves, then asked curiously, your extraordinary talent is very high level, is it Crimson Lord level? Mingi was slightly surprised and asked, how did you know, sir? Feng Jing adjusted his glasses, appearing scholarly, without the ability to distinguish this, how could I teach all the extraordinary geniuses at your academy?
Mingi smiled brightly, impressed, you're amazing, sir. Feng Jing continued, not only can I tell that your talent is Crimson Lord level, but I can also see. Mingi stood there, listening blankly as Feng Jing elaborated. Your understanding and control over your supernatural abilities are still far from sufficient. Just now, when you walked in, your arm was unintentionally affected by the exotic energy around you. Hearing this, Mingi turned his head to look at the exotic energy next to him. He candidly replied, I haven't mastered this ability for long. I hope Professor Feng can guide me further. He pushed his glasses up, his tone sounding somewhat sinister despite just uttering a simple How would Professor Feng guide Mingi, one might wonder. Feng Jing, with a serious expression, explained, I've already told you before, your spiritual technique is about absorbing intermediary material and explosively unleashing spiritual power with effects dependent on the material. He recalled the scene from when he first made the declaration, continuing, so, when you need a particular material, you touch it. Feng Jing thought of Mingi's arm, which had shown signs of mutation, and continued, but from the reaction to all the intermediary materials around you, as soon as you entered my laboratory, it was clear that you thought you had to touch something in order to absorb the material. But that's not actually the case. He looked at the alien crystals on the table and said, your arm itself reacts to all the intermediary materials around you. Mingi glanced at his clenched hand and said, probably the higher the concentration of the material, the more pronounced the reaction. I didn't notice this before. Feng Jing pointed at him, asking, the more intermediary material you absorb in its purest form, the greater the power you release, correct? He calmly instructed, so if you want to make your technique stronger, the first thing you need to learn is how to refuse absorbing the intermediary material. Mingi, stunned, exclaimed in excitement, refuse absorbing the intermediary material? Feng Jing pointed to the alien crystal on the table and confirmed, exactly. For instance, right now, if you remove the gloves, I need you to only absorb this alien icebone star. Can you do it? Don't touch anything else. He watched as the man opened the cap of the strange crystal on the table, then raised his hand to remove one side of his glove and replied, let me give it a try. Mingi slowly extended his hand towards the misty crystal. His eyes narrowed, staring intently at it. Streams of energy from the crystal quickly entered his arm, and soon, energy from other strange crystals in the room also flowed toward him. Mingi was astonished as his arm became enveloped by the various streams of energy from the strange crystals. Feng Jing, standing next to him, calmly said, see, the problem is that you haven't fully mastered your own spiritual technique. In this kind of situation, the spiritual power you unleash will have no impact. His voice echoed, adding, moreover, your fighting style absorbing energy through contact with materials is inherently unstable. If you want to use your firestorm spiritual power but you're 100 meters away from the flames, and your opponent understands your abilities and deliberately blocks your path, what then? After that, Feng Jing placed the cap back on the misty crystal. Mingi clenched his transformed hand tightly, letting out a cry as he found himself in a dire situation. Then, he pointed at the misty crystal and said, now, touch it. Let's see what level of reaction you'll get when you make contact. Energy from the crystal continuously flowed into his outstretched arm. Mingi's entire body was enveloped in the blue energy from the crystal, and the mutation on his hand spread up to his elbow. Feng Jing reached out and pointed at him, halting the process. All right, stop. Then, he raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Feng Jing smiled and pointed in one direction, saying with a laugh, come on, let's head to the testing ground behind and throw a punch. He led the way and opened the laboratory door. Feng Jing pointed to the vast area filled with mannequins in front of them, introducing, these are all remnants from previous experiments, no need to pay attention to them. He gestured to the test field ahead and said, "Go ahead and throw a punch, use all your strength." Mingi nodded lightly in agreement. Then, he took a short step forward. Both of his hands began to gather energy as he focused on the target in front of him. He exerted force, using his ice-guarding destruction fist to strike strongly forward. The icy blast shot out and quickly enveloped the entire training ground. Afterward, Mingi stared in shock at the scene before him. The test field was now completely frozen, turned into a barren wasteland. He stood frozen, eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Fongjing was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim, "The spirit technique is too monstrous." Mingi immediately turned to him, explaining rapidly, "Professor Fong, this is the first time I've unleashed a spirit technique with such strong power." Fongjing adjusted his glasses and responded, "Well, that proves that the power of your spirit technique is related to the concentration of the intermediary substance. The irregular crystal on the surface is just a small gray thunderstone. The brilliant ice etherite you touched is a blazing splendor-level crystal." He lowered his head to look at the arm wrapped in alien energy and cried out in astonishment. "Such a small alien crystal can rival an entire ice vein. It's miraculous with something like this, wouldn't you be able to beat that guy up?" Fongjing covered his mouth and laughed, asking, "You thought this was Napa cabbage, something you can find anywhere?" Mingi covered his mouth and inquired cautiously, "Windmaster Fong, does anyone sell these?" "Thinking of alien crystals of the same rank," he answered, "low-grade ones are sold, but they're very rare. As for high-grade ones, it's unlikely they'll appear on the market." Fongjing explained calmly, "Most owners regard them as rare treasures for collecting. The alien icebone star of blazing splendor rank that our academy has was donated by a social organization." Mingi looked at him and said, "So if I carry a few alien crystals on me and, at the decisive moment, crush and absorb them, I could stabilize and trigger a spirit strike several times more powerful." Fongjing raised a finger in agreement. "Exactly. With external assistance, your combat power can be greatly guaranteed, but there is a drawback." Mingi tilted his head and asked suspiciously, "What drawback?" What he said next landed on him like a heavy blow. "It costs money, of course." Fongjing asked with a serious face, "Are you very rich?" "Thinking of the large alien crystal," he exclaimed, "not to mention an alien icebone star of blazing splendor rank, even money might not be enough to buy one." Fongjing's voice sank as he continued, "Even a latent rank alien crystal is worth several times as much as a diamond." Hearing these words, Mingi silently sighed. "I thought I had money by now." He placed his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Practicing on your own is still better. You can prepare 1 or 2 special gems in case of emergencies." With tears streaming down his face, he thought, "Indeed, the poor should rely on their own efforts, while the rich can depend on technology." Fongjing looked straight at Mingi, encouraging him, "Start practicing by recognizing the medium. This extraordinary ability of yours is truly exceptional." His voice continued, "As long as you use it appropriately, all the materials around you can become weapons to help you grow stronger." Mingi asked hesitantly, "How do I recognize it?" Fongjing spread his arms and smiled, explaining, "Look, listen, smell, and use your skin to sense everything that's mixed in the air." Mingi was startled as he heard him add, "Right now, you're still only using your eyes to look, what you see is all there is. But what the human eye can see is very limited. We humans often overlook materials and elements that have existed all along." Fongjing gently said, "Your skin can sense the humidity of the air." His voice echoed again, "Your nose can detect pollen, dust, and particles in the wind." Fongjing turned towards Mingi's ears and said, "Your ears can hear the flow of water." His voice softened as he continued, "Your hands can feel the movement of the wind." Fongjing raised both hands, smiling as he reminded him, "You need to focus and diligently train your 5 senses, paying more attention to the small yet extraordinary things around you. Don't let your mind be controlled by what you can see with the naked eye." Mingi closed his eyes and asked, "So, should I first practice closing my eyes and sensing everything?" He immediately opened the door and walked inside, shouting, "I have some defective alien crystals here that look alike." "Wait for a moment." Fongjing handed him a jar containing the alien crystals and said,
these are dimness flashing brilliance level alien crystals. Radiant flame, blazing splendor, start by practicing how to differentiate them. Mingi looked at the crystals inside and muttered, they really do look the same. He casually shoved his hands into his pockets and responded calmly, that's exactly why you need to recognize them. I told you not to rely on your eyes, but to practice with your senses. This way, in different situations, you'll be able to quickly and accurately identify which intermediaries are beneficial to you. He smiled brightly, gripping the jar tightly and called out, I understand now. Skillfully using everything around him to turn it into a weapon, making himself stronger. Feng Jing, with a serious expression, instructed, sensing is the first phase you need to practice. Absorption, that is the second phase you need to work on. Mingi, astonished by what he had just heard, asked, absorption, you mean not absorbing through physical contact, but absorbing energy from intermediaries that are dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, or even several kilometers away and converting it into your own strength? His face was filled with shock, and he excitedly shouted, you can absorb energy from over several kilometers away? Feng Jing, arms crossed over his chest, replied, don't underestimate yourself. And don't underestimate your Crimson Lord talent, his voice echoed, recounting. One day, a flash of lightning will strike above you. If you can catch it and absorb it, that will be the moment your cultivation succeeds. Mingi's eyes widened, a determined glint flashing across them. I will try my best. He clenched his fist tightly, silently thinking that he didn't like this feeling of being small and powerless. In his mind, he recalled the scene from before, and even more so, he disliked that feeling of helplessness and confinement. He raised his head, looking forward with determination. He was still not strong enough, but he would definitely become stronger. The next morning, sunlight bathed the entire Mingi dormitory. He was alone on the rooftop, while below, everyone was beginning their day like any other. He sat quietly, staring at the strange crystals in front of him, murmuring to himself. They all looked identical. Mingi closed his eyes, silently reminding himself that he wasn't focused enough. In the darkness, his voice kept repeating, focus your mind to recognize them, to recognize them. Suddenly, faint streams of light flickered, startling Mingi into opening his eyes. He clenched his fist, excitement filling his face as he shouted. I got it. Mingi looked at the strange crystals before him, each emanating a different energy, gloomy, radiant flame, flashing brilliance, blazing splendor. He closed his eyes again, using his spiritual sense to probe and continue trying to sense the surrounding materials. Mingi stood still, feeling the energy all around him. At this moment, the wind was not strong. If absorption is also only equivalent to the dimness level, he could sense the energy flow around him, muttering quietly, but without much power being exerted. He decided to try and reach out further, just to see if it would make a difference. Mingi stood still, sensing the entire area around him. He murmured softly, feeling the breeze from that direction carrying a hint of moisture. Beyond there was a lake. Mingi sensed the energy within the lake rising, and if he absorbed all of it, it would be equivalent to the radiant flame level. At that moment, he opened his eyes, startled, and looked ahead. He took a step back in surprise, thinking to himself, I'd been blocked. Quickly, Mingi moved forward. He leaned against the railing and saw the radiant flame level below, offering praise. Not bad, it's working now. He calmly continued, in the future, I won't struggle to find effective intermediary materials during battles. Mei Yu, from below the ground, raised her hand and waved. Mingi, startled, asked, why are you here? Hearing this, she smiled brightly and shouted with all her might, I brought what you needed. Immediately after, he jumped down from the rooftop and landed, replying, oh, alright, I'm coming down. Your Highness looked at Mingi descending to the ground and shouted angrily, damn it, how could such a beauty come looking for Mingi? Zhang Yuan beside him also chimed in loudly, this is too much, he already has Lu Qian, and yet he's flirting with other beauties. The two single dogs, filled with jealousy and frustration, sighed dramatically with tears in their eyes. Mei Yu smiled, reached into her bag, and said, you're lucky. There is a part of the spirit chi leaf with an extremely high level of purity. Because the person who rented it needed money urgently and didn't want to go through the auction procedure, she raised a box and said with a smile, "The bid has reached 850,000, I've won it for you." Mingi extended his hand to receive it, excitedly asking, "Really? Thank you so much." Mayu, hearing this, smiled and replied, "This is what I should do. I didn't expect you to be a student from the Extraordinary Academy. When you gave me the address, I thought I had read it wrong." He put it into the pocket of his coat and responded, "That's right, but I don't want my classmates to know about it. Please keep it a secret for me." Mayu smiled and answered, "Of course, we take customer confidentiality very seriously." She tilted her head and smiled, asking, "Do you have any other requests?" Mingi raised his hand and pointed ahead, instructing, "Actually, could you keep an eye out for anyone selling anomaly crystals with fire attributes? I want to buy some. Also, if the Hunter's Hall has any commissions or bounties for anomaly crystals, could you help me with that as well?" Mayu immediately made a note and responded, "No problem, I will definitely handle it for you." He clenched his fist, smiling brightly, and said, "With this, my body strength can be upgraded to Sunblaze rank. This will be a huge leap in quality." Then, Mingi walked into the forest, extended his hand, and opened the lid of the decisive potion bottle. "Here will do." He then tilted his head back and poured the entire contents into his mouth. The red liquid quickly flowed down his throat. Mingi closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the liquid into his chest. His heart kept beating, pumping the bright red liquid through his veins, spreading throughout his body. It continued to flow, moving straight down his arms. He clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, and immediately, a terrifying blue energy radiated from his body. From the spot where he was sitting in the forest, the violent energy spread out in shockwaves. He could feel it and quietly exhaled in relief. Mingi opened his eyes, smiling faintly, and said, "It's a success." He placed his hands on the ground, using his strength to stand up. Mingi threw his jacket over his shoulder, laughing as he shouted, "Solar Corona rank." He quickly put on his jacket, adjusted it, and left. Soon after, a call from Uncle Yuan appeared on his phone. He gently asked, "It's Wednesday today, are you coming to train with Foamling?" Mingi immediately responded, "Yes, I was just about to get some real combat practice." Uncle Yuan grinned and suggested, "Let's make it a bit more exciting this time. No restrictions on using spiritual techniques." Mingi hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Isn't this a bit too dangerous?" Uncle Yuan immediately shouted, "Double the money." Hearing this, Mingi's eyes instantly lit up, and he shouted, "Where?" "I'll be there right away." On the other side, Fengling stood alone on the vast arena, waiting. She started warming up, glancing over in that direction and saying, "It's allowed to use spiritual techniques, right?" "Then he's definitely going to lose," Uncle Yuan said from outside. The cold reminder came, "Don't forget, you've already lost to this kid twice." He turned around, glanced at Fengling, and said, "There's one more chance. If you lose, you'll have to go to the center of the training field and perform the seaweed dance for all the students here to watch." She lifted one leg high, let out a cold snort, and said, "My strength has made a huge breakthrough, now you might not even be able to block it." Fengling glanced over there and added, "Besides, you know my spiritual techniques are unfair to most people." Uncle Yuan, hearing this, was startled, turned his head, and glanced in that direction. He looked at her, raised his hand to signal, "Well, let's see, he's coming." Uncle Yuan looked at Mingi, who was wearing a mask, coming over inside. "This kid is really mysterious, always wearing a mask." Fengling looked at him and laughed, calling out, "I won't hold back today." Mingi entered the arena and looked directly at her, his face calm with a slight frown. He shouted, "Go ahead." Fengling stood still, looking directly at him, shouted, and began to move. Her foot stepped sideways, and with it, flame followed. Fengling raised her hand quickly, gathering the flames. Mingi frowned as he watched the flames around her and asked, "Are you using a big move right at the start?" She quickly moved, rushing towards him. As she shouted, her entire body was engulfed in fiery destruction, speeding toward him, yelling, "I won't hold back."
Mingi looked at the flames charging toward him and immediately jumped to the side to dodge. He fell back and looked at the flame, his eyes flashing with a blue light. He glanced in that direction and sighed inwardly, this power is really terrifying. Fongling spun in midair and called out loudly, it seems like you're not paying much attention. She stomped hard with her foot, and Mingi could only raise his hands to block. The ground beneath him quickly cracked, and flames continuously burned, extending from the cracks. Immediately after, Fongling turned and swiftly jumped backward, creating some distance between them. The elastic band in her hair couldn't withstand the high temperature and snapped. Her hair quickly fell loose, and she stared straight at him. She raised one hand, gathering energy above her head, and confidently called out, looks like you won't last more than a few minutes. Outside the arena, a group of male students quickly gathered, excitedly discussing. Is that the Phoenix dancer girl? Why is she using her spirit technique today? Her opponent is doomed, he's already become a punching bag after just 2 moves. One of the students in the front immediately turned around and said, you guys are late. You missed the posture Fongling had earlier, the power, the physique. Inside, Mingi stood up, brushing the dust off his body. He said, your extraordinary ability is very strong. You're the most formidable person I've ever encountered. He squeezed his left hand tightly, shaking it as he said, if it were before, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand even 2 of your moves. Mingi quickly moved forward, calling out, but unfortunately, I've just leveled up to Solar Corona rank. He could feel a powerful surge of energy erupting from within his heart, a force telling him that there was an overwhelming strength inside him. A strong white energy emanated from Mingi's body as he shouted loudly, unable to contain it anywhere. Violent wind gathered around him as the center, instantly blowing fiercely in all directions. Fongling was blown so hard that she couldn't open her eyes, quickly using her hands to shield herself. Mingi swung his fist and charged rapidly toward her, delivering a punch, and a loud sound echoed, warning, be careful. Fongling immediately crouched down, gathering flame to block the attack, and was sent flying backward for quite a distance. Mingi stomped forcefully on the ground, using the momentum to leap into the air and chase after her. He quickly shot forward, pursuing Fongling. Without hesitation, Mingi relentlessly threw powerful punches toward her. Fongling's eyes flashed with a glint, her hands rapidly forming seals, then she raised her hand and struck a powerful palm strike to his chest. Mingi was struck and couldn't help but stagger backward. He looked at the burning palm print on his chest, unable to stop himself from thinking, clearly, I was the one attacking, but I got hurt by her flames. Mingi looked at his arm, which was still showing signs of burns, deep in thought, if this continues, my arm will be crippled. Fongling raised both arms, enveloped in flames, and shouted loudly, you can take the hits, but you're only good enough to be my punching bag. She pursed her lips and smiled lightly, as the flames around her quickly surged upward. Mingi's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Fongling. The flames on her body surged higher, and the massive phantom of the Phoenix dance emerged from the fire. He could feel the somber energy rising from the ground beneath him in response. She wasn't wrong, at this rate, there was no way I could defeat her. So, this is the true power of the fighting Phoenix dancer? There's no choice but to make do with what I have for now. Mingi was bathed in a blue light, his hands pressed to the ground as he muttered, there's no choice but to make do with what I have for now. He looked at his arms, which were enveloped by the energy of the earth, and continued, thinking that this would prevent his arms from being burned. At that moment, Fongling, accompanied by Flame, dashed forward with agility. The phantom of the flaming phoenix dance above her head flapped its wings, charging at full speed. The fire shot directly toward him, determined to engulf Mingi. Fongling spun around and appeared behind him, using all her strength to push forward. She crouched, lying flat against the ground before coming to a sudden stop. In the next instant, Fongling transformed into a streak of lightning, racing away at high speed. Her body was engulfed in flames as she swiftly circled around him. With a serious expression, Fongling surged forward, the flames quickly spreading across her body. Soon, her form was completely transformed into a phoenix. Then, a violent explosion erupted, and thick clouds of smoke rapidly enveloped the entire arena.
A dark figure shot forward, heading straight for Mingi. He reached out and grabbed the hem of his outer shirt. With a sharp tug, he threw it forcefully behind him, his face filled with vigilance as his gaze swept over the fiery circle surrounding him. The flames quickly intertwined with each other, heading straight towards Mingi. Foamling's eyes flashed with light as she stared at him intently. Mingi raised his hand to block the flames coming from all directions, silently thinking, the power of the fighting phoenix dancer is truly terrifying. It's clearly just a spiritual technique, yet it's even more frightening than the soul abilities of some people. The two people outside were also startled, their eyes wide open as they gawked at the arena. They saw the rocks and dirt above Mingi's arms gradually cracking, thinking, the earth and rocks as a medium aren't strong enough. Even if he absorbs them, they can't withstand Foamling's flames. The two of them watched Foamling charge forward and speculated, if this keeps up, he's definitely going to lose. She stomped her foot down hard, regaining her footing. Foamling knelt on one knee, looking towards Mingi, shouting, admit defeat. The two arms blocking in front of him were now covered by flames. Mingi glanced over at that side and shouted, I haven't lost yet. Foamling exhaled, trying to persuade him, this is just a contest. If you have to get seriously injured and sent to the hospital for it to count as a loss, it's not really meaningful. Mingi looked straight at her, asking, you've also used up quite a bit of your energy, haven't you? Foamling breathed heavily, calmly replying, but you can't take much more. There's no need to overdo it. In this entire superlative academy, there are fewer than 5 people who can fight me in this form. You've already done pretty well. His gaze was filled with determination, stubbornly saying, but I still want to try. Mingi closed his eyes, beginning to sense everything around him. Mingi could feel the ground beneath his feet and murmured, the earth and stones beneath me. Next, he noticed the wind whispering across the arena and said, the wind blows from the south. Then, Mingi sensed a fragrance and said, the scent of the trees, the moist air. Before him appeared a body of water, and he excitedly shouted, it's a lake, it's the dense water element. Mingi closed his eyes and focused, using his soul to sense and calculate, if I go outside the field, I will lose, so I must use the method Professor Foam taught. First, he discarded unnecessary elements, saying, no need for wind, no need for plants, no need for earth. At this moment, he recognized and chose water, I only need water. A droplet fell to the ground, making a soft sound. Foamling stood still, gathering flame, watching him from across the arena. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with suspicion. Foamling placed her hands on the ground and bent forward, saying, fine then, I don't want to waste time with you. Let's finish this. Immediately, a surge of flame spiraled around, rushing quickly around Mingi. His whole body glowed blue, surrounded by the flames inside. Mingi closed his eyes, ignoring the flames drawing near, and shouted, use it for me. He raised his hand, which was surrounded by water elements, and his voice rang out, use it for me. A massive torrent of water surged from the lake, rushing toward the flames on the arena floor. He clenched his fist and slammed it down onto the ground, gazing directly at Foamling. A mighty water dragon appeared, full of strength. On the opposite side, Flame was also ready to fight. She was startled, her eyes widening in shock as she looked towards it. In Foamling's eyes appeared the figure of a water dragon charging towards her. Its mouth gaped wide, seemingly wanting to swallow her whole. Foamling lifted her head, gritting her teeth and staring fiercely at the water dragon in front of her. Soon after, she was completely engulfed by the rushing waters. The audience outside saw the water spilling out of the arena and quickly ran off, shouting loudly, it's about to submerge, run quickly, the protective railing is about to break. The water from inside flooded out, rapidly spilling towards the stairs. A male student helped his friend up and shouted as he looked back, oh my god, what kind of superpower is that? Aren't soul abilities prohibited in the school competitions? Those two are making such a racket. I only saw blue light earlier, but not purple. It seems like they're both using spiritual techniques. If spiritual techniques have this kind of power, I'll drink the whole lake dry. The sky darkened, and raindrops fell incessantly.
Mingi stood still, letting the water fall on him.
The crowd gasped in amazement. Is this the true power of a Crimson Lord level supernatural talent? It's so strong. The water quickly flowed down through the drainage system.
Mingi was stunned to see Foamling lying unconscious nearby, covered by the rushing waters. He stared at her in disbelief, then immediately darted towards her, shouting, "This is bad."
Mingi forcefully lifted Foamling in his arms, calling out, "Hey, are you okay?" His eyes were locked on her. Silently guessing, it seemed like she had drowned.
Mingi pressed down hard on Foamling's chest to perform first aid. His hands pressed firmly against her chest.
Uncle Yuan approached from behind, laughing as he said, "Just this basic first aid isn't enough, you need to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Mingi was startled by his words and exclaimed, "Huh? That might not be too good." He immediately urged loudly, "Hurry up, didn't your school teach you how to perform first aid?"
Foamling kept her eyes shut, lying still on the ground. He frowned slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, made up his mind. Mingi reached out to pull the mask off her face. Blushing, he pinched her nose with one hand, while lifting her chin with the other, leaning his face in close. Mingi slowly parted his lips and gently moved closer to her face. Suddenly, Foamling raised her hand to block his mouth, coldly refusing, "No need." She pushed herself up and said she wasn't that weak. Mingi cleared his throat and quickly pulled his mask back up in response. If she was okay, that was good enough. Uncle Yuan sighed softly from the side, lamenting, "What a shame, just a little more." Foamling lowered her head, closed her eyes, and declared, "You won." Mingi, hearing this, looked directly at her and replied, "It was just a contest of strength, no need to distinguish between win or lose."
"You're truly strong."
If, at the last moment, I hadn't understood the true essence of my own superhuman abilities, I would have been completely defeated by you. She pushed herself up with one hand on her knee and countered, "Winning is winning, losing is losing." "No need to be modest," he said, extending his hand toward her.
"Alright, being able to become your rival is also an honor for me."
Foamling reached out and took his hand, smiling as she replied, "Next time, we'll compete in strength."
Uncle Yuan immediately stepped forward, protesting, "That's not acceptable. With your strength, soul meaning has a devastating effect.
You should use it to eliminate those beastly invaders threatening our human city, not against your own kind." Mingi, hearing this, glanced at her and echoed, "That's right, Uncle Yuan is right.
Our enemies are those beastly invaders."
He then turned and pointed behind him, bidding farewell, "I have things to do.
See you later."
Uncle Yuan raised his hand in response, "All right, goodbye." The group of male students beside them suddenly cheered, their eyes shining brightly. "There's the goddess, yeah, that's the martial saintess."
Foamling raised her hand, quickly gathering her hair.
Uncle Yuan glanced at her, stunned in place, before he immediately took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, speaking, "All right, you're soaked through like a drowned rat.
We should head back now." A black car sped down the highway.
Uncle Yuan, driving, turned his head to look at her in the back seat and said, "That kid's a bit different." Foamling furrowed her brow and let out a cold snort in response, "I won't lose next time." He kept his eyes on the road ahead and said, "This is a university, a place where young geniuses gather. Anyone who can go toe-to-toe with you will be dying to show off everywhere." Using her fame to become popular in school, don't mention that today he even pushed her to this point. She reached up to pull the towel down, muttering, "Always acting so mysterious, I don't know what he's being so careful about."
Uncle Yuan thought of Mingi.
After all, he wore a mask all the time, probably not wanting others to know his identity and abilities.
But not every young person can resist the allure of being noticed. Foamling's voice sounded, "He's just pretending to be mysterious."
His voice echoed, "It said that at the school's recognition ceremony, someone was praised for their special contributions.
The people there must be gossiping about that person. Among the students, do we have a member of Dragon's Tooth? He must have made a very important contribution. Who is this mysterious person? Does anyone know? I want to know more than you do." "Such a great honor," and he didn't even accept it? If it were me, I'd want the whole school to know.
Thinking of this, Uncle Yuan softly added, I heard he made a significant contribution during the Shaoling accident, yet that person still didn't reveal their identity.
Fengling quickly dashed forward, shouting, So you mean, he could be the mysterious student with special contributions?
He gently pointed out, he's a freshman, and his abilities have already surpassed those of his peers.
Anyway, let's respect his wishes. By the way, next time we compete, let's do it somewhere more private. She immediately responded, Okay. That's fine. Uncle Yuan smiled teasingly, By the way, did you see his face earlier?
Fengling crossed her arms, angrily replying, No.
Uncle Yuan's voice rang out, mocking her, even though he was covered in dirt from the fight, you could still tell the kid is quite handsome.
Her eyes flared up with anger as she shouted, Uncle Yuan, don't think just because I was a bit dazed earlier that I didn't hear anything.
You were threatening him. He laughed and said, Of course, I knew nothing would happen to you. Didn't I do that so you could take off his mask and see if he was handsome, if he met your standards?
On the highway, Fengling threatened, Uncle Yuan, you should just stick to sweeping the streets, my training doesn't need you around. Uncle Yuan laughed and admitted defeat, All right, young lady, I sincerely apologize. In the Hunter's Hall, there was a bustling crowd coming and going. Mei Yu gestured for Mingi to come inside. He sat down in a chair, while she immediately placed a box on the table.
Mei Yu pointed at the box and said, This is the item you asked me to buy before.
Mingi immediately reached for the box and opened the lid. He looked at the blue glowing alien crystal inside and exclaimed, Alien Icebone Star, is this a blazing splendor grade crystal? Mingi smiled, quickly closing the box, and replied, That's right.
Are you satisfied? Thank you. Moreover, I'm very satisfied. I can already picture the scene in the testing ground.
With this, even if I face an enemy several times stronger, I'll be prepared.
It's not that I don't have the strength to fight back. Immediately afterward, Mei Yu raised a finger and quoted a price. It costs the 1 million you sent here.
Mingi jumped in surprise, exclaiming loudly.
1 million.
She smiled and replied.
Yes, this item is very rare, I had to go to Baidu to auction it.
He sat back in his chair and smiled, saying,
Anyway, thank you. If there are other exotic items being offered, please keep me in mind. Mei Yu immediately agreed. No problem.
He softly inquired. By the way, in the message, you mentioned there was another important matter.
What is it?
She turned her head and searched through her bag, saying,
Here it is.
Mei Yu took out a badge and a certificate, then loudly announced. Congratulations, you have become a Solar Corona rank hunter of our Hunter Association. Mingi smiled, reached out to take it, and thanked her in response.
Mei Yu's voice added.
After becoming a Solar Corona rank hunter, you will receive many more privileges. With an excited expression, she continued. The intelligence that the Hunter Association gathers will be updated to you in a timely and synchronized manner. You will also be qualified to participate in the annual Hunter Convention and can make requests to the Hunter Association.
Mingi stood up and stared at Li Jin in the hall. Mei Yu stood up and looked at him, asking, Do you know him?
Before you came, he was constantly looking for bounty rewards. But since he's a starlight hunter with no high credentials. Li Jin below was speaking excitedly to the receptionist. But she immediately shook her head and refused.
The sound of Mei Yu echoed, There aren't many people in Nandu who want to hire him.
Hearing this, Mingi smiled and replied, I know, I actually have something I need him to help with.
She presented a task, Help me, how much would it usually cost for something like gathering information?
She smiled gently and continued, You don't need to pay, he will be happy to help you.
He was taken aback and exclaimed, Why?
Mei Yu raised her hand, pointing to the paper from earlier, and explained, You must not have been paying attention earlier.
Solar Corona rank hunters have special privileges.
Normally, low-ranked hunters need to receive a recommendation seal from a high-ranked hunter to level up. Her tone became serious. The recommendation seal from a high-ranked hunter is exchanged for accumulated points. The points you currently have can be exchanged for 4 seals. Moreover, when choosing a hunter, clients also place great importance on the recommendation seals from high-ranked hunters. Mingi touched his chin, murmuring, "I see now." May you looked down at the lobby and reminded him, now that you're a high-ranked hunter, some smaller tasks and errands can actually be handled by low-ranked hunters. She glanced at the high-ranked hunters below and continued, "This way, you'll have more time for more important matters." New hunters are also very eager to work for high-ranked hunters for free in exchange for these limited recommendation seals. May you smiled brightly and pointed out, after all, without reputation or recommendation seals, it's very hard for them to get high-paying bounty jobs. Mingi agreed upon hearing that. "All right, please keep your name a secret for me. I don't want him to know that I'm working for you." She focused intently on Li Jin below. May you smiled, took out her notebook, and said, "No problem. You just need to explain to me what you want him to do, and I'll draft an agreement." The payment was a letter of recommendation. In the end, Li Jin left in disappointment. Just then, Mei Yu appeared, raising her hand and calling for him to stop. Li Jin, holding the paper in his hand, exclaimed excitedly, "This is great. Finally, someone values me. I never expected it would be a solar corona rank hunter." He then repeatedly bowed in gratitude, his face full of excitement, clutching the paper tightly in his hands, shouting, "This time, I'll make sure to do my best. I need to impress this senior, maybe in the future, I'll get more good assignments from her." He quickly ran off to carry out the task. Mingi stepped out and looked toward Li Jin, thinking to himself, "It feels so good to have money. It's so easy to become a solar corona rank hunter and have others do the work for you. So satisfying." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes blank as a thought struck him. "Wait, that's wrong. I just spent $1 million. Mingi, his face full of tears, painfully thought to himself, $1 million? With that amount, I could have bought a pretty decent house in Lanyang. Extraordinary individuals really need to spend so much. I have to figure out a way to make some money. And I still need to buy a house in the big city." He smiled as he looked at the strange gemstone in his pocket and concluded, "But surely, this thing is worth its price. Using it to kill a tier 1 behemoth would definitely be easy, especially now that my ability to absorb the spirit essence has gotten stronger after reaching solar corona rank." Just then, the phone in Mingi's pocket rang. He glanced at the name of the most beautiful sister in the universe on the screen and called out, "Sister." Mingi immediately picked up the call and asked with a smile, "Sister, why are you calling me so early today?" Xinyu, pulling along her luggage, replied with a laugh, "Guess where I am?" He thought of the places she usually went and answered, "At the park?" Xinyu puffed up her cheeks and scolded him loudly, "You don't care about me at all. Didn't I tell you I'm studying on my own for the exams?" Mingi quickly responded, "But didn't you also study on your own before?" She placed her suitcase on top of a bench and replied, "Isn't it because I postponed everything for over a year to take care of you? I don't want to work for someone my whole life." Hearing this, he laughed and exclaimed, "You don't have to work for someone forever, I can support you now. Did you receive the money I sent you?" Xinyu sat down and said, "I've heard that extraordinary practitioners need a lot of money, so keep it for yourself. Plus, I'm not helpless, why should I let you support me?" She smiled brightly and interrupted, "Stop changing the subject, I have an official announcement to make. The astronomy division has agreed to let me go for an interview in Nandu. I finally got a prestigious job." Mingi was startled when he heard this and shouted, "Astronomy division, do they want to hire you?" Xinyu said proudly, his face full of pride. "Yes, it's only a temporary job, but working at the astronomy division means you'll have a stable job. Who knows, after saving up for a year, you might be able to buy me some good equipment." His excited voice echoed. "You're so impressive, you could even apply to the astronomy division yourself." "Of course," she tilted her head and replied, "I'm already in the car. Remember to pick me up."
Mingi immediately replied, yes. The time on the phone screen showed 3 o'clock. He looked up at the sky and thought, that's right, I almost forgot. She's so smart, she dropped out of school to support me while I went to school. The corner of Mingi's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled and said, that's great, finally, we don't have to sell our faces to the earth and our labor to the heavens anymore. On weekends, I can take you out to eat more often. Then, Xinyu, pulling her suitcase, ran out shouting, Mingi! He immediately called out, laughing, sister. Mingi looked at her and said, you've worked hard. Today, I'll take you around for a $5 tour. Hearing Xinyu laugh, she replied, I'm looking forward to it. The two of them got into a sports car and cruised through the streets. Then, they laughed and had snacks together on the street. Later, Mingi and Xinyu enjoyed stargazing. Finally, they ran around, admiring the moon. They both lay on the bed inside. Mingi immediately shouted, I'm so tired, we've been playing all day. She raised her camera and smiled in admiration, saying, in the future, we definitely have to work hard and buy a big house here. Immediately after, Xinyu, her face filled with horror, turned to look at him and shouted, a big house here costs between 10 to 20 million. 10 to 20 million? She sat up abruptly, clenched her fists, and declared with determination, from now on, I will definitely work hard. Mingi sat still, listening to Xinyu stand up straight and shout, only if I marry someone with a big house. The next morning, he stood in place waiting for her. Mingi looked at the building in front of them and shouted, let's go, I'll take you to the astronomy division. On the top of a tall mountain stood a high tower. The astronomy division, Nandu, stood tall and imposing here. When Mingi and Xinyu arrived, they had to stand still and undergo a full body check. When entering, a female staff member beside them asked, are you Xinyu? Please follow me. He saw her turn around and wave at him, calling out, do your best. Mingi stood waiting outside, continuously staring inside. He glanced at the objects in the lobby, unable to help but sigh, no wonder it's the astronomy division, there's security everywhere. Mingi muttered to himself, officials and even comets all rely on the astronomy division, so that superhumans across humanity can foresee disasters and take corresponding measures to resolve them. He walked to the sofa, sat down, and said, the astronomy division is like humanity's celestial eye, always monitoring the movements outside the universe. Mingi looked around and thought to himself, and yet, she managed to get into this place. Though it's just a small desk job, it's still impressive. At that moment, the guard was startled and greeted someone descending from the stairs. Wulong immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He walked over to where Mingi was sitting and whispered, it's still cleaner here. Wulong held a stack of documents, sat down, and said, organize those disordered calculations, they're giving me a headache. Mingi looked at him, puzzled, thinking, isn't he the Dr. Wulong from the textbook? He glanced at Mingi and asked curiously, the boy, is it your first day at work? Mingi, hearing this, waved his hands repeatedly in denial, no, I came with my sister for the interview. Wulong exclaimed, oh, no wonder I thought, why would the astronomy division hire such a young person? Excitedly, Mingi stood up and asked, are you Dr. Wulong? He lowered his head and smiled without answering, guess. Mingi eagerly confirmed, it's definitely you. I read about you in the textbook. Wulong paused for a moment, then asked with curiosity, really? What did the book say about me? The content of the book flashed through his mind. The book mentioned, you discovered an extraordinary substance in a comet and named it Hong. Through the astronomical observation of the energy emitted by the Hong substance, one could predict the strength of the life force of the beast. He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued, seems like it's all praise. Mingi smiled brightly and exclaimed, of course, the book says you're a true great. If it weren't for your discovery, our extraordinary organization wouldn't have been able to come up with an effective response until now. Wulong calmly inquired, so you want to take a photo with me? He raised his phone and looked at the screen, replying quickly, yes. Then, he reached for the magazine on the table and gently told the person to leave, all right, you can go back and boast to your classmates now,
but don't bother me while I'm reading. Wulong picked up the magazine and said, I'm hiding here because I want to quietly read this.
Mingi, seeing the magazine in his hand, was startled and exclaimed, You're reading a women's fashion magazine? He waved his hand dismissively. A magazine is still a book, isn't it? Don't disturb my little bit of leisure time.
Mingi, hearing this, scratched his head and replied, Even doctors are men, you know.
You and your roommate both like watching these kinds of shows. He immediately turned and walked away.
Just then, the female assistant approached and scolded loudly, Doctor, please don't run off and slack off when the equipment has only been half calibrated. Wulong closed his eyes and calmly responded, I'm just changing my train of thought. She frowned and demanded, Please finish your work first, then you can indulge in your personal interests. He covered his face with the magazine and sighed, You're really annoying. Wulong raised his hand in explanation, I told you all, there is no red matter in the comet debris at Lanyang City, and there absolutely can't be any comet lifeforms that we haven't measured falling to Earth. The assistant's serious voice rang out, We still hope you will carefully check all the debris.
He reluctantly took the magazine and replied, All right.
Then, Wulong threw it onto Mingi's chest beside him, This is for you.
It would be a waste to throw it away.
He was startled and hugged it, saying, Thank you, Doctor. Mingi stood still, watching their figures slowly disappear into the distance. Xinyu came out from inside, waving her hand excitedly. They said I can try for 3 months, so I can only work here from now on. Hearing this, he smiled brightly and exclaimed, That's great, congratulations. She bent down and looked at the magazine in Mingi's hand, puzzled.
Why are you reading this kind of magazine?
He answered softly, This was left for me by Dr. Wulong. Xinyu immediately laughed loudly and teased, He's a great scholar, how could he come here and read such vulgar books?
Mingi, why are you still the same as before? Lying so easily that people can tell right away?
Mingi, hearing this, quickly raised his voice, It's not me, really.
Sister, listen to my explanation.
Then, the two of them quickly returned to Mingi's apartment building.
Xinyu, pulling a large suitcase, walked in.
She threw herself onto the sofa, laughing, I found the ideal job, living in a sunlit apartment, finally settling in a big, bustling city.
No more wandering around.
Xinyu leaned back in the chair, muttering, It's really good, everything is heading in a positive direction.
Mingi stood outside on the balcony, looking down, and suggested, Didn't you like to plant flowers?
This balcony has enough space for a lot of flowers you like.
Xinyu immediately sat up and said, Let's go now.
Earlier, when we entered the neighborhood, I saw a flower shop.
Come with me to check it out.
He turned his head and smiled in agreement.
Okay.
The two of them quickly got ready and left the room. Mingi took out his phone, and a strange number appeared on the screen.
He put the phone to his ear and answered.
The voice on the other end spoke immediately.
Hello. Is this Mingi? May I ask if anyone is with you?
What I'm about to discuss with you isn't something I'd prefer to have anyone else over here. Mingi looked toward Xinyu and called out, Sis, it looks like you'll have to go buy the flowers on your own.
It seems like the mission has just been assigned to me.
She heard that and agreed.
All right then.
He quickly went out to the balcony and said, Please go ahead. The voice on the other end confirmed, Mingi, from the Dragon's Tooth unit, right?
Mingi responded, Yes, that's me.
Instructor La touched his earpiece and introduced himself, Zhou Qi is my subordinate.
Lori asked me to contact you, and you can call me Instructor La.
Upon hearing this, Mingi urged, Instructor La, please provide the address. He sat inside, looking ahead, and solemnly announced, Lori spoke highly of you and strongly recommended you to take over Zhou Qi's position. The Dragon's Tooth unit highly appreciates your 2 recent actions, so I am now officially informing you that you have become a free member of the Dragon's Tooth unit.
Mingi widened his eyes and repeated, A free member? Instructor La frowned and explained, The enemy's infiltration is even more dangerous than we anticipated, including the possibility that the information of Dragon's Tooth unit members has been leaked.
His voice echoed as he explained, That's why we need to establish a new branch within the Dragon's Tooth unit, named Freelancer. Instructor La calmly compared, you will be like the bloodthirsty sharks of the turbid sea domain, hunting and killing the bounty hunters of the Heavenly Fist organization. Over here, Mingi, hearing this, tightened his grip on the armrest and asked, have you found any leads on the person behind this? Thinking about the stack of documents he had received, he replied, recently, we found quite an important lead. A long time ago, Zhao Shuhua bought a batch of medical equipment on the black market. We suspect that when he purchased this machinery, he formed a connection with people from the Heavenly Fist organization. Mingi furrowed his brows and concluded, I see. Dr. Zhao must need specialized equipment to refine beast ear blood. Instructor La looked at the stack of documents in his hands and ordered, I'll send you the address later. You're new, so they won't be suspicious of you easily. I'll leave this investigation to you. I hope you can identify the person who has had close contact with Dr. Zhao. He looked down and agreed, all right, I will investigate thoroughly. In a soft voice, he cautioned, be careful in your actions. If you discover the Heavenly Fist organization's hideout, immediately report it to Lori. We'll have the super special forces deployed to assist. Before long, Mingi arrived at the address given, standing still and looking at the bustling building in front of him. He walked toward the building, unable to help but feel a sense of awe. So the black market has become this upscale now? Or is it just because I watch too much TV? The black market is actually hidden inside such a luxurious, grand building. Mingi stood still, staring at the four people in front of him, muttering, these four look like they're superhumans just by looking at them. Mingi walked toward the building. The blindfolded girl immediately stepped forward to block his path, asking, do you have an appointment? Mingi smiled at her, making up a story, my girlfriend looks a bit unattractive. I suggested she come here for cosmetic surgery, but I'm not sure about the prices here, so I just wanted to ask for some advice. Upon hearing this, the blindfolded girl silently stared at him. After a moment, she raised her hand, pointing inside, and guided, take the elevator to the other floor, that's where the main part of the hospital is. Don't wander around. Mingi's voice echoed, got it. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and Mingi arrived. He saw that the main hall had only a few customers. A young man immediately walked over, smiling, and asked, hello, how can I help you? Zheng Deng, the sales director, smiled and asked, would you like to purchase our longevity supplements, or are you interested in our biochemical beauty techniques? Mingi, hands in his pockets, responded with a question of his own, longevity supplements? Zheng Deng immediately continued, I can tell you're a filial son. You're here to buy longevity supplements for your parents, right? Mingi awkwardly scratched his nose and replied, well, sort of. Miss Teng pointed to a nearby customer and said, anyone who comes to inquire about our products is just like you. They always approach with skepticism, but once they see how our products work, they'll never doubt them again. Mingi was startled and exclaimed, is it really that miraculous? Can your products really help people live forever and stay young? He laughed at that, patting his chest as he replied, from the beginning until now, we have only ever produced products that break conventions. The man urged, then take me to see it. If it truly works, I want to buy a little more. Zheng Tang raised his hand and pointed in one direction, laughing as he called out, seeing is believing. Let me take you to see our product production room. Mingi walked that way and agreed, all right. He headed toward the elevator and said, we go up from here. Just as Zheng Dang was about to press the button to go up, he hesitated for a moment. He pressed the button and exclaimed, I almost forgot. Zheng Deng's expression darkened, his voice low and threatening, you must tell me who introduced you here. We hardly ever have outsiders, it's always acquaintances bringing acquaintances, old clients introducing new ones. Mingi glanced at the men in black on either side and answered, I only heard that your place had good stuff. He shoved both hands into his pockets and gave a menacing smile, you need to give me a name. Otherwise, I can't take you up. If you can't say one, then we'll have to verify your identity. He cast a glance behind him, thinking silently, so they're actually this cautious.
The men in black quickly closed in, surrounding Mingi.
He studied them, realizing that from the start they hadn't asked, waiting until now to press the question.
So, they clearly want to trap anyone who comes to investigate them, huh? Mingi pressed his lips together slightly and asked back, if I give you the name of one of your clients, then I can go up, right?
Zheng Tang laughed in response.
Of course, if you're sincerely interested in learning more, we will be happy to serve you.
The group of people stared intently at Mingi, and his voice echoed, but we must also be cautious. If you're here to steal our technology,
Zheng Deng coldly added, then that wouldn't be good.
A name flashed through his mind, and he shouted, Miss who introduced me. Upon hearing this, he paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Zheng Deng's face softened, and he said, so it's Miss Hu, then you are our distinguished guest. He then gestured forward, replying, I'll take you on a tour of our cultivation area.
Shortly after, the elevator arrived at the 22nd floor.
Zheng Tang walked ahead and said, humankind only knows that the serum from the mutated beasts can cause some plants and animals on Earth to undergo mutations. He led Mingi to a massive building and continued, but they don't know that, in fact, plants can mutate as well. Mingi carefully observed the surrounding space, artificial sunlight and automatic misting systems. Zheng Tang walked toward a cactus cultivation area and explained, look at these cacti. If ground into powder, they actually have some cosmetic benefits, which is why succulent plants are used in such ways. He bent down to touch the misting system, adding, but after we cultivate them, their vitality is hundreds of thousands of times stronger than regular cacti.
Zheng Deng's voice echoed, grinding it into powder can help the user feel youthful and energetic. Our cactus pearl powder is currently the most popular product among young women.
Mingi was startled upon hearing this and immediately asked, you're cultivating with beast serum, but is the beast serum you're using here real, or could it be fake? Zheng Tang laughed and replied, we have our own supply. In fact, every city has unofficial sources. Don't just talk about beast serum, we can get anything from beast eggs, beast hearts, to beast brains. Hearing this, Mingi lowered his head and sighed quietly.
No wonder it's called the black market.
No matter how luxurious or high-end it may seem on the outside, it cannot change the nature of a black market.
He raised his hand, pointing in a direction, and called out, look over here.
Mingi pondered silently, not knowing why the remains of large beasts had ended up in the hands of these shady merchants. Zheng Tang pointed to another cultivation area and introduced it, showing creatures that humans hated the most. Soon after, a piece of meat was dropped into the cultivation chamber. His voice rang out as he explained. But what if what these creatures eat isn't human blood, but fat instead? Zheng Tang asked softly, as if inquiring.
Can you imagine how many people are troubled by obesity, yet love these cute creatures?
Mingi looked at the mutated mosquitoes inside the chamber, unsure how to respond.
That's why we don't perform liposuction.
Instead, we let these mutated mosquitoes feed on the bodies of women who want to become beautiful. Zheng Tang watched as the mosquitoes quickly flew away, leaving the piece of meat behind, and added, it's a completely harmless procedure. Traditional liposuction can cause immense harm to the body, but the Lifeform products from our company are relatively safe and healthy. He extended his hand and pointed forward, saying, there's something even more wonderful ahead.
He laughed in response, all right.
He quickly followed behind, thinking to himself, so these unscrupulous merchants are trafficking in alien minerals.
A sound, Zheng Deng, echoed.
The serum technique Zhao Shu Hua extracts will cause organisms under the drain to mutate, 100% of it originates from here. His steps suddenly paused.
Zheng Deng, he reached for the door and asked again, have you seen Journey to the West? You know that eating a piece of Tang monk's flesh grants immortality, right? He calmly replied, yeah.
Then he flicked his fingers lightly, and the curtain was immediately pulled back, revealing the light within. Ming Xia gasped, his eyes wide as he listened to Zheng Deng explain, human lifespan isn't as short as we think, in fact, everyone can live to at least 120 years. He spread his arms wide, a bright smile on his face as he declared, why do most people die at only 70 or 80? If everyone could live to 120, then 60 or 70 would still be considered middle age. He stood still, on alert, looking ahead, asking cautiously, "What is that?" Surrounding them were a series of earworm demons. Zheng Deng calmly replied, "Exorcising the demons." He thought about those earworm demons and explained, "They're a type of earworm demon, similar to humans." When researchers dissected this species of ch and ta demon, they found it was immune to every disease on Earth. In Zheng Deng's eyes, a wild gleam flashed as he continued speaking. "After a series of experiments, we discovered that after the human body absorbs our serum, the sound of it fills the air with excitement. We will also gain immunity to most diseases, especially those illnesses that shorten human life. This is the..." Zheng Deng spread his arms proudly and declared, "The longevity capsule, developed by our company. A bottle of green liquid with a mysterious aura inside." Zheng Deng extended his arms, shouting excitedly at this stage of evolution in the universe. He raised the bottle of liquid and introduced it. "This mysterious vessel pill is the key to human evolution, combating disease and aging. These are things that will happen far in the future. Mankind will enter a new phase of life." Mingi, his eyes wide in disbelief, stared at the bottle of medicine, silently groaning, "Oh my God, what are these people doing? These creatures have wild vitality and terrifying reproductive capabilities. There are a few special cases I've been taught about. You wouldn't believe it. One of these eggs was cooled down to 40 C but showed no signs of life. Mingi couldn't imagine that they could revive in warm, moist environments, and even break out of their own shells. He was horrified, thinking to himself, even the eggs that were killed by the extreme race, could they recover in compatible conditions? Zheng Deng placed the bottle of liquid into a drawer and said, "Just place the sample here." He laughed loudly, pointing to a direction and adding, "This is still not the best thing here." Mingi, upon hearing that, angrily muttered to himself, "These vile traders, to make more money than from eggs, they turn them into capsules." He followed Zheng Deng around the building. Mingi's mind was in turmoil. They didn't know that when these eggs entered the human stomach, they essentially provided the perfect environment for the eggs to develop and break free from their shells. His face was filled with anxiety as he thought this through. Even if it was a 1 in 1,000 chance, it was still far too dangerous. They might be unaware of this, selling it to the unsuspecting as a longevity product. It was infuriating. Soon after, another room door was pushed open. Mingi followed Zheng Deng inside. The latter, with a beaming face, exclaimed, "What I'm about to show you will surprise you, but to convince you of the authenticity and reliability of our product, I'll make an exception and let you see it." Zheng Deng was doing his best to persuade him. In fact, many wealthy entrepreneurs in the city were willing to pay to see a zombie. After all, they were all curious about what was happening outside of our world. Then, he raised his hand and pointed toward the screen, commanding, "Open it." The person next to him respectfully responded, "Yes." Mingi, standing behind, asked in doubt, "What are you showing me?" The screen slowly drew back, allowing light from within to spill out. A blinding beam of light shone over the head of the creature inside. Mingi was startled to see it bound tightly inside the glass case. This was the Beast King. From behind, Zheng Deng spoke in a probing tone, "You're not a newcomer, are you?" He crossed his arms over his chest, lifted his chin to look at the Beast King inside, and affirmed, "That's right, this is the Beast King. You must know it's still alive." Turning back, Mingi asked with agitation, "Don't you get prosecuted for things like this?" Zheng Tang glanced inside and replied, "We don't just conduct research on eggs. We also submit a series of data reports to the astronomy team and the red team." Mingi pressed his hand against the glass cabinet, incredulous, and asked, "But hasn't the government banned private enterprises from researching the living bodies of beasts?" Hearing this, he responded calmly, "There are always exceptions. Moreover, we have support." Suddenly, Zheng Deng paused slightly, letting out a doubtful sound. He furrowed his brows, then gave a probing smile, "All you need to know is that our products are genuine and reliable. So, do you want to buy them?" The corner of Mingi's lips lifted into a faint smile as he replied, "This isn't bad, not exactly bad. Pointing inside, he added, I didn't expect things to develop this far, especially the longevity capsule. Zheng Tang beamed, offering a reminder, that's the mysterious vessel pill. Mingi immediately broke into a bright smile and continued, the flesh of the Tang monk, the mysterious vessel pill. Zheng Tang grinned widely, trying to persuade him, you want to buy it, don't you? I can give you a 30% discount. Mingi slipped a hand into his pocket, searching for his card, and asked, alright then, can I try it first? Zheng Deng immediately raised his hand to stop him. Sorry, we only accept cash. We want to be cautious and also protect our customers' information. Mingi raised one finger in response, no problem. But there's one more thing I'm concerned about. As you said before, I'm not an idiot. I'm worried that these goods might be counterfeit and are being investigated by the authorities. Hearing this, Zheng Deng crossed his arms and hesitated. Oh, this. Well. After a moment, he raised his hand and smiled, since you were introduced by Miss Hu, I won't sell this to you anymore. Zheng Tong leaned in close to Mingi and continued, didn't I mention we are connected to a specific department? Mingi made a doubtful sound upon hearing this. He quickly added, the department is. Mingi's eyes widened when he heard what he said. The research department of the Nan-Du Superhuman Institute. Zheng Tang stepped back a little, smiling, we have many famous professors helping us, so you don't need to worry. Mingi calmly murmured, I see. His face darkened as he thought to himself, the Nan-Du Superhuman Institute, so it's the Nan-Du Superhuman Institute. He immediately smiled and asked, I believe you now. Can I go get the cash? Zheng Deng gestured toward the door and replied, alright, I'll take you down to the third floor. In the elevator, he pressed the button for the third floor. Mingi stood still inside, deep in thought. He watched the numbers light up. That conclusion was not just his imagination. Now, when passing between the 9th and 10th floors, the elevator takes longer. Mingi stared intently at the button, deep in thought. The elevator's speed had not completely changed. Why did it take twice as long to pass between the 9th and 10th floors? He silently analyzed, feeling the same way when he had gone up in the elevator earlier. This meant that there must be something hidden between the 9th and 10th floors. Everything he had done so far was highly illegal. Mingi focused on the control panel. There must be some secret hidden between the 9th and 10th floors that could not be revealed. But where was the button that could access the 9th floor? At that moment, a sound echoed, and the elevator slowly opened. Zheng Tang raised his hand, inviting Mingi to go first. He and his group stepped out, and suddenly a woman brushed past. Mingi glanced at her, then walked away. Zheng Deng saw him and the woman cross paths, and narrowed his eyes with a smile. The elevator doors immediately closed, and the place became pitch dark. Suddenly, Zheng Deng stopped, raised his hand, and pointed behind him, asking, Did you see that woman? Mingi was startled and asked, What? His eyebrows furrowed, and he asked in a low voice, Didn't you recognize the woman just now? Mingi tilted his head and glanced back briefly, replying, Oh, so what? Zheng Tong frowned, pointing out, Didn't you recognize her? She's the woman who introduced you, Miss Hu. Mingi's eyes widened, and he groaned. Oh no, we just ran into each other. He slowly approached, interrogating. Don't you intend to explain yourself? Zheng Tang raised his hand, signaling the group of black-clad men surrounding Mingi, and calmly said, Don't you know? We despise unidentified spies here. He put his hand into his coat pocket, rummaging around, and his voice echoed as he declared, We never let them leave alive. The group of black-clad men began to twitch unnervingly. Mingi put his hand into his coat pocket, clutching the crystal tightly in his grasp. The people around him had their eyes glowing brightly, staring at him intently. Suddenly, from behind, a voice called out, causing the group to halt abruptly. Song Lan waved her hand, smiling in greeting. Manager Zhang, why are you surrounding him? Mingi is here to meet me after work.
Zheng Tang furrowed his brow, pointing at Mingi and asking, Nurse Song, so he's your boyfriend? She immediately nodded.
Hearing this, he frowned and inquired, Miss who just passed by, but your little boyfriend didn't even recognize her. When I took him upstairs, he said she was the one who introduced him. Song Lan quickly stepped forward to explain, I asked Miss Hu about longevity beauty products and asked him to come help me understand them better. I didn't expect you to let a small nurse like me upstairs, so that's why I. She looped her arm through Ming Xiao's, who continued, I asked my boyfriend to help. Zheng Tang pondered for a moment before responding, I understand. He smiled faintly and pointed out. You could tell us you're familiar with Songlan, and we would treat you the same. Upon hearing this, he smiled and looked at Songlan, explaining, I want to respect her wishes.
She doesn't want anyone to know about our relationship right now. Songlan tilted her head and looked at Zhang Dang, saying, Then I hope Manager Zhang will keep our secret.
I don't want everyone to know yet that I'm dating a guy younger than me. He heard this and reached up to touch his chin, smiling in agreement, I promise I know your preference for younger people. Zheng Tang raised one finger and called out loudly, just kidding, if it's a great partner from the same business considering products from our department. Oh, of course, I wouldn't hesitate to offer you a discount. Upon hearing this, Song Lan covered her mouth and laughed, calling out, Thank you so much, manager. She then left with Mingi, not forgetting to turn back to say goodbye.
We're leaving now. Zheng Dang also waved back, okay.
His brows furrowed as he stared after them leaving.
Outside, Song Lan and Mingi were talking and laughing as they quickly departed.
Zheng Tang stuck his head out and watched them disappear in the distance, muttering to himself, Damn, that guy has a pretty good girlfriend.
The blindfolded woman beside him continued, Oh, did you know? Women are never satisfied with just beauty. His voice echoed in agreement, right. In a shopping mall, people came and went.
The two sat inside a restaurant.
Mingi looked at Song Lan with concern, Why are you working there?
Nurse Song hesitated and replied, I know it's dangerous, very dangerous. Song Lan stood up abruptly, pounding her chest with her hand and calling out, But once, Dr. Zhao asked me to run an errand for him at the Nandu hospital, and it seemed like he bought some equipment here.
Since then, Dr. Zhao has been visiting Nandu more frequently.
So, I suspect that this only happens when he's exposed to people here who are less trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Mingi supported her chin with one hand, nodding in appreciation. She was sharp, there was a high chance this place could be a facility belonging to a sovereign group from above.
Song Lan added, crossing her arms, Yes, and there's more.
I was planning to tell you or Luo Lin, but it seems I came to you first. Mingi looked at her with sincere gratitude, Thank you for protecting me in time. Their security force is quite formidable. I wouldn't have escaped without losing a limb or two. In Mingi's mind, an image flashed. She had almost had to use the crystal. She thought it would last 3 uses, and the 3 million would disappear just like that.
Song Lan rested her chin in her hands, looking at him with a smile, What about you? Did you find anything? He smiled brightly in response, A few clues here and there.
But I could use more to get a clearer picture. She smiled again, continuing, I've discovered a few things on my own.
Are you interested?
Mingi's face turned serious as he reminded her, Nurse Song, those people are extremely dangerous, very dangerous. You're walking straight into the tiger's den.
Song Lan lowered her head and calmly said, My friend and I were victims in that incident.
Mingi, I can't just live like this. She patted her chest with her hand, raised her head in agitation, and shouted, I've worked with Dr. Zhao for many years, and I keep wondering, if I had paid more attention to his suspicious behavior, I know I could have prevented that madness. He immediately spoke up to comfort her, You shouldn't blame yourself. Song Lan lowered her head in helplessness and replied, I'm only thinking about myself, that's the only thing I could have done.
At least I have to bring the truth to light.
Hearing this, Mingi changed the subject, So, what did you discover? The memory from that time flashed in her mind as she recounted, I know they often communicated with people from the research department at Nandu Institute, and they received generous donations from the beauty product department. Also, Zhao Shuhua would often ask for sudden leave.
Song Lan recalled further and added, when I asked where he went, he said he was consulting a professor from the Non-Du Superhuman Institute.
Mingi interlaced his hands on the table and whispered, that professor again. She immediately exclaimed, yes, I have a good relationship with the administrative department. Song Lan explained, thanks to her, I found out that the organization responsible for covering up the activities of Yuxing Corporation is the Male Research Department. And they frequently communicate with the deputy director of the research department. She looked directly at him and added, but I couldn't find the identity of that deputy director. Mingi, hearing this, speculated, so, Zhao Shuhua must have used his hand to take the blood sample from brother Yuxing and went to Nandu to consult with this professor. And this professor is deeply involved in Yuxing's business efforts. He raised a finger and said, which means this professor is the person we need to find. Song Lan, with a look of urgency on her face, shouted, and finally, from what I heard, there's a secret department that Yuxing hid in the building, but I can't figure out where it is. Mingi thought of Zhang Deng's suspicious expression at that moment and suggested, perhaps you should take sick leave starting tomorrow. Nurse Song shouldn't put herself into that dangerous place again. Zhang Deng is cautious, he'll be keeping an eye on you after today's incident. She immediately agreed with a cry. Hearing that, he spoke up, I'll check on the professor at the Superhuman Institute in the 5 districts. Song Lan's voice rang out with a reminder, you should also be careful. Suddenly, she became excited and exclaimed, oh, and promise me one thing, don't tell Luo Lin about what I've done. Song Lan clasped her hands together and bowed her head in a pleading manner, I just know she will be very shocked to hear about this. Mingi hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in, all right, but don't do anything so dangerous and uncertain like that again in the future. She smiled brightly, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and exclaimed, I'm so glad I met you. I just wanted to prove that there's something to be gained from the past few months of my secret work. Mingi heard this and laughed, exclaiming, you still seem very enthusiastic. Song Lan confidently replied, of course, I'm happy to help in that situation. I can still breathe. A taxi stopped in front of the research institute. He got out alone and walked towards the building ahead. Mingi took out his phone and called Luo Lin. He spoke softly, there are a few things I need to tell you. She asked curiously, what is it? Mingi calmly said, I returned to Yuxing's headquarters. I happened to meet Song Lan. On the other end, Luo Lin, lying in the bathtub, answered nonchalantly, oh, I understand that. He was startled and asked, did she reach out to grab the bathrobe on the table? Luo Lin continued, from one perspective, she is one of the culprits in that incident. In Luo Lin's mind, the image of her pain lingered, pain that had lasted for a long time, both for our colleagues and the city's people. She thought of the monster at that time and added, and all the superheroes who died at the hands of those monsters. Luo Lin rose from the water and added, if I had stopped her, she would have just kept sinking into self-pity and blaming herself. Mingi, upon hearing this, spoke, I'm only concerned about her safety. There's one more thing related to our infiltration of Yuxing. He thought about Miss Hu and added, on paper, Miss Hu is listed as Dragon Tooth's contact, but that's just a cover. Luo Lin's voice came through with reassurance, don't worry, we're still keeping an eye on her. At this moment, Mingi suddenly realized that Nurse Song was actually the undercover agent. Hearing this, she stood up, looked at the moon outside, and shouted, oh, I didn't make it clear, it's just that the lake here, in terms of results, is worse than ideal. At the Black Market Hospital building, the elevator quickly ascended to the 8th floor. Then, the number 9 appeared on the screen, followed by a hidden floor, the 9.5th floor. Soon after, the elevator doors opened, and Zhang Deng stepped out. Behind him, 2 men dragged Miss Hu along with them. Zhang Deng paused for a moment, muttering, I believe we have treated you well over the past time. His voice echoed as he counted carefully, but the sale of low-quality face cream products. We covered that up for you, didn't we? She lowered her head, trembling, stammering, I didn't do anything, please believe me. Zhang Deng smiled, raised his hand to lift Miss Hu's chin, and answered with a grin, it's useless. You know, I'm quite paranoid. He stood up, looked at the two lakes on either side, and continued, but luckily for you, our latest product was developed from the cells of disaster monsters and is designed to repair broken limbs. Therefore, we would like you to volunteer to test its effectiveness. Her face filled with fear as she struggled relentlessly, screaming, "No, no, I really didn't do anything." Zheng Tang looked at Miss Hu's broken legs, murmuring, "It's fine, everything will be fine. It's not that I doubt you, I just broke your legs." He smiled, lifting her tear-streaked face. "Trust in our company, just as we trust in this research." She kept pleading. "Please, don't do this, I'll do whatever you ask." Zheng Tang raised his hand, signaling to throw her down. Miss Hu screamed in panic, "Wait, don't!" She was thrown into the water, her screams echoing. "Zheng Tang, you will go to hell." Miss Hu splashed into the water, the sound of the lake immediately resonating. She thrashed about, begging, "No, help me, help." In the end, Miss Hu's figure was torn apart and vanished, leaving only a few remnants. Zheng Tang saw this and curled his lips into a terrifying smile. Suddenly, he felt the researchers behind him had stopped. He immediately turned and pointed at the two employees, scolding, "Look! Look at what you've done! We lowered Miss Hu to treat her legs, but the product you've upgraded hasn't helped at all." His roar echoed throughout the floor. "I need improvements, you useless pieces of junk." Meanwhile, Luo Lin promised Mingi, "We'll do everything we can to ensure everyone's safety, including yours." Mingi held his phone, looking up at the sky. Mingi stared intently at the experimental building in front of him. Mingi calmly walked into the research institute. He took steady steps towards the institute ahead. As Mingi entered, he immediately saw a list hanging on the wall, which displayed the names of the research staff. Vice Director Feng Jing. Mingi paused, slightly narrowing his eyes, and then turned his head to continue walking forward. His footsteps stopped in front of a brightly lit research room. He calmly and quickly entered, seeing Feng Jing engaged in research. Upon seeing Mingi, the man was momentarily startled. Feng Jing looked up in surprise and asked, "Mingi, what are you doing here?" With a serious expression, Mingi replied, "I came to see you. The knowledge you taught me, I have mastered it." Feng Jing smiled, took off his glasses, and responded, "Really? That's impressive. You've come at just the right time." Feng Jing glanced at the gloves on the table and said, "After our conversation that day, I realized your abilities could be further developed. So, I found a material that can absorb elements and made these gloves for you." He then sat back down and continued his research. "I think they'll suit you." Mingi was surprised and exclaimed, "Professor Feng, you've been working late just to make these gloves for me?" Feng Jing adjusted his glasses, smiled, and answered, "Lately, I've been having trouble sleeping, so I wanted to do something productive. You're quite unique, so I wanted to give you a gift." He turned back to his work. "It's still a prototype, come back in a few days." Mingi looked at him with a questioning gaze. "Professor Feng, is it really true that you're so kind to me because of the strange events happening in Lanyang City?" Feng Jing, upon hearing this, paused slightly and remained still. After a moment, his hands continued working, and he asked, seemingly confused, "What are you talking about?" "My job is to take care of my students, Professor Feng." With a face full of agitation, he shouted, "Professor Feng, I don't think you're that kind of person." Mingi raised his hand, pointing behind him, and shouted, "I could come back the next day and bring a group of dragon teeth, but if you knew I was doing that, you wouldn't say anything to me." Feng Jing paused briefly, stammering as he explained, "Mingi, I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm just making gloves." His face showed signs of panic as he commented, "I rarely meet a student as eager to learn as you." Hearing this, Mingi raised his hand to his chest and tried to advise him, "Professor Feng, you can tell me if someone is forcing you." At this, his face filled with panic, and he denied it, "I truly don't know what you're talking about. Let's talk about my youth. Where was I?" In his mind, Feng Jing recalled his younger days and continued, yes, when I look at you, I see myself as a young man, always focused on the things I loved. His voice resonated as he continued, "At that time, I wasn't as lucky as you. I had no one to guide me, so there were many bumps along the way during my research journey." Feng thought about the group of alien creatures that had caused so much destruction and added, "I haven't achieved anything, let alone having the money to buy expensive equipment, materials, or the necessary laboratories." His voice became somber. "Like this, I became discouraged, lacked motivation, and I knew nothing. Until the day I met someone, I will call him my mentor."
Feng immediately responded, he was very generous.
"No matter how many times I failed, he continued to fund my research. He encouraged me, no matter how disappointed I felt."
He calmly added, "With his help, I won many academic awards."
Feng softly said, "and became a respected professor at Nandu. I could even be in the classrooms, where the pillars of our country are, and hear them call me teacher, Professor Feng.
I love this feeling of teaching and educating, watching my students grow."
In his mind, the scene of their first meeting appeared, and he said, "When I see a student with potential, I always want to help them, hoping they don't have to go through what I went through and fall into depression like I did."
Hearing this, Mingi urgently advised, "Professor Feng, it's not too late. Please tell me, who is your mentor?" Feng lowered his head and admitted, clearly, "It was me." He couldn't help but shout, "But you know it wasn't me."
He bowed his head, softly saying, "I'm sorry, Mingi, for letting you suffer so much where you live." Feng eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Ever since I got to know you from Lanyang City, I haven't been able to sleep well." He pressed the head of the welding pan onto the glove, and the glove was nearly ready.
"You have to use it, you have to accept it." Mingi, upon hearing this, asked cautiously, "So, did you teach Jiao Shuhua how to extract blood from the magical beasts?"
He thought back to that time and admitted, "Yes, he came to find me and asked for advice, and I knew everything."
Mingi clenched his fist, his voice cold as he asked, "Then, did you know the consequences that would arise?"
Upon hearing this, Feng raised his hand to his forehead and cried out, "I truly apologize.
If I could turn back time, I would not have accepted the money."
Mingi thought of the loud cries of those in pain. All the research had been done with the teacher's support.
He leaned in closer to him, questioning, "Did you know the consequences that would arise?"
Feng held his head in his hands, muttering, "I can't go back." Mingi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tried to advise, "As long as you tell me who the mentor is, it's not too late."
Feng whispered softly, "Mingi, you may not believe me."
He closed his eyes and continued, "But I don't know who the mentor is.
All I know is that everyone calls him the mentor."
Hearing this, Mingi couldn't believe it and yelled, "You're just the one taking the fall.
You're being manipulated by them."
He placed the welding pan on the table, saying, "I pride myself on being excellent in academics. But compared to the mentor, I feel ashamed." The sound of Feng echoed.
"You know," he said, with his level of understanding, "if I knew his true identity, I wouldn't be able to live, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you right now." He exclaimed, agitated, "Have you never seen him, teacher?" The man closed his eyes and replied, "Yes."
Mingi, grinding his teeth in anger, murmured, "How can we prove your innocence?
You are not the one who started all of this."
Feng reached for the gloves and shouted.
That was the beauty of being a teacher.
He smiled and cheered, "When all the traces appear, all the evidence will point to me.
I am the guide."
Mingi widened his eyes and retorted, "I don't think so." At that moment, a bright light from outside shone straight in.
The gloves startled and fell to the ground.
Outside, a drone shined a spotlight directly inside. A group of people rushed in from outside, shouting, "Don't move, don't move." They held up a paper and read aloud, "Professor Feng, you are suspected of developing illegal substances for wild animals.
We are compelled to arrest you for actions endangering society."
Feng immediately raised both hands and shouted, "I've seen what's been happening in Lanyang City on the news." He glanced at Mingi beside him, explaining. Seeing the small hero, scared but determined to protect the city, searching until the bones in his fingers were exposed. Feng raised both hands, bent down, and sat down, saying, "I am grateful to him.
He is the one who made up for my unforgivable mistake." Then Mingi, will you accept these gloves? The group accompanying Feng Jing left. All right, take him away. At that moment, he turned around and shouted loudly. Mingi, you will use these gloves, won't you? Feng Jing kept turning his head, asking again. Mingi, will you use them? The group tried to hold him back, reminding him. Professor Feng, please cooperate. Mingi stood still, quietly watching as he was taken away. Finally, the laboratory returned to silence. Mingi walked alone in the stillness of the night. Everyone here had a partner, but he was solitary and alone. Mingi raised the gloves before his eyes, staring at them intently. Not long after, he sat by a large lake. Suddenly, a strange flash of light appeared, catching Mingi's attention. A slender foot lightly touched the surface of the water. Xiao quickly appeared, her long hair flowing in the wind. She flew in front of him and spoke. I don't understand. Mingi asked, what don't you understand? She turned her face aside, raising a huge question. Where is Professor Feng? He looked up, sighed, and replied, that's a question only to ask, whether someone is good or bad. Xiao descended beside him, looking puzzled. Then is he good or bad? Mingi looked down at the gloves, muttering, I can only give my own answer. He remembered Feng Jing's face and continued. Sometimes it's very complicated. He really is guilty for what he did, he feels remorse and is tormented by his mistake. She raised a finger in protest, insisting that what he had done was unforgivable. He had taught Dr. Zhao to extract toxic blood. If it weren't for him, Lanyang City wouldn't have seen so many deaths. Mingi's face darkened as he retorted. Yes, but compared to him, the true mastermind, the teacher, is far less forgivable. Xiao asked in surprise, why? He explained soberly. Because he exploited people's weaknesses to achieve his ultimate goal. Mingi pictured someone pulling puppet strings. His voice grew somber. But even if the truth comes out, those who pay the price are the ones he used, while he might escape punishment. He could wreak havoc on the world, continue committing unforgivable crimes and carrying out evil deeds forever. She pressed him. You'll capture him, won't you? Mingi hesitated. I don't know either. He looked down at the water, reflecting his image, troubled. I feel as if this teacher might be even more mysterious and more powerful than the others, not a student in training, but someone with power from the heavens. Xiao suggested, then start from that simple lead. Maybe if there are clues related to this powerful teacher, Professor Feng won't have to bear all the consequences. Mingi tilted his head toward her, smiled faintly, and whispered, why do I feel like you're starting to change your mind? Xiao rested her chin on her hand, sighing as she poured out her heart. I suddenly think that people are also living a difficult life, not only fighting against the activities of the cosmic organizations but also with all the traitors inside. She looked up at the starry sky and continued, you don't face too many troubles. We only have one enemy forever. He smiled reassuringly, I'll do my best to make you change your mind. Upon hearing this, Xiao flew up again, resting her hands on her hips, dismissing it with a wave, not a chance. I'm not that easily bought. Mingi started listing a series of dishes, vanilla ice cream, I'll buy some when I go back to the dorm. Do you want a cone? Her eyes sparkled like stars. Xiao raised 2 fingers, looking greedy, and shouted, I want to. He teased, after humanity is wiped out, you won't be able to eat ice cream anymore. Realizing she was being mocked, she crossed her arms, turned her head away, and snorted. Mingi continued to press Xiao with a list of delicious foods, steamed chicken, sandwiches, spicy lobster, bubble tea, fruit juice, desserts. Unable to bear it any longer, her scream echoed through the night, you devil. After that, Mingi continued his life at school as usual. He diligently attended his classes. Mingi continuously improved, practiced, and trained himself to become a brave warrior. Not only that, but he also frequently read books to further enrich his knowledge. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan, standing to fend off the cold, shouted loudly, Li Jin is too arrogant. Your Highness curiously asked, what happened? He turned around and complained, a few days ago, I didn't know what lucky thing happened to him. He was recognized by a Sun Energy level hunter and also received a recommendation badge. The chubby boy still didn't understand, asking, so what? Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, full of vigor, and shouted, of course, the school values things like that, such as the mysterious Dragon Tooth Group. If they want to recruit apprentices, like the apprenticeship program in Nanchang Street, they will prioritize and recruit those who have received a badge. Suddenly, Li Jin entered and interrupted him. The Dragon Tooth Group, stop dreaming. He sneered and continued, after graduation, if you don't get a good job, you can come find me. I will have work for you. Zhang Yuan pointed and yelled, work for you? Who do you think you are? Li Jin put his hand on his chest, teasing, the whole school knows about the second most creditable member. The boy shouted angrily, how many times have you said that? He pushed his glasses up and changed the topic, actually, I don't hire you guys. Mingi is more reliable. Li Jin extended his palm toward him, suggesting, how about Mingi? If I change to join the astronomy team or the Dragon Tooth Group to become my assistant, what do you think? He raised his head, smiled faintly, and told me he would consider it, but in his heart, he was thinking, oh, you're working for me. Zhang Yuan was furious, shouting curses. That damn bastard who likes to talk nonsense. He didn't bother to argue, and didn't forget to leave the message, I have important documents to handle, don't cause a ruckus outside, it will affect me later. Li Jin slyly turned around to remind them, if you solve the scholar hunter's problem, you can't handle the consequences. Suddenly, someone asked Li Jin, so what? Have you finished your work yet? He turned around and replied, soon. Why? Mingi casually responded with a no. Just asking. Good luck. Suddenly, the door swung open with a familiar voice. Mingi, it was Ling Hui. He walked in and said, I knew you'd be here. He asked in confusion, why? Ling Hui sat down beside him, put a hand on Mingi, and said, why? You promised me before that you wanted to go to the girls' club, you can't go back on your word. Upon hearing that, Mingi stopped in his tracks. Sweating, he refused, the girls' club? But I can't go yet. Ling Hui questioned, how can you refuse? You've always been in the dorm, never seen the outside world, it's hard for you to understand. Ling Hui grabbed his arm and pulled him along. You might meet some new friends. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, interrupting. Girls. He added enthusiastically, not only that, but I also have some mysterious female guests. Your Highness, and Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when they saw the girls, and she insisted on coming along. Me too, I want to go too. I'm going. Ling Hui smiled and immediately agreed, of course, no problem. So they decided to go together and check it out. Let's go, alright, I'll go. Mingi said absent-mindedly, at least let me put my book down. Not long after, they were outside, and the sky had already darkened. Zhang Yuan spoke up, Mingi, this is strange. Ling Hui sighed and continued, we're going out to have fun, but it feels like we're just following his lifestyle. He walked while looking around, deep in thought. It seemed that the issue with Professor Feng had been sealed. His classes were now being taken over by other teachers, and they told students and other lecturers that Professor Feng had gone abroad to learn more. Before long, they had arrived at a bar. Your Highness, this is quite an eye-opener, Zhang Yuan remarked. CEO Pang, you must be really rich. A high-end bar like this must cost at least 10,000, right? He denied it, I'm not the one treating today. Is there anyone else? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, it's Feng Ling's birthday today? Ling Hui revealed, it's not just me who knows her, my family often has arranged marriages. Your Highness blinked, somewhat confused, so that means you and Feng Ling. Ling Hui scratched his face and smiled awkwardly as he explained, if we're talking about status, she's my aunt. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had just discovered something incredible. Ling Hui pointed in that direction and urged, go over there and take a look. Your Highness, and Zhang Yuan behind them exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that one of the three goddesses of the South City? Princess Tang Ning is so sexy." They couldn't help but marvel at the two women dancing. The passionate dance of Feng Ling and Tang Ning was worth the wait until today. The crowd around them was cheering loudly, "We're just missing Lu Qian."
If it weren't for all three goddesses gathering today, I wouldn't believe it. I can't believe the relationship between Feng Ling and Tang Ning is this good. The two girls clasped their palms together, then raised their arms high.
Feng Ling gently lifted Tang Ning's chin. The bar lights kept flashing all around.
Feng Ling and Tang Ning held hands as they walked through the crowd, which surrounded them more and more, like enthusiastic fans. Soon after, the two of them sat at their private table, and Ling Hui's group came over.
Some young men passing by couldn't resist cheering. "Happy birthday, Feng Ling. That was an amazing dance."
She raised her hand and waved in response, "Thank you." Once everything settled, Feng Ling turned around to scold him, "You're late." Ling Hui quickly came up with an excuse.
"Don't you want to meet some new faces?"
He placed his hand on Mingi's shoulder and introduced, "All right, let me introduce you, this is my close brother." Mingi, although waving his hand to say goodbye, secretly thought, with such dim light, she probably can't recognize me. Suddenly, Ling Hui spoke up, "I never expected to see Miss Tang Ning here, what an honor." As she was brushing her hair, she turned and looked over. Feng Ling gently swirled the glass of wine in her hand and sighed, "It's the same every year, just a bunch of noisy people gathering together.
I'm tired of this." As she poured the wine, she advised, "You should be hoping for the noise at these parties, it's because you don't care about anyone, right?"
Tang Ning also leaned closer and comforted her, "To me, it has its meaning."
Feng Ling, in a sharp tone, retorted, "What are you talking about?" Just as she was pouring the wine, Tang Ning asked curiously, "The competitor you've been mentioning, have you invited him yet?" Feng Ling answered with a sigh, "I'm not sure."
Tang Ning glanced over and teased, "You should invite him. I'm really curious what kind of person he is, to catch the attention of the young lady Feng Ling."
Ling Hui, hearing this, exclaimed, "What?
Even the martial arts goddess has tasted failure.
Who's tough enough to do that? Now I'm curious."
Feng Ling lowered her head gloomily, brushing it off, "Forget it, he's quite mysterious.
He won't show up at events like these."
Tang Ning suggested, "Try calling him, you might still be able to get in touch with him, even if you're a bit uncertain." But at that moment, Mingi was sweating profusely, silently praying, please don't call, I forgot to turn off the ringtone."
Tang Ning teased, "Are you afraid of him?" Feng Ling didn't refute, "No way, I lost because I underestimated my opponent."
Her friend propped her chin up and urged, "Oh, then call him, it's your birthday today, you have the right not to hesitate anymore." She set her glass of wine down on the table, her tone full of determination, "All right, but I need to get his number from Uncle Yuan first.
Uncle Yuan is the one who always contacts him."
Upon hearing this, his pupils widened, and he became anxious. Mingi immediately stood up, scratched his head, and gave an excuse, pointing toward the side, "I'll just go to the bathroom for a bit."
Ling Hui looked up, slightly confused, "What's wrong?"
"I'll go," Mingi said, "and I think it's something important." With that, he rushed into the bathroom, determined to turn it off as quickly as possible. Inside the restroom, Mingi stared at his phone screen, hesitating.
"Wait, I can't do this.
The commander told me to stay on standby, so I need a way to communicate with her."
Suddenly, the phone rang, an unfamiliar number calling in. Tang Ning, on the other end, narrowed her eyes and asked, "Can you connect?" Feng Ling responded softly. Then, a voice quickly came through the other side, "What's going on?" Feng Ling shouted, "How did you know it was me?"
Mingi flinched, drenched in sweat, stammering, "Uncle Yuan gave me your number." Feng Ling had no doubt, she grasped the armrest of the chair.
"Is that so? Today is my birthday. Do you want to come over?
We've had a few matches, but I don't know much about you." He raised his hand to scratch his cheek, his voice trailing off.
"Today? Maybe it's a bit difficult." I'm in the hospital.
Foamling, from the other side, raised her voice and said, I can't hear you clearly.
What did you say?
Mingi hesitated before answering. I said, there's suddenly some kind of clinking sound coming through the phone.
She was surprised and suspicious. Why do I hear a DJ in the background? Foamling stood up and looked around, questioning, are you at a bar right now?
He had no choice but to quickly make up an excuse. Oh, something came up today.
We'll meet another time. The signal here is a bit weak. I'll hang up now.
After ending the call, Mingi held his face in regret.
He really was an idiot.
He should have just ignored the call. If they found out he was the one who had beaten Foamling, it wouldn't take long before the pieces fit together and they'd realize he was a member of Dragon's Tooth among the students. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Mingi sighed in frustration. But this time, the caller was Mei Yu, which surprised him a bit. As soon as he answered, she spoke on the other end. Mingi, Li Jin has completed the task you gave him.
Mingi asked eagerly, did he find anything?
Mei Yu recounted that, as per your request, he had secretly searched for a few students who were the first to escape from the fog. Indeed, Li Jin had made every effort to ask around everywhere.
Sorry, do you remember?
She continued, there are a total of 133 students, and 9 of them are from the student council. Mingi lowered his voice and said, it must be understood.
There's no way they can cover it up perfectly. There will be clues. Let me be straightforward. Imagine a group of people moving with backpacks, then explaining themselves.
If they plan to use this experience as an achievement, they could be among the new students. If I were them and I knew there would be a disastrous fog, I would avoid the danger as much as possible to not get caught. Therefore, I can narrow it down to those who weren't caught in the fog.
And among those who escaped first, as the cycle guide mentioned, this training phase is extremely important. If they make good use of this rookie training session, what should have been a disaster with minimal casualties will turn into a massacre.
In the cradle of superheroes, past images flooded Mingi's mind. He continued, I still remember when I first signed up, including myself.
Most students didn't know how long the training would last.
While the school had made some adjustments to suit the needs of the students, it became an announcement at the last minute. Mingi thought to himself, and so, to carry out their plan, they needed to inform the new students about the duration. He proposed a hypothesis. If it were me, I would join the student council so that I would be notified of any changes to the schedule as soon as possible. Mingi thought of those mysterious people and muttered to himself, among the 9 of them, I will have to consider each one individually, but I fear it might take more than that. Suddenly, Mei Yu's voice cut through his train of thought.
There's still one more thing.
Li Jin mentioned in the report, recounting that since today was the vice president's birthday, the remaining members might attend, and the 9 suspects could also be among the attendees. Although Li Jin couldn't provide many more details about their whereabouts, Mingi suddenly turned his head and saw an acquaintance, calling out to them softly. The vice principal Mingi quickly followed outside, hearing the loud music in the distance.
Mei Yu sighed. It's too noisy on your side.
You're in a rush to announce something, but I might be in the middle of that birthday party you're talking about. On this side, Foamling was still trying to make a call, but all he got was an announcement from the operator, the number you dialed is currently unreachable.
Tang Ning, feeling uneasy, asked, what's going on? She glanced around and speculated.
He seemed to be somewhere in the 3rd area, probably his friends must have taken him there. Seeing this, her friend added, it's really a coincidence, maybe it's fate.
Foamling frowned as he analyzed.
He must have seen me, but he had no intention of revealing himself, and the call said he was.
Ling Hui interrupted, don't you think everything is getting interesting? How about we play a game to see who among us can figure out this mysterious person?
Suddenly, Mingi turned back to their table and spoke up, Foamling is the vice president of the student council, right?
He answered nonchalantly, didn't you know?
Ling Hui excitedly introduced, this is Tang Ning, the president. Ling Hui continued, while Foamling is the vice president, everyone here is part of the student council. Mingi smirked and said, "Now this is getting interesting."
He excitedly responded, "Didn't I tell you?"
Ling Hui suddenly had an idea. "I have a suggestion. Let's play truth or dare. And we'll see if the mysterious man who has caught our dear Miss Fengling's attention is among us."
She put her hand on his shoulder and whispered, "He's confirmed to be somewhere around here, possibly brought in by you, but there are so many people now, it's hard to tell."
Mingi grinned slyly, agreeing, "Good idea. I also want to know who this mysterious person is," he thought to himself. "Let's see who among us gets to make contact first." Meanwhile, far away in a desolate place, a figure stood alone in the open field. Suddenly, a footstep approached from behind. Xingwu glanced over sternly at the man who was gradually walking toward him.
He reached out to take the documents from the other person and spoke, "Did you manage to get anything from Professor Feng?" Defender Pang adjusted his helmet and said he was just a substitute.
Xingwu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, asked suspiciously, "At least we've uncovered one layer of the conspiracy."
"What about you, Xing?" He reported, "According to Mingi's information, we've scanned the 9th floor of the building." Defender Pang confirmed, "So our message was right." He wondered, what message?
His eyes suddenly brightened, emphasizing each word, the presence of acolyte. Defender Pang closed his eyes, explaining, "We found traces of him from the fog accident, and not only did he infiltrate the Nandu Superhuman Research Institute." Chang Wu speculated and continued, "Quite remarkable." Defender Pang pictured a face with a mask and then explained, "Young, steady, malicious, and like the advisor. The most notable thing, he erased all traces of himself, leaving without a single mark." His tone grew more mysterious. "He's very good at stirring up all sorts of disasters, almost as if they happen by coincidence."
He glanced down at a pile of documents, contemplating.
The fog disaster was truly unpredictable, but if he can understand the inner workings of the fog, using his position as a student in the institute, he could trigger a disaster. Defender Pang clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and again asked, "There's really a bit of luck in being brought in."
But with his level of influence, he had been able to link two seemingly unrelated incidents.
Everything appeared as though it were pieces on his table, white bones, training exercises, and connections between them. Shangwu held a blade of grass inside. "This is so convoluted. If it weren't for the few traces of his actions that we managed to find, we wouldn't be able to link these incidents together." He looked up at the sky and continued, "There is still so much we don't know about these disaster stars." Defender Pang proposed a method, but they could make use of their innate understanding and coordinate their movements accordingly. He slowly stepped forward, suggesting through actions we were unaware of.
Xingwu analyzed the signs.
Defender Pang kicked a stone nearby and shouted, "These ordinary people." He gazed into the distance, his tone melancholic. "They could have used their power for something far better."
Defender Pang reported the situation. "Now that we've captured Professor Feng, the false mentor, we've put them in danger."
He made his argument, "I'm sure Acolyte will remain inactive for a while if we don't catch him soon and let him run rampant."
Defender Pang was deeply worried. Who could say whether he might create another terrifying existence, like the guide?
Xingwu closed his eyes, imagining him and shivering in fear. "The guide, just thinking about him gives me chills. I can't forget the day the disaster beast arrived." Then, the two of them silently gazed at each other in the vast space, the scene shifting to a bar. The crowd here was lost in the rhythm, dancing passionately. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the second floor, speaking on the phone. He was caught as a substitute, and the biological lab had been locked. A good start. The voice on the other end of the line rang out again.
"This is quite a sensitive phase. When you act out of line, the officials will be more lenient with you."
The person on the other end imagined the hunt across the vast fields and continued, "It's hunting season. If you become a scared duck, spread its wings, and fly out of its shell, it will be the perfect opportunity for the hunter to take aim." The voice on the other end grew curious.
"On your side, things seem fine.
Are you sure you'll be safe while we talk?" The mysterious figure leaned against the railing, laughing out loud, saying, "There's no better place to hide than in plain sight." He looked around, scanning the surroundings, and reported, "I'm at the bar now, and my lovely friends are enjoying their youth by playing childish games." The voice on the other end sounded again. "Then, if you can take care of him before departure, I'm sure the instructor will be very pleased." The mysterious figure wondered, "Is that so?" The tone of that person became increasingly malicious. Although it was just a rumor from some student groups that the mysterious member of Dragon's Tooth could be a new student, the person on the other end reminded him that he would be responsible for the origins. The person smiled confidently, saying, "I guarantee the mentor will be satisfied with this." Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed down on the floor, shouting loudly, "This is not the truth, nor is it the usual challenge." Ling Hui raised his hand high, declaring, "Because we have Tai Han, a senior, here as the judge." He looked towards Tai Han and boldly introduced, "I'm sure everyone knows Tai Han's superpower." The nickname Lie Detector on Legs was given to Tai Han. Ling Hui raised his face, asserting that there was no room for argument. People around murmured, "I don't really care about these kinds of games. It's going to affect my emotions. Why bother? It's just an interesting game after all." He raised a finger threateningly, "We're going big. If you don't want to participate, you can continue and bury your feet in the CAF in the next building." Ling Hui leaned back, spreading his arms wide above his head, and shouted loudly, "Tonight, this field belongs to real men and women." The mysterious person standing above received a reminder from the other end, "You really should avoid activities like this." The person agreed, genuinely reading the thoughts around him and everyone. He turned and continued listening, playing the role of the ideal student and looking for an opportunity to stay away. The person walked while confidently stating, "Don't worry, I won't leave any trace behind." The crowd below was playing together as the figure descended. With each step, the mysterious individual grew more hurried. Ling Hui continued speaking without pause. "I'll announce the rules once they leave." Mingi glanced back, deep in thought. This isn't good. He looked around, muttering to himself, "If I were a member of the heavenly sovereignty, I would avoid activities like this. It's not worth the risk." Suddenly, Mingi grabbed Ling Hui's arm, causing him to turn and look. He pointed in a direction and reminded, "If the person we're waiting for has already left, wouldn't that mean we've wasted our time?" Ling Hui looked around in agreement. "You're right. So what should we do?" The two of them walked together, continuing their conversation. "What do you think? If they leave, they should answer a question. What should we ask?" Mingi answered seriously, "We should just ask if they were the one who defeated Fengling." Ling Hui jumped down and exclaimed, "Perfect, let's go." Tai Han raised his hand and shouted toward the exit. "Just a moment, everyone." People around them stopped and asked, "What's going on?" Peng Ling Hui stepped forward, grinning slyly. "Before you leave, we'd like to ask you a question." "Don't worry, we won't make it difficult." The person quickly responded. Ling Hui stood in the middle and questioned, "Did you hear that a student defeated Fengling?" The reply was a firm denial. "Definitely not." The mysterious figure behind thought to himself. Only a newcomer could defeat the vice president, a student with this kind of power. He deduced that the mysterious member here might be someone from Dragon's Tooth. The figure clenched his fist and murmured to himself, "The Dragon's Tooth member responsible for blocking my path is right here." Right now, he grinned, a smirk of admiration. "Seems like this little game is getting more interesting than I thought." Mingi seemed to have anticipated who this person was. He flashed a confident smile and said, "Now, let me see your true face." Ling Hui gathered momentum, leaping up, and simultaneously spoke, "The rules are simple." He stood on the table, raising two fingers and declaring, "The rule is, anyone can come up to the stage and ask a question, and everyone must answer." Then, Ling Hui shouted, "Anyone who needs to come up to the stage, stand up so everyone can see." The shout echoed through the bar, and now there was no way to cheat. Everyone had to face each other directly. He casually swept his hair back, leading the way with authority. "Now, let me begin. My first question is,
Ling Hui furrowed his brows and said, "Ah, yes, I've got it." Whether a party was boring or not depended on whether it had people they liked. He posed a question as if playing matchmaker, so, my first question is, among all of you here today, is there anyone you like? Afterward, Ling Hui began counting 1, 2. It was then that everyone started walking together. By the time the third word was spoken, Tang Ning was extremely excited. Zhang Yuan and Your Highness also decided to join in the fun. At that moment, only a few people remained below, including Tang Ning, Fengling, and Mingi. Tai Han stroked her hair and reminded them, "Let me listen and check the rhythm. Someone is lying, but they can't fool me." She closed her eyes, using her abilities to sense the surroundings. Yet, the whole space was filled with silence. Tai Han took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. She raised her hand and shrugged, complaining, "How boring, no one is lying." Ling Hui stood on the stage and shouted loudly, "All right, the first round is over." Then everyone ran down. A question echoed, "Does anyone remember the names of these people?" He raised both hands to announce, "Now, let's begin the second question." Suddenly, Tang Ning put her wineglass down on the table. She stood up abruptly, gently brushed her hair back, and spoke, "Let me ask the second question." Tang Ning clasped her hands behind her back, giving the reason that today was Fengling's birthday, and asked a question related to her. She stood on the stage and asked, "Anyone here who likes our Vice President Fengling, please come up to the stage." Several young men simultaneously raised their hands and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Fengling frowned and yelled, "What nonsense are you asking?" The boys rushed up to the stage, expressing their feelings. Your Highness and Ming he remained seated, laughing heartily. Tai Han saw this and walked over to ask him, "Aren't you going up there?" The chubby boy blushed a little, startled. Wang Xiao looked back and forth, stammering, I can't fool her." He had no choice but to awkwardly walk up to the stage. Mingi scratched his cheek, thinking, a lot of people really like Fengling. She's amazing. Then a group of young people standing below kept shouting, expressing their admiration for Fengling. As soon as Tang Ning stepped down, she quickly walked over and pushed her friend in the forehead. Fengling stood on the stage and raised her voice, "Now it's my turn to ask." She raised one finger and shouted loudly, "Anyone who likes President Tang Ning, please step up to the stage." A group of boys rushed up like moths to a flame, and of course, Zhang Yuan was among them. Everyone above kept sending messages to Tang Ning. Ling Hui suddenly raised one finger and shouted. He set a new rule, anyone who didn't get on stage after 3 questions would have to drink a bottle of liquor. The crowd quickly shouted their agreement, "I agree." So Mingi had no choice but to drink a whole bottle. Ling Hui stepped down and patted his shoulder, teasing, "There are 3 goddesses in the southern city. There must be one you like." He glanced over at a few of the women and then whispered in his ear, "Mingi, you don't like Fengling nor Tang Ning. Don't tell me you're the loyal protector of Lu Qian." Your Highness suddenly interjected and proudly introduced, "Protector? Lu Qian is his girlfriend." Tang Ning and Fengling were both surprised and turned to look at them. Mingi shyly rushed over and began hitting the chubby boy relentlessly, while telling everyone not to listen to his nonsense. "Lu Qian is just my high school friend, we're just good friends." Zhang Yuan stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. "Stop acting. We saw it with our own eyes. Lu Qian invited you to watch a movie with her." "Yes, she did ask before if I wanted to go see a movie. I was on the front lines for 10 days. My roommate said my nerves were a bit tense and suggested I go to the movies to relax." He continued to expose them. "After the ceremony, both of us saw you walking toward Lu Qian's place." Tang Ning, upon hearing this, stepped closer. She leaned in close to Mingi and asked suspiciously, "Are you and Lu Qian really dating?" Suddenly, someone from above asked, "Those who are virgins, please step onto the stage." Without warning, he stood up in a daze, and Mingi quietly walked to the stage, under the puzzled gazes of everyone. There were about 5 young men standing on stage, turning into a laughingstock for those below. Then came a rather inappropriate question.
Those who never wear underwear, come up to the stage. Zhang Yuan frowned, his pupils wide open. He slammed both hands down onto the table, leaving everyone staring at him in bewilderment. Zhang Yuan, as he walked forward, made an excuse. It was an accident, just an accident. I dried it last night, and it got blown away. I always wear it, everyone has to believe me. Soon after, the sound of laughter rang out again. Ling Hui held up her glass, clinked it with his, and asked, Mingi, many people have been asking questions, why don't you ask one? Mingi, still pondering, replied while calculating in his mind, I can only ask one question. What should I ask to uncover his identity? Mingi stroked his chin, analyzing, if the question is too sensitive, it could cause panic, and the game would be over. If it's not detailed enough, many people might step onto the stage, making it difficult to pinpoint his identity. Tang Ning suddenly placed a hand on Feng Ling's shoulder and repeated, aren't we looking for the mysterious person? How could we forget the main topic? She groaned, holding her face in frustration, because of all your nonsense, the chance to ask a question has already been used up. We'll only be able to ask again in the next round. Ling Hui eagerly raised her hand, volunteering to find someone to ask. It's fine, I'll go and ask someone for us. Before long, several people in the distance had already raised their hands. Mingi glanced over, thinking, this game only answers yes or no. If the question isn't precise, the answerer can avoid it. The next question could very well expose me, so I have to make the most of it and ask something important to test him. The other person quickly posed the question as he had planned, this is my question. Who was the one who defeated Vice President Feng Ling in the previous debate? Please step onto the stage. The crowd stirred, whispering, impossible. Feng Ling is the top fighter among the students in our southern city. There's no way anyone could have beaten him. Zhang Yuan and Ling Hui took the opportunity to tease Mingi, 3 questions, and you still didn't get on stage. Drink another bottle, Mingi, you should hurry up. Suddenly, he slowly stood up. The 2 friends sitting beside him couldn't help but stare in surprise. The crowd also fell silent for a few seconds. No one could have predicted this move. Feng Ling was the first to realize who he was. The person sitting at their table all this time was the one she had been looking for. Now, she could finally picture Mingi's figure clearly, just as she had seen it before. Tang Ning then suddenly remembered. Feng Ling, I remember when you called that person, he went outside for a while. Feng Ling squinted her eyes and muttered, that person was sitting right in front of us. She was still stunned, stammering without being able to put her thoughts into words. But Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, clutched his head and sighed, oh my god, Mingi is really that amazing? Ling Hui furrowed his brows and made a guess, I think it's Mingi. Tang Ning quickly asked, why? He explained, he and I both took the special admission exam together. No one knows how amazing he was in that competition. Your Highness was taken aback and exclaimed, what? Mingi was specially recruited? Why didn't we know anything about this, even though he's our roommate? Meanwhile, Mingi, with his usual cool demeanor, walked forward. He had indeed worn a mask when facing Feng Ling earlier. Seeing that figure now, she immediately confirmed that it was him, there was no doubt. Tang Ning leaned against Feng Ling's back, teasing him by rubbing against him. What a pity, he likes Lu Qian. Our Feng Ling's birthday is ruined today, though, he doesn't look bad at all. Feng Ling clenched his fists, letting out a cold, suspicious huff. If he's here, then why is he hiding? Damn it! At that moment, the mysterious figure in the crowd muttered to himself, found you. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening. A person with long hair slowly stepped onto the stage. Soon after, others casually followed. The crowd screamed in shock. How could so many people have beaten Feng Ling like this? They looked at each other in confusion, whispering. That's right, could it be that someone's lying? A young woman pointed at herself and introduced, we are from the esports club. Feng Ling blushed and shouted, does losing in a game count? The young man shrugged and replied indifferently, of course, the one who asked is the one who challenged.
You never specified what to compete in.
Mingi breathed a sigh of relief inwardly.
Thank goodness I made it through.
When it's my turn to ask, the question must be precise, or this kind of situation could happen.
Zhang Yuan sat up and said, so that's how it is.
Your Highness muttered, the esports club, huh, they beat Fengling in a game.
Tang Ning teased, they're all from the esports club, including Mingi? Fengling gritted his teeth and muttered, how should I know?
The club seems to have quite a few people. She slowly stood up, brushing off her hands, her tone listless.
All right then, let's call it a day.
Ling Hui suddenly stopped her. Mingi hasn't gone yet, let him ask the last question.
After that, everyone left together, leaving him alone on the stage.
Mingi spoke up, before asking, I want to clarify something.
I am not a member of the esports club.
Placing a hand on his chest, he stated bluntly, under the condition of being allowed to use spirit arts, I once competed against Fengling, and I also achieved great merit during the previous training. The crowd erupted in panic.
What do you mean? He's admitting he's the mysterious freshman who defeated Fengling?
Your Highness almost spat out the water he was drinking when he heard that. He turned his head to confirm, no need to guess, it's definitely Mingi.
But earlier he seemed unwilling to speak, why is he openly admitting it now?
Tang Ning widened her eyes and speculated, it must be related to his question. Mingi furrowed his brows and hesitated, again my issue is that you shout at the top of your lungs, inviting those people who, after knowing who I am, feel irritated with me, bear grudges against me, even wishing they could kill me on the spot. Stepping onto the stage, the crowd below gradually drew closer. He took a deep breath, facing them head-on as one by one they stepped forward to surround Mingi. Suddenly, he ran down to Fengling. Mingi raised his phone and spoke softly, Fengling, you're the vice president, please confirm this for me.
Has any of the 9 members of the student council stepped forward?
He begged her, this is extremely important. She looked at the people on the screen and spoke, but I don't know all the members of the student council, especially the new students.
Tang Ning suggested, take me there, once I meet them, I'll never forget their faces.
She then seriously looked up and down to confirm. Mingi's face became serious as he waited for a response. The other 4 stood coldly on the stage.
Suddenly, Tang Ning spoke, none. He stared wide-eyed and repeated, none? Mingi slammed his hand on the table, questioning, none of the 9 people stood up?
Tang Ning handed the phone back to him, confirming, yes, none of these 9 people stepped onto the stage. Mingi grabbed it, clenched his fist, and cursed inwardly.
Damn it, I should have caught him by now.
Then, Ling Hui waved his hand and announced, all right, it's getting late.
The game ends here. The crowd gradually moved forward to congratulate and then left. Happy birthday, Fengling. We're leaving now. He happily waved back, goodbye, goodbye.
Suddenly, the mysterious shadow swept past Mingi. The figure bared its teeth and muttered, found you.
Mingi, Dragon's Tooth Unit.
He felt a headache coming on and slowly sat down on the chair. Mingi held his face in thought, realizing that he had been exposed, yet that person still remained in the shadows. This situation not only brought trouble to him but also to those around him. He reached out and grabbed the bottle of wine on the table. Mingi didn't hesitate and drank it all in one go.
Fengling glanced over, feeling something was off about the attitude. Mingi lowered his head, blaming himself, how could I let him go? How could I let him go?
That bastard killed Zhou Qi and the teachers, and yet I let him escape right in front of me. Suddenly, she stood up, wanting to comfort him, if I've brought trouble to you, I apologize. Mingi dejectedly denied, it's not your fault, it's my problem.
I didn't know how to seize the opportunity.
Ling Hui was still doing a good job playing his diplomatic role, saying, let's get together again when we have time. He suddenly stopped, casting a glance at the back of his figure. Ling Hui cheerfully stepped forward and said, so your alcohol tolerance is that high? I should have invited you to join our special selection team for a round.
Those guys are really something. Zhang Yuan suddenly jumped up, shouting, "Special selection team? What's that?"
He quickly explained, "Mingi and I didn't enroll with this class. We enrolled with 5 others who participated in the special selection for Non-Du Academy." Ling Hui tilted his head towards Mingi and continued, "Meeting was fate, so I invited them too."
He turned around and asked, "Are they here too?"
Ling Hui admitted, "Yes, they were sitting at the table next to ours earlier."
"Didn't you notice?" He casually replied, "I didn't really pay much attention to them." He kept babbling in my ear, "It's nothing special. Last time I invited you out to hang out, you didn't come, but those guys were really interesting. Just earlier, they were talking about your heroic performance in the special selection exam."
The news hit me like a bolt of lightning.
Mingi stared blankly, thinking, the special selection exam. He looked at the bottle of liquor in front of him, lost in thought.
If he had known me before, or if there had been a significant conflict between us in the past, then he might not have needed to step onto the stage. He racked his brain, trying to piece together the question I had asked, unconsciously feeling that only after learning about my true identity did he form the intent to kill me. Mingi recalled that day's exam. The professor had announced, "All right, everyone's here. The content of today's exam is..." Ling Hui suddenly spoke up, introducing, "Teacher, there's one more person, his name is Mingi."
"I think you missed his name."
Then, he hesitated, thinking that if he had known me before, the mysterious shadow had murmured behind a wall at that time, "I need to see what the master does first." The professor, frowning, yelled loudly because the student dared to interrupt, "Don't speak so loudly." Mingi deduced that he already hated me and wanted to kill me. My question won't have any effect on him. He immediately stood up and anxiously asked, "Among these 9 members of the student union, is there anyone who participated in the exam with us?" Ling Hui noticed the image on Mingi's phone. He snatched it away, pointed at the screen, and cheerfully exclaimed, "It's him, Zhou, that's the one." Hearing that, Xiao immediately stepped forward and said, "I remember this name. He was the last person to join the student council presidium." Mingi frowned and repeated skeptically, "The presidium?" He probed further, "The presidium that you girls in the school used to discuss the schedule for freshman training?" She replied calmly, "Yes, we discuss it, but the final decision still rests with the school leadership." Fengling stood nearby with her arms folded, silently watching the conversation.
Mingi, somewhat uneasy, pressed on, "So you would know in advance, right? Call it preferential treatment." Xiao answered bluntly, "Exactly."
At that moment he could confidently tell himself, it was definitely him.
Mingi grabbed Ling Hui's shoulder in excitement and asked, "Peng Ling Hui, which way did he go?"
He replied, a little flustered, "I only just said goodbye to him." Ling Hui pointed in a direction and murmured, "He's probably at the parking lot by now.
I remember he has a pretty nice sports car."
As soon as he finished speaking, Mingi sprinted toward the parking lot, startling everyone around him. In the outdoor lot, only a few cars were scattered about. Someone hurled his hat into the car's armrest in anger. Zhou cursed under his breath, "If I knew who you were, I have 100 ways to make you die. If it weren't for you, I'd shake the whole world." After a round of swearing, he resigned himself to starting the car and driving off.
Meanwhile, Mingi continued to mutter, "Just wait and see."
As soon as Mingi finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Zhou's car. The sudden appearance startled him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. After a few seconds of confusion, Zhou quickly furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing a clear hatred. Without hesitation, he slammed the gas pedal. This reckless action was beyond Mingi's expectations, making him jump back in surprise. As the car sped toward him, Mingi quickly jumped to the side. Zhou, realizing he had missed, floored the accelerator, speeding off, leaving Mingi to watch him disappear. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, Mingi gathered all his strength and launched himself forward. In an instant, he sped off like a missile, chasing after him. Zhou, at this point, was leisurely driving his sports car ahead. Through the rearview mirror, he could faintly see Mingi's figure closely tailing him. Upon seeing the car in front, a determined glint flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Ling Hui suddenly sped by on a motorcycle. As he jumped off, he shouted loudly, "Do you really need to go this far? How can a person possibly catch up to a sports car?" Ling Hui yelled, "Use this." Then immediately leapt off the bike, leaving Mingi stunned. He quickly jumped onto the bike, revved the engine, and called out to Ling Hui, "Thanks." Then, Mingi immediately shot off, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. The cold wind swept through, quickly clearing his mind. A few days ago, when he came to Nandu Academy to participate in the special entrance exam, it was the moment when the white fog appeared, which also meant that he was witnessing the fog. Mingi recalled every detail, thinking that he could use the Academy's new student training as an opportunity to carry out his plan. No wonder during the special entrance exam, the chief examiner had tormented him like that. The image of the examiner constantly picking on him suddenly flashed in his mind. Have your beast chased that kid named Mingi out of the arena first? At this point, Mingi was certain that not only had he donated 6 million to the academy, but he had also secretly bribed the chief examiner. He gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation to figure out how to get into the extraordinary Nandu Academy. At that time, he, the candidate for the special exam, had almost been kicked out of the list of successful applicants. Unfortunately, their scheme failed. The examiner could only grumble and say, "Congratulations on becoming a student of Nandu's extraordinary academy. Once you enter, don't get arrogant or haughty, be humble, and show more respect for your teachers." And so, he and I became enemies from that point onward. Miao Lan could only tightly shut her eyes, responding with a sense of resignation. "I understand, everyone," Mingi thought angrily to himself, recalling the moment she was stabbed through the abdomen, almost allowing him to escape. How many people had he harmed like this? The flashback ended with the image of yet another of his victims. But at least I used this insignificant body to protect the brilliant future of superhuman for the next 10 years. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Mingi shouted out loudly, declaring, "You won't be able to escape justice." When he saw the bright lights of the motorcycle, Zhou Yu suddenly realized he had been caught up to. He furrowed his brows and muttered smugly, "In such a hurry to die, are we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yu raised his hand, and a dark aura quickly surrounded the area. The next moment, he swung his hand sharply over his head, causing branches to snap off abruptly and fall down in front of Mingi. Faced with this unexpected situation, Mingi furrowed his brows deeply, concentrating hard, and quickly steered to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. He then successfully sped through the second branch with ease. Zhou Yu, ahead of him, glanced back and saw this scene. His teeth clenched in anger, and he suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt. Zhou Yu stood up straight, extending both hands, now covered in a dark, ominous aura. Instantly, countless broken branches from the roadside rushed down like a storm. Facing the sudden onslaught of falling trees, Mingi could only click his tongue in resignation and mutter, "No more places to hide." He spoke and immediately shut his eyes as if resigned to his fate. The hand gripping the throttle suddenly tightened. Mingi didn't hesitate and used his innate invisibility ability and luck to maneuver through the trees. Just like that, he avoided the entire mass of fallen branches. At that moment, Mingi closed his eyes to focus his mind and apply his abilities with maximum precision. Once again, he quickly caught up with Zhou Yu, causing him to furiously glare. Fuming, Zhou Yu slammed his hand against the steering wheel and growled, "Damn it!" In that instant, Mingi shot past him. He said in a low, threatening voice, "You won't get away." Hearing this, Zhou Yu sneered with disdain, "Are you in such a hurry to join those instructors in the afterlife?" With that, both of them gunned their engines, chasing each other along the narrow mountain road. As they reached a sharp turn, Mingi, impatient, stood on his motorcycle and cursed, "Son of a bitch." Seeing this, Zhou Yu quickly jerked the wheel, still not forgetting to curse, "Madman." Unfortunately for him, Mingi had already gained enough momentum to leap towards the car. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully latched onto the rear of the vehicle. Zhou Yu, enraged, tried to swerve to throw Mingi off, but Mingi stubbornly held onto the driver's seat. At this point, Zhou had completely lost his cool and slammed the accelerator. The car shot forward like a rocket, heading straight for the guardrail, catching Mingi off guard. Meanwhile, Zhou suddenly reached to the side to control the vehicle, grinning madly as he shouted, "Die, you bastard!" Zhou intended to make him perish together with his car at the bottom of an abyss thousands of fathoms deep. By the time Mingi realized that vicious plan, it was already too late. In an instant the vehicle plunged into the earth, producing a tremendous explosion. On the cliff, Zhou glanced down at the smoldering wreckage below. He spread a cruel smile and muttered, "Fight me, and falling into the abyss to die without a trace like that is a mercy for you." Then Zhou stepped aside and made a call to report.
"Hello, it's me. I've dealt with him." He continued leisurely, "As for identity information, he's dead. What's there left to investigate? Also, I can't stay at the academy any longer." Zhou ordered irritably, "Find me somewhere more secluded." However, before he could finish, a shadow with eyes blazing suddenly emerged from the forest and froze him in place. The full moon hung high overhead, illuminating the dark night. In the faint light, Mingi's muscular frame and a few small wounds became visible. He spoke angrily, "I told you I would catch you, then drag you before their grave to atone." When Zhou saw the visitor's face clearly, he could not believe it. His eyes widened and he shouted, "You're still alive?" He quickly shoved the phone into his pocket, covered his face with his other hand, and said softly, "You even followed me here." Furious, Zhou poured all his strength into his palm and shouted, "Do you think you can beat me? Compared to me, your little skill is worth nothing." He roared like a child, then quickly unleashed a flurry of slashes toward Mingi. Mingi was rapidly pushed back after taking the full brunt of Zhou's strikes. However, he remained steady, his feet planted firmly on the ground, while the trees around him were cleaved in two, and the earth was scarred with 2 deep grooves. The slash left 3 deep gashes across Mingi's muscular chest. On the other side, Zhou, who had been poised for another attack, suddenly froze, as if realizing something. He looked at Mingi and sneered derisively. "Don't think I don't know what your power is." Zhou spread his arms wide and laughed loudly. "There's no mediator around, and yet you think you can absorb it? You think you can resist me with just that little bit of power?" He gathered strength throughout his body, his excitement evident as he let out a primal roar. "Dream on. Let me show you what a real superhuman looks like." With that, Zhou used his power to control the trees around him, making sure Mingi would witness what true human power could do. Yet Mingi's expression remained calm, and a strange light suddenly flashed in the palm of his hand. At the same moment, Zhou stood tall and consolidated the trees, rocks, and earth into a towering mass, dark and ominous. Without hesitation, he slammed his hands down decisively. At that moment, the mass of trees and earth shot toward Mingi with the force of a mountain, smashing everything in its path. Just then, Mingi suddenly tightened his grip on the mysterious object in his hand, causing it to emit a sharp cracking sound. Immediately after, one of his arms was covered by a solid, flexible layer of ice, the blazing splendor. From this ice, a massive snake head suddenly formed, its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Mingi quickly performed the ice-violent serpent fist, and the giant snakehead lunged forward, its mouth wide open. A thick layer of ice swiftly enveloped the rocks and earth that Zhou had thrown. Not stopping there, the ice quickly spread from Mingi's position. Seeing this, he hurriedly filled the gap with rocks and earth to avoid being attacked. But soon, Zhou was completely covered by the thick ice layer, the rocks and earth frozen solid. He could hardly believe it, stammering in disbelief, "It's frozen." Mingi said nothing, only tightening his fist. His eyes gleamed with a murderous light as he unleashed a punch full of rage, accompanied by the snake's long body extending toward the target. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of Zhou was completely sealed in ice. From above, a vast area within the forest was covered in snow and ice, and a thin mist spread out in all directions, making the surrounding air suddenly turn cold. He raised his hand, grabbing the torn remnants of his sleeve, and then turned to shout at him, "I'm trapped in this giant block of ice. Do you think you can stand above everyone else, arrogantly mocking something that others have risked their lives to protect?" In anger, Mingi ripped the hanging sleeve off his arm. He stepped forward and questioned, "Do you think you're someone special? A superhuman?"
With that, Mingi immediately swung his muscular arm, preparing to strike Joyu's head. At that moment, all that remained in his eyes was sheer hatred. Faced with the imminent death, Joyu finally felt fear. Tears, which he hadn't noticed, began to well up. Ignoring the pleading look, Mingi showed no mercy, delivering a punch that severed one of Joyu's arms, accompanied by a curse, "From head to toe, you're just trash." Joyu, writhing in agony from the loss of his arm, could only whimper silently, while Mingi continued to curse. "If you don't want to live like a human, then go find a corner to rot away, don't cause trouble for those of us who just want to live in peace." Under the bright moonlight, a heartbreaking scream suddenly pierced the quiet night. At the same time, in the Nandu Supernatural Academy, in the Memorial Hall, the instructor Luo Lin rushed over as soon as she heard the news.
"Mingi is up there?" Luo Lin answered anxiously.
"Yes, I don't know why he suddenly arranged to meet us here.
He must be feeling unsettled.
He's still so young, only just enrolled, but he's been through so much already."
She thought for a moment before continuing, "I understand how he feels.
After all, he witnessed both Instructor Zhou Qi and Instructor La."
She sighed.
"We need to help him open up, he must be under a lot of pressure lately." With that, both of them quickly walked inside.
He walked while talking.
"That's right, he must be really sad right now, especially since Professor Feng was arrested." Luo Lin agreed, realizing that Mingi could never have imagined that members of the Heavenly Fist organization were right next to him, and that one of them was even his teacher. As they entered, the two saw Mingi and Joyu kneeling on the ground.
She was slightly confused and gently asked, "Mingi, what happened?"
Instructor La didn't say anything but quietly raised his hand in a respectful salute. Hearing his voice, Mingi turned around, smiling softly, his face soaked in blood.
"I caught him. I promised everyone I would catch him."
Then, to the astonishment of both, Mingi pointed at Joyu and loudly declared, "He is a disciple of the Heavenly Fist organization." He quickly rushed towards him. At that moment, neither of them could believe it and shouted, "A disciple!" As soon as Joyu saw the person approaching, he began crying uncontrollably and ordered, "Hurry up, it seems his mind has completely broken down." At this moment, Joyu lowered his head, crying and begging, "Please lock me up, just don't make me stay with this madman."
Seeing his frenzied state, Instructor La glanced over at Luo Lin.
She didn't speak but lightly nodded in acknowledgement.
Then, Luo Lin stepped forward and gently wiped the blood off his face.
She seemed worried but also reproachful, "You really didn't have to push yourself like this." Meanwhile, he turned away and made a phone call to report, "There's something I need to report to you." The Dragon's Tooth clan spoke softly to comfort him, "You've done very well." The action and words immediately made Mingi feel a little confused, unsure of how to respond. He then turned his head and looked at the three pictures hanging on the wall, his voice faltering.
"I just want to seek justice for the mentors."
She gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, "But you don't need to risk your life like that, you'll end up dead too." Meanwhile, on the other side, after some exchange, Mentor La reached a final agreement.
He replied in a deep voice, "I understand."
After hanging up the phone, Mentor La stepped into the hall to inform the two others.
"They've sent someone over."
Saying this, he happily turned to look at Mingi, who was still in shock.
"You are truly outstanding."
As soon as he finished speaking, Mentor La respectfully raised his hand in salute.
"On behalf of everyone at Dragon's Tooth Unit, I thank you."
Seeing this, Mingi quickly extended both hands, shaking them strongly, saying, "This is the least I could do."
Soon after, Dragon's Tooth Unit sent someone to escort Joyu away. Mentor La followed, while Luo Lin accompanied Mingi to the car.
Once he was seated in the car, she lowered her head slightly and reminded him softly, "Be sure to take care when you go to the hospital for treatment later." Mingi obediently agreed.
"Okay."
After that conversation, Luo Lin stood quietly, watching the car drive off into the distance. She stood straight, raising her hand in salute. What everyone had done was truly worthwhile. The next day, the sun shone brightly against the clear blue sky.
Inside the teaching building, people bustled back and forth. In the hallway, Ran Rong ran up from behind and called out loudly. Mingi, did you also choose Professor Tang Hang's class? Mingi smiled gently and replied, That's right, what a coincidence. She tightened her grip on the book in her hand, then looked up with excitement and said, I've been attending the open class for half a semester already. I think Professor Tang Hang's class and Professor Feng's are both quite fascinating. I was still torn between Professor Tang Hang and Professor Feng when Professor Feng went abroad for further training. Recalling the scene of Professor Feng being sent away brought him a faint sense of delight, though outwardly he feigned sorrow. Yes, such a pity. Without hesitation, Mingi spoke from the heart. Professor Feng is a truly good teacher, one can learn so much from him. Talking as they walked into the classroom, Run Rong muttered to himself, I wonder what topic Professor Tang Hang will arrange for us this semester? Following behind, he added, in any case, it will surely be very interesting. When the lecture began, the words the civilization of genius immediately appeared on the board. On the podium, an elderly professor with silvery white hair greeted them. First of all, I wish to apologize to the great scholars who came before us. I am Tang Hang. I continue my research, and my topic is built upon the foundation of overturning their achievements. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hang bowed his head before all the students, causing the atmosphere to surge with excitement. One student could not resist and began to whisper. Truly deserving of being called Professor Tang Hang, a university lecturer. The very first sentence in his public lecture was already rebellious and unorthodox. It seemed easy to predict the reaction of this group of students, he couldn't help but crack a slight smile. Tang Hang raised his hand and began his lecture. No matter the era, we should always maintain a certain degree of skepticism toward everything. After all, these great scholars have been seeking the truth of the world for us. As soon as he finished, the group of students excitedly shouted, Professor is absolutely right. One student, who had been reading from the lecture notes, spoke up in support. Exactly, is there any scholar who hasn't broken the conventional wisdom of their time? He continued with his speech, have you ever thought that it seems like God has always been biased toward us humans? If not, how could he have given us the freedom of our hands? The more Tang Hang spoke, the more passionate he became, knowing how to use tools, learning how to use fire. The towering skyscrapers everywhere are examples of this question, each step laying the foundation for the brilliant civilization we have today. Tang Hang kept going on, raising question after question. Humanity possesses intelligence and a system of civilization greater than other creatures. Could this be mere coincidence, or is it a result of gradual evolution? The image of the rough hands of a monster holding a stone appeared. The next scene was of it rubbing two stones together, accompanied by Professor Tang's explanation. When we, humans, are no longer the chosen ones of the divine, when another creature arises, it will be just like we were in the past. Knowing how to use tools and learning to control fire, a scene of creatures rising to seize territory appeared. He asked himself one question, as intelligence emerges step by step, what will the world become? Upon hearing these words, all the students fell silent to reflect. At that moment, Tang Hang pressed a key on his device, and a large screen behind him displayed an image alongside his declaration. That's right, this is the world we inhabit, the era we live in. On the screen, a massive creature, hundreds of times larger than a human, stood at the center. Everything around it seemed as small as ants. Then, he continued his lecture, as the students' curiosity grew. In fact, we are immersed in the beautiful dream that humanity is the only intelligent species, even considering this to be self-evident. Immediately after, he made a profound observation. But have we ever wondered why we are so different from the other beings in nature, like gods who control the world, dominating other creatures? At this point, he slowly placed his finger on the spacebar. An image of a desolate, empty space appeared. Tang Hang continued, now, a new species with understanding like ours has suddenly emerged. Should we abandon the arrogance of being the chosen race and begin to understand them? Then, he provided an example. Currently, veteran scholars share a common recognition,
the intelligent creatures we are encountering are still in the early stages of their own civilization. It is also comparable to the era of the fire source in our human tribal history. At this moment, Tang Heng angrily looked at the computer screen, then raised his voice, emphasizing each word. From the era of hunting wild animals to the fire source of the tribes, it only took a dozen years. He shouted loudly in the quiet classroom. So how many years have we used? Do you know? Therefore, we cannot help but ask, 30 years from now, what level will the creatures with sharp ears have reached? How many years will it take for them to surpass human civilization? Then he gave his own answer after numerous studies. My prediction is that in less than 70 years, we will become their pets. The only meaning of our existence will be to become fresh food for them. A long, suffocating silence filled the entire classroom after Tang Heng's words. Most of the students were now filled with either fear or disbelief. At that moment, a student stood up and asked, "Professor, do you have any evidence to support this view? Or is it just like what other doctors usually do, exaggerating the illness?" He stepped off the podium, slowly presenting his argument. There is no evidence. The entire topic I am presenting is based on assumptions. It could also be called just empty talk. Standing in the middle of the classroom, Tang Heng spread his arms and declared, "As a lecturer, I am just like you. It is the first time for all of us to face a different civilization." At this moment, a student with a bewildered expression raised his hand and asked, "Won't we be surpassed by those monsters?" "Is that so?" Teacher Tang placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and responded, "This is exactly why I brought up this topic." He looked seriously at the student who had just asked the question and said sincerely, "I genuinely hope that my research topic is wrong. That way, humanity's civilization can remain at the forefront." As he stepped up the stairs, Tang Heng continued, "If that's the case, we'll still have enough time to explore, cope with, and prolong the survival of humankind." At this point, Renrong raised his hand to speak. Therefore, the topic for this semester is to prove that the civilization of natural disasters will not continue to evolve. Tang Heng stopped and, under the attentive gaze of everyone, continued to explain. "That's right. So, we will go collect some specific monster specimens to bring back for comparison." At that moment, another pair of hands shot up, followed by a question, "Does this mean we have to go into the wilderness?" He pointed a finger, replying seriously, "Yes, we need to go regularly, and there are certain dangers involved, so we must cooperate with the Hunters Association and relevant authorities." Then he rubbed his head in frustration, his words clearly tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, this topic isn't given much importance. We've been allocated very little funding, and it's difficult to gain the support of the operational staff." One enthusiastic student raised his fist and expressed his thoughts. "But I feel that our topic is really meaningful. Who knows, maybe we will make a major discovery." Across the room, another male student widened his eyes and looked at Tang Heng, asking, "Like Dr. Wulong from the astronomy division?" Hearing that, his mind immediately conjured up the face of Dr. Wulong. Before he could respond, another male student stood up and declared, "Exactly, exactly. Who knows, maybe we will discover the important secret of the calamity, and in doing so, contribute to the advancement of humanity." Tang Heng chuckled softly at the remark, then gently reassured the students, "However, don't worry too much. The school will support us, and senior students from the Student Association will also join us." Teacher Tang's voice echoed, "They will ensure everyone's safety while we collect samples outside." Not long after Tang Heng's class ended, he walked alone through the forest, lost in thought. As he strolled leisurely, Xiao suddenly appeared, which puzzled him. "What's wrong?" She materialized next to Mingi, her tone somewhat incredulous. "So, it's only now that you scholars have realized we have intelligence?" He slowly explained to her, "Teacher Tang Heng is an outstanding scholar. I feel that the topic he is researching is not as simple as it seems. That's why I want to learn from him." Xiao smirked upon hearing this and began to mock, "However, he's one of the rare ones who considers us equals to humans." She then began to grit her teeth, each word tinged with frustration. "Those previous instructors, always calling us demonic beasts and likening us to animals. I can only say they are terribly ignorant.
Hearing that, Mingi immediately raised a question. So, what do you think? Is it really possible for civilization and disasters to surpass us humans in the next 70 years? She rested her chin in her hand and gazed ahead, then provided a series of insights. From what I understand, your civilization also went through a transitional period. In just 200 short years, humanity went from cold weapons to hot weapons. Then came the superhuman era, combined with hot weapons. After speaking, Xiao glanced at him and asserted, "That instructor is right. Humans are no longer the only creatures favored by heaven." Mingi looked up at the distant sky, silently voicing his wish, hoping that all intelligent beings, like me and you, could live together in peace, helping and loving each other. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily stunned. Then, she suddenly sprang up, clenched her fists, and angrily shouted, "Who wants to help and love you?" Regaining her serious demeanor, Mingi finally voiced the question that had been bothering him. "I still don't quite understand why it always has to end in killing." She floated in front of him, her body swaying as she asked back, "A virus in the system is just an innocent program. But why does antivirus software not spare them?" He immediately countered her words. "You're mixing up concepts. There's nothing that proves we are viruses." At this point, Xiao flew above him. Mingi asked, "Do you know why your teacher bowed his head and apologized to the great scholars of the past?" He casually replied, "I don't know." And so, she began asking countless questions. According to the theory of evolution, there is indeed an overwhelming amount of evidence proving that you evolved from apes. Then, she mentioned a perfectly reasonable example, "But why you? Dolphins are also very intelligent, why didn't they become humans of the ocean?" Xiao leaned toward Mingi, and an unanswerable question slipped out. "Why are there so many animals with intelligence on par with apes, yet only you know how to use your hands and tools? In the end, who helped you?" Mingi glanced at her, clearly displeased with her words. "You're asking the question the wrong way around, like asking why a meteorite falls exactly into a crater." Xiao began gesturing with all 5 fingers, speaking rapidly. "There are many things that can't be proven, but they can provide us with a new way of thinking. For instance, many traces align with this new idea, so it further proves the authenticity of this new perspective." He continued walking, his curiosity piqued. "What new idea?" At that moment, Xiao pointed directly at him. She curled her lips into a smile and declared something, "Your kind was once the immune system of the Heavenly Fist universe." She then continued to elaborate on her reasoning. After all, wasn't the previous ruler of Earth a creature called a dinosaur? Soon after, Mingi arrived at his residence. He opened the door and stepped inside, only to be slightly surprised by what he saw. Right now, Xinyu was busy at the desk. Mingi hurriedly walked over and said, "Are you still packing? It's enough to just deal with the hassle." She was zipping up her backpack with one hand while lifting a water bottle with the other, asking, "Why do you still have to go to Tianyi? Shouldn't students be studying at school?" He smiled broadly and excitedly replied, "It's the subject topic, something we have to do every semester. I picked a course I'm really interested in, so I need to go out and collect samples, and also dive deeper into the research." Seeing Mingi's reaction, she quickly reminded him, "Then you need to be careful, don't go and make a mess. If the situation looks bad, you should run." He responded with just 3 words, "I know already." At this moment, Xinyu secretly placed a candy in his bag while still maintaining a calm expression and said, "I thought that by joining the astronomy division, I'd get access to national secrets, but in the end, it's still just about organizing data." Mingi patted her on the shoulder and reassured her, "You're still in the internship phase, take your time and you'll eventually get to do more important work." She happily replied, "I think so too." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xinyu rushed to the door, quickly explaining, "I'll go open the door, it's probably one of your colleagues." The door opened, and as soon as Xinyu saw everyone, he spoke, "You all came too quickly." His colleague, Josie, kindly asked, "Are you ready?" The 2 female colleagues walked in, and Josie, facing Mingi, asked curiously, "Is this your boyfriend?"
Xinyu immediately explained, he's my younger brother, Mingi.
He's studying at Nandu Academy.
Hearing that, Zhou Zi lightly joked, with such a handsome brother, why didn't you say so earlier?
If I had known, we'd be visiting every day.
Tai Ting, standing next to her, agreed, exactly. At that moment, Mingi awkwardly scratched his head and greeted them, hello, sisters. As usual, Zhou Zi quickly stepped forward and invited, Mingi, come drink with us. Before he could respond, Xinyu hurriedly intervened, he has something to do, and we should head out too. The other colleagues are waiting.
Tai Ting eagerly added, yeah, let's go.
She seemed a bit embarrassed but responded with a simple, okay. Afterward, Xinyu quickly led the two colleagues outside, and before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Mingi, I'm heading out now.
I've packed everything for you, so remember to call me when you get there. He answered with a single word, okay. Once his sister left, Mingi couldn't help but sigh. Your social life is really something.
It's so fast, you've already made new friends. Then, he grabbed the backpack from the table and reminded himself to get going as well. On that scorching afternoon, students gathered in large crowds outside the school gate. In a nearby corner, Mingi stood alone at the shuttle bus stop with his backpack on.
Fan Kai, standing behind Lu Qian, asked a question that caught his attention. What do you think, Lu Qian?
While that person was still entwined around Lu Qian, her gaze shifted to another direction. She quickly took a step forward, waving her hand and calling out the name Mingi. He slowly approached Lu Qian and asked, where are you all going?
The person behind, Fan Kai, sneered and spoke, can't you tell? We're heading to the front lines to fight. Ignoring his words, she eagerly asked Mingi, are you carrying this backpack too? Heading to Tianyi?
He pointed to the green vehicle in the distance and replied, yeah, we're gathering over there. Upon hearing this, she was filled with excitement, her face breaking into a bright smile as she said, then we must be going in the same direction. Fan Kai, with a smirk, interjected, first years can only be reserve staff, doing small tasks. Then, with an air of self-satisfaction, he crossed his arms and boasted, only upperclassmen with strength and outstanding results can go to the battlefield. His words were eloquent, but no one bothered to respond, as everyone was enjoying their conversation. Feeling disregarded, Fan Kai gritted his teeth, let out a shout, hey! Afterward, he tried to compose himself, muttering quietly to himself, can't fight back, can't fight back. Lu Qian and Mingi continued their conversation for a while. At this moment, she shyly reminded him, make sure to stay safe. Take care, okay? After saying what she needed to, she lowered her head, feeling a little nervous as she thought to herself, should I give him a hug? At this moment, Mingi placed a hand on his chest and declared loudly, I feel the same way.
If you run into any trouble, just let me know. No matter how far away, I'll come to help. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Yeah, at that moment, a guy carrying a large backpack was squeezing his way through the aisle. Can I hitch a ride too? He carelessly bumped into Mingi, his mouth never stopping as he spoke, let me ride with you. Instinctively, Mingi leaned backward, and just as it happened, Lu Qian, with a flushed face, was standing directly opposite him. She shut her eyes, lips curling into a slight smile, silently awaiting what was about to happen. As expected, the two of them ended up close to each other, both blushing in embarrassment. Taking advantage of the closeness, Mingi glanced down subtly. They stood there hugging for a long while, as other students began lining up to board the bus. After an awkward pause, an older man pointed toward the large bus and shouted loudly, get on the bus, get on the bus. Lu Qian then quietly spoke, I have to go now. Upon hearing her voice, Mingi snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly stepped back, embarrassed, and turned his face away, replying, okay, take care on the road. Lu Qian quickly ran to the shuttle bus, not forgetting to say, goodbye. And in the blink of an eye, the three white buses sped off, leaving only the green one parked in front of the school gate. At that moment, Mingi had also boarded the bus. As soon as he appeared, he politely waved. President Ling Hui stepped up behind him. His eyes looked straight ahead, then he spoke up, "We really have a fate with each other, and now we're going together." The two of them stopped in their tracks. "Tang Ning," he continued with teasing words, "traveling with the young lady Tang Ning, it definitely won't be boring." She rested her chin in her hand, responding with a bored tone, "I've been forced into this role as a babysitter for your group of students." "Who told me that he's my cousin?" Tang Hang, who was packing nearby, overheard and spoke up. Although the battlefield at the front line was of utmost importance, he smiled kindly at Tang Ning and said, "But what we're about to do also makes a significant contribution. By the time it's over, you'll feel that this trip was worth it." She glanced at the large piece of cake, her voice still tinged with a sense of indifference. "You're the elder in the family, whatever you say is right." The green bus carrying everyone had now begun its journey. Inside, the students' eyes all turned toward Tang Ning, and a hushed murmur spread, "I didn't expect the student union president to come personally to protect us. Anyone who can enter the student council must be incredibly capable, let alone the president." Everyone looked around the bus, guessing that the other four must also be top fighters at the school. Liang Tong, upon hearing this, chuckled and began to introduce the group. "The first person on the left in the front row is the sniper. His extraordinary talent is diving, and he's basically just got exceptional eyesight." The person he mentioned was Lu Feng, who was quietly observing the street scene, with his self-introduction following shortly after. But with the improved, extraordinary sniper rifle, he had become someone whom no one in the school dared to offend. The people sitting in the back row, curious, stood up and whispered to each other, "So it's him. I've seen him on the strength rankings on the school's forum. He's really strong." Next, Liang Tong mentioned the older sister with twin buns sitting on the right. The older sister said, "Don't be fooled by how cute she looks. When she gets angry, I'd say even a whole class of superhumans wouldn't stand a chance against her." After these few words, Wen stood up, raised both hands, and turned to look back at everyone. A curious girl asked, "What's her superpower?" Liang Tong chuckled and replied, "All you need to know is that she uses fire." Ren Rong, wide-eyed, pointed forward and asked, "What about the one in the ancient-style clothes?" So he briefly explained about the female archer, Wu, named Xiao Na. "She's quite mysterious, and the information I've gathered about her is limited." Someone else continued pointing and asked, "What about that guy? He looks polite and refined, like a middle school student." The person being mentioned was Wu Xiaodong. Liang Tong also only knew a little about him. "I'm not sure, but I do know his combat power ranks in the top 10 of the school." After learning about the identities of these four, an excited female student clapped her hands and shouted, "I didn't expect that our trip to Tianyi to collect samples would have so many senior experts to protect us." Ling Hui turned around and added, "This shows how much the school values teacher Tang's course." In the lively conversations, the car steadily moved forward. On that same afternoon, in Furong City, within the Guanyin Reservoir, a place radiant with the vibrant colors of nature, Chang Zhang set down his toolbox next to Uncle Wang Jun, who was fishing, and spoke up, "Mr. Wang, you're doing quite well. Yesterday, I was on the other side of the wall, yet I could still hear you and your wife playing cards. And today, you're up early enough to come here and fish." The old man, his eyes dark and swollen, his face filled with frustration, replied, "What's that? I'm in a battle of wills with this dam. I've been fishing all night, and damn it, I still don't believe I haven't caught a damn silverfish yet." He glanced over with bloodshot eyes, sensing something was off. "Wait, what did you just say? What happened to my wife last night?" Chang Zhang, knowing that something unpleasant was about to unfold, turned his face away and quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just said your cat was meowing all night, so loud that it kept me awake." Then, he changed the topic, subtly trying to offer help. "Mr. Wang, you've been awake all night, your eyes are all red, you really should go home and rest." Finishing his sentence, Chang Zhang let his fishing line drop, the hook slicing through the air and splashing into the water, just waiting for a fish to bite. The two men said nothing more, silently fishing side by side. Around them, the nearby fences were surrounded by dandelions drifting in the wind. Along the road filled with these dandelion blooms, a four-wheeled car was speeding along.
Inside the car, a little girl poked her head out of the window, unable to hold back as she exclaimed, "Look, so many dandelions." While the girl was excitedly reaching for the flowers, the woman sitting next to her pulled her back inside. The mother pointed her finger and began to sternly remind her, "I've told you so many times, sticking your head out of the window is very dangerous." The father, sitting in the driver's seat, turned his face and looked at the two smiling in the back. Just then, a dandelion flower sparkled as it fell into his collar. The family's car passed by a reservoir, surrounded by a colorful scene of blooming flowers. At the reservoir, Chang Zhang's voice was vibrating with each word, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "I arrived later but caught a fish earlier than you." He stood up, raising the fishing rod with some difficulty. "This is tough, must be a big fish, a bit heavy." Chang Zhang then called for Wang Jun's help. "Mr. Wang, give me a hand." Wang Jun remained seated motionlessly, forcing Chang Zhang to struggle alone. "Damn it!" After some back and forth, a large fish was pulled out of the water. The fish flew upward as it was dragged, and Chang Zhang joyfully exclaimed, "I really caught a big one." Before he could rejoice for long, the fish suddenly detached its barbs from the hook. The large fish slowly fell back, and strange tentacles appeared at its mouth. Below, Chang Zhang stumbled and nearly lost his balance. After the fish fell down, he picked it up and looked at it, immediately panicking when he saw the mass of tentacles. From all over the fish's body, more tentacles sprouted and wrapped around Chang Zhang's arm. He let out a scream. "What is this?" The strange fish drove its tentacles into the ground, and he was horrified, sitting down in shock. Wang Jun, sitting far off in the distance, continued to fish in silence. Around the fish, it now looked like a chaotic mess, its whole body covered in large and small black holes. Chang Zhang backed away, patted Wang Jun on the shoulder, and screamed, Mr. Wang, do you see this? This is really strange. The fish was alive just a moment ago." When there was no answer, he confusedly asked, "Mr. Wang, are you still thinking about your wife?" Still no response. Chang Zhang quickly turned around and shouted, "Mr. Wang!" At that moment, Wang Jun, now a gaunt figure, was slumped over, his hat slipping off his head. Seeing the hollow, skeletal body in front of him, Chang Zhang's mouth hung open in shock. At the same time, something tentacle-like was sprouting from Wang Jun's legs. Wang Jun remained completely still, and the strange tentacles scurried off into the nearby water. The sight was horrifying beyond belief, and Chang Zhang left his gear behind, running with all his might toward the main road. The scene then shifted to a highway, where the green shuttle bus was still moving steadily. Inside, Renrong's voice broke the silence. "By the way, teacher, you still haven't told us what specimen we need to collect this time." Tang Hang raised his index finger, slowly offering an answer regarding a type of plant commonly seen. He looked at the students on the bus and began to recount. "Not long ago, a hunter gave me some special specimens. I conducted some research on them." His expression grew serious as he spoke the next words, "and I discovered that these plants exhibit invasive characteristics." At this point, Renrong had a big question: isn't it true that plants, in general, tend to be invasive? She then gave an example: many tall trees, due to better growing conditions, instinctively spread their branches, blocking the sunlight from smaller trees, causing them to die. This way, they can claim the nutrients of that area. After Renrong finished speaking, Teacher Tang responded, "That's true, there is an invasive nature even among plants. But the specimens I have this time do not compete for sunlight or soil with other trees. Instead, they exhibit extreme invasiveness towards the animal kingdom, similar to carnivorous plants." Just as he was explaining, some kind of dark purple creature was running alongside the bus. The entire group of passengers had no idea what was about to happen, quietly listening to Tang Hang's words. However, what they were encountering wasn't flies or mosquitoes, but large animals, including humans. As soon as Tang Hang finished his sentence, something suddenly leaped out at the bus. The driver's face turned pale as he struggled to steer the wheel. Yet, in the end, the front tire of the bus ran over the creature. Suddenly, the glass of the car window shattered with a loud bang, and shards of glass scattered across the road.
As the shockwave of the incident was still unfolding, Xiao immediately stood up with her bow in hand and asked, "Do I love attacking?" The driver turned around to look at her and explained, "No, it was just a wild deer that suddenly ran out." At this moment, Tang Ning spoke up, suggesting, "Xiao, you go down and check it out, the rest of us will stay in the car." The driver hurriedly left his seat and objected, "It was just a deer, no need to check." Just then, Lu Feng coldly warned, "We're not far from the old battlefield, don't let your guard down." So, Xiao took her bow and got out of the car to assess the situation. She followed the trail of blood leading into the forest and asked herself, "It hasn't died yet, has it run away?" Large pools of blood appeared between the tall trees and dandelion bushes. She silently concluded, it probably wouldn't survive much longer. Afterward, Xiao walked back toward the car, her eyes still on that direction, and reported, "It's just a deer, nothing dangerous." As soon as Xiao sat back down, Tang Ning approached and asked, "Where's its carcass?" She quickly replied, "It's not dead, it ran into the forest." Upon hearing that, Tang Ning went up to the driver and asked, "Can the car still drive?" The driver pointed to the broken glass and responded, "No problem, it's pretty shattered, but it doesn't affect my visibility." The car gradually calmed down under the driver's reassurance. There were too many deer in the mountains. Such incidents often happened on this road. If you encounter one, consider it just bad luck. She reassured calmly, "Then let's continue on." The vehicle continued along the road. The strange deer silently crouched in the dandelion bushes, observing. At this moment, it emanated strange waves of energy. Its eyes began to glow with beams of power. After a long while, the vehicle safely arrived in Furong City. Upon seeing a large number of police officers gathered on the side of the road, Liang Tong curiously asked, "What happened here?" Ling Hui speculated, "It seems like there's been a murder." Ran Rong also stood up to observe, then commented, "There are quite a few police officers here." The vehicle continued moving, passing by many citizens and police officers. Soon, they arrived right in front of the hotel. One by one, people with suitcases and backpacks got off the vehicle. Teacher Tang stood to the side, reminding them, "Let's check in first, then we can go eat." Once everyone gathered in the dining room, Teacher Tang stood up to make an announcement. "I will now start assigning tasks." He stretched out his hands and looked at the students before speaking. "According to the information I received from the Hunter Association, there are specimens around the nearby towns. We will begin from Furong City. Later, everyone will be divided into groups to conduct surveys and collect samples." At this point, Tang Ning stood up to propose, "Let's divide into 5 groups. The 5 of us will each lead a group." As soon as she finished speaking, Liang Tong and Ling Hui immediately voiced their agreement, "Sister, I'll be in your group, I want to be with you too." At that, other students raised their hands to suggest, "I also want to be in Miss Tang's group." Tang Ning shook her head with a sigh. "We chose this." Then she began pointing at each person and announcing. "First is Rin Rong, follow me." The next friend called was Lin Hui. The next selected student was Hu Guangyi. The other 3 members had already stood up. Tang Ning pointed to the last member, Mingi, and him too. She had just finished selecting the members for the group. Tang Hang gave an order. "Xiao Ning, when we entered the town earlier, there were quite a few people gathered there. Go investigate a bit. If it's a normal murder case, hand it over to the police. If anything unusual happens, participate in the investigation." She pointed to the students behind and said one thing beforehand, "You're only responsible for ensuring the safety of your juniors." He fully agreed. Yeah, this topic was originally designed for the first-year students, so it should be them who investigate. After the group had been assigned their tasks, Lu Feng approached one, who was playing a game, and suggested, "We should also split into groups." She replied simply, "All right." At this moment, Tang Heng held out a bunch of field signal notebooks and said, "These are the field signal notebooks, one for each group. In case of an emergency, it'll be easier to communicate." The team leaders took the notebooks, and Tang Heng's voice continued to echo, "Has the group division been done?"
Each group is responsible for a specific area. Once done, he slowly began assigning tasks to each group. Tang Ning, you and your team will be in charge of the area around the town. Xiao Na, you'll handle the surroundings of the lumber mill. Lu Feng, you and your team will head there. If everything's fine, then start right away. After that, each group separated to carry out their assigned tasks in the area of Furong City, which was filled with police cars. At this point, one person, clearly frustrated, voiced their complaint. Why did this have to happen? The police officer named Zhang Wei scratched his head in exasperation and said, we can't exactly tell whether it's caused by humans or something else. The officer Huayan, standing behind, spoke up, we should just wait for the superhumans from the Hunter Guild to arrive. Zhang Wei disagreed and retorted, this place is so far from the inner city. Who knows if the Hunter Guild will even send someone? Just as he finished speaking, Ren Rong stepped forward and said, hello, officer. The officer turned his face, which had been full of frustration, towards them. Ren Rong and her group continued to approach, and with a proud expression, she introduced herself, we are students from the Non-Du Superhuman Academy, here to conduct an investigation. May I ask what happened here? The officer silently repeated the words students, Superhuman Academy. Zhang Wei glanced them over, a hint of suspicion rising. Perhaps these students from the Superhuman Academy might be able to identify something unusual. Huayan, standing next to him, did not hesitate to speak, all right, let them take a look. He pointed towards the scene and, without skipping a beat, asked, there's a body inside. Are you all sure you want to see it? Ren Rong and Lin Hui gasped in shock at his words. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Ning. Seeing this, she spoke up, are you all sure about this? I am not involved in the topic you are investigating. Anyway, this matter concerns your grades, Tang Ning said. As soon as she finished speaking, Mingi decisively declared, I'm going. Zhang Wei reached into his pocket and stated his request, then follow us. We need you to differentiate if there are any traces of monster violence. Just a few seconds later, Mingi started walking behind the two police officers, with Rin Rong's uncertain voice following, I'll go with you. The two of them followed the officers inside. Those who were standing next to the corpse turned to look, and an elderly, bald man approached and asked, has the Hunter Association's team arrived? Zhang Wei quickly explained, they are students from the Non-Du Supernatural Academy. They are here conducting research. The others at the scene seemed to disagree. What? Why let students handle this kind of thing? Yeah, exactly. What experience do students have? Let's just wait for the Hunter Association's team to arrive. The bald old man looked up at Zhang Wei and seriously explained, Comrade Police, it's not that we're trying to make things difficult, but we place great importance on this matter. We can't afford to handle it carelessly. I think for everyone's trust, it would be better to wait for the Hunter Association's team. Mingi and Ren Rong had already reached the back. He solemnly announced, we've already contacted the Hunter Association. They felt that the traces of the monster were unclear, and it was likely that the victim was poisoned or had mistakenly eaten some mutated species. There is no clear trace of our love, it's very hard for them to send someone over. Then Zhang Wei bowed to the old man, clearly articulating every word. You also know that the situation at the front line is currently very tense, and we are severely lacking manpower. The old man still ignored him, stubbornly insisting on one thing, then wait, we don't mind how long it takes. This made Zhang Wei feel very uncomfortable. The old man continued to stand firm, Yu Jun is an important figure, and this is something that the Furong City clan values highly. This matter cannot be treated carelessly. The older police officer chuckled and agreed, you're right. We will continue to communicate with the robbers above. Zhang Wei had no choice but to reluctantly say to the two officers from the Star side, sorry, they still hope that someone with more experience will investigate. They just want to know the truth to avoid confusion, please understand. Ren Rong, of course, disagreed and immediately voiced his objections. But we are not inferior either. Mingi, however, only slowly asked a question, do you know what level of hunter would be trusted by everyone? The old man remained steadfast in his decision, insisting that it must be a Yu Yao level hunter. Upon hearing this, Mingi reached into his coat pocket to take something out. Then, he calmly held up a badge, surprising everyone. With an unflustered expression, he asked, "How about this?" The black and white surface of the badge, featuring a sun motif, struck the old man square in the eyes. He had no idea what Mingi was doing, his mind filled with 1,000 questions. Just then, a man pointed at the badge and announced, "Solar Corona Rank Badge." He is a Solar Corona Rank Hunter. Someone behind doubted, is it real or fake? The other villagers widened their eyes as they looked at the badge. A woman among them spoke up, "It seems real." Then everyone cheered with joy. "That's amazing. Our town once had a wine moon rank hunter. After he went to the city, he never wanted to come back." After the recent event, the two police officers raised their hands and saluted Mingi, speaking in unison, apologies. The attitudes of Zhang Wei and Huayan had become much more welcoming. One of them spoke up, "If you need any assistance, just let us know." "That's right, we'll also ask the townspeople to try and accommodate you." Mingi put the badge away under Rinrong's stunned gaze and simply asked, "Can we examine the victim's body first?" The officer immediately agreed, "Sure." Zhang Wei and Huayan each took a side of the shroud. Before lifting it, they asked, "Ready?" Mingi nodded. Then, the shroud was pulled away, revealing the emaciated body of a man. Some people closed their eyes, not daring to look, while others stared in fear, not blinking. When the shroud was fully lifted, both Mingi and Rinrong were struck by shock. There, lying on the bed, was the skeletal remains of Wang Jun, his eyes hollow, like the black void of the universe. Mingi glanced down at the corpse in astonishment, then slowly stepped forward, trying to remain calm as he examined it from head to toe. At this moment, Zhang Wei provided a brief overview. "We have conducted a preliminary autopsy. The cause of death of the victim is extremely strange." Mingi glanced over each part, his ears still listening to his words. The victim's internal organs were severely damaged, the muscles appeared as if they had been exposed to the sun for half a month, with large areas severely dehydrated, and the blood seemed to have been drained out. Zhang Wei recalled the shocked expression on Wang Zhang's face and continued to report, according to the testimony of the witness, Wang Zhang, he was talking with Wang Jun just a few minutes before. A few minutes later, Wang Jun suddenly turned into this state. Next came a series of reports from Huayan. There were cameras along the road, and although they were quite distant, they were still able to capture the victim. Wang Jun had been fishing here since yesterday evening. This morning, he was still in perfect health. He continued to say unbelievable things. In the video extracted from the camera, there was no sign of any strange creature, let alone an attack, biting, or blood-sucking. After a long while of observing, Mingi propped his chin up. Zhang Wei approached and asked quietly, "Hunter, do you think this is the work of a Taiyao?" Mingi didn't answer immediately, his mind filled with doubt. It was indeed strange that a living person could change like this in just a few minutes. Mingi's gaze hardened, focusing completely on the logical trail, unable to capture any footage of a Taiyao attack. One possibility was that the monster had shape-shifting abilities. Another was that there was some detail the police had overlooked. At the moment when the atmosphere was incredibly tense, a woman lost control and screamed, "It must be because of the bat demon." Definitely. It's on Heishan. It has large fangs, it can suck human blood and turn them into mummies, an old man agreed, continuing the thought. That's right. Quickly send the superhuman soldiers up the mountain to catch it. An elderly man raised both hands high, emphasizing each chilling word. You don't know how huge the bat demon on the mountain is. When it spreads its wings, it can cover the entire ancestral hall. Just think about it, if it sucks blood, it'll leave only a skeleton behind, just like that. Amid the commotion, the gym-goer brother added a few words to reinforce the idea, "We saw it before." Since then, no one dares to go up the mountain to work. After the commotion, Huayan glanced at Mingi, who was standing lost in thought. He realized something they would influence the hunter's mindset.
With that in mind, he invited the people of Fu Rong City outside with the excuse, "Everyone go back for now. Once the hunter is here, the problem will be solved quickly. If there are any clues, we'll exchange them with the hunter." When the area became quiet, Renrong approached Mingi and shared his hypothesis: it's possible he was attacked at night. There's already poison in his body. After the sun rose, he was exposed to something like sunlight, and then the symptoms suddenly flared up. The police officers had just entered when they overheard Mingi's sharp reasoning. Even if he was attacked at night, he would surely have fled, not stayed to fish until the next day. Huayan immediately spoke up after he finished, "That's right." The witness, Chang Zhang, also said that when he saw Wang Jun in the morning, he appeared completely normal. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his finger and mentioned two possibilities. If we consider the possibility that Wang Jun was attacked, then whatever attacked him was either too small to be noticed or very difficult to detect. Next, Mingi shared his own thoughts. "I lean towards the idea of small insect-like monsters. In any case, we must have missed something. It's best we go to the scene and investigate." Officer Huayan extended his hand toward the door, without hesitation, inviting, "The scene has been sealed off, we'll take you there." Soon after, the 2 university students and 3 police officers stepped outside. Guang Yi, who was standing opposite, called out, "So, what's the verdict? Was it an attack by a monster?" Mingi looked seriously at everyone before replying, "It looks like it, but we can't be sure until we examine the scene and find some clues." Lin Hui, seeing the logic, added, "That's true. There are many types of monsters, and their methods of attack and killing are quite unusual, often catching soldiers on the front lines off guard." Ren Rong then spoke about the next step of the mission. "So, we need to investigate this thoroughly." At that moment, Guang Yi suddenly remembered something and made a suggestion to the group. "Earlier, I overheard some people from our clan talking about a monster bat hiding in the mountain's peak cave. How about we go check it out?" Mingi shook his head vigorously, firmly opposing the idea. "If this is true, we know nothing about that monster. Risking our lives to enter the cave could be dangerous." His words stirred Guang Yi, and he shouted loudly, "We're superhumans, what's there to be afraid of?" Lin Hui, standing beside him, also spoke confidently, "Exactly." Then, she reached her hand toward Tang Ning, who had been quietly standing by, speaking with great pride. "Besides, isn't the president here? We'll be fine." After a back-and-forth argument between the 3 of them, Xiao simply said, "Everyone can decide for yourselves." At that, Mingi calmly expressed his thoughts. "If it's really a monster bat, we can report it to the Hunter Association, and qualified hunters will take care of it. After all, we came here to collect samples with teacher Tang Hang. If it's unrelated to sample collection, there's no need to waste time on this." Guang Yi, upon hearing this, became infuriated. Unable to contain his emotions, he shouted loudly, "As a student from Nandu University, how can you say something like that?" He then insisted, pointing at himself, his words full of idealism, "Eliminating harm to the people is our responsibility." Lin Hui, following his lead, also spoke up, "Exactly, you're being too pragmatic. Just because you want a high score, are you going to ignore the villagers here?" Seeing the tension rising, Ran Rong immediately spoke up, "Oh dear, everyone stop arguing. Mingi's point is to investigate this matter thoroughly first. Let's go, we'll head to the scene." With that, the argument came to an end, and everyone quickly set off. Not long after, the group arrived at the Guanyun Reservoir by police car. Zhang Wei lifted the barrier and entered, saying, "These are the hunters who will help us solve the case." The 5 of them quickly entered the scene. He pointed in one direction and said, "Here." Guang Yi was walking forward when he suddenly glanced down. Now, his foot is stepping on a strange fish, its body covered in thousands of vertical cuts. He quickly pulled his foot up, shocked, and shouted, "What the hell is this?" The policeman behind them casually laughed and answered, "People often come here to fish. When they catch a big fish, they just grill it and eat it right away." Guang Yi stomped his foot on the ground in frustration and shouted, "What bad luck!" Mingi sat down to observe the fish. The group moved towards the marked area.
Zhang Wei raised his hand to explain. The victim was suddenly drained of all moisture here.
Mingi moved forward and asked, "Did you check the water?"
He glanced aside and replied briefly, "No, we don't have the necessary equipment for that." He kept his eyes fixed on the strange fish and continued asking, "I just saw that fish.
Was it already there when you arrived?"
It's still there, isn't it?"
Zhang Wei hesitated before responding, "We didn't pay much attention to it.
After all, it's just a dead fish."
Lin Hui couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Mingi, "Why are you asking about this? Haven't you checked the place where the incident occurred?"
He mentioned the oddities he noticed about the fish with armored skin. Anyone who has eaten grilled fish knows that the skin is the tastiest part, and I didn't see any signs of it being burnt.
With just a few short sentences, Zhang Wei understood the implication.
He felt that the fish might be related to the victim. Still not entirely certain, he quickly dismissed the thought, "I don't know, I was just asking." At that moment, he slapped his hand down and shared an important piece of information. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered. When we were interrogating him, the witness Chang Zhang said he was terrified by the fish that had just been caught. Indeed, Chang Zhang had gone pale when he saw the fish's strange appearance. Mingi found it hard to believe that such a thing could cause fear.
What's so scary about a fish?"
He scratched his head, also puzzled by the situation. "I find it strange too, but he was rambling, completely terrified. Now he's running a high fever, and trying to get any useful clues from him is difficult."
Mingi pointed to the camera on the sidewalk and suggested, "Don't we have the camera footage? Let's take a look." Zhang Wei immediately agreed, "That's not a problem, we really didn't pay attention to it before."
He then picked up his phone and informed Mingi, "I've asked my colleague to send over the video footage from the camera.
You continue with the questioning, and we'll see if there are any other clues."
With that, he climbed up the weedy slope on his own. After a few steps, he crouched down, his hands supporting a few dandelion plants. Just then, a pair of footsteps approached closer. Tang Ning stared intently at Mingi's actions, unable to understand why he was paying attention to these very ordinary weeds. His eyes remained fixed on the bundle of plants in his hands as he replied, "I study under teacher Tang Heng very seriously.
He once mentioned something about anomalous plants."
He recalled the scene from earlier when they were still on the bus, and teacher Tang Heng had also mentioned something.
"Not long ago, a hunter brought me some special specimens. I'd been conducting some research.
Then he expressed his intention, he brought us here to collect samples. But then, this strange incident happened. So, I'm seeing if these two things are related." Tang Ning brushed her short, flowing hair in the wind, silently praising him, "You really know how to take advantage of things." After inspecting the plants, Mingi raised his voice and asked, feeling the reed,
"The dandelions are here?"
She replied briefly, "Just some very ordinary weeds." Hearing that, he let go of them, his mood clearly shifting. Indeed, there was no valuable discovery to be found.
Just then, Zhang Wei raised his phone, signaling that there was a video.
Mingi looked down and simply answered with one word, "Okay."
In the clip, Chang Zhan was nervously observing the fish.
Zhang Wei silently made his own judgment, throwing the phone towards them. It seemed like this was the same fish from earlier. So, he, along with Mingi and Tang Ning, moved closer to the fish. A huge question mark was raised clearly. It had only been one day, how could it have shriveled up and turned into just a bag of bones like this? At this moment, Mingi asked a question that made his heart skip a beat, "Officer, don't you think the condition of this fish looks eerily similar to the victim's?" Without hesitation, Zhang Wei quickly pulled out a photo from his jacket pocket. The photo of Wang Jun, when compared to the fish caught on the hook, indeed matched perfectly.
They were almost identical. Realizing this uncanny similarity, he clenched his teeth, terrified to speak, "You're right."
Setting aside the fact that one is a fish and the other is a person, their conditions are almost exactly the same. After such an unbelievable coincidence, everyone's gaze shifted toward the nearby pond. The faint silhouettes of three people appeared in the strange water. Mingi boldly stated with certainty, it seems there's a strong possibility the issue lies beneath the water.
Without waiting a second, Zhang Wei sprang into action. Then I'll contact professional divers right away. Not long after, the professional divers arrived.
On the inflatable boat, they were busy preparing their protective gear and air tanks. Once suited up, the woman swiftly plunged into the water. The female diver, upon jumping in, held her face mask with one hand, while extending the other to gauge the surroundings. A camera was attached to the mask of the male diver. At this moment, everyone was watching the situation through that camera. Zhang Wei handed the tablet to Mingi, who, still curious, was intrigued. He wondered if something unusual might be lurking beneath the water. His eyes were glued to the screen.
Meanwhile, the answer remains uncertain. We still need to collect a few samples first. Having glanced through it briefly, he seriously suggested to the detective, "Could you please ask the two divers to retrieve a few water plants for me?" Although he seemed somewhat confused, he still raised his phone in agreement. "No problem."
Guang Yi and Lin Hui, who had been sitting on the ground observing from the start, couldn't help but wonder, why is the police listening to him? It's strange. Guang Yi started brushing off his bottom as he stood up and said, "It's probably because of our teacher's reputation." He then pointed in another direction and suggested, "Alright, let's investigate in the direction we think is right." She followed his gaze and immediately asked how they would proceed with the investigation. Guang Yi continued walking. "At this point, we still trust our instincts. Maybe in the mountains, we'll find traces of the Yao, who knows?" Lin Hui was initially surprised, but quickly followed him. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when a hand blocked their way. On the opposite side, Tang Ning sternly reminded them, "The direction of your investigation must be unified. If the two of you split up, I can't guarantee your safety." Not receiving any agreement, he angrily yelled, "I feel like we're just wasting time here, as usual." Lin Hui began to strengthen her argument. "That's right, and why should we listen to him? He's not even the team leader." The clear declaration echoed directly into Mingi's ears. Seeing how determined they were, he had no choice but to speak up. "Miss Tang, please go into the mountains with them. The police also hope we can conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding mountain areas to ensure there are no hidden dangers." At first, Tang Ning was unwilling, her anxiety was palpable. "If something happens here, I can't." Before she could finish her sentence, Mingi interrupted. "It's fine, I won't leave the town. Splitting up will be more efficient. Besides, didn't you hear about my capabilities? Not to mention I won't always win in a fight, but I can still ensure my own safety." It sounded reasonable, so Tang Ning nodded, though she didn't forget to give a few instructions. "Alright, but if anything unusual happens, you must report it to your team right away." With that, she, along with Guang Yi and Lin Hui, walked off. Mingi remained where he was, still focused on his tablet. Under the lake, the divers were still diligently scanning the surroundings. One of the girls extended her slender hands, carefully feeling through the patches of grass on the ocean floor, her eyes following her movements. Just then, the diver's eyes widened in horror. What she saw before her were countless skulls scattered across the ground behind the grass. She panicked, thrashing in the water, causing her companion behind her to look on in confusion. She pointed ahead, signaling for the other diver to move forward and investigate. As he swam a little further in the direction she indicated, his face twisted in horror. The small camera in his hand had captured the terrifying scene. Looking at what was happening on the tablet, Renrong raised his hand to cover his mouth as a wave of nausea swept over him. Zhang Wei stammered and shouted, "My God!" Mingi tried to maintain his composure to confirm one thing: most of them are the remains of livestock, right? Shortly after, the raft carrying the two professional divers left the eerie waterway. The girl stood, breathing heavily, still in shock, while the guy, pulling the raft in, provided the information. "Most of the remains are from cattle, goats, pigs, and deer, and we haven't found any human bones so far." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei, confused, brought up something. "I remember there was someone in the town who reported that their livestock suddenly disappeared." The diver, still unable to straighten up, spoke with a trembling voice, full of fear. "This is terrifying.
I'm so scared I have goosebumps. I can't do this anymore. You guys need to find someone else. Zhang Wei, of course, didn't want that. He cried out desperately, please don't. We still haven't figured out the cause. At that moment, the diver raised his hand and handed over a large bag. He then gave another large bag to Mingi and said, I've collected some bone fragments and some of the plant samples you mentioned. Here, Mingi took the 2 bags, expressing his gratitude to the diver. Thank you, you've worked hard. Although his mood was still unsettled, he made an effort to keep his voice steady and said, after all, we're just ordinary people, but judging from the current situation, there's definitely something in the water. He then looked directly at Mingi, his confidence evident as he entrusted the responsibility to him. At least the predators are extremely terrifying. The rest can only be left to you, the police and your extraordinary staff. Mingi responded briefly, we will investigate thoroughly. The sunset gradually descended behind the drifting clouds. Seeing Mingi and Renrong sitting there, watching the large bags, Zhang Wei immediately spoke up to remind them, it's getting late, and we can't continue the investigation at night. Let's head back and analyze the samples we've collected. At this point, he tightly gripped the mouths of the 2 large bags with both hands and seriously made a suggestion, I must give these to my teacher so he can analyze them more thoroughly. Without hesitation, he was met with a quick agreement, of course, you are the experts. Then, he made another request, I noticed the townspeople are quite panicked. It would also be good if you could go and reassure them a bit. Finally, he didn't forget to remind the police of something important, as for the remains under the dam, it's best not to expose them until the investigation is clear. Once again, Zhang Wei readily agreed with these points. He said, we'll have our colleagues keep the secret. We'll also ask them to help calm the people down. Immediately after, Mingi handed a large bag to Renrong and assigned her a task, I also collected a few more samples from the shore. Please take them to Professor Tang Hang for analysis. Comrade Zhang Wei and I will go gather additional information. A brief moment of agreement passed. The 3 of them, following the plan, started their respective tasks. Mingi and Zhang Wei took the opportunity to make a round of the town. Soon after, the 2 of them stopped in front of Hua Wu's house gate. Together, they stepped inside. He was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Right now, a woman is crying desperately in the middle of the house, Zhang Wei whispered into his ear, she is the wife of the victim, Xu Jun. Then, he turned to Mingi and said, it seems we haven't eaten anything yet. He immediately suggested, then let's find a noodle shop. At that moment, their conversation was overheard by Xu Jun. She quickly stood up and left the spot where she had been kneeling. Then, she looked toward them and invited, if you 2 don't mind, please come to my house for a meal. You've been busy all day with my husband's affairs, so it would be rude of me not to prepare something. Zhang Wei hesitated as he glanced at Mingi, then muttered, you never think twice about these things, just agree right away. Well, thank you, we were actually about to ask you some questions. Hearing this, Xu Jun wiped away her tears and said, please follow me, my house isn't far from here. Oh, she led them down a narrow path, pointing as she walked, the notice is just ahead. After arriving at the house gate, Xu Jun invited the 2 men to sit at the chairs in front and then spoke, please wait a moment, I'll go light the fire. Zhang Wei awkwardly responded, sorry for troubling you. The 2 men quickly approached the wooden table, and as Mingi sat down, he voiced his thoughts, based on the number of bones here, it's safe to say that there's a monster in Furong City. Moreover, its appetite is enormous, and it is in a dangerous state of hunger. He inquired about your opinion, so, what should we do now? You raised your hand to stroke your chin, pondered for a moment, and then proposed an idea, evacuating the civilians would be the best option. Zhang Wei seemed a bit troubled, his face creased in discomfort as he mentioned the current situation, this is difficult. I've just received word that the battlefield is expanding, covering even the main road. Then, he suggested a more reasonable course of action, currently, the evacuation route from Furong City has been blocked by the expanding battlefield. Unless we evacuate everyone to the remote mountains. Minghag looked up at the star-filled sky, softly uttering a brief statement, even the mountains might not be safe. No wonder reinforcements haven't arrived yet, even though it's already dark.
He put his hand to his chin and then concluded, indeed, we've already reported it. Due to the situation at the front lines, Nandu is having difficulty sending people here. For now, we can only rely on ourselves. At this moment, Ming Heg spoke with utmost seriousness, informing Zhang Wei, I'll dive down early tomorrow to see what's going on. His pupils widened in surprise, and a look of confusion appeared on his face.
Filled with concern, Zhang Wei asked, isn't that too dangerous? With a somber expression, you assured him, it'll be fine. If it's hiding underwater, I'll do my best to handle it. Hearing this, Zhang Wei didn't press further, then it'll be hard work for you. As their discussion concluded, Shu Jun came out from the house with a tray of food, eagerly calling out to both of them, let's eat, let's eat. She began placing each dish on the table. Mingi eagerly picked up his chopsticks and said loudly, thank you. She gently reminded him, you two should eat while it's still hot. I'll go get the soup. A piece of meat was picked up by him and placed into his mouth. Zhang Wei also picked up some vegetables, both of them enjoying the taste of home-cooked food. After savoring the flavor, the two of them froze, their eyes wide open, as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Mingi let out a spasm of distress, tears streaming down his face as he groaned in misery. If only he had begged earlier. He dropped his chopsticks, tears welling up, overwhelmed by the terrible taste. He didn't know what more he could say about this cooking skill. The scene shifted to the old battlefield city, where towering buildings stood densely, the home to countless monsters. From everywhere, monsters of all sizes roamed, exuding a ferociousness that could easily be encountered. 10 miles away from the city, students in protective gear and carrying air tanks were jumping into a canal one by one, swimming toward the city. A pair of strong male hands tugged at his shirt, followed by a deep voice resonating. In recent years, the old battlefield city had turned into a breeding ground for monsters. If left unchecked, it would become a terrifying place. Lu Qian stared at the man, still unable to believe it. Is it really possible to infiltrate like this? The man answered with confidence, we've received accurate intelligence. All the monsters in the city are afraid of water. The masked man from earlier was named Lu Qian's older brother. He slung the gas cylinder over his shoulder and said solemnly, the only way in is the river that cuts across the city. Her eyes darkened with a hint of sadness, she hesitated before speaking. That's very dangerous, if. She no longer hesitated and, voice trembling with worry, finished the sentence aloud. If we're discovered. Louis put on his swimming goggles and stepped into the river. Before leaving, he reminded her of a few things. It'll be fine. You and the others only need to carry out the relief tasks outside. My team and I are elite. Even if we're found out, we can still fight those fiendish creatures. No matter how much he reassured her, Lu Qian remained uneasy. Seeing his sister so worried, Louis stepped forward, stroked her hair, and said, the army is about to launch an all-out offensive, we need someone inside first. Those fiends only know how to breed and kill, they have no idea what internal-external coordination means. Then he turned to face the distant city and spoke with absolute certainty. If we can get in and even just send word back out, it will multiply our chances of victory in the campaign several times over. His expression grew pensive as he continued. If we fail to destroy the city this time, the South will face an enormous threat. When that happens, the number of casualties will be hundreds, even thousands of times greater than now. Despite Lui's torrent of reasoning, Lu Qian still could not calm her unease. Then go with me, at least we can cooperate with each other. At that moment, from a distance, a team member raised his hand and called out, hurry up, team leader. He placed both hands on her shoulders and emphasized each word at the end, you're not qualified yet. The lowest rank in my team is Heavenly Python. Completing the support mission is the biggest help you can offer us, understand? Though unwilling, Lu Qian had no choice but to obey, yes, brother. Then, she looked up and reminded Louis, as if making a promise, you've agreed to celebrate my 20th birthday with me.
As he walked over to join the others, carrying a gas cylinder, he reassured his younger sister, "Don't worry, I won't miss your birthday." After that brief statement, Louis and the team members began to dive, steadily heading toward the city. Lu Qian stood there, watching them leave. One of her female teammates spoke from behind, "So, this is the famous Eagle Marshal Special Forces? I feel like everyone here is so strong. If this mission succeeds, whether alive or sacrificed, they'll all be the extraordinary heroes of our southern region." The white wolf beside her fell into deep thought, muttering a few words to himself. The lowest rank is Heavenly Python? From behind, Fan Kai raised a finger, waving it casually, smirking maliciously before speaking up. "Don't you all know? Lu Qian's brother, Louis, is not just a Python head rank." The white wolf's mouth dropped open, shouting loudly, "Could it be a white rainbow rank?" In the ranking of the pillar positions, there are 4 levels, listed from top to bottom as white rainbow, represented by Louis. Next is the Heavenly Python level, with 2 elite agents as representatives. The second to last level is Rin Mian, who has the durable shield, and finally, there is Yu Yao, with the face of a white wolf and a team of companions. He clutched his head inside. "I'm at least 3 levels below them." The next morning, as dawn was gradually breaking at the Fu Rong City Hotel, Mingi had already laced up his shoes and stepped out into the hallway. Standing at the door, he stretched his arms to loosen up, yawning contentedly to welcome the new day. At that moment, something caught his attention. In a nearby room, light was spilling out from within. Mingi wondered to himself, "Has Teacher Tang gotten up already?" Without thinking much, he walked over to room 1802 and knocked lightly. A voice quickly responded from inside, "Come in, the door's not locked." Hearing that, he swiftly opened the door and stepped inside. At the nearby desk, Tang Hang was using a pair of binoculars to examine something on the table, surrounded by piles of scattered papers. Mingi walked over the disorganized books and papers, curious, and asked, "Teacher Tang, did you stay up all night researching these samples?" Tang Heng continued to peer at the plant in his hands, responding briefly, "The bed's uncomfortable, couldn't sleep, so I figured I might as well push the topic forward a bit." Then, he placed all the responsibility on Mingi's shoulders. "I brought back quite a few types of reed, bamboo leaves, and dandelion. How could I not study them all night?" Mingi scratched his head awkwardly and honestly explained that he didn't understand much about these things, so he brought back everything, mainly out of fear of missing any crucial clue. Hearing this, Tang Heng didn't hold back his praise. "Your method may be clumsy, but it's careful." At this point, he mentioned the bones he had brought back and said, "I plan to go collect more later." He turned to look at Mingi and then announced something, "There's no need. The specimens you brought back already clarify the issue." Mingi couldn't help but ask immediately, "Clarify the issue? Master, did you discover something?" "Yes." Tang Heng slowly recalled the lesson from that day. "Did you listen carefully to my lecture? Especially the theory on monster evolution." Encouraged, he began to share his long-standing thoughts. "In fact, I've encountered monsters that can evolve. Their growth and evolution speed terrified me." Mingi's words shocked Tang Heng, making him flinch. So, he began to tell the story of his encounter with Shang Yu Yao to Tang Heng, explaining how easily he had been able to defeat it from the moment they first met. His words made Tang Heng want to take detailed notes, so he reminded, "Take it slow, let me write this down." Mingi slowly began to recount the second encounter. It had disguised itself as a teacher, its strength had increased significantly, and it had learned the martial arts of a teacher. In the end, Su's brother narrated how he had killed it. After hearing the story, Tang Heng seriously looked at the pile of papers and concluded, "The monster species you mentioned is indeed valuable for reference, but unfortunately, it was in the fog, and besides, you've already killed it." At this moment, Mingi curiously brought up a point. "What do the bones discarded in the reservoir indicate?" The teacher pointed at the sample on the table and replied, "The situation is somewhat similar to the Shang Yu Yao specimen you mentioned. Take a look at these 3 samples. From left to right, they are chicken and duck bones, dog and cat bones, and buffalo bones." Tang Heng then posed a question, "Can you see any differences above?" Mingi picked up the tray of animal bones, his eyes carefully observing every detail. After a short while, his answer flowed out: the chicken and duck bones at the bottom of the pond are almost decayed, indicating that these bones were discarded into the pond earlier than the others. Next, the dog and cat bones have moss growing on them, showing that they were thrown into the pond not too long ago. Finally, the buffalo bones, judging by their appearance, are the most recent ones to be discarded. Mingi placed the tray of bones back on the table, and Tang Hang was very satisfied with his response. You observed well. Then he continued to ask, why do you think this phenomenon occurred? He rested his hand on his chin, his eyes still fixed on the pile of bones with a hesitant expression. This was when he gently muttered, I just suggested this to you. Just a few brief words, yet Mingi's mind quickly came up with thousands of arguments regarding this issue. He placed both hands on the table, lowered his face, and began to explain each word carefully. Suppose this was a carnivorous animal, it had gone through several stages of evolution. In its primitive state, it could only prey on chickens, ducks, and other small poultry that were easy to hunt. After some time, it evolved, able to consume household pets like dogs and cats. At the same time, this also indicated that its appetite was growing. At this moment, he placed his hand on a piece of goat bone without any meat clinging to it beneath, then spoke. Right now, Monster is at a stage where it has recently evolved again and can now feed on larger livestock like buffalo. With that, Mingi picked up the piece of goat bone and seriously examined it once more. Tang Heng patted his shoulder, a smile appearing on his face, filled with the kind of accurate information that made an impact. This is really terrifying, its rate of evolution. His expression darkened slightly as he spoke about a horrifying event that was soon to come. What concerns me most is, once the livestock in Fu Rong City is consumed by it, what will it eat next? As soon as he finished speaking, Mingi's face turned pale, his mind recalling the words of a commoner from yesterday. We once had a hunter from Moonlight Wine Offering. Teacher Tang had just stood up and began presenting his arguments. If it shoots the bones into the water reservoir, it shows that it has always been lingering around Fu Rong City, and it may even be able to hide somewhere within the town. Hearing this, Mingi's mind became chaotic, and he shouted each word in haste, doesn't that mean the people in the town will be in danger? But the evacuation route had been blocked. Tang Heng didn't respond, only emphasizing the request, later, you go collect more bone samples. Without a second thought, he quickly turned and left, replying loudly, yes, I'll go right away. Teacher Tang didn't forget to remind Mingi of something important, be careful, it's also possible it's always been under the water. He quickly descended to the hotel entrance. After a few seconds, he called Zhang Wei to notify him, Officer Zhang, I'm heading to the reservoir now. At that moment, a dirty footstep weakly approached from the opposite side. Guang Yi, with dark circles under his eyes, was hunched over carrying a bag of plants, followed by Tang Ning and Lin Hui. Ren Rong, standing at a nearby corner, happened to see everyone walking back warily, so she stepped forward and asked, did you all find anything? Guang Yi, though exhausted, still lifted the bag of plants and answered loudly, of course. In a state of sheer exhaustion, Lin Hui still managed to softly add, if stones and plants are considered discoveries, then you can say that. He didn't let it slide and snapped back, what do you mean by that? We agreed to check the forest together. She yawned lazily, tears already streaming down her face as she spoke in a sluggish tone, I'm too tired to argue with you, I need to take a nap first. Guang Yi, standing behind, shouted, there must be something we missed. Then, he raised a large bag triumphantly and declared, as long as we analyze the samples I brought, we'll definitely find something. Lin Hui, too exhausted to argue, simply responded, all right, keep it up, you're the smartest. Although Tang Ning's eyes were heavy with fatigue, she still noticed Mingi walking away and asked, what's he planning to do? Ren Rong quickly replied, he wants to go to the reservoir to check it out. Without thinking twice, she turned around with the intention of following him, I'll go with him. Ren Rong hurriedly pulled her back and reassured her, Chairwoman Tang, Mingi is strong, he can take care of himself. She held Tang Ning's shoulders firmly and suggested, on the other hand, you've been awake all night, your eyes are already dark circles. You should go get some rest. Tang Ning was still uneasy,
but Renrong flashed a bright smile and said, "Don't worry, we'll be fine." With that, Tang Ning reluctantly agreed. "Alright then, but if anything happens, you have to let me know." The two of them walked inside together, and she cheerfully responded with a yes. Afterward, Renrong hurriedly ran to the reservoir and went straight to Officer Zhang Wei, asking, "Where's Mingi?" He pointed to the lake and replied, "It's all set up, he's about to go in." Right now, Mingi is sitting on the inflatable boat, fully equipped with diving gear and snorkel. After taking a few deep breaths, he leaps into the strange lake below. He dives like a professional diver, calm and collected, his posture exuding confidence. Soon, he reaches the pile of skulls at the bottom. His eyes squint as he looks at them. Mingi quickly picks up each bone and puts it into a mesh bag, silently reminding himself, as expected, "There are a lot of them, I'll take as many as I can." Just as he is focused on gathering the bones, a strange shadow with a red glow appears from a nearby direction. The creature's eyes emit a fierce killing intent, dark as a black hole in the universe. With those glowing eyes, the strange being cautiously approaches the spot where Mingi is collecting the bones. With his sharp senses, he quickly realizes something is off behind him. He spins around 180 degrees, his eyes hardening as he stares at the creature. His fist, full of surging energy, is thrown out into the water. His punch halts for a moment as he suddenly realizes that behind him is just an ordinary fish. The fish does nothing more, quickly swimming away under Mingi's watchful gaze. Without thinking much, he resumes his work. The fish continues to swim off, appearing completely ordinary. Suddenly, the entire body of the fish shakes violently, and something squirmy seems to be breaking out from within. A second later, the fish's body is covered in countless wriggling tentacles, and the water around it surges violently with each movement. The dark, writhing tentacles appeared in greater numbers, quickly devouring the flesh of the unfortunate fish. In the blink of an eye, only the white skeleton remained, silently resting at the bottom of the lake. After finishing its meal, the strange tentacled creature slowly swam upward. Suddenly, it stopped, its tentacles growing wildly and wriggling continuously in the water. At the same time, Mingi, carrying a large bag of bones, swam up and clung to the raft. Seeing the large mesh bag in his hand, Zhang Wei shouted from a distance, "This should be enough, right?" He pulled up his goggles, tossed the bag of bones into the raft, and replied, "The more samples we have, the more accurate the analysis will be. I'll go down and grab another bag." With that, he dove back to the lake's bottom. Mingi quickly glanced around, then swam toward one side with the thought, "This bone is too round." But Mingi didn't realize that the tentacled monster was silently lurking nearby. He quickly placed his hand on the round bone, needing some effort to pull it from the bottom. At the same time, the creature swam over his head. After flipping the bone over, he was stunned to realize it was a human skull. The creature had evolved to the point where it could now feast on humans. He stood frozen, holding the skull, his mind in turmoil, not noticing that something was slowly growing behind him. This meant that Wang Jun was not the first victim. "When did this start happening?" Teacher Tang said. "The monster's appetite is growing, and it's currently hiding near Furong City. At this moment, this strange creature has evolved into a gigantic form." Even though the threat is preparing to act, Mingi still stands there, realizing that the people in the town are in imminent danger. It wasn't until Xiao screamed, "Mingi, there's something behind you," that he snapped his head around in panic. By then, the monster had grown to a size beyond imagination. Mingi had no idea what the wriggling mass in front of him was, but he raised his fist, gathering energy. However, before he could strike, the creature suddenly vanished in a mystical manner. Seizing the moment, he asked, "Xiao, what are they?" She didn't respond, instead focusing her attention on the surroundings and reminding him, "Be careful, it's not dead yet." At that moment, a series of long, twisted tentacles began to emerge from the water. The tentacles moved in a circle, surrounding the spot where Mingi was maintaining his balance. Soon after, a swarm of strange tentacles spun toward his head. Quickly, they enveloped half of Mingi's body. He struggled to move. Xiao calmly reassured him, "You can't use force, stay calm."
A few seconds later, the tentacles began to loosen. He also felt that his legs were starting to move again. Taking the opportunity, he kicked as hard as he could to shake them off. Mingi's legs spun several times, and streams of energy began to coil around his body. Immediately after, the energy he had drawn in wrapped itself around the cluster of tendrils on his head. As their connection gradually unraveled, Mingi was able to tear them away with his hands, his heart crying out, "Serve me." At that moment, something immense was beginning to take shape from the layers of rock and earth at the bottom of the lake. A fist, carrying a torrent of force, appeared close to Mingi. He continued to shout within his mind, "Serve me." The fist obeyed the command, gathering power for a devastating strike. With the art of the distant spirit fist, it swung forward, still clutching skulls in its grasp. Another palm was rushing toward Mingi. Just then, he roared, "I can take this blow, can you?" Right at that instant, the waters around him surged violently.
The tendrils, sensing danger, began to detach themselves from Mingi.
Now his face could be seen clearly as the tendrils fled in panic. At that moment, his gaze sharpened, piercing forward, a green radiance spreading from his pupils. The massive tendrils dwindled further, while the pressure from the current became suffocating. By now, the colossal hands were only a few centimeters from Mingi. Yet he still stood tall, unyielding, though no tendrils clung to his body anymore, though the fatal strike loomed so close, undaunted even as the fist, laden with countless skulls, surged forth like a raging beast, smashing away every last tendril trying to escape in an instant. Mingi hovered in the depths of the ocean, the cold blue light reflecting off his diving suit, making him appear like a soul wandering in the heart of the sea. Renrong knelt by the shattered shore, her panicked gaze fixed on the surface of the water, which was rippling with unusual waves. Her heart felt constricted by the ominous feeling rising from the ocean depths. Just seconds later, the surface of the water began to churn violently. Waves as high as dozens of meters appeared one after another. The police team rushed to the shoreline in a frenzy.
"What's going on?" Zhang Wei urgently contacted via the radio.
Mingi, hearing this, replied from the depths of the ocean, "I'm fine." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts.
He quickly suggested, "That's good. Hurry up and get to the shore, we'll cover you."
Mingi reached out and touched a decayed object, calmly responding, "I'll be up soon." He slowly lifted the mouth of the object with his hand. It seemed to be a massive creature, rotting from the inside. Mingi entered the mouth and began searching. A long, slender creature gradually emerged. He swiftly approached and grabbed it. Mingi furrowed his brows, speaking coldly, "Got you now, beast. Did you think one punch would break me?" He then immediately swam to the surface. Moments later, the wind began to rise, and the weather turned clear and ideal. Mingi surfaced from the water, and Zhang Wei approached to deliver the message. "We've taken all the skeletal specimens you retrieved from the water back to the hotel. Your teacher has already started analyzing them." He placed the creature he had just caught into a sealed jar, observing it intently. I need to bring this back to my teacher as well." The man approached with curiosity, speculating, the death of Wang Jun must be related to this. "What is it?" "It looks like a horse's mane." Mingi recalled the mysterious death and immediately deduced, they're carnivores, and there's a large number of these creatures in the reservoir. He pointed into the distance, giving a serious command, "Please seal off the reservoir and maintain a safe distance from the water." Zhang Wei immediately responded, "Understood." Mingi seemed to recall something. "By the way, has the witness named Chang Zhang regained consciousness? I want to ask him about what happened." The man glanced at him, thinking, he should have woken up by now. "I'll ask him for you when we get back." Mingi replied sincerely, "Thanks. I appreciate it." Zhang Wei politely declined, "Not at all. You superhumans risk your lives while we're just doing our jobs." Once back at the hotel, Mingi hurried to find Tang Hang. "Teacher, please take a look at this." The older man closely examined the creature inside the jar. Mingi quickly made his assessment. It seems to rely heavily on water. On my way back, I saw it drying out, so I added a bit of water to the jar, and it seemed to improve quite a bit. Tang Hang, using specialized equipment to examine every detail, smiled approvingly. Very good, very good. He lifted his head and spoke cheerfully. I think I can find the answers to many of these questions here. Mingi pointed to the bag of bones beside the table and asked, Are these bags of bones useless now? Tang Hang furrowed his brow and seriously denied, No, they are very useful. He gently reassured, however, it will take some time to analyze them before we get results. You don't need to wait for me here. He answered slowly, then I'll go find out if there's a way to catch all the creatures in the reservoir. Tang Hang, wearing gloves, replied, Go ahead. I'll let you know once I have results. Meanwhile, outside the Shan Shiwood workshop near Fu Rong City, Liang Tong, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, moved along with the others. He looked up and calmly announced, This wood workshop is 10 miles away from Fu Rong City. The people in the town said, Wang Jiangnong has been on duty here for 2 days and hasn't returned home. Zhang Li smirked and replied indifferently, Didn't his family already say? He likes to drink and often stays alone at the workshop, drinking until late at night. If it's something like this, just call the police. Why do we have to come all the way here to look for him? Huang Fan pouted and angrily agreed, Exactly, if he's drunk and passed out in the room, then we've wasted our time. The car can't enter the workshop, we have to walk to get in. Suddenly, Xiao gently stopped in her tracks. She raised her hand to signal, Shoo. She tilted her head, pursing her lips, and pointed ahead. The other three immediately became cautious and scared. She quickly drew an arrow. Xiao hid behind a tree, quietly observing. In the forest appeared a deer searching for food. Liang Tong gently walked over and asked curiously. She smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing, just a wild deer. He sighed in relief, crossing his arms, You scared us half to death. This desolate, God-forsaken place. Xiao turned around and suggested, Let's check inside the workshop. Maybe Wang Jiangnong is sleeping in there. At that moment, the wild deer's eyes suddenly turned a frightening red, exuding a dangerous, mysterious aura. One of its eyes radiated a strange energy. Its body seemed to be slowly disintegrating. Its gaze was fixed on the workshop. The group had already entered to search. Liang Tong pointed at the wood-cutting machine and spoke, The machines are still on. Don't tell me he's really sleeping through all of this. He volunteered to move ahead, adding, The break room must be up ahead. Xiao pinched her nose, looking uncomfortable, the smell of alcohol is overwhelming. Liang Tong quickly opened the door to the room, and inside, the strong stench of body odor and alcohol hit them. He pinched his nose and complained, Ugh, how much did he drink? Zhang Li widened her eyes in confusion, unable to understand what was so great about alcohol. Before them was the image of a man's body with his back to the door. She stopped and added, See, I told you Wang Jiangnong was drunk. Isn't he just lying peacefully on the bed? Liang Tong immediately responded, scared stiff for a moment there. Huang Fan went over to shake Jiangnong's body, Hey, wake up. Zhang Li innocently guessed, Is he really that drunk, sleeping so soundly in such a stinky room? He shouted loudly, Wang Jiangnong, at least go home and sleep. Huang Fan laid him flat again in that desolate place. A terrifying sight appeared, and he froze in fear, dropping to the ground. Jiangnong's decayed torso was exposed, his wide eyes rolling back in a terrifying glare. He opened his mouth and growled loudly. Jiangnong flipped over, staring intensely at them. Zhang Li gasped in horror, while only Xiao remained calm, swiftly running forward. She jumped up, kicking him hard in the face. The blow sent Jiangnong flying across the room, his body crashing into the wall. Liang Tong, trembling, looked at his friend whose eyes were rolling back from the poison, anxiously calling for Huang Fan. He grabbed Huang Fan's hand, trying to help him. In that moment, Jiangnong sprang to his feet and charged at them. Jiangnong bit down on Xiao sword with his mouth, and everyone was terrified. What the hell is this?
Is he having a rabies outbreak?
She swiftly turned, shifting the situation. Xiao Na delivered a quick kick to his stomach, then swiftly drew an arrow from her quiver. She knocked the arrow, pulling back her bow with full force. The arrow flew straight, piercing Jiang Gnome's forehead. His body immediately lost all consciousness, revealing a grotesque, terrifying sight.
Zhang Li anxiously asked, "Sister, why did you kill him?" Xiao Na coldly replied, "Do you still think he's human?" She looked at the body of Jiang Gnome lying on the floor, and confusedly asked, "What is this? A zombie?" Xiao Na coldly responded, "I don't know. Anyway, let's get out of here first."
Liang Tong supported one of Huang Fan's arms and said worriedly, "He's unconscious, his veins have been torn, and the blood is still flowing non-stop." Xiao Na urgently ordered, "Go carry him back to the town, I'll handle this." He immediately offered, "Let me carry him, you take care of his wounds."
Zhang Li was stunned and replied, "Okay."
Then, they quickly left together with Huang Fan. Suddenly, a strange creature appeared outside the room. A deer stopped, its one eye wide with shock.
Xiao Na asked in confusion, "What now?"
A bizarre deer appeared, its body gaunt and veins protruding, its eye sockets hollow as if its soul had been drained.
A stream of dark purple demonic energy wrapped around it, as though manipulating its will and turning it into a vicious hunting tool. Xiao Na quickly drew her bow, preparing for defense.
Her eyes widened in surprise as she stared at it.
Zhang Li was cautious and anxious. An arrow was shot, but the deer easily tilted its head to dodge.
Xiao Na widened her eyes, amazed by its reflexes. She bit her lip, raised her bow, and instructed, "Its speed is very fast.
Everyone, step back a bit, I'll handle it."
The deer stopped with cold eyes, quickly running toward them to attack. Xiao Na quickly stepped back, gracefully drawing her bow and firing an arrow towards it. The stag moved at a dizzying speed, its reflexes incredibly sharp, dodging every single arrow. Xiao Na swiftly ran to the cutting machine, and it immediately chased after her. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Na quickly sidestepped, allowing the stag to charge straight into the cutting machine, which in turn sliced into one of its antlers. The stag raised its head and growled, tearing apart the cutting machine.
Liang Tong squinted in fear and exclaimed, "Are its antlers made of steel?"
She pressed her feet against the floor, bracing herself.
Xiao Na remained undeterred, swiftly attaching another arrow to her bow, ready for battle.
She pursed her lips coldly, drew her bow, and aimed directly at her target. The arrow shot forward like a blazing flame, heading straight for the stag.
Its eyes gleamed brightly, its body exuding a dark aura, ready to meet the attack.
The stag bared its teeth and leapt into the air, evading the arrow, which flew past and exploded in the distance.
Xiao Na gasped in astonishment, "This is a boss-level monster." Zhang Li anxiously suggested, "We should fall back a bit more."
Liang Tong hesitated, replying, "Huang Fan is still losing blood, but it seems this monster isn't planning on letting us leave." At that moment, inside the room, Jiang Gnome's body seemed to stir. His fingers slightly twitched, and one of his eyes suddenly gleamed.
He quickly exited the room.
Jiang Gnome's eyes vaguely scanned the chaotic scene before him.
The scene shifts to the Guanyun Reservoir.
Ren Rong watches the reservoir anxiously and speaks up, "The water level has dropped too much." She tilts her head and continues, "I don't see anything like the sea anemone you described."
Mingi responds calmly, "It's fine, let's drain the water from the reservoir first."
After a while, the water level in the reservoir has been significantly lowered. The work team has also gathered.
Drones are deployed to begin searching the bottom of the reservoir.
Zhang Wei frowns and announces, "I don't know where the thing you mentioned went. We've searched the bottom of the reservoir, and there's nothing here."
He blinks in surprise, making a guess, could it have gone upstream?
He furrows his brow, troubled, "If that's the case, it will be very hard to find."
Mingi replies confidently, "It's fine."
With the reservoir drained, the area it can move around in has been narrowed.
This will make it safer for the people in the town.
Jie focuses intently on the computer, surprised, and exclaims, "Oh my god, I can't believe there are so many bones at the bottom of the reservoir." Chang Zhang, standing behind, angrily says, "No wonder all our livestock have been disappearing without reason." On the screen, the image of the bottom of the reservoir is reflected, showing countless animal bones. He shouts loudly, "So they've all been buried here." Jie walks over, worried, and asks, "Do we have to pull up all the bones from down there? That's a huge amount of work." Zhang Wei, speaking slowly, gives orders, "Just send someone to keep watch here." Tang Ning stretches lazily and says, "I heard you found something underwater." Mingi calmly replied, "That's right." She pointed toward the dam and curiously asked, "Are all these bones related to that thing?" He responded in confusion, "Mm." The cafeteria attendant came over to announce, "It's getting late. Everyone must be tired, so let's head to the dining hall for a meal first. The clan leader has prepared food for us. Thank you all for your hard work." Mingi tilted her head and asked Han, "Have you had dinner yet?" Tang Ning answered leisurely, "I've already eaten. Teacher Tang asked me to come here to stand guard tonight." She lowered her eyes and kindly suggested, "Since the schedule has already been disrupted by these two, I'll handle this place. You should go rest." Xiao Ton, from behind, cheerfully responded, "All right, then. Sorry to trouble you." Everyone slowly moved toward the dining hall, and before leaving, they didn't forget to compliment, "With you keeping watch here, the people in the village will surely be much safer." A while later, at the ancestral hall, the excited voices of everyone continuously rang out, "Let's eat, let's eat." While eating, Mingi asked, "Has the person named Chang Zhang woken up yet, brother?" Zhang Wei replied seriously, "This afternoon, I heard a colleague say he seemed to have regained consciousness for a while." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "In that case, I'll go ask him a few things." He immediately suggested, "After eating, I'll go with you." Mingi sincerely declined, "It's fine, you've been working hard all day. I'll go by myself." Zhang Wei politely responded, "All right then." That night, Chang Zhang sneaked to Shu Jun's house, knocking on the door loudly and asking, "Sister-in-law, are you inside?" She was surprised, hurriedly using a towel to cover the front of her body, hesitating before speaking, "Yes, I'm taking a shower in my room." "Is something wrong?" Chang Zhang tilted his head towards the window and replied, it's fine, I'm just here to visit you." He squinted one eye, trying to peek inside, and pretended to be subtle as he spoke, "Wang brother has left, and I was worried you might not be able to handle things alone, so I came to see if there's anything I can help with." Shu Jun smirked as she heard his insincere good intentions. She lifted her head and casually suggested, "Well, you can sit inside first, I'll be right out." Chang Zhang eagerly responded, "Okay." Shu Jun, wearing a thin spaghetti strap dress that revealed her hot body, stepped out, gently drying her hair, and spoke, "It's so late, why did you come over?" He sat at the tea table, feeling a bit shy and blushing. Chang Zhang awkwardly smiled, hesitating, "Sister-in-law, that night, when my brother Wang was fishing at the reservoir all night, but clearly that night, I heard you." She lowered her head, revealing her alluring chest, and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Chang Zhang quickly changed the subject, "It's nothing. I just thought, since we're neighbors and now that Wang brother is gone, I should take care of you in his place." Shu Jun tilted her head to one side, looking frightened as she replied, "Please stop talking, I'm actually really scared too, especially being here alone. I don't even dare to sleep." He excitedly stood up and suggested, "Don't be scared, how about I come into the room with you?" Chang Zhang walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder. "That's not a good idea." Shu Jun pursed her lips and hesitantly declined. He smirked and reassured her, "It's fine, just think of me as your Wang brother." Immediately after, they both entered the bedroom. Chang Zhang reached out and touched her back, pulling Shu Jun into his arms from behind, his voice harsh, "Sister-in-law, I heard everything." She blushed and spoke in a quiet voice, "What are you doing?" "Stop it." Chang Zhang grinned slyly. "The other day, I heard you moaning, and it sounded really strange." Shu Jun tried to remind him with difficulty, "Don't talk nonsense." He leaned in close to her ear and threatened, you wouldn't want anyone from the ancestral hall to know that before Wang brother left, you were sneaking around with someone else, would you? As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Zhang lowered his head and kissed her shoulder. Shu Jun pretended to remind him, don't do anything reckless. He loudly taunted, stop pretending. I couldn't sleep all night after hearing it. Chang Zhang quickly removed the dress she was wearing and grinned, if you could be with someone else, then it's fine to be with me too. With every step they took, something else was being removed. He eagerly expressed, I've liked you for a long time now. Chang Zhang was completely captivated by the beauty of her perfect body. Shu Jun gently reminded him, don't be in such a hurry, there's no one else like you. He lifted his head and obediently asked, what should I do then? She placed her hand on his nose, softly responding, lie down, and let me take the lead. Shu Jun achieved her goal and immediately adopted a seductive tone, close your eyes. Chang Zhang obediently complied, not forgetting to compliment her, you're so skilled. She exposed her perfect body under the dim light and responded with a bewitching smile, that's right, I like to sneak around. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Jun instantly reverted to her parasitic form, ruthlessly striking at him. Chang Zhang screamed in terror. Her cries echoed through the village in the dead of night. After finishing, Shu Jun gently walked over to pick up her dress. She licked her lips, scolding, you told me to moan like that. Shu Jun walked to the vanity, coldly speaking, the screams of you people are quite something too. At the same time, Mingi was walking around, searching for clues. He looked up and noticed the sign of a house. Mingi approached the village head and asked, Sir, who runs this restaurant? Who is Miss Tao? The village head slowly raised his head and answered, she's the wife of Wang Junzhou Tao. His wife is very capable and a great cook. Everyone in the town loves her food. That's why she opened a restaurant here, and people from other towns often drive over to eat. Fragments of memories appeared in his mind, and he blinked in surprise, repeating, great cook. The village head smiled and said, that boy, Wang Jun, is living the good life without even knowing it. He spends all day fishing while his wife is at home busy taking care of everything, and she has to make money too. He looked at the locked door with confusion, then continued speaking. But recently, I don't know what's going on, but Wang Jun's wife has been staying home all the time, and the restaurant rarely opens. The village head recalled the time when a customer ate there and immediately vomited. There was a time when the door was finally opened with difficulty, but the food was terrible, and customers outside complained. Mingi curiously asked, when was that? He looked up, trying to remember, then hastily asked, before this, did her restaurant open every day? The village head replied casually, of course, it even opened on New Year's Eve. I haven't seen the girl take a break any day. Mingi frowned, asking seriously, has anything strange happened in the town recently? The village head answered slowly, as for strange things, there's plenty. In his mind, the village head recalled the blind man in the forest, leaving rotten fruit without picking it. What a waste of money. The fabric shop owner down the street kept giving back the wrong change. He furrowed his brows again, still confused, and continued, some old men I know who are addicted to gambling. No matter how much snow falls, they'll sit there gambling. But recently, it's like they've quit gambling. I haven't had the chance to win any money. He awkwardly laughed and agreed, that's indeed very strange. Mingi quickly left, saying, you just stay and enjoy the breeze. The village head waved back in response. He turned around, looking around. How strange, where did Chang Zhang go? Wasn't he mentally unclear, recovering at home? Mingi glanced at the house next door, silently thinking, and decided to try his luck. He walked over to open the courtyard door and asked, Miss Tao, are you home? Shu Jun stepped out and spoke softly. Is something wrong? Mingi pointed towards the house in front and spoke. I came to find Chang Zhang to ask him something, but I couldn't find him at home, so I thought I'd ask you if you knew where he went. She gently took a step forward, pointing inside and softly revealing, you're looking for him? He's in my house. Mingi widened his eyes, confused. In your house? Shu Jun crossed her arms and casually replied, he said he was scared to be alone and didn't dare to sleep, so he came to stay with me. He and Wang Jun are like brothers, and he often comes over to eat here.
He calmly suggested, is that so? Could you call him for me, then?
She smiled faintly, maliciously refusing, I'm cooking right now. If I stop, the pot of meat will burn.
You can go call him yourself. He's in the room.
Mingi expressed his gratitude, all right.
Shu Jun leaned slightly, kindly asking, by the way, have you eaten yet? If not, have some.
I have a big pot of meat, and I can't finish it all myself.
He smiled awkwardly and replied, I've already eaten. I had a meal with everyone at the ancestral hall. You don't need to be polite.
She continued to insist, the food there can't compare to what I cook. You should try it later. Mingi hesitated, feeling uneasy. All right, I'll go see Chang Zhang first. Then Shu Jun went into the kitchen to prepare the food. She raised a cleaver high, her hands cold as she chopped down, and fresh blood splattered across the floor. He opened the door and entered, calling out loudly, Chang Zhang, I am Mingi from the Hunters Association. Chang Zhang lay under the blanket on the bed, only his thin legs visible. Mingi walked in slowly and spoke, I have some questions I want to ask you. He lifted the blanket and anxiously called out, Chang Zhang. The thin hand of the man grasped Mingi's hand, and he stammered in fear, Chang Zhang, you. His gaunt, terrifying face emerged, grinning maliciously as he laughed loudly, got you, you bastard.
Mingi was shocked and quickly stepped back, what is this? He furrowed his brow in concern and spoke, what is this thing?
Chang Zhang immediately got out of bed, and slippery, wriggling creatures began emerging from his mouth.
The shape of a Baogong appeared, growling, didn't we meet underwater before? Mingi, unable to hide his surprise, asked, you're that water monster?
Its eyes glowed brightly and ominously, as its cold hand punched through the bed, growling, monster. Bao Gong loudly reminded, in front of advanced creatures like us, you are the real monsters. At this moment, Shu Jun also appeared behind them, speaking coldly, didn't we say we would eat first before leaving? She smiled faintly and brought a bowl of food inside. He pursed his lips and stepped back, shouting, who exactly are you people? Shu Jun furrowed her brows, then casually replied, we are humans.
We are your friends.
Mingi silently held the power orb in his hand, angrily shouted, you bunch of filthy, wild monsters, don't make me nauseous anymore.
She replied indifferently, if you think of us as that, then that's what we are. Bao Gong hurriedly suggested, let me gut it and eat its innards first.
Its bones and flesh, all of it. She smiled faintly and replied, don't rush.
It's already on the chopping block. It's just the right time for me to ask it something. He angrily scolded, you're really a pain.
Shu Jun calmly placed a tray of food on the table, inside of which was a dead chicken lying in a bowl of frightening black liquid. She spoke calmly, reassuring, don't worry, this isn't human flesh, just a stew of chicken. Shu Jun swept her hair behind her ear and asked calmly, didn't you already eat something I cooked? How did it taste? Mingi frowned, coldly on guard. She smiled confidently and said, I've made it so there's no flaw at all. Even if someone close to Zhou Tao were to talk to me, I could answer perfectly.
No one would suspect me.
Shu Jun lowered her eyes, pretending to be sad, but there was one thing I was deeply dissatisfied with. She gritted her teeth and coldly continued, so, I want to ask you.
Mingi coldly asked, what exactly do you want to say?
Shu Jun touched the bowl, and he was surprised, thinking to himself, the chicken soup looks like it was just freshly boiled.
She curiously asked, what kind of cooking skills do humans like you have?
Mingi widened her eyes in surprise, cooking skills. Shu Jun brought her hand, which was covered in chicken broth, to her mouth and licked it. She frowned, displeased. The taste was wrong, completely unlike the flavor Zhou Tao cooked. Clearly, I followed the instructions, but I couldn't replicate that taste, Shu Jun admitted with a hint of frustration.
I seriously imitated, studied, practiced, and even tried opening a restaurant. But all I got were insults in return. It made me so angry, so I broke the rules.
Memories resurfaced in her mind, and she raised her hand as she casually continued, I killed that other villager and threw their body into the reservoir.
He frowned in anger and questioned her, aren't you born to kill? And you're talking about breaking the rules?
Shu Jun lowered her eyes and responded indifferently, it's true, but before fully understanding all the arrogant actions of your kind, I didn't want to expose myself. Mingi clenched her fist, angrily scolding, so, you're a bunch of savage beasts.
No matter how much you try to imitate, you can never truly become human.
In her mind, she recalled the human cooking process, cleaning fish scales, then throwing them straight into hot oil while still alive, just to preserve the fresh taste of the chicken. Brutal cooking images flashed one after another. Shu Jun spoke slowly, continuing, you raise cattle and goats, wait until they're fat and healthy, then choose a good day to slaughter them.
She scolded angrily, have you ever thought that maybe they see you as family? Shu Jun was overflowing with fury, relentlessly questioning.
The wild grass outside can neither be eaten nor used, yet it is still plucked and trampled by people. She leaned against the table, slowly sneering. Perhaps this is why I cannot cook the delicious dishes you speak of.
I am more merciful than you.
At the very least, I kill but I do not deceive or torment them. Mingi curled his lips into a mocking smile.
Pretending, are we?
He furrowed his brows and shouted in rage. On the pile of bones you left behind beneath that reservoir are still the ugly bite marks of your kind. Even when reduced to a mangled heap of bones, one can still tell how desperately they struggled in terror while alive.
Mingi gnashed his teeth, raising his voice. Humans are not perfect, they carry both good and evil.
You turned into a human, you parasitize humans, yet I'm certain you've never once done a good deed.
Shu Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. The creature parasitizing Bao Gong was also brimming with fury. He lashed out angrily, but you've learned all the wickedness buried in the human heart. This alone proves that no guidance is needed, no environmental influence is required. By nature, you will inevitably become vicious beasts. It spoke indifferently. I've changed my mind. We should not eat its organs first. Bao Gong frowned and coldly suggested, cut out its tongue. The parasite on Shu Jun's body also began to reveal itself. She stuck out her tongue, licking her lips as she chimed in. They have a dish called spicy stewed fish. Perhaps it is because the main ingredient must be human that I have never been able to capture that flavor. Bao Gong immediately launched the long, serpentine tongue of the demonic parasitic sea anemone toward Mingi. He tilted his head to dodge it. The tongue quickly retracted. Bao Gong tilted his head and grinned maliciously, praising, agile. Its face split in two. The demonic parasitic sea anemone rose up and continued, however, Bao Gong, you're loud and provocative. Let's see how you escape this time. Mingi backed away, watching a series of long, twisting tails before him. He quickly summoned the bone ice stone, gently tapping it to create a powerful bone arm made of ice. Shu Jun's eyes widened in surprise, yet it continued charging forward, preparing to attack. The demonic parasitic sea anemone was thrown into the air. Mingi was ready to intercept. She's making her move immediately, a loud voice warned, its power is growing. Be careful. Mingi swiftly launched the soul of Violet's righteous aura. He deftly combined it with the ice-enveloping fist burial technique. In an instant, a barrage of bone ice rained down on the house. Shu Jun looked up, the danger was imminent. Earth and stone, along with the bone ice, quickly overwhelmed Bao Gong's body. The power continued to surge, and the earth and ice rained down in a chaotic storm. She glanced around in panic, and then the room seemed to explode. Mingi stood in the center of the room, watching as they were buried beneath the bone ice. He panted, exhausted. Xiao urgently commanded, Mingi, hurry, they still show signs of life. Mingi quickly bent down and ran out of the house. She flew alongside, tilting her body to observe behind, furrowing her brows as she spoke. He crushed the alien Icebone Star and then unleashed an attack through the method of the ultimate soul meaning. Its power was enough to threaten a military-class creature. He asked urgently, are they military-class beasts?
Xiao recalled Xu Jun's ravenous expression and calmly replied, "One of the two is military class, and it's that girl."
My intuition isn't wrong.
If you hadn't used the alien icebone star right away, you probably wouldn't have survived long enough to escape. They rushed toward a narrow trail, surrounded by deep pits. Mingi, puzzled, raised his voice, "What exactly are those creatures?
Why can they take on human form?
And what's more, before revealing their true nature, they're almost indistinguishable from real humans." Images of Xu Jun and Bao Gong in their parasitic forms surfaced in her mind. She answered slowly, "I don't know either." In short, intelligent creatures all possess a certain capacity for evolution, and they can even evolve according to their environment.
It's like the natural selection of you humans.
The only difference is that their transformation doesn't take thousands or tens of thousands of years, it only takes a few months, sometimes even less. Mingi leapt onto Xiao's leg, speaking anxiously, "That makes it too difficult. In the stories of heroes, the enemies are always giant, foolish monsters, behaving no differently from animals.
So why is it that when it's our turn, we only encounter those cunning ones, evolving so fast?"
She tilted her face and explained, "The alien creatures in your movies are all beings from a lower dimension.
Aside from their strength, they have nothing else because of human arrogance and pride.
You should consider yourself lucky that they haven't been on Earth for long, they're still in their new form, just starting to take root." They quickly crossed a field, and he frowned, speaking seriously.
If that's the case, then Tang Hang's analysis is absolutely accurate.
Xiao sincerely reminded him, "You should think of a way to escape first. For now, they're frozen by you, but they'll definitely chase after you soon." Mingi furrowed his brow and replied with concern, "You already said it, some of our movies are arrogant in their actions, especially the ones with individual heroism." I grinned innocently and added, "I can't handle them alone."
"Can I call for reinforcements? The student council members are no pushovers."
She remembered Tang Ning's cold demeanor and replied in surprise, "Makes sense. She must have the strength to fight that female monster one-on-one."
The scene shifted to another room.
Tang Hang excitedly slammed his hand on the table. He smiled in delight, looking at the jar containing the parasitic demon, and spoke. So that's it. Tang Hang pressed the jar's lid down with one hand, leaned over, and began searching the drawer, calmly making his deductions. "It seems like your host has started to harm people again." He placed the jar in the drawer, smiling happily to himself.
"Looks like we're safe for now."
Tang Hang hurriedly took out his phone and contacted someone.
"Mingi, where are you?"
"On the side of the Fu Rong village."
Mingi was running while answering the phone.
"I'm running as fast as I can along the rice field near Wang Jun's and Chang Zhang's house."
He calmly gave an order.
"Don't go looking for Chang Zhang and Wang Jun's wife just yet."
Tang Hang spoke seriously.
"According to my analysis, these two are very likely to be parasitized.
We've always had a feeling that there's something hidden in the reservoir or in the town."
In reality, they possess parasitic traits like those of hookworms or roundworms. They will basically go through 5 stages: hiding, parasitizing, feeding, taking over, and assimilating." He gasped, exhausted, and responded,
"Thank you, teacher, for the reminder. Your warning is quite important."
"If you had reminded me half an hour earlier, it would have been much better." He blinked in confusion and asked, "Why are you gasping while speaking?
Is this news too shocking?"
"That's right,
even I couldn't have imagined it."
Mingi replied anxiously, raising his voice, "Teacher Tang Hang, I just escaped from their house. Please help me contact the authorities and the Hunters Guild. Chang Zhang and Zhou Tao have both been parasitized by monsters." He seriously reminded him, among them, Zhou Tao may have been parasitized by a very dangerous military-level monster.
Tang Hang was taken aback and responded, "Huh? I'll contact them immediately. Hello."
Suddenly, there was no response from the other end of the line.
He tightened his grip on the phone and urgently called again, "Hello, why aren't you saying anything?"
Mingi hastily suggested, "Hello, Teacher Tang Hang, please quickly summon the student association members."
Hello, can you hear me?
On the hotel side, Tang Heng's phone suddenly lost signal.
He furrowed his brows in confusion. Why is the signal lost like this?
He clenched the phone tightly in his hand, cursing angrily, damn it, how can the signal just drop like that?
This can't be a coincidence, can it?
Xiao calmly speculated, that parasite dared to show up at this moment, which means she must have prepared some countermeasures. For example, she might have interfered with the signal tower or something.
She won't let anything happening here get out.
The two of them had reached the residential area, and Mingi quickly reminded, I remember the people in the ancestral hall said that Fu Rong City is in a very remote location. The only signal tower was near the wood factory. She responded slowly, that's right. Some people from your group have already gone there, but I'm not sure if they've noticed this detail. At the same time, elsewhere, a group of people was also rushing to escape.
Liang Tong frowned, irritated, damn it, isn't the weakness of zombies their heads?
Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of them.
He gasped in exhaustion and exclaimed, this is a muscular man holding a mace, with his head lowered in an eerie way. The man looked up at them.
Zheng Li trembled in fear, don't come over, please, don't.
Liang Tong frowned, perplexed. What the hell are these things?
She was so frightened that tears fell as she muttered, don't.
Inside the deep forest, a sobbing sound echoed with fear, don't.
A few minutes ago, inside the warehouse, Jiang Nong stood up and looked towards the group of Liang Tong.
He staggered as he walked. The boy couldn't help but praise Xiao Na, the senior is so strong.
The wild deer, filled with fierce energy, rushed to attack. She quickly jumped to avoid it. As a result, it charged straight into the cargo box.
Liang Tong was delighted and said, this should temporarily trap it.
At this moment, Huang Fan, lying on his back, was in critical condition.
His eyes slightly opened, reflecting the vivid image of Jiang Nong.
The man grinned maliciously. Huang Fan widened his eyes in fear, staring at Jiang Nong who was charging towards him. He opened his mouth, trying to signal everyone, but no sound came out, I can't speak. Huang Fan glanced quickly, calculating, and withdrew his hand from Liang Tong's shoulder, silently cursing, damn it. Huang Fan gritted his teeth and with all his strength, he pushed back, pressing against Jiang Nong's body. He tilted his head in shock and exclaimed, how is it still moving? Xiana pursed her lips, deep in thought, as if something wasn't right at the back of her mind. Huang Fan, in pain, fell to the ground, but the man remained unharmed, slowly standing up. Jiang Nong's eyes were bloodshot, his mouth wide open, eager to devour Huang Fan's body. Immediately, he bent down and bit into Huang Fan's body. Liang Tong furrowed his brow in worry, calling out, Huang Fan.
Xiao Na shouted loudly. There's no need to go there anymore.
Seeing Jiang Nong slowly devouring every part of him, she quickly ordered, he won't survive.
Run.
Xiana glanced at Zhang Li, who was still holding her head in fear, and urgently urged, run, or we'll all die here. Immediately, the three of them turned and fled from the warehouse. At that moment, the wild deer broke through the crate and escaped from its confinement. Liang Tong gritted his teeth in fear and turned his head to search for prey. Xiana quickly drew an arrow, aimed her bow at the wild deer, and coldly reminded, don't stop, keep running. A net was fired, and the wild deer stared blankly as the large net flew toward it. Seizing the opportunity, the three of them hurriedly ran.
Back in the present, Zhang Li couldn't help but scream in fear, why is this happening?
She gritted her teeth, crying out in frustration, I'm just a freshman.
Xiana looked at her empty bowstring and couldn't help but anxiously say, this is bad, I've wasted too many arrows dealing with that deer. The man, infested with parasites, slowly walked forward, dragging his axe on the ground.
She bit her lip, calmly speculating that his speed was slower than that of the deer.
He had reached Xiana's position, raising his axe high. She remained calm and said, I guess.
Xiana bit her lip and leaned to the side to avoid him. She jumped backward, narrowly evading the ground-shaking impact he caused. Xiana braced her feet firmly on the ground, stabilizing her body.
Liang Tong anxiously ran over to ask, Senior, are you okay?
She pursed her lips, feeling guilty, and replied, "This guy isn't fast, but he's incredibly strong. I've run out of names, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with him." He gritted his teeth, fear creeping into his voice as he muttered, "That deer will break free soon enough, and then there's that guy, Wang Jiangnong." Xiao turned around and looked at Zhongli, who was clutching his head in fear, then continued, "The signal station has been destroyed, we can't call for help, we can only rely on ourselves." Liang Tong opened his backpack and calmly suggested, "Sister, you're badly injured, so how about this? I'll distract him, you lead Zhangli back to the town." She firmly refused, "No way. You take Zhongli, I'll handle him." He took a red box out of his backpack, confidently boasting, "Sister, don't let my size fool you, I'm actually very quick." A long shield was thrown out, and Liang Tong urgently reminded, "We don't have time to waste, just get on with it." He gripped the sides of the shield and resolutely declared, "I'll show you how capable I am." Liang Tong swiftly threw the shield forward. It spun and flew directly at the man who was being parasitized. With great force, it struck him in the head. The man was quickly knocked back. Once the shield had completed its task, it immediately returned to its owner. He raised his hand to catch it. Liang Tong coldly lowered his head and caught the shield. "Sister, I'm not weak at all." Xiaona's eyes widened in delight. Suddenly, a series of terrifying sounds emerged. She gritted her teeth in anger and announced, "They're chasing us here." He walked over, determined, and suggested, "You two go ahead, I'll lead them to the long mountain." She anxiously instructed, "Take care of yourself." Xiaona and Zhongli left. Liang Tong lowered his head, smiling faintly, muttering, "Don't worry, I'll definitely come back. When I do, I'll invite you for coffee and a movie." The possessed man immediately stood up, growling. He grimaced in anger and exclaimed, "What the hell are these guys? One hit and they're still unaffected?" As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Tong immediately threw the shield at him. The possessed man gritted his teeth, raising his hand, ready to block it. He easily grabbed the shield. Liang Tong gaped in surprise, "What? That works?" Liang Tong quickly turned and fled, saying, "That's my gift for you. Goodbye." The possessed man was stunned. It turned out that the wild deer had caught up to them as well. Liang Tong helplessly stood before a cliff. At this moment, it had caught up. He hurriedly rummaged through his pockets. Liang Tong gritted his teeth and leaped over the cliff. Liang Tong quickly hooked the rope onto the flying disc. He sprang off the edge of the cliff, reaching behind for momentum. Liang Tong hurriedly threw the flying disc towards the edge of the cliff ahead. The flying disc and rope fortunately twisted around a large tree branch. He tightened the rope in his hand, swinging strongly towards the cliff face ahead. Liang Tong landed calmly on his feet, tilting his face and spreading his arms in a taunting grin. "If you want to kill me, fly over here." A stag stood on the other side of the cliff, mouth wide as it snorted. At the same time, in the inhabited area Mingi was cutting through street after street trying to flee. Suddenly the street lights went out, he stared in disbelief. "The power's out." An old man leaning on a cane suddenly appeared ahead. Mingi pressed his lips together, his hand clenching in caution. "So it turns out to be someone I know." The village head looked up, smiling in puzzlement. "Young man, what are you rushing off for?" He answered earnestly at once, "Sir, please tell everyone in the village to find somewhere to hide quickly, please." The old man gaped in confusion. "Hide from what? Right now everyone's at the ancestral hall for the banquet. We have a custom, no matter how someone dies, on the third day the evening banquet must be held." Mingi widened his eyes in surprise. "Most of them are all at the ancestral hall?" The village head replied slowly, "Yes." "Has something happened? Is there really a demon in our village?" He smiled faintly and admitted honestly, "Something like that. In short, the town isn't very safe right now. Is there anywhere like a shelter?" The man pointed behind them and said, "There is. Behind the ancestral hall there's a very large bunker. Mingi pleaded sincerely, then please tell everyone to hurry into it, help Ha and me. As if realizing something, the man frowned coldly and added, no, you won't get there fast enough. Let me run there myself. The village head immediately pointed at the car in reproach. I can't go fast, can't I drive? That's my car. Mingi immediately changed his expression, replying warmly, please help me with something, it's urgent, please hurry. The village head quickly got in the car and started it, excitedly boasting, when I was young, I was the messenger. He quickly drove back to the ancestral hall, not forgetting to reassure him before leaving, kid, don't worry. Mingi couldn't help but sigh as he witnessed this, he was quite a well-known figure in the past. Suddenly, the door of the house next door creaked open. Mingi curiously walked over, pushing the door open with both hands. Inside, a girl was bowing her head over a table doing something, and he couldn't help but feel confused. Mingi quickly stepped inside and sincerely suggested to the girl, Furong City isn't safe, you should leave here with me. Yishu was busy eating chicken, continuously complaining, I'm so hungry, so hungry. He was frightened and quickly spoke up, keep eating, I won't disturb you anymore. Her eyes were bloodshot as she spoke, how can I still be hungry after eating? Yishu tilted her head, showing a threatening expression, you smell so good, your meat would fill my stomach. She lunged toward Mingi and declared, I want to eat you. He gritted his teeth, quickly and skillfully dodging Yishu's claws. Mingi glanced at her grotesque figure and quietly assessed her. Fast, just like a cheetah. He turned, kicked the door open, and rushed outside. Mingi planted his feet against the ground, and the two doors lay scattered on the sidewalk. Yishu crawled across the ceiling, flipping upside down and sighing. I'm so hungry. He couldn't help but feel confused. What exactly were they? Xiao frowned and loudly reminded him. Mingi, don't hesitate here, there's not just one of them. No sooner had he spoken than another parasitized man appeared behind them. Regardless of age, the two men, from different generations, were both victims of the parasites. Mingi ground his teeth in frustration. Had they all been taken over by parasites? She urgently ordered. Hurry up, that damn parasite is chasing us, don't let them trap us here. He saw Yishu reaching out with her arm and quickly responded. As soon as he spoke, Mingi used the momentum to jump across to the rooftop of the opposite building. She fell flat on her face in the process. Immediately after, they were sealed and immobilized in place, but only for a short while. Yishu quickly leaped onto the roof, chasing after him. Mingi raised an eyebrow and looked behind. Xiao ground his teeth in anger. They broke free from your ice seal. He frowned in surprise. That fast? That move of mine cost 300,000. She lowered her eyes in worry and spoke. The cry earlier was a call, a power that many demons possess. Mingi gracefully leapt across the rooftops and asked, the problem is, what are they calling for? Xiao softly spoke, I'm going to say something you won't like. It's possible that there are quite a few people in Furong City who have been possessed by demons. As soon as she finished speaking, Isu appeared on the right, holding a chainsaw, while Buddha stood on the left, blocking the way with a club. He furrowed his brows in anger and shouted, are you kidding me? Another one? Isu, excited, started the chainsaw, muttering, cut, I love cutting things. Buddha raised his club high and shouted, I'm going to dig a hole in your head. Mingi turned around and kicked him in the chest. Buddha gritted his teeth in anger and glared at his target. He quickly returned the favor with a powerful punch to Mingi's chest. The punch sent him sprawling to the ground, but after a brief moment, Buddha was back on his feet. Isu, wielding the chainsaw, charged forward. Mingi couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, why aren't they dead? Taking advantage of the moment, the man swung the chainsaw toward him. Luckily, Mingi was quick enough to dodge. Isu, thrilled, watched Mingi, who was propped up on the rooftop. The man's laugh was wild, and he swung the chainsaw down with force. Mingi furrowed his brows in panic, his eyes widening as the chainsaw blade came within a few centimeters of his most precious part. His eyes glowed red with a menacing, gloomy aura. Grinding his teeth in fury, he coldly yanked the chainsaw back up. Mingi gritted his teeth in fear. He quickly placed both hands on the roof, adopting a handstand position to create some distance, and his body swiftly sprang up into the air. Mingi successfully jumped to the ground, and the chase in the night officially began. Yi Shu opened her mouth wide and charged at him to attack. Mingi couldn't help but be astonished as the danger approached. He quickly dodged to the side. She gritted her teeth and climbed onto Mingi's body. Yi Shu hurt herself, and tears kept falling. She painfully covered her mouth and leaned backward. Yi Shu writhed in pain on the floor. Mingi, still in shock, muttered, "Did it die? Why did it die this time?" His gaze fell on the severed tongue lying on the ground, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Is that all?" Mingi furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Xiao urgently suggested. "Mingi, think about that later, we need to get out of here now." He quickly jumped across the rooftops and left. "All right." Meanwhile, at Renron's location, everyone was being moved into the shelter. Latian stood inside, urging them anxiously. "Hurry up!" Lin Hui stood outside, curious. "What's going on?" He gloomily informed the people. "There's a monster in our town." She quickly headed down to the basement, urgently notifying everyone. "I heard a lot of screaming. It's terrifying. Quickly, close the stone gate. Don't let any monsters in." The people standing around couldn't help but urge in fear. "That's right, close it." Latian spoke calmly, still more people had not entered, "Hurry up and get inside." Outside Fu Rong City, it became quiet. Mingi smoothly moved towards the gathering spot. Tang Hang stood outside the door, anxiously waiting. As soon as he saw him, he immediately raised his hand to hurry him along. "Mingi, hurry inside." He spoke with concern. "Professor Tang Hang, the situation is not looking good." Tang Hang urgently asked, "What happened?" Mingi immediately disclosed the information. "It's not just Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang whose bodies have been taken over by the parasites." He frowned, recalling the events from just a few minutes ago, then continued seriously. "On the way here, many people in the town attacked me. They were normal at first, but suddenly changed." Tang Hang calmly explained. "These things have a latent period. They need to take over the organs of the body to fully control the host." Renron looked at the two of them still talking outside and couldn't help but feel curious. Mingi asked with concern, "What about the people here? Has anyone been taken over by the parasites?" She walked over and furrowed her brow as she asked. "What are you two talking about?" He crossed his arms, lowering his head in thought. "They mimic human speech and behavior. If we speak like this, how can we know who has been possessed unless we check carefully?" The village chief furrowed his brows and loudly affirmed. "It's nothing, most of the monsters are outside. The people here should all be normal." Mingi asked seriously. "How can you be sure?" He frowned, replying with certainty. "They're like foxes, only learning to imitate human behavior. They act strangely and avoid crowded places." The village chief explained calmly, "Now that many people in the town have died, there will definitely be a ritual feast for the first 3 nights, an ancient and dark tradition of ours." He believed absolutely in spiritual elements. The elderly still said that for the first 3 nights after death, the souls would return to visit everyone. Outside the town, only empty tables and chairs remained, and the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. The village chief calmly explained, "Everyone must pretend as if nothing happened, silently go to the ancestral hall and finish the feast. That's the only way to let the soul depart in peace." Tang Hang joyfully exclaimed, "This old man is saying that those who have been taken over by parasites don't know that tradition, so they won't come to eat at the ancestral hall feast." The village chief sat on the doorstep, responding tiredly, "Yes, I tried to tell everyone that something strange was happening in the town, but they didn't believe me."
This old man had to stay up and watch all night. He hurriedly asked, Mingi, do the mutants you encountered look the same?
Mingi lowered his head and replied, dazed, not exactly. Recalling the parasitized people in his mind, Su brother continued, except for Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang, the other monsters are weaker, with lower IQ. Tang Hang frowned, hiding his joy, and replied, then that fits with what I've been studying. He spoke calmly, the parasites are divided into first and second generations, and for now, we can consider Zhou Tao and Chang Zhang as the first generation. Their strength is enough to perfectly imitate humans, language, knowledge, habits. Mingi furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then spoke, I remember Zhou Tao once appeared at the ancestral shrine. She also invited me and Zhang Wei to her home for a meal. Tang Hang, lost in thought about the parasitized individuals, calmly speculated, the first generation has evolved to the point where they can integrate into society. The second generation, however, is like zombies in films, primitive, violent, and not fully evolved. He recalled the images of Shujun and others, then calmly concluded, based on the data I collected and analyzed earlier, there are probably 3 first-generation parasites, while the second-generation numbers about 30.
He frowned and curiously asked, why?
Tang Hang raised his hand to stop him.
Tang Hang responded, we'll discuss that later. What is certain now is that the second-generation parasites are not among the people here.
Outside of Fu Rong City, parasitized individuals are wandering everywhere. He anxiously announced, then the only way to protect the rest of the people is to seal this place off and wait for reinforcements.
That's the only thing we can do. Tang Hang couldn't help but feel uneasy and said, the second-generation parasites are roaming the town, very hungry, and they'll eat anything they come across.
He turned around and suggested, let's go inside. Suddenly, Renrong shouted to stop them, wait, just because there are no second-generation parasites among the people at the ancestral shrine doesn't mean there are no first-generation ones. She frowned and seriously inquired, you said there are 3 first-generation parasites, one is Zhou Tao, one is Chang Zhang, what about the others? Renrong looked at the group of people standing in the underground shelter, anxiously speculating.
Aren't they supposed to be among us? Suddenly, someone infected by the parasite walked over.
She gritted her teeth, turned around, and looked at them.
Tang Hang hurriedly grabbed Renrong's hand and replied, that's right. He quickly pulled the door down. Tang Hang widened his eyes and shouted, but I don't have a choice.
The parasitized people were frantically rushing towards the shelter. The door fell just in time, blocking them from entering. A terrifying sound rang out. The civilians couldn't help but panic, looking at the parasitized people at the entrance. Several children were scared, burying their faces in their parents' clothes, while the adults stood frozen, anxiously worried.
What's that noise?
La Tian furrowed his brows in panic.
It's the monster hiding inside Fu Rong City.
Outside, the parasitized people had wandered close to the shelter, just as he had warned. They were hiding among the villagers. Mingi hesitated before speaking, the danger outside has been temporarily dealt with, but... He turned around and looked at the people behind him, unease filling his voice.
What about the danger from within?
The villagers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cry, terrified, worrying about their own tragic fate. The people of Fu Rong City stared in horror at the events unfolding that night. The loudspeaker continued to blare, warning of the danger. In a nearby forest, Wen Yi looked up, worried, and asked, Fu Rong City.
What's happening?
Lu Feng stood in front.
It's a level 7 disaster alert.
Xiang Lang furrowed her brows, speaking urgently.
Doesn't that mean we need at least a superhuman of the heavenly python rank or higher to handle it?
She hesitantly asked.
Then what should we do now?
He coldly replied, gather with members from other teams, then immediately withdraw from here and seek reinforcements from outside. He hesitated before speaking, but Tang Ning Ming's team is still in Fu Rong City. Lu Feng's eyes turned sharp, coldly affirming, this warning is to remind us don't go back to die. The two of them couldn't help but feel guilty and awkward after hearing these words. The alarm sounded throughout the mountains and forests, reaching distant places. Those who were parasitized by demons stood in front of the loudspeakers, holding their heads in discomfort. At the same time, a beauty appeared from afar on the rooftop. Bao Gong jumped down from high above, his feet aimed directly at the two loudspeakers. He quickly delivered a powerful kick, destroying both loudspeakers. Bao Gong's eyes were bloodshot, exuding a ruthless aura. Angrily, he spoke, "Finally, some peace." This sound was about to make my head explode. Shu Jun stood on the rooftop, observing, calmly making a judgment. Most of the people in the town have hidden in the bunkers. She looked up in anger. Damn, doesn't that mean we'll starve? She smiled sinisterly, her voice dripping with disdain. Do they think that by hiding inside and not coming out, they'll be fine? The old man leaned sideways, curiously asking, have you already made preparations for this? She smiled faintly and asked again, did you forget we have another friend? Its eyes lit up as if it had struck gold, happily replying, that's right. Old memories resurfaced in its mind. Bao Gong, with a look of hatred, spoke up. At first, only the three of us came to this filthy, unfamiliar place. When I was just a parasitic demon, I always had to stay in a lowly state, even hiding far away from cockroaches. But now it's different. Bao Gong Shu Jun is thriving and flourishing. More and more innocent people have been parasitized. Now we have so many descendants. Humans always place great importance on family, always appearing to be superior. It looked at the cockroaches flattened on the floor and couldn't help but disdainfully continue, but have they ever thought about how poor the quality of their reproduction is? Bao Gong, full of hatred, stomped his feet on the ground, speaking with a voice full of authority. Compared to us, they are no different from the pests that multiply rapidly, like cockroaches, rats, and bugs. It lowered its head, furrowing its brow mysteriously. We. Bao Gong opened his mouth to demonstrate his power, raised a finger to the sky, and loudly proclaimed, we are the superior species. The parasitized people also growled in agreement, as though they shared the sentiment. Shu Jun, with arms crossed, calmly spoke up, why should we discriminate like this? At least the people of Fu Rong City have contributed to us. They can be considered our umbilical cord. Hearing these words, it couldn't help but get excited, sticking out its tongue and repeating umbilical cord under the bright moonlight. The eerie sound of the parasitic spirits continued to resonate, their roots digging deeper. At the same time, in the shelter of those whose bodies had yet to be invaded by parasites, people continuously reassured each other. The police and the hunter team had also arrived to speak up. Everyone had to trust the hunter. Mingi and Tang Heng sat quietly inside the storage room, deep in thought. The police officer calmly reassured the people. It's okay. He handed Mingi a small bag, calmly suggesting, take a look at this. Mingi stood up, reached out to take it, and curiously asked, what is this? Tang Heng explained slowly. The dandelion seeds you collected by the lake. Mingi, puzzled, spoke up. What does this have to do with the parasites? Clues began to form in his mind, and he calmly pieced them together. It's not real dandelion seeds. It's a highly sophisticated disguise of the parasite species. Dandelions spread their seeds through the wind, and this method of propagation is something the parasites mimic. So they transform into parasitic dandelion seeds and spread parasitic spores onto humans and animals. From there, they complete the parasitic process, making it more enduring and terrifying. Mingi squinted, trying to deduce. Could it be that Wang Jun has been regularly fishing for the dead like this? Tang Heng solemnly revealed. He must have carried the first-generation parasite. The first-generation parasite entered his wife, Zhou Tao, through his body. He clenched his fist tightly and coldly continued. Then it perfectly took over her body and replaced her. Wang Jun himself became his wife's puppet. Tang Heng recalled the times Wang Jun went fishing, casually affirming that he went fishing every night, partly to deal with the corpses eaten by Zhou Tao, and partly to feed the other two accomplices of hers. He narrowed his eyes hesitantly. What about the other two? The man took out a sealed jar containing the parasites collected from the water, which Mingi had asked to be studied, and spoke. One of them is this.
His eyes widened in surprise. This is the remaining first-generation demon parasite? Tang Heng calmly replied, it's just a very small part of it. The host must be parasitizing a human body.
Mingi leaned in closer to observe, muttering, this one. In his mind, he recalled when he was searching beneath the dam, got you, or when he encountered Bao Gong, it had said the same thing, got you. Mingi couldn't help but admire, confirming, very hot-tempered.
The man frowned seriously, replying, that's right, I've given them nicknames.
In his mind, he recalled the two people who had been causing trouble for the past few nights.
Tang Heng calmly continued, the dandelion demon parasite is Shu Jun, and the demonic parasitic sea anemone is Bao Gong.
He frowned in anger, calling out Shu Jun and Bao Gong.
Tang Heng, with a neutral expression, asked, do you remember I told you I came here to take samples and investigate because the hunters collected a very special specimen?
Fragments of scattered memories began to surface on a full moon night, when a parasitic ghost attacked humans, leaving nothing but exposed bones. He confidently asserted that it was the third-generation parasitic ghost, which I called the husband ghost. In reality, it was the one that entered Fu Rong City the earliest, the pioneering parasitic species. After conducting his survey, it then led Shu Jun and Bao Gong here.
Mingi's eyes widened, surprise and hesitation filling his expression. You mean, you're trying to stay calm and say everything? The one hiding among us right now is the first-generation husband ghost parasitic.
Meanwhile, outside, everyone continued to panic in fear.
My father isn't a big eater, could it be that my daughter won't come too? Tang Heng looked at the people in front of him and replied slowly, that's right. It evolved the earliest, understands human nature, and perhaps even knows the customs of Fu Rong City.
Mingi lowered his head and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, but we have so little information, how can we find it among so many people?
He glanced at him slowly and asked, when you fought them, did you notice anything?
He tried to recall the memory, muttering to himself, fighting a familiar image flashed through my mind. Mingi's eyes widened even more, and he exclaimed in surprise, the tongue.
It seems like the tongue is the most important organ in their body. Tang Heng squinted his eyes, impressed.
Oh, the tongue. He raised his head, calmly continuing, if that's the case, I have a way.
Curious, he asked, what is it?
All right, Tang Heng replied slowly, but it's possible that you'll have to take a risk.
Outside, people were sharing things with each other.
They had come in a hurry, only bringing a few items, it wouldn't be long before they lost patience. Inside the warehouse, Mingi and the man were calmly discussing plans. After a moment of conversation, he calmly agreed.
All right, it can't be helped. The children couldn't help but cry in fear. Mom, when will we go outside?
She patted her son's shoulder to reassure him.
Soon, sweetheart.
Latian stood up, pointed toward Tang Heng, and spoke.
Everyone, don't be afraid. Listen to our expert for a moment.
He stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest, and announced solemnly. Dear folks, we are facing a beast that is extremely skilled at disguising itself, even capable of turning into a human. Tang Heng, with a serious expression, continued. Furthermore, through our investigation. He pointed confidently toward the crowd.
One of us here is a monster disguised as a human. A monster that appeared human, waiting for the right moment to strike. The people couldn't help but panic, doubting each other. Who among us could it be? Don't be afraid. Tang Heng quickly reassured them.
Don't worry, I'm the expert, and I've found a solution. He put his hand in his jacket pocket and spoke slowly. I've developed a kind of medicine, he said, holding up a small round pill.
Tang Heng calmly explained.
Just hold it in your mouth for 3 minutes, and you'll be able to tell if the person is a parasitic monster or not. He handed out the pills to everyone present, calmly instructing, now, each person take 1 pill.
In a moment, we will do a collective inspection.
The people went up to get their pills, and Tang Heng carefully reminded them, don't eat it right away. We'll all take it together later for convenience. Now, everyone was pushing and shoving to get theirs, saying, "Give me 2 pills, I'll take them for my wife." The scene gradually became chaotic. He raised his voice, "Everyone will get theirs. Why the hurry?" Tang Hang also held a pill in his hand and calmly interrupted, "Alright, everyone has received this special pill, now put it in your mouth and hold it." He frowned, adopting a serious expression as he reminded them, "Remember, before our inspectors check, please don't let anyone see your tongue." Then, Tang Hang, Mingi, and Rin Rong also placed their pills in their mouths. The people, holding the pills in their hands, hesitated anxiously. "There won't be any side effects, right?" Now wasn't the time to worry about that, be careful not to drop it. 3 minutes later, he looked at the watch on his wrist and announced, "It's time." Tang Hang seriously reiterated, "I will emphasize once again, everyone please keep your lips tightly closed, and do not let anyone except the inspectors see your tongue." Immediately, everyone complied, with the children even carefully covering their mouths with their hands. He placed his hand on the shoulder of a man, kindly suggesting, "Please line up one by one so Mingi can check each person." The people immediately lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting for their turn. Zhang Wei, standing guard outside, sternly reminded them, "Line up properly. No pushing." Ren Rong stood inside, gently guiding. "One at a time, please." The first woman stepped in, and the iron door immediately closed behind her. She carefully covered her mouth and walked towards Mingi. Su brother spoke up, "Let me see your tongue for a moment." She hurried over, replying, "All right." The first woman immediately opened her mouth wide. Mingi furrowed his brows and carefully inspected. "All right. Thank you for cooperating." He called out loudly, "Next." Ren Rong sternly reminded, "Once checked, please step aside." The woman rushed outside, happily announcing, "I'm fine now." Mingi carefully examined the tongue of the second person. You're fine." Then he called out loudly, "Next." Tang Hang approached and asked, "More than half have been checked, still no results?" After a while, the ghost husband entered at Mingi's call. "Next." It pursed its lips, staring at the now closed iron door. Mingi quickly reassured, "Please come to my side, don't be nervous." He narrowed his eyes and coldly suggested, "Please open your mouth so I can check your tongue." The ghost husband opened its mouth wide, revealing its long tongue. Mingi observed carefully and responded, Your tongue looks normal." "Thank you for your cooperation." It couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Kid, does this method actually work? It feels like eating candy." Mingi smiled mysteriously and replied, "Maybe it was candy to begin with." The ghost husband turned and walked towards the exit, muttering to itself, "Young people really know how to joke." It widened its eyes, staring ahead in surprise. The demon master glared at Rin Rong, loudly questioning, "Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and open the door." Tang Hang also approached, looking at it with sharp eyes. The demon master couldn't help but feel confused, exclaiming, "What's going on here? Didn't I tell you there's nothing wrong with me?" It turned out that Mingi had made a gesture with his hand from behind, signaling to them. La Tian's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "Wang Dishang, how did you turn into a monster?" Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious, muttering, "Why him? What's going on?" It shoved its head through the bars, loudly denying, saying, "Nonsense, I'm perfectly normal. If you don't believe me, look at my tongue." The demon master immediately stuck out his tongue to prove it. "See?" It furrowed its brows angrily, shouting, "My tongue hasn't changed at all, hurry up and let me out." "I'm not a parasitic demon." Tang Hang calmly exposed the truth, "Stop pretending, you are the third-generation parasitic demon." The demon master clenched his fists, loudly asserting, "Nonsense, I'm human." Mingi slowly moved his hand, furrowing his brows and angrily scolding, "You beast, thinking you're always right. Open your eyes and see how the tongues of normal people look." He immediately suggested, "Everyone, open your mouths, stick out your tongues, and then look at each other's tongues." Everyone immediately followed the instruction. Tongues of different colors appeared, some were red, some were green, some were purple, and some were yellow. The children, full of surprise, exclaimed, "Your tongue is green, your tongue is red, isn't this the color-changing candy we eat sometimes? After eating it, your tongue changes color."
Everyone was surprised by the situation.
A man's eyes widened in shock. "Children love to eat this, so I bought a large bag to share with the kids at the feast."
Demon husband gritted his teeth in anger when he heard what he said.
"Earlier, I also found it hard to understand how this thing became a monster-slaying drug." Rewinding the time to the moment when the police handed out pills to the citizens, it hesitated, pressing its lips together as it stared at the pill in its hand.
Then, demon husband threw the pill into his mouth, silently chewing it up. Demon husband couldn't help but feel smug and disdainful.
A bunch of foolish, laughable idiots.
A boy's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "I understand now."
The boy pointed at it and confidently declared, "It's a monster. It has a guilty conscience, that's why it didn't follow the instructions and didn't suck on the candy to change the color of its tongue."
Demon husband couldn't help but feel enraged, exposed in front of everyone.
His eyes bulged with bloodshot fury, and he growled, "I can't believe you idiots used such childish, shameless tricks." Mingi bit his lip coldly and spoke, "This is the first lesson we, humans, are teaching you." He warned it. At this moment, its body suddenly filled with a dark, oppressive aura. It clasped its head with both hands and bowed down, finally revealing the parasitic demons.
Demon husband lifted his head, puffing out his chest to display his power, laughing derisively.
"When I set foot on this land, I saw a creature that was utterly despicable." Everyone standing outside the iron door couldn't help but feel fear and anxiety as its body became increasingly bizarre, thanks to the third-generation parasitic demons.
"Do you know what that is?" Demon husband asked loudly.
It slowly spoke, "It is a small banyan tree, nothing remarkable." Demon husband, with a distorted, fake expression, revealed, "I saw it with my own eyes, sprouting from the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree, watching it grow vines like tentacles wrapping around the trunk." In its mind appeared a large tree standing in the midst of a blazing sky. It slowly recounted, as the banyan tree grew strong, its vines multiplied, and before long, they completely covered the 1,000-year-old tree. The ancient tree that had nourished it could not even receive a single ray of sunlight. Demon husband could not hide its anger when it remembered how the banyan tree's vines had stolen the nutrients from the 1,000-year-old tree. The ancient tree could never have imagined, it continued, that a small banyan sprout would turn into a blood-sucking demon with an insatiable greed, eventually dying in torment and binding itself.
It recalled the scene of humans standing before the tree, observing and pointing.
"The most ridiculous thing is when you humans see a large banyan tree, and when you see the beautiful scenery of the blue sky peeking through its leaves, you can't help but praise it. But you've never thought about the fact that there was once a desperate mother here. You worship the banyan tree as a deity, and instinctively pity this vile, cruel thing," Demon husband said with a tone full of contempt.
Demon husband seemed consumed by hatred as the population continued to grow, its voice dripping with disdain. "You reproduce endlessly, with advanced technology like artificial satellites in space, the greed of subtle colonizers."
The towering skyscrapers sprang up like mushrooms. It snarled angrily, "The intellect and civilization you pride yourselves on, it's like you're slowly tightening the throat of Mother Universe."
Demon husband shouted furiously, "We absolutely cannot let you become towering giants.
We must take advantage while you're still saplings." It hurled a vine at Mingi, coldly declaring, "Annihilate you completely."
Fortunately, he quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike.
John gritted his teeth, astonished. Such a casual yet deadly blow. Demon husband turned around, full of delight, and said, "It seems you are their hope." "Controller," it said, immediately leaving its previous position, its body moving swiftly. Mingi stared in surprise at Demon husband's actions, desperately trying to dodge each lethal swipe. Mingi looked at the shredded shoulder of his cloak, silently impressed. "This guy's strong. If I don't use my spiritual techniques, I won't even get a chance to retaliate."
Demon husband leisurely walked over, offering praise, quick reactions.
He fell into deep thought. He could only use the alien Icebone star one more time, and there was still a high-level monster outside. Mingi frowned, pondering, "No, the alien crystal is my last resort. He extended both hands forward to draw in fragments of stone, forming two strong arms, thinking to himself, I'll use this. In just a few seconds, the arms were complete. Mingi gritted his teeth and charged forward, executing the move Sung Nam Gwen. It immediately summoned a shield. He clenched his jaw and tried to smash through Demon Husband's shield, inwardly astonished. And yet it can block this. Demon Husband's eyes burned bright red, his mouth growling a threat as he silently formed a sharp whip behind the shield. Mingi gaped in terror at the barbed lash pointed at him. Demon Husband struck his face with a precise blow. Tang Hang and Renrong cried out to Mingi in panic. He pressed his feet against the floor to steady himself. Mingi raised a hand to guard his face, his forehead was already streaming with blood. He calmly reassured them, I'm fine. In his head he calculated at once ordinary spirit techniques wouldn't work. Latian, unable to hide his anger, demanded, why would the Extraordinary Academy let a single boy face such a terrifying demon? He awkwardly explained, there's nothing we can do. Although I'm an instructor, my work is only research. She couldn't contain herself and pleaded, teacher, please let me in. Tang Hang sternly warned, don't cause Mingi any more trouble. He looked inward, his face full of worry, and said, if Mingi can't deal with it, all of us here will be killed. Trust him. The boy immediately shouted encouragement, brother, go for it. The children, with innocent, sincere expressions, called, you must defeat this monster. Demon Husband tilted his head in fury and snarled, shut up. After I kill this annoying brat, I'll eat those kids' parents. You lot are too noisy. He licked his lips threateningly. Then I'll tell you what your parents taste like. The kids immediately became scared, crying incessantly. Demon Husband confidently spoke, so how do you want to die? He raised his sharp whip in front, preparing to lunge forward. Demon Husband immediately launched his attack. Mingi tried to dodge each strike of the whip. Demon Husband turned his head and, without hesitation, swung his whip, landing a blow to Mingi's back. Suddenly, one of Mingi's arms grabbed Demon Husband's arm. He used his momentum to punch straight into the monster's wicked face. But that was nothing compared to Demon Husband. It opened its mouth, grinning maliciously, and spoke, your strength still isn't enough. By your human standards, you're just a beginner-level superhuman, barely intermediate at best. Mingi quickly backed away. Demon Husband confidently continued, and me? It lifted its head and laughed loudly, declaring, under the heavenly python, there are absolutely no rivals. It spoke to him, you hear that? Demon Husband doesn't stop rambling. From your eyes, I can see you're not planning to give up, right? It slowly threatened, then I'll let you experience what true despair feels like. Mingi clenched his fists, wary of the powerful form Demon Husband had taken. Suddenly, a skeletal frame grew out from behind it. Demon Husband transformed into a mysterious four-legged creature, one arm wielding a shield and the other a sharp whip. It was brimming with confidence, reminding, for you, dying under my form is the greatest honor you could ever have. Demon Husband, seething with fury, growled, you tricked me into this place, thinking you could trap me, but you didn't account for this life or death battle. He anxiously rolled his eyes as he watched it rush toward him at an incredible speed. Demon Husband loudly declared, anyone who enters will have only one outcome. It swiftly punched Mingi's arm with an unyielding force. In an instant, Demon Husband charged at Mingi, who was caught off guard and was thrown into the wall by a powerful kick. Demon Husband, with his fiery red eyes, emitted an aura of menace, speaking coldly, have you ever wondered why you never noticed our existence before? It was filled with disdainful confidence, that's because when we allowed you to discover us, you were already powerless to do anything against us. Mingi, clutching his shoulder, slowly sat up, his eyes burning with intense anger. Demon Husband, now enraged, moved at lightning speed and yelled, die. It leaped high into the air to gain momentum, and Demon Husband unleashed a fierce attack, aiming for a deadly strike. Everyone outside couldn't help but shut their eyes in fear as a series of thunderous sounds rang out. Mingi knelt on one leg, holding his ground in battle, managing to catch its razor-sharp arm.
Demon husband sneered in contempt, "You're just asking to die. Your arm is crippled, how could you possibly fight me?"
Mingi widened his eyes, facing the deadly point of the weapon up close, and calmly responded, "Who said my arm is crippled? I'm just using a fighting medium I need."
It looked up, laughing mockingly, "I've seen your laughable enthusiasm. Do you really think you have to be beaten to a pulp to unlock your unlimited potential?"
One of his eyes suddenly glowed a bright, fiery red.
Su brother spoke up, "You're mistaken.
What I rely on isn't the fighting spirit in the face of dire circumstances. What I rely on is the blood flowing out of my body. Inside my body, all the sources of power are surging in, pouring out." Mingi calmly continued, "My blood." His appearance was filled with a powerful aura from his current state of near collapse, coldly asserting, "It is the strongest medium I have."
Demon husband couldn't help but be astonished by this transformation in his opponent.
Mingi slowly explained, "Your speed isn't fast enough, your strength isn't that great, but in order to conserve energy, I had to endure some wounds to extract my own blood." Its face was filled with shock, and it muttered, You could have avoided that earlier." Mingi quickly stood up, answering nonchalantly, "Avoiding it would only wear me down more." Mingi's eyes were blazing with intensity, his body exuding authority as he calmly spoke, "Therefore, it's better for me to accept the injury." He easily pushed Demon Husband away, loudly declaring, "To crush you completely." The blow sent it flying without any point of stop.
Demon husband painfully stood up slowly, lowering its head and muttering, "What?"
Mingi seized the opportunity and rushed in, delivering a punch.
Demon husband was attacked relentlessly from all sides.
It fell from one place to another, as if caught in an endless cycle. Mingi continued to pick up the pace, kicking from behind.
Demon husband, dazed, muttered, "Ash."
Before it could finish its sentence, Mingi struck it with a punch to the throat.
Right after the blow, he instantly dropped to one knee.
Taking advantage of the moment when Demon Husband was still writhing in pain, Mingi sprang up, preparing for the next attack.
He clenched his fist and dove down.
Mingi unleashed a sky-shattering punch, it cried out in agony, hurled far away, crashing hard onto the floor as dirt and debris scattered everywhere. The examination room was now a scene of chaos, dust swirling in all directions. Standing before the crater that Demon Husband had created, Mingi sneered inwardly, "Stop pretending to be dead.
As a first-generation parasitic demon, you can't possibly be that weak." It lay sprawled on the ground, spewing out a greenish fluid while secretly plotting. "This guy can't just be at solar corona rank. I've got comrades outside. First, I need to protect myself."
No sooner had the thought formed than Demon Husband revealed jagged, razor-sharp bones protruding from around its body. It curled up and began spinning rapidly. Mingi curled his lips into a mocking smile.
"What, did you lot even steal the tricks of hedgehogs and turtles now?"
Even as Demon Husband spun furiously, Mingi tightened his fist, speaking slowly, but then he suddenly dashed forward, slamming a punch into its body, shouting, "It's useless."
It shifted back into human form, hiding in fear, muttering, "You."
The onlookers outside could not help but marvel at his strength.
Is Mingi really that powerful? When I spoke to him earlier, was I a bit too loud? From now on, I'd better be more careful.
Ran Rong called out in astonishment, "Mingi."
Tang Hang, brimming with excitement, spoke up.
That the boy truly lives up to his name. The kids are overflowing with enthusiasm, shouting,
hit it, go on." The boy sneered, egging them on. "Kill that fiend." He tightened his fist, readying the next punch.
Suddenly, Demon Husband reverted to his original form, his body losing control as he was flung away.
He crashed to the ground, sprawled humiliatingly beside the doorway. Tang Hang quickly herded everyone back.
Ren Rong ground his teeth, readying a defensive move with his hands. Everyone retreated cautiously, wary that the monster could lunge at any moment.
Demon Husband sat on the floor, head bowed, expressionless.
Mingi spread his arms and activated, revealing a sculpted six-pack and powerful arms as he advanced slowly. Mingi stopped in front of him, watching intently.
Demon husband curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. You think you've won?
Su, brother, you wasted those heavy strikes. The parasite liked to speak its last words, didn't it? It revealed cheerfully, I've already completed my mission.
Demon husband exposed the hollows of his black eyes and warned menacingly, don't forget why I parasitized a cook. Demon husband spat a mouthful of blood and a dried grasshopper. The grasshopper quickly leaped off the host.
Renrong and Tang Heng gaped in shock. Mingi coldly brought his foot down and crushed the grasshopper. He frowned and said icily, problems need to be dealt with one at a time.
Demon husband slumped on the floor, head bowed, his spirits seemingly gone.
Xiao, as if realizing something, called out loudly, Ming Xia, go check Wang Desheng's body, see if there's anything valuable.
Mingi immediately went over, knelt down to search, and muttered as he lifted up the apron, is this it?
His eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, I can't believe it's Stardust Elixir.
A green light appeared inside the apron.
Curiously, Mingi asked, is this a liquid that can help a person's cultivation? He held the liquid in his hand and showed it to everyone for them to admire.
Tang Heng, brimming with excitement, replied, that's right, but this one is extremely special. It's produced by a plant parasitizing beast, and its purity is nearly perfect. It doesn't need any processing, you can drink it right away.
Mingi, feeling a bit guilty, said, unfortunately, I just drank a portion not long ago. Tang Heng immediately explained, no, this one is extremely special.
It's like the difference between natural honey and artificial honey.
Not only can it enhance your cultivation, but it can also help your body's functions recover quickly.
Mingi stared at the Stardust Elixir in astonishment and asked, is it really that amazing?
Tang Heng firmly suggested, trust me, take it while you can. Mingi immediately put the Stardust Elixir into his mouth and replied, well, I won't be polite then. Right after, he sat down and focused on feeling the power within. Tang Heng quietly reminded everyone from outside, don't disturb Mingi. The wounds on Mingi's shoulders gradually healed, and the areas under his arms and all over his body slowly began to mend as well.
Tang Heng immediately ordered, go get a bucket of water. A volunteer answered, yes.
He grabbed a bucket of water and walked over. He reached out his hand to receive it and spoke, just hand it to me. Meanwhile, his body was in the process of shedding. Mingi suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Immediately, a stream of water splashed onto his body.
Tang Heng smiled brightly and asked, how do you feel now?
Lin Hui placed his hand on Renrong's shoulder, smiling as he exclaimed, there's no more injury left.
Is Mingi really this handsome?
Suddenly, Mingi flashed a mischievous grin and said, that's great.
If we go by your human standards.
His eyes gleamed brightly, purple light emanating constantly. His voice turned wicked as he said, I must be at the solar corona rank now.
Tang Heng couldn't help but gape in shock, stunned by this change.
Seeing that everyone seemed tense, Mingi quickly smiled and explained, just kidding, everyone.
He angrily pointed and shouted, you little brat.
She carefully opened the door and walked in to tease Mingi, you're a bad influence. The boy, excited, jumped around and praised, you're so strong. Mingi awkwardly scratched his head and said, help me find a shirt. As he put on the shirt, he spoke up, Teacher Tang, there's something I've been meaning to bring up.
Tang Heng pointed inside and responded, I know what you're going to say.
The two of them walked deeper inside, and he spoke slowly, all right, there are fewer people here, so we won't cause a commotion.
Mingi immediately revealed, Wang Jun's size is really strange. Tang Heng calmly suggested, what do you think? Tell me about it. Let me remind you of the answer, he said. Wang Jun shouldn't have died.
For example, he always served Shujun Zhou Tao, so for the group of parasitic demons, he had value. He could help cover their tracks and keep the world from noticing them. Mingi couldn't help but feel confused and continued, but he still died, and died in front of Chang Zhang, no less.
He calmly suggested, please, continue.
The image of Shujun and Baogong appeared in his mind as he slowly deduced with the intelligence of the 3 first-generation parasitic demons. If they had wanted, they could have easily made Wang Jun's death go unnoticed, unless, of course, they needed everyone to know he had died. Tang Hang frowned in surprise and said, "Then they must have had a reason for Wang Jun to die."
What do you think that reason is?
Mingi nonchalantly asked, "When a person dies, what do we, as humans, usually do?" He tilted his head and hesitated, except for drawing attention and starting a large-scale investigation. A new realization dawned on him, and Tang Hang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "It's like the two of them were both there, attending the feast together." He frowned and calmly spoke, "Exactly. No matter where it is, when someone dies, there's always a feast held at the site." An extremely spiritual image appeared in his mind, a place where the deceased were honored. Mingi confidently affirmed, especially in places that value and preserve family traditions.
He furrowed his brow, puzzled. So you mean the parasitic demons deliberately created a funeral, and the purpose was? He remembered when he had asked the village head and answered with certainty, "It's for the feast tonight."
Wang Jun is a member of the Wang family, and the people outside are still unaware of anything. Mingi calmly continued, "Most of the men in Fu Rong City are of the Wang surname. They intentionally gathered the villagers in one place."
Tang Hang, confused, repeated, "Gathered in one place?"
Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, "Parasitizing all of them."
Mingi recalled the village cook and calmly deduced, "The demon husband is parasitizing Wang Dishang, the cook who prepared the funeral feast."
The image of the demon husband carrying out its invasion plan effortlessly appeared, with everyone joyfully urging it on.
"Mr. Wang, hurry up," Mingi said.
Realizing the situation was becoming more critical, he gritted his teeth and continued, "This means tonight, it could lay the eggs of those parasites and put them in everyone's bowls." Tang Hang smiled awkwardly and spoke up, "Parasite eggs can't survive in hot food." Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted, "That's not right." Recalling the dishes at the feast, one particular sweet dish came to mind.
Tang Hang panicked and blurted out, "There was a dish with children, there was a dish with children in the feast."
Both of them anxiously turned to each other and said in unison, "This is bad." Outside, the children were still playing. Tang Hang, uneasy, raised his voice, "Everyone here has eaten the 3rd-generation parasite, unless something unexpected happens." Tang Hang furrowed his brows, worried, and added, "In 2 days, all of them will definitely be parasitized and turned into 2nd-generation parasitic demons, obeying Shujun's orders like zombies.
A chaotic scene will unfold.
Beloved Lord in Baogong will sweep through everywhere with an army of parasitic demons from the people." Mingi's eyes widened in surprise.
"So soon?"
He spoke in a serious tone, explaining, "They keep evolving, and their parasitic abilities are degenerating." Mingi furrowed his brows in worry.
"Their goal is the entire F-Ring village, which will turn into their parasitic zombie army." Suddenly, Tang Hang frowned and exclaimed loudly, "This is bad, this is a major crisis."
Mingi was puzzled, reminding him, "Master, you just shouted earlier." Tang Hang held his forehead in distress and spoke, "No, we've been thinking too narrowly." Tang Hang put a hand on Mingi's shoulder and seriously reminded him, "Don't forget, we are in the rear of this very area." The image of people fighting monsters flashed through his mind.
Hesitantly, he spoke, "What do you mean?"
His voice shook with unease.
"Is the main battlefield going to shift to the battlefield here?"
"In the storage depot," Tang Hang said seriously, "this operation concerns the safety of all of the southern region. The main battlefield currently has tens of thousands of superhuman troops." He slowly sat down on a chair and continued, "The location of F-Ring City is on the retreat route for humanity."
Mingi's eyes widened in astonishment as he repeated, "Retreat route?" Tang Hang calmly responded, "There is no campaign that is guaranteed to succeed."
In his mind, he immediately sketched out a map. "Once we lose on the main battlefield, the surviving superhumans will only be able to retreat through this route." Mingi's voice trembled with shock, "So what you mean is, if the parasitic zombie army from F-Ring City suddenly attacks the retreat route while the lucky survivors are withdrawing,
forming a pincer formation, no one on the main battlefield could survive." Tang Heng sighed wearily and replied, "That's right, they don't need to be too strong, they just need to hold us back like martyrs." Recalling the scene of their farewell before going to the battlefield, Mingi furrowed his brows, hesitating. The entire army would be wiped out, and all the superhumans participating in this mission would be annihilated. Then what about the front line? He raised his head, curious. "What's wrong? Is there someone important to you on the front line?" Tang Heng replied anxiously, "Yes." Mingi hurriedly asked, "Teacher Tang, is it true that our mission this time will fail?" A multitude of brutal memories flashed in Tang Heng's mind. He closed his eyes and slowly replied, "I didn't say it directly to you, but in the war with the alien race, we have failed countless times." His voice grew deeper as he continued, "If not, why would there be such a large monster stronghold in the outskirts of the most prosperous southern plains?" Tang Heng lamented the loss of a once beautiful city, his tone growing heavier. "You should know that the war zone used to be one of our cities. It had a name, it was my hometown." He gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "Teacher, do we just have to watch everything happen?" Tang Heng grasped the arm of the person opposite him, gently reassuring him, "Mingi, I know you're very capable. Miracles have happened more than once because of you." Tang Heng calmly explained, "But with your current strength, charging into the war zone city would only make you a target, it would serve no purpose." Mingi hesitated before speaking. "It's because I lost my composure." He stood and issued instructions with gravity. "Right now, what you can do is face reality." Outside, the scene was at once enlivened by children's laughter and weighed down by the somber thoughts of adults. Tang Heng spoke deliberately, "If the main battlefield falls, we absolutely cannot allow those filthy parasitic demons to survive. We must not only protect the people in Fu Rong City but also help those on the front lines withdraw safely." He quickly gave orders, calling Fong Ren Rong and the others over to confer. The three others arrived to hear his directions. Tang Heng continued in a measured tone, "From the specimens we've collected, we can roughly estimate the number of second-generation undead. It's about 40 to 50. Mingi folded his arms, his voice low, "I've fought them before. Their strength generally falls between high-tier commanders and low-tier sovereigns." He furrowed his brow, recalling more, and added, "They have one trait, they're very difficult to kill, unless you sever their tongues." Guan Yi lowered his eyes, speaking with concern, "Lin Hui and I are only at the crescent radiance level, we're one step away from the solar corona rank." He quickly instructed, "When you reach that level, don't act recklessly. You two only need to handle 2 to 3 second-generation undead at most." Ren Rong clenched his fists, showing resolve, "I think I can handle about 3. Tang Heng replied calmly, If we can regroup the other team members, we still have a chance to eliminate these parasitic demons." She looked up, puzzled. "But didn't we already send a warning signal earlier so the members of the other groups would withdraw?" He explained calmly, "They haven't gone far. If the front line collapses, they'll still have to retreat from here in the end." Tang Heng ordered quickly, "For now we need to call them back." Lin Hui and Guang Yi immediately took out their phones to contact them. "But our phones have lost signal." He raised the crate of fireworks to reassure them, "It's fine, we can use these fireworks." The student council all learned basic outdoor signaling. Mingi couldn't help but be surprised. The fireworks remember the drills. In the booklet they gave us at the start, 112 is the emergency rally signal. Mingi's eyes widened, he guessed in astonishment, "Then if we light the fireworks 3 times, the other teams out in the forest will know what we mean." Tang Heng replied measuredly, "Exactly." Guan Yi drooped his eyes and said despondently, "I'm afraid they've already run far away who wouldn't cherish their own life." He held the fireworks in his hand and answered calmly, "We can't control their minds, but if we can call even one team back we'll increase our chances of victory." Ren Rong laughed cheerfully, "That's right, besides, Mingi already dealt with a first-generation parasitic fiend." Lin Hui asked worriedly, "But how do we light the fireworks?" Tang Heng smiled faintly and pointed to the sky. Immediately after, a kid was assigned the task of carrying a firework tube and placing it on the launcher. La Tian calmly reassured, "Don't worry, the exit is designed to be very discreet, the boy won't be discovered."
Renrong said regretfully, if it weren't for the tunnel being too narrow, we would have gone already. He continued slowly, there are many ventilation shafts, even if one is blocked, it's not a problem. Immediately after, a firework was launched. In the darkness, a cluster of fireworks shot high, illuminating the entire Furong city. Another firework rose, and those near Tang Ning could see it too. The final 2 fireworks were set off, unveiling a blinding display. She pulled her frost-covered arm out of the zombie's mouth, lifted her head and murmured, 112. Emergency assembly. Tang Ning moved while thinking, there was no way to retreat, only to fight with everything she had. Suddenly something appeared atop the wall, she quickly leaped back. Tang Ning bent low and thrust her ice spear forward in precaution. The root zombie thundered angrily, they killed 7 of my children while I wasn't looking. Its eyes burned red as it snarled, your guerrilla tactics are impressive. She replied calmly, you will be the 8th monster to die by my hand. The root zombie laughed loudly, shouting, I have never fought alone. No sooner had it finished than both sides of the wall swarmed with zombies. It rolled its eyes and bellowed, tear the flesh off this brat layer by layer for me. They immediately leaped down. Tang Ning clenched her hand, waited calmly, her eyes brightened, ready to fight. Tang Ning quickly formed a massive slab of ice to protect herself. With its tremendous spread, the undead were hurled backward, their skin prickling as they froze in place. The root zombie, seeing its underlings gnawing at chunks of the ice, snarled in anger, get out of here, you useless lot. It immediately leaped up, searching for a way to attack. The root zombie swung its arm and slashed repeatedly at the ice slab, but nothing happened. Astonished, it exclaimed, this brat has some skill, but he's only hastening his death. Let's see how long your crystal ice can last. Suddenly a series of strange sounds erupted, and the root zombie's eyes widened in surprise. The chud hiding in the basement finally emerged. It turned to command its undead forces, you lot stay here and beat her. The root zombie called coldly, the rest of you, follow me. After a while, the moon had risen high. Run Rong's group stepped outside. Mingi spoke coldly, what did I say, there were no beasts inside? Ahead, Shu Jun sat arrogantly on a man's back, surrounded by villagers who had been possessed. He sneered, couldn't open the stone door, so you ran out to greet the leader? She twirled the knife in her hand. Shu Jun said, you killed my comrade, so I'll make you my comrade instead. Besides, I never liked him much. Shu Jun licked his lips and taunted, of course first I'll strip every scrap of flesh from that corpse of yours. Shu Jun frowned sullenly and launched a kick toward Mingi and Renrong. The two quickly split in opposite directions, and he shouted, be careful. Shu Jun bared her teeth in an excited smile and slashed twice at her targets. Mingi bent low, moving by instinct. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. A parasitized villager charged at them with a spear, he noticed it quickly and silently counted, 4. Mingi grabbed the man's wrist and wrestled him to the ground. Mingi's gaze flared with fire, he ground his teeth, deep in thought. While the Hui TMI barrier had not yet completely faded, he vaulted over everyone and headed straight for the main target. I have to deal her serious damage. Shu Jun licked her lips. I'll calmly enjoy the show. She jumped down into the group of the possessed. Mingi frowned and remarked, she's really crafty. He ducked to avoid the attacks of the surrounding parasitic assailants, his mind still calculating. It seemed she knew he was in an agitated state and didn't confront him head-on. Mingi smirked, flicked a punch toward the target, stepped forward, and drove a straight blow into the man before him's abdomen. Immediately, 2 other men armed with weapons lunged in to strike. Mingi bent low to evade them and, with his hands, seized them by the collars and hoisted them up. They gasped for air, trembling violently, saliva dribbling from their mouths. Suddenly the 2 of them stuck out their tongues threateningly at Mingi. At that moment, a bullet fired from the distant woods streaked in, slicing through their tongues and whizzing past. Renrong threw up his hand in delight and shouted, ha! It's Lifeform, the senior. He has seen the signal we sent out. Senior, the weakness of these zombies is their tongues. they immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting out greenish liquid. He pressed his lips together, looking at the zombies behind him, and thought to himself, doesn't the blood/kneeling down have any effect? They're really hard to kill. It seems that unless their tongues are torn apart, they won't die. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lifeform returned to provide support. He focused intently on his name and confidently instructed, Mingi, go ahead and break through the encirclement, I'll cover you. Upon receiving this help, Mingi immediately surged with confidence and charged into the group of zombies, successfully breaking through. Elsewhere, near Furong City, zombies climbed the wall toward the ice block to launch an attack. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ice statue. Tang Ning lowered her head, using her internal strength to apply pressure on the ice block. Her eyes widened in anger. Just a few seconds later, Tang Ning successfully shattered the ice block, regaining her freedom. With such destructive power, the zombies were blasted away along with the shattered ice fragments. They dug their feet into the ground to try and hold their position. She bent down, her arm trembling as she thought, damn it, after using this soul power, my ability to move becomes stiff for a short time. A group of zombies returned to their aggressive stance, approaching their prey. They used a strategy of overwhelming numbers and charged forward. Tang Ning clenched her injured arm and thought, I can only grit my teeth and keep fighting. Suddenly, a flame shot from behind, incinerating the zombies in astonishment to her. A large fire blazed, roasting everything. A person slowly advanced. Jiangwen returned to assist, dressed in firefighting gear, smiling and saying, so our president can be in such a tight spot sometimes. Tang Ning frowned in pain and asked, why didn't you retreat? She pretended to be arrogant and replied, I wanted to, but the main battlefield isn't looking good. If we don't resolve this properly, everyone will die here. Just moments later, the zombies stood up again as if nothing had happened. Wen couldn't help but angrily curse, damn it, how are they not dead after being burned? Tang Ning calmly explained, their weakness is their tongues. Your fire can only temporarily disable their ability to move. She sneered and calmly created a fireball, replying, no need to complicate things. Wen threw the fireball at the zombies and excitedly said, I'll just burn them to a crisp. She widened her eyes, staring ahead in surprise. A parasitic beast had been waiting on the rooftop, looking down at Wen with disdain, as if she were just a group of weak soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, it lunged down, opening its mouth wide to swallow her. An ice arrow was immediately shot straight into the monster's mouth. Tang Ning seriously reminded, don't let your guard down, they're much harder to deal with than you think. When forced to smile and said, I can handle it myself. She approached and replied, all right, though you're not wrong. They looked at the horde of zombies waiting ahead. Tang Ning calmly gave the order, this group is just cannon fodder, we need to deal with them quickly. Her voice was steady, giving off a dangerous air as she continued, after that, we'll head to the alley. There are likely two stronger ones there, they seem to be the masters of this zombie horde. Wen immediately exuded a powerful aura and suggested, leave this side to me. The two of them charged forward together, swords in hand, perfectly in sync. Tang Ning stood behind, replying, all right, I'll handle this side. In an instant, two opposing forces collided. One side was engulfed in flames, the other surrounded by ice, both wreaking havoc through the zombie horde. The two elements fire and ice shot up like towering pillars, scorching and freezing everything in their path. Lifeform focused intently, aiming at a target. A single bullet pierced through a zombie's skull, flying straight ahead. Mingi swiftly threw a punch at the next one. Through the scope, Lifeform could see him giving a thumbs up while four zombies surrounded him. Lifeform couldn't help but be confused, reminding him, why the thumbs up? The enemy is right in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a formidable zombie army appeared before Mingi. To avoid being trapped, he quickly jumped up high, throwing the zombies off. After breaking through, Mingi quickly ran to attack Shujun. Her eyes were sharp, her hand gripping a small knife, and she angrily shouted, you're all useless, you can't even handle stalling for time. Shujun pressed his lips together, slashing a blood-red skill forward. Fortunately, he had crouched down in time to dodge it. Mingi took advantage of the opening and delivered a medicine dragon shadow punch to her chin. Shu Jun was knocked off balance by the blow, her head crashing directly into the ground. He stared at his arm thoughtfully, silently rejoicing. Fortunately, before the bloodlust dissipated, I managed to land a strike on her. She slowly rose to her feet and spoke, "It's only been a short time, and you've gotten quite a bit stronger." But Shu Jun's eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity, and he sneered, "Why do I feel like your strength is slowly fading away?" Mingi cracked his knuckles, ready to respond. "After being knocked down, you're still acting so cocky. Your ability to take a hit is about as weak as it gets." She licked her hand, displaying a sinister look, and then spoke, "This body is too weak, but I'll switch to a better one soon." He assumed a fighting stance, confidently declaring, "There's only one outcome for you, and that's being crushed to pieces by me." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingi charged straight at the zombie. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch into its stomach, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way!" Shu Jun folded his arms, standing proudly behind the enormous zombie. Mingi shot a sharp glance at it and shouted, "Move aside." He tightened his grip and swung his fist forward. Mingi tried to punch into the chest of the zombie in front of him, but it was completely unaffected. Bao Gong growled loudly, well, here we are again." He was taken aback, muttering, "Bao Gong Chang Zhang is furious." Without another word, the creature swung its fist down, "You beast." Mingi quickly leaped back to avoid the blow. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head, deep in thought. Damn it, this bastard's gotten stronger too. Their rate of leveling up is incredibly fast. Good thing I decisively chose to fight them right away. Mingi narrowed his eyes, trying to calculate. If we hesitate any longer, we won't even have a chance to strike back. Shu Jun smoothed back his hair, smiled arrogantly and ordered, "Figure out how to kill it without letting it bleed." Bao Gong glanced over curiously. "Is this your new method of preparation?" She frowned coldly and explained, "It can use the blood in its body to gain greater strength." He grinned sinisterly and said, "I see no wonder it killed our partner." Shu Jun reminded sharply, "Don't just toy with them, finish them quickly. We have more important things to do." Bao Gong stuck out his tongue and laughed excitedly. "If it can't bleed, then I'll crush it." He tossed the club backward, growling, "Stop burning the bones inside it." Bao Gong forcefully hurled the club at Mingi. With its terrifying power, tables and chairs were sent flying and he himself was pushed back, his spine slamming into a metal drum. Bao Gong bared his teeth in a satisfied grin, when suddenly a bullet silently flew in. He deftly raised his palm and caught it. Lu Feng, lying in the trees on the other side to snipe, couldn't help but exclaim, "It even caught that." Bao Gong licked his hand, saying, "I'll deal with you later." He gripped the arm attached to the club, teeth clenched, and continued, "Now I'll take care of this brat first." Bao Gong forced the club forward. It spun the mace into a vortex, leaving Mingi unable to determine the direction. He quickly leapt onto the rooftop, but Bao Gong immediately swung his hand, shattering the house. Mingi gasped in surprise. "What?" He quickly jumped down to avoid being crushed. It seized the opportunity, leaping in front of him, intending to crush Mingi. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to run in the opposite direction. Bao Gong immediately launched an attack from behind. Mingi fell into a pit, creating an earthquake-like tremor. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, dust scattered in all directions, and everything descended into chaos. He kneeled on the ground, praising, "Stronger than demon husband." Bao Gong stamped his foot angrily, shouting, "Don't compare. I'm the one who killed that old man." It laughed arrogantly, saying, "I am younger, stronger, and evolve faster." Suddenly, the first-generation parasitic demon appeared from somewhere, crawling on the ground. Bao Gong saw it and was immediately stunned, exclaiming, "You escaped on your own?" Its gaze was sharp, a sinister smile appeared on its face as it spoke, "Just in time, come witness this moment of slaughter. I personally trapped it in a crystal jar to study it." The first-generation parasitic demon slowly crawled into the body. Bao Gong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Return, my child."
Oh, it's a part of me. It bent down, its eyes glowing brightly, its hand clenching fiercely. Your return makes me even stronger. Purple streaks suddenly appeared on Bao Gong's body. It laughed mockingly. Now, how can you still fight me?
Bao Gong raised both hands high and confidently declared, "The version of myself now is the most perfect, no one can defeat me." Only Shu Jun remained alert enough to notice something was off.
Wait, how did your separation part manage to escape like that?
No sooner had he finished speaking than it spat out a greenish fluid, eyes rolling back in shock, unable to utter a word. Bao Gong collapsed to his knees, trembling as he muttered,
"What is going on?"
He stared in confusion as the special weapon slowly disappeared. Even my battle mace made her as furious as this.
What an idiot, why didn't you check before taking it in?
Meanwhile, in Furong City, Tang Hang, holding a sealed vial in his hand, spoke mysteriously.
"Mingi, I can only help you this far." Bao Gong screamed in agony. "Who are you to my body? What have you done to my little one?" Tang Hang replied calmly.
"It's nothing, just had it carry a tiny corrupted crystal." He clutched his chest in pain, the life force within continuing to surge uncontrollably. Bao Gong lifted his head, clenched his fists in fury, and said,
"You fool, it dropped the first-generation parasite on the ground."
Bao Gong stomped his foot, shouting loudly, "Want to die, die on your own, don't drag my bugs into it." Mingi rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and spoke. "Just a moment ago, you treated it like a treasure, saying it was your child, and now you want to kill it." He crouched into a fighting stance, coldly demanding,
"I really don't understand.
You guys claim to be a superior species.
All I see in you is selfishness." Mingi quickly entered second stage.
His mouth kept cursing without pause, cold-blooded, then 3 quick bursts, a firm assertion, perverse, "You are the ones who deserve to be destroyed." No sooner had the sentence ended than he launched a punch straight into his chest.
Bao Gong's eyes blazed. Arrogantly he said, "A few tricks?
Your strength is nowhere near enough." He turned so his taut back received Mingi's attack.
Bao Gong straightened and shoved him away.
He grinned lecherously and wildly flung blows at Mingi.
Now that was a real punch.
He held his stance, guarded and wary. Bao Gong's strikes carved a long furrow in the ground before him.
He clenched his hand and sneered, "You're just scratching an itch for me, understand?"
Suddenly 3 bullets were fired, hurtling straight at Bao Gong. He rubbed the back of his neck, ground his teeth in anger, "You vermin, damn it." Then Bao Gong smiled malignantly, his eyes full of cunning. Lu Feng, still watching ahead intently, couldn't help exclaiming, "Damn it, I clearly hit him, but he has no idea Shu Jun is rushing in to attack from behind."
Sensing something was off, Lu Feng glanced back. He quickly leaped aside to avoid the opponent's blow.
Shu Jun looked up and smiled wickedly, "Not bad, you actually managed to evade the dangerous spot."
Lu Feng clutched his injured arm, worriedly thinking, "When did he get around behind me? Damn it. I slipped up."
He quickly sprang between the tree trunks and fell back, silently guessing, he must be military. She extended her fingers, curling her lips into a sinister smile.
"Now, do you still want to leave?"
Shu Jun thrust her hand forward, gripping Lu Feng tightly, and shouted loudly, "It's too late." She easily pulled him back, licking her lips in delight, "Little lamb, I really like your flavor." Shu Jun pulled Lu Feng closer, preparing to savor him, when suddenly, from a distance, a voice shouted, "Let him go, or I'll burn down a whole forest."
Tang Ning quickly treated her injured subordinate's arm.
Lu Feng gritted his teeth and managed to speak, "President, she's from the military."
She responded calmly, I know."
He continued worriedly, "Among us, you're the only one with heavenly python-level superhuman abilities.
Without you, no one can match her." Tang Ning quickly ordered, "Jiang Wenwen, keep your distance from her."
She shot a hurried glance and replied, "These things fear fire."
"I'm their nemesis."
Suddenly, Tang Ning's eyes widened in shock as she realized Shu Jun had perfectly stood up, brushed her hair back, and grinned with delight, saying, well, everyone's here. No need for my children to search all over for you. She glanced at Wen, who was standing in front of her, then immediately taunted in a vicious voice, Kid, you look so neat and smooth, huh? The taste must be extraordinary. Tang Ning calmly suggested, President, take Lifeform somewhere else. Wen quickly hurled a fireball forward and added, I'll handle her. Shu Jun nonchalantly raised her long fingers to meet it. She was not affected at all by the fire. Shu Jun chuckled with delight, swinging her whip to fling her away. Van did not falter, her feet landing firmly on the ground as she shouted loudly, Enchantress, she's brimming with power, ready for her next strike. Die for me, explosive spirit technique. She calmly twisted her whip into spirals, launching the yang flame beam. With a smirk, she scoffed, raising her arm high, spinning it in a circle, her body poised to receive the fire attack from her opponent. Shu Jun's arm now resembled a massive whirlwind, exuding a powerful aura. She calmly allowed the tornado to approach its prey. Seizing the moment, Shu Jun fiercely unleashed her strike toward Van. She lay on the ground, in pain. She couldn't help but take delight and spoke, if I could make a wish, it'd be even better. Shu Jun stuck out her tongue, licking her lips, scheming, I'm getting hungry. I'll chop off your arms and legs, then marinate them in a large jar full of human meat. Tang Ning gripped the ice spear, standing protectively in front of Van, raising her voice, that still has to be approved by me first. She curled her lips into a sneer and mocked, it's you who's always sneaking around, like a little cat. And you killed a dozen of my children. She responded nonchalantly, I'm just cleaning up the trash. Shu Jun lowered her voice and commented, you look pretty, your figure's fine. I'm quite pleased. Tang Ning raised an eyebrow with a questioning tone, what did you say? With shamelessness, she answered, of course, I'm talking about your looks. I like your body. I'm tired of Zhou Tao's body already. She gritted her teeth, furious. You're truly nauseating. Shu Jun sneered arrogantly, judging. How strange. The first time I become human, I can already tell beauty from ugliness like you humans. Besides, I pursue a beautiful form, a beautiful body makes me taste better. Her eyes flared, a sinister smile on her lips as she reassured, don't worry, after I take on your shape, I'll feast on your friends in a very graceful way. Shu Jun cracked her whip and sent Tang Ning flying, flicking out her slender tongue as she said, the closer they are, the more delicious. She pressed her lips together and calmly used spiritual energy. Tang Ning successfully broke free from her blinding bind. She quickly unleashed the bone-scattering spirit seal to lock down Shu Jun's every step. She shot her gaze in anger and snapped, you. Tang Ning gritted her teeth and launched ice spears forward, the spirit technique of colored ice. Shu Jun stared, stunned, at the razor-sharp shards of ice hurtling toward her. One pierced her chest, making her gasp in pain. Shu Jun bowed her head, her face darkening, motionless. Van clutched her wounded arm, exclaiming with delight, it worked. Tang Ning replied warily, it can't be killed that easily. Sure enough, her eyes suddenly blazed as her body emitted a summoning aura. Within seconds the scene dissolved into chaos, ice fragments flying in all directions, thick dust and smoke shrouding Shu Jun. From a distance, the parasite-ridden townspeople were stumbling forward. Tang Ning warned anxiously, it is called the second-generation undead nearby. From the thick dust, her shifting figure emerged, and coldly she spoke, very impressive. A massive mouth grew from Shu Jun's belly, grinning wickedly as it said, come on, come to me, and I will spare your beautiful skin, but everything else will be completely annihilated. She sent vines searching for the zombies. The vine pierced the neck of the second-generation zombie. Shu Jun exclaimed excitedly, my children. The zombies immediately sensed the surge of vitality in their bodies, their eyes glowing red as they growled at her. I raise my voice and continue, I grant you all strength. Now, the zombies, as if empowered, began to scream and rage wildly. Shu Jun laughed maniacally, excitedly commanding, bring that little brat here to me. Meanwhile, in Furong City, Mingi was locked in a fierce battle with Bao Gong. He struck hard at its arm. Mingi decisively flung Bao Gong away. Smirking derisively, he leaped up to deliver a thunderous punch. The blow caused blood to spray in all directions as its body crashed to the ground in pain, cursing inwardly, "Retreat, damn it!" Bao Gong hurriedly scrambled to its feet and fled. "Go to her already." Mingi squinted, realizing its plan. He quickly chased after it, scolding, "Don't run, weren't you talking so much earlier?" Bao Gong frantically climbed up the cliff, trying to justify itself. "If it weren't for that damned retreat, you wouldn't even be my match." It leaped into the forest, knelt down, and urgently pleaded, "Quick, lend me your power." A vine shot forward instantly, driving into Bao Gong's bone. Its arms swelled, battle frenzy beginning to show. Bao Gong bowed his head, feeling power surging through him. His eyes flashed brightly, a thrilled grin on his face as he growled, "I'm back. I've recovered." At that moment Mingi also leapt up and rushed into the forest. Pumped full of power, Bao Gong puffed up with pride and snarled, "You beast, I'll grind you into mince." He spun his warhammer into a furious arc and bellowed, "Die." Mingi sprang back, teeth clenched with anger. "Damn it, I've already left 49 palm seals on him." He bent over, calculating calmly. A death mark had sprouted on the man. If he used soul righteousness now, he feared he wouldn't be able to kill him. Just a little longer. If he struck a fraction faster. Bao Gong laughed ecstatically, whirling the warhammer in wild circles, licking his lips. "This meat is going to taste so good." Shu Jun tilted her head, sneering as she ordered, "Stop playing with that brat. Deal with him first, he's making you hesitate." "This brat is also a threat," she added, ice cold and vicious. "Here, the only one at heavenly python rank is this kid. Kill him in one blow. Do you think the others will survive?" Bao Gong leapt up at once, changing his attack and replied, "You're right." He charged toward her, warhammer raised. Behind him, the other troops surged forward as well. Tao Wenwen immediately stepped in front of Tang Ning and urgently pleaded, "Leader, I'll buy her some time." She leapt up and unleashed Central Soul. Wenwen tried to launch a defensive move, swallowing the undead for a time by binding them in chains of paralysis. She hovered high above, her voice warning, "If you can't wield the Crimson Lord ability, we'll all die here. What should we do?" Tang Ning replied hastily, "No, the Crimson Lord ability can't kill it either." Mingi hurried over and said, "You can use the Crimson Lord ability." She furrowed her brow and answered calmly, "But Shu Jun is very clever, he's always prepared against me. The moment he detects a large energy source within me preparing to be unleashed, he'll surely use these zombies as a shield." He immediately asked, "What if I kill all the zombies, even that Bao Gong?" Tang Ning spread his hands in objection, "I can't be completely certain, and in your current state you couldn't handle Bao Gong anyway." Mingi pointed to his pocket and revealed slowly, "I have an alien icebone star, it can amplify my power. If I perform the soul ritual, I can kill Bao Gong, but Shu Jun, I'm afraid." She regained her composure and asked softly, "So you plan to rely on your own strength to kill Bao Gong, then use this trump card to deal with Shu Jun?" He answered honestly, yes. The best plan right now is for me to use the alien soul ritual to clear a path, then you unleash the Crimson Lord ability to kill Shu Jun." Tang Ning closed her eyes and frowned, her voice sharp, "This won't work either. Shu Jun is extremely cautious around me, and my Crimson Lord ability is too obvious. She'll definitely have time to react." Mingi raised his voice to remind her, "But there's no better option." At that moment, Wen was already exhausted, her arms trembling, her teeth clenched as she urged, "Hurry up with your discussions." Outside, Bao Gong was relentlessly attacking with his mace, and the defense was beginning to crack. He frowned and urgently asked, "You can absorb the ice material from alien icebone star to enhance your strength, right?" She furrowed her brows and whispered, "Yes." Mingi pressed on with a commanding tone, "What if I give you a larger amount of ice material? Are you sure you can kill Shu Jun?" Tang Ning lowered her head, hesitating. If the material reached the strength of a glorious level, she wouldn't even be able to finish speaking before the defense was breached. Wen panicked, shouting, "There's no more time. The zombies, no longer hindered, immediately charged forward. She placed her hand over her chest and called out, "There's no time to hesitate." Tang Ning drew a frozen sword, her eyes glowing with determination, radiating an overwhelming aura. The sword emitted a powerful energy.
The absolute domain technique was activated.
A pair of wings were summoned by Ice Venerable Wu Si. Tang Ning's body was now adorned with armor, sword, and wings. She pursed her lips and, using her wings, soared into the air to face the oncoming zombies. Tang Ning smirked confidently, flying while pointing her sword forward. "I'll clear the path for you." Tang Ning gripped the sharp sword and shot straight toward Shu Jun.
Bao Gong cried out anxiously. "Too dangerous."
He glanced at the woman beside him, speaking uneasily. "It's just the two of us left.
What do we do now?"
She drew her sword back, her body soaring high as she shouted loudly, "Die!" Suddenly, the vines connected to Bao Gong's back yanked his body forward. He turned his head in panic, trying to stop it. "No, I'll die." Her eyes glowed crimson, radiating malice as she swiftly retreated. Shu Jun curled her lips into a triumphant smile and said, "Better you die than me." Tang Ning gritted her teeth, panting heavily, her strength nearly spent. She smirked triumphantly, whipping her lash in attack. "So you're down to your last breath after all." Her eyes widened in sudden shock.
"Damn it!"
Tang Ning bit her lip in pain as the vines pierced straight through, shattering her armor. Shu Jun bound her hands, then ran her tongue across Tang Ning's face, praising her. "What a perfect body, this is too perfect for me to ruin."
"But who told you not to obey?"
"I'll just have to make you suffer a little." Van's eyes filled with tears of worry as she cried out loudly.
President Shu Jun stuffed her into the enormous mouth, eyes gleaming with delight. "Come on.
Come here, sweetheart.
Into my belly. Become one with me."
Tang Ning gritted her teeth in panic, thinking desperately but unable to move before being swallowed. She quickly hurled the crown behind her. Mingi quickly ran over to catch her.
Tang Ning played with the inside of her mouth, silently thinking, "The rest is up to you."
Mingi bent down, successfully placing the crown on her head. The ice crystals immediately gathered, embedding themselves firmly into the new owner. Mingi leapt high, welcoming the source of freezing power.
He stood proudly on top of the towering tornado.
A summoned ice arm appeared, and large wings were attached to his back as his mouth opened wide, growling.
"Let me use it."
Mingi took a deep breath, his gaze filled with determination. His arm extended forward, unleashing the ultimate move, the Righteous Fist. A gigantic ice fist appeared, hurtling swiftly toward Shu Jun. Her body stood motionless, unable to defend. The fist struck down, creating a shockwave explosion. The massive ice shard shot up high. This was the heavenly scar of shattered ice. Back in Furong City, they also witnessed the scene.
Guang Yi anxiously asked, "What's happening over there?"
Ren Rong, feeling uneasy, suggested, "Let's go take a look." They immediately crossed several fields, heading towards the forest. Upon seeing the ice shard in front of them, he couldn't help but feel puzzled.
"This is..." She immediately responded, "Mingi did this."
Ren Rong furrowed his brow, asking Lin Hui with concern, "Where is Mingi?"
Guang Yi, searching through a gap, widened his eyes in surprise. "My God, is he even human anymore?"
Inside the massive ice shard, Mingi was furiously tearing apart Shu Jun's body, searching for something. Tang Ning, he used both hands to pry open her tightly shut mouth. Mingi anxiously pulled at her mouth, shouting, "Tang Ning." He carefully helped Tang Ning out, his hand pressing on her face, constantly trying to wake her up.
Tang Ning Xiao anxiously spoke, "Are you crazy?
That's a corrosive substance.
Your mouth and throat will be corroded too."
Mingi immediately bent down, his lips meeting hers as he sucked the mucus out for her. He didn't care at all, calmly spitting the green mucus out. Xiao grimaced and reminded him, "It's not certain you'll save her, but if you keep doing this, your mouth, esophagus, and respiratory tract will be punctured. Mingi stared at her, wiping his mouth, using all his strength to continue sucking the mucus out for Tang Ning, silently praying, "Don't die, don't die, don't die." He repeated the action tens of times, thinking to himself, "I won't allow anyone to die in front of me." At this moment, everyone had found him. Renrong called out anxiously, "Mingi." After a while, Tang Ning's body started to show signs of improvement, and she coughed up the mucus on her own. Mingi's eyes widened with joy as he watched Tang Ning slowly sit up. Wenwen sighed in relief and spoke, "This time it's good, both of you have been poisoned into becoming food people." Tang Hang, like a savior, approached from a distance and ordered, "Quick, drink this." He gently reassured them, "You too will recover soon." After a while, everyone headed back to Furong City together. Guang Yi stared at Xu Jun, who had been frozen, and couldn't help but marvel. Mingi is amazing, he managed to kill a monster at the general level. Tang Hang saw Mingi's increasingly serious expression and immediately reassured him, "Don't worry." He calmly informed that the remaining zombies had been wiped out by the group of students returning. Mingi gasped, stunned, and stammered, "I." Tang Hang understood his concern and spoke, "All right, the medicine doesn't work that quickly." Ren Rong bowed respectfully and announced, "President Tang Ning is also being treated. Her injuries are quite severe, but not life-threatening." Suddenly, Mingi turned around and stared at him. Tang Hang looked outside and calmly said, "I know what you're worried about. You've done the best you can, and I believe they will recover as well. Let's withdraw." At the same time, where the group of students had returned, a river cutting through the forest suddenly became filled with blood. The team members, standing on the tree branches, observed and shouted, "Blood, the river is full of blood." Fan Kai quickly ordered, "Maintain vigilance." Suddenly, a creature appeared in the river, and he shouted, "There's a monster, prepare for battle." A fish thrashed on the surface of the water. Lu Qian was startled, grabbed the fish, and stepped onto the shore, his face pale, saying, "It's me." Louis furrowed his brow in worry and ran over. He crouched down and whispered, "Our plan has been compromised by the enemy forces. The members of my team won't survive to return." Fan Kai spoke with concern, "It seems the main battlefield has failed as well. Captain, what should we do now?" He answered sadly, "Retreat, we can only return in shame." Lu Qian anxiously instructed, "Yes, brother, you rest first. We will escort you back safely." He placed his hand on his chest, showing determination. "That's right, you've completed your mission. The rest, leave it to us." Louis, feeling guilty, tears falling, his teeth clenched, murmured, "I let my comrades sacrifice there." She called out in sorrow, "Brother, he." Clutching her hands tightly, grieving, "But they won't let me die. I need to bring this important news to our commander." Louis struggled to stay calm, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He raised his head, furrowing his brow, and suggested, "Let's go, hopefully, we can withdraw smoothly." Lu Qian immediately went over to support her brother. Fan Kai calmly reassured, "Don't worry, we're here for this mission. Although we couldn't enter the beast lair like you, we are honored to be able to protect an outstanding, great superhuman like you and escort you back." At the same time, outside the universe, 7 blazing meteors were flying towards Earth. They headed for the Gobi Desert. Immediately, inside the camouflage tents, guns were ready for attack. The 7 meteors flew straight towards the city. The guns quickly loaded and fired. 3 bright bullets flew directly toward the target. The 7 meteors were immediately blocked. The citizens of the city couldn't help but cheer, shouting, "Look, it worked!" At the Nandu Superhuman Academy, a series of vehicles carrying superhumans were returning. Yu shouted loudly, "Everyone!" He laughed happily, pointing to the sky and announced, "Although we temporarily failed in this campaign, our countermeasure plan has achieved a tremendous success." Xiang Lang, standing beside him, curiously asked, "Dr. Wulan's countermeasure plan?" Yu clenched his fist excitedly and replied, "That's right, this is a milestone victory for humanity. From now on, whenever a majority of the alien forces attempt to invade our world, they will be stopped and eliminated by the astronomy division." They widened their eyes in joy, exclaiming, "Really? Does that mean the beasts can't flood in anymore?" He grinned smugly and answered, "Exactly. As long as we continue to work hard to eliminate the beast strongholds, we will usher in the most glorious era in history. A temporary failure cannot knock us down." Xiang Lang raised both hands high in celebration. Dr. Wu Long's countermeasure plan this time was a victory for all of humanity. Yu immediately followed suit. Long live the astronomy division. The crowd around them quickly joined in the celebration, continuously chanting, "Long live the astronomy division." Suddenly, someone called out Mingi's name. He looked up in surprise at the girl in front of him, Lu Qian. The two of them smiled brightly and rushed toward each other. She happily spoke, "Mingi, are you okay?" Lu Qian leaned her head on his shoulder, sighing in relief, "I'm so glad, we're both fine." Mingi nodded reassuringly, I'm perfectly fine." Facing each other, he smiled and said, "I'm so happy to see you safe and sound." She lowered her head, shyly hesitating before replying, "Me too." Tang Ning was about to raise her hand to call Mingi, but was stopped by Tang Hang. "This boy is so reckless, perhaps it's just because of this moment, right? Let him feel it a little longer." She crossed her arms, pouting slightly. "It's not his merit alone." He immediately comforted her. "Of course, the fact that we can retreat safely is all thanks to you and Mingi." Tang Ning looked up at the sky, her voice filled with contemplation as she spoke. "Uncle, weren't you one of the people who initiated the plan to block the criticism? So, did you miss the chance to become the greatest contributor to humanity? You should have continued with Dr. Wu Long." Tang Hang lowered his head, a hint of regret in his voice as he responded. "I found him untrustworthy, so I gave up halfway. Now he has proven that he was right. From today, he will be considered a great man." He furrowed his brows, reproaching himself sadly. "And I almost ruined such a small matter. It seems I'm really just a teacher after all." At the same time, in the Gobi Desert, inside the experimental building, high-ranking officials gathered together to congratulate each other on the successful implementation of the plan. From left to right, the leaders present included the commander of the Special Forces, General Li, Commander-in-Chief Nan Du, the president of the Super Academy, and the president of the Hunter Association. Wu Long smiled warmly, his tone sincere as he spoke. "Everyone's victory today, one that surpasses the times, could not have been achieved without your support." He bowed to express his gratitude, thanking General Li and Defender Pang, who responded politely. "It's what we should do." Wu Long rubbed his forehead and, with a hint of regret, expressed, "I've been awake for several nights, and finally completed my mission. I won't be joining the celebration. Allow me to return and get some rest." They couldn't help but laugh heartily and tease, "Let us see the doctor off." Soon after, everyone headed to the rooftop. A helicopter was already waiting to take him back to rest. The helicopter flew high above, over the forest, heading to its destination. Inside the Astronomy Division building, Xinyu stood hesitantly near the exit, holding a stack of documents. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through the crack in the door and into the room. She closed her eyes tightly, standing still, as the documents in her hands began to fly away. At that moment, Wu Long had returned, walking slowly toward her. He bent down to pick up the documents, and was surprised, saying, "I thought I was the only one working this late in the astronomy division." Wu Long handed the documents to Xinyu, smiling warmly, "You've worked hard." She was startled, responding unexpectedly, "No, it's you who's worked hard." He immediately turned and left, not forgetting to remind her, "Get some rest soon." Xinyu bowed deeply and sincerely said, "Dr. Wu Long, thank you for protecting our city." That evening, outside the city, Mingi and Lu Qian were walking together. They stopped in front of a house, and she lowered her head, saying, "Thank you for bringing me home." He curiously asked, "Is this your room in Nandu?" "It's beautiful," Lu Qian quickly explained. "This is my brother's room." He was injured, and I've been taking care of him for a few days.
Louis, with his injured arm, stood in the yard, watching the two of them converse.
Mingi suddenly exclaimed, You. She blinked her eyes in confusion and replied, Yes, I have an older brother.
Didn't you know?
He quickly walked over, smiling broadly and said, Hello, Mingi. Lu Qian immediately introduced, This is my brother, Louis.
Mingi asked in surprise, You know me? Louis smiled and replied, I've heard Lu Qian mention you. She awkwardly denied, Don't say nonsense, I never mentioned anything.
He returned to a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly, I heard from my superior. The reason we were able to safely withdraw this time is because a small group took care of a huge hidden disaster in Furong City.
Lu Qian widened his eyes in surprise, What hidden disaster?
Louis placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking with a tone of deep gratitude, No matter what, the fact that Lu Qian and I survived and made it back is thanks to your efforts.
Once again, thank you very much.
Mingi politely replied, It was just a coincidence.
I'm honored to have been able to assist at the front lines.
Suddenly, he squeezed his eyes shut in pain.
Louis bit his hand, trembling violently. I'm injured.
I originally wanted to invite you into the house to properly thank you. Mingi furrowed his brow in concern, It's fine, you're being too polite.
I was just bringing Lu Qian back.
It's late, I should head back and reassure my sister.
After Louis went back to his room to rest, Lu Qian ran a hand through his hair, smiling shyly and said, Be careful on your way home. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. Don't forget to come. He smiled happily and replied, Sure, good night.
Mingi shoved his hands into his pockets and slowly made his way home. His face was filled with happiness and contemplation. It turned out that he was Lu Qian's older brother, and everything had been a misunderstanding on his part. Mingi calmly recalled the time when he and Lu Qian had walked together under the night sky.
He wondered to himself, was it when they watched a movie together? Or perhaps it was during these recent days in Nandu? Mingi blushed slightly as he recalled the moment she kissed his cheek, silently speculating, could it be that Lu Qian was testing the waters with me?
Mingi walked through the dark night, his mind filled with questions.
But the letter from that day, why hadn't he replied directly? After a while, he arrived at his destination. Upon opening the door, he ran into Qinyu. You're back?
Mingi politely asked. Yes, she replied, drying her hair.
A girl called earlier asking if you were home yet. He immediately checked his phone. Oh, my phone ran out of battery.
Mingi hurried into the house and said, I've already replied to her.
He used the landline to contact Lu Qian. I'm home safe now. My phone died earlier. Good night.
Xinyu, curious, spoke up, Is she your girlfriend from school? Mingi answered calmly, She's not from high school.
She smiled playfully and teased, She called specifically to ask if you were home? That doesn't sound like a normal relationship. Who is she? Have I met her? He replied calmly, It's Lu Qian. You've probably met her. Xinyu turned to leave, calmly revealing, It's her?
When you were unconscious.
The little girl often visits me. That's right, I remember she even left a congratulatory letter for you.
Mingi's eyes widened in surprise, and he hurriedly asked, A letter, did he leave a letter? She sat down in the hairdryer chair, answering slowly, Yeah, I was busy with work at that time, so I couldn't put it away for you. After that, it was probably thrown away by the nurses at the hospital. He quickly picked up the landline phone, intending to make contact, but then hesitated.
It's so late already.
Mingi put the phone down, silently thinking, It's okay, his birthday is the day after tomorrow.
I can ask about the content of the letter then. Xinyu, noticing his anxious look, curiously asked, What's going on? Is that letter really that important? He happily replied, It's fine.
She smiled brightly, her voice taking on a mysterious tone, Take a guess, who did I meet before leaving?
Mingi looked up in confusion, Who? Qin Yu excitedly answered, Dr. Wulong. She clapped her hands, laughing with joy, exclaiming, I can't believe Dr. Wulong is so young, it completely shocked me. This is the first time I've met such a living legend. He lowered his voice and revealed, last time when I went for the interview with you, I met him already. He even gave me a magazine. Qin Yu angrily pointed at him, nonsense, Dr. Wulong is a great figure, how could you possibly look at that thing? Mingi casually responded, come on, sister, Dr. Wulong is still a man. She sternly reminded, don't tarnish the image of my idol. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Mingi closed his eyes and calmly spoke, indeed, he is a formidable person. All of us put in our best effort, yet we still failed. The failure of this campaign is a disgrace to every superhuman, but his success makes it seem trivial, almost insignificant. Qin Yu, seeing the sorrow on his younger brother's face, immediately approached to offer comfort, don't look down on yourself. You're still young, and you'll be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. Afterward, a period of quiet passed, and the evening settled peacefully in the sports palace. Inside the training room, the sound of intense training could be heard. Mingi pursed his lips and diligently practiced with the punching bag. Xiao flew high above, her eyes focused on the stardust elixir, her face filled with joy. She spoke up, are you ready? I didn't expect the monsters from the parasitic clan to have such pure stardust elixir in their bodies. She handed the stardust elixir to Mingi and, in a low voice, speculated, it must be related to how these parasitic creatures need to adapt to human bodies. He smiled excitedly and asked, so, does this mean we can use as much as we want? Xiao replied slowly, pretty much. As long as your body can adapt to their energy, you won't be limited by age like we mentioned before. You can increase your strength naturally, without harm. She recalled the moment when Mingi was busy giving first aid to Tang Ning, while she herself had run to Shu Jun's body to collect the treasure. This stardust elixir was taken from a military-grade monster like Shu Jun. Xiao placed her hand on his shoulder, praising him profusely. After almost a year of conditioning, his physical condition had become exceptional. Mingi raised his eyebrows, carefully observing the response. At the heavenly python level, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put the stardust elixir into his mouth. Mingi quickly sat down in meditation, sensing her leaning against the sandbag, confidently affirming, once you reach the heavenly python level, you'll understand the profound depth of the Crimson Lord's extraordinary talent. Deep in his subconscious, he appeared before a stage, with Shu Jun in front of him. Mingi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to enhance the simulated training for me? Xiao widened her eyes in surprise, quickly denying, no, this isn't the simulation I created for you. This is the lingering soul of Shu Jun, the vengeful remnants left behind in the stardust elixir. He furrowed his brow in confusion, what do you mean? She observed Shu Jun's angry growls and immediately deduced, clearly, her stardust elixir doesn't accept you and doesn't want to be absorbed by you. Mingi, now understanding, quickly dashed forward, so that's it. Then it's simple, I also like to communicate with fists. Xiao cheerfully hopped and cheered. Punch her. He leaped into the air, throwing a punch towards Shu Jun, loudly declaring, this is my turf, you can't stop me from leveling up. Submit. At the same time, in the secret laboratory, Tang Ning and Changwu were walking together down the hallway. She anxiously spoke, what's wrong with my uncle? He replied slowly, we're not sure either. Yesterday, he locked himself inside and wouldn't come out, nor would he let us in. Changwu calmly explained, if we hadn't heard his shout, we wouldn't have invited you here. Tang Ning widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Uncle, what am I responsible for here? He hesitated and refused to answer, I don't have the authority to answer that question. Perhaps he is a bit mentally exhausted right now. She responded with some worry, is it really that serious? But he seemed fine just a moment ago. The two of them stopped in front of a room, and Changwu calmly spoke, he's been rejecting all of us and doesn't allow anyone to come near. Tang Ning hesitated and suggested, then leave it to me. After he left,
she immediately knocked on the door and spoke, "Uncle, it's Xiao Ning here."
Tang Hang was sitting on the floor, his head lowered in exhaustion.
The room was a mess, papers scattered everywhere, and alcohol and drinks spilled on the floor.
Tang Ning repeatedly called out, "Uncle, what's going on?"
His face was grim, and his dazed eyes seemed to listen to her voice.
"Uncle." Tang Heng tried to get up and barely opened the door. Tang Ning hesitated and called again, "Uncle."
He coldly replied, "There's no one else."
Tang Heng turned and walked back into the room, ordering, "Come in." She stared in shock at the chaotic scene inside the room and asked with concern, "Uncle, what are you doing? Even if the project isn't progressing, it doesn't have to be like this."
He gripped a bottle of alcohol in his hand, irritated, and replied, "I actually wish there was no progress at all." Tang Heng silently stepped out onto the balcony, dejectedly placing his foot on the railing.
Tang Ning hurriedly ran over and asked, "Uncle, what has made you so disheartened?" Tang Heng looked up and drank, answering sadly, "I've lost. I've really lost."
He held his forehead in despair, murmuring, "I've lost completely." She anxiously placed her hand on him to comfort him, "Uncle, haven't you let go of this yet?" Tang Heng lowered his head and blamed himself loudly, "We've lost completely.
I am the sinner, I am the sinner."
Tang Ning quickly tried to console him, "Uncle, don't be so upset.
Can you tell me what happened?" Suddenly, 5 shadows appeared from behind and moved forward.
She hurriedly turned around, on guard.
"Who are you?" The leader of Dragon's Tooth coldly called, "Professor Tang." He calmly announced, "The lost sheet mending pen plan has been initiated."
The leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit 1 immediately added, "All Dragon's Tooth members are in a state of awaiting orders." Tang Heng clutched his head, murmuring, "Everyone." His gaze turned sharp, and he spoke coldly, "This plan is like charging into a dead end, but because of our fuse." The leader of Dragon's Tooth and his subordinates immediately raised their hands in a solemn salute, firmly asserting, "Professor, though we've just met, we share the same goal. Even if we meet in the afterlife, we will never regret this." Tang Heng, as if filled with renewed hope, stood up calmly and declared loudly, "Very well, we may fail, but we will never regret it. Not for our entire lives." The sky darkened with a reddish-orange hue, thick black smoke spiraling in the air as if signaling a disaster about to strike the neighborhood, which was shrouded in a dense fog.
Xin Yu gently adjusted Mingi's tie.
She looked at her younger brother in the mirror and couldn't help but compliment him, "You're so handsome. Today, you'll definitely win over some girl." He smiled brightly and reminded her, "Sis, I'm just going to a friend's birthday party." Xinyu became emotional, tears welling up as she patted Mingi's head, "How time flies.
You've reached the age to start dating. I'm so happy for you."
He smiled sincerely and said, "Sis, you've always been the one taking care of me these past years. You've worked hard." She turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "All right, go pick out a gift for her.
I have to go to work now."
A little while later, Mingi strolled toward the meeting spot with 2 bags in hand. He looked at the bags carefully, sorting them out, "This one's for Lu Qian, and this one's for you." Suddenly, a car in front of him slammed on the brakes, and 2 cars driving in the opposite direction collided head-on right before Mingi's eyes. He froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Years ago, on another road, a terrible crash had occurred involving 3 cars. Back then, Mingi was just an innocent boy, and he had witnessed that tragic accident. His eyes went blank, and unfamiliar tears began to fall. Back in the present, luckily, there were no casualties from the crash. The drivers were both men. They stood in the middle of the road, arguing angrily, "Who drives like that? With the fog so thick today, why didn't you turn on your fog lights?" He turned and walked away, while the angry voices of the 2 men continued to echo behind him. He was driving in the wrong direction, he is also responsible for compensation. After a while, Mingi arrived at Lu Yi's villa. He carefully pressed the doorbell. Xinyu came out to open the door and cheerfully greeted him, "Mingi, you're here." He handed her the gift bag and said, "Happy birthday, Lu Qian." She smiled awkwardly and replied, "Thank you.
I've invited a few friends over too. Xinyu turned around and walked inside, suggesting, they're on the second floor right now. Come with me.
Mingi hurriedly reached out and said, wait a minute. He blushed and shyly expressed, there's something I've been holding in for a long time.
I think I should hear your thoughts on it.
She closed her eyes and coldly suggested, whatever it is, you can talk about it on the second floor. Mingi firmly refused and said, it's better when it's just the two of us. Xinyu turned her face away, hesitating, all right, fine. He scratched his face, awkwardly saying, Lu Qian, I want to know. Before I fell unconscious, did you send me a letter? She stammered in reply, yes, I did. Mingi sensed something was off and immediately worriedly asked, why do you look so pale?
Are you sick?
Xinyu lowered her head, her eyes downcast, and answered sadly, no, didn't you read the letter after you woke up? He hurriedly explained, it seems the letter is lost, I don't know the contents inside. She widened her eyes in surprise.
Huh? You don't know?
Mingi took the other person's hand, speaking earnestly, I've been thinking a lot these past 2 days, wondering how you would respond to me, whether you'd reject me, agree, or just wish me well? He closed his eyes and continued calmly, but in fact, those things didn't matter anymore, because right now was the most important. Mingi lifted his head, expressing with sincere eyes, the me now is like the me back in high school, my heart races just by seeing you, I care about everything related to you, and I unconsciously think about our future before falling asleep. Mingi seriously proposed, Lu Qian, I hope you'll be by my side. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, shyly looking at him.
Without hesitation, the two embraced each other.
Lu Qian joyfully responded, Mingi, I've agreed. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in worry. Lu Qian hurriedly pushed him toward the door, urging him, go, hurry up and leave. Mingi was stunned to hear her reveal, they want to capture you.
Immediately, strangers with weapons appeared from behind.
Mingi tilted his head, speaking in confusion, what are you doing? Louis stepped out from inside the house, his tone stern as he suggested, Mingi, don't resist. He coldly announced, we have investigated and found that you are a member of the Dragon's Tooth Unit.
Your superiors have ordered your immediate arrest.
He frowned and asked, Lu Qian, what's going on? She lowered her eyes sadly and pleaded, there must be some mistake, please. Lu Qian firmly stated, Mingi cannot be a traitor to humanity. Louis coldly raised his voice, that's why we need to investigate. He frowned in irritation and said, a traitor, if you want to capture me, you must have a reasonable explanation. He narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, Mingi is a member of the Dragon's Tooth Unit.
You really don't know what happened? Mingi innocently responded, I don't know. Also, I've never heard of the Dragon's Tooth Unit.
Louis pointed to the TV and suggested, you should watch for yourself. The news broadcast on the screen was showing a breaking story, all members of the Dragon's Tooth Unit, the elite special forces team of Nandu, have suddenly revolted against the government. The rebel organization, led by Dragon's Tooth leader Li Huang and Nandu's Professor Tang Hang, took advantage of the early morning fog to seize Tianwen Mountain. According to government analysis, it is feared that all members of the Dragon's Tooth Unit are traitors, secretly hiding among us. Mingi was left stunned by the host's words and was referred to as a member of the Heavenly Fist organization. Professor Tang Hang, the leader of the Heavenly Fist, was called the mentor. Their goal this time was to stop Dr. Wulong's impending disaster. Currently, the elite special forces have sealed off both the interior and exterior of Tianwen Mountain. The situation inside is extremely complex. The professional host continued, most of the staff from the astronomy division have been taken hostage, and during the rescue operation, there has been a large number of casualties. He was taken aback, muttering sadly, how could this be? How could Professor Tang Hang? Mingi's eyes widened in panic, and he shouted in a loud voice, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Louis was also taken by surprise, Mingi, your appearance here means you weren't involved in the rebellion this time. But according to the information we've received, you joined the Dragon's Tooth Unit just a year ago and secretly carried out its missions. He watched as the terrorist team with shields drew closer, urgently suggesting, Mingi, don't resist. Louis frowned, speaking with concern, now your organization has betrayed everyone, standing against all of humanity.
I believe you've been lured into this.
He kept trying to persuade him, helping them with things in a situation where he knew nothing. Yet, this didn't contradict Mingi being a member of Heavenly Fist.
Mingi, furious, with a dark killing intent, asked, I'm a member of Heavenly Fist? Louis, now angry, shouted, it's far more complicated than you think.
Please cooperate with our investigation, and the higher-ups will definitely restore justice for you. He looked outside, straining to apply pressure. But if you resist now, it means you admit to being a traitor, he coldly refused.
I can't trust you people. Louis hastily suggested. That's why we need you to cooperate. He placed a hand on his chest, showing sincerity.
You are very special. Lu Qian and I believe you haven't been infected and controlled by them, and you have the potential to become a key figure in this event.
You are linked to the Dragon's Tooth unit and Tang Hang. Now, Tang Hang and all members of the Dragon's Tooth have occupied Tianwen Mountain, becoming traitors to all of humanity. Don't you want to clear things up? Louis pointed to his sister, who was crying uncontrollably, please, don't resist. For Lu Qian's sake.
As her older brother, as the vice captain of the Special Operations Team, I'll ensure your personal safety. Mingi frowned and pursed his lips in response.
Fine, I'll go along with everyone's arrangements. They immediately handcuffed him.
Lu Qian furrowed her brows in concern and asked.
Didn't we say we were going to cooperate in the investigation? Why do you have to handcuff him?
He explained seriously.
This is a sensitive time. We can't afford to take any risks. Louis honestly reassured her. Lu Qian, don't worry.
She furrowed her brow, uneasy.
I want to go too.
I need to stay close to Mingi. He took a step forward in agreement.
Yes, there are some things that need your testimony.
At the main office of the Astronomy Division, the Special Operations Team was working in shifts.
A Special Forces soldier declared coldly, Luo Lin, you are a traitor to humanity. If any of you dare harm Dr. Wu Long, we will destroy every one of you. Luo Lin, standing inside the Astronomy Division's workspace, spoke calmly and resolutely, we need more time. Her subordinate immediately replied, understood.
Outside, like a chaotic brawl, earth and rocks flew wildly as explosions detonated one after another.
At the same time, in the Special Operations Company's command center, inside an underground interrogation room, Mingi sat alone, dazed and pensive. What on earth had happened? Xiao asked anxiously, could it be that you were deceived into joining an organization that isn't actually the Dragon's Tooth unit?
No, he said, lips pressed together, answering calmly.
I have no doubts about that.
Whether it's the Dragon's Tooth unit or a righteous organization makes no difference.
All I know is that I have acted with a clear conscience.
She leaned back and mused slowly, true. Then the problem must lie either with the leaders of the Dragon's Tooth unit or with internal conflicts among your people. Suddenly someone entered from outside, the deputy commander of the Special Operations Company. Hong Xiao opened the door and came in, followed by Louis.
Mingi anxiously asked Han, where is Lu Qian?
Han pointed over his shoulder and replied, she's there. She spoke sternly, Mingi, we have a few questions to ask.
He bowed his head, pressed his lips together, and pleaded, could you let Lu Qian in? Right now, I only trust her.
The two of them tilted their heads and exchanged signals.
Lu Qian immediately entered, hurriedly running over to call out. Mingi calmly responded, yes, Lu Qian. Louis, witnessing this affectionate moment, couldn't help but scowl in anger.
Hong Xiao spoke calmly, Mingi, we have investigated and analyzed you thoroughly, and we have reached a conclusion that can be considered beneficial for you. Mingi answered honestly, until now, I still don't understand what exactly happened.
Out there, we are fighting against the giant monster.
She then continued, we are also unclear. The truth is, the government still believes that the Dragon's Tooth unit is the most loyal force of humanity. The image of Wu Long being captured is now a reality. Hong Xiao, worried, raised her voice. Now, the truth is laid bare before us. At this moment, they have taken control of the astronomy division and are plotting to kill Dr. Wu Long, the hero of human civilization. Mingi couldn't help but find this hard to believe. She flipped through the stack of documents in her hands and sincerely spoke. Actually, your record is very clean, so we lean toward the hypothesis that you have been manipulated. We hope you can remain clear-headed and reconsider your position. He seemed angry and questioned. Look at me, do I seem like I'm under some kind of spell? I'm fully aware, but I can't make sense of what's happening. Outside, the specialized equipment of both sides clashed against each other. Hong Xiao, troubled, explained, we also find it difficult to understand. Right now, all members of the Dragon's Tooth unit are holding their ground at the astronomy division. Dragon's Tooth unit, state your purpose. They do not communicate with the outside world, and although we sent negotiators, they were also unable to establish any dialogue with them. Mingi furrowed his brows in disbelief. It was confirmed that Professor Tang Hang from Dragon's Tooth unit was involved. She seriously asserted, this was accurate information. He knew very well that the commander of their unit was Luo Lin, the one who had assigned him the mission. A familiar image flashed through his mind, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Luo Lin, she's also in there. Hong Xiao seized the opportunity and quickly suggested, we need someone clear-headed to make contact and assess the situation inside. Mingi seemed lost in his own world. Familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared one after another. She spoke earnestly, we also believe that among these traitors, there are many like you who have been captivated by them. If we could use you as a bridge, perhaps those you know could realize the gravity of what they are doing now. Maybe things could still be salvaged. Mingi asked slowly, use me as a bridge? Hong Xiao frowned, responding seriously, yes, we know you just woke up from the hospital less than a year and a half ago. Before that, you had no contact with them. Before capturing anyone, she took the time to learn everything about you. Her voice was full of admiration. Moreover, in this year and a half, everything you've done hasn't been a betrayal of your own will. You've even taken responsibility for humanity. Louis stood up and sincerely spoke, Mingi, we trust you. Hong Xiao suggested calmly. We need you to continue posing as a member of the Dragon's Tooth unit to infiltrate the secret mountain and rescue Dr. Wu Long. He took out a sheet of paper and said, here is a map. Louis pushed the map forward, revealing it before the information could be blocked. The last distress signal we received came from here. Dr. Wu Long led his subordinates into the hexagonal hall. It lies deep in the forest. He continued anxiously, there are many hiding places inside that hall. The situation is now hanging by a thread. Every minute counts. Louis expressed unease, if they're discovered, it will only be a matter of time. Mingi asked calmly, what about the others? Hong Xiao asked in confusion, which others? He replied slowly, the staff of the astronomy division. She admitted frankly, most of them are now hiding in the shelter rooms. He replied with relief, then that's good. Hong Xiao frowned and urged, there isn't much time left. Our special assault company is about to launch a full frontal attack, trying to break through their first line of defense. She hurriedly instructed, while we engage them. Louis ordered coldly, you must find Dr. Wu Long and get him out safely. Suddenly someone ran in and whispered to Hong Xiao. After listening, she stood up and announced, Mingi, you have 5 minutes to decide. Cooperate with us to salvage the mission and clear your name. Hong Xiao placed his hand on his shoulder and spoke seriously, or we can sit here and wait for the court's judgment. You decide. Louis sincerely reminded him, Mingi, you should think carefully. Then, both of them left the room, leaving the couple behind. The surveillance cameras were also switched on. Lu Qian held the arm of the person opposite her, her voice apologetic, Mingi, I'm sorry. I should have reminded you sooner. He reassured her earnestly, it's fine.
Her eyes widened in curiosity. So, what are you going to do?
Mingi tightened his grip, answering calmly, I'm going to mount Tianwen. I need to figure this out myself. The image of Qin Yu flashed through his mind, and he hesitated with worry.
Moreover, suddenly, Mingi turned around, facing her, and asked seriously, Lu Qian, do you trust me?
Lu Qian answered confidently, of course, you saved my life. Although I don't understand why you refuse to admit it.
He fell silent for a moment, then suggested, all right then, I have a few things to ask you, and you have to answer honestly, okay? She answered sincerely, okay.
Immediately after, Mingi moved closer. He bent down to whisper in her ear, causing Lu Qian's face to flush deeper. After hearing it, her eyes widened in shock.
Lu Qian quickly covered her mouth and whispered into Mingi's ear.
Inside the meeting room, Hong Xiao closely monitored the camera.
The two men sitting behind couldn't help but ask curiously, what are they talking about? A secret lover? Are you interested too?
Sure. Time passed gradually.
Hong Xiao opened the interrogation room door and hurriedly asked, Mingi, have you thought it through? He tilted his head and calmly replied, I've thought it through. I'll cooperate. She was satisfied and instructed, good, we'll send someone to take you to the back of the mountain, and from there you'll go inside.
Hong Xiao unlocked the handcuffs with a key, slowly reassuring him, if you're discovered, just claim you're a member of the Dragon's Tooth unit, they shouldn't make things difficult for you.
Mingi stood up and calmly replied, I understand.
Hong Xiao slowly announced, we'll attach a tracking device to you, monitoring every move. Your words will be under our supervision, which also helps us gather information.
Mingi calmly responded, understood.
She pointed to her brother, Lu Qian, and said, of course, to prevent you from betraying us, Louis will follow you. If your actions deviate from the norm, he has the authority to execute you.
I hope you understand this. He lowered his head and asked darkly, are you sure about this?
Hong Xiao shrugged awkwardly and replied, we have to use certain measures.
Apologies.
Louis spoke seriously, don't worry, Mingi.
Our mission is to rescue Dr. Wulong. As long as our objectives align, I'll be your teammate.
Mingi closed his eyes, reluctantly agreeing, fine. She happily placed a hand on his shoulder and continued, good.
I believe you won't disappoint us. Get ready to depart.
Suddenly, Lu Qian raised his hand and suggested, wait, I want to go with them too.
He angrily ordered, nonsense, we're carrying out a very dangerous mission. You stay here.
Mingi turned around and softly suggested, that's right, Lu Qian.
You can wait here until we return.
She placed her hand on her chest and seriously proposed, Vice Captain, I request to join the team. Up to now, Mingi still can't fully trust the authenticity of this matter, and my brother doubts your identity.
When there are differences in opinions during the mission, who should we listen to? How can we accomplish the difficult task of rescuing Dr. Wulong if we keep doubting each other like this? Hong Xiao furrowed her brow, what you say makes sense. Louis immediately opposed loudly, that's not possible. He firmly agreed, that's right.
Lu Qian tilted his head and smiled in satisfaction, Vice Captain, you see, at least on the matter concerning me, their opinions are unanimous.
She calmly responded, all right, let's decide on that.
The three of them formed a special task force with the goal of rescuing Dr. Wulong. They immediately regained their serious demeanor and said in unison, understood. Lu Qian stuck out his tongue and teased, making a long gesture. Outside, the Special Forces soldiers were working together to confront the enemy. Then, the three of them moved together along the narrow path up the mountain.
They successfully climbed over the fence and reached the Tianwen dormitory. Louis calmly suggested, first, we need to pass through the dormitory.
He recalled the dormitory map and continued speaking slowly. Then, they reached the square through a corridor in the mountain, and after crossing the square, they arrived at the hall where Dr. Wulong was hiding.
Immediately, the group entered and began to investigate.
Mingi led the way, walking ahead and observing attentively. It seemed they had retreated in haste.
Suddenly, someone descended from the stairs. Ji Guang furrowed his brows and asked loudly, "Who are you?" Lu Qian and Louis anxiously looked at him. Mingi calmly put his hands in his pockets and introduced himself. "I am Mingi, a member of Dragon's Tooth Unit." He took out his medal and showed it to them. "This is my Dragon's Tooth medal." He smiled with satisfaction. "So you're from Unit 1, I apologize for the misunderstanding." Mingi nonchalantly explained, "I was sent by Luolin to check for anyone secretly infiltrating the room behind the mountain." The two of them immediately spoke, "Thank you for your hard work." He politely replied, "You've worked hard as well." After the two members of the Dragon's Tooth organization left, Louis spoke up, "Let's go, we should continue the inspection in the corridor." After a while, they moved together to another location. Lu Qian admired and complimented, "Nice job, Mingi." He smiled modestly, "I still feel a little guilty." In front of the entrance, 3 guards suddenly appeared. Nan Ning stepped forward and spoke, "Who are you?" He immediately showed his medal, "I am Mingi, a member of Unit 1 of Dragon's Tooth." "This is my medal." He then calmly asked, "And you, please state your identity." Mingi tilted his head, hesitating, "They are all my teammates." Nan Ning coldly issued an order. "As teammates, you also need to show your identity or actions." He was confused and flustered. Immediately, Louis spoke up, "I have the action medal, I'll get it for everyone to see." Nan Ning immediately moved closer to observe. "Hurry up," he reminded, his eyes burning with intensity, silently preparing to act. Louis quickly turned around, gently pushing Nan Ning, and he responded instantly. Louis pressed his lips together, coldly taking him down. Kudi, in panic, hurriedly ran away. Nan Ning lowered his head, calmly focusing his strength. Louis swiftly jerked his hand toward the target. She anxiously shouted out loud. The team leader noticed the situation in the corridor. He coldly pulled Kudi closer, and the phone rang with a voice, "Have you discovered anything?" Louis, furious, crushed the phone. Then, he calmly ordered, "Move quickly, they already know there's an intruder." Lu Qian witnessed this and couldn't help but feel delighted. It looks like you've fully recovered." Louis quickly ran towards the two of them. Xiao appeared, earnestly reminding, "This person's strength is hard to measure." Mingi frowned in agreement, "Yeah. The members of Dragon's Tooth Unit should at least be cautious." In the blink of an eye, he already rendered them incapable of acting. She curiously asked, "If you were to act against the norms, could he really handle you?" He replied calmly, "Just take it step by step. Better than being locked in an interrogation room." Lu Qian tilted her head, confused. "Who are you talking to?" Mingi calmly replied, I'm estimating the route." He smiled faintly and deduced, "I've been here before. If we go straight through the central square, it's very likely we'll be surrounded from both sides." Louis shot a cold glance and spoke, "The strength of the first and second teams of Dragon's Tooth is very strong. If we run into their team leader or instructor, even I would have a hard time escaping." Mingi immediately pointed toward the building in front of them and suggested, "We should go around the staff canteen. I remember my sister once said that the staff canteen has a quick food delivery path that makes it easier to bring meals to the departments." Lu Qian couldn't help but ask, "Your sister, how does she know all this?" He quickly explained, "My sister works as an administrative staff member here. When she was still an intern, she used to make tea and deliver meals to everyone." She was impressed. "Oh, this will be a huge help to us." Immediately, Mingi led the way into the building. Just a moment later, members of the Dragon's Tooth organization appeared, searching. They met at an intersection, loudly announcing, "Nothing here, we don't have them either." Someone from another group answered the phone, while others were on patrol or on duty. "How could you let them in? Don't you know who they are?" He calmly responded, "It's still unclear for now." The 3 on-duty staff from Building 5 were taken down immediately. The person on the other end of the phone coldly issued an order. Strengthen the defenses, don't mess up our grand plan.
He immediately responded clearly.
The patrol team couldn't help but feel confused, wondering, logically speaking, we should be here.
In Shaoling, the fog was so thick that one couldn't see in front of them. A series of cars were stuck on the bridge, the fog was so dense that the scenery was obscured.
People couldn't help but feel anxious. Why hasn't the fog cleared yet? Can this damn weather even let anyone go outside?
On a helicopter that was still in operation, the screen displayed a news broadcast: "The fog has arrived, please exercise caution if you need to go outside. It is estimated that this fog will last throughout the day, so please stay indoors and avoid going out unnecessarily." The helicopter hovered in the city center, its door slightly open to observe the scene outside.
The female reporter and the cameraman were both taken aback. What was going on?
The entire city seemed to be submerged in this strange fog, with nothing visible except for the towering skyscrapers. Both of them nervously spoke up, "Our city seems to be completely enveloped by this strange fog." The entire city seemed to be in a perilous situation, with only one vehicle moving on the road. The team leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit, Feng Hai, touched his earpiece and angrily spoke, "Damn it, the communication equipment is losing signal." She took off her earpiece and asked her teammates, "Have you found any trace of the intruder yet?" Lin Yu calmly replied, "We've asked the team guarding the back of the mountain.
They said that Mingi from Team 1 brought 2 people in here." Feng Hai frowned in confusion.
"Mingi from Team 1, I remember that when we took action, this person wasn't there." She clenched her fist, panic rising as she shouted, "Not good, it's highly likely this person has been triggered."
Feng Hai immediately issued an order to her teammates, "Notify the squads, if you encounter Mingi, arrest him on sight." Lin Yu quickly complied, "Understood."
She hurriedly added, "The rest follow me." Meanwhile, the 3 members of Mingi's team were racing against time. They passed by the fountain, and one of them excitedly spoke, "Once we cross the square ahead, we'll be there." Feng Hai stood at the front, grinning smugly. Sure enough, waiting for the rabbit under the tree is easier than searching for a needle in the haystack.
Ming Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Are you also a member of Dragon's Tooth?"
She signaled to her teammates, then slowly stepped forward and spoke, "I am Feng Hai, the team leader of Team 5 from Dragon's Tooth Unit.
I've heard of your name, but I never thought you'd betray us." He frowned and loudly questioned, "Betray? Don't you people know what you're doing?" Feng Hai's face darkened, and in a fit of rage, she yelled, "Before joining Dragon's Tooth, didn't anyone teach you that we are the last line of defense for humanity? Utterly foolish."
Louis cracked his neck, coldly sneering. A Dragon's Tooth unit that was absorbed by the Heavenly Fist organization, turned into a cult follower long ago, and still dares to speak such nonsense.
Truly hopeless.
He stood up confidently in front, giving instructions. "Both of you go ahead and wait for me, I'll take care of the duplicates."
She sneered and asked, "If I remember correctly, you're Louis, the vice captain of the Special Forces Battalion?" Louis grinned proudly and answered, "That's me."
Feng Hai, with a cunning smile, replied, "I've admired you for a long time."
She narrowed her eyes coldly and asserted, "But that doesn't necessarily mean you can compare to the Dragon's Tooth unit."
He quickly rushed over to remind her, "Stop talking so much."
Cody's eyes widened in surprise. Blink skill.
Louis continuously attacked, but all of his strikes were dodged by Feng Hai.
When he leapt to kick, she bent down.
Not stopping there, Louis turned successfully and kicked Feng Hai right in the face. He furrowed his brows, realizing something was off.
She gently caught Louis's leg and coldly spoke, "Your series of lightning-fast strikes are impressive."
Feng Hai's eyes turned an eerie shade of green as she angrily declared, "But they still can't escape my fluctuations." He paid no attention, his body still moving nimbly. Louis continued his attacks, and she urgently ordered, "You guys, capture Mingi and that girl."
"Louis is mine."
The 3 others immediately obeyed.
Cody quickly threw a punch.
Mingi was taken by surprise. He also used martial arts. She frowned and decisively faced him.
Mingi forcefully threw Cody away.
On the other side, Lu Qian was full of determination to confront the enemy. She clutched her injured arm and frowned in fear.
So this is why he's placed in Group 1.
While Ku Di was lost in thought, Louis approached from behind and grabbed her shoulder. Clearly, he hadn't been in Dragon's Tooth for long, yet he was already this strong.
He quickly slammed Ku Di to the ground, and she winced, the pain almost unbelievable. What's wrong with him? Ku Di fell to the ground, her eyes wide and motionless.
Feng Hai frowned in worry and shouted, "Be careful!"
Lu Qian and Louis launched a coordinated attack.
She hurriedly stepped in to protect her teammate, angrily scolding, "You shameless bastard!"
He urgently ordered, "You two go ahead, I'll follow."
She furrowed her brow in concern and reminded him, "All right, but be careful."
Immediately, Mingi and Lu Qian left.
After observing for a while, Xiao concluded, "It seems like the team leader, Feng Hai, has a power similar to a fly's eye. The movement of everything slows down in her vision."
As he ran, he responded, "Yeah, Louis has already noticed that."
That's why he changed his strategy, no longer engaging with Feng Hai and focusing on the other members. She sat calmly on Mingi's back and commented, "Louis' strength is unfathomable, and his mind is incredibly sharp." He pressed his lips together in discomfort and said, "Looks like escaping from him won't be easy." Mingi frowned and ordered, "All right, get down."
Lu Qian couldn't help but feel confused. Mingi looked up and responded, "Huh? What's wrong?" She asked curiously, "Who are you talking to?" He immediately made an excuse. "I'm just muttering to myself." The hall was already ahead. The two of them quickly ran inside.
Mingi calmly repeated, "The captain said most of the astronomy division staff have retreated here." At the same time, back at the original spot, Feng Hai's group lay sprawled across the floor.
Lu Cheng saw her lying motionless on the ground and couldn't help but panic.
Feng Hai, Xinhao pointed anxiously into the distance and reported, "Team leader, the others have stopped breathing too."
Wei Kong spoke in a grim tone, "It seems the intruder's power is extremely strong."
He lifted Feng Hai up, his body radiating killing intent as he growled, "I will tear him apart." Meanwhile, inside the hall, Mingi carefully observed his surroundings and remarked, "I didn't expect the hall to be built of aluminum, with each floor relatively independent from the others." Lu Qian calmly informed, "There are a total of 5 floors, no basement." He frowned and thought. The inside is layered and overlapping, it may be very difficult to find Dr. Wulong's refuge.
Moreover, they may not even be able to tell whether we are friend or foe.
She turned to look behind them, her voice uneasy. "Come to think of it, ever since we entered here, I've felt as though something is staring at us, and it makes me a little uncomfortable."
Mingi asked worriedly, "Could it be an illusion?" Lu Qian raised his head, glancing around as he explained, "This is the extraordinary innate seal I obtained after reaching heaven rank."
Intuition definitely told him that something was watching them, and he pursed his lips in caution.
"Then let's be a little more careful."
Just as she had guessed, above them on the upper floor, Suing was silently observing the two through a gap, grinning wickedly and offering praise.
Xiao Mei is quite cautious too.
Above them, a skeletal beast hung from a rope, and suddenly, the rope was cut.
The two of them looked up in shock at the danger descending upon them.
Mingi quickly bent down to shield Lu Qian, "Be careful." The enormous skeletal frame crashed down where they were, creating a loud noise. At that moment, Suing slowly approached. She was the leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit's second team. With a smirk, she sneered. "You're a superhuman, you shouldn't be crushed to death by this, right?"
"If that's the case, I'd be heartbroken."
Suing gritted her teeth in surprise as she looked ahead. Inside the massive skeletal frame, the two were unharmed. Mingi carefully shielded his girlfriend's head with his hand, asking gently,
"Are you all right?" Lu Qian shyly smiled and replied,
"I almost forgot, you also have the ability to suppress." He shot her a cold glance and reminded her,
"We're all superhumans, no need for such vicious tricks."
She crossed her arms and grinned widely.
"This is the first time I've met someone on a mission who brings their family along. Aren't you both afraid of dying together?" Mingi asked indifferently. Who are you?
Suing proudly held up her medal and introduced herself.
I'm Suing, leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit's second team. And you?
Who is this handsome guy, your little dog? He raised a hand to protect himself.
Lu Qian replied calmly, I am Mingi.
She sneered and said, so you're a new separatist.
I heard Officer Luo mention you.
Mingi widened his eyes in surprise.
Officer Luo is here too?
Suing answered composedly, of course. You frowned, remembering his face, she said, puzzled.
Why is the Dragon's Tooth Unit doing this?
She toyed with the sword as she answered, why even ask?
Lu Qian frowned and snapped angrily, you ambushed the astronomy division and forced Dr. Wulong, doesn't that deserve questioning?
Suing replied nonchalantly, the Dragon's Tooth Unit has always operated in the shadows.
Mingi should know that very well.
She frowned in indignation.
But don't you realize you're opposing all of humanity?
She regarded the blade and explained calmly, this order demands absolute obedience, questioning right or wrong is forbidden. Perhaps because Mingi hasn't been with the Dragon's Tooth Unit long, his superiors didn't allow you to take part.
Mingi lowered his head, his face darkening, and said coldly, where is Officer Luo? Where is Master Tanghang?
Suing replied slowly, up above. She stroked her ear and continued with a sinister smile, but the orders I received are to kill here all those with the delusion of wanting to go up. If you quickly leap up to attack, then you'll simply make an enemy of us, Suing said, smiling, and calmly threw the short sword toward Mingi. He pressed his lips together and nimbly raised his arm to dodge. She immediately summoned countless swords, smiling insincerely as she complimented, not bad at all. Suing ordered the sword to attack the target, loudly declaring, this time, can you dodge it? Mingi gaped in astonishment, unable to avoid it. She had already sealed 7 vital points on his body. Lu Qian immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning to counter it, urgently shouting, Mingi, get down! The swords were struck by the lightning and flew backwards, some of them embedding deeply into the bone. He stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the sword lodged just an inch away from his foot. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, your luck's really working for you this time. After escaping the seal, Mingi immediately charged to attack Suing. She raised both hands to block his punch. A series of strange sounds occurred. Suing lowered her head, tightly closing her eyes in anticipation. She slowly opened her eyes to observe. Suing was stunned, watching as Mingi threw a punch directly at her. He brutally struck the wall beside her. Suing quickly jumped to another spot. The two continued to engage, one attacking, one dodging, neither willing to yield. Mingi's eyes turned blank as he punched the air. He stared around in confusion. Where had she gone? Xiao widened her eyes and urgently called out, she's behind you. As soon as she finished speaking, Suing, full of murderous intent, charged forward to attack. Mingi gritted his teeth and jumped up, while Lu Qian, her eyes flashing, raised 2 fingers with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Mingi. A phoenix created by a lightning bolt immediately flew toward the two of them. She glanced up, and the phoenix instantly shot a bolt of lightning down at him. Moments later, Mingi's clothes gradually tore apart, his head hanging low in a daze. Suing rubbed her neck and grinned wickedly, decisive, but if you'd hesitated for half a second longer, your boyfriend would be a goner by now. Lu Qian hurried over and asked, Han Mingi, are you okay? He pressed his lips together, took off his jacket, and replied, I'm fine, I'm fine. You saved me this time. Lu Qian frowned and coldly spoke, she's formidable. I heard Luo Lin mention that the Dragon's Tooth Unit is full of combat monsters. It really lives up to its reputation. Mingi calmly considered, it wasn't impossible to win, but if they gave it their all against her, how would they go on to rescue the astronomy division members afterward? She lowered her voice and suggested, why don't you go first, and I'll hold her back. He pulled her closer and whispered, I have a plan. Suing, feeling completely disregarded by the two of them, immediately snapped, how long are you two going to discuss this? Almost immediately, Mingi and she both raised their heads, their faces full of confidence. The two quickly split up and charged at her from different directions. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch, but Suing easily dodged it, sneering, "Not bad, but too slow." Lu Qian immediately kicked, but she also easily blocked it with her hand. Suing smirked and added, "Quick, but a little weak." She struck Lu Qian squarely in the abdomen. Mingi received a powerful kick to his stomach from Suing. She loosened her grip on the sword in her hand. Lu Qian looked up and, pressing his lips together, realized the opportunity had come. The two of them immediately dodged together, avoiding the two swords Suing had just sent hurling their way. Mingi frowned in astonishment as the sword passed within a hand's breadth of him. He hurriedly said, "Lu Qian, now." Her eyes flashed, releasing a streak of lightning, and her body moved with swift agility. Lu Qian spread his arms and sent a bolt of lightning toward the object hanging from the ceiling. The large thing instantly fell where Suing stood. She rapidly hacked at the falling object. After dealing with it, Suing lowered her head and spoke coldly, "It seems you have nothing left to show." Suddenly she looked up in surprise and swore, "Damn you." It turned out Mingi and Lu Qian had taken advantage of Suing being occupied with the falling object to seize each other's hands and dash up the stairs. Mingi frantically pressed the elevator close button. Suing hurried up and, seeing the elevator door already halfway shut, could not help but fume, "Damn it." She hurled a flurry of swords at the elevator. One sword embedded itself firmly in the door. Suing ran up and began pounding on the elevator door, angrily berating the two crafty brats. Gritting her teeth, she pulled the sword free and snapped, "So young and already deceitful. Who recruited this brat into the team? It's enough to make me furious." Suddenly, the window beside them shattered, and the air from outside gradually seeped through the gap. Suing frowned and coldly spoke, "Who's there? Come out." A mysterious figure appeared in the reflection on the glass, with glowing red eyes staring inside. Mingi and Lu Qian both heard the strange noise, frowning in thought. He carefully covered her head with his hand, and the two exchanged a silent, knowing glance. The elevator had already reached the second floor. Mingi held Lu Qian's hand, pulling her outside. He turned around to glance back, sighing heavily, "This woman is terrifying." Lu Qian widened her eyes in fear and agreed, "Yeah. It's best not to provoke her. After all, she's the team leader of Team 2. The two stood by the railing, observing. Mingi pointed forward, speculating, "This elevator only has a button to the second floor, so the one going to the third floor must be across from here." After a moment of observation, she couldn't help but marvel, "This building has a certain level of security. Its design must be meant to prevent intruders." He worriedly spoke, "I wonder if there are any experts guarding this floor." Lu Qian turned around, looking ahead anxiously, and said, "It seems like there's someone up ahead. Do we have to fight them?" Mingi frowned in thought and responded, "If we encounter the team leader or an instructor, we're no match for them. It's better to cross from here." She quickly turned around, and the two immediately jumped down the stairs. It seems like that's the only option. The two of them searched for a path inside the vast forest. Through the foliage, he silently observed the two guards on the upper floor. Suddenly, Mingi's sharp ears caught a strange sound. Changyu, holding a cigarette in his hand, furrowed his brow and spoke, "I hear something coming from over there." Suyun widened her eyes in surprise, "Should we check it out?" The two of them quickly went down to observe. A bird flew out from the branch. He irritably cursed, so it was just a stupid bird. The bird flew high, landing on a branch near the corridor of the upper floor. Chengyu walked closely to the railing, worry in his voice, "We've lost contact. Let's just hold our position. Do you think the team from Unit 1 has found the doctor yet? The guys outside are about to crack." She anxiously speculated, "They're searching for the astronomy division personnel on the third floor. Someone in that group must know where the doctor is hiding." The two of them chatted casually. He, disheartened, hoped that this would all end quickly. Fortunately, Mingi and the other person had moved to a bigger tree to hide.
Lu Qian quietly suggested, "Let's go."
He looked up, eyes wide in horror, stopping her. "Wait, there's something over there."
She looked up and searched, "Something over there?"
Her eyes lit up, her face filled with worry as her hand trembled, covering her mouth to prevent any noise. The bird still hovered high above, its eyes gleaming red as it stared at the two prey below.
Suyun was deeply engrossed in the conversation. The team is so strong, why are they struggling when dealing with those scientific researchers? The two of them still hadn't realized the danger that was lurking behind them. Cheng Yu coldly reminded them, "Don't ask so many questions, just carry out the mission."
As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were killed in the blink of an eye. The short spear, after completing its task, was placed down, with drops of blood still dripping from the sharp tip. The man's arm began to change. After making his move, Kuei Zhao returned to his normal appearance, calmly using a cloth to wipe the blood from his hands, then coldly tossed the cloth down the stairs. The blood-soaked cloth slowly descended to the spot below. Both of them couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in their hearts. They stood up and observed, and he furrowed his brow, wary and making a cautious judgment, "That's a superhuman."
Lu Qian immediately retorted, "Doesn't seem like it, he's strange."
Mingi, filled with confusion, asked, "But why would he kill people from the Dragon's Tooth unit?"
She frowned and continued, "Is there another force besides us involved?" The two of them qickly moved through the forest, running while talking.
Perhaps the situation was more complicated than what the government had said. Suddenly, Lu Qian grabbed his arm and pointed ahead. Mingi anxiously walked over, pulling the leaves aside, revealing a man trembling with fear. He hurriedly turned around and tried to run.
Mingi urgently called out, "You're Zhao brother, right?"
The man, scared, crawled on the ground, trembling as he spoke.
"Are you Qin Yu's little brother?"
He pointed calmly at himself and replied, "It's me, Mingi." Zhao brother frowned, startled.
"How did you get in here?"
Mingi walked over slowly and said, "I heard something happened here, so I came to look for my sister."
"Have you seen her?"
He spoke in a trembling voice, "She's probably in the safe room on the 3rd floor."
Unable to hide his confusion, Mingi asked, "Zhao brother, what on earth happened?"
Zhao brother stepped back in fear, muttering frantically, I don't know, so many people died, I hid here." Lu Qian touched his shoulder and reminded softly, "Don't provoke him right now, his mind is very unstable." Zhao brother kept backing away, mumbling, "I hid here." Mingi lowered his voice and suggested, "Zhao brother, can you take me to my sister?" He crawled into a hollow tree, trembling, whispering to himself, "This place is safe, I can't go anywhere."
"Go out and you'll die, here is the safest." Mingi had to change his approach, asking gently, "Then can you at least tell me where the safe room on the 3rd floor is?"
Zhao brother, hiding behind the tree trunk, cautiously offered, "Come here, I trust you, I'll tell you alone." Mingi quickly walked over, listening to the words whispered in his ear. He turned and suggested, "Zhao brother, come with us." Upon hearing this, Zhao brother's face immediately went pale as he refused, No, this place is safe." Zhao brother lay down in panic, clutching his head and muttering, don't trust anyone."
Lu Qian calmly spoke.
"Let's go, he must have been through a huge shock."
"He won't go outside."
Mingi immediately agreed and carefully instructed, "Zhao brother, be careful." The two of them moved deeper inside. He pointed ahead, calmly assessing, "There's an elevator up ahead, right?" As they approached, Mingi couldn't help but speak in confusion, "That's strange, there's no one guarding this place." She replied slowly, "That weird guy from earlier must have gone upstairs already." He turned around and suggested, "Then let's wait a while, it's best if we don't run into him." Suddenly, Xiao urgently spoke up, "Mingi, be careful above your head."
Mingi immediately looked up.
Mingi quickly turned around and pulled Lu Qian back, cautious. Both of them fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the sword blade that slashed across.
Kuei Zhao dropped down from above, performing a backflip as he landed gracefully on the ground.
Kuei Zhao grabbed a lock of his hair and grinned sinisterly, "I'm a bit curious, how did you manage to detect me?"
Mingi frowned and coldly responded, "Who are you?"
The man yelled angrily, "I won't allow myself to fail, so answer my question." He firmly refused, "Answer my question first." Kuei Jiao sneered, throwing his sword at the opponent in a fit of rage, his voice sharp, "Then die." Mingi was immobilized, standing motionless. It was the same body-locking technique again, useless no matter how he tried to dodge. He calmly clenched his fists and silently prayed, "Unleash your power." Mingi slammed his fist straight into the blade. He was hurled back by Kuei Jiao's tremendous force. Clutching his injured arm, trembling, Mingi said, "Xiao, don't frown and worry, this man is a white swan rank." He hurriedly decided. "If that's the case, we have to use that power. Otherwise Lu Qian and I will be buried here." Suddenly Lu Qian, unafraid of death, stepped forward angrily and shouted, "Stay away from him." She decisively unleashed a bolt of lightning to attack. The man curled his lip in scorn and said, "You seem a bit impatient." Kuei Jiao's manifestation loomed like a giant scorpion. Lu Qian found she could not move her limbs. She could not help but wonder in her mind, "Why can't I control my body?" The man laughed with delight and lunged to attack. She thought in fear, "Damn it." Just when it seemed Lu Qian would be struck, that did not happen. Lu Yi, who had been missing until then, suddenly appeared and grabbed Kuei Jiao's arm. The man widened his eyes and ground his teeth in anger. Kuei Jiao smirked in approval, "Not bad, your reflexes aren't awful." Lu Yi frowned and said coldly, "No matter who you work for, if you dare harm her, you're finished." The man glanced at them with contempt and sneered, "Just two brats. I have other business to attend to." Kuei Jiao swiftly turned and leaped onto the building ahead. "Goodbye then." He tilted his head and asked, worried, "Are you two all right?" Lu Qian asked anxiously, "He's not one of Dragon's Tooth Unit, is he?" Mingi gently helped her to her feet and speculated, "It seems like he came from outside, just like us." Louis calmly explained, "There are several factions trying to find a way to rescue Dr. Wulong, including underground forces. Su brother mentioned he looks like a killing machine. He gives me a strange but familiar feeling." Louis inquired indifferently, "Let's put that aside for now. Do you two have any other news?" Mingi quickly revealed, "My sister is locked in the safe room on the 3rd floor." He coldly reminded them, "Our top priority is to locate Dr. Wulong." He remained unshaken and replied, "Of course, the building structure is extremely complicated. Without an insider to guide us, it will be very difficult to find our way." Lu Qian urgently added, "That's right, the floors are all guarded by experts from Dragon's Tooth Unit, not to mention now there are other forces mixed in." Louis lowered his head, thinking, and responded, "All right, but you two need to stick close to me." Then, he immediately took the lead and led the group inside. Mingi and Lu Qian quickly followed, leaping onto the balcony to keep up. The three of them entered the elevator. Louis observed carefully, "This elevator has a safety lock, it must have been disabled by Dragon's Tooth Unit." They looked up at the glass above. He calmly suggested, "Let's climb up straight from here." Lu Qian nervously thought, "Be careful of that person from earlier. Could he be lying in ambush for us here?" Louis furrowed his brow and calmly said, "I'll go first, you two follow me." Immediately after, all three climbed onto the elevator shaft cover and crawled up. He led the way in front, speaking calmly, "According to the information from the superior, the 3rd floor has been formed by the ground level rooms. To reach the 4th floor, you need to find the exact metal secret door. Only there will you find the elevator that leads to the 4th floor. Finding it is no easier than locating the vault of an international bank." As soon as the three of them climbed to the next floor, they were horrified by the scene in the hallway. Mingi looked at the bodies scattered on the floor, his shock evident. "Are there really this many dead?" He pointed toward the side and spoke, "I know the way, it must be this way." Immediately, the other two followed Mingi. He walked slowly, and suddenly Xiao whispered, "Mingi, wait." She placed her hand on Mingi's shoulder, grinning as she pointed, "There's a secret room in this wall, and there are some good items inside." He quickly went over to inspect.
Lu Qian watched this series of actions, confused. What's going on, Mingi? He focused intently and replied, wait a moment. Suddenly, the wall was pushed back, and she was taken aback, stepping forward to ask, how did you know there was a door here? Mingi entered, and the scene inside was chaotic as well, with corpses piled on top of each other. He couldn't help but feel sorrow. Even here, they couldn't escape. Wait, I need some things inside. Mingi walked to the broken cabinets, picked up some items, holding a fire torch in one hand and a spear in the other. Xiao's eyes widened in excitement as she spoke. All of this is exotic crystal energy. This time, your power can increase by 1 level. Louis leaned against the door, coldly speaking, how can you fish in troubled waters like that? Mingi took the opportunity to collect more pure snow and phlegm, calmly explaining, in an urgent situation, these can help enhance my strength. He had no more words to respond. All right then. After a while of collecting, the three of them turned to leave. Louis couldn't help but be curious, but still asked, how did you know there was a secret chamber inside? Su brother reluctantly admitted, I have a special sensitivity to exotic crystal elements. They stopped in front of 2 passages. Mingi calmly pointed to the right and spoke, next, let me check this way. The 3 of them stood before a large wall, and he irritably questioned, a dead end. Can the person who told you the way be trusted? Mingi stroked his chin thoughtfully, don't rush, just wait a moment. He immediately approached and knocked on the wall in front of him. A screen appeared on the wall. Lu Qian's eyes widened in surprise, it seemed they had found the right spot. Mingi calmly controlled the screen with his hands, speaking slowly, then entered the password. Soon after, a series of sounds occurred, and an opening appeared before them. He happily exclaimed, the entire wall has receded. They gradually entered, and the drug-spraying device above immediately activated. The 3 of them pinched their noses, waiting, and then came the disinfection. Mingi placed his hand on the helm, locked the door, and continued, finally, behind this door is the safe room. The husband looked inside and commented, it's quite spacious here. Inside, the innocent person was being restrained. The guards, in panic, reported, alert, alert. Zhou Zi suppressed her fear and glanced outside. She stood up, joyfully exclaimed, it's Mingi, Qin Yu's younger brother. Mingi rushed over, asking anxiously, Miss Tai, Miss Xiao, have you seen my sister? Suddenly, Qin Yu hurried over from a distance. She tightly closed her eyes, fearfully embraced her younger brother, and called out loudly, Mingi. He sighed in relief and responded. Seeing this, Lu Qian bit her lip in embarrassment, her mind filled with envious thoughts. Many years ago, in the heart of the city, a tragic collision between 2 cars occurred. The police had arrived in time to handle the scene. The crowd stood around, watching the accident victim being pushed into an ambulance, feeling sympathy. It's so tragic. Both families are gone, leaving only the 2 children behind. At the hospital, Mingi and Qin Yu sat blankly on the waiting chairs. The police officer, holding a stack of documents, reported to his superior with the preliminary investigation results. We have the preliminary investigation results. The 2 children's faces darkened as they lowered their heads, listening to the police's conclusion, your father ran a red light, which caused this tragedy. His gaze became vacant, numb with despair, as she calmly walked up and stood in front of her younger brother. Qin Yu muttered, your family is gone, and so is mine. Mingi looked up, trembling with fear, and stammered, I'm sorry. She glared at him angrily, grabbing his shoulder, and shouted, you need to make up for it. Mingi hesitated, confused. He snapped back to reality, as the 2 sisters embraced each other emotionally. Qin Yu furrowed her brow, worried, and said, you don't want to live anymore, so why come here? He replied calmly, as long as you're fine, that's all that matters. After all, you're the only family I have. Seeing her sister's emotional reaction and about to cry, Mingi immediately reassured her, don't worry, I'm strong now. She wiped away her tears and gently asked, did you encounter anything strange on the way here? He couldn't help but ask in confusion, strange? What exactly do you mean? Qin Yu furrowed her brow in worry and answered, I can't explain it.
Anyway, it felt like some kind of monster, and some people within our group have become incredibly strange, almost like they're enchanted and controlled.
Louis walked over and coldly ordered, "We don't have much time left, hurry up and take us to Dr. Wulong." Mingi turned around and gently inquired, "By the way, do you know where Dr. Wulong is?"
He stepped forward and asked, "Who are you guys?"
He immediately showed his ID, "We're here to rescue Dr. Wulong." He widened his eyes in surprise, "So you're the deputy commander of the Special Forces team?" The two quickly saluted.
He joyfully spoke up, "Finally, you've come." Hebei anxiously speculated, fearing that the group had somehow made it to the 4th floor already.
Louis frowned, clearly worried, "Doesn't that mean Dr. Wulong has fallen into their hands?" He calmly responded, "That's very likely."
Tai Ting placed a hand on her friend's shoulder, urging, "Now that it's come to this, you should just speak up." Zhou Zi lowered her head, looking conflicted, continuously trying to reassure them. He's the deputy team leader of the Special Forces.
Does it mean even he can't be trusted?
She furrowed her brows, looking troubled as she replied, "All right, I'll tell you." Zhou Zi slowly walked over to the others. Placing a hand on her chest, she spoke in a composed manner, "I know how to get to the 4th floor."
He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. "Really?" Zhou Zi calmly explained, "Yes, I'm an evacuation officer from the astronomy division."
She quickly revealed, "On the 5th floor of this building, there's a helicopter. If something happens to the astronomy division, someone will take important documents and use that helicopter to leave." Louis furrowed his brows, seriously speculating, "I see, the reason Dr. Wulong and the others are trapped on the 4th floor is because they want to leave using that helicopter above." Zhou Zi squinted, looking a bit confused as she explained, "In fact, the 4th floor is the most secure document storage area. It contains all the information we've gathered over the past several decades about the monster civilization." She anxiously continued, "Based on our judgment, the organization behind this raid is not just aiming to capture Dr. Wulong, it's highly likely that they want to destroy the archive that holds documents crucial to the survival of humanity."
He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Don't you have a backup copy?"
Zhou Zi furrowed her brow uneasily, "No. Because these documents are not just written words or images, they also contain a large number of monster specimens. The specimens taken from the bodies of these new monsters are the most valuable part." Louis crossed his arms, understanding the situation. No wonder the Heavenly Fist organization is so reckless.
Lu Qian calmly reminded, "No matter what, finding Dr. Wulong is the most urgent task."
She looked up slowly and revealed, "When the raid happened, Dr. Wulong and his team immediately came here to take the precious specimens away."
Zhou Zi continued, "Heartbroken, but unfortunately, they underestimated the enemy's determination. In their effort to carry as many specimens as possible, they were delayed and ended up trapped here by the enemy."
Mingi hurriedly asked, "Sister Zhou Zi, do you know how to get to the 4th floor?" She turned and suggested, "Everyone follow me." Zhou Zi quickly walked toward the wall with a circle attached to it for inspection. She continuously tapped on the wall, and immediately a gap appeared on its surface. Zhou Zi observed the security device closely. A camera system shone light into her eyes, confirming her retina pattern. After completing the first step, Zhou Zi quickly entered the password, and the system issued a password confirmation notification. She immediately placed her hand on the round button and smoothly passed through the fingerprint verification, opening the entrance. Everyone looked up at the ceiling, which was slowly changing, and they couldn't help but be surprised by the newly appeared machine.
Tai Ting widened her eyes in astonishment, "So this is the secret room that leads to the 4th floor?"
Zhou Zi calmly responded, "Yes, that's right." Suddenly, the floor began to move, and everyone gasped in surprise. The ground was rising. The floor stopped, suspended just in front of the door. Mingi spoke quietly, "In fact, the best way to leave is to take the helicopter on the 5th floor." Everyone felt uneasy as the system continued to emit alarming sounds. "Warning, warning, the shield is under attack." A scene of devastation unfolded before them, and the alarm continued to blare.
"Warning, the shield is under attack."
Zhou Zi's eyes widened in delight, "The shield hasn't been breached."
Dr. Wu Long must be inside.
Mingi urgently suggested, let's hurry and provide support.
Suddenly, claws sprouted from her abdomen.
It turned out that her companion had cruelly struck. The people behind them were startled.
Tai Ting, Zhou Zi murmured in pain.
You. Tai Ting grinned maliciously.
I'm so disappointed. She glared and continued with a sly laugh. We've been close for years, and even when I asked, you wouldn't reveal the entrance to the 4th floor. She then smirked.
But just a few words, and you believe them. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tai Ting immediately used all her strength to send her good sister to the heavens.
Xinyu stared wide-eyed, horrified, and questioned, Tai Ting, what are you doing?
She tore at her own face with her hands, revealing her true self underneath. Tai Ting grinned viciously and shouted, of course, I'm going to kill all of you.
She exposed the parasitic form within her, laughing with delight as she finally got to kill. He staggered back in fear, asking, what? What is this?
Hebei, standing behind, stuck out his tongue and said, you don't need to know. She uses her tongue to strangle the necks of her colleagues. As long as they die silently, that's all that matters. Just like that, Hedu passed away in the blink of an eye. Now, everyone was in panic, looking around, doubting one another.
Don't come near me, stay away. I don't trust anyone.
Tai Ting and Hebei shared a satisfied laugh, standing side by side. Xinyu's eyes were wide with fear.
Tai Ting, what's wrong with you?
Mingi immediately stepped forward to protect everyone, his voice cold, that's no longer Tai Ting. Tai Ting was taken aback and spoke, Mingi, you're surprisingly calm. Hebei laughed wickedly and suggested, just stay there, come over and give me a hand. He used his tongue to break through everything behind them, revealing empty spaces in the distance. He frowned, turning around to remind everyone, stay away. The two of them exchanged amused glances, grinning as Tai Ting's tail slowly emerged. With a malicious smile, Hebei spoke again.
We meet again. Louis couldn't help but exclaim in panic, you're watching us? Sai walked over and nonchalantly said, finally found the subordinate.
This time, I hope you speak more politely. Kuei Zhao gradually revealed his parasitic nature, laughing menacingly, his words dripping with threat, if not, by any means, I will deal with you first before doing anything else. Louis furrowed his brows, focusing intently on the 3 parasites in front of him. He frowned, trying to think of a way to handle the situation. Suddenly, the system continuously emitted alarm sounds, warning, the protective shield has been breached. Warning, the protective shield has been breached. Sai glanced at them with a sneer, a mocking smile on his face, there are always some lucky ones. They immediately left, claiming they were going to help their master.
Louis lowered his head, letting out a sigh of relief.
He then turned his gaze slightly and spoke calmly, but if it's just that one, you can still handle it.
But if there are 2 more subordinates?
Lu Qian pursed her lips, worried, what exactly are they? Mingi frowned and said, they are parasitic demon strains.
She couldn't help but repeat, confused, parasitic demon strains?
He recalled some memories from before, then explained calmly, I've encountered them in Fu Rong City. They are a type of aberrant demon that parasitizes human bodies, assimilating and replacing the host they infest.
Lu Qian frowned in fear and replied, how could there be such a terrifying aberrant demon? I've never heard of anything like that before. Louis turned around and coldly reminded them, this isn't the time to talk about this. The strength of those 3 is terrifying. Dr. Wu Long is already in danger.
Mingi quickly proposed, then let's head over there and provide support. Placing his hand gently on the other's shoulder, he softly suggested, Mingi, you've already completed your mission. From here on, you just need to ensure your own safety. Louis looked over at Lu Qian and calmly arranged, I'm entrusting my sister to you. No matter what happens, you must take good care of her. She couldn't help but protest, brother, shouldn't we be going together to rescue Dr. Wu Long? He glared at her and snapped angrily, who do you think you are? Some great hero who can save humanity?
Do you even know what rank that guy just now was? He's definitely White Swan rank. With just a snap of his fingers, he could kill the two of you. Lu Qian held firm. Brother, in a situation like this, shouldn't we at least try? Mingi quickly grasped her hand, speaking seriously, your brother's right. Going there now would just be walking to our deaths. Survive first, talk later. Lu Qian hesitated, torn. But Louis placed his hands on their shoulders, carefully instructing, remember this, your mission right now is to survive. Dr. Wu Long or those necrotic creatures have nothing to do with you. Live well, understood? With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them behind in worry. Mingi pressed his lips together and glanced back. Xinyu sobbed and called out, Josie? She whispered in pain. On the 5th floor, the separation mechanism was activated. Josie trembled as she handed it to her, it was the passcard. Xinyu gently reassured her, there are medical supplies by the helicopter, try to hang on. Josie silently shed tears and whispered, don't trust anyone at all. Mingi thought to himself, recalling how he and Lu Qian had encountered a similar situation in the forest. It seemed Xiao brother had gone through the same thing. Just a few seconds later, Josie loosened her grip and fell to the ground. Xinyu cried out in pain, Josie? She sadly placed her colleague on the floor and, in resignation, spoke, what are we supposed to do now? Xinyu seemed to fall into despair, tears streaming down her face as she blankly asked, should we go to Dr. Wulong's place, or take the helicopter on the 5th floor to leave here? Mingi answered calmly, let's leave here first. She muttered softly, okay. Then, everyone immediately took the escalator to the upper floor. A man ran up behind them and called out, wait for me. Once they reached the top, he looked around and said, this is the 5th floor. Everyone gathered to take a look, and Mingi couldn't help but wonder, and the rescue helicopter? Why is the protective screen still up? Suddenly, the system announcement sounded, this is an unmanned helicopter. The destination has been preset. Please evacuate personnel to the helicopter. The helicopter will forcibly take off in 15 minutes. Mingi stood in front of the screen and automatically spoke, sis, give me the card. He quickly swiped the card on the screen, and the door gradually opened after the identity confirmation notification. Xinyu hurriedly walked toward the helicopter, revealing, Mingi, there are specimens and important data on the parts of the beast on the helicopter. Josie must want us to protect these things. Lu Qian saw that he was still hesitating and immediately urged, Mingi, why aren't you getting on? Suddenly, the door abruptly closed. She panicked and ran over, shouting, Mingi, open it. Xinyu anxiously asked, Mingi, what are you doing? Inside, there were still countless people waiting. They couldn't help but get angry. What are you doing? We haven't boarded yet. If you want to stay and play the hero, don't stop us from leaving. She knocked on the door, loudly reminding, Mingi, don't do anything foolish. Lu Qian firmly suggested, leave with us. Mingi lowered his head, feeling guilty as he spoke, sis Lu Qian, I also want to leave with both of you, but the situation doesn't allow it. Xinyu's eyes widened in concern as he exclaimed, why? He furrowed his brows and coldly replied, I can't trust anyone except the two of you. They glared at him angrily, shouting, I'm the head of the Astronomy Division's Observation Department. Isn't it your responsibility as superhumans to help us withdraw? The staff member next to them immediately joined in, that's right, who do you think you are to decide who gets to leave and who stays? Mingi rolled up his sleeves, calmly spoke, relying on his own judgment and strength. He pointed furiously and shouted, he's gone mad, so it turns out you are the traitor of humanity. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized the oddity. Mingi frowned and coldly repeated, the traitor of humanity. He asked calmly, where did you hear that phrase? The staff member immediately became flustered. What do you mean, where did I hear it? Mingi gradually moved closer to them, coldly saying, the staff of the Astronomy Division should have had their information cut off from the outside world. Very few people know about my situation. Yi Xian and Xin Yang, frightened, backed away together. Han Feng blared in anger, shouting, "What do you mean by that? Are you accusing me?" Mingi calmly replied, "I know exactly what you are." Su brother clenched his fists tightly. Mingi decisively delivered a punch, loudly exposing, "Stop pretending." Han Feng was sent flying by the blow, crashing into the wall. Yi Xian, clutching his head in fear, asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Xin Yang, panicked, guessed, "Could it be that you've been turned into one of those monsters too?" He pursed his lips, waiting. Mingi pointed ahead, loudly ordering, "You check for yourself whether or not he's human." Its body slowly cracked open. Han Feng slowly stood up, removing his disguise as an astronomy division staff member. The form of the parasite emerged. It stuck out its tongue and grinned with delight. "At this point, you're still on guard." Han Feng revealed himself to be an arrogant first-year serpent. Indeed, he had originally planned to wait until they were on the plane before taking action, but decided not to wait any longer. He was hungry too. He had been seeing them hover in front of him day after day, especially when they were alone together, and it really irritated him. Yes, resisting the temptation to devour their soft flesh had become increasingly difficult. The old man clutched his head in shock and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Why is everyone turning into this?" Mingi calmly suggested, "Everyone, step back for now." He smirked and excitedly charged forward, declaring, "I'll eat you first." Xiao quickly appeared to remind him, "This guy is just as formidable as Bao Gong Changjiang. He stole the solar corona rank, after all. Be careful." Mingi immediately braced himself and responded, "Understood." He boldly faced off against Han Feng, his limbs moving at full capacity. In no time, Mingi grabbed one of its heads tightly. He bent down and decisively snapped it, blood from Han Feng slowly dripping onto the floor. Han Feng pressed his hand against the bleeding spot, grinding his teeth in anger. Heavenly Python rank. At such a young age, and already this powerful. I underestimated you. Mingi calmly responded while holding the severed serpent head, "I should thank your kind, or I wouldn't have been able to level up so smoothly." He casually tossed the serpent's head onto the floor and stomped heavily, crushing it underfoot. Han Feng stuck out his tongue and laughed derisively, "In front of Lord Kuei, you wouldn't dare act so arrogantly with our moves." Mingi narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, "Kuei Zhao? The one who sounds like a demon spider?" He shrugged and smiled brightly, replying, "That's right, he didn't kill you guys, he just wanted me to sharpen my teeth." The man at his side laughed loudly and asked, "How does it feel to have your teeth ground down?" Han Feng clenched his fists, angrily calling out. Mingi raised his hand and smirked, calculating, "You have 5 heads, and all 5 can speak. So killing you means I'll have 5 portions of pure stardust elixir, which is great, exactly what I need to strengthen myself." It glared angrily and shouted, "You arrogant little brat!" Han Feng crazily shot flames towards him. "Die!" Another of its heads eagerly suggested, "Let me do it." It immediately launched an attack. A greenish liquid surrounded Mingi, with fire beneath it and toxic liquid above. He pursed his lips and landed on the ground, looking up to observe. Mingi calmly executed a move with his laughless fist, continuously attacking Han Feng with both hands. Mingi bit his lip as he held onto 2 of its heads, face to face. Han Feng bared his teeth, grinning maliciously, "Let's see how many arms you have." It opened its massive mouth and lunged at him. Mingi planted his feet firmly on the ground, crouching low to deliver a powerful kick to Han Feng's stomach. Mingi immediately stood up, turning around to keep an eye on where it had fallen. The 3 snake heads and Han Feng trembled in pain, their hands clenching tightly, cursing angrily, "Damn it, you kicked me in the stomach." After a while of diligent research, Xiao quickly provided instructions, "Its lower half hasn't fully evolved yet, attack that spot." He immediately sprang into action, deploying his soldier techniques, coldly responding. Mingi swiftly moved towards the target. Han Feng gaped in shock, quickly maneuvering, continuously attacking with his blur fist technique. It sent him tumbling down, but Mingi gritted his teeth,
raised his hand to support himself, and decisively stood up, delivering a crucial punch. The giant arm summoned by the spirit of righteousness, Mingi's eyes blazing, bowed his head to control the technique. The giant arm immediately descended, delivering a punch infused with spirit fist. Han Feng writhed in pain, lying in the deep pit, his body continuously struck by lightning. He picked up a bone fragment, the snake's head on the ground, trying to lift up to curse, "Foolish! Stupid fools!" Mingi bent down and struck its head, loudly saying, "I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense." Han Feng's body began to dissipate, and Xiao immediately appeared, speaking, "Look, he has 5 portions of stardust elixir to adapt and integrate with humans. These parasitic demons have made his essence fully compatible with humans, there won't be any side effects." He held the 4 stardust elixirs in his hand, biting his lip in hesitation. She urged him impatiently, "Don't hesitate, drink them, your strength will increase rapidly." Mingi immediately threw the 5 stardust elixirs into his mouth and silently swallowed them. He sat still, feeling the power surging through his body. Xiao floated beside them, asking, "How do you feel?" Mingi looked down at the palm of his hand. "Not bad, I feel like my strength has risen a level." Hearing that, she let him go, stretched her body and said, "In the past, your body was too weak. You should know that the time you spent bedridden actually counts as cultivation. The software developed, but the hardware didn't catch up." Xiao stretched, yawning, and continued, "The essence of this parasitic demon just happens to be able to nourish you, helping your software and hardware integrate better, and your strength will skyrocket to the heavenly python level in an instant." Mingi said nothing, only thinking back to the times when he had been injured. He had struggled quite a bit when fighting Bao Gong in Fu Rong City, but now, dealing with opponents of the same level seemed much easier. She sprawled out, put her hands behind her head to relax, and reminded him, "Now that you've reached the heavenly python level, you can freely use the spirit of righteousness soul of Violet." He mumbled, "So, the power of the Crimson Lord talent." Xiao advised, "That's our trump card, the one we haven't revealed yet. With your heavenly python level right now, you can only use the ability to surpass your level once." She leaned in close to Mingi and whispered, "In the past, admitting defeat was smart. Even now, no one knows you possess the Crimson Lord level ability." At that moment, a huge barrier still appeared outside. Lu Qian and Qin Yu kept pounding on it, urging him on. "Mingi, only 10 more minutes." "That's right, hurry up and get in." A foot slowly stepped forward, followed by a familiar voice, "There are still others who want to board the helicopter." Mingi stood in front of the boundary gate and declared, "Only you can close this entrance." Lu Qian furrowed her brows in confusion, "I still don't understand, what exactly has happened here?" She turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Why did those monsters crawl out of the bodies of people from the astronomy division?" Mingi's sister gave a brief glance of agreement, "I've been working here for a while, and honestly, I find it a bit strange too." He clenched his palm tightly, meaning the situation is more complicated than what we can see. Mingi reflected on the previous statement, the truth laid out before them, and then deduced, what the government told us before may not necessarily be accurate. Lu Qian's face turned uncertain, "So who should we trust?" Mingi glanced back and gave an answer more genuine than ever, "I can only trust my own judgment." Suddenly, an explosion occurred in front of them, sending fragments of earth and stone flying everywhere. 2 dark figures gradually emerged from the thick cloud of dust. It turned out that Louis was supporting Dr. Wulong. When he saw Mingi, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Mingi, you're here? That's great." Lu Qian, standing within the barrier, waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Brother, did you manage to rescue Dr. Wulong?" Mingi placed a hand on his waist, somewhat uncertain, "Are you supporting Dr. Wulong?" Xin Yu also excitedly confirmed, "Yes, Mingi, this is Dr. Wulong." The man across from them immediately acknowledged, "Yes, I am Wulong. It seems we've met somewhere before, haven't we?" He squinted and introduced himself, "I am Qin Yu's younger brother." Wulong, with one arm around Lao Ji, whispered, "Ah, I remember now." He helped the old man and said, "Hurry up, Mingi, help me get Dr. Wulong onto the helicopter. He is the hope of humanity, we can't let him fall into the hands of those people." The two women behind them also cried out from within, "Hurry up, Mingi, that's right, hurry up and start the defense." But what they received in return was a terrifying silence from Mingi. The two of them called out softly, "Mingi, Mingi." Louis quickly stepped forward, pointing behind and shouting, "Those people aren't dead, they're already behind us." "It's already this far, and you're still hesitating?" He pulled his hand away from the man and said, "Getting on the helicopter is useless. It won't take off for another 10 minutes. This time is preset and can't be changed. They're about to catch up." Only then did Mingi grit his teeth and refuse, "I'm very sorry, but for now, I cannot let the two of you board the helicopter." Xinyu exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Mingi?" Lu Qian was just as surprised. Mingi, Louis's pupil, suddenly brightened, and he asked back, "Do you even know what you're saying?" Louis, furious, grabbed his collar and questioned him, "Do you know how many brothers in our Special Forces unit are out there fighting with all their might against the Heavenly Fist? To save Dr. Wulong, we would sacrifice everything." He turned around, his other hand resting on Wulong's arm in a critical gesture. "Do you know what Dr. Wulong means to humanity? Could it be that you've really been brainwashed by the Dragon's Tooth unit and now want to betray all of humanity?" He stood still, repeating his point. "I know exactly what I'm doing. If I'm standing here now, then I will be the one to decide who can leave." Louis clenched his fist tightly, shouting, "Mingi, who do you think you are?" He pressed his face close to Mingi's, threatening him. "Don't forget, I have the power to execute you." He responded coldly. "You can execute me, as long as you have the strength to do so." Louis scolded. "You're provoking me." He pulled his hand away, making one thing clear. "I can't trust anyone, including you." Suddenly, Louis vanished right before their eyes, leaving only a trail of golden light and his voice echoing in the air, absurd to the extreme. It turned out that he had charged behind Mingi, wrapping his arms around his neck from behind. Louis shouted loudly, "I see you're beyond saving." Just as his other arm lifted to execute the move, Mingi quickly blocked it with his own hand. With a slight crouch, Louis was thrown forward. Zhao brother channeled his ice energy into his arm in preparation for any surprises. Just as Louis's body flew backward, a loud crash resounded, but a figure darted through the billowing smoke and dust. He immediately leaped up from behind Mingi, ready to kick out with a blow. Louis seized the opportunity to swing his leg, but Mingi was too accustomed to this kind of situation and instantly raised his arm to block part of the strike. However, due to the immense force, he still had to retreat a few meters. Xiao appeared beside him, reminding him he's a White Swan rank. If he's not injured, that kick could cripple your left arm. Mingi pulled out the glove, muttering, "Looks like I'll have to use this." She looked at it, confused. "The one Professor Feng gave you?" As he put it on, he confirmed, "That's right, it's been modified." Xiao remained worried, but simply enhancing elemental control wasn't enough. Mingi pulled out another weapon, saying, "Don't worry, I have this too." She immediately recognized the set of Frost Strike gauntlets, they weren't too bad. By now, both of his hands were covered in strange frost. Mingi boldly challenged, "Come at me." Louis gritted his teeth and snarled, "You have no idea what you're doing." He immediately split into two figures, standing in front of Wulong. Seeing this, Mingi widened his eyes in disbelief. He's fast enough to create a clone? The two figures then charged together. One attacked directly, while the other leapt into the air, aiming to bring a single foot down on Mingi's head. Just as the foot came crashing down with a dangerous strike, Mingi swiftly took a step back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Mingi glanced over and saw the other figure rushing towards him. Immediately, he punched straight down to the ground, creating a sharp ice trail that appeared right in front of that person. Both of them hesitated, retreating for a few seconds. Louis refused to back down, and once again split into several other forms. Xiao, standing behind Mingi, cautioned, "Don't let them get close." His ice arm was still touching the ground at that moment. Then, Mingi raised his arm high and spun it elegantly, causing the ice slab to form in a circular motion. Instantly, a dominating ice dragon was summoned right behind him. In the next moment, Mingi raised both his arms to his face, forming an X. He then adopted a stance, his arms tensing, making the dragon move. A roar echoed throughout the space, "Fall back!" Immediately, Lui's clones scattered in the blink of an eye. With a single growl, a series of ice blocks erupted from the ground, surrounding them. Lu Qian, tearful, yelled loudly, "Brother!" Mingi turned to look at him, who was clinging to an ice block, panting, and reminded Lui, "If you want me to trust you, then don't come near." He responded firmly, "I'm the one who saved Dr. Wulong from the dragon's tooth unit's encirclement." Lu narrowed his eyes, closed them for a moment, then spoke, "You have feelings for someone from the dragon's tooth unit, so it's fine to doubt me." He glanced at Wulong and shouted, "But do you really not trust Dr. Wulong?" Upon hearing this, Mingi fell into a brief moment of contemplation. His gaze was fixed firmly on the man. The others also rushed in with their words. "That's right, you don't trust us, you feel that among us there are still monsters. Then, Dr. Wulong, you, who have made great contributions to humanity, can't possibly be a monster, right?" The astronomy division staff member pointed toward the airplane and shouted. "Whatever the case, let Dr. Wulong board the plane first. Isn't your primary mission to rescue the doctor?" Suddenly, Wulong pushed the two people in front of him aside and spoke up. "Kid, your independent judgment is indeed correct. But given the urgent situation, I must take this important monster data with me. If not, where will the future of humanity go?" Xinyu also stepped forward to speak in defense. "Mingi, it's true that many parasitic monsters have appeared in the astronomy division, but Dr. Wulong has contributed so much to humanity. Surely, he can't be one of the monsters hiding in the division." Lu Qian tried to persuade him. "That's right, Mingi, the target of those monsters may well be Dr. Wulong himself." Lui was even more talkative. "Mingi, let Dr. Wulong board the helicopter. I know you don't trust me, but as long as you let the doctor on the helicopter, you can handle me however you like. If not, how could you ever make everyone believe that you're on the side of humanity?" Mingi's face darkened, and his tone became deeper. "Not long ago, Teacher Tang Hang and I went to a small town." He reminisced about the past and recounted, and they even evolved based on their living conditions. "There, we had an accident that left us deeply shaken." The screams of those creatures still echoed in Mingi's mind. "Do you want to know what they are?" He continued. "They are a group of highly intelligent creatures that parasitize the human body. At that time, Teacher Tang Hang and I thought this was a significant discovery, and we had to immediately announce their existence to the world." Unable to hold back any longer, he shouted out loud. After returning, Teacher Tang Hang did not announce this matter, but suddenly led the Dragon's Tooth unit to occupy Tianwen Mountain and eliminate everyone there. The scene of the battle at the observatory continued to replay in Mingi's mind. Lu Qian and Xinyu paused, listening to every word. "At first, I couldn't understand it either. I thought the Dragon's Tooth unit had betrayed all of humanity." His tone grew deeper, but when I saw the parasite demon emerge from the body of an astronomy division staff member, I realized that the parasite demons couldn't have just appeared a year or two ago, or even 10 or 20 years ago. They have been hiding within our society, infiltrating the decision makers. Before that, I couldn't understand why creatures as vile as the Heavenly Fist organization even existed. Mingi continued with a pained heart, "Now I understand. The parasitic species has deeply rooted itself in our society. They have always existed beside us, wearing the skin of our own people. The scenes of daily life may seem peaceful, but in reality, they are watching every action we take. From clumsy mimicry to complete integration without our detection. Just a second later, some unfortunate victim may lose their life at their hands. They are beside us, silently mocking us. Innocent people are scattered everywhere. From a peaceful family, with wives and children, our people are like livestock fattened up and then slaughtered when the time is right. No one can survive the death blow of these creatures.
Only then can you be certain of one thing: the Dragon's Tooth unit did not betray humanity. They risked their honor and lives to eradicate the parasitic species hiding in our society. Everyone fought with all their might, united in one heart and effort. They shouted, "What is the Dragon's Tooth unit?" He bowed his head and continued, "The last line of defense for humanity is the members of the Dragon's Tooth unit. I will not waver. I will fight alongside them until the very last moment." There was a solitary clap of applause. "Impressive, you've revealed the truth." A dark figure gradually materialized from behind, accompanied by a mocking tone. "But what does that change?" Kuei Zhao casually approached, his arm behind his back, dragging a corpse along. Kuei Zhao smirked and sneered, "When you discovered our existence, we no longer needed to disguise ourselves." He lifted the body mockingly. "Oh, by the way, this is the chief instructor of Dragon's Tooth Unit's first group. Recognize him?" Mingi clenched his fist tightly, shouting in panic, "Chief instructor." Kuei Zhao, satisfied, shouted loudly, "Good, you recognize him." At that instant, one of his arms morphed into a sharp, green blade. Without hesitation, Kuei Zhao drove it straight through the body of Chief Instructor La. He immediately flashed a sinister grin. Mingi's pupils widened in shock as he watched his old comrade destroyed right before his eyes. Mingi cursed angrily, "Beast!" Kuei Zhao then flung the body of Chief Instructor La aside. He raised his hand to his face, his tone full of excitement. "Disguising myself as a human truly disgusts me. I'd been waiting for this day." Soon after, Kuei Zhao's body grew green, slimy arms. He threw his head back and screamed in his parasite demon form, "I can finally tear off this filthy disguise. This lowly creature." A gigantic body with strange new arms and a bizarre, demonic face now revealed itself. Kuei Zhao stretched his limbs, letting out a sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable now. He emphasized each word as he spoke, "You've disappointed me. Why haven't you dealt with this brat yet?" Louis flinched, shouting, "Shut up." Kuei Zhao refused to stop. "It's this far already, and you still care about your sister's feelings?" Lu Qian, innocent, listened intently, not missing a single word. "You've infiltrated human society much earlier. Though you've become more human-like, that doesn't mean you should develop feelings for them." He rushed forward, intending to land a warning punch. "I told you to shut up." But the moment his fist was thrown, Kuei Zhao easily caught it. With lightning speed, he grabbed Louis by the head, holding him in place, even with his body covered in wounds. "You still want to tell me to shut up?" Lu Qian stood behind the barrier, banging against it and yelling desperately. "Let him go." Kuei Zhao lifted Louis by the body and whispered in his ear, "It's time to be honest with your sister now." Louis endured the pain, casting a glance back, pleading, "Let me go." Kuei Zhao used his multiple arms to strip him of his clothes. He laughed aloud. "You're too shy to expose your true form? I'll help you." Inside the barrier, she could no longer hold back. Her pupils gleamed brightly as she screamed, "Let him go." But Lu Qian froze for a moment at the sight of his flesh being torn. In front of him was Lu Yi's body. The man dragged him up and smugly said, "Take a good look, your dear older brother." Louis screamed in pain, shouting one word, "No." Then, Kuei Zhao ruthlessly threw his human form onto the ground. Only then did he release his grip and sneered, This looks much more pleasing." Louis collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, apologizing, "Lu Qian, I'm sorry, I never did anything to hurt you." Lu Qian couldn't believe her eyes, tears streamed down her face. She staggered back, stuttering as she called out to him, "Brother." Too shocked, Lu Qian squeezed her eyes shut, her whole body trembling as though she was about to fall backward. In an instant, she collapsed, with her last words echoing, "Lu Qian." Kuei Zhao raised a finger, mocking her, "Don't worry, senior. Our advanced race also keeps pets. You're a great hero of our tribe, how could the master not allow you to keep a human girl as a pet?" Louis gritted his teeth, shouting, "Shut up." He looked up, ready to confront him, but was held back. Louis screamed in fury, "You don't understand anything." While the two were still arguing, a footstep approached. He reached out, intending to punch Kuei Zhao, but the man easily stopped him, as if it were nothing. "It seems your memory isn't quite as good, senior," Kuei Zhao said. A familiar voice then spoke, "Kuei Zhao, enough." The person stepped forward and intervened, "Louis, calm down a bit. It turns out Wu Long is the true mastermind." He clasped his hands behind his back, giving orders, "Now is not the time for internal conflict." The two individuals simultaneously knelt down respectfully, calling out, "Master, teacher." The staff and the head of the astronomy division were just beginning to comprehend, stunned and shouting, "Doctor, Mr. Ming, he may have suspected part of it, but he's still somewhat surprised." Xin Yu is probably the most panicked one in this situation. Wu Long reached up to untie his hair, and then spoke, "I'm sorry for having kept this from everyone for so long." His long hair fluttered in the wind, his pupils glowing red, and his tone was eerily mesmerizing. "In fact, I am also a parasite." Wu Long turned his palm toward Kuei Zhao and continued, "In reality, I do not agree with his point of view. I don't find living among you all to be a torment. On the contrary, it is my honor." He calmly explained, "Whether human or parasite, even if intelligent, at the core, we are still animals. And as animals, there will always be hunting and being hunted." Xin Yu held back her tears, burying the grief in her heart. She desperately questioned, "Doctor, you've given so much for humanity. You discovered the red matter on the meteorite, predicted the invasion of the monsters, and not long ago, you completed the plan to stop the disaster star, destroying more than half of the incoming disaster star and the demon race." Xin Yu lowered her head, brought her hand to her forehead, and tears streamed down her cheeks, full of resentment. "How can you be one of them?" A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. It was a huge lie he had fabricated for humanity 20 years ago. Mingi saw someone he knew and called out loudly, "Professor Tang Hang, Luo Lin." He was helped out by Luo Lin, badly injured but still raising his voice to make his point. "They basically didn't come from outer space." As Tang Hang walked over, he explained, "Throughout history, we have always looked outward into the universe, searching for signs of alien life in the vast cosmos, but we didn't know that another intelligent civilization was right beneath our feet, inside the Earth itself." He shouted, confirming with certainty, "These monsters are right here, inside our own Earth." The others were stunned, unable to believe such a theory, and they all shouted in unison, "How is that possible?" The head of the department, Quan, quickly objected, "Professor Tang Hang, you were once a member of our astronomy division, how could you say such a thing?" "That's right," an employee added. "It's absolutely impossible. How could they come from beneath the Earth?" Tang Hang pointed at Wu Long and exposed the truth. He discovered the red matter and claimed it was a sign of beast life, but that's a lie. What he should have called it is resonance stone. This resonance stone also exists deep within the Earth, in the groundwater. When two resonance stones are positioned within a certain distance and form a shockwave, this shockwave will trigger the stones, creating a resonance tunnel. The meteorite that brought the resonance stones to Earth's surface was a coincidence. The resonance stone in the Earth's crust is extremely rare, and there are very few stones close to the Earth's surface. The situation where a meteorite falls and hits a meteorite stone is even rarer. Over millions of years, this coincidence has only happened twice on Earth. Once was during the Cretaceous period, when the dinosaurs went extinct. Tang Heng shared his understanding, and the other time was 40 years ago. Since then, humanity has entered the era of the monster's descent. This also means that from that point onward, they could observe each meteorite with the stone of reincarnation, and place a stone of reincarnation into the meteor crater first. Therefore, they created reincarnation, and monster after monster began to crawl up from beneath the earth. They boasted that it was cosmic civilization and bragged that it was the heavenly fist of the universe. He looked at the man's face, growing even angrier. It was to destroy us, to make us know who the true master of the earth is. Xin Yu could hardly believe the words in her ears. She collapsed to the ground. The department head probably had to hold his head in his hands to argue.
This means all our previous research was wrong. We foolishly searched for their lairs in outer space without realizing they were right beneath our feet.
Mingi looked up and spoke.
Then the plan to stop the meteorite was a lie, a plan long in place to deplete our precious resources for research, weapons, and materials.
He lowered his head, suddenly realizing with pain. We failed miserably. Tang Hang did not deny it.
Yes, we failed miserably.
He regained his composure and shouted loudly. But we cannot give up our last shred of dignity.
Mingi heard this and blinked in disbelief. He still clung stubbornly to one conviction. In truth, we have always trusted in our own strength.
The Dragon's Tooth unit is humanity's last line of defense, Luo Lin chimed in with equal vigor. Exactly. Even if the Dragon's Tooth unit is completely wiped out, these parasitic tribes will not spare us.
She turned to them and warned, Mingi, Dr. Wulong is the leader of the parasites and also the mentor of the Heavenly Fist organization we've been struggling to find. Under no circumstances must he be allowed to escape.
Kuei Jiao sneered derisively, Dragon's Tooth unit, most of you are already dead, and besides, we don't need to board the helicopter and leave.
He laid out his plan, Master, we slaughter all these people, then release the sedative gas throughout the cave and take over this city outright. After all, there are human experts in the south too, the Dragon's Tooth unit nearly shattered against us. Wulong answered calmly, leaving here is the smartest course of action, after all, this is only humanity's largest city. He bowed respectfully and said, as you command. Kuei Jiao, brimming with zeal, glanced at him and declared, in that case I'll kill that shrimp-sized pest blocking my way. Louis then tried to intervene and stop him, Master, Mingi has been stalling, the helicopter will take off in 5 minutes. He must want the 2 girls inside to get away, then to risk fighting alone. But earlier, when I fought him, I disabled the helicopter's auto takeoff function. Hearing that, Mingi cursed inwardly, damn it, no wonder the countdown screen disappeared.
This guy is truly cunning.
Kuei Jiao stretched, stepped forward, and instructed Louis, protect the master, I'll have some fun with this brat. His whole body radiated a mysterious energy, ready for battle. He wasn't the least bit inferior, even boasting arrogantly, if Louis hadn't stopped me, you'd have long become a soulless corpse. He walked right up to Mingi, sneering, you were so afraid of me before, so how come now you dare stand in front of me? He gripped a mutated shard in his hand. Mingi scoffed bluntly, you humans truly are disgusting monsters. Then, without hesitation, he crushed the shard in his palm. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy erupted violently from Mingi's entire body. Seeing this, Kuei Jiao was forced to step back, his hands flailing around as he shouted, what is this? The ice on Mingi's arm gradually melted away, replaced by the absorption of a crimson spiritual force. With 2 different energies surging in each arm, Mingi advanced slowly. Soon after, he crouched low, flinging both arms backward. In the blink of an eye, Mingi shot forward with the technique, Laughing Fox Spirit Fist, sparking a fierce clash. To everyone's surprise, with just that single strike, Kuei Jiao was sent flying backward, slamming into a nearby wall and loosening a hole in it. Yet he showed no sign of fear, his voice ringing out, now this is getting interesting. The battle had only just begun to strike at the depths of the mind. The teacher's strike has yet to make my body loosen up. Hearing this, the spiritual energy in his arms surged even more fiercely. Mingi leapt forward, swung a fiery red arm behind him, and shouted loudly. Beast! He raised his head and shouted, and the flood dragon flame fist released a stream of purple spiritual energy, surrounding the man. Yet, Kuei Jiao was running away, forcing Mingi to chase after him. Standing mid-air, he unleashed his ultimate move, merging with the meaning of the attack, tightening the energy around the man. Next came the ice, still star silver, and an enormous block of ice was immediately formed. It crushed down where Kuei Jiao had been standing, causing the ground to shatter and scatter in all directions. A scream rang out, teacher, be careful. Tang Hang and Luo Lin quickly hid in a nearby spot. The staff and the department heads probably couldn't react in time and were sent flying backward. Wulong, standing behind Louis, thought to himself, this kid hides his strength so well? No wonder my students have all lost to him. Mingi, filled with fighting spirit, looked at the ice block pressing down on Kuei Zhao and shouted angrily, "You guys are nothing but insects crawling out of the earth. Go back where you came from, or we will kill every last one of you." He still hadn't been completely defeated. Kuei Zhao struggled to get up and sneered, "Fine, I'll admit that the people from the Dragon's Tooth unit do have some skill. The battle earlier drained a lot of my energy, which made it hard for me to deal with someone like you." Kuei Zhao's body slowly began to recover, and he retorted strongly, "You may consider us as insects, but insects possess abilities that humanity cannot even imagine." Luo Lin shouted from behind, "Mingi, his self-healing ability is extremely strong, we must kill him with one blow." He shouted loudly, then dashed forward again. A burst of energy was thrown towards him, but Kuei Zhao leaned back to avoid the attack. A distant ice punch shot toward his face, immediately causing an explosion, yet Kuei Zhao managed to dodge it. Wherever Kuei Zhao went, Mingi concentrated his attacks there. His foot, charged with spiritual energy, was about to strike. Mingi slammed it hard into the ground, sending energy radiating in all directions. He paused for a few seconds, glanced around, and thought to himself, his speed has increased in this form. While Mingi was still lost in thought, Kuei Zhao appeared right above him. The moment two sharp spikes from Kuei Zhao's arms came down, intending to end him, Mingi bent his body and lunged forward. He swiftly turned around and extended his ice punch. However, Kuei Zhao used his speed to spin a large spider web in mid-air, utilizing the ice blocks that Mingi had created earlier. He smirked and remarked sarcastically, "To think you managed to avoid that." He and Xiao looked up, calculating that Kuei Zhao's injury was now reduced to a small wound. His healing ability is too strong. It must have assimilated the abilities of insects during his evolution. It seems we'll need to use another exotic crystal. Kuei Zhao took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up. Luo Lin saw a series of spider webs being shot out and quickly reminded, "Dodge, Mingi." Mingi pointed a flame forward with one hand while the other crushed the mutation in her panic. Fire won't do anything to his webs, and besides, once they stick, they're hard to get off. Kuei Zhao lunged forward, his tone vicious. Though cautious, he bared his sharp teeth and shouted, "Useless." The spider webs became increasingly dense, causing Luo Lin to exclaim, "Too large, we can't dodge it." Mingi replaced his bandage with a strange green liquid. He spoke in a low voice, "Fire won't work." Mingi turned around and shouted, "Then let's try this." A series of flowing acid fists were launched, the viscous green substance quickly splattering onto Kuei Zhao's face. Blinded, he was repeatedly attacked and fell from a great height. Kuei Zhao hit the ground with a loud thud. He rolled across the ground, questioning, "What's that? What did you use?" Mingi approached, stepping on him casually, and replied, "Just insecticide." With that, his arm, covered in the slimy substance, thrust directly into Kuei Zhao's chest. In an instant, a plume of green smoke rose from his body. Mingi kicked Kuei Zhao's body far away, and it flew several meters before skidding along the dry ground. Kuei Zhao showed no signs of life, finally returning to the earth next to Wu Long, his scream echoing, "Go back to the earth." Mingi recalled the parasite demons he had faced before. He slowly stepped forward and asked, "Is Zhao Shuhua your disciple?" Wu Dragon's Tooth replied indifferently, "Yes." Mingi thought of the scene where Feng Jing was suspended in mid-air, then continued his questioning, "Professor Feng is the one who took the blame for you?" The man recalled the fearful expression on his face and admitted, "That's right." Zhou Yu's smug face flashed in his mind again. Mingi deduced that the one behind the Shaoling fog accident was also his disciple. Wu Long responded nonchalantly, "Yes." He listed the parasite demons one by one, then asked in a low voice, "What about the monsters in Fu Rong City?" The man casually answered, "They're growing, waiting for orders." Mingi's face darkened as he pressed further, "How many of your kind are there in the astronomy division?" Wu Long looked up, counting in his head, "About half, unfortunately, your Dragon's Tooth unit wiped them all out." Xinyu remained silent, tears flowing non-stop as she listened to every word. "That's why my sister struggled so hard to get into the astronomy division. In reality, it's the largest nest of monsters hiding within human society. He raised his hand and continued. Once the one in Fu Rong City matures, we will have her replace your sister. At this, she was shocked, her eyes wide, her hand instinctively rising to cover her mouth as she glared at Mingi in fury, shouting, "Why can't you all stay buried underground?" He placed a hand on Lu Yi and explained, "Mingi, you've had contact with Jiao Shu Hua, surely you understand the truth of our Heavenly Fist organization." Wu Long didn't bother to care but continued speaking at length. "You are on the surface, and we are beneath the earth. The reason we appeared," he shouted, "is because Mother Earth is calling for our help. Mother Earth is sick, and she is nearing her breaking point. Although you are also human beings, you have never shown any compassion for her body, which is riddled with wounds." Mingi regained his composure and pressed on, "Then why do you have to resort to such extreme methods of killing?" Wu Long explained, "Humans have wars as well. It is the result of countless fractures in negotiations. We have also tried to warn you." Mingi fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Wu Long continued, "If you think about it positively, compared to the world wars that you will cause third, fourth, or fifth, it's better that you hand over that crime to us. We will help you solve the issues of overpopulation and your insatiable demands." Mingi furrowed his brow and politely requested, "Please leave. We will handle our own problems." However, Wu Long turned around and hinted, "If there were more leaders like you among humanity, we wouldn't have to meet like this." Mingi, confused and panicked, asked, "What do you mean?" He then revealed information that no one could have anticipated. Mingi raised his flag to attack first. "It's not us." Mingi widened his eyes and shouted, "What are you saying? Clearly, you're using the name of the Heavenly Fist of the universe to slaughter humans." Wu Long raised his palm, releasing a drop of his own spiritual energy, and said, "The truth lies with the leader of humanity. Try to rise up, Mingi." He then walked towards Lu Yi and continued, "I hope you can truly become the leader. When that time comes, humanity will negotiate with our underground civilization. Since you still haven't gotten the answer you seek, you've come to stop me. You shall not pass." Wu Long said nothing further, only channeling the drop of spiritual energy into Lu Yi's shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Yi collapsed, clutching his body. Gradually, strange things began to grow from his back. In an instant, two sharp horns formed. Winds began to blow continuously, causing the space to become even more oppressive. Within moments, Lu Yi had evolved to another level, his body now encased in iron armor, with two horns protruding from his head. Lu Yi, confused, looked around, noticing Mingi chasing after Wu Long to stop him from reaching Lu Qian. "You can't go." Suddenly, he dashed forward and blocked Wu Long's way. Mingi saw this and screamed, "Lu Yi, are you crazy? He will hurt Lu Qian." Lu Yi stood his ground, "The doctor won't do that. He is the one I trust most. The special forces are coming soon. You need to survive if you wish to speak." Furious, Lu Yi charged ahead, shouting, "I won't let you go, and I definitely won't let you get near them." Mingi punched him square in the chest, yelling, "Get out of the way." But his green arm still remained stationary at the edge of his chest, without any movement. Mingi doubted it was corrosive. Lu Yi took his hand and warned, "I'm not an insect anymore. If you want to put it in human terms, I'm a dragon now." The arm behind him began to gather spiritual power. Mingi swung it close, shouting, "Go away." Blazing flame dragon fist. It really didn't seem to matter. He was still doing his best to stop it. "You were never my match, relying on those alien crystals just to hold on until now." Lu Yi could only spit out a burst of purple flame toward him, a warning shot. He quickly raised both arms to shield his face. Mingi was blasted backward but remained ready to fight at any moment. Inside the barrier, Wu Long had lifted the two beauties. "Xin Yu kept screaming, 'Let me go, sis?'" He turned his head toward the shout, calling out loudly, "Lu Qian?" Mingi swiftly rushed past Lu Yi toward that direction. But Lu Yi grabbed his arm, stopping him, "Don't even think about it." Mingi still struggled to break free from his restraint. He swung his arm, knocking Lui's hand away. Mingi flew toward the helicopter, shouting, "Let them go." Wu Long slowly spoke, "Mingi, I'm taking your sister away." A circle appeared on his forehead, just like Xiao Hua's. Wu Dragon's tooth pressed down, "Take good care of my goddess clan. She is of the divine Ming clan, just like my daughter." He froze, staring at that symbol, murmuring, "How can this be?" Taking advantage of Mingi's momentary lapse of guard, the man swung and shoved him hard backward. Mingi hit the ground in an instant, racked with pain, and the helicopter immediately roared to life and lifted off. He wondered, what on earth is going on? Xiaohua appeared, flustered as she explained, "I don't know either, I have no memory of before." "We coexist, I'm not lying to you." Mingi lay sprawled on the ground, whispering, "Sorry, Xiaohua, I don't doubt you, it's just the truth behind this world is more complicated than what we see, isn't it? Complicated or not I don't know, but if you don't get up, Louis will kill you." While the two of them spoke, a shadow shot forward, he leapt back at once to dodge the blow. It turned out to be Louis, who arrived with his arms crossed as he flew. Luo Lin raised her leg from behind and shouted, "Minghi." Before she could kick him squarely, Louis grabbed her. He flung her aside with a single, effortless motion. Louis clenched his fist, his tone turning vicious, "Whoever survives has the right to speak. I'm sorry, but every member of the Dragon's Tooth unit will still be traitors to humanity." Xiaohua hovered above Mingi, intervening, "No, he's much stronger than before. If this continues, you'll die." He grimaced, bracing himself to counter, "Then I have no choice but to use that source of power." She had no other option, the spot between her brows flared brightly. The tone was full of murderous intent. "All right, then let them taste the power of my Crimson Lord level." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingi's entire body erupted into a blazing flame, causing Louis, who stood at a distance in his monstrous form, to jump in shock and wonder, did he turn his blood into the most powerful medium? He hesitated. With just this little power, how could he ensure Lu Qian's safety? Meanwhile, Mingi's heavy footsteps moved forward. Moments later, Louis saw the terrifying transformation. He gasped, exclaiming, "Crimson Lord, venerable domain." Louis dropped to one knee, assuming a defiant battle stance, declaring, "So what if it's a Crimson Lord? Even so, it can't do anything. I'm not just by her side. Lu Qian will truly be safe. I'm her older brother, and even if all of humanity perishes, I will make sure she isn't harmed in the slightest." Behind him, Tang Hang, who was supporting Luo Lin, shouted, "This is not the Crimson Lord." At that moment, two streams of purple and green spiritual energy erupted from Mingi's body. He pointed toward the direction, introducing it as the Holy Forest. Tang Hang's scream echoed in his ears. This was the power of the Dark Saint realm. At this time, Mingi kept his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, his pupils glowing brightly, accompanied by a command. As his eyes opened, a purple hole, like an eye, appeared on his forehead, similar to Xiao Hua's facial marking. Indeed, behind Mingi, she had supported him, which only made Tang Hang more terrified, shouting, "It is the descent of the Holy Soul." Louis was so scared that sweat broke out in beads, confused, and rapidly ascended 2 ranks. At that moment, he crushed the golden object in his hand, and a burst of energy erupted from his arm. Purple airwaves spread out, accompanied by a brilliant golden spiritual force, resembling sharp spikes materializing in the air. Mingi floated in midair, his torn clothes exposing a fit body, with 2 sources of power surging on either side. Slowly, wings began to materialize, and behind him, Xiao's silhouette emerged. He hovered above, judging Louis. "Although I truly thank you for not harming Lu Qian, we humans are absolutely not pets for you to raise, nor animals for you to slaughter at will. Our destiny is in our own hands, while you..." She, controlled by Mingi, extended her hand, lifting a chunk of earth from where Louis was standing. His voice was filled with bitterness, "Our destiny is in our own hands, while you..." Then, a punch came straight down at him with a curse, "Go straight to the earth's core." With that, Louis was punched and plummeted through several layers of earth and rock. The soldiers standing outside, witnessing Xiao's move, were equally astonished. Not long after, her primordial spirit began to dissipate, and the ground, along with Xiao's soul, cracked open, with chunks of debris flying in all directions. The crowd had to scramble to avoid the falling fragments. In panic, some shouted, "Be careful, it's dragon scales!" At that moment, Mingi tossed something from above, sending it straight down to the ground. Amidst the thick, swirling smoke, the shadow of that figure gradually emerged. So Louis has evolved with a pair of deadly wings. He won't be outdone, will he? Without hesitation, he charged forward, catching everyone off guard. Again, is this a beast? A fierce battle erupted in the skies. The crowd whispered to each other, this is clearly not a power that humans should possess. Up above, Mingi and Louis were locked in combat, evenly matched at 1911. It wasn't long before Louis gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful kick that sent Mingi flying far away. Seeing him fall, the soldiers shouted in unison, "This is not a fight we can interfere with. Let's save the doctor first." But Louis wasn't about to stop. He inhaled deeply. In the blink of an eye, a stream of shadowy energy was unleashed from him, spreading throughout the area. Wherever he flew, the dark force followed. Mingi, still strong, raised his muscular arm to block the incoming energy and stamped his foot to gain momentum to ascend. Suddenly, the palm of his hand opened wide, and bolts of lightning began to form. At that moment, Mingi appeared like a hero saving the world, as a golden lightning bolt shot directly at Louis, accompanied by a booming cry, "Go back to the earth!" The energies gathered together, and at the command of their master, they launched a direct attack. This time, Louis was the one being pursued. Wherever he flew, lightning followed. Tang Hang's eyes lit up, and he joyously cheered, "Holy forest, it's truly holy forest!" His body hides the power of a dark saint. Luo Lin clutched his injured arm and complimented, "Dragon's Tooth Unit, we are not worthy of the title Mingi, we are the final line of defense for humanity." The two people standing nearby exchanged doubtful glances. Too strong. Is he even human? Not even the entire Special Forces team could interfere in a battle of this level, right? Soon after, the place was left in ruins, a barren wasteland. Mingi looked at Louis, who was sprawled out on the ground, and spoke, "Was the defeat on the old battlefield your fault?" He trembled as he answered, "What does it even matter?" He fell to the ground, his wings slowly fading, and asserted, "Once we wipe you all out, we won't fail again. Only by eradicating you can we be truly safe. Lu Qian won't come to harm." Louis muttered, "Is that so? You don't even know what's beneath your feet. You're strong, but not strong enough." Mingi urgently asked, "Where did Dr. Wulong take Lu Qian and my sister? Tell me." He fumbled with his words, then gave a sly smile, "Should I really have to say?" Mingi frowned in suspicion, "The old battlefield, that huge beast lair on the plains?" Louis confirmed, "That's right. If you have the ability, then save them." Mingi's tone was filled with determination. "I will definitely save them." Hongxiao began running toward them, hurriedly asking, "Are you Louis?" The person behind him spoke up, "Yes, I saw him transform with my own eyes." He firmly stated the truth, "He is a parasite demon. He infiltrated our society more than a decade ago." She paused, hesitating as she spoke, "Is that true? So, all the members of your Dragon's Tooth unit?" Mingi lifted his head and solemnly told them that they were the last line of defense for humanity. The Astronomy Division parasite demon, having taken control of Dragon's Tooth unit, realized that the human defenses had been severely compromised, so there was no choice but to implement the plan to eradicate the parasite demon. Hongxiao jolted, making the deduction, "So, doesn't that mean we've killed true heroes?" He despondently recalled the faces of those fallen, continuing, in their eyes, sacrificing their lives for all of this was worth it. She quickly gave the order, immediately commanding that a defense perimeter be set up across the entire city and that all the parasite demon hiding among humanity be eradicated. In the blink of an eye, the elite guard swiftly acted according to the order, setting up the perimeter across the entire city and eradicating all the parasite demon lurking within humanity. The city guard also urgently began deploying the perimeter across the city, eradicating all the parasite demon hiding among humanity. The Supernatural Association hurriedly complied, setting up the perimeter throughout the city and eradicating all the parasite demon that were hiding among humanity. The rain began to fall. In this Astronomy Division incident, the leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit and all members of the 5 action teams, a total of 87 people, had sacrificed their lives. This also meant that Dragon's Tooth Unit was nearly wiped out. Everyone wore black, standing before their graves to pay their respects. The downpour fell like a final farewell. They had given their lives to uphold their oath. The Southern Region Guardian, the headmaster of Nan-Du Academy, the president of the Hunters Association, and the mayor of Nan-Du. They were humanity's final line of defense. Everyone raised their hands in unison for a ceremony, their voices filled with sorrow. The entire Special Forces Battalion expressed their respect for the heroes of the Dragon's Tooth Unit. One by one, the shouts echoed, as if attempting to tear through the downpour. Superhuman soldiers, the Hunters Association, the Superhuman Academy. Together, they shouted in unison, honoring the heroes of the Dragon's Tooth Unit. Luo Lin sank into deep thought. Comrades, rest in peace. I will carry forward your will. I will spread the spirit of Dragon's Tooth. Mingi's sorrowful gaze couldn't conceal his thoughts. Fight against the monsters, protect Nan-Du, protect humanity. When everything was over, they began to leave together. Luo Lin spoke, Mingi, I know what you're thinking. She turned to remind him, if you want to save someone, you must have the strength to do so. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and walking into certain death? He immediately retorted, but Commander Luo Lin, my sister and Lu Qian have already been taken to the old battlefield. They're always in danger. Luo Lin leaned in closely, her face inches from Mingi's as she assessed him. Though she didn't know what their instructor was planning, if he had sent them there, then it was likely they wouldn't face immediate danger. You must protect yourself well. The Dragon's Tooth Unit is left with only the 2 of us now. He posed a huge question. Commander, what does it mean to have enough strength? The answer was immediately given by her. The old battlefield was the largest stronghold of beast near Nan-Du, heavily guarded. At the very least, he would need to reach the White Swan rank to have a chance to sneak in and rescue someone. Mingi muttered, White Swan rank, huh? He thought to himself, I'm still at the mid-level Heavenly Python rank, and there's quite a distance to go before reaching the White Swan rank. I must break through quickly, I can't afford to waste any more time. Luo Lin closed her eyes and instructed, Mingi, you fought too much today. You look extremely exhausted. Don't think about these things for now, go back and rest. She sighed, I still have to go lead the battle. There are still a large number of parasite demons hiding in the city. In a moment, Mingi had returned to his familiar house. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice rang out. Mingi, I saw you on TV. Your Highness turned around and shouted, I didn't expect you to be from the Dragon's Tooth Unit. Zhang Yuan also patted his head and said in admiration, exactly, you're really impressive. You hid it from us so well before. Suddenly, Li Jin quietly stood up and began walking slowly, step by step. He bowed respectfully, apologizing. Mingi, I'm sorry. I wasn't good to you before. I was jealous and mocked you. You are the hero of our city. Mingi closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, It's fine, it's fine. We're all brothers, we're in the same dormitory. Just as he was moved, the sound of the door opening interrupted. It was Ling Hui, rushing in like a moth to the flame. He was like a child, throwing his arms around him and laughing mockingly, Mingi, my brother, my real brother, when I heard you were coming back to school, I immediately ran over here. Ling Hui nuzzled his cheek against Mingi's stomach in a spoiled manner, then said, This time, there will definitely be a lot of people who are in awe of you. How does it feel to be a hero? Do you like it? Do you? With his eyes heavy from exhaustion, he glanced tiredly over at the excuse. You have a sharp sense of news.
I don't really feel anything. I'm just tired. Right now, all I want is to sleep soundly. He answered in confusion. Okay, then you go ahead.
Just as he was turning to walk away, Ling Hui raised his hand to stop him, saying, But I have one last question. I heard that this time, a Dark Saint-level expert stepped in, and the danger was finally resolved.
Your Highness and Zhang Yuan stood there, dumbfounded, shouting, What? Dark Saint level? He confirmed, yes. It's a shame the government hasn't revealed their identity. Ling Hui, still watching the retreating figure, asked curiously, Mingi, do you know who this person is?
Mingi was so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he replied, How would I know someone so outstanding?
I've only seen them from afar. Moreover, this involves national secrets.
Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. After speaking, he quietly stepped into the room, leaving Ling Hui laughing mischievously behind him.
I was just asking. Dark Saint level, huh? If I knew someone like that, that'd be great.
Mingi silently clenched his palm.
He sat down and began to meditate.
Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Mingi, don't continue your cultivation. You must hurry and rest, heal your wounds. Xiao materialized and advised. You forcibly merged with my power, your body is already teetering on the brink of collapse, yet you still insist on attending some kind of farewell funeral.
Mingi closed his eyes tightly and explained, they're all heroes. I have to see them off. Instructor La and every comrade of the Dragon's Tooth unit sacrificed themselves for Nandu and for humanity.
She was at a loss for words.
Fine, I can't argue with you. But if you don't rest, it'll be someone else's turn to see you off. He replied shakily, I'm fine.
Xiao cast him a speechless glance at his stubbornness. Then, without realizing it, Mingi drifted off to sleep. Sunlight poured directly onto his face, making him frown. Mingi sat up, stretched, and let out a contented sigh.
Xiao asked, Han, you're finally awake. Mingi, how do you feel now? He questioned back, how long have I been asleep? She teased him, still asking? You've been out for 40 hours straight, almost slept your way into eternity.
Suddenly, Mingi's stomach growled loudly. He groaned, I'm starving to death here.
Let's get something to eat first. In a flash, he was already in the cafeteria. Everyone passing by couldn't help but stare.
One might think it was because of Mingi's cool demeanor, but it wasn't. Seeing the stack of bowls piled high and the way he devoured his food, anyone unaware might assume Mingi had just come back from the famine of 1945. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes, he picked up the bottle of water and took a sip, then Mingi comfortably exhaled a breath. The entire long table was covered with empty bowls, spotless and neat. He leaned back in his chair, sighing in contentment as if he had been reborn.
Xiao, now I can speak, right? Do you have any way for me to quickly improve my strength?
Xiao appeared instantly, reminding him, your strength has increased rapidly already, but now you need to solidify your foundation. Otherwise, you might completely lose yourself later because you won't be able to control your own power. Mingi looked displeased, frowning, you know I have to save people.
I must quickly reach White Swan rank.
She sighed, pointing behind him, continuing, following your wish, the quickest and most effective way to improve your strength is to absorb the stardust elixir within the body of a parasite demon plant.
Mingi nodded and asked, I know that, but surely these parasite demons aren't easy to find, right?
Xiao raised a drop of crimson blood, then spoke rapidly, this contains a drop of my blood essence.
You can use it to create a wicker basket.
Unless there's some special concealment method, no parasite demon below your rank will be able to hide from it.
His pupils lit up, hesitating with suspicion. Xiao, have you ever considered that by helping me like this, you could bring disaster to the beast? What if they are also your kin?
She sighed, placing her hand on her chest, saying, maybe, but as you said, you want me to feel the goodness of the human world. I have felt that from you and also from the members of the Dragon's Tooth unit who volunteered to sacrifice themselves.
It seems to be a kind of power born from belief. Perhaps this is the greatness of human civilization.
Xiao recalled Wulong's face and continued, and the monster, especially the parasite demon like the one our teacher guided. Although I don't know much, I still instinctively dislike him. After the plot of their instructor, Dr. Wulong, was exposed, Professor Tang Hang became the most prominent figure in the field of monster research in Nandu City, Nandu University. At the Monster Research Lab, Mingi stood before the building, deep in thought, wanting to create a monster detection device. Among the people he knew, Professor Tang Hang seemed to be the most suitable one. Not long after, he entered and knocked on the door of a room. Tang Hang was dropping a liquid into a test tube, and upon noticing him, he turned and asked, "Mingi, is there something you need?" He was busy instructing, "My experiment will take a little more time, please wait a moment." Mingi obediently sat on the chair and replied, "Professor Tang Hang, I'm not in a hurry. Please, take your time." Suddenly, something strange began to vibrate on the laboratory table. He immediately rushed over and pushed Tang Hang aside. The professor, cautious, raised his hand to block what was about to explode. Mingi was quick and dangerous, but it still exploded in a loud burst. He anxiously asked, "Professor Tang, are you all right?" Looking at the debris and the black smoke before him, the professor sighed, "I'm fine, luckily you were here. Otherwise, I might have been in danger just now. Unfortunately, the experiment has failed." Mingi brushed his hands in a gesture of doubt. "Professor Tang, what kind of experiment are you conducting? You seem quite anxious." Tang Hang lowered his head, dejected, and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not the one who should be anxious." He recounted the situation. The entire city of Nandu is under martial law to hunt down those disgusting parasite demons. However, the current situation is far from ideal. Those parasite demons are hiding too well. As long as they don't reveal themselves, we won't be able to find them. The Special Forces and Luo Lin both hope that I can help them create some sort of device that can detect the parasite demons. Tang Hang slammed both hands on the table, blaming himself. "I intended to use the blood essence and the body structure of the parasite demons I previously captured for the experiment. I hoped X could find something useful, but it ended in failure." Suddenly, he turned his head in curiosity. "By the way, Mingi, what brings you here?" He raised a vial containing a strange object emitting purple spiritual energy. "Professor Tang, take a look at this. Do you think it could help in creating a beast detection device?" Tang Hang froze for a moment. He took it, adjusted his glasses, and then suddenly realized. "What is this? High-level monster blood essence? I can feel the blood surging inside it." Mingi absent-mindedly pointed at his own face, hesitating before speaking. "This is a crystallization I created by refining my own blood essence. As you know, I have the Dark Saint level talent. I think it might be helpful in tracking beasts." Tang Hang immediately got back to work. "All right, let me give it a try. Wait for me a moment, it should be very quick. I already have everything else prepared." He responded softly from behind, "Yes." He squinted one eye down the telescope and kept talking excitedly. "I can't believe it, this Jing blood is exactly what I need for my experiment. This time, it's definitely going to work." An hour later, Tang Hang picked up a watch and announced, "Mingi, the detector is ready. Try it out. It will be effective within a 100-meter radius around the monster." Mingi, curious and confused, took the watch and pointed to it, asking, "How do I use this?" Tang Hang explained, "Just channel your supernatural power into it." As soon as Mingi poured his energy into the watch, a supernatural force emanated from it. In an instant, a red arrow appeared on the display. He exclaimed in delight, "It really works. The red arrow symbol must point to the monster's location. It turns out we do have a parasite demon on campus." The smile on Mingi's face suddenly vanished. He gasped, it disappeared. Tang Hang quickly urged, the parasite demon must have left the 100-meter range of the detector.
Hurry, follow the initial direction. Let's go after it and don't let it escape.
Upon hearing this, Mingi immediately jumped out of the window.
He guessed that the target was likely in the direction of the dormitory.
Without a moment's hesitation, he shot like a rocket towards the dorms, leaving Tang Hang alone to deal with the chaos. He froze, muttering to his window. Mingi, on the other side, was still following the trail.
As he ran, he thought to himself, could it be that the parasite demon is a student?
Suddenly, a shortcut appeared before Mingi.
Fengling's figure flashed by as she sprinted ahead, chasing someone who was flying in the air.
A scream echoed through the space.
Stop!
Seeing the situation was too dangerous, Mingi shot forward to help, chanting an incantation.
He stretched his palm forward, unleashing a powerful move, the Dragon Strike Fist.
A series of green ropes shot out toward the person.
The ropes immediately wrapped tightly around him.
With an extraordinarily powerful force, Mingi tightened the rope in his hand and slammed it down to the ground. The momentum caused the person to crash hard, hitting the ground with his entire body. Suddenly, the pupil of his disciple widened in shock. Mingi quickly recognized the familiar face.
Li Jin.
His black eyes begged, Mingi, for the sake of us being roommates, please let me go. Mingi stood frozen, bewildered, I really can't believe it, you're also a parasite demon. Li Jin struggled to sit up, one hand sneaking behind his back to cut the ropes. He tried to justify himself, I was forced into this.
Even though I'm a parasite demon, I've never hurt any humans.
Fengling interrupted, Mingi, don't listen to him, he's making excuses. When we were tracking him, he was about to destroy the academy. Miss Hui saw him setting up explosives in the alley and exposed him.
He planned to blow up the academy's dormitory.
His crimes were listed one by one. Moreover, back when he was in the reserve team, he had leaked quite a bit of information about the front lines. While his teammates were fighting with all their might, he reminded them, you guys should retreat first. Li Jin, on the other hand, made a phone call and revealed, the retreat route is. Fengling's voice grew increasingly somber, causing many of our innocent comrades to sacrifice their lives. If it hadn't been for this, we would never have been able to discover him. Seizing the opportunity, he tore apart a piece of the green cord, attempting to break free. But no, an arm wrapped in stone suddenly reached for her chest, making Fengling flinch.
Mingi coldly said,
With that, he raised his fist, and along with it, a large stone began to form. Mingi cursed, die. A minute later, the giant stone fist slammed onto Li Jin. He looked up at the enormous rock above him, screaming, No, Mingi, you can't kill me. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently, and a cloud of dust and smoke rose. Though the stone had fallen on Li Jin, he still reached out to test if it was firmly in place. She stood to the side, her eyes wide in disbelief, thinking to herself, although I'm sure I could defeat parasite demon Li Jin, there's no way someone as light as him could be defeated so easily. Fengling, somewhat doubtful, realized that in such a short time, he had become this strong. It was then that Mingi turned to greet her, saying, Long time no see. Fengling, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the heavenly python level. She closed her eyes, imagining herself stepping on him, and then sighed in frustration. I thought that after breaking through to the heavenly barrier level, I could find him and fight for a bit, save face, but now the gap has only gotten wider.
With no response, he quickly asked, Fengling, why are you here? Fengling glanced to the side, avoiding the notification. Right now, the entire Nandu city is under martial law. The teachers from the academy have been reassigned to other places. The student council is in charge of searching for and dealing with the parasite demons hiding in the academy. The council is split into 2 teams, with Tang Ning and I each leading one. Mingi nodded, asking, Han, I see. So, what's the situation? She placed a hand on her chest and spoke with a serious tone, it's not ideal. The parasite demons are hiding too well. Li Jin was the first parasite demon our team discovered, and it was through the small traces from clues we found earlier.
He clenched his fist, confidently declaring, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me.
Not a single parasite demon will escape."
Scene shifts to Nandu Academy, where a voice rings out, "Alright, let's go into the classroom." Professor Lin stood at the podium, her expression stern, raising one finger, and said, "We will continue with the lesson from before." The group of boys below was not paying attention to the lesson, instead, they were talking about her beauty.
Professor Si Lin teaches so well. She's young and beautiful too. Exactly, simple and easy to understand.
I like Professor Lin's class the most, a small voice with a smile revealed.
Professor Lin is very dedicated, she often tutors students who are falling behind.
I heard that last night, she stayed up until 2 a.m. helping 2 students catch up.
Fatty's face turned red, and he drooled, sighing, "Really? That's just when I have some things I don't understand. I wonder if Professor Lin can tutor me too."
Suddenly, Fong Ling and Mingi pushed open the classroom door, leaving Professor Lin confused. The students around them immediately buzzed. "It's Fong Ling, and I think the other one's Mingi, the top male student. I heard not long ago, he made a contribution during the astronomy division event. I think he's the mysterious freshman who defeated Fong Ling." Everyone exchanged puzzled glances.
What were they doing here? Did they also want to attend Professor Lin's class?
"Oh, when I see the two of you, I should call you Fong Ling and Mingi," Professor Lin asked, confused. "Did you come to listen to the lecture?" As he raised his hand to check his watch, a red button appeared right there. Mingi gave her a signal with his eyes. Mingi spoke up, "Yes, both Fong Ling and I came to attend the lecture."
"Ah!"
Professor Lin exclaimed, then said, "Since you're here to listen, please find a seat."
The two of them walked to opposite sides of Professor Lin.
Suddenly, a fist formed in his hand, and Mingi and Fong Ling rushed forward to attack.
Professor Lin didn't have time to react and was beaten up.
Each of them struck from different sides, so forcefully that Professor Lin was sent flying backward.
The group of students who witnessed this chaotic scene couldn't help but shudder in fear.
She trembled, leaning against the damaged wall, clutching one side of her cheek and screaming, "Are you all crazy?
How dare you attack the professor?"
One of his arms had evolved, with thick, visible veins bulging all over.
Mingi spoke in a deep voice, "Stop pretending."
Fong Ling, standing behind, also unleashed his spiritual power. He held up his wristwatch, tilting his head with a fierce expression, revealing, "We already know you're a parasite demon."
Everyone was stunned, shouting, "What? Professor Lin is a parasite demon? How is that possible? Professor Lin has been in Nandu for 5 years, how could she be a parasite demon? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Hasty footsteps were heard approaching.
2 people, one fat and one skinny, stood in front of Professor Lin, trying their best to block the way. "Fong Ling, Mingi, I know you two have just achieved something, but you can't frame Professor Lin like this."
"That's right, we are firmly protecting Professor Lin's safety." She glanced at him and asked softly, "Mingi, are they the ones?"
Mingi looked down at the 2 faint black dots on the watch, replying, "They're not exactly parasite demons.
At most, they've just been tainted by the aura of a parasite demon."
Fong Ling suddenly jumped forward with determination. "In that case, let's capture them and see if we can still save them later."
She extended her foot forward and unleashed her ultimate move, Phoenix parting the sky. Mingi immediately followed suit. The 2 young men continued shouting, "What do you want to do? You two are crazy. They are the real parasite demons. Everyone, get up."
Professor Lin could no longer hold back, and she rushed forward, shouting, "Don't harm my students." As soon as Fong Ling released his energy, Professor Lin managed to create a shield to block it.
But he appeared right beside her?
His tone was cold. Professor Lin continued with less enthusiasm, realizing she had been exposed. Mingi swung his hand, using his mystic wood technique. The force of his strike pushed Professor Lin back, and her body was slammed against the wall, controlled by the tentacles coming from his hands.
A student turned around, calling out anxiously, "Professor! Seizing the opportunity, she rushed forward and kicked him. Fatty wasn't any better off, taking a punch straight to the face. Foamling landed just as the two dazed students with blackened thighs collapsed to the ground. Professor Lin, in tattered clothes, bowed her head and begged, "Please don't kill me." She then transformed into a monstrous, imposing figure, declaring, "I've never harmed anyone." At that moment, the students finally understood, and fear swept over them, causing some to wet their pants. "She's a parasite," someone whispered. Professor Lin was truly a parasite demon. What was going on? Why was Professor Lin a parasite demon? A student with dark circles under his eyes pointed a trembling finger, saying, "They've also been infected by the aura of the parasite demon." The two who had collapsed, their eyes now pale, were confused as one asked, "Didn't they go to Professor Lin's house to study last night?" Mingi reproached, "She said she hadn't harmed anyone." These two were already parasitized by her last night. The sharp slashes instantly appeared in the air. It turned out she was activating her two disgusting wings. Professor Lin cursed, humanity was nothing but parasites. He leaned back, gathering momentum for his punch, and gritted his teeth, asking sharply, "Who is the parasite?" Mingi punched straight down onto the floor, releasing his spiritual energy, and boldly declared, "It wasn't because of what you said." A second later, the fire flame trapping fist was unleashed, sending her flying into the air before vanishing. Foamling, standing behind, couldn't help but sigh, so powerful, just like that, killing a military-grade parasite demon. She solemnly reminded herself, she wouldn't back down, she would definitely catch up with him. Still feeling a bit confused, Foamling spoke up, "I really didn't expect Professor Lin to be a parasite demon. If you hadn't used the detector to find her, we wouldn't have been able to detect those parasite demons, they hide too well." Mingi straightened up and agreed, "That's right, parasite demons are hiding within society. They've completely adapted to human habits, they can even function normally like us." He wondered, "I wonder how things are going outside, let's clean up Nandu Academy first." She responded from behind, "Okay." Not long after, Mingi froze, his face turned red, and he blurted out a surprised "Oh," while Foamling simply raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. He stood, dumbfounded, watching a few young women changing clothes with their sizzling hot bodies. The star-like sensation still lingered in his throat. The girls, upon seeing this, immediately began to cover themselves, shouting, "Why are boys entering the female dorm? Get out now!" Mingi lowered his head, staring at the arrow pointing ahead, muttering, "I can't worry about that anymore." He charged like a moth to the flame towards one of the young women. Without sparing any hesitation, he threw a punch, shouting, "Die!" Foamling stood still, watching in admiration, "He's so strong." The parasite demon didn't even have time to react before he was killed. Could I ever catch up to this kind of freak? The other two ran back to her, calling out, "Foamling, him." Foamling stopped them, "Don't misunderstand. Look, everyone." At that moment, he had picked up a strange object from the girl and was talking to himself, "Sure enough, the plant-based parasite demon is very rare. It seems the Nandu Academy has been cleaned out." A total of 9 parasite demons were found, but only one was plant-based. After finishing, Mingi stood up and walked toward the 3 of them, telling Foamling, "We've basically swept through Nandu Academy. I think there are no more parasite demons left." She nodded and asked, Where should we go next?" He suddenly remembered that Chief Luo Lin was in charge of handling the situation outside the academy, saying, "I'll make a call to see if they need any help." Foamling quickly responded, "Okay." Mingi stepped away to make the call, "Chief Lin, how's the situation over there?" The voice on the other end replied, "Not very smoothly." At that moment, Luo Lin was rubbing her temples, complaining, "The parasite demon is hiding too well. Based on the clues we had before, we've only found 3 names. Now we're stuck in a dead end. There's no new lead. If nothing unexpected happens, you should report the situation on your side. The parasite demon at Nandu Academy has already been dealt with by Foamling and me, a total of 9 of them." She was startled upon hearing this, screaming in shock, "What? You found 9 of them?
Luo Lin sighed in frustration as she heard Minghi's laughter from the other end.
That's right. Do you want me to come over and help?
He was then speculating that according to Xiaohua's plan, he still needed at least 5 more doses of Stardust Elixir to break through to the White Swan rank, so it would be a good chance to help Luo Lin. She had no other choice but to agree. Alright, I'm at Yanhe Road. So, Fengling once again drove Mingi on her sleek motorcycle.
He sat behind her, holding on tightly, and said, "Aren't you from a rich family? Why do you only have one motorcycle?"
She frowned and scolded, "For heaven's sake, this is an academy.
Why would I send 2 motorcycles? Ride one, throw one away? Or should I tell everyone that I'm a rich but stupid girl?"
Mingi was scolded into silence, his face turning red as he muttered, "Forget I said anything." Suddenly, a hand of Mingi reached out from behind Fengling's waist. At that exact moment, the motorcycle hit a large stone, causing the whole bike to lurch upward. Fate played its trick, and his hand ended up brushing against her large chest.
Fengling blushed and yelled, "Your hand?" He truly couldn't wash away this accusation even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Mingi awkwardly coughed and said, "Sorry."
Not long after, the two of them arrived.
Luo Lin crossed his arms, glanced at them, and spoke, "We're here." The car stopped with a screeching sound of the tires. Fengling called out, giving instructions to Luo Lin. Mingi also echoed the commanding officer, Luo Lin.
She nodded and said quickly, I know you.
Honorable young lady of Tianfeng Biological Corporation, a genius from Nandu Academy. She gave him an exasperated look and then denied, "Commander Luo Lin, please don't say that. Before meeting Mingi, I truly thought of myself as a genius, but in front of Mingi, not so much." Luo Lin immediately comforted her, "Don't compare yourself to him, he's a freak."
He remained calm, deep in thought. Tianfeng Biological Corporation seems to be the largest biopharmaceutical company in Nandu City. I've heard the drugs that many superhumans use are produced by Tianfeng.
I didn't expect Fengling to be the honorable young lady of Tianfeng.
Concluding his thoughts, Mingi spoke up, "Commander Luo Lin, have you made any new discoveries?" She quickly responded, "Nothing new for now." "How did you find the parasite demon in Nandu Academy?"
He raised his watch and said, "We used this."
Luo Lin looked at it, slightly puzzled. "This is?"
Mingi immediately explained, "It's the latest invention by Professor Tang Hang. It can detect demonic gas within a 100-meter radius." He looked at it and continued, "Due to limited materials, it's hard to mass produce, so we only have this one for now."
She nodded, reassuring him.
"At least there's one, it's not bad.
Let's start taking action." Luo Lin walked while keeping his eyes on the clock and asked, "Any new discoveries?"
Mingi shook his head and replied, "No, the area is too wide. The scanning range of the device is only 100 meters, if it exceeds that, it can't detect anything. They could only search slowly." 3 hours later, the three of them gathered together.
"We found it." Luo Lin eagerly asked, "Where?"
He pointed ahead, right in the shopping mall in front of them.
They entered together. The attendant held up the item with a smile and said, "Welcome, thank you for visiting."
Suddenly, Mingi's arm shot out, causing her to stop.
He yelled, "You guys handle it."
Before she could finish speaking, the person was slammed headfirst to the ground by him. The two girls rushed forward at the same time, shouting in unison, "Let me!" Each of them had different abilities, but their goal was the same. Both of them pounced and tore into her like hungry wolves on a hunt. When it was done, Luo Lin let out a long sigh. He stood behind, giving both of them a thumbs up. She sighed, "Finally, we found one." Once again, Mingi's detector proved useful.
Fengling agreed, "That's right, though the efficiency is a bit low."
It was fine at Nandu Academy, but the area of Nandu City was too large, and the 100-meter scanning range of the device was really limiting. Luo Lin murmured, "Yeah, it would have been nice if the Dragon's Tooth unit still existed." Apart from the specialized combat teams, Group 1 and Group 2, Groups 3 to 5 were also responsible for intelligence gathering. If there were intelligence clues from the Dragon's Tooth unit, combined with the accuracy of the detector, the effectiveness would be very high. Unfortunately, in the battle with the astronomy division, even the leaders sacrificed themselves. Now, the only ones left from the Dragon's Tooth unit are me and Mingi.
Wrong, Mingi repeated the old acquaintance.
Chief Luo Lin still remembers the Dragon's Tooth unit?
She shook her head in denial.
I don't remember anymore. The urgent matter now is to find the parasite demon. The three of them quickly located the second parasite demon.
He began to revert to his original form.
The parasite demon appeared, speaking in a sinister tone. I recognize you all.
He lunged to attack, shouting loudly.
The one who broke through the Dragon's Tooth unit's net.
Fengling straightforwardly raised her fist, but it was blocked by two mutated legs. Mingi furrowed his brows and glanced behind, where the police were directing the crowd.
That's right, when will we get through? I have something urgent.
The Dragon's Tooth unit has completed their mission ahead, everyone cooperate a little. At this moment, she was still facing off against the wretched demon. The parasite demon bared his sharp teeth and declared, I will tear you apart. No sooner had he finished speaking than he punched a huge hole through its body.
The parasite demon went straight to meet his ancestors. Fengling stood dumbfounded, watching Mingi eliminated in one blow.
She angrily complained, Mingi, you have no martial ethics at all. And yet, you snatched the kill from me.
He glanced away and explained, it's because of the traffic jam.
Then, the two of them went to stand in front of Luo Lin. She spoke up, in one afternoon, we only managed to find 2 parasite demons, and that's with Mingi's tracking devices. Luo Lin raised her palm and continued, I also inquired about the situation with the other teams in the Special Forces Brigade earlier.
They haven't had any luck either.
Fengling placed her hands on her hips and sighed, clearing out parasite demons is a complicated job, we can only do it little by little. Meanwhile, Mingi remained deep in thought. These 2 parasite demons weren't plant-based, and despite the whole afternoon, he hadn't even managed to gather a portion of Stardust Elixir. The only part he got was from Nandu Academy.
If things continued like this, when would he ever break through to White Swan rank? Seeing him so silent, Fengling leaned in and asked, what are you thinking about?
Mingi smiled and replied, nothing, let's just continue looking for parasite demons.
She patted her chest and said, how about we eat first? It's already evening, we can continue searching after.
I'll treat you.
Luo Lin agreed immediately, alright, going with Miss Fengling is certainly a different experience. Fengling turned to ask, Mingi, what do you want to eat? He casually responded, anything is fine, I'm not picky.
She excitedly pointed in a direction and suggested, then let's have French cuisine. I know a restaurant nearby that's not bad.
Commander Luo Lin spoke up, what do you think? Luo Lin was surprised and muttered, French food, don't you have to make a reservation? Then she laughed. Fengling continued chatting while walking.
After all, they were patrolling around the area, and the restaurant was lively.
With more people coming and going, it will probably be easier to find the parasite demon. What do you think, Mingi? Mingi nodded. Ah, all right. Not long after, they arrived at an upscale restaurant.
The 3 sat around a large round table.
Just as the food was brought out, she skewered a piece of meat and held it up, saying, Mingi, try this. This fillet is so juicy, absolutely delicious.
Luo Lin put a hand on her hip and ate casually.
Liang Tong thought to herself, so now I'm like a light bulb, the kind people ignore.
She sighed inwardly, still, the 2 of them make quite a pair. Too bad Mingi likes Lu Qian, and she really is an exceptional girl. The 3 raised their glasses in a toast. Suddenly, a phone rang and he picked up immediately. The voice on the other end said, Mingi, how are things going with handling the parasite demon on your end? Mingi replied briskly, productivity's a bit low, we only found 2 of them this afternoon.
The other person nodded. Take your time with it. It turned out the caller was Tang Hang. He added, I know your sister and Lu Qian were captured by Wulong. Here's some good news, my superiors called an emergency leadership meeting tonight to plan a full-scale assault on Jiangsu. By then, your sister and Lu Qian will be rescued. He flinched, then shouted with joy, What? When are they planning the attack? The voice on the line answered, It's not finalized yet. Should be soon. In contrast to his previous attitude, Mingi was now filled with worry. Professor Tang was still too naive. Humanity's all-out attack on Jiangsu was underway. If they failed, there would be no hope of saving anyone. Even if they succeeded, the mentor might very well kill his sister and Lu Qian in a fit of anger. Sweat poured from his forehead, and he muttered to himself, No, I have to speed up. Luo Lin found it odd that Mingi was still lost in his own thoughts. Before humanity's all-out attack, she had to save her sister and the Lu Qian family. She bowed her head in silence. Feng Ling gently asked, Commander Luo Lin, is something wrong? Luo Lin clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long while. After a moment, she finally spoke, Mingi, was that Professor Tang Hang on the phone earlier? He's also attending the leadership conference. He confirmed, yes. Luo Lin analyzed the situation. After Dr. Wulong's true colors were revealed, Professor Tang Hang had become the top expert in the Nandu city when it came to monster research. Suddenly, she had an idea. Could we ask him for help and propose reinstating the Dragon's Tooth unit during the meeting? Mingi repeated in surprise, reinstate the Dragon's Tooth unit? He thought to himself, this might not be a bad suggestion. He began to calculate in his mind. Setting aside his personal feelings for the Dragon's Tooth unit, if the unit were reinstated, with Dragon's Tooth unit collecting and optimizing the search for magical energy, it would improve the efficiency of gathering the Stardust Elixir. This would allow him to quickly gather enough and break through to the White Swan rank sooner. Save me and Lu Qian. Mingi was filled with enthusiasm. He stood up and said, Let's go find Professor Tang Hang now. Feng Ling was left behind, still munching on her food. The two of them left, making her confused, and she shouted, Hey, we just started eating. At least finish the meal first. Feng Ling quickly got up and ran after them, calling out, Hey, wait for me. You two are asking Professor Tang Hang for help, right? Her voice echoed in their ears, Maybe you can bring Tang Ning along. With her there, helping to speak, the chances of success will be much higher. Suddenly, both of them turned around, startling Feng Ling. She gasped and said, What? Why are you two looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Mingi patted her on the shoulder, excitedly replying, You're absolutely right. You and Tang Ning are both in the student council, you're the closest to her. He urged, Quick, call her and ask her to come to Professor Tang Hang's office. The scene shifted to Tang Hang's office, where the three of them waved at Tang Ning. She walked over and apologized, Sorry. Tang Ning raised her hand in greeting, I was handling a parasite demon with the Hunter Association, so I'm a little late. Mingi smiled warmly and responded, No problem, we just arrived too. You came at the perfect time, let's go in and meet Professor Tang Hang. A moment later, he turned towards the office and knocked on the door. Professor Tang Ning peeked in and called, Uncle Tang Hang. Sitting on the chair, he turned around and, surprised, asked Mingi, Aren't you all busy dealing with the parasite demon? How do you have time to come to see me? Seeing this, Mingi and Luo Lin exchanged a look, signaling each other. She stepped forward and went straight to the point. Professor Tang, we're here because we heard that you'll be attending the upcoming high-level meeting of Nandu City. We hope you can help us by proposing the reinstatement of the Dragon's Tooth unit during the meeting. He furrowed his brow, listening carefully without missing a word. You know the Dragon's Tooth unit suffered heavy losses this time, now it's just Mingi and me left. To say the Dragon's Tooth unit still exists in name only wouldn't be an exaggeration. He also stepped forward to confirm. That's right, Professor. Mingi has been trying to persuade you, and the truth is, we really need the capabilities of the Dragon's Tooth unit right now. While we do have the monster detection machines, their range is truly too narrow.
He presented his argument. In a vast city like Nandu, finding all the monsters is like searching for a needle in a haystack. If we had the intelligence capabilities of the Dragon's Tooth unit, narrowing down the search based on clues would significantly increase our efficiency.
It was then that Tang Heng spoke up. Luo Lin, Mingi, I am aware of the situation you're describing.
The state the Dragon's Tooth unit is in now is partly due to me. Reinstating the Dragon's Tooth unit is something I also hope for.
He lowered his head, his tone somber. But right now, the focus of the entire city is on the formation of Jiangsu.
This won't be as simple as you think.
Tang Ning approached and lightly placed a hand on Tang Heng's shoulder, offering support as she spoke up.
You're just offering your opinion, she said.
If it weren't for you, along with the Dragon's Tooth unit and Mingi, I don't know what would have become of Nandu City. She lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow, and continued, the Dragon's Tooth unit has sacrificed so much.
Now, as they attempt to rebuild, if there are still people opposing them, what are they hiding?
He extended his hand and gently patted Tang Ning's head, comforting her.
You don't understand.
Then Tang Heng stood up and nodded in agreement.
All right, I agree.
He spoke firmly, for now, let's proceed with this plan.
I must quickly find the head of our academy.
His position in Nandu was very high.
If we can gain his support, there might still be hope.
Luo Lin and Ming He exchanged glances and smiled. Both, with sincere hearts as members of the Dragon's Tooth unit, expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, Professor Tang. Tang Heng waved his hand and softly said, all right, you all should go find the parasite demon now. At the high-level meeting in Nandu City, a number of influential figures were seated, listening attentively. The voice of the host echoed through the room. The fog event at Shaoling, the defeat of the special forces on the front lines, and the recent astronomy division incident all prove one thing.
The defenders confirm that the evil forces of the monsters are steadily closing in on us.
The threat from Jiangsu City is now imminent. Defender Peng furrowed his brow and continued, therefore, I, along with the regional commander of Nandu's defense and the defenders of Guanhe nearby, have had discussions.
A red X swiftly appeared on the screen, marking Jiangsu City.
He explained the decision in every possible way, including the use of large-scale destructive weapons as Jiangsu, the comprehensive counterattack as Jiangsu, and the complete destruction of the beast's core stronghold.
Defender Peng outlined the purpose of today's meeting, to invite everyone here to build a detailed and comprehensive battle plan.
2 hours later, he clasped his hands together and ordered, if everyone agrees, then we shall proceed with the battle plan as outlined.
The full-scale counterattack will take place 1 week from now. With that settled, Defender Peng announced, the meeting is now adjourned.
Suddenly, a hand was raised to stop them, followed by the guards and the leaders. It turned out to be Tang Heng speaking up.
Please, wait a moment.
Tang Heng urgently announced, right now, parasite demons are nearly everywhere in the city of Nandu. He furrowed his brow, his tone filled with determination. If we cannot eliminate them completely, our battle plan will easily be compromised. Therefore, I propose that we establish the Dragon's Tooth unit. Defender Peng clasped his hands together in thought.
Re-establish the Dragon's Tooth unit, you say?
If Professor Tang Heng believes this is necessary, then let us all discuss it together. One person turned to offer their opinion. The astronomy division event this time was thanks to Professor Tang Heng and the Dragon's Tooth unit, who discovered and timely prevented it. They are the heroes of all humanity and have helped greatly. She raised her hand in agreement. Therefore, I agree to the re-establishment of the Dragon's Tooth unit. The person across from her spoke up, that would not be wrong either. He adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. But this also exposes a problem. The management of the Dragon's Tooth unit is too independent. Defender Peng raised a finger, immediately affirming, there is no problem with the independent management of Dragon's Tooth unit. To be a pioneer, certain privileges are absolutely necessary. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. I agree with the guard's view, but our urgent task right now is to focus all our efforts on annihilating Jiangsu.
He raised a big question: our Nandu's supernatural forces are limited. Can we set aside the matter of Dragon's Tooth unit for now?
One of the officials picked up a piece of paper, propped his chin thoughtfully, and said, based on the combat situation, while Dragon's Tooth unit did make a contribution this time, ultimately, they acted on their own. They even doubted the leadership's ability to control the situation. He recalled the valiant image of Mingi and hesitated before continuing. If Mingi hadn't appeared in the end, things might have turned out very differently. The senior official also spoke up. Indeed, although Mingi is a member of Dragon's Tooth unit, his appearance was not part of their plan. She glanced over at Tang Hang, questioning, especially since Dragon's Tooth unit suffered such significant losses this time, should Commander Luolin bear some responsibility? Mr. Suwa closed his eyes, holding his cup of water, and intervened to defend him. That's a bit too harsh. Let's not forget, if it weren't for Dragon's Tooth unit, humanity might still not know the true face of the astronomy division. The others fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and said forcefully, no matter what, the members of the Dragon's Tooth unit who sacrificed themselves are all heroes of humanity. Mr. Suwa slammed his glass of water down, as if wanting to vent his anger on it, then continued, heroes should be respected. The Dragon's Tooth unit is no exception. Defender Pang, seeing this, reassured him, all right, Mr. Suwa, please don't get too worked up, we're just discussing things here. He sighed and remarked, the issue of the parasite demon that Professor Tang mentioned is indeed serious, but everyone is also right. Our supernatural forces are limited, and it's very difficult to do both things. Defender Pang waved his hand, setting out the goal. I believe that as long as we eliminate the root, Junsuke will fall. The parasitic demons in Namo will dissipate like floating weeds and be swept away quickly. The bespectacled man nearby spoke up, if that's the case, I also agree with the defender's suggestion to eliminate Jansu first, then consider the issue of re-establishing the Dragon's Tooth unit. He nodded and asked for their opinions. If everyone agrees, then let's proceed with this plan. What do Principal Suwa and Professor Tang think? The two of them were also helpless and could only follow along. We'll have to go with that. Outside, Mingi and the others were still sitting and waiting, each of them burning with anticipation, waiting for the result. Not long after, Tang Hang opened the door from inside. As soon as they saw him, Luo Lin and he both rushed forward and asked in unison. Professor Tang, what's the situation? Tang Hang closed his eyes, showing a helpless expression, and hesitantly said, this matter. I'm afraid it has to be put on hold for now. Mingi jumped in surprise and exclaimed, put it off? He calmly recounted everything that had happened, concluding with one sentence, that's specifically how it is. Both he and Luo Lin's faces darkened. Though not happy, they still listened intently, not missing a single word. That's the result. Despite the full support of the district chief, many leaders believe that the superhuman forces are limited, especially since we suffered heavy losses in the astronomy division battle. Tang Hang sighed, now we have to start attacking Jiangsu City. For now, we can't afford to focus on the Dragon's Tooth unit. Fengling couldn't help but sit up, shouting loudly, that excuse might fool children, but are you saying that once a superhuman joins the Dragon's Tooth unit, they can't attack Jiangsu City anymore? Tang Ning agreed with this point. Fengling is right, we can find leaders to persuade them. Mingi, however, was still lost in thought. I'm afraid it's because the Dragon's Tooth unit hid things from the leadership and acted on their own during the astronomy division incident, which caused them to feel wary. Luo Lin had no choice but to stop them. Alright, Fengling and Tang Ning, both of you stop talking. It's perfectly normal for the leadership to have their own considerations. She glanced at him and asked Mingi, what's your plan going forward? Mingi looked up, replying gloomily, I don't have any better plan. It's just that we're about to launch a full-scale attack on Jiangsu City, and we'll have to leave the parasite demons for now. He furrowed his brows and expressed his own feelings. I feel like a big problem is about to occur. The other three people in the room were silent. Mingi slowly stood up and declared, if the plan to re-establish the Dragon's Tooth unit is postponed, then I will continue to deal with the parasite demon. He reminded himself to rely on his own strength to deal with the parasite demons. Although his efficiency would be low, he would still do what he could, as it could reduce some of the danger to Nandu City while still continuing to collect the Night of Stardust.
Tang Heng asked worriedly, "Are you still going out at this late hour?"
Mingi resolutely replied, "Time is limited, I have to make use of every moment." Luo Lin tried to advise, "Mingi, actually, you don't have to take such risks. Don't push yourself too hard." He shook his head firmly, "No, I can wait, but my sister and Lu Qian cannot."
Fengling hurriedly ran after him, calling out, "I'll go with you." Tang Ning, bewildered, could only utter, "The two of them." 3 days later, another serious skirmish broke out. A police officer raised his hand to remind the people of Dragon's Tooth Unit to carry out their duties. Inside, Fengling was delivering an uppercut to a parasite demon. Its head immediately snapped backward, letting out a painful cry. Taking the opportunity, she jumped high, delivering a kick straight to the back of the parasite demon's head. It fell to the ground with a loud crash, and dust filled the air. However, the parasite demon still had enough strength to flee. Fengling exerted all her power to chase after it. Before anyone could react further, Mingi, who was nearby, unleashed a blazing DM fist straight into its body. The parasite demon immediately raised both of its arms, trying to block the blinding light in front of it, but it was too late to save itself. Its body slumped and fell. Fengling, seeing this, rushed over and scolded, "I could have handled it myself. Why did you jump in and kill it?" He smiled awkwardly and admitted his fault, "Yeah. I was worried it might escape. Sorry. My hands are just quick." Mingi knelt down to check its condition, then turned his head to reassure her, "Wait a bit, I'll definitely leave the next parasite demon for you. There's nothing we can do now. After all, this one was a rare plant-type parasite demon." Fengling crossed her arms and replied with some irritation, "Well, that's acceptable." He took some of the green fluid from the parasite demon's body and muttered, "In 3 days, we've killed fewer than 10 parasite demons, and the amount of Night of Stardust I've collected is just a small portion." Mingi stood up, thinking to himself, "The attack on Jiangsu is about to begin, I don't have much time left." Suddenly, an explosion rang out from a nearby high-rise building, and both he and Fengling raised their hands to shield their faces. Mingi, panicking, shouted, "This is..." She looked at the collapsing building, her voice trembling as she asked, "What's happening?" The explosions continued to echo, and countless people were thrown out from the building. Fengling's eyes widened in horror as she witnessed the scene, and she questioned, "Is it the parasite demons? Are they getting back at us?" Mingi, sweating profusely from the shock, responded, "That's right. Judging by the scale of this explosion, it definitely wasn't an accident. It must be the parasite demons behind this. We need to report it to the police immediately. But they've been hiding their identities all this time, why would they suddenly launch a terrorist attack?" The screams still echoed. "Someone come help me, please save me." Fengling urged Mingi, "Let's hurry and save them." Mingi replied, "All right." Then the two of them shot off together. As she ran, she suddenly saw someone pinned under a cabinet. Fengling pointed, "There's someone under the chassis." He quickly moved forward and stomped his foot hard. Mingi drove a powerful punch into the cabinet, sending it flying. On the ground lay a woman clutching her child to her chest. She immediately went over, squatted down, and reached out to help, while the child continued to cling to his mother, crying, "Mom." Fengling held the boy in his arms, wiping the snot and tears from his face. The child kept calling out pitifully, "Mom." She couldn't hold back her tears at the heartbreaking sight. Fengling screamed with hatred, "Those parasite demons, I will slaughter them all." Soon after, rescuers arrived. One glanced around suspiciously, "Are you two superhumans?" Mingi turned and confirmed, "Yes, we are students of Nandu Academy." He was filled with gratitude, "Great, the building in front collapsed, with our capabilities we couldn't save many more. Rescue requests your help, please. Can you hand this baby to us?" He turned around and urged, "All right, Fengling, let's go over there quickly." Fengling handed the child over and spoke gently, "Please take good care of this child.
the boy's mother, he took the child into his arms to comfort him. Yes, please rest assured. On the other side, the rescue team was searching, saving the injured, and the sounds of groaning filled the air. Please help us, my child. Mingi stepped forward and spoke, please step aside. I am a superhuman. Which made them stop in their tracks. One person turned around and asked, superhuman? Without saying another word, he slammed the palm of his hand onto the ground. As he did, fragments of stone and earth were hurled into the air. Everyone there looked up at the debris flying high above and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, so powerful. Is this what a superhuman is like? The leader, in a hurry, gave orders, hurry, take this opportunity to rescue the people. Fengling stood behind Mingi in awe, Mingi, he really is strong. A large piece of rubble was immediately thrown to an empty spot. Only then did he let out a sigh. The people there joyfully cheered, we've been saved, it's the Dragon's Tooth unit that saved us. The rescue team approached Mingi and expressed their gratitude, thank you both so much. Without you two, the rescue operations here wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He waved his hand modestly and said, this is what we should do. After speaking, Mingi furrowed his brow, turned to her, and set the next goal, Fengling, let's go help somewhere else. Fengling nodded in agreement immediately. All right. He rushed forward while speaking, bringing down a total of 4 buildings. It was too slow with just the 2 of us. Time is everything. I'll call Luo Lin to see if she can find someone to help. Ming, he suggested. She should also call Tang Ning to ask her to get Director Su to send over some students from Nandu Academy. She agreed right away. Okay, I'll call Tang Ning now. After that, Fengling announced. Tang Ning said Director Su has already sent them over, what about you guys? He relayed. Luo Lin said she's coming with the super soldiers and the special operations team, they should be here soon. She nodded and asked. Alright, so what should we do now? Ming, he repeated the familiar phrase, continuing to assist. Wait for them to arrive, then we'll decide. Fengling responded. Got it, and immediately, the earth and rocks were lifted into the air. Soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A giant stretched out both arms and quickly walked over. Luo Lin called out from behind. Mingi, she's eager to check in. We'll handle the rest, the super soldiers and special ops team are all here, how are you doing? Mingi shook his head and replied quickly. I'm fine. But this explosion has caused many casualties. Luo Lin lightly leaned on his arm, sighed, and said. These parasite demons are truly despicable. At that moment, Fengling called out. Tang Ning, we're here. Tang Ning and her classmates ran over, shouting. Fengling, we're here. Hurry, everyone, help the rescue team save people. On the other side, Luo Lin was still confused. After the battle with the astronomy division, those parasite demons couldn't flee fast enough. Why would they suddenly cause an explosion this time? Mingi looked up at the sky, feeling puzzled. I find it strange too. I'm afraid the only way to understand the true cause is to find out who's behind the explosion. She stepped onto a nearby rock, wondering, how are you planning to find them? He lowered his head and explained, after the explosion, I was at the scene helping with the rescue. Mingi visualized their positions in his mind and concluded, for buildings exploded simultaneously, it can't just be one parasite demon. This was a well-organized, planned attack. Moreover, to execute this plan, there must have been at least 10 parasite demons. Luo Lin, unsure, asked, what do you mean? He raised his wrist to show his watch, revealing their plan. During the rescue, I specifically used a detector to check. At the center of the explosion, I didn't find any monsters buried under the ground. So, there's only one possibility, the monsters had already prepared an escape route. Mingi looked at the dust and smoke ahead, confirming, therefore, I suspect their escape route isn't above ground. He made an unexpected guess, it's likely underground, in the sewers. Mingi continued analyzing. The buildings above ground exploded, so the nearby sewers must have been damaged. The parasite demons, in their attempt to escape, would have been forced to choose an exit far away. It's very likely they're still underground in the sewers. He proposed, however, the underground sewer system is complicated, and there are far too many monsters. We need to form a squad. Mingi emphasized each word. A detailed map and an experienced commander. Hearing this, Luolin smiled, turned to look at her, placed a hand on his shoulder, and called out to Mingi. Startled, Mingi blurted out, "Yes?" Luolin praised him, "You're becoming more and more like a commander now." He immediately denied it. "No, you're the most experienced commander." She didn't hesitate, leaving only one sentence before walking away. "Let's not talk about this for now. I'll go get the underground sewer map here." Luolin's tone dropped lower. "It's just a pity that Dragon's Tooth unit is down to only you and me. We'll have to rely on the special forces to help capture the monsters." Fengling turned back to look at Mingi and volunteered aloud, "I can go with Mingi." Tang Ning came up beside them and added, "Me too." Ling Hui, Zhang Yuan, and Your Highness all raised their voices together, "Us as well." Then, Luolin quietly handed something to Mingi, an advanced earpiece. Everyone received one. She watched as they put them on and introduced, "This is Dragon's Tooth unit's equipment." A moment later, Luolin held a tablet in her hand and announced, "I've got the map. I'll command from above. You quickly pry open the manhole cover, rally the team, and then jump down without hesitation." After everyone had gathered below, Mingi began dividing us into groups. I, Fengling, and Pangling Hui were Group 1. He cast a glance at Your Highness, who was climbing down, then continued, "Tang Ning, Sister Zhang Yuan, and Your Highness will be Group 2. Zhang Yuan nodded in immediate agreement. "All right." Mingi quickly gave instructions. Once any trace of the beast was discovered, we were only to track it and wait until both groups regrouped before taking action. Excited, everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." Group 1 set out, and Ling Hui cheered loudly, thrilled that at last he had the chance to join a mission with the Dragon's Tooth unit. He was practically trembling with excitement. Fengling reminded him, "Keep it down." He drooped a little and replied weakly, Up above, Luolin slipped on her headset, closed her eyes, and smiled faintly. She quickly connected through the earpiece and called, "Mingi, any discoveries?" He pressed the button to answer, "Not for now. As long as there's a monster within 100 meters, both I and the detector will pick it up." Suddenly, Mingi stopped in front of two paths and called out, "There are two roads ahead. Should we take the right or the left?" Through the headset, Luolin gave directions, "The left." He confirmed. 10 minutes later, Mingi looked down at his watch, where a glaring red mark had appeared, and shouted, "Is that a parasite?" He furrowed his brows, pride flickering across his face. I knew I wasn't wrong. They really did retreat into the underground passageway, direction 11 o'clock, about 100 meters away. But before the excitement could last, the red mark suddenly vanished, and Mingi cried out in alarm. "They're moving at incredible speed." He quickly reported, "Commander Luolin informed Team 2 that I'd found them." She added a reminder, "All right, Mingi, don't get too close to them." Luolin, holding a tablet above, reported, "I've informed Team 2 to gather with your group from a different route, but their sewer line has been severely damaged, so it will take some time." Fengling eagerly turned and asked, "How much longer until Tang Ning's team arrives?" Mingi frowned and proposed a plan. "The sewer line on their side is damaged, so it will take some time. We should chase after them first and see where they plan to retreat." She immediately agreed, "Okay." But Fengling still felt something was off. It seemed strange. According to Luolin's map, everyone had already moved out of the blast zone. Normally, the monsters should have emerged from the sewer by now, right? The two suddenly stopped, hiding behind a wall. She watched him peek out to observe and wondered, "Mingi, don't you think this feels a little odd?" It seemed like the monsters weren't planning to leave the sewer.
Mingi agreed, yeah, I think so too.
Ling Hui, from behind, speculated, they're not leaving the sewer.
Could they be heading somewhere else through the underground tunnels?
Suddenly, he posed a question, that's possible, but where are they trying to go before rushing out?
He offered a theory, what if these monsters are heading back to their lair?
No, she replied, if we just follow them, we can catch all the monsters in the city of Nandu in one go. Mingi ran while refuting, it's impossible.
The astronomy division has been overthrown, there can't be any other hideouts left.
After all, we've had trouble finding them when they were hiding everywhere. Ling Hui argued back as she ran hard to keep up, then this is strange.
Didn't they complete their mission?
They should have split up to escape by now. Fengling shared the same thought, exactly. They blew up 4 buildings, and now that they've left the blast zone, they could easily split up and run.
So why haven't they left the sewers?
Suddenly, his pupils widened, and he muttered, completed the mission. Mingi froze, considering the possibility, wait, maybe there's another possibility.
What if they haven't completed their mission yet? He seemed uncertain. Mingi, what do you mean?
He turned back to explain, I thought it was a bit strange earlier, why would these monsters want to bomb 4 buildings? They were already hiding so well, they didn't need to reveal themselves.
She anxiously asked, do they have another purpose?
Ling Hui wondered aloud, if they have another purpose, then why blow up the 4 buildings first?
Wouldn't that just attract our attention?
Mingi also frowned, exactly.
Why would they deliberately draw our attention?
He had no choice but to witness it for himself, let's follow them and see what happens. Mingi pressed his ear to listen and probed, Commander Luolin, I feel it's highly likely these monsters still have some kind of plan.
We can only predict where they'll go next based on their current route. Luolin immediately said after hearing this, let me check.
She searched for information on the computer and then announced. Based on your current positions and the movement patterns of the monsters, it's very likely they will head to 3 locations. Mingi muttered, 3 locations. Luolin pointed them out, one is the Yongxing shopping mall, which is the busiest place in Nandu City.
She questioned, could they be heading to the Yongxing shopping mall? Maybe. What about the other 2 locations? A map appeared, showing the clock tower and an abandoned water factory in turn. Luolin seemed uncertain. The water factory.
She raised a big question mark.
Could they want to poison the city, like last time when you dismissed it? But if they wanted to poison it, wouldn't it be better for them to do it secretly?
Commander Luolin, please check the areas around those 3 locations, Fengling suggested. Luolin hurriedly complied.
All right, I'll look into it. Fengling looked suspicious. Mingi, what do you think?
Mingi frowned and replied, I feel like this isn't as simple as it seems.
Ling Hui pointed behind and suggested, why don't we just block their path? That way, no matter what they do, we can stop them.
He looked down at the red dots on the watch and disagreed, they are too many. If we can't meet up with Group 2, it's very likely we'll miss something, and that might cause new problems later. It's better to follow them while they haven't noticed us, she agreed.
Yeah, Mingi is right. He saw that, pressed his lips and thought. Since when had Miss Fengling been so obedient to Mingi?
Suddenly a notification chimed in his ear.
Mingi, I've traced an important location. Mingi asked anxiously, where?
Luolin frowned and hesitated, not far from the waterworks.
After the notification she added, there's a nuclear power plant. He jumped and exclaimed, what? A nuclear power plant? Luolin exhaled and confirmed, that's right, but they probably can't get in.
The nuclear power plant is always guarded by the supernatural guard.
Mingi's face darkened as he demanded, if they go there, wouldn't the supernatural guard be sent to reinforce it?
At that, she was stunned, eyes and mouth wide. Luolin clenched the computer in her hands and shouted, this is bad, their true objective is to bomb the nuclear power plant. In recent days, part of the supernatural guard had been dispatched to prepare plans for attacking Jiangsu City.
Already short of personnel, after the explosion the supernatural guard were temporarily redirected as reinforcements.
He panicked and began sweating as he explained. Now he feared there would be very few guards left protecting the plant.
She grabbed her head and, through gritted teeth, warned, Mingi, we must stop them.
If the plant explodes, all of Nandu will suffer severe power shortages.
At that point, don't even talk about attacking Chisu City, even Nandu's defense systems will be compromised. The consequences would be unimaginable.
Mingi quickly reassured, I understand, we will definitely make it. Luo Lin, panicking from above, shouted loudly, I will immediately notify the superhuman guard to return. Mingi stopped her, it's too late now. He thought about the current traffic situation and analyzed, although the members of the superhuman guard are all superhumans, the traffic in the city center is severely damaged right now. There are likely blockages everywhere. They won't be able to reach the parasite demon in time.
She stammered, then what should we do?
Mingi, running while making assumptions, said, the only chance we have now is that the parasite demon hasn't realized our plan yet, they have revealed themselves. He hid behind a wall and peeked out, continuing, just by observing the way these parasite demons operate, I have doubts. Mingi speculated about an unknown intruder, perhaps there's an inside mole in the nuclear power plant. Luo Lin placed the tablet on the car and slammed her hand down in agreement, you're right, there must be an inside mole in the nuclear power plant. These parasite demons are making such a big commotion, their purpose is clear, and they're acting fast. Luo Lin pointed to a location on the map and continued, it's very clear they have inside knowledge of the nuclear power plant. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, especially knowing the situation of the superhuman guard like the back of their hand. That's the only way they would dare to do this.
Mingi, think of something quickly.
Mingi quickly posed a question, isn't there an abandoned water company in front of the nuclear power plant? Luo Lin compared the map and saw that there were both a nuclear power plant and an abandoned water plant.
She confirmed, yes, that's right.
He laid out a plan to inform Tang Ning's team to cancel the original plan of surrounding and blocking the parasite demon, and instead, go directly to the water plant and blow it up. Upon hearing this, she was even more shocked, her eyes wide as she yelled, what?
Blow up the water plant?
Mingi calmly analyzed, although we are a step behind, after all, Nandu is still human territory. Suddenly, he paused, then continued, if we know their target, there's no need to follow them anymore. Mingi looked up at the stairs in front of him and affirmed, after transforming, those ugly beasts have to take underground routes, but we don't.
He explained, the water plant is connected to a large river system.
Mingi sighed and expressed his opinion, blowing up the water plant so that the water floods into the underground sewer can delay the parasite demon from reaching the nuclear power plant. Luo Lin furrowed her brows and questioned, Mingi, your plan is really bold.
What happens next?
He turned to look at Fengling, then answered, Fengling and I will go up to the surface and head straight to the nuclear power plant.
That way, we'll definitely get there before the parasites.
Suddenly, Mingi looked down at his watch and made a decision, I have a detector.
As long as we reach the nuclear power plant, I'll be able to locate the parasite demon's underground infiltrator.
At that point, we'll meet up with Tang Ning's team. She had no choice but to comply. I understand, I'll inform Tang Ning immediately, Fengling finally spoke up.
Mingi, Tang Ning's team only has 3 people. What if they run into these parasitic demons?
Ling Hui hesitated, adding more.
Over a dozen monsters. Do you think Tang Ning's team can handle it?
He remained silent, tightly gripping the stairs in front of him.
Mingi confidently laid out his strategy, we don't have time to think about this now.
I believe Tang Ning's team will be able to hold off the parasitic demons.
Only by quickly reaching the nuclear power plant and finding their inside agent can we return to provide reinforcements. After hearing this, he thought to himself, so this is the Dragon's Tooth unit?
She gently called out, Mingi. Mingi decisively climbed up and then ordered, let's go, we're heading up. The other 2 had no time to think, they just obeyed.
Not long after, a scream echoed, robbery. The man fell flat on the ground, stretching his hand out and complaining, "Are your kids students? Don't be so foolish as to break the law."
It turned out that the robbers were Mingi and Phonling. He jumped to the front of the car, urging Phonling to drive.
She quickly opened the car door and got in. Once everyone squeezed into the car, it sped off like a rocket.
Phonling drove so fast and recklessly that Linghui almost got thrown out. Fortunately, he managed to hold on and, a moment later, got back into the seat, much to the dismay of the other two. Their car weaved through the streets, zigzagging like a worm crawling along.
Everyone had to grumble. "What kind of driving is this? Are you trying to die? Don't crash my car."
She spoke up while driving.
Right in front was the water company. He ordered, "Drive through."
Suddenly, Linghui sat up excitedly and said, "Minghi, look, it's Tang Ning."
The second group was also on their way. "Your Highness, it looks like Tang Ning."
"It seems to be Minghi's group."
Tang Ning nodded in response, "I see it."
She braked and announced, "But our mission is to destroy the water plant and keep watch here." Mingi, sitting in the car, looked through the window and saw Tang Ning about to rush into the water plant, taking a bold risk. He frowned and silently prayed, "Tang Ning, please don't die." Phonling also saw the scene and softly called out, "Tang Ning." Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind them. Phonling quickly realized it was Tang Ning's superpower. She muttered seriously, "Tang Ning, you have to wait for us." After finishing her words, Phonling focused on driving, her foot pressing hard on the gas pedal. The car surged forward, while explosions continued to occur behind them.
Soon, several white buildings appeared ahead.
Linghui spoke up, "Minghi, we've arrived." There were several guards with guns at the entrance, keeping a strict watch. When they saw the car approaching, they stopped it.
"This is the nuclear power plant."
Mingi got out, glanced at his watch, and introduced himself, "I am Mingi from the Dragon's Tooth Unit." Linghui and Phonling also got out of the car. She reported, "We are students from Nandu Academy, on a special mission."
The two of them muttered in surprise, "Dragon's Tooth Unit, Nandu Academy." He quickly announced, "There's no time for explanations. We suspect that a parasite demon is hiding inside the nuclear power plant." They were startled and shouted, "What? A parasite?"
He moved forward and ordered, "Take us to the control center now." One of them, anxious, said, "All right, but we don't have authority over this.
We need to report to the station chief first."
Mingi frowned and urged, "Then why haven't you gone to report yet?" Suddenly, he reached out to stop them, "We can't report to the station chief." Mingi explained, "The range of the detector is only 100 meters. We can't yet confirm if the station chief is a parasite demon." He turned to Linghui and said, "Once we report to the station chief, it's very likely we'll alert the enemy.
He might be cautious. But the nuclear plant is so vast, how can we find the parasite demon without the station chief's help?" Linghui analyzed, "If we search the entire plant, it'll take at least an hour or two. It's basically impossible. What do we do?" Mingi suddenly turned and asked, "Which department is responsible for security on a daily basis?" The person quickly answered, "The machinery maintenance department. It's the inspection team from the engineering office." He questioned, "Where is the office of the inspection team?" The person pointed, "It's on the west side of the office building." He was confused, not understanding what was going on. "Mingi, why are you asking about this? In the factory, the inspection team isn't considered a high-ranking position, right?"
Mingi turned his palm forward to explain, "Most of the extraordinary guards have been deployed elsewhere, but the parasite demon here still doesn't dare to act immediately. They must be waiting for another parasite demon to come for reinforcements. This means they likely don't have enough manpower and their strength might not be that great. To ensure the plan succeeds, that parasite demon must be in a key position. From my analysis, apart from the station chief, only someone from the inspection team can have constant access to the nuclear power plant machinery." Ling Hui then understood the situation. You're right, why didn't I think of that? Feng Ling urged, Mingi, let's go over there now. Mingi responded, got it. Then, he threatened the group, aren't you going to lead us there? The parasite demon wants to blow up the factory. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. One person panicked and exclaimed, what? They want to blow up the factory? Ling Hui scowled and snapped, stating the obvious, if not, why would we be here? The two exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and then one of them spoke, all right, I'll take you there. 3 minutes later, in the inspection team's office, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the newcomers. One person asked, confused, is it? At that moment, Feng Ling was whispering to Mingi, are there any parasite demons here? He quickly answered, no. She was startled, her eyes wide with suspicion. No? Isn't this the inspection team? Mingi then raised his ID card and introduced himself, I am Mingi from the Dragon's Tooth unit. We are carrying out a special mission. Is the entire inspection team here? A young man nearby was doubtful. Dragon's Tooth unit? The man with glasses announced, I am the team leader of the inspection team. Half an hour ago, He had led Anand to the generator unit, saying that they had discovered a malfunction in the generator and were currently inspecting it. He suddenly snapped, inspection? Hurry up, take us to He. The team leader, who was being pulled along by Mingi, was still confused. What's going on? He urged, no time to explain, hurry. The team leader had no choice but to comply. They proceeded to the generator unit, and with every step they took, the space grew brighter. Mingi had to hold up his watch to inspect as they moved. It was cramped, so he stopped, shouting loudly, found it. Mingi pointed below, and without hesitation, he threw a mystic fist at the floor. Ling Hui's eyes widened as he saw a large hole below. Mingi quickly flew down. Anand stood outside, feeling completely baffled. He shouted, what are you doing? Ling Hui and Feng Ling followed suit, flying down. Ling Hui pointed accusingly, stop pretending, He. We know you're the parasite demon. He stared in bewilderment, his eyes wide open as he shouted, what? I'm the parasite. Ling Hui anxiously rushed forward, shouting loudly, Mingi, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Yet, he responded with a statement that felt like a cold bucket of water splashed on the face of the person. Not He is innocent, he said, and after taking a punch from Ling Hui, he was startled and paused in confusion, asking, someone else? What do you mean? The other two members of the inspection team suddenly realized that Anand was the parasite demon, Anand himself. He slumped to the ground, looking at the terrifying shadow reflecting onto his body, then frantically covered his face and screamed, he's the parasite demon, Anand is the parasite demon. At that moment, Anand revealed his true nature. He bared his sharp, menacing teeth, which had grown from his body, and demanded, strange, how did you all discover me? Faced with this dangerous situation, Ling Hui called out for help me, Feng Ling. Feng Ling cursed under his breath, then executed his move. The phoenix soared and circled, while he seized the opportunity to flee at top speed. Anand's pupils turned blood red as he closely observed the situation. With a cold snort, he barked, you think you can stop me with just her? He then swung his long tentacle towards the front. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she assessed the situation in distress, this is bad. This parasite demon is even stronger than we imagined. He's already reached the level of the heavenly python. Mingi, standing next to her, spoke up, Feng Ling, I'm leaving Tangning to struggle in the fight. We don't have time to waste anymore. After finishing his words, he immediately cracked his knuckles, ready for battle. Mingi strode forward, his entire body emitting a surge of red energy. Ling Hui, hiding behind, gasped in astonishment, what is this? Feng Ling was equally shocked. She suddenly realized that Crimson Lord A was still standing frozen in place, slightly hesitant in the face of the situation. He charged forward with great momentum, reproaching, "To destroy the power plant, you blasted 4 buildings in the city center, causing countless innocent lives to be lost."
Mingi's tone of resentment echoed in the air.
They were just ordinary people, with no special powers, just wanting to live peacefully day by day.
His words cut into everyone's hearts like a knife. But now they're dead.
They lost their loved ones, their children, their fathers, their mothers. Mingi was enraged, raising his arms, looking guilty. "All of this is because of you.
Parasite demons, you're the pests of this earth."
In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by the terrifying energy emanating from him.
Mingi screamed furiously, "Die, absolute venerable domain, void power realm."
And Nan still bared his teeth, growling a few times as if trying to assert dominance, yet he still tightly gripped a stone in his palm. Mingi clenched it, forming a block of ice on the back of his hand with the ultimate move, Mystic Fist Spirit Forged Ice Bones. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ice fist strikes were unleashed, and he also controlled his tentacles to confront the enemy.
The sharp-toothed mouth from Nan's body shot forward at full speed.
In the blink of an eye, he created a shield made of thick, solid ice. The man was attacked so fiercely that a few of his teeth fell out, but he still had enough strength to curse.
"Damn it!"
Nan fixed his gaze on the imposing figure of Mingi.
His pupils were filled with the image of him. Nan growled, "You."
Suddenly, he felt incredibly small before Mingi.
Nan took a step back, bewildered. "What kind of monster is this?"
He quickly turned his head and screamed, "I don't want to die." But before he could flee, a layer of ice rushed forward and locked his legs in place. It was now frozen solid.
Mingi sneered coldly, "Don't want to die?"
The cold, murderous aura emanating from Mingi was palpable, each word seeming to devour Nan alive.
"Then do the innocent people you and your kind have harmed want to die? I won't let your plans succeed."
The words "die" rang out, and at the same time, Nan's face was frozen by a layer of chilling ice.
Ling Hui, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but tug at his ears and scratch his head, exclaiming, "Is this the Crimson Lord power of Mingi? The immense pressure creating a vacuum field?"
Fengling, wide-eyed, gasped, "So powerful. In a vacuum, the temperature of the ice can drop even lower, possibly even reaching absolute zero." He watched as the man collapsed before them, still doubtful. A top-tier heavenly python parasite demon was wiped out so easily? She nodded in confirmation. "In an environment where the temperature is not absolute, I'm afraid that even my phoenix fire will be frozen." Ling Hui bent down and sighed. "The distance is too great," a shout echoed loudly. "Wait, I remember Mingi's talent isn't at the Crimson Lord level." Mingi glanced at them. The scene shifted to Defender Pang, who was standing and watching his army providing assistance in the chaotic scene. Defender Pang glanced down at a wounded soldier lying on a stretcher, confirming that the parasite demons had to be eradicated at their root, or else the southern city would never see peace. Hong Xiao, standing beside him, asked curiously, "Defender, I find this a bit strange. Why are these parasite demons causing such a huge disturbance in the city center?" He rubbed his chin and muttered, "It is strange. What exactly is their purpose?" Suddenly, his phone rang, and Defender Pang answered it.
"Professor Tang Hang, is there something wrong?"
The voice on the other end spoke. "Defender, Luo Lin from the Dragon's Tooth Unit reported to me." Tang Hang, in his office, hastily conveyed, "Mingi believes the parasite demon's target is most likely the nuclear power plant."
"Mingi has already gone there."
Defender Pang widened his eyes in shock and yelled, "What? You're telling me their target is the nuclear power plant?" The voice on the other end confirmed the information before abruptly hanging up. Defender Pang closed his eyes and softly called, "Mingi." He turned to Hong Xiao and conveyed, "Mingi from the Dragon's Tooth Unit believes the true target of these parasite demons is the nuclear power plant."
She was just as panicked, exclaiming, "What? A nuclear power plant?"
Defender Peng thought deeply. The nuclear power plant is the main power supply for the city. If they succeed, not only will the plan to attack Jiangsu be jeopardized, but the defense of Nandu City will also be at risk. Xiao hurriedly ran off, shouting back, "I'll lead a team there immediately." He stared at the retreating figure, silently praying, "All right, I hope we can make it in time." Meanwhile, the water plant had been completely destroyed by an explosion.
Zhang Yuan anxiously asked, "Sister Tang Ning, with only the three of us, can we stop them?" Your Highness added, "Will we die?"
Suddenly, the ground shook violently.
Tang Ning murmured to herself.
Your Highness was startled, recoiling as a group of parasite demons emerged from the ground. They charged forward aggressively, heading straight for the three of them. The three of them, small and fragile, were left in sheer panic as they faced these fierce creatures.
Damn it, there are so many parasite demons. Your Highness trembled, glancing over and stammering to Tang Ning, "We."
She quickly reassured them, "I know you're all scared. Honestly, I'm scared too, but we still don't know the situation at the nuclear power plant." Tang Ning observed the demons and then spoke decisively, "We don't know how many parasite demons are hiding there.
We are the first line of defense.
If we fail and let them through, Mingi and Fengling will be caught in a pincer attack, surrounded by enemies on all sides. By then, not only Mingi and Fengling would die, but the power plant would be blown up. Without enough electricity, many of the defensive works of Nandu City would become useless. We would fall completely under the threat of the monster."
She imagined those heartbreaking scenes and cried out, "Incidents like today will keep happening in the city. Can you stand by and watch her, your friend, and countless innocent civilians be slaughtered by the monster?" Zhang Yuan declared fiercely, "Of course not. We are students of Nandu Academy, we are superhumans. If we don't stand up, who will?"
He furrowed his brow, his tone full of resolve.
"We just have to do it." Your Highness, also heartened, added, "That's right, superhumans should shoulder the responsibility of protecting humanity. This is the Dragon's Tooth Unit's first time in action, we cannot run away."
Hearing this, Tang Ning broke into a satisfied smile. She issued the order, "All right, then let's stop them together." The three of them charged at once. Tang Ning swept her arms back and summoned her weapons. She thrust two sharp blades straight into a parasite. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and punched one nearby, growling, "Though I'm only a freshman." Zhang Yuan's whole body erupted in blazing flames as he unleashed his special technique, the mighty Force Fist, and he declared resolutely, "But one day I must join the Dragon's Tooth Unit." The sharp iceberg of Tang Ning also emerged from the ground, stabbing a nearby creature as shouts rang out. Your Highness clenched his hand, using his earth elemental control power. He arrogantly exclaimed, "Don't underestimate us, we are the future elites of humanity."
Immediately after, several pieces of earth shot up into the air.
Suddenly, a parasite demon opened its mouth wide, heading straight for Your Highness.
While he remained frozen in place, Zhang Yuan charged forward and punched it.
Black tentacles began to reach towards them. In order to protect his friend, he took a claw strike from the creature. Your Highness instantly extended his hand to support his teammate, while anxiously calling out, "Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan, wounded on his back, bent down gratefully, almost getting surrounded and beaten by these beasts.
"Thanks, Your Highness."
At the same time, Your Highness was using his power to manipulate the earth, creating a barrier in front of them. The two of them stood back to back, and he looked at the encircling parasite demons, shouting, "Stop talking, we're surrounded." Suddenly, the two paused. Your Highness glanced to the side as if noticing something, and it turned out Tang Ning had arrived just in time. She unleashed her ultimate ice technique, freezing them all in place. In an instant, the three of them stood there, observing the situation.
The two classmates cheered excitedly, "Sister Tang Ning."
Before they could enjoy the moment, a series of cracking noises came from above. Your Highness looked up to see one of the creatures breaking through the ice and flying out.
He immediately said, "This is bad, there's a force attribute mutant." It instantly spat out its flames to rescue its teammates.
He warned nearly 20 parasite demons, each with different levels of power. Even Tang Ning's group was being restrained by them.
Zhang Yuan reassured, "Although they're being held back, we can still temporarily restrain them. We can use this time to eliminate them." He nodded and shouted, got it. Tang Ning leapt high into the air, raising her hand to summon sharp ice shards in the sky. In the next moment, she swiftly brought her arm down, unleashing her ice technique. The ice shards shot down one after another, striking the parasitic creatures. The other two seized the opportunity while the enemies were frozen, shouting fiercely as they dealt with them. Tang Ning gritted her teeth and declared, "We can stop them, we definitely can." Unfortunately, the two boys were struck by the creature's attacks. Only she remained to face the entire formidable group. Suddenly, a long, snake-like tongue shot out, wrapping around Tang Ning's leg. She was immediately ensnared by the tongue. The parasite demon opened its mouth, waiting for its prey to enter. The moment Tang Ning was inside, the parasite demon closed its jaws and swallowed her whole. It seemed like she was done for, but then, several sharp ice shards pierced from the inside, driving straight out of the parasite demon. Two razor-sharp slashes followed, completely destroying the creature. In an instant, Tang Ning broke free, landing on the ground in a stunning display. She exhaled sharply, silently praying. "Mingi, Fengling, you must find the parasite demon's mole in the nuclear power plant and stop their plan." Tang Ning erupted with a tremendous force, fueled by a single obsession: she had to stop them, to buy time for Mingi and Fengling. She furrowed her brows, silently reminding herself that she could not give up. Holding her weapon, she advanced, surrounded by ice blocks, and declared fiercely, "Before Mingi and Fengling find the mole of the parasite demon, I absolutely cannot fail." Your Highness, too, ignited with a fighting spirit, bolstering their strength. "Exactly, we must buy time for Mingi and Fengling." Zhang Yuan, brimming with energy, was equally determined, even if it meant burning his life essence. The two of them charged forward together, shouting in unison, resolved not to retreat. She growled, giving orders, "You parasites, you can't wait any longer. Kill the master now. Our mission is to destroy the nuclear power plant." While her two companions were facing countless parasite demons surrounding them, Tang Ning threw her sharp weapons with all her might. The word kill echoed with hatred. She pressed her face close to them, cursing, "You parasite demons, you are the real pests." In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chat. "Your Highness, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." Your Highness, with numerous wounds on his face, was still able to listen intently. "What is it? You just killed a demon and now you're chit-chatting." "I used to think Lu Qian was the most beautiful goddess at Nandu Academy." Your Highness snarled furiously. "I think Sister Fengling is more beautiful." Zhang Yuan grinned, changing his stance. "But now I think Sister Tang Ning is the most beautiful." His friends smiled in agreement. "Sister Tang Ning is truly worth it. She's very beautiful." The two of them, as if empowered by feminine beauty, shared the same resolve. "That's why, to die with Sister Tang Ning, I feel." "Exactly, it's worth it. So what are we waiting for?" They charged forward, standing before Sister Tang Ning. "If we're going to die, then we'll die first." After that, the two exchanged glances as though signaling each other. The two like-minded friends slammed their hands hard onto the ground, and at once a barrier appeared before the parasite demons, with countless tiny fragments floating in the air. But the terrifying parasite demons would not be defeated so easily. They pounded madly, as though this was nothing to them. Yet even with just a few blows, the two behind the barrier were thrown back by the stones breaking loose, crying out sharply. The three fierce creatures had already begun to break through the pair's encirclement. They refused to back down, fighting valiantly with all their might. Zhang Yuan clenched his teeth and landed a punch on a burly one. Tang Ning, from the other side, charged in and sent it straight to the afterlife. He rushed in front of her, shouting loudly, "Sister Tang Ning, even if I die, I must die before you." Wang also leapt forward, adding firmly, "Me too." She was panting, her spirit lifting the others. "We can't fail. We must make use of the time for Mingi and Fengling. We have to stop these parasite demons." With that, the three of them gathered once more, standing surrounded by the parasite demons. "Your Highness, come here and face them." I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Yuan swung his arm, landing a punch on a large one nearby, shouting, I'll fight these damn beasts. At that moment, Tang Ning floated in midair. The parasite demons, noticing the strange light emanating from her, looked up in surprise. Tang Ning's pupils gleamed with intensity as she unleashed her ultimate move, the absolute venerable domain, Ice Venerable Wu Si. Instantly, everything below her was frozen solid. None could escape this technique. Moments later, she wielded her sharp weapon, charging forward to cleave through the bodies of her enemies. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ning landed on the ground, surrounded by the scattered bodies of the parasite demons. She was breathing heavily, her strength nearly spent. Tang Ning furrowed her brow, anxiety and sorrow evident in her eyes. Sweat streamed down her face like rain. There were too many of them, it was impossible to take them all down at once. The ice that held them was beginning to melt, and these damned parasite demons were starting to recover. After being frozen for several minutes, the monsters charged at Tang Ning's small figure once more. Fortunately, from behind, a car sped forward, slamming into the chest of the parasite demons on that side. Zhang Yuan and Your Highness were still struggling, while a voice shouted loudly. Mystic Fist Spirit forged ice bones were instantly unleashed, leaving the two boys in a state of stunned bewilderment. Mingi appeared like a savior at the critical moment when everything seemed lost. He inquired, Your Highness, Zhang Yuan, are you both all right? Your Highness smiled wryly and replied, I'm fine. It's lucky you arrived just in time, or I would have been swallowed whole just now. Zhang Yuan turned to ask, Mingi, why are you here? Mingi explained, we've eliminated the parasite demons inside her at the nuclear power plant, so we came to rescue everyone. He stepped forward, extended his hand toward Tang Ning, and asked, Sister Tang Ning, are you all right? At that moment, she was still bowing her head, regulating her breath. Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Ning felt a sense of recognition. She suddenly jerked back in shock, grabbed Mingi's arm, and screamed, If you're here, then what will happen to the nuclear power plant? Su brother helped Tang Ning to her feet and gently reassured her, Don't worry, as soon as we got there, we killed the parasite demon who was about to sabotage the plant. Furthermore, fearing there might still be parasite demons hiding inside, I left Feng Ling and Pang Ling Hui behind to keep watch. She bent down slightly, whispering, Then that's good. Mingi volunteered, I'll take care of what happens next. Tang Ning softly replied, All right. Then, he swiftly pulled Nan's head back and shouted, Your plan has failed. They froze, staring at each other in disbelief. How is this possible? Our plan couldn't have been exposed. How did you find him? Mingi growled, Because we are the Dragon's Tooth Unit. One of you may dismiss it, but the Dragon's Tooth Unit no longer exists. I swear, the Dragon's Tooth Unit will always exist, regardless of the past or the future. Mingi was ablaze with fiery passion, his eyes red as he declared, The Dragon's Tooth Unit will become the spearhead aimed at you beasts. Your Highness, from behind, echoed, That's right, the Dragon's Tooth Unit will exist forever. Zhang Yuan pointed to himself and admitted, We are all members of the Dragon's Tooth Unit. Tang Ning smiled, her cheeks flushed with a subtle warmth, thinking, Yes, the Dragon's Tooth Unit will exist forever. The three students clenched their fists tightly, ready for battle at any moment. The two friends shouted to rally each other's spirits, as well as their own, as Mingi cleared the parasite demons, killing them to avenge the innocent lives lost in today's explosion. Mingi charged forward with unyielding resolve, eliminating all the parasite demons hiding in the human world. His shout echoed through the air, It was the responsibility of our Dragon's Tooth Unit. The momentum was so intense that even the parasite demons hesitated, looking warily at Mingi as he charged toward them. One by one, the parasite demons fell before their unstoppable, storm-like power. Your Highness laughed excitedly, with Mingi, It's different. Finally, we can wipe out these pests. Zhang Yuan, from behind, also praised, Mingi is incredible. Leave the last two to us. Suddenly, Mingi's hand, full of mystical power, reached out, stopping them, Spare the lives of these two. Mingi furrowed his brow and explained, I don't know why, but I feel like there's still something unclear about this situation.
The two of them are standing close to each other, looking down on us, trying to extract information from our mouths.
Mingi, you're too naive. We will never be captured by your kind of humans.
They suddenly shot forward together. The eyes of the two demons turned bloodshot, and their bodies crackled with countless golden sparks, resembling lightning. One of them snarled, shouting, "Die together!" He widened his eyes, assessing the situation, realizing too late they were going to self-destruct. The two friends of his still stood frozen, as if waiting for death, refusing to move. It wasn't until Mingi slammed both his palms onto the ground and shouted at Zhang Yuan, "Your Highness, get out of the way." Two sharp ribbons immediately shot toward them. Mingi seemed to have attached a motor to his back, soaring toward the two parasite demons. In the blink of an eye, a world-shattering explosion went off, and dust and smoke rose up all around. At that moment, 3 vehicles were speeding towards them for reinforcement. Someone yelled, pointing, "Over there!" Hong Xiao stood on top of a vehicle, hand pressed to his forehead as he looked ahead, giving orders, "It's the abandoned water plant up ahead. Hurry, let's check it out." The wheels rolled rapidly on the road. When they got out of the vehicle, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What happened here?" A person scanned the chaotic scene here, filled with suspicion. "There must be the bodies of more than a dozen parasite demons on the ground, right? Could it be that you all killed them all?" Hong Xiao eagerly asked. "Mingi, what exactly happened?" She rushed over to interrogate him. Defender Pang spoke, "You discovered that the true target of the parasite demons was the nuclear power plant. Why are you here? What's happening at the power plant?" Mingi, supporting Tang Ning, explained, "I've already dealt with the parasite demon spies at the nuclear power plant." He added another reason, "But to be sure, I left Feng Ling and Pang Ling Hui there." Mingi turned his face to look at the devastated area and continued, "As for this place, I told Sister Tang Ning, Zhang Yuan, and Your Highness to blow up the water plant to stop the parasite demons." He gestured with his palm towards his two friends in praise. Without the 3 of them, the nuclear power plant would probably have been destroyed by these parasite demons. Mingi lied without batting an eye. "I just got here too." Tang Ning jumped in surprise and exclaimed. Immediately, he raised his hand to cover her mouth, offering a valid excuse, "Sister Tang Ning, you're seriously injured. Don't say anything." The two friends also stared, both saying in unison, "Actually it was Mingi." Before they could finish, Mingi interrupted and snapped, "All right, that's how it is. The 3 of them stopped nearly 20 parasite demons, and that's the truth." Hong Xiao smiled after hearing this and praised them. "I understand now. Nandu Academy truly lives up to its reputation as an extraordinary academy. Principal Su and Professor Tang have trained an elite team, and they'll be proud of you all." She turned around and gave an order, "Where are the others? Take Tang Ning, Zhang Yuan, and Your Highness to the hospital." They all shouted in unison, "Understood." Hong Xiao added further instructions, "2 of you stay behind to clean up the bodies of those parasites." Once everything was settled, she suggested, "Mingi, come with me to the power plant." He nodded and replied, "All right." Not long after, a team from Feng Ling's side arrived. Seeing them, she anxiously asked, "Mingi, how is Tang Ning?" Mingi quickly got out of the car and reassured her, "She's fine now. The parasite demon has been completely eradicated. Tang Ning and the others who were injured have already been taken to the hospital." Feng Ling became even more worried. She grabbed his arm and hesitantly asked, "Tang Ning is injured, but what about you?" Mingi calmly replied, "I'm fine." Hong Xiao opened the car door and stepped out, suggesting, "Mingi, take us to the battlefield." He nodded and said, "All right." As they entered, everyone couldn't help but remark, "The destruction is massive." As expected, the parasite demon had spies here. Hong Xiao turned her head to confirm, "That's right." If Mingi hadn't discovered the true intentions of the parasite demon in time, this nuclear power station would probably have been destroyed by now. She placed her hand on his shoulder and praised him. At that time, not only would Jiangsu City have been attacked, but even Nandu City might not have been spared. Mingi, you've achieved another great feat. Mingi stretched out his hand towards Fengling and said, "It was Fengling and I who discovered it together." He pulled Ling Hui into his group, added Pine Ling Hui as well. Without their support, I wouldn't have been able to stop the parasite demon from bombing the power station alone. Hong Xiao, surprised, asked, "Fengling, Pang Ling Hui, are both of you students of Nandu Academy?" Fengling nodded and admitted, "Yes," scratching his head and giving a wry smile, "first-year students." Hong Xiao suggested, "All right, Nandu Academy has done a great job this time. I will report this to Defender Pang. Mingi, come over here for a moment." Hearing that, Mingi walked over. The two of them walked for a while without speaking. Unable to hold back anymore, she lowered her head and spoke, "Mingi, you're very talented. Now the Dragon's Tooth Unit." Hong Zhao's face turned slightly red, she stammered, glancing sideways as if probing, then asked, "What I mean is, would you like to join the Special Operations team?" Mingi quickly responded, "If you're willing, I'd like to." Before she could finish speaking, he raised his hand in a gesture that indicated stop. Mingi moved forward, maintaining his stance. "If I've joined the Dragon's Tooth Unit, then I am a member of the Dragon's Tooth Unit, no matter how many members the unit has now." He turned around, his tone confident, "I believe the Dragon's Tooth Unit will always exist." Hong Xiao, after hearing this, could only helplessly mutter, "I understand." She turned to leave, but not before calling back, "Mingi? I admire you, and I also admire the Dragon's Tooth Unit. Even though you rejected me, I will still support you." Hong Xiao suddenly paused, glanced back and continued, "Besides, after this, I suspect her next sentence will have given Mingi new hope. The day the Dragon's Tooth Unit is re-established isn't far off." He stood there, stunned, and replied softly, "Thank you." A minute later, a voice crackled through Mingi's earpiece. "Mingi, thank you. Once again you have proven the very reason the Dragon's Tooth Unit exists." He smiled faintly and said, "I was a member of the Dragon's Tooth Unit to begin with." On this end, Luo Lin excitedly announced, "The leadership already knows about this. I heard Defender Pang has called an emergency meeting." She shouted with excitement, unable to tell if it was possible before she finished. Mingi interrupted, saying, "I trust the leadership, and I also trust Prefect Su and Professor Tang Hang." Luo Lin agreed, "Yes, this time it will definitely succeed." She mouthed, "If the Dragon's Tooth Unit is truly re-established." Luo Lin's expression turned serious as she offered her opinion. "I hope you will be the one to lead it." He was a little stunned when he heard that. Scene shifts to a high-level conference in Nandu City. After the fierce battle, everyone had gathered for the emergency meeting. Defender Ping pointed at the screen replaying the recent explosion and said, "This time, the parasite demon's plan caused many innocent civilians to be injured. They have reached a solemn conclusion: these parasite demons are utterly hateful and must be thoroughly eradicated from Nandu." He clenched his fists tightly, agreeing. "That's right. If we can't eradicate the parasite demon menace completely, Nandu City will never be at peace, especially since their target this time is the nuclear power plant. If Mingi from the Dragon's Tooth Unit hadn't detected it in time, the city's defense systems would have been compromised." Defender Peng sighed and added, "I can't even imagine what the situation would have been like." Someone else chimed in, "This time, we were careless. After the explosion, we were only focused on rescuing the citizens, and didn't realize the parasite's plan." The Guardian slammed his hand on the table and spoke up, "The strength of the elite troops lies in their offensive capabilities." He offered an explanation, "The Special Operations Unit excels in combat effectiveness, we can't blame them for that." Defender Ping turned around, deep in thought, and said, "But after this incident, we must reconsider our approach." Someone seemed to catch on, asking, "Are you suggesting we rethink the reconstruction of the Dragon's Tooth Unit?" Defender Peng snapped his fingers in confirmation, "Exactly. The elite troops and the Special Operations Unit each have their strengths, but the Dragon's Tooth Unit excels at intelligence gathering and advanced combat operations. To completely eradicate the parasite demons in the city, we must rely on Dragon's Tooth Unit. A person clasped their hands together, analyzing. Usually, the parasite demons hide too well and have completely adapted to human behavior.
Unless they reveal themselves, it's extremely hard for us to detect them.
Another individual expressed their opinion on this matter, agreeing that in this regard, Dragon's Tooth unit indeed has the upper hand.
Defender Pang bowed and announced, then invited everyone to raise their hands to vote. Those in favor of rebuilding the Dragon's Tooth unit should raise their hands.
Mr. Suo raised his hand to cast his vote.
I agree with rebuilding the Dragon's Tooth unit. Another person followed suit, I agree as well.
The two people sitting opposite each other were whispering to each other.
The guard said it made sense, the Dragon's Tooth unit was the eyes of Nandu City. Without eyes, how could they clearly see the enemy's intentions?
The political officer, however, remained silent, waiting for everyone's opinion, observing with a somewhat suspicious gaze.
Soon, 4 hands were raised in unison. I agree with rebuilding the Dragon's Tooth unit. I agree as well.
Thus, everyone had raised their hands in agreement. Defender Pang spoke up, all right, if everyone agrees to rebuild the Dragon's Tooth unit, I hope the extraordinary forces will fully cooperate in the coordination efforts.
A big question mark was raised. Support was not an issue, but who would lead and guide the Dragon's Tooth unit?
Another person furrowed his brows and spoke, that's right.
The leader is key to quickly building the Dragon's Tooth unit's combat strength.
The person beside him added, although Luo Lin is not bad, in the end, he's still not enough.
Mr. Suo stood up and spoke, I have a suitable candidate.
Defender Pang immediately guessed.
Was Director Su referring to Mingi? He acknowledged it.
Indeed, Mingi was one of the only 2 remaining members of the Dragon's Tooth team. Mr. Suo further explained, moreover, the recent events have been enough to prove his abilities and intelligence. The person sitting next to him agreed, if he leads the Dragon's Tooth unit, I believe there will be no problem. The person sitting opposite shared the same opinion, indeed, Mingi is not bad. I agree to let him take on the role of leader of the Dragon's Tooth unit, but there are objections, and I don't think that's right. It turned out that it was the political officer who raised the argument. After all, Mingi is just a first-year student, and his cultivation hasn't even reached the White Swan rank.
Is it a bit too hasty to appoint him as the leader of the Dragon's Tooth unit at this point?
Suddenly, Defender Pang raised his hand to stop the discussion.
All right, everyone, no need to argue further.
Without hesitation, he made a decision. Indeed, Mingi is the most suitable candidate at this stage.
Let's appoint him as the acting leader for now. Everyone listened attentively, using the task of clearing the parasite demon in Nandu City as a test.
If he completes the sweeping operation before we launch the counterattack on the main city, he will be considered to have met the requirements and can become the official leader.
If he doesn't succeed, we will choose someone else.
Mr. Suo, confused, questioned, Commander, the counterattack on Jiangsu City is in 4 days.
4 days may not be enough to build the Dragon's Tooth unit, let alone eradicate the parasite demon completely. This is almost an impossible mission. Should we give Mingi more time?
He clasped his hands together and reminded, Chief Su, it's not that I don't want to give more time, but we don't have any more time left. The counterattack plan for Jiangsu was set in motion, as the name suggested, it was inevitable.
However, once we launch the counterattack, there will be gaps in the defense within the city.
He spoke in a low voice, as long as the parasite demon still exists and continues to rampage, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The scene shifted to Nandu Academy, where night had already fallen, and a voice rang out, finally, we're back. Ling Hui stretched, feeling proud of himself.
Mingi, today following you was quite the thrill.
With such a big accomplishment this time, my dad can't call me a useless layabout anymore. He clasped his hands together and leaned in close to him, flattering, in the future, you've got to let me join the mission to capture the parasite demon. Mingi was at a loss for words. He advised, all right, let's head back to the dorm and rest up.
If you don't rest, how can you catch the parasite demon?
Ling Hui put a hand on Mingi's shoulder, feigning reproach, you're right, whenever something happens to Feng Ling, her dad immediately sends Uncle Yuan to pick her up.
But my dad hasn't even called to check in until now.
Men, they really should learn to take care of themselves.
He sighed, then left, waving, I'll go ahead, bye. Suddenly, his phone rang.
Mingi quickly answered.
Hello, Professor Tang.
After a brief conversation, he said the final words, yes, I understand.
Thank you, Professor.
Mingi looked down at his phone, muttering to himself, finally, the leadership has approved the reconstruction of the Dragon's Tooth unit and appointed me as the temporary leader. However, I must eradicate all the parasite demons in the city before the counterattack plan for Jiangsu happens in 4 days. He recalled the faces of 2 beloved people and reassured himself, moreover, I must ensure I have enough time to rescue my sister in Luqian, so the most I can spare is 2 days. Mingi closed his eyes, reminding himself that he must eliminate all the parasite demons. In these 2 days, I must wipe out all the parasite demons, gather enough Stardust elixir, and hurry.
There's no more time left.
Meanwhile, cars sped along the road under the sunlight.
Fengling sat inside one of them, on a call.
Mingi's voice came through the speaker.
Sister Fengling, have you arrived home yet? She quickly responded, not yet, I'm still on the road. Is there something up?
Walking through the night, he announced, the leadership has passed a resolution appointing me as the temporary leader, responsible for rebuilding the Dragon's Tooth unit. And the first urgent task for the team is to eradicate all the parasite demons. Mingi's voice remained calm, time is tight, the mission is heavy, and I hope you can help me take on the role of team leader for one of the units in the Dragon's Tooth unit. Fengling was taken aback, covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming, leader. She glanced to the side, hesitating before saying, joining the Dragon's Tooth unit is definitely not a problem for me, but can I really handle the team leader position? After all, I have little experience and haven't graduated from the academy yet. TRNN, the team leader of Dragon's Tooth unit, must possess the strength at the Heavenly Python level, and that's something you already have. As for experience, it's not really a big deal.
Who doesn't have to accumulate experience over time? Didn't I also start with little experience?
Fengling still wasn't ready to agree immediately, she said, let me think about it some more. Then she hung up, but suddenly Uncle Yuan called out to her. While driving, he asked with a probing tone, a good opportunity like being the team leader of Dragon's Tooth unit, what else are you hesitating about?
She casually replied, you wouldn't understand.
Fengling pursed her lips, feeling downcast as she thought, it would be no big deal if I couldn't do this job, but if I messed up and ruined something important for Mingi, that would be too much.
Uncle Yuan analyzed the situation, what's there to not understand? You're overthinking this.
You're not the lively, bold young lady Fengling I knew. Even a kid like Mingi can be a leader, so why are you scared of leading a small team?
He then asked a question that felt like a knife slicing through Fengling's heart, don't tell me you want to fall behind him more and more?
Her pride was stung, and with Uncle Yuan's provocation, she gained new determination. Uncle Yuan, you're right. Even if I'm not as good as Mingi now, I can't let him pull too far ahead of me. A sinister smile appeared on Uncle Yuan's face in the rearview mirror of the car. The scene shifted to the Dragon's Tooth unit's operational base, where Mingi, Luolin, and Fengling had arrived. Luolin handed out a stack of books and said, these are all the members who have been recommended. She looked down at the Special Forces and Superhuman books and continued, among them, the candidates from the Superhuman Guard and the Special Forces Battalion are all individuals who have repeatedly made significant contributions in battle. He picked it up and observed, it seemed that the Superhuman Army and the Special Forces Battalion were not to be taken lightly. Those selected were all elites. Luolin revealed more, Nandu Academy has also sent a few people over. Mingi raised a stack of papers and repeated, Nandu Academy.
Fengling also walked up behind him to take a look.
Suddenly, she spoke, I know these two. Fengling shared her knowledge, Lin Nan and Song Yi are both male students from Nandu Academy, and also members of the Student Council. They are very strong, both having broken through to Solar Corona rank. Among them, Lin Nan has exceptional talent in marksmanship, while Song Yi has a special ability for stealth.
It seems the academy head, Su, is also very supportive of us.
Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up and said, "Then let's go meet them." Luo Lin held a piece of paper in her hand and called out to Mingi from behind.
Mingi glanced over and asked, "What's wrong?"
She hesitated before speaking. "There's another group. They are former members of the Dragon's Tooth unit who have retired."
When they heard the Dragon's Tooth unit was being re-established, they requested to rejoin. He smiled and replied, "That's a good thing. Is there a problem?"
Only then did she dare to hold up the paper and nervously say, "Everyone else is fine, but there might be one person who could be a bit troublesome." Mingi took the paper, glanced at it, and muttered, "The former team leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit, Team 1.
Luo Lin nodded in confirmation, "That's right."
Zhang, who was discharged a year ago due to an injury, but now his wound has completely healed and his strength has increased.
He has even broken through to White Swan rank. However, he is quite radical and, during missions, he would disregard everything.
During the time he was the team leader, Team 1 was the most accomplished, but it was also the team with the highest number of casualties. She explained further, "I'm a little worried. If Zhang Hu returns to Dragon's Tooth Unit, there's a high chance he won't submit to you, and that would cause trouble later.
I think it's better to decline his application." He immediately rebutted, "Why should we decline?"
Mingi explained, "Dragon's Tooth Unit is in need of people right now.
If Zhang Hu is truly capable, I'd be more worried if he doesn't come."
He straightened his uniform, his tone filled with confidence. "As for whether he submits or not, we'll just make him submit through force." The scene shifted to the main hall of Dragon's Tooth Base, where several groups of people had gathered. The special forces were there, and as Mingi and Luo Lin walked by, whispers spread.
"Is this the new leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit? He looks quite young, doesn't he?"
The extraordinary military unit also murmured quietly, "I heard the new leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit is just a freshman from Nandu Academy."
On the side of the old Dragon's Tooth Unit, someone turned to ask Team Leader Zhang, "What do you think?"
Zhang, who didn't respond, only snorted coldly. The Nandu Academy people, on the other hand, were full of pride. Mingi, still so young, has already become the leader of Dragon's Tooth. He truly is an example for us all. Meanwhile, Mingi was stepping forward to take the microphone. Luo Lin stood behind him, deep in thought.
Luo Lin was right.
The new members instinctively divided themselves into groups based on their old teams: the Special Forces Battalion, the Extraordinary Army, the Dragon's Tooth Unit, and Nandu Academy. None of the groups seem to fit together, each one is disjointed as a handful of sand.
He began speaking, "Hello, everyone. Time is of the essence, so I'll keep it brief. I'm sure you all know about the explosion in the city center yesterday. Currently, the parasite demon is still lurking throughout the city. The city leadership has decided to rebuild the Dragon's Tooth Unit and has entrusted me with the task of leading it. Our first mission is to eradicate the parasites."
Mingi stood at the podium, speaking endlessly, "So I decided to reorganize the team and assign tasks to everyone." Zhang Hu, however, remained silent, sneering inwardly, thinking that this was only temporary. Suddenly, a footstep approached, and a voice spoke up, "Mingi, I feel like this isn't right." Zhang Hu, the former team leader of Dragon's Tooth Unit 1, suggested, "Even though time is tight, we can't just randomly assign people like this. Even if the axe is sharp, it won't delay the chopping of wood. I think we should first assess each member's abilities and then organize the teams accordingly."
"That would be more effective."
Luo Lin, seeing this objection, shouted loudly, "Zhang Hu, we have the full profiles of every member. The leader discussed this with me before deciding on the team divisions and mission assignments."
"What are you trying to say by jumping out like this? Are you implying that you don't accept the decision or doubt the leadership's judgment?"
He only laughed when he heard her reproaches.
A former member of the Dragon's Tooth Unit himself, does he not listen to the commander?
After waiting for Luo Lin to finish speaking, he finally pointed at them and began to swear.
"Yes, Commander Luo Lin is not wrong, I'm not convinced.
A brat who still wipes his nose like Mingi, on what basis can he take the leader's post?" She wouldn't back down either, determined to defend Mingi to the end.
On what basis? On the basis of his abilities and his merits. Luo Lin offered evidence.
No need to look far. Take, for example, the recent battle with the astronomy division and the nuclear plant incident. If Mingi hadn't fought to turn the tide at that critical moment, our city of Nandu would have already fallen into chaos.
She pointed directly at Zhang Hu and demanded, "And what about you? Are you going to keep making veiled remarks here?"
He shrugged and, irritated, replied, "I know what you're saying."
So what? Which one of us hasn't been in the thick of blood and fire? Who hasn't earned merits?
He turned his head and looked to the people behind him for support.
Besides, who knows whether his achievements were just luck?
If you want the leader's post, strength is the most important thing. Luo Lin ground her teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Before he could say anything more, a hand shot up to stop him, an exclamation of interest escaping. Mingi wore a stern, provocative expression.
Then tell me what counts as strength.
Zhang Hu clenched his fist until the veins stood out, his whole body blazing as he put forward an idea.
Simple: fight me. Beat me, and I will never question your right to be leader.
Mingi's pupils also brightened. He immediately agreed, all right. Not long after, they were already at the training ground.
Luo Lin anxiously stood by and asked, "Mingi, do you want to reconsider?"
Fengling was just as eager. That's right, the commander said that Zhang Hu was very strong now, and he might not be any weaker than the previous leader.
Mingi clicked his tongue in rebuttal, "There's no other way. Time is tight, the responsibility is heavy, and the Dragon's Tooth team is scattered. I have to resort to special methods."
The people on the other side were practically lifting him to the heavens. At this moment, Zhang Hu stood up to establish his authority for me, and I was actually quite pleased. Luo Lin glanced over at the opponent, puzzled, but still, he's a White Swan rank.
Are you really confident in winning?
He stretched his muscles while reassuring, "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Luo Lin had no choice but to comply, "All right, but be careful."
Fengling added, "Be careful."
The crowd below murmured, watching the two on the arena. I heard Zhang Hu was broken through to White Swan rank.
Song Yi glanced over, wondering, but Mingi is probably only at Heavenly Python rank, right? Can he win?
Lin Nan hesitated to make a judgment. I also think Mingi is likely to lose. On the arena, Zhang Hu spoke, "Mingi, you may have some strengths, but in the face of absolute power, I will calmly accept the challenge. Any trick is useless. Today, I will show you that not everyone can become the leader of Dragon's Tooth."
Mingi didn't like what he heard, sneering as he said, "Is absolute strength in your words?"
He raised a finger to scratch his ear mockingly, a clear act of verbal sparring. Hearing that, Zhang Hu frowned, his eyes turning bloodshot. A powerful energy radiated from him, as if a primordial tiger spirit was backing him.
Zhang Hu roared, "You're looking for death, Mingi?"
His strength erupted, sending shockwaves through the room, and an invisible force spread across, causing everyone to cover their heads to block the deafening noise. Mingi stood still, watching Zhang Hu rush toward him with a dangerously imposing presence. The successor of ancient martial arts, skilled in the tiger form, a White Swan rank powerhouse, with the soul of violet talent and a dark past. Thanks to his soul of violet talent, he possessed immense power. His specialty was close combat, and he was the leader of a Dragon's Tooth unit, having participated in numerous missions. Seizing the moment when Mingi was distracted, Zhang Hu swiftly clawed at him, leaving two X-shaped marks on his chest. It was only then that Mingi snapped back to his senses and stepped back. Zhang Hu landed, grinning wickedly. Mingi stared blankly at the X-shaped marks on his chest. The others, witnessing this, couldn't help but whisper, "This wasn't a fair fight." That's right, with White Swan rank power and the soul of violet talent, how could Mingi ever stand a chance against Zhang Hu? He seized the opportunity to leap forward, shouting loudly, "This is just the beginning." Zhang Hu swung his hand to summon the fierce tiger fist. Immediately, a tiger appeared, its mouth wide open with sharp teeth, as if it wanted to devour Mingi whole.
Fongling fearfully cried out, "Mingi!" It was only then that he regained his composure, extending his palm and releasing a burst of energy. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding air was sucked into Mingi's hand. Sensing the perfect moment, he crouched and sprang into the air. Mingi stretched out, clenched his fist tightly, and in a flash, he was in front of Zhang Hu. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful air-shattering punch, but luckily Zhang Hu raised his hand in time to block most of the strike. However, the force was so overwhelming that he was still sent flying backwards, his hands slamming against the ground to stabilize himself. Zhang Hu, stunned by the blow, froze for a moment before shouting, "How could you?" The crowd below was left astonished, unable to believe that this young man could actually withstand a punch from Zhang Hu. How had he managed to do that? Mingi, still on the stage, remained in a fighting stance, his entire body radiating a blazing red aura. He quickly dropped into a stance, both hands drawn in as a surge of crimson energy erupted around him. Zhang Hu stood, dazed, watching as the void fist technique was forming in front of him, slowly beginning to understand. The crowd below quickly recognized that this was Mingi's Crimson Lord Venerable Domain, a unique, powerful ability. He sneered and declared, "You've had your turn. Now, it's my turn." Zhang Hu still fiercely confronted, "Let me see what kind of abilities you have after all." Both of them leaped into the air, charging at each other like moths to a flame. The atmosphere of overwhelming power and the fierce aura of a tiger clashed head-on. The battle was incredibly intense. A second later, they collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire area. Mingi landed dramatically, his feet scraping the ground to steady himself. As for Zhang Hu, he was forcefully thrown backward, his body stumbling and wobbling. Zhang Hu quickly regained his composure, yelling out, "Why? Clearly, you are only at the heavenly python level. Even though your talent is at Crimson Lord, you should still not be able to go head-to-head with me." While manipulating his energy, Mingi spoke, "Zhang Hu, haven't you noticed the problem?" His eyes widened in shock as he blurted, "What?" Once again, Zhang Hu summoned the tiger spirit. He was unwilling to accept, "I don't believe it." Its sharp fangs were about to strike Mingi's red aura shield. However, just as it was about to make contact, the tiger spirit vanished in an instant, leaving only a golden energy field enveloping the overwhelming aura. Zhang Hu was stunned, taken aback, and in disbelief. "The pressure of the fierce tiger fist didn't affect you?" Taking advantage of Zhang Hu's momentary distraction, Mingi immediately jumped toward him. Before Zhang Hu could react, Mingi kicked him, sending him flying toward the ceiling. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Zhang Hu was knocked out? "I can't believe Mingi gained the upper hand. What's going on here?" Fongling observed the situation and drew a lesson from it. So that's what happened. Mingi's venerable domain Crimson Lord was an absolute vacuum. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu's fierce tiger fist relied on sound to create pressure, but in an absolute vacuum, sound couldn't travel. Mingi flew in, attacking wildly, explaining the principle, "Zhang Hu, your biggest problem is your overconfidence. You think that because you're at the White Swan rank, you'll definitely defeat me, but in reality, you don't understand my true strength." Then he landed, questioning him, just like when he led the Dragon's Tooth Unit's first team. "Sure, you've made many achievements, but what about the people who followed you? Do you remember the battle at the Changliang River?" Mingi held up a photo of a teammate, reproaching him. "Lin Bingfeng, the one who followed you, could have survived and returned, but why did he sacrifice himself?" Zhang Hu stepped aside, retorting, "In the battle at the Changliang River, I killed 4 monsters by myself." He recalled the moment he was impaled by a sharp spike, shrugging off responsibility. Lin Bingfeng was ambushed by a monster at the river. "What does his death have to do with me?" Mingi charged at him fiercely, his fist tightening, pointing out the anomaly. "The problem is, your intel didn't mention that a monster was lurking beneath the river." Zhang Hu froze, looking up in confusion as Mingi explained. On the battlefield, things changed in the blink of an eye, and it was impossible to guarantee there wouldn't be unexpected incidents. This was nothing out of the ordinary. Once you entered the Dragon's Tooth team. Finally, he swung his hand back to strike, but Mingi leapt backwards.
Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and said, "This is only natural, one of your feet has just touched the ground."
Mingi thoughtfully replied, "You are not wrong."
He tightened his grip on the sharp weapon in his hand, relentlessly exposing his guilt.
But he swore to his conscience, in the battle at Changliang River, had he done anything wrong? If it hadn't been for his haste to make achievements, rushing straight to Changliang River upon receiving the news without assessing the situation, would Lin Bingfong have died?
The ultimate move, spirit-forged ice bones, was unleashed, and a barrage of sharp ice blocks shot towards Zhang Hu. He paid no attention to reasoning, continuing to extend his hand forward, believing himself to be right.
"Shut up, I cannot lose. In Dragon's Tooth Unit, only strength matters."
Before Zhang Hu could take off, his legs were already frozen in the ice he had created. He jerked in shock and screamed.
"What?"
The sharp, blade-like ice shards shot forward, aiming directly at Zhang Hu's face. Mingi's voice echoed in the air, "That's right, strength is what truly matters. You had the upper hand, but now, quickly declare it, you have lost."
The crowd was left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief.
Zhang Hu had lost.
The people from Nandu Academy were ecstatic, cheering loudly.
Mingi had actually beaten Zhang Hu.
Mingi! Feng Ling leaped up, cheering. Mingi has won. He won.
Seeing that Zhang Hu didn't respond, Mingi landed and withdrew his ice shards. Zhang Hu slumped down, now realizing Mingi's intention.
"You did it on purpose.
You deliberately provoked me with your words,"
he openly admitted.
"That's right," Mingi responded. "If it were a normal situation, even though my venerable domain Crimson Lord can counter the pressure of the fierce Tiger Fist, defeating you wouldn't have been easy.
But you were too eager to win.
Clearly, you could have used a different approach, but you stubbornly stuck with the fierce Tiger Fist, the one you're strongest with." Mingi concluded with a single sentence, "That was the key reason you lost."
Zhang Hu's face darkened. He raised both hands in explanation. "It's not that I desperately want to become the leader of the Dragon's Tooth Unit. If you can truly lead the Dragon's Tooth Unit to complete the mission, I'm willing to hand over the position to someone more capable." Mingi narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "But can you?"
Zhang Hu sat still, listening attentively.
"Can you wipe out all the parasite demons in Nandu City within 4 days?" Zhang Hu bent one knee and asked in return. "Can you do it?"
He placed his hand on his hip, confirming.
"Yes, I can. In fact, I don't even need 4 days."
He remained skeptical.
"You can do it?"
Zhang Hu suddenly curled his lips into a sneer, then leaned back and laughed out loud, as if he had lost his mind. Zhang Hu slowly stood up to rebut.
"Mingi, you say I'm rushing to take credit, but I think you're the one who's eager to take credit."
He tilted his head and sneered. "Nandu City is so large, and the parasite demons are scattered.
How will you wipe out all of them in just 4 days?" The crowd around them grew agitated. "That's right, this is basically an impossible mission. Does Mingi have a plan?"
Mingi closed his eyes and spoke up. "Indeed, as you said, the parasite demons are scattered, and I can't eliminate all of them in Nandu City within 4 days.
He highlighted the key point. "But what if they are connected with each other?"
Zhang Hu froze for a moment and immediately asked.
"Connected? How could they be?"
Mingi explained. "Until yesterday, I thought the parasite demons lived completely isolated from each other.
But after the incident at the nuclear power plant, I realized we were wrong."
Zhang Hu was confused.
"What do you mean?" He looked at everyone, confirming that they had probably already realized.
The nuclear power plant incident yesterday was a coordinated operation. There's a plan, he raised a finger, tying everything together.
And if there's an organization, a plan, then there must be a connecting thread between them.
Zhang Hu, with a blank expression, listened to Mingi's reasoning. Much like an intelligence network, there must be a point where everything converges. The others seemed to agree, nodding in understanding.
One person stepped forward and chimed in, "That's right. If they can plan their actions, then they must be connected in some way. Another young man cheered, "It's fine, Mingi is right. He has proposed his plan, and if we can find the connecting thread between them, we'll be able to identify the temporary leader of the remaining parasite demons in Nandu City. Then, all the parasite demons will have no place to hide." An eager voice asked, "So how do we find this temporary leader?" Mingi furrowed his brows and answered, "Analyze all the parasite demons involved in the power plant incident yesterday. Starting with their initial identities, I'm sure we can find a clue." Someone else nodded in agreement. "Exactly, once they participate in the plan, they can't avoid leaving traces." Meanwhile, Zheng, who remained silent, his lips tightly pressed together as he drifted into deep thought. His followers spoke up, "Leader Zhang, I think Mingi's words make a lot of sense." "I agree too." Zheng, whose hand clenched into a fist. He coldly slammed it down on the floor with a powerful punch. The others flinched in fear, quickly raising their hands to shield themselves from the dust and debris that flew up. Someone, worried, called out, "Leader!" Zhang, who stood resolutely in the midst of the thick dust and smoke, acknowledging his defeat. "Mingi, this battle is my loss. I will follow your plan, but if your judgment proves wrong, I still won't accept it." He placed a hand on his hip and laughed, responding, "All right." Luo Lin took the microphone and walked up to the stage, urging, "Leader Mingi, please outline the specific action plan." The crowd seemed to quiet for a moment to listen. The students of Nandu Academy shouted in unison, "Leader Mingi, please outline the specific action plan." Mingi nodded and then stated, "All right, but before assigning the action plan, I need to reorganize the teams first. I will announce the arrangements. As for the current manpower situation, the Dragon's Tooth unit will temporarily be divided into 3 groups, Action Team 1, Action Team 2, and the Intelligence Team. Zheng, who will lead Action Team 1, Fengling will lead Action Team 2, and the commanding officer Luo Lin will temporarily take charge of the Intelligence Team. The others, once their names are called, should line up behind their respective team leaders." They arranged themselves in order as directed. Once done, Mingi continued, "Now, I will present the detailed action plan." Luo Lin glanced over at Fengling, who was smiling, and couldn't help but think to herself that she never expected he would truly find a way to eradicate all the parasites. She also smiled, her faith in Mingi growing. Under his leadership, she was sure the Dragon's Tooth unit would advance even further. The plan to eliminate the parasite demon begins. Lin Nan and Song Yi go to gather information. "Is this Wu Yu's call log?" The man confirmed. "Yes, everything's here." On the other side, someone was checking the situation with the rescue team. "Please tell us in detail where he's been lately." They're cooperating as well. All right. At the Dragon's Tooth combat base, everyone was busy, focused on their tasks. Having received the data on those 7 people, they immediately organized it, comparing to see if they had contacts in common or had been to the same locations. Yes. Scene shift to a certain tavern as night began to fall. A pot-bellied man sat pressed against the wall in fear, staring at the parasite demon in a seductive girl's outfit sprawled across the floor. Luo Lin bent down to look, deducing that this particular parasite demon had been in charge of supplying the bombs for the city center explosion. It had used its advantageous identity to seduce many logistics officials of the Guardian Army. Her eyes moved over the trembling man, including the one before her now, who had successfully obtained the bomb. Mingi slowly approached him. The man trembled violently and stammered. "I didn't do anything." He cursed at the filth, then kicked the man square in the face. A tooth flew out. The force was so great that the man's head slammed into the wall before collapsing to the ground. Racked with pain and terror, he kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." Mingi shouted in a frenzy. "Do you still have the face to beg for mercy?" Just as he was about to act, a voice called out to stop him. Mingi, Luo Lin took his hand and tried to counsel him, anger flashing in his eyes. "This kind of scum doesn't deserve it." He cursed fiercely, "Damn it, the parasite demon can die for all I care." The people lost in this debauchery deserve to die even more. Mingi quickly ordered that the man be handed over to the guards and that the files on the others be given to them as well. They must pay for this, they must atone for the lives they took. Outside the club, the escort vehicles were already waiting. Once everything was settled, they led him away, leaving the corpse of the parasite demon lying in a pool of blood while Mingi and Luo Lin stood there. She looked down at her tablet and reported that she had sent the documents to the guards, confident they would deal with the matter properly. Our top priority remains rooting out the parasites. When it was over, Luo Lin pulled him close to soothe him. Mingi, don't be angry anymore. Think about something pleasant. Your approach isn't bad, I admit. In just 5 hours we found 7 parasite demons, a truly glorious combat achievement. He clenched his fists, his tone bitter. It's far from enough. There are still many parasite demons hiding out there, and we have no clue about their temporary leader. Mingi turned back and warned, we must move faster. Acting on such a large scale will surely alert them. Once these parasite demons scatter, catching them will be much harder. She heard this and immediately looked down at her tablet, reassuring, don't worry, more and more news is coming in, these parasite demons can't escape. Suddenly, he turned around, crossed his arms, and asked, by the way, how are Zhang Hu and Fengling doing? Is the progress going smoothly? Luo Lin quickly responded, no major issues. We have detailed intelligence, they can identify the target immediately, no need to worry. Mingi sighed in relief, saying, that's good, let's go. He started walking while giving orders, let's head to the next location. She hurriedly followed behind, responding, got it. 10 hours later, in front of a formidable military force, with 4 people leading, they arrived at a tall, impressive building. Defender Peng quickly got out of the car and called Mingi and Luo Lin over. He ran up to ask again to be sure, are you absolutely certain? A mistake here is not a small matter. It could have a huge impact on our counterattack plan. Don't you have a beast detection device? Can we sneak in and investigate first? Mingi tilted his head and explained, Defender, the detector can only pick up monsters weaker than me. If they're stronger, the device won't be able to detect them. Luo Lin added, Defender, all intelligence indicates that the political officer is the parasite demon, and it is highly likely that he's the temporary leader. He furrowed his brows and confirmed, Defender, if we're wrong, I'm willing to take full responsibility. Furthermore, with the political officer's status, if we just ignore it, it could be even more dangerous. At this moment, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, we could not afford to overlook it, let alone the fact that this is almost certain. Defender Peng nodded and gave the order, then act. Mingi clenched his fist tightly and shouted loudly. With that, Fengling, Mingi, Zhang Hu, and Luo Lin charged in together. They quickly arrived in front of a shining golden door. The 3 of them pushed it open, causing Zhang Wuguan to be stunned. She was startled and let out a soft "oh." Zhang Wuguan, worried, shouted angrily, Mingi, Luo Lin, what are you doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Don't you know where this is? He cracked his knuckles provocatively and said, stop acting. Your parasite demon identity has been exposed. Do you want to surrender and be captured, or do you want us to beat you up first? She leaned back, still vehemently denying, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Hu couldn't hold back anymore. He lunged forward, shouting, why waste words on this scum? With a swift strike, Zhang Wuguan raised her hands to block. Zhang Hu, using his immense strength, sent her flying far away. He growled, kill. Zhang Hu clenched his fists, his aura fierce as he charged forward. His dazzling strikes came quickly, but unfortunately, Zhang Wuguan was able to dodge each one. The other 3 remained motionless, making no move. While attacking, Zhang Hu complimented, I didn't expect that a Zhang Wuguan who doesn't participate in combat would have Whiteswan rank strength, hiding it so well. She screamed in fury, a bunch of lunatics. I am giving you one last chance. If you stop now, I will not pursue this matter. As soon as the words left her lips, she was met with the furious roar of his spirit tiger.
The roar was strong enough to send the political officer stumbling backward. She screamed out in pain, her voice cracking, and finally, unable to hold back, the political officer immediately reverted to her true form. Her greenish tentacles lashed out. Zhang Hu, who had just been full of confidence, froze in place at the sight, his eyes wide with disbelief. The political officer, now with a plant-like body, stood in the dust, glaring at him with eyes full of killing intent. She let out a maddened scream. "I will kill you." Mingi sneered, thinking to himself, I didn't expect her to be a parasite demon of the plant variety. Finally, I've gotten my hands on the last star dust elixir. At that moment, he clenched his fists, summoning the profound meaning of Mystic Fist. Mingi swung his arm forward, unleashing the powerful spirit degree of Icebone. Instantly, the political officer was frozen solid. However, she was a high-level parasite demon, so the attack had little effect. In the blink of an eye, the ice shattered. The political officer laughed mockingly. "You think this little trick can freeze me? Not even close." Quickly, he called on his companion, Fengling, to lend him some fire. She was slightly startled at the request. Fengling spread her legs apart, her palms coming together, aimed downward, and unleashed a fierce red flame from her two profound meaning of soul true phoenix flame techniques. Mingi seized the opportunity, raising his hand to absorb the blazing fire. In an instant, his entire fist was enveloped by that source of energy. Mingi's body radiated a crimson aura. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Absolute venerable domain, void fist realm, profound meaning of mystic fist." He turned his hand with a display of grace, launching the Phoenix Flame Strike. The massive, fiery red fist shot straight toward the political officer. She was burned by the flames, letting out several horrified screams. The overwhelming power caused the glass windows to shatter, breaking into countless pieces that fell into the air. Inside the room, the air was thick with coughing sounds amidst the smoky haze. It seemed like it would be difficult, but unexpectedly, before she could even make a move, she had already vanished after the collision, leaving only a greenish fluid on the floor. Mingi silently crouched down, collecting it in his hand. Once the task was completed, Zhang Hu yelled in reproach, "Mingi, you've stolen my prey." Mingi turned his head, smiling lightly as he explained, "You were too slow when I was in a hurry. I was just giving you a hand." The old man pressed his lips tightly together, looking displeased. Fengling, already quite familiar with this, could only smile and compliment him. Indeed, Mingi's method was the most effective. In less than a day, we had killed a total of 37 parasite demons, including the female leader. For now, the mission to exterminate the parasite demons was successfully completed. Luo Lin crossed his arms and said cryptically, "Fengling, I always have a feeling that things are not as simple as you think." She turned to him, puzzled, "Is there a problem? Isn't the political officer the temporary leader? Just now, she was also killed by Mingi, wasn't she?" Mingi tightened his hand into a fist and explained, "She must have been just bait they threw out to divert our attention. I'm afraid the temporary leader is someone else." Luo Lin asked curiously, "Mingi, what are you thinking?" He raised two fingers to analyze, although the identity of the political officer is significant, and their strength is at the White Swan rank, which seems quite fitting for the temporary leader's role, there are at least two suspicious points. Mingi closed his eyes and presented his argument. First, from the electric station raid event, it's clear that the temporary leader is also quite resourceful. Before, we made a huge move to encircle the parasite demons like that, and there's no way they didn't get the news and prepare a counterplan. Just sitting here waiting for us to come and kill them is highly suspicious. He raised two fingers again and continued, "Second, parasite demons are all cruel and selfish. Since the mentor left, the parasite demons in the city have been like headless snakes. If this person wanted to become the temporary leader without overwhelming strength, they could never command the other parasite demons. This is basically impossible." Mingi recalled how she was when she became a parasite demon and made his judgment, although this political officer looks like they're at the White Swan rank, with the strength of a monster-level king, they've only just reached this level, like a forced breakthrough, very shallow.
Among the parasite demons we faced before, there were quite a few heavenly python rank parasite demons at the peak, and they might not even be inferior to this one. It's impossible to obediently follow his orders. If I'm not mistaken, the temporary leader is still hiding behind. He compared these events to pieces on a chessboard, used by the leader. The parasite demons we eliminated were all bait, specifically designed to divert its attention. Luo Lin rested his hand on his hip, agreeing, I also have this feeling, just didn't think it through as thoroughly as Mingi. Fengling asked, so what do we do now? Suddenly, she turned around and urgently said, where exactly is the temporary leader now? We truly don't have any clues at all. Zhang Hu turned his palm to one side, sighing as he interrupted, alright, thinking is really not my strong suit, I'll just take responsibility for the fighting. He then shared his opinion. Mingi, along with Luo Lin, responded, let's do whatever you all suggest. Mingi replied, now that we've discovered this, the purpose of its distraction tactic has already failed. He raised a finger and began speaking rapidly. As we mentioned before, the swallows leave a sound when they fly away. They can't escape without leaving traces. We can expand our search range. Let's cross-reference the data and the activity traces of all the parasite demons revealed in Nandu City over the past year, including when the instructor was still around. As long as we conduct a thorough search, we will definitely find the temporary leader. Luo Lin nodded in agreement, alright, let's do that. He turned to Fengling and said, with the current number of people in the Dragon's Tooth unit, expanding the scope of the investigation in a short amount of time is likely going to be difficult. You should call the student association members from Nandu School. Invite everyone, from the capable ones to the careful ones. Fengling hurriedly added, anyway, it's not a direct battle, we're just investigating leads, so they'll definitely be helpful. I'll go right now, she said, and immediately rushed toward the broken window to leave. Mingi furrowed her brow and instructed, Luo Lin, I may need to go into seclusion for a while. You're in charge of the next phase of the investigation. Once you find any lead on the temporary leader, make sure to inform me immediately. Luo Lin nodded in agreement, understood. No problem on my end. In the next moment, she jumped down in the same manner as Fengling, leaving Zhang Hu standing there, stunned, pointing at himself and asking, Mingi, what about me? What should I do? The reply came in a casual tone, you follow Luo Lin and help with the tasks. He stood there, dumbfounded, not expecting to find himself in a situation like this, like some kind of servant. Luo Lin stood behind him, covering her mouth and chuckling quietly. Soon after, nightfall spread everywhere. In a room filled with strange liquid containers, a greenish fluid floated upward, accompanied by a familiar voice, Mingi, you're still quite far from breaking through to the White Swan rank. So it's you, Xiao, she reminded. When the breakthrough happens later, you must take it step by step. Don't rush. Mingi furrowed her brow and replied, understood. Then, Mingi closed her eyes, while Xiao anxiously stood by her side, waiting. He pondered, the essence of spirit liquid in front of him was incredibly pure, and the energy contained within it was truly abundant. He could feel his strength visibly increasing. Suddenly, Mingi opened his eyes and muttered to himself, I've broken through to the advanced heavenly python level. Then, several drops of the essence of spirit liquid floated in the air. Mingi opened his mouth wide and inhaled them, and in an instant, his entire body was enveloped by this green energy. In the blink of an eye, Mingi snapped back to consciousness. He bent down to look at the two bottles in front of him, murmuring, I've reached the peak of the heavenly python level. Mingi looked at the 2 drops of essence of spirit liquid floating before him, and with a confident whisper, he said, next, I will break through to the White Swan rank. And once again, his entire body blazed with a green flame. Mingi closed his eyes, feeling the energy, White Swan rank, I must break through to White Swan rank just a little more. At that moment, deep within his mind, it felt as though he was trying to open a new door but couldn't. Mingi questioned, why can't I open it? The bottles of essence liquid were empty now, and he was lost in thought. According to Xiao Hua's calculations, only 5 bottles of essence of spirit liquid were needed to break through to the White Swan rank.
Even if the final beast was weak, it was still a royal-level beast, and its essence liquid was of extremely high quality. But at this moment, Mingi kept his eyes tightly shut, sweat pouring down his face as he questioned himself, why can't I do it? Why am I stuck at the final step? Soon, a new day began. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Xiao gently shook him. Mingi, don't be anxious, you've been cultivating all night, she said. At that moment, his eyes finally opened, glaring wide. Mingi panted and shouted, just a little more, where is the problem? He turned his head to question her, Xiao, did you make a mistake? I need more spirit essence than this. You're sure, I can't be wrong. Xiao placed her legs on Mingi's lap, flew up to continue speaking, the problem is with you. You broke through too quickly. Breaking through multiple realms in such a short time hasn't allowed your spiritual energy to stabilize. She approached Mingi, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, if you don't resolve this issue, breaking through to the White Swan rank will be almost impossible. He urgently asked, so what should I do now? Xiao closed her eyes and replied, there's no shortcut. You must slowly refine your own spiritual power step by step and consolidate your foundation. Mingi lowered his head and muttered, but I don't have time left. Suddenly, he raised his head, grabbed her hand, and said with determination, no matter what, one more day. Even if I don't break through, I will go and save my sister and Lu Qian. Just then, the phone rang, catching their attention. Mingi picked it up and was shocked to see, there have been 13 missed calls. She chuckled lightly and explained, since you were cultivating, I muted the phone. Answer it quickly. Hello, Luo Lin, the voice on the other end urgently announced. We've found a clue. A clue about the leader's name. Mingi smiled cunningly and asked eagerly. Where? Luo Lin remained calm on this side. Calm down a bit. Maybe you'll find this clue hard to accept, but we've cross-checked and reviewed it thoroughly. Go ahead, tell me. Where's the clue? Mingi quickly urged. She looked up, the tall building in front of her pointing to the heavenly phoenix creature. He jumped in surprise, confused. Heavenly phoenix creature, Foamling's company. Luo Lin looked at the information on her tablet to confirm. That's right, we've investigated the entire parasite demon group, even the movements of the mentor. We found that a small number of key figures in the parasite demon group have had interactions with the heavenly phoenix creature. Some have repeatedly bought products from the heavenly phoenix creature, while others have often coincidentally passed by the heavenly phoenix creature. She closed her eyes, hesitated, then spoke. Though they were very discreet, this is really the only lead, because you didn't answer the phone. Mingi asked, confused. So what? Luo Lin informed. The Dragon's Tooth unit has secretly investigated the heavenly phoenix creature further, and now we can be sure of one thing, the temporary leader is very likely hiding in the heavenly phoenix company. He opened his wardrobe while choosing clothes and asked. Luo Lin, this is no small matter. Where are you now? I'll come over to see you. Mingi furrowed his brows, deep in thought. I never expected the temporary leader of the parasite demon in Nandu City. Again at the heavenly phoenix creature. He was rummaging through the wardrobe while talking on the phone. Does Foamling know? The voice on the other end responded, no, he doesn't. Because this matter is related to the heavenly phoenix creature, we have isolated information from Foamling. Mingi turned on the speakerphone and said, got it, tell me the specific situation. Luo Lin replied, all right. He took off his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs, and focused intently on listening. Although we have investigated the heavenly phoenix creature, we still don't have a clear lead on who the temporary leader is at the moment. To avoid beating the grass to scare the snake, we have only captured a technical staff member of the heavenly phoenix creature. She imagined the scene of Zhang Hu keeping a close watch on him and continued, through him, we were able to infiltrate the internal system of the heavenly phoenix creature. Then we discovered an important clue. Indeed, the heavenly phoenix creature has had several large transactions with the astronomy division.
Mingi had finished changing and adjusted his coat, then asked with suspicion, "What kind of transactions?"
Luo Lin quickly pointed out, drugs, and in very large quantities. She frowned and speculated, normally, the astronomy division would never use such a large amount of drugs. Therefore, this batch of drugs must be a cover. We continued our investigation and found that the main component of these drugs is a kind of numbing substance. This substance exists in large quantities in Jiangsu City and is an essential foundation for the beast's survival and reproduction, just like how humans rely on salt. Mingi walked out the door while pondering, so, it means that in these past years, the reason the instructor can maintain his position in Nandu and cultivate so many parasite demons is mainly due to the convenient channel provided by the Heavenly Phoenix Biological Company, which transports the materials from Jiangsu City.
Luo Lin nodded in acknowledgement, "That's right.
The Heavenly Phoenix Biological Company is the largest supplier of pharmaceuticals in Nandu. They even have many extraordinary potions supplied to superhumans. It acts as a pass that allows the Heavenly Phoenix Biological Company to transfer the essence of beasts from Jiangsu City." He immediately mounted his cool motorcycle, full of doubts, and wondered how it had gone unnoticed for so many years.
"I suspect the temporary leader is the absolute leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Biological Company, so do we have a specific target of suspicion?" She confirmed, "Yes." Luo Lin mentioned Xiangyang, Fengling's father, Feng Xiangyang.
He is the chairman of the board of the Heavenly Phoenix Biological Company, the one who sets the strategy. All major decisions in the company must be approved by him. He is the most suspicious. She furrowed her brows, hesitating before speaking. Besides, Luo Lin gloomily continued, there's also Fengling.
She is an important member of the board of the company.
Mingi started the motorcycle and countered, I don't know about the others, but Fengling is definitely not a parasite demon.
I can confirm that, Luo Lin reminded him.
I don't want to suspect Fengling either, but those parasite demons hide incredibly well. She is a typical example, like Dr. Wulong Lui, Lu Qian's older brother. And the others as well, each one of them, we all believe they can't possibly be parasites. Mingi squinted and replied, alright, I understand now. Luo Lin, we must use a more radical approach, we don't have time to investigate slowly. As he drove along the road, he analyzed. If the senior management of the Heavenly Phoenix creatures were all suspicious, then the priority should be to control them first and deal with the details later. Additionally, there were still many parasite demons in Nandu City, and they were highly dependent on guest substances. Mingi suggested, I fear that there are still a considerable amount of guest substance-laced drugs in the Heavenly Phoenix creatures' warehouse. If you take people to investigate that place, as long as we get hold of those drugs, we can completely take the initiative in dealing with the parasites. Luo Lin looked up at the building in front of her, listening intently. Even by investigating the complete production route of the drugs, we can trace back to the temporary leader behind the scenes.
Once everything was settled, she shouted, alright, I'll get to work right away.
Suddenly, he added, by the way, send me the address of the Heavenly Phoenix creature's pharmaceutical warehouse, let's meet there. With that, Mingi stopped the car and turned off the engine. He dialed Fengling's number but only heard a few beeps.
The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later.
Mingi sighed, drove off, thinking to himself, it's turned off.
Could it be that Fengling really has a problem? Not long after, he arrived at the Heavenly Phoenix creature's pharmaceutical warehouse.
Mingi hurried inside, and Luo Lin's people were already waiting. She saw him and quickly ran over, calling out to him.
Mingi, you're here. We've already fallen behind by one step. Mingi asked in confusion, what's going on?
Luo Lin pushed a person forward and frowned, saying, this is the warehouse manager. According to him, an hour ago, the last batch of medicine here had already been moved out.
Right now, the warehouse was completely empty. He raised a series of questions. Empty? Not even a single box of medicine left?
She confirmed, yes, I also led a team inside to check just now, and there's really nothing left. Mingi smiled with amusement and said, this is getting interesting.
He turned to question the warehouse manager, saying, "Tell me, what exactly happened? The Fongling Biotech Company's warehouse is this large, and now it's completely empty? Not even any backup medicine? How are you supposed to respond in case of an emergency? Also, where was the shipment sent?" The manager pointed in a direction and fearfully reported, "Sir, since the warehouse was built, we've never run out of stock like this. This time, I really don't know why the company's leadership ordered the entire shipment to be moved out. As for where it went, I honestly have no idea." Luo Lin anxiously shouted, "Mingi, do you think our actions have been exposed, and they quickly moved the shipment containing the items?"
Mingi remained silent, only sneering coldly. He then raised his hand and punched the warehouse manager in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood. The warehouse manager, overwhelmed by the pain, ran away in a hurry.
She exclaimed in confusion, "Mingi, you." He gathered his strength and jumped into action. Before the warehouse manager could react, Mingi kicked him in the head and shouted, "Do you think you can run?" With a loud thud, the fist and foot slammed straight into the ground, but only a few centimeters away from him. However, the force was so strong that it sent the warehouse manager flying out. He crashed to the ground in pain, surrounded by a cloud of dust. The warehouse manager immediately reverted to his true form as a parasite demon, transforming into a ferocious wolf. The people around stared in shock, exclaiming, "I can't believe the manager is a parasite demon. How can there be a parasite demon? Run quickly!" Luo Lin extended his hand, ordering the death of the parasite demon. The gunman behind him quickly opened fire. The warehouse manager lunged forward, letting out a loud roar, using his hero skill. The bullets did nothing to him. His eyes gleamed with a fiery light as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You trash, if you want to die, then I will grant your wish." In his massive wolf form, the warehouse manager charged toward Mingi and declared, "I'll make your wish come true." She quickly warned from behind, "Mingi, this parasite demon has already reached the peak of military rank, be careful." While the bullets continued to rain on him, he stood silently in place, smiling faintly. Mingi then launched a powerful punch, the Mystic Fist's realm, the air compressing into her fist. The warehouse manager took the full force of the blow, his body forced backward. Luo Lin stood in stunned silence, eyes wide, as he witnessed the scene. He silently assessed the power of the compressed air. "Not a bad punch, huh? I've mastered Mystic Fist, and even with just air, it can serve as a medium for me." Mingi instantly leapt forward toward him. Immediately, his small hand closed around the warehouse manager's throat. The man coughed up fresh blood from the pain. Mingi hoisted the manager into the air and demanded, where were those drugs sent?" "I don't believe you don't know." He still had strength to bargain and said, "Will you spare me?" He brushed it aside, "Don't be ridiculous. At the very least I'll make you die a little faster." The warehouse manager laughed contemptuously and said, "If we're all going to die anyway, why should I tell you? Do you think I'm stupid?" Mingi snorted coldly and threatened, "Holding out now won't help, sooner or later you'll talk. You've probably heard of the Dragon's Tooth organization, we have ways to make life worse than death." He glanced up at him while Mingi continued to press. He said, "I don't believe you parasite demons are self-interested, you won't willingly sacrifice yourselves for others." Seeing that, he grew alarmed and shouted, "All right, I'll tell you. The drugs were shipped to supply depot number 1 on the outskirts. Who dares go there?" Having said that, the warehouse manager took a punch to the face and a curse as he was sent on his way. Luo Lin arrived as he fell and called to Mingi. She ground her teeth in hatred and looked upward, saying, "This is trouble." Mingi turned and asked, "What's so special about it?" Luo Lin replied quickly, "The supply depot on the outskirts is the logistics warehouse prepared for the counterattack on Jiangsu City." She frowned and analyzed, "Right now, almost all of the beloved Lord's supplies are concentrated there. The supplies are numbered from 1 to 18 based on their importance and rarity. The first military warehouse contains the most critical supplies according to the newly issued wartime regulations to prevent the parasite demon from causing destruction. Supplies in the first military warehouse can only be brought in, not taken out,
even bringing supplies in is done through machinery at the entrance. Luo Lin looked at him and continued, before the official declaration of war, no one can enter the warehouse, unless authorized by the senior leadership. Mingi held his head inside. Why such a strange rule? She explained, it's actually quite normal. After all, logically, the parasite demon can parasitize anyone. While you two were dealing with the corpse of the parasite demon earlier. Suddenly, Luo Lin glanced at him in curiosity. Right, how did you detect that parasite demon werewolf earlier? Isn't the beast detector only capable of detecting lower-level creatures? She turned around and exclaimed excitedly, could it be you? He scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, yes, I've broken through to the heavenly python peak level, just a little more and I'll reach White Swan rank. Luo Lin couldn't help but marvel, you're a freak. She lifted her head, contemplating, but Mingi, what should we do now? The medicine is already in the warehouse and it's difficult to retrieve. The counterattack against Jiangsu City is about to begin, the leaders all have important matters, and getting collective leadership authorization in such a short time is impossible. Mingi turned away and made a decision, even if it's hard to retrieve, we still have to get it. We have no other choice. This is no longer just about that batch of drugs, it's even about the safety of the #1 military warehouse. Luo Lin vaguely understood, are you asking about the whereabouts of Zhang Hu and the other members of the Dragon's Tooth unit? She suspects they are probably still at the headquarters of Heavenly Phoenix's creatures. He just called me, saying almost all of the senior leaders of Heavenly Phoenix's creatures have been captured, with only the chairman of the board, Feng Xianyang, being unaccounted for. Luo Lin's face grew serious as she spoke. Mingi, given the current situation, it's very clear that Feng Xianyang must be the temporary leader now, and Feng Ling is extremely suspicious. As he walked briskly, he raised his hand and ordered, Luo Lin, immediately get in touch with Zhang Hu and tell him to bring the Dragon's Tooth unit members to the #1 military warehouse on the outskirts of the city. She responded from behind, okay, Mingi. We're on our way there now. The scene shifted to a white car still driving on the road, with Feng Ling sitting inside, puzzled. Uncle Yuan, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? Why are we heading to the outskirts? She asked curiously, didn't you say my dad's condition suddenly worsened and we need to get home quickly? He's not lying. He's currently alone in the secret villa on the outskirts. Feng Ling sighed and muttered, this is a critical moment in the encirclement operation. I can't leave here for long. Suddenly, she clenched her fists and commanded, Uncle Yuan, turn around. Take me back. Uncle Yuan turned his face back and shouted, what do you mean go back? Does the matter of the Dragon's Tooth unit matter as much as your father's illness? Feng Ling, hearing this, lowered her head and hesitantly said, then I'll make a phone call about it. She opened her phone but then wondered, why isn't there any signal on my phone? He quickly made an excuse, we're about to leave the city, and there's an important military warehouse nearby. The counterattack on Jiangsu City is about to begin, so to avoid leaking information, the military has likely blocked signals in this area. Feng Ling hesitated and said, but. Uncle Yuan angrily interrupted, no buts. The boss is more important. Soon after, they reached the outskirts of the city, where a guard stepped forward to announce that they needed to present a pass. After checking their documents, he exclaimed, so you're from the Heavenly Phoenix Creatures estate, go ahead. Next, a motorcycle approached, and the guard did his job, asking for a pass again. Mingi handed over the documents and said, Luo Lin, why does that car in front look so familiar? Have you seen it before? Luo Lin, sitting behind, explained, do you know how many people in Nandu City can afford to drive a Mercedes? At least 800 or 1,000, so it's not surprising if it looks familiar. But these people really have guts. The entire city is under lockdown, and a major battle is about to happen, yet they still dare to go out. After that, they were also allowed through. As he drove, he continued the conversation, isn't it true that the fastest way to make money has always been through war? Not long after, Zhang Hu and his group arrived at the first weapons depot. Seeing the two individuals, he called out to the leader, Luo Lin. His teammates behind him also spoke up, Leader, Commander Luo Lin. The captain of the Heavenly Python-class Guardian Army, with the ability to create illusionary weapons, placed his hand on his hip and commanded, "Whoever you are, this is a weapons depot. No one is allowed to approach." Zhang Hu turned his face and shouted loudly, "Dragon's Tooth Unit, we are here to sweep for parasite demons under orders." He strode forward to confront them. "According to the latest intel, there are parasite demons in your area.
We need to investigate."
She still solemnly announced, "No matter which department you're from, our orders are clear: no one is allowed into Depot Number 1. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy."
Luo Lin whispered into his ear, "Mingi, have you detected any parasite demons among these guards? If so, we can use that as an excuse to act."
Mingi looked down at the watch on his wrist and replied, "No."
She stroked her chin, thinking deeply, "So what should we do? If we continue, it will violate the orders."
He stepped forward and asked, "Can't afford to care too much about that anymore.
Zhang Hu, are you willing to make a move?" Zhang Hu bared his teeth and laughed, confidently responding, "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as the mission requires it, even if it's the heavens themselves, I'd still take action."
Mingi gave the order with a cold smile, "Very well." Zhang Hu of Dragon's Tooth Group 1 received the command and, together with his team, quickly subdued the guards at the depot.
"We must enter Depot Number 1 at once."
He cracked his bones as he shouted, "Understood." Then both sides hurled themselves at one another like moths to a flame.
An unending battle erupted, each person unleashing blows on their opponent.
Zhang Hu quickly deployed his Tiger Star, the Yin Hidden Fist. Instantly he put the opposing team at a marked disadvantage. Zhang Hu spun around and bellowed, "Guardian brothers, we are compatriots, I don't want anyone hurt.
It's not that you're negligent, it's that you're losing. Surrender and admit defeat."
The captain of the Guardian Army, the wounded, still roared, "Don't be ridiculous, no extraordinary guard has ever surrendered. If you want to get into Armory Number 1, you'll have to step over our bodies."
She thrust her palm forward and commanded, "All extraordinary guards, obey, kill them for me."
The captain raised his arm, shot a glance to give the order, and fired the defensive cannon. Meanwhile, someone had already been gravely wounded. The Guardian squad rushed to the defensive gun and shouted, "I'll risk my life against you." Luo Lin stood beside him, worried, and counseled, "Mingi, you can't keep fighting.
If you continue, there will be casualties.
No matter what, whether the Dragon's Tooth Unit or the Extraordinary Guards, we are all part of humanity's superhuman forces." She watched them keep fighting with a heavy heart and added, "To die at the hands of demons is at least heroic, to die at the hands of our own is a bitter, tragic injustice."
He walked silently toward the chaotic scene.
Mingi frowned and murmured, "It looks like I have no choice but to go all out."
Both of his palms clenched tightly, an absolute domain of the void and authority.
Then, Mingi struck the ground hard with a punch, assuming a poised stance.
In an instant, a burst of crimson-red aura shot out.
The fiery red fists continuously surged down toward the guard team's position.
Everyone panicked and shouted loudly, "This is the Crimson Lord's domain."
Meanwhile, the captain of the guard team scowled, bracing himself against it. Zhang Hu jumped in shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible?
Is he a monster or something, to be this strong?"
In a moment, the door slowly began to open with a command being issued. "Keep an eye on them, the rest follow me." Luo Lin extended his hand, signaling, "Inspector, please stay close to us." Soon after, they arrived deep inside. Advanced weaponry appeared one by one before their eyes. Mingi lifted his head, silently observing, while she continued to speak behind them. As expected, all the biochemical drugs from Heavenly Phoenix had been transported here.
"Inspector, check all of them. See how many contain gases."
"We need to take all the drugs that contain gas."
He suddenly posed a question, "Why are there so many holes here?
What are they for?" Luo Lin turned and speculated, "They're probably for ventilation and dust removal.
This weapons area is filled with sophisticated equipment and weapons.
If there's too much dust, it would affect their performance and stability." The captain of the guard team furrowed his brow and continued, "That's right. All 10 military warehouses are connected to a high-performance dust removal system.
They can ventilate with each other in an instant. Everyone, let's get started with the inspection."
Meanwhile, Mingi kept his eyes on the watch on his wrist.
Luo Lin peeked in and asked, "What's going on?"
She screamed as she saw a series of red dots appearing all around.
"Why are there suddenly so many ghost marks around here?"
Mingi mumbled, "This is completely impossible." He closed his eyes and focused, lost in deep thought.
Standing in his space, Mingi asked Xiao, "What's going on? Could it be that your method isn't working, or is the sensor malfunctioning?"
She was reading a piece of paper, then glanced up and said, "Mingi, you're really an idiot."
Xiao flew in front of him, suggesting, "What's our main mission this time? Isn't it related to the gas?"
The sensor detects the ghost marks by detecting the gas in their bodies. She stood before him and explained, "The large amount of pharmaceuticals here contain a high concentration of gas, so it's no surprise the sensor is reacting."
Mingi replied urgently, "I understand, but why isn't the sensor outside the warehouse reacting at all?" A moment later, he muttered, "Could it be that the material of the warehouse wall is giving orders?" "Zhang Hu, you're the strongest with your fists. Go check what the warehouse walls are made of." He looked uncertain. "What do you mean?"
The captain of the guard team suddenly intervened, "Wait, destroying a military warehouse is a serious crime."
Luo Lin added, "That's right."
Mingi made Zhang Hu freeze up, not knowing what to do.
Mingi didn't listen and immediately shouted, "I don't have time to explain, just do it. If there's any issue, I'll take responsibility."
Seeing this, he quickly flew off to avoid any collision with him. Soon after, Zhang Hu stopped in a place filled with thick dust. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and threw a punch straight into the wall. A moment later, a fairly large hole appeared. Zhang Hu turned around and reported, "The wall is very thick, but the material is nothing special, just ordinary concrete."
Mingi narrowed his eyes, wondering, "Then why? What exactly is the problem?" He brushed off his hands and asked, "Luo Lin, do you have any ideas? The sensor's function is to detect gas, but why didn't it react when we were outside the warehouse?"
Mingi raised his watch, deep in thought.
When he entered, he then discovered, "Do you know the reason behind this?" He looked at the wall with the hole in it and analyzed, "Concrete walls definitely don't cause interference. The parasitic demons we found earlier proved this." She turned her face away, pondering, then, could it be that these drugs are causing the issue?
Suddenly, someone opened a vial and poured it out, but nothing came out.
He panicked and said, "Huh? What's going on? Why are all these bottles empty?" Mingi rushed over, grabbed the vial, and shouted, "Empty?" Another person raised theirs and said, "I found a few empty bottles here too."
The man next to me reported exactly the same. He lifted his tablet to inspect. "So far we haven't found any gas inside any of the pharmaceuticals here, but we have detected a very high concentration of gas in the air." He frowned and squeezed his eyes shut as he thought of an answer, while Zhang Hu casually reached a hand behind his head, relaxed.
Suddenly Mingi shouted, "I understand.
All the gas-containing pharmaceuticals were opened before being shipped to the military warehouse. Once inside, the gas reacted with the air and dissipated into the atmosphere."
Then why did the sensors detect the demon gas?
Mingi continued, "Because the gas in their blood circulates faster, creating a special magnetic field. But when the demon gas creatures die, the sensors no longer respond to them." Luo Lin guessed, "Mingi, you mean the warehouse was initially airtight, the air inside either stood still or circulated very slowly, so the sensors didn't detect it. But when we opened the warehouse, the gas began to circulate more vigorously, causing the sensors to activate." Mingi turned to confirm, "That's right.
But why would the leader do all of this? Gas is what the demon marked need to live, yet he wasted it like this."
He speculated, he must have had a reason.
"I've thought of 2 important points."
Mingi raised a finger and said, "First is the military warehouse, especially warehouse number 1.
This is the most crucial element that will affect the success of our counterattack on the war relic this time. We cannot afford to lose it.
Therefore, it will definitely be one of the most important targets of the parasitic demons. He raised his finger again, relating it to the warehouse management, then continued, the second is the management of the Heavenly Phoenix biochemical warehouse. After the warehouse was transported outside as a parasitic demon, he could have escaped first, but deliberately stayed behind as if waiting for us to arrive. Mingi made a clear argument, that so he could tell us that the gas medicine is being transported to the warehouse, so we could come all the way here, and the organization's mission is to eliminate the parasitic demons. Therefore, it could be said that we are basically their enemies. He concluded, this might be a setup prepared by the temporary leader, and his target this time will be us and warehouse number 1.
Hearing this, Zhang Hu, moving his arms and legs mockingly, said, what's there to fear?
Let them come, I'll handle it cleanly.
Luo Lin, however, retorted, this is bad, really bad.
She hurriedly urged. Mingi quickly instructed everyone to leave the warehouse immediately, as soon as possible. Mingi's face darkened, and he coldly said, we won't make it in time. He glared and gave the order, everyone listen up, stay in position, do not act on your own.
The crowd fell into a moment of silence.
Luo Lin, flustered, wiped a drop of sweat off her forehead and asked, Mingi, why do we have to do this?
We should evacuate immediately. Mingi shook his head, dismissing the idea, we won't be able to do that. If I'm right, the gas circulating in the air right now is the trap.
It is very likely that they are the substance responsible for the explosion, we just need one last variable to trigger it. I don't know what it is, so any action we take could act as a catalyst for the explosion. A person, looking at the tablet in panic, reported, Captain, the gas in the air is flowing very fast right now. His voice grew more urgent. The collision cluster they're creating is accumulating a tremendous amount of energy, and that energy will soon reach its threshold. Once it reaches the threshold, it will cause a severe explosion. She clenched her fists and frowned, demanding, how long until it reaches the threshold? The person furrowed his brows in analysis.
Thanks to the captain's orders, we haven't moved yet.
If we evacuate now, it will cause chaos in the airflow, and it will explode immediately. Sweat poured down his face, but based on the current situation, there were only 10 minutes left before the explosion.
Luo Lin, scared, urged, what are we going to do now? There's not much time, we can't move much. Everyone was caught in a dilemma, murmuring in confusion, are we going to die? What should we do?
Mingi stood firm with his decision, no matter what happens from now on, don't move. He raised his head and looked ahead, continuing, leave everything to me. 10 minutes later, a tremendous explosion erupted in the area, and smoke and dust scattered everywhere. Scene change, a moment later, a person stood on the rooftop of a mansion, gazing into the distance.
Feng Ling rushed over and called out, Uncle Yuan, didn't you say my father was sick? Where is he? I've searched the entire villa but I can't find him anywhere. She was a bit frantic, where is he? Are you lying to me? He's not really okay, is he?
Uncle Yuan calmly poured himself some coffee and replied, the master ordered me to do this.
Feng Ling furrowed her brows in suspicion, my father ordered you to do this? What do you mean? Are you saying that my father told you to deceive me and bring me here? He didn't hesitate and admitted outright, yes, that's right. Just then, an explosion went off not far away.
She jumped in shock, leaping out before the sound even reached her.
Feng Ling grabbed the railing, horrified, and wondered aloud, could it be the military depot? What's going on? Why would there be an explosion at the military depot? Could it be the parasitic demons attacked the warehouse?
Behind her, 2 bald bodyguards appeared without her noticing. She turned her head back, insisting on leaving, this is bad, I can't stay here any longer. As soon as Feng Ling tried to leave, the 2 big men stepped forward to block her.
Miss, please stay here.
Yes, it's too dangerous everywhere right now.
Considering the risk you may face, please stay here for the time being. She shouted in anger, what are you doing?
Fengling pointed toward the direction of the explosion, shouting, "If the military depot is really destroyed, this city will be in extreme danger.
I have to go there right now. I am a member of the Dragon's Tooth organization." She screamed loudly, "Get out of the way."
But the two men still held hands together, and in unison, they shouted, "Miss, this is the order of the boss."
Fengling froze and protested, "What? No way, my father would never do such a thing, and he isn't even here in this villa."
At that moment, Uncle Yuan placed his hand on her shoulder. Fengling turned around and pleaded, "Uncle Yuan, tell them to step aside." He grabbed her wrist and advised her, "Miss, this really is the boss's order.
Please stay here. He will arrive soon, and he will explain everything to you when he comes."
Fengling quickly shook off Uncle Yuan's hand, her voice firm, "No way, I have to go there immediately." Still unable to escape, the two guards blocked her path right away.
"Sorry, miss."
The energy from her arm began to surge.
Fengling growled, reprimanding them, "You all won't listen to me anymore, will you?" She sent 2 fireballs toward the 2 men, shouting, "Don't say I didn't warn you."
Nothing to worry about, they quickly deflected them right there. The 2 men dusted off their hands and warned her, "Miss, please don't force us." Fengling was taken aback, her voice full of doubt, You
can block my meteor strike so easily?"
She crouched down, her entire body radiating a terrifying amount of spiritual power.
"With a powerful declaration," she said, "then I won't hold back anymore."
Fengling sprang up, delivering a kick straight at one of the men, leaving the other one stunned. The other one, gnashing his teeth in hatred, stepped back while his teammates were falling backward. The 2 of them stubbornly continued to insist, "Miss, you cannot leave." A moment later, she raised both hands to shield her face, forming a glowing pupil-like symbol. Fengling leapt into the air, swung her hand, and the energy flared up, extending one leg downward, preparing to land a blow.
The 2 quickly pressed their palms together to block the strike.
Immediately, a bright grid appeared, and they each ran to opposite sides to intercept Fengling's fiery red energy. There was no time to resist, and she followed the momentum of her fall. Lightning bolts from the grid struck her directly. In that instant, with just one move, she found herself trapped in that annoying net. The 2 quickly moved to form knots, and in the blink of an eye, Fengling was tightly ensnared in the net. She shouted angrily, "What is this? Who are you? Even with my immense firepower, I can't defeat you. If you have this kind of strength, how could I have never heard of you in the Wind Clan?" Suddenly, a step approached, followed by a familiar voice, "It's normal if you've never met them, because they're not human." The 2, still holding the ends of the net, turned around in confusion and shouted in unison, "Who's there?" Mingi threw the 2 men from his solid ice block to the ground and continued, "It's me." Uncle Yuan's eyes widened as he stared at him, stunned, and called out Mingi's name. The 2 bald men stammered, also asking, "Why are you here?" Only Fengling stood behind, constantly calling his name. Mingi responded, "It's not just me." Then the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Luo Lin, Zhang Hu, and a group of others quickly arrived. They all shouted in unison, "We are here too." She felt a wave of joy upon seeing her teammates, Luo Lin, Zhang Hu, and a bald man who looked suspicious. "No way, how did you all find your way here?" He stepped forward and mocked, "Seems like you're really surprised to see us here, huh?" Mingi reached out and continued, "Perhaps you thought the Dragon's Tooth organization perished in the big explosion at the military warehouse." The other man froze. "That's right, how are you still alive?" Suddenly, a few sharp objects flew toward him from behind. Luo Lin urgently warned, "Mingi, watch out." Mingi immediately turned his head. With a swift motion, he shattered the incoming objects, leaving everyone stunned. Mingi frowned and immediately recognized the familiar face. "Feng Xiangyang, so it's really you." At that moment, Feng Xiangyang had transformed into a parasite demon, his body muscular with sharp spikes protruding from it. Fengling was probably the most panicked among them, her voice trembling, "Father, what happened to you?" She screamed in agony, tears streaming down her face without stopping.
Why you? How could this happen? No. Fengling painfully questioned, why? Uncle Yuan pulled her away. Miss, it's time to leave. Luo Lin hurriedly said, then threw a punch and rushed forward to stop them. Stop. Meanwhile, Fengling was still struggling violently. No, I'm not going. Uncle Yuan, let me go. He immediately ordered his bodyguards to stop them. Xiang Yang gritted his teeth and, confused, asked, why is the Dragon's Tooth organization still alive? And how did you find this place? Mingi closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Fengling once told me that the Wen clan has a villa in Jingxi Mountain. She said this place has beautiful scenery and invited me to come here for a retreat when I had free time. And you all tried your best to blow up the #1 military warehouse, so you must be here. Because this is the best spot to observe the explosion. And if the plan fails, it would be easier for you to escape, right? Xian Yang sneered. You're quite smart. He bared his sharp teeth, his tone venomous, but the #1 warehouse has been destroyed. Right? So why aren't you dead yet? Mingi extended his palm, standing amidst the smoke and dust, sneering mockingly, destroyed? If I'm here, do you think your plan succeeded? Xiang Yang shouted in fury, impossible. It's impossible. A blast that big couldn't have been faked. He crossed his arms and turned his gaze toward the thick black smoke rising, exposing his plan. I have to admit, you all really planned this thoroughly, using your authority to transport the explosives. They put the gas-filled containers into warehouse #1, planning to exploit properties imperceptible to humans to trigger a massive explosion. But unfortunately, their plan still failed. Cut to a moment earlier, someone, watching the purple fumes spreading, asked, Captain, what should we do now? Zhang Hu glared and urged, if things can't be salvaged, at least you should run. You are the hope of the Dragon's Tooth organization. If only you move alone, the gas won't have time to detonate. Mingi smirked, brushed it off, and said, no need to run. He pointed upward and said, see those ventilation ducts? Turn them to maximum power and force all the gas out as fast as possible. One person asked, but if we use the vents, won't the gases collide with each other even faster? Luo Lin suddenly understood. Mingi, I see your point. If we activate the ventilation system, the gas streams will flow in a single direction and won't be colliding chaotically anymore. Once pushed out of the warehouse, their concentration will be diluted in the air. Preventing the explosion also removes the danger. Even the captain of the guard team would praise it. Good plan, I'll do it right away. Mingi suddenly stopped him. Wait, I remember warehouse number 18 is right next door, and it's still empty. Move the gas there. The three of them scowled and shouted in unison, why? He frowned, his tone full of confidence. Someone went to the trouble of setting all this up. If they can't see the explosion happen, how can they be at ease? Once they realize something is wrong, they'll definitely run away. After everyone heard this, they shouted, I understand now. Then, an explosion erupted in the open mine, revealing that the explosion we saw was actually the empty number 18 vault. We hadn't even thought of that. Mingi cracked his knuckles and said, I should have called you uncle. But at that moment, a fierce, oppressive aura emanated from his entire body. Mingi declared fiercely, you must die. The scene was chaotic, with everyone rushing into battle. Uncle Yuan pulled Fengling and urged, Miss, let's go. She shook him off and rejected, let go of me, I won't go. Luo Lin rushed forward and shouted, don't even think about taking Fengling. At that moment, a red, fiery aura began to spread through the air. Fengling cried out desperately, Mingi, don't kill my father. Uncle Yuan quickly hoisted her over his shoulder and leapt down from the rooftop. Everyone shouted in anger, Fengling, damn you! He quickly ran into the deep forest. Fengling yelled angrily, damn it, let go of me. Mingi glanced over coldly in the direction of the sound. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiang Yang rushed in front of him, acting all tough,
what are you looking at? The two collided in a flurry of punches, evenly matched. After a while, Mingi spotted an opening and swung a decisive punch. Xiang Yang was thrown backward. One of his pupils lit up brightly. Mingi gripped the shard of ice tightly in his hand, and in an instant, he unleashed an ice punch aimed directly at the center of the target. Indeed, the parasite demon possessed high-level abilities. A sharp spike quickly grew out of his forehead. Xiang Yang, undeterred, bent down and thrust the sharp spike directly into Mingi's ice shard. In an instant, the ice gave off a series of cracking sounds as the spike pierced through. With his overwhelming power, the parasite demon shattered the ice with ease. Xiang Yang shouted down from above in a provocative tone, "Is that all you can do?" Mingi, unwilling to give up, furrowed his brows and reminded, "Don't forget, this is still my territory." In the blink of an eye, a series of ice punches materialized around Mingi. Sensing the perfect opportunity, he launched one straight toward his opponent. Xiang Yang quickly raised his two arms, which were covered in sharp spikes, to block the attack. But the force was so strong that even he had to stiffen, shouting, "Impossible! You haven't even reached the white swan level yet, how can you be this strong?" Mingi, standing across from him, raised his chin and said, "So what?" He swung one arm into the air, slowly walking forward, his voice steady and even, "Feng Xiang Yang, I've always trusted Fengling. I've considered every possibility." Mingi pulled his arm back into his chest, drawing in all the energy, and continued, "But I never thought you were also a parasite demon." His pupil glowed brightly as he prepared to land another punch. In his heart, he thought, "Fengling, I'm sorry." Mingi shouted, "Die!" Zhang Hu and Luo Lin raised their hands to shield themselves and exclaimed, "It's getting intense." Immediately, a whirlwind punched straight into Xiang Yang. He was taken down in an instant, and soon after, the entire mansion collapsed. Zhang Hu looked at a bodyguard lying motionless inside. Mingi may not have reached the White Swan level, but with his Bloodlord territory and combat talent, he's already far surpassing an average White Swan. Luo Lin, standing behind, urged, "Mingi, go save Fengling right now, she's been taken by the driver." Mingi pointed forward, reassuring, "Don't worry, he won't escape. Also, don't kill Feng Xiangyang. Look at the block of ice on his chest," he continued, "temporarily treat him, then keep a close watch on him. I'll handle it when I return." Zhang Hu immediately objected, "There's no way I'm doing that. The Dragon's Tooth organization always fights against parasitic demons, I must kill him." Mingi shot him a warning glance. "Zhang Hu, what are you doing? Are you ignoring my orders?" He hesitated, saying, I just. If you want to kill him, can't you wait for me to come back?" Luo Lin walked over, placed a hand on Zhang Hu's shoulder to calm him. "That's right, Zhang Hu, I believe Mingi has his reasons. We can wait for him to return and then decide." He paused, then replied, "I understand now." Only then did Mingi feel relieved and swiftly run off. His figure was as fast as lightning. Before long, they were deep in the forest. Fengling, still on Uncle Yuan's shoulder, screamed loudly, "Uncle Yuan, let me go. I have to go back." He ran while trying to persuade her. "Miss, stop wasting your energy. I won't let you go back. Now that his parasitic demon identity has been exposed, even if you return, they won't believe you anymore." Before he finished speaking, a punch came straight down in front of Uncle Yuan. The man stomped his foot hard on the ground. Uncle Yuan quickly swung his other leg, kicking the punch away. He adjusted his hat and bounced back, looking at the person in front of him and saying, "Did you manage to catch up with us?" Fengling turned her head back, confused. Mingi, Mingi." She spoke slowly, "Should I call you Uncle Yuan or temporary captain?" Uncle Yuan adjusted his hat, denying it. "Temporary Captain Mingi, I don't understand what you're talking about." Fengling gave him a sharp glance, refuting him. "What? Uncle Yuan is the temporary captain? Isn't your father the captain?" He raised his palm and recounted everything he knew. When a parasitic demon attaches itself to a person, their body will be altered, and essentially, they are dead.
There is no way for them to return to their human form.
But when I defeated Feng Xianyang, not only did he not die, but he also returned to his human form.
So, what does that mean?
Mingi imagined a mysterious figure controlling Xianyang like a puppet and continued, clearly, he is just a puppet temporarily controlled by someone else. The temporary team leader remained hidden in the darkness.
The person behind all these plans was always incredibly secretive.
There was no reason for him to reveal himself as easily as Feng Xianyang had just done. There could only be one reason why he acted this way. He thought back to the moment Uncle Yuan took Feng Ling away and came to a conclusion: it was to buy time for the temporary team leader to truly escape. Mingi's voice became deep, and there was only one possible answer. He pointed at the man, confirming, "Uncle Yuan, you are the real temporary team leader.
Feng Xianyang is just a puppet you control."
Hearing this, she screamed, "So it's all you're doing?" Uncle Yuan slowly set her down and spoke, his voice carrying the weight of someone the young lady had always been fond of, the new leader of the Dragon's Tooth organization. "Mingi, I didn't expect you to figure this out." His eyes turned bloodshot, and he blamed, "But it was your mistake to keep chasing us." Nevertheless, Uncle Yuan patted her on the shoulder and gently advised, "Miss, I've served you for many years and always considered you my own daughter. I truly can't bear to lose you, please wait for me a moment." He turned away and added, "After I take care of this, I'll take you with me to the ruins of the war." Feng Ling tried to move, shouting, "No, let me go, I won't go with you." But before she could move, tentacles from the ground began to climb up and hold her down, making Feng Ling look down at her feet in confusion. Uncle Yuan slowly walked away, and brown tendrils began to climb up the legs of the guard. Uncle Yuan mocked, "I have always been hiding all this time, not because I fear you, but because I'm too lazy to deal with these troubles." Mingi frowned in confusion. So, is this the true face of the temporary captain? He reverted to his true nature as a peak overlord, and for a moment, he was stunned, recognizing, "So, this is your complete form, much stronger than Xianyang was before." Mingi clenched his fist, summoning his energy, and declared resolutely, "But I will not forgive what you did to the city of Nandu today, in the name of those who perished in the explosion." He created a fiery red shield in front of him. Mingi boldly proclaimed, "I will kill you." Xiao appeared and whispered in his ear, "Mingi, be careful, I can feel that he's not like the others before. He's very likely reached the peak overlord level." He squinted, repeating, "Peak overlord." Uncle Yuan extended his sharp hand forward, snorting coldly in disdain, "You dare challenge me? You're only seeking your own death. You're just a mere heavenly flame peak, not even at the white swan level yet. You're far weaker than I am." He stretched out his arm, commanding the tentacles from behind him to shoot directly toward Mingi. Uncle Yuan looked at him with obvious contempt, "In front of me, you're nothing but a tiny worm." Mingi took a fighting stance, unleashing his wooden fist, but within moments, his powerful punches were shattered into pieces. Mingi scowled as debris flew towards him, exclaiming in surprise, "What the hell?" He easily nullified that attack. He sneered mockingly, "Brat, I want to see how long you can hold out." Uncle Yuan's razor-sharp tentacles attacked him in a continuous barrage. Mingi quickly raised his two wooden arms to block, but the enemy's force was so tremendous that the shield shattered and he was flung toward the tree behind him. Mingi immediately planted a foot to steady himself. The tree behind had already been severed and toppled, leaving him no time to react. A tentacle lashed straight at Mingi. Feng Ling NH sat on pins and needles, shouting, "Mingi, run! If this keeps up, you'll really die." Yet he refused to give up. Though pounded by relentless strikes, Mingi gritted his teeth and persevered. Before long he hunched over and stood amid the swirling dust, taunting, "Come on, is that all you've got?" Mingi, his body covered in wounds, raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and challenged them. "If you want to kill me, this isn't enough, keep coming." Uncle Yuan felt a ripple of amusement. "I didn't expect you to withstand those blows, but sadly I have no time to toy with you anymore." Now the tentacles had been reinforced with sharp talons that could end his life at any moment. As they lunged in to attack, Mingi promptly raised his hand and chanted, conjuring a blood-red shield before him. But they were too many and too powerful, forcing him to gnash his teeth in hatred as he struggled to hold them off. At that moment, thousands, tens of thousands of objects were stabbing through the air as if trying to pierce the shield. Uncle Yuan smirked coldly, raising his hand, filled with purple spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, a jagged block of earth along with a sharp point appeared in mid-air, heading straight for Mingi. He immediately swung his arm down. At that instant, the terrifying force shot straight toward him. Fengling screamed through her tears. No! Mingi thought it was all over, but no, a blinding light shot up from the ground, shattering the rocks. Mingi sprang up, his body firmer and more toned than usual, his pupils glowing brightly. He let out a roar, causing the energy to surge out violently. He was in imminent danger, having reached the white swan level. He looked at the spiritual energy surrounding him, silently thinking that he had absorbed a massive amount of liquid spirit stones while attempting to break through, making his mental strength incredibly unstable. But after continuously enduring his attacks, even though his body was on the brink of collapse, these experiences inadvertently tempered him. Seeing this, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Fengling was still crying, her voice trembling. Mingi, you finally succeeded. Uncle Yuan was taken aback, denying it immediately. What? Impossible, how could you have leveled up? Mingi responded bluntly. I must thank you for that. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the white swan level so quickly. He silently called out in his mind. Xiao, I need your help. She quickly appeared beside him, responding, all right. The man opposite shouted. I never expected you to break in at a time like this. I must admit you truly are a genius, but you are still no match for me. Uncle Yuan lost his temper and lunged forward, roaring, I'll tear you to pieces. He remained rooted to the spot and replied, is that so? A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Mingi, forcing the man to stagger. He cleared his throat and demanded, by what right do you say that? Mingi, a purple mark between his brows, teased, I'm very curious to see what you can do. One of his arms instantly formed with icy cold, the other with blazing flame. Mingi spread both palms, embodying two forces that seemed opposed yet complemented each other. Fengling, squinting, wondered, this power far surpasses ordinary core forces, can he really control two completely opposite energies at the same time? He pressed his palms together and hissed, die. Two enormous hands made of Mingi's energy began to crush Uncle Yuan. He struggled and shouted, no. Before long, Uncle Yuan's face had been squeezed flat like meat in a hamburger. His cries still echoed in the air, no. Mingi tightened his grip mercilessly, pressing them together. And finally the man went to meet his ancestors.